before becoming the first emperor in the world, you had a dream. In the dream, your most respected teacher took away all your rights, and the loyal general who was once loyal to you quietly built up his own power, completely disregarding your life. Eventually, they seized power and became embroiled in the struggles of various princes, and you also tragically died in this chaotic world. This scene startled you awake, only to find the high and mighty Emperor Wangjin looking down at you, as the coronation ceremony began. This sight made you clench your fists. Today is your coronation day, yet before you, a eunuch spoke first. Did they think they had the upper hand? At this moment, General Yuan suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, with the passing of the former emperor and the turbulent times ahead, people's hearts are unsettled. I humbly request the Northern Army to enter the front lines to stabilize the people's hearts. Those who heard this couldn't sit still. If this army enters the capital, how can they still play? Just as he was about to use the excuse of the southern border to refute, he was stopped by a sentence from Yuan Gong. I, Yuan, have already entered the ranks of the war flag long before, and the Dali army has been forced back by my son for 70 miles. Who dares to offend now? With these words, the court immediately began to discuss, while the Grand Tutor in Fachin had an extremely ugly expression. At this time, another sly minister with thief-like features immediately stepped forward, bowed to you, and said slowly, Your Majesty, General Yuan Wei has breached the first rank, which is the surname of our great Qian. I dare to request to appoint General Yuan Wei as the #1 warrior in the world. You looked at this scene, your face even uglier than Zai Fachin's. This is trying to force me to die, isn't it? How can the #1 warrior in the world be so easily determined? The great Qian is just a small place in the world. If he goes crazy, it might provoke a real strong person with a bad temper to strike you in an instant. Looking at this person's eyes, they are full of killing intent. This person's name is Zhu Hongliang, the prince's archer, and can be said to be one of your pure legitimate descendants. Unexpectedly, now that you have just ascended the throne, he is impatiently waiting to change the situation. It is really deserving of death. Then you looked around, sneered, and stood up amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Today is the first day of my ascension to the throne. According to the organization, I should be greeted with cheers and change the era to Jianji. But what have you all done? Do you really think that this world has already been unlucky enough? At this moment, a hint of madness appeared on your face. You know that playing it safe now is futile. Only by breaking through can you have a chance to catch your breath. Seeing Fachin's strange expression, Yuan Gong showed a mocking smile and stopped. The more reckless you are, the faster you will die. Only Wang Zhen's face was gloomy. It didn't matter if the emperor acted alone, but if the emperor was gone, how could he continue to assert his authority? So, even though he cursed you in his heart, he still intended to speak up. However, before he could say anything, he heard your bold words, seize Zhu Hongliang and silence him. How dare the prince's substitute speak out of turn? He should be executed in front of the palace. This sentence startled everyone. Is the emperor truly going mad? The situation is so clear now. How could Zhu Hongliang kill those ministers who secretly sympathize with Zhou Yuan? Some even had hopes for the new emperor, but now their hearts turned cold. If the new emperor continues like this, he may not last long in the palace. Yet, you paid no heed. When the guards stepped forward, you drew your sword directly. Why should I have to act myself? The first decree I issued upon ascending the throne should not be disobeyed. Unfortunately, no matter how you roared, in the eyes of others, you were becoming more and more like a clown. Especially Zhu Hongliang, who was startled earlier and thought he was being too radical. What if the general betrayed him? But when he saw the general shaking his head at the guards in front of the palace, he felt reassured. He even looked straight at the former emperor, almost speaking his mind. What can you do to me? The hall fell silent, with only you ranting in a fit of madness. You seemed to calm down, returning to your seat, but the last trace of awe in the hearts of the ministers had already vanished. It seems that no one is helping me. Zhu's treacherous minister. Today, no one answers you. Looking at Zhu Hongliang's disdainful eyes, a hint of a smile suddenly appears at the corner of his mouth. Since you are unwilling to act, then I will have to do it myself. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhen's eyebrows moved, but the next moment, he pointed at Zhu Hongliang with his right hand and shouted, Today, I will let you know where the power of the Zhou family lies, and I will have you, my loyal minister, executed. Zhu Hongliang sneered, almost startled, and said, What power? Can you control any of the guards in the entire hall? The hall was silent, and Zhou Yuan was the only one going crazy. But at the same time, Zhou Yuan's gaze was cold, bold. Today is the first day of my ascension to the throne. According to the ancestral system, when the Declaration of Rights, audience, hail, changed the establishment. But you have done what? Really think? This world, has no surname Zhou not. Even gazing straight at the Qin emperor in front of him, he was close to saying what was in his heart. Right now, it was no good at all for him to play it steady, and the only way to get a sliver of respite was to break it. Now it was actually forced back by a hammer. This person grasped a huge hammer with chains in his right hand. His body was like an iron tower, and every step made a loud rumbling sound. This man is not bad to reuse. Today, I am going to let you know that this Qin is still surnamed Zhou. Yuan Gong gritted his teeth and uttered these words word by word. Really, it still doesn't work. Yuan Gong immediately flew out backwards, and after landing, he retreated several paces in a prancing manner before he was able to stand firmly. Seeing that there were no temple warriors stepping forward, Zhou Yuan directly drew his long sword. Especially Zhu Hongliang. Just now he was shocked and felt that he was a bit aggressive. What if the great general sold him out? Turns out it's not crazy, but it's really bottoming out. Zhu Hongliang froze for a moment. What can you do to me? Immediately said with little sincerity. Only Wang Zhen's face is gloomy. It doesn't matter if the emperor is mad alone. Since you know the crime, then according to the crime. Come on people. Zhu Hongliang escorted down, in front of the palace beheading. After saying that, without waiting for Zhou Yuan to agree, he stood up straight away. Your Majesty, you can't be so rigid. That's not how you use imperial power. Not to mention that you don't have that much imperial power in your hands right now. Along with this shocking anger, Yuan Gong's battle chi at the peak of the third grade erupted out. Yuan Gong was shocked and angry. Originally, he felt that if the Great Iron Hammer could have the power of 3 or 4 grades, he would have a chance if he could suddenly strike and kill that Zhu Hongliang, and by then it would have become a foregone conclusion. Army, Xuanjia Army 3000. Although Yuan Gong does not have the strength of Yuan Wei, but it is also a real 3 products on the strong. A brave force. Few people in Qin can be defeated. It seems that there is no one to help me put the traitors to death today. Right now the situation is so obvious. How to kill this Zhu Hongliang? The courtiers were shocked. Those ministers who were secretly holding out for Zhou Yuan were also dumbfounded. And even the hearts of many ministers who still had expectations for the new emperor and hoped to clear out the powerful ministers one day were cold. If the new emperor acts like this, I'm afraid he'll have to die horribly in the palace in a few months. Accompanied by the sound of a violent shout, a figure suddenly appeared from the back of the hall, his face showing a great deal of promise as he rushed towards Zhu Hongliang. The emperor's might value went straight from subsidiary to 1,359, which could be said to be a great leap. Zhou Yuan didn't care. They were not the only ones who were surprised. Zhou Yuan was actually surprised as well. The thought had just flashed by, when he heard a thunderous and violent shout resounding from the back of the hall. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Emperor of Daqian. Zai Feichen's face is odd. Yuan Gong's face shows mockery. Make it. The more you make it, the faster you die. But I didn't expect the system to be so powerful. Imperial prestige value, 1359. Characters, Sledgehammer. Yuan Gong's face changed. If this person was bent on killing him, with the power of the 2nd grade, he might really die here. Know your sins? It's good to know your sins. After cursing angrily for a while, Zhou Yuan seemed to calm down and resumed his seat on top of the imperial throne. I've been ordered to kill the traitorous minister. And you're striking out at this time. Are you trying to conspire against me? System, give me a smoke. Chapter 4, Yuan Chengdu. Kowtow to your majesty. The minimum bracket required for a systematic draw is 100 points. After considering it for a while, Zhou Yuan decided that he would use 100 points to extract 3 times and 1000 points once. With Zhou Yuan's command, the system flashed rapidly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sunflower Sutra. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Foundation Building Pill *3. Among the ministers, Lu Wenhan was being guarded by the warriors in front of the temple, but he still couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The Sunflower Book. Then how is your majesty going to deal with it? The military situation on the front line is urgent. If it is not dealt with, I'm afraid that in less than half a year, the White Lotus sect will be at the city's doorstep, and at that time, even if we call up the border troops again, I'm afraid that it will be too late. But there was nothing else to be done. He sighed and stepped forward. This is something he has not heard of. Yuan Chengdu. Compound surname Yuan. Is it the Yuan family? That's not right. Looking at Yuan Gong's appearance, I can tell that he hasn't heard of it either. Martyr. A cult had risen up and had even swept through 3 counties, and he hadn't even heard half the news. Chang Hong Yuan, one of the 9 ministers, who had not dared to come forward before, likewise lowered his voice and said, I don't think it's relevant. Perhaps it's the masters that the late emperor has trained for his majesty over the years, a first-rate combatant and a national scholar. But none of that is the point. Noticing the sledgehammer's gaze that was about to kill, Wang Zhen hummed lightly before saying, Your Majesty, since the traitor is dead, there should be a reckoning for this Lu Wunhan matter. Also, what the Imperial Master said is very true. I hope that your Majesty will transfer the Northern Army into Lingnan as soon as possible to quell the war. White Lotus uprising? Just in time. He also wanted to see who was stronger, Yuan Qingdu or that Yuan Wei. Sledgehammer attendant at one side, hand 2 watermelon big adamantine hammer in hand. Copper bell big eyes tiger look at the group of ministers. A lot of people meet his eyes. Our weekly lowered his head. He was more worried about the 4 guards moving and giving Yuan Gong an opportunity to take advantage of the situation than the chaos caused by the border troops entering the pass. Declare, Yuan Qingdu has an audience. He hadn't forgotten that just a short while ago, this old dog had said that his son, Yuan Wei, had been promoted to the first rank and wanted the title of the world's first warrior. Lord Chang, what do you think this Yuan Qingdu has to do with the Yuan family? Wang Jin didn't move. I also don't know what kind of person this Yuan Qingdu is, and whether he can get his majesty out of this predicament. System, put in 1,000 points and pump me. There were even some old ministers whispering. Yuan Gong looked at Zhou Yuan as well as the courtiers in triumph. Zhou Yuan frowned. 100 points of Emperor's Might value could draw out so many good things, causing him to have a great deal more anticipation for this extraction. Taisher Zai Chen squinted his eyes, his eyebrows smiling, not knowing what he was thinking. If you dare to impersonate a member of his Yuan family, today, you will be killed. Just as the crowd's minds were divided, the sound of metal armor clashing outside the temple rang out. Seeing these 4 words, the light in Zhou Yuan's eyes exploded and he clicked on the details. Yuan Gong didn't care and continued. A mere Lu Wunhan is indeed nothing. But your majesty, now that the White Lotus sect in Nanling has risen up, hosting more than 100,000 people, and sweeping through 3 counties, and since the Northern Army is not allowed to enter the pass, I wonder what your majesty has in mind to solve the problem. Zhou Yuan closed his eyes. As a character summoned by the system, he had absolute loyalty to Zhou Yuan, and how could he tolerate the humiliation of his master? The battle at the border has lasted for more than 10 years, and all the world's capable fighting forces have already joined the border army. The requirements were not high. As long as he could have another second-ranked powerhouse like Sledgehammer, he would be able to rest on his laurels for a short period of time. It is an iron decree of the late emperor that the border troops will not enter the pass, so there is no need to say more. There's no rush. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first warrior of the Sui dynasty, Yuan Qingdu. He saw a tiger general wearing a double phoenix golden helmet and locks of golden armor coming from outside the hall. But the good thing is, there are no ifs in this world. Zhou Yuan looked at Great General Yuan Gong. Sledgehammer's eyes were bloodshot. Declare, Yuan Qingdu has an audience. Immediately a small eunuch repeated the chant aloud. Rank, first class upper, state scholar. Weapon, phoenix winged golden crown. Current position information, in the field, waiting to be called outside the palace. What? Eunuch Wang. I can't even declare someone? Yuan Gong held one hand on his sword with a strong killing intent on his face. It seems that this His Majesty of ours still has some hidden means. Look again. Perhaps my Deqian is still saved. If there is hope, then it is the time for us to do our duty. Your Majesty, the matter of the White Lotus sect has to be guarded against, and in my opinion, it would be better to have General Yuan Wei enter Lingnan with 50,000 northern troops to quell the rebellion. As soon as Zai Flying Dust opened his mouth, the other ministers came out in unison. Lu Wunhan he is to protect, but want to protect is not easy. A Zhu Hongliang head cannot be enough to put the court officer scared. But, not everyone is afraid. Zhou Yuan snapped his eyes open and said categorically. There was also the foundation building pill, which was a 4th grade elixir that was extremely precious. Even though it was not as good as the Tian Yuan pill that could directly enhance one's strength, it was still a rare and precious medicine. Yuan Qingdu. Zai Fei Chen's face was ugly, but he also knew that the current situation was already a difficult one to ride, and he had been set up by Yuan Gong. What His Majesty did today frequently exceeded his expectations. The man was a dragon-walking tiger, with a lifted posture and an electric gaze. 500 halberdiers. Although he didn't know which was stronger or weaker than the Xuanjia army, it was still an absolute elite. The implication is simple: as long as nothing happens in Kyoto, the 4 guards will not move. The situation was obvious. This matter was suppressed by Yuan Gong for today. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Orcus * 500. Hundreds of thousands of men. I thought you wouldn't let the Northern Army in. I'll see what you do with them. Yuan Gong sneered. Imperial Master Zai Fade One's eyes widened. How did he not know about this matter? Name, Yuan Qingdu. Title, the first warrior of the Sui dynasty. General Tian Bao. Yuan Gong glanced at the sledgehammer and then at Zhou Yuan and stepped forward. Just for those 4 words, how could he make it easy for the other party? No need for the 4 guards. Come on. Declare Yuan Qingdu for an audience. Without waiting for Zhou Yuan to open his mouth, Zai Feiduan's eyes narrowed and he spoke. The 4 guards are not to be trifled with. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly. Zhou Yuan looked at him and spat out 2 words. Or does your majesty intend to rely on those drunkards from the 4 guards in Kyoto to suppress the White Lotus sex affairs? What are these losers for? No. Zhou Yuan calmed down. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Zhou Yuan's voice was a few points higher, and he nearly lost his breath. Even before he had opened his mouth, he made the imperial servant Chang Hongyuan secretly let out a cheer. Zhou Yuan did not move and glanced at Wang Jin. A good move to take the payoff from the bottom of the kettle. If not for his awakening of the system, how could he get through this hurdle? The second-grade battle power was indeed powerful, but it wasn't invincible. What a tiger! I, Yuan Qingdu, bow to your majesty. Chapter 5. 30 days later, wine was given at the head of the city. Yuan Qingdu knelt on one knee and clasped his hands. Zhou Yuan laughed out loud. Get up. You and Great General Yuan Gong share the same surname Yuan, belonging to the same clan. In the future you can be more close to each other. Yuan Qingdu looked at Yuan Gong and sneered, his face showing disdain. I can't wait to eat his flesh and blood. 30 days later, I will give 100 jars of wine at the head of the city. With that, Zhou Yuan looked at Yuan Qingdu. Today, the White Lotus sect in Lingnan is in rebellion. I appoint you as the Tianbao general, leading 3,000 Xuanjia army to quell the rebellion immediately. Lingnan was not close to Kyoto. The journey alone would take 10 days. And even though the Xuanjia army was elite, it was impossible to be too early. The one being used as a target instantly had more holes in his body. He just ascended to the throne. The hand can have 3,000 people is the bottom card of the flip. And the White Lotus Church is even worse. This time to send out. That is a meat bag. But although Zhou Yuan understood what he meant, Zhou Yuan glanced at Wang Jin. 3,000 Xuanjia troops? Many people were once again puzzled. My lord, receive the decree. One punch killed a few people. With such force, could it be another second-grade expert? Your Majesty actually has this kind of heritage. For a time, the few remaining upright ministers were overjoyed in their hearts. Even if they were third-grade level experts, it was impossible for them all to be shocked to death by the wind of their fists alone. But a couple of exchanges put him on the fire. It's hard. And at this moment, as the emperor of Great Qing, what he needed most was a war record. Zhao Yan's face was ashen. He could sort of see that today the Son of Heaven ascended the throne and had the intention of relying on the royal family's underpinnings to establish his authority, and he became the one who went out on a limb. But, after saying that, Yuan Qingdu left with his head held high. Servant Lu's case will be handed over to you to do. Be sure to deal with it impartially. Otherwise, I will certainly chop without mercy. Yuan Gong's face was ugly. Wang Jin sniffed, flung his duster, and droned shrilly. Retreat! Where is the courtier? Boom! There was an explosion of battle aura. This Yuan Qingdu, brain broken or not, actually dare to talk like this. But, Wang Jin was taking this opportunity to tell everyone that a second-grade expert was nothing, and that he was too. This time, he was in big trouble. In that case, let's retire from the court. The corner of Yuan Qingdu's mouth hooked up into an arc as he shocked his voice. After 30 days, I have the audacity to ask your majesty for a jug of imperial wine. 3,000 Xuanjia are rewarded. General Tianbao. Will 2 months be enough? 2 second-rate or higher combatants. It's time to sober you up a bit. With that, Chang Hongyuan bowed. To be able to become a Templar samurai, each of the several people had a 5th-grade cultivation, and if they were to accompany the army, they would already have the qualifications to become a party primus. With him, Yuan Qingdu, present today, he will not allow anyone to insult his majesty. Asshole! What kind of army was this? And there were 3,000 of them, and they had actually never heard of it. A few temple warriors only. If you kill and have trouble, what is the point of him being the emperor? Yuan Qingdu listened to the decree. Now that his majesty has demonstrated the qualities of a wise lord, he is clearly unwilling to be a puppet. Zhou Yuan did not hide it. A few other temple warriors were also shaken by the wind of the fist and flew directly backwards, smashing heavily on the ground and losing their breath. Does he really think the current Son of Heaven can save him? Yes, since his majesty summoned him here. He, then, is here to help his majesty establish his authority. A few temple front samurai, without even looking at Zhou Yuan, drew their war swords and chopped towards Yuan Qingdu. Chang Hongyuan opened his mouth, but since his majesty had already made a decision, he couldn't say anything else and could only helplessly retreat. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Mentally, he sighed. It would be better to guard the Son of Heaven with the Xuanjia army and invite the Northern army to enter the pass to clear it. even made a point of looking at the master Tai. After killing a few people, Yuan Chengqingdu looked at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan froze for a moment. I have already said that the remaining members of the White Lotus sect are not for the great general to worry about. Zhou Yuan's face sank slightly. Even if you want to establish authority, you have to be able to do so. So what if there are 2 second grade? My son Yuan Wei is a first grade general. The force is superb. I Yuan Gong hand in hand 300, 100 battles border army. I, 4-1. Thank your majesty in advance. And yet there is no intention to change. With a roar, he sheathed his long sword. Your majesty, although I'm not sure of the combat power of these 3,000 Xuanjia troops, but nowadays there are internal and external problems, and that White Lotus sect is even more powerful. So I hope that your majesty will think twice. Without mentioning anything else, do you think that White Lotus sect rebellion can be solved by 2 second grade martial artists? In the end, Zhou Yuan looked at courtier Zhao Yan, but the one who spoke was Yuan Chengdu. Even though Yuan Chengdu was a villain in Sui and Tang dynasty position, no one can deny his record of fighting alone in 8 battles. Zhou Yuan was helpless in his heart. When Chang Hong Yuan heard this, he directly froze. Yuan Chengdu's gaze was cold. He didn't expect this old smoothie Chang Hong Yuan to come forward. I'm a loyalist. What's the matter? The emperor's little boy, what do you hold back? Good kill. Zhou Yuan stood up. As expected, Yuan Gong was furious. Originally, it would have been enough for him to paddle in peace, providing for his majesty while working for the imperial master. Chang Aiqing can just relax. There is General Tian Bao. There are 3,000 Xuanjia army. The district White Lotus sect. A snap of the fingers can break. With 2 second grade experts to protect us, as long as your majesty works steadily, De Chen will still be saved. I am here. Zhou Yuan glanced at Yuan Gong. As soon as Yuan Gong's order was given, immediately a warrior in front of the palace stepped out. But the choice has been made and cannot be changed. Thinking of this, Chang Hong Yuan straightened his back. Chang Hong Yuan considered for a moment, and then stepped forward. When I first ascended the throne, this many things happened above the Great Hall, even bloodshed in the Great Hall. Today I am already tired, so if there is something to rise, and if there is nothing to do, I will retire from the court. Quite a few ministers, all showed sympathy for him, but in the next second, Yuan Chengdu saw a few people rushing in and violently threw out his fists. Above the huge hall, 2 words rolled like thunder, causing many people to blanch. Now has exposed his identity. If the Son of Heaven fails, the Great Master and the Great General, the first one is afraid to take him as a chicken to kill. He hadn't really thought that Wang Jin was actually a second grade expert as well, and he could tell by looking at the sudden change in Big Iron Hammer's face that the old eunuch's strength wasn't as simple as being a beginner at second grade at all. Courtier Zhao Yan's body trembled, and the expression on his face was as good as crying. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Many people were breathless. That's a 5th-ranked Templar warrior. With that, Zhou Yuan looked at Yuan Chengdu, but Chang Hong Yuan's counsel he had understood. He suppressed the anger in his heart and let out a cold snort. Your Majesty, what we're discussing now is the matter of the remaining White Lotus sect. The White Lotus sect carries a crowd of hundreds of thousands of people. It's not something that can be solved by just a few second-grade martial artists. It's just as well that after this matter, after cleaning up these old ministers, this dynastic hall is his call. Yes, Zai Feiduan sneered. The Son of Heaven had just ascended to the throne, and he had fished these people out. After finishing speaking to Zhao Yan, Zhou Yuan looked at Zai Fei Chen and Yuan Gong. By all accounts he should be a little worried. No one spoke up. After saying that, Zhao Yan returned to the group of ministers warily. Second piece. I beg your majesty to forgive me for killing someone in the temple. My lord, receive the decree. This Diqian stall is really not a bad one. Chapter 6. How can we allow others to sleep soundly on the side of the couch? After retiring from the court, Zhou Yuan returned to the Mandarin Palace. The Mandarin's palace is his bedchamber. It was also one of the few places where he could be free. The stall left behind by the late emperor was rotten, but it wasn't without any substance. He also didn't know if the Sunflower Treasure Code was useful to eunuch Wei, but at least it was a side of the world's most treasured technique, so even if it could be touched, it would be good. Just as eunuch Wei couldn't wait to get ready to swallow it, Zhou Yuan stopped him. The heavenly passes of the martial Tao were more difficult than one another. If he couldn't even persevere through this, what was there to talk about cultivating the martial Tao? Putting aside the system does not count. This palace, he can trust, can be said to be eunuch Wei a person. Now eunuch Wei actually said that his days are numbered. If not for the broken foundation, now would have already been a first-grade martial artist. And if the foundation could be remodeled, how difficult would it be to break into the second grade? Available. I can't imagine that there is actually such a magical technique in this world. the old slave will switch to the Sunflower Treasure Classic. Self-strength is the most important thing. 20 years ago, a thief assassinated the late emperor. The old slave, to protect the late emperor, had no choice but to forcefully break the barrier into the peak of the third grade, but since then also left the roots of the disease. Bad foundation. Since then the second grade, no hope. Slow down. When Yuan Wei was 18 years old, he was said to have been a 5th rank, and eunuch Wei was even cultivating at the age of 17, entering the 9th rank at the age of 18, and this was still because of the rudimentary nature of his gongfu. This gong method, which I got by accident together with the foundation building Dan, is just right for people with physical disabilities to practice, so the eunuch can take a look and see if it helps you. The moment this elixir appeared, he felt that his entire body had lightened up by a few points, as if old illnesses had disappeared. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth and insisted, keeping himself from making half a sound. The treasure that can reshape the foundation, even the worst, is the foundation building sacred grade foundation building Dan, but that is a 4th grade elixir. The late emperor searched all over the Great Qing, and there is no one who can refine such an elixir. In vain. Zhou Yuan walked to eunuch Wei's residence. Old slave. Old slave. Eunuch Wei was a bit puzzled, and Zhou Yuan took out a secret book from his bosom, which was the Sunflower Treasure Classic that was also from the system. Eunuch Wei spoke. Although he didn't have medicine for his old illness, he had the foundation building pill. Your Majesty, this first day on the throne is not a good one, is it? Don't worry, Your Majesty. In these few days, the old slave will find some fine and clever cubs to pass down the Sunflower Treasure Code. The foundation pill. He's got it. And he didn't just have one. He had a full 3. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan flipped his hand and took out an elixir. Eunuch Wei. If the roots can be recreated, can the eunuch hope to break into the 2nd rank? This time, he was given 3 foundation establishment Dan. 1 was given to eunuch Wei, while the remaining 2 were left unaccounted for. But one of them, naturally, was to be reserved for his own use. Your Majesty, in 3 days, the old slave will break into the 2nd grade, and with the help of this gong method, he can behead Wang Jin. Unfortunately, eunuch Wei was seriously injured in his early years and was delayed in his promotion to the 2nd rank, which gave Wang Jin the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to hold the palace. It's a pity that Your Majesty is left alone to face this chaotic situation both internally and externally. The foundation building pill could cast the foundation or reshape it. Moreover, just the overflowing medicinal fragrance alone could give him such an illusion. Just in the Mandarin Palace, there was a 3rd-ranked eunuch, Eunuch Wei, who had watched him grow up. This Sunflower Treasure Dictionary is easy to learn and hard to master. Even if you don't have enough talent, you can still enter the 4th grade. And if you have some talent, it won't be difficult to enter the upper 3rd grade straight away. It's a blessing from God for His Majesty to have this. Zhou Yuan only felt his body's battle chi rampaging through his body. A foundation establishment pill had directly made him go from under the 9th grade to the middle of the 8th grade, though still nothing in front of the masters. Still, he received the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary. Since it was obtained together with the foundation establishment Dan, he thought that it must not be bad. Of course he knew it was an illusion, but it wasn't hard to guess that the elixir was extraordinary. After the next court, Zhou Yuan confirmed it with the sledgehammer. Zhou Yuan took out the heavenly yuan pill with his backhand, while the foundation building pill was used to shape the foundation. The heavenly yuan pill, however, was used to make a person ascend to heaven in 1 step. It seems that the heavens have not yet taken the eunuch and are going to let him protect me for a few more decades. Eunuch Wei was helpless. Zhou Yuan let out a bitter smile. Leaving from Eunuch Wei, Zhou Yuan returned to his chambers. It had been a long time before Eunuch Wei moved his eyes away. Nature. If there was not this backbone, that Wang Jin little brat would not have been afraid of the old slave for these 20 years. Saying that, Eunuch Wei suddenly sighed. This is the foundation building pill? Why did Eunuch Wei say that? Really? That Wang Jin is a middle or even upper 2nd rank. Taisher Zai Fei Chen holds the government. All the officials are afraid. Great General Yuan Gong holds the military power and is powerful in the court. And even this palace of mine is held by Wang Jin. Only with you can there be some respite. He had shock on his face. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. After saying that, Zhou Yuan added, Eunuch Wei, I wonder if you have some capable little eunuchs under you, but with the foundation building pill, it should be able to narrow the gap between them a bit. But when he opened it, he froze. Yes, the tingling in his body faded. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but ask with hope. However, he was extremely confident in himself and had no intention of actually practicing. When he said this, Eunuch Wei's eyes never left the foundation building Dan. This thing, but his life, although he has already admitted it. But if he can live, who wants to die? I don't know how much time has passed. If a peak second grade expert took the heavenly yuan pill, he would be able to ascend to the first grade in a matter of moments. Have the sledgehammer stand guard outside and close the temple doors. Eunuch Wei's eyes trembled as he held the elixir. Eunuch Wei sniffed with tears in his eyes. It was because he knew that the old slave wouldn't live for long. Yet he was afraid that the old slave would lose both of them with him in a fight to the death. That he left a thread. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan, however, had a movement in his heart. External forces are good, but they are still external forces. In that case, then start cleaning up from inside the palace, the side of the couch. How can I allow others to sleep soundly? I am the Emperor of Dakian. How can life and death be controlled by others? Your Majesty, old slave, I'm afraid my days are numbered. He spat out those two words. He spoke for half a day, not knowing what to say. In that case, the old slave will dare to use this holy medicine, and will definitely protect His Majesty, clear the universe, and recreate the Great Qing. The Great Iron Hammer came from the system and only had a third-grade battle chi of his own. It was only his innate divine power that allowed him to fight with force against second grades. However, it was still much worse than a true powerhouse amongst the second grades. Zhou Yuan was overjoyed, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. But now the old slave old disease recurrence. Breakthrough second grade again is hopeless. I am afraid that more than 3 months, less than a month, will follow the late emperor to go. Why does your majesty think that Wang Jin brat doesn't monitor this Mandarin palace? Hearing this, Eunuch Wei was a bit skeptical. Eunuch Wei also did not doubt him, and immediately said proudly. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan took out a foundation establishment pill and directly swallowed it while exercising his gong method. Zhou Yuan smiled. His talent is average. In less than 3 days, the old slave will definitely break into the second grade. As soon as Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, Eunuch Wei understood what he meant. The old slave has been poor since childhood. After joining the palace, only at the age of 17 did he get a rough cultivation method. 20 years ago, but at the age of 35, he had already groped on his own and reached the third grade. Eunuch Wei was already full of white hair, and when he saw Zhou Yuan, pity was born in his eyes. 8th grade, hate the old slave useless. Cannot break into the second grade, otherwise, will not allow that Wang Jin little brat to reign supreme. If we have these palace eunuchs escort, your majesty, you can also be a little bit more at ease. According to Sledgehammer's words, Wang Jin was at least in the middle of the second grade. Soon, the drilling and stabbing pain came, whereas he had cultivated for more than 10 years. At the age of 18 he was still only in 9th rank. The gap wasn't generally large. Even if a first grade expert took it, there was a chance of another breakthrough. Eunuch Wei, and see what this is. Eunuch Wei touched the secret book. In just an instant, Eunuch Wei's essence flashed. Zhou Yuan's body shook. Not bad. It is precisely the foundation building Dan. With the foundation building Dan in place, can the eunuch be sure of entering the second grade and renewing his lifeline again? Zhou Yuan asked. A recurrence of an old illness? Zhou Yuan laughed. And that, by the way, is not final. This progress, however, can be exaggerated. With that, Zhou Yuan placed the foundation building Dan in Eunuch Wei's hand. But right now, he didn't care about maximizing efficacy. Strength, that's what he wants. Chapter 7, breaking several levels in a row. Opening his mouth, he swallowed the heavenly Yuan Dan. Zhou Yuan suddenly moved his body. One could only feel a violent force that violently rushed to all the limbs. This berserk force directly opened up his long-closed tendons and veins. The matter of the morning court began to ferment gradually. If it's not to be seen, how can it be brought out to face each other squarely? Now, it's just that His Majesty is in a hurry and can't help it. Hearing this, the ministers laughed and stood up. The imperial master is wise. You know, the White Lotus sect matter, but he deliberately let it go. If the White Lotus sect is eliminated, how can his border troops still enter the customs? He actually entered the 6th grade overnight, not knowing where the limit of the heavenly Yuan pill was, feeling his body's battle chi that was still madly rising. Zhou Yuan's heart grew calmer and calmer. 5 pints. Broken. Just like what Zai Fei Chen thought. In the great general's residence, Yuan Gong's face was ugly. There's not much he can do about the court. But inside the palace, he was ready. Although the foundation building pill was good, could it be compared to Yuan Qingdu? Not to mention the other things, the word Kikushi behind the first character surpasses everything. Damned Emperor's little son. Notify down. Arrange for a few experts to unite with the White Lotus sect to leave all those people of the emperors in Lingnan for me. But it doesn't matter. This Yuan Qingdu will die in Lingnan soon anyway. It's not easy to say. Perhaps, by then, what emerges will not be the potential of a nationalist, but a true nationalist. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. As soon as he got off the court that day, Zhou Yuan returned to the Mandarin Palace and went straight to Eunuch Wei's residence. He even suspected that the man's name was deliberately used by the emperor to disgust him. Not to mention anything else. Do you really think that a second-ranked martial artist with 3,000 big-headed soldiers can hang the White Lotus sect? Intended to be a puppet emperor honestly. As for the eye, Eunuch Wei walked out from inside. His flowery white hair darkened a few points. Zhou Yuan only felt a loud bang inside his body, and the raging power directly caused his battle chi to enter the 7th grade. By this point, the energy of the heavenly Yuan Dan was still continuing to be output. Emperor's power value, 1130. Characters belonging to Sledgehammer, Yuan Qingdu. The Emperor's prestige value once again exceeded 1,000, and it was thought to be due to the sudden appearance of Yuan Qingdu and the 3,000 Xian armor army. However, the power of the heavenly Yuan pill also gradually calmed down, eventually allowing his battle chi to stabilize at the mid-5th grade level. Zai Fei dusted a hand holding a wine cup, a hand holding a wine pot. To the wine cup slowly poured a cup, and then drink beautifully, and slowly clip a mouthful of phoenix tip. The so-called phoenix tip is the pigeon's tongue made a dish. Only take the pigeon's tongue, the rest of it is discarded. This is his favorite. When it came to Yuan Qingdu, Yuan Gong's face twitched. After Eunuch Wei breaks through and solves the Grand Eunuch Wangzhen, and his fame spreads, he might be able to make the Emperor's Wei value break 10,000, and have a luxurious extraction. After waiting outside for a long time, suddenly an appalling aura flashed by. The ministers looked at each other. At the same time, Zhou Yuan's breath was rapidly rising. Boom! Another blast. Whether a country is strong or not depends on whether there are any nationalists in the country. However, this is just the beginning. When Yuan Qingdu returns from his success and he gives wine at the top of the city, then I think I will be able to harvest a huge wave of Emperor's prestige value. But no matter what, those who actually saw Zhou Yuan were ultimately only a very small minority. It won't take long. Every day in the morning court, Zhou Yuan sat in the Great Hall, listening to the ministers deliberating. But 3 days down the line, he didn't say a word except for the 4 words going to the court and coming down from the court. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Emperor of Dacian. Why is he, Dacian, always being bullied? And the power has only just been unleashed. The loyalists were excited and the two parties, the Taisher and the Great General, were alarmed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It's because there is no nationalist sitting on the fence. He didn't feel any pain. With the foundation shaped by the foundation building pill, now his muscles and bones would be able to hold up even if he were to enter the 4th grade overnight. Zai Feiduan even thought that the emperor might have calmed down. Zhou Yuan was incredibly excited. Many people then realized that the emperor who was destined to be a puppet in their eyes actually had the capital to resist. All is quiet in the palace. Yuan Gong sneered and said, they don't have a choice. Unite and they can still kill Yuan Qingdu and gain a chance of survival. If they don't unite they can only wait for death. There was a limit to how strong the heavenly Yuan Dan could be. It was just that no one would be so extravagant as to use the heavenly Yuan Dan on an 8th grade martial artist. This is also normal. In the end, Eunuch Wei is only more than 50 years old, and is practicing martial arts, should not have a head full of gray hair. The nationalist, the townsman, getting it will put the world at ease. These are the words that have been passed down in this continent for countless years. To the side, his Minders hesitated. Great General, those White Lotus people hate to kill all the officials and soldiers. Can they join forces with us? Lord Li is overly concerned. His Majesty is at least the son of heaven of Deqian. Deqian has been established for 100 years. It's normal to have some heritage, but these are just unseen tactics. That Yuan Qingdu who came out of nowhere is of the 2nd rank, and indeed has that slight possibility of annihilating the White Lotus sect. But what do you think? That Yuan Gong will be watching? After chewing and swallowing the phoenix tip down, he then looked at the person who had spoken. Zhou Yuan looked forward to it in his heart. A minister spoke up with worry. Zai Flying Dust let out a light laugh. Troops belonging to 3,000 Xuanjia Army, 500 halberdiers. Knowing there was no point in resisting, although he was in short supply of feats right now, the lottery was full of uncertainty. With more than 1,000 emperor's might values, he would only be able to draw it once, and as for drawing it with the minimum, he had even less of an idea. He didn't draw, but he didn't have that much luxury. Without a strong martial art, you can't utilize your strength. Grade, 5th grade medium. Technique, Qian Yuan Fist Dao, Evergreen Sword Technique. However, he didn't realize that Zhou Yuan was just waiting for the time to explode. 2nd grade. It really can't turn over the sky into Qian. Even if its 1st grade can't do it. Zai Feiduan continued as if he knew what they were thinking. The White Lotus sect is only a minor problem. No matter how strong it is in there can't be a 2nd-ranked expert. 3rd-ranked is already tops. But after a tea break, the door to the room opened wide. The 7th rank was still among the lower 3, but the 6th rank could already be among the middle 3. This world is not a place for martial artists. A brilliant light flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes. It's done? The royal heritage of Qian Yuan boxing is good, but it is also good at this level. Far from the sunflower treasure tree, evergreen sword law is something that can be seen everywhere on the side of the road, and the Dacian royal family does not practice the sword at all. That's enough. Zhou Yuan gathered his emotions. In one day, he advanced from the 9th to the 5th rank, and the world gave up on me. It's a shame there aren't any powerful enough feats. It's not like the means to kill people are done every day. The imperial master's residence, Xifeichen sat in the first place, and at the bottom, there were officials from all sides who came to spy on the news. Lord Taisher, 2 experts with 2nd-grade combat power suddenly appeared in His Majesty's hands, and an army even sprung up. I'm afraid this matter will have an impact on us. Your Majesty, the old slave has lived up to his expectations and has entered the 2nd rank. Chapter 8, One Slap Kills. Yes, Zhou Yuan was overjoyed. With Eunuch Wei around, I'm resting on my laurels. Eunuch Wei also had a rare smile on his face. Not how. Where is Gue Yuaner? Zhou Yuan's voice was cold. The matter is feared to be difficult. He was looking forward to the future when the Great Qian Heavenly Prince advanced to the 1st rank. I don't know how strong De Chen should be at that time. The palace door opened wide, and a dozen little eunuchs outside respectfully fell to their knees. Still, it's a good idea to lay a trap for that little brat to drill into. Eunuch Wei opened his mouth smilingly. When he kills his old slave and then stands up, things will naturally be better in the palace at that time. It was only that these days, his rise in residence had been taken care of by a small eunuch who had practiced the sunflower treasure tantra. But even so, the Empress Dowager's side still needs to be careful. Although because of the exposure of the sledgehammer, the matter of executing Wang Zhen had a few more variables. But if there was no sledgehammer around, how could he be so at ease these days? Wang Zhen's face was cloudy as he looked at the corpse in front of him. Instantly, all the eunuchs and palace maids looked horrified. Eunuch Deng died just like that? The emperor wants to kill someone? That mangy man has already fallen for the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. So who are you? The waste of an emperor. To kill me. The thought had just flashed by when he saw a palm attacking towards him. I will look for the opportunity. But until then, I will ask Eunuch Wei to condescend and hide here. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan frowned. Seeing that the two were testing each other and recognizing each other, Zhou Yuan was also very happy and the last trace of doubt in his heart completely disappeared. Wang Zhen paced back and forth a few times. When he returned to the palace, Eunuch Wei came over to him with a surprised look on his face. The other side. Your Majesty, it's time for the morning court. Sledgehammer walks in and Eunuch Wei is shocked. Only underneath all this deference, there was a deep disdain hidden. Zhou Yuan looked at the remaining eunuchs and let out a light hum. Although he was the one who had struck first, he had only used 7 or 8 points of force, and it wasn't strength that he was good at in the first place. Empress Dowager is the sister of Xi Fei Dust. The original Dacian did not have the position of the master. It is because of the Xi Empress Dowager. Dacian is out of nowhere more than the head of such a civil official. Eunuch Wei retreated 7 or 8 steps violently, but the sledgehammer did not move. And now the man he guards has been passed down to His Majesty today. If Eunuch Wang hadn't told him to save face for the Son of Heaven, with his 5th grade battle power, would he be kneeling in front of this loser and acting so terrified? How could he have never imagined that it would actually be Zhou Yuan himself? And with this power, it had at least reached the 5th grade realm, counting the unintentional with the intentional. And that's not even the opponent's full strength. Your Majesty, how about a slave taking care of Your Majesty's living and rising in the future? The eunuchs didn't speak, but they didn't leave either. Eunuch Wei looked at Zhou Yuan and said, the old slave has been in this palace for 7 years without going out, so there's no harm in staying longer. During these 7 years, the late emperor was seriously ill, and in order to guard the late emperor, he never took half a step away from the Mandarin palace. Xiaodingzi replied back in fear and trepidation. Only his voice didn't even quiver half as much. Eunuch Wang, are you sure it's the 5th rank? The size of the palace eunuchs are controlled by that little brat. If you do not do a good job of the bureau, once let him run, the consequences are unimaginable. Just today this Great Qian. Something's wrong. Zhou Yuan reacted. The Great Iron Hammer's battle chi is of the 3rd grade, but the Heavenly God's divine power possesses the 2nd grade of battle power. After saying that, Zhou Yuan returned to the palace, and with a push of his palm wind, the palace door closed tightly. No aggravation. No aggravation. A rumbling sound was heard. He didn't expect that after only 2 days, this person would dare to come and test him. Where is Gue Yuaner? Zhou Yuan asked. Zhou Yuan lay down on the couch to rest. Zhou Yuan nodded. Where's the sledgehammer? Hearing this, Eunuch Wei's eyes flashed and he suddenly snapped. slapping his palm towards the great iron hammer. Boo! Fists and palms meet. If he really went all out, he might not be able to react. Xiao Dengzi's pupils shrunk. Little Dengzi had an empty 5th grade power, but he couldn't exert it at all. The move was extremely fast, but Sledgehammer still reacted. And he didn't use his hammer. He just punched back. Since you are disloyal, what is the use of having you as a dog slave? With such a warrior guarding his majesty, the old slave can also rest easy. In that move just now, it looked like he had the upper hand. But Eunuch Wei's ghostly speed had left an extremely deep impression on him. So what if it's the son of heaven? Without Eunuch Wang, how can you still sit comfortably in this position? What difference does it make if you go to court or not? Your Majesty, the surprises you give your old slave just keep getting better and better. Yes, that's an 18-year-old 5th grade, and not even a first-timer. There is still a need for some good planning, and if he can be introduced into this Mandarin Hall, a situation of certain death should be formed. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yuan's eyebrows carried a few smiles. After a moment's consideration, he opened his mouth. Eunuch Gui is not feeling well today, so he asked his servant to serve his majesty. If we don't expect it, that old thing in the Mandarin Palace is dying, so the son of heaven is in a hurry and wants to jump out of the cage before then. With the great iron hammer around, that little brat will definitely not set foot in the Mandarin Palace for half a step, and he's afraid that he'll be worried about the old slave and the great iron hammer teaming up to kill him. Under one palm, he was killed on the spot. Your Excellency's strength is extraordinary. Sledgehammer admires it. Xiao Dingzi lowered his head, but in his heart, there were a few disdainful moments. Eunuch Wei was overjoyed. Pull the body of this loser down and feed it to the dogs, and have Wang Jin send Gui Yuaner back to me in one piece, or else I'll execute him. Zhou Yuan snapped his eyes open. Sick, little Dengzi. You have a lot of guts. Looking at little Tingzi in front of him, Zhou Yuan also knew what was in his heart, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Good one is sick. He is sick. Why I do not know. Wang Jin, that bastard, really raised a bunch of good dogs. The person who spoke was the eunuch under the Grand Eunuch Wang Jin's heart, and the eunuch Xiao Dengzi who had been taking care of him in his daily life. Why didn't you say anything? Hearing this, Zhou Yuan was furious. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Zhou Yuan continued. Wei Gong do not know. I have accumulated some reserves over the years, when I ascended to the throne, for the solid imperial power to show a few points. On the side, the heart eunuch was shocked. The power of 5 pieces. Yes, your majesty. What a tiger. Even if he didn't make a move, he knew that this person's force was not weak. Sledgehammer's face was grave, said Zhou Yuan Lang in a loud voice. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Sledgehammer, come in. Minion wouldn't dare. He even raised his head to look at Zhou Yuan. Going to court? That Yuan Wei was only a 5th rank at the age of 18. If you're not dead, send Gui Yuaner back. Eunuch Wei was a bit surprised. Gui Yuaner is the candidate assigned by Eunuch Wei, and has learned the Sunflower Treasure Tantra, so she will not let this Wang Jin's beloved eunuch take care of her own living and living. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan straightly got up, and without changing his clothes, he directly walked towards the outside. I didn't realize that the Son of Heaven had not only secretly cultivated 2 second-grade warriors and an army of heartthrobs, but even cultivated himself into a 5th-grade power. Besides, how dare Gui Yuaner decide on this matter without asking herself? Naturally, Xiao Dengzi has already entered the 5th rank last year. Even if he suddenly made an attack, if he doesn't have the power of the 5th rank, it's impossible to be killed by a single blow. This Son of Heaven of ours, he's hiding very deeply. Hearing this, little Duncan raised his head at once. Bold, your majesty, that Wang Jin is cautious, and even though the old slave has entered the 2nd rank, it is not an easy task to kill that little brat. When that old thing dies, in this palace, won't we still be in charge? Chapter 9 Dulcedo. That night, Gui Yuaner was sent back. Your majesty. When she saw Zhou Yuan, Gui Yuaner cried bitterly, making Zhou Yuan look upset. Come on, what's the point of crying when you're such an adult? Who made us a eunuch? Even Wang Jin had to retreat in front of this pair of siblings. Zhou Yuan suddenly called out. The Gui Yuan air thing was just a hiccup. Auspicious Cloud Palace. However, today when he came over, apart from making out with Situ Darer, Zhou Yuan had something important to do. Hearing this, the Empress also reacted to the fact that Her Majesty was afraid that there were still experts around. Gui Yuaner nodded and said hatefully, we were careless this time. Next time, we'll make sure they don't come back. This, Zhou Yuan nodded his head. Dal, were you able to contact General Situ? Situ Daryl hesitated for a moment before saying, on the Empress Dowager's side, there have been people watching Xiangyun Palace. But recently it was my father Situ Xuanran's birthday, and at that time I might be able to use this as a reason to go and see my father and brother. What's impossible? Empress Situ Daryl looked at the palace gate. Which is so easy. Now the big eunuch Wangjin power over the harem. The eunuch is also in charge of the court, and there is even a great general Yuan Gong embracing the army to be proud of themselves. His Majesty can be said to be in a difficult situation, and even on the day of the ascension of the throne, this palace is unable to leave this Shanyun palace. Eunuch Wei nodded. Hearing half a month, Sito Dal sighed. The two of them were one inside and one outside, which was the reason why Zai Fei Chen had power over the court. Thinking of this, Situdera stood up and made a modest bow towards Eunuch Wei. She lowered her voice. Half a month has passed since you last saw His Majesty. She guessed at one possibility. Tender, I must say. The maid at the side, Xia He, spoke up. Half a month. That means it will take another half a month to see His Majesty. The Empress Dowager is not His Majesty's biological mother, but is the real sister of the Imperial Master Zai Fei Chen. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, Empress, don't worry. These years I'm not living in vain. My Qian always still have some reserves in. Before the words fell, Zhou Yuan's voice had already sounded. With Situ Darer's intelligence, she immediately understood what he meant. As far as she knew, that big eunuch Wangjin, who had power over the harem, was only of second-grade strength. No wonder His Majesty dared to come over. Just like what Zhou Yuan thought, Xiao Dingzi's death did not cause the slightest ripple at all, though now that Yuan Qingdu was outside, it could be said to be the lowest point for his strength. Old ancestor, Zhou Yuan didn't have any scruples, and with a light hum, he said, why can't I come over? If that dog Wangjin comes looking for trouble, it's just what I want. Shaho, stop it. His Majesty can't be. But she also knew that this might be His Majesty's only chance to flip the script. Zhou Yuan smiled and embraced Situ Dare into his arms. Shaho, what time is it now? Second piece. Zhou Yuan didn't care and pinched Situ Dare's face fiercely. Situ Dare froze, and then reacted. His face filled with surprise. Situ Dare's voice remained low, and she just shrunk her head in Zhou Yuan's arms. Don't worry, Your Majesty. My father and brother will not fail Your Majesty. Stuart Dahl smiled. He understood what the Empress meant, but he couldn't accept this salute. Otherwise, where was the distinction between honor and inferiority? The old slave is in. Your Majesty? If he dares to make a move, the old slave and the others will definitely cut him down. Empress Dowager. Suddenly Shaho's voice rang out. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Eunuch Wei dodged the salute. It seems that the big eunuch Wangjin power over the harem, but when it comes to the harem, in any case, there is a person who cannot be bypassed. That is, the current Empress Dowager. Coupled with the weirdness of the sunflower treasure cannon, he was confident that once he broke through, even the fourth grade would never think of taking him down so easily. But again, this is the time when several parties are most fearful of him. Out of nowhere, Eunuch Wei suddenly appeared while smilingly walking over. Thanks to Your Majesty's blessing, the old slave has broken into the second rank. Situ Dare naturally knew of Eunuch Wei's existence, and seeing him, Situ Dare was shocked. With the sledgehammer and Eunuch Wei around, it was just the right time to completely beat this lackey to death. With Eunuch Wei around, His Majesty has hope of breaking free from his cage after all. It's best if Wangjin can't help it. We can't say, Your Majesty, you're not under control, so how could you come here? That's different. Zhou Yuan was slightly relieved when he received Situ Dare's promise. Knowing the Situ family's situation, Situ Dare looked at Zhou Yuan in surprise. Eunuch Wei. Gui Yuaner suppressed her tears, while then respectfully bowed to Eunuch Wei. I want to kill Wangjin, but once Wangjin is dead, the Empress Dowager is bound to react and do something untoward. The Empress is overly concerned. There is no need for an old slave to be responsible for His Majesty's safety, and His Majesty's means are not something that little brat Wangjin can think of. Now I really can't wait for Wangjin to be careless and give me a chance to kill him. I need you to contact General Situ's father and son, and if there is any movement outside the palace, help me block it and defend the palace city. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. In a few days, when the three parties figure him out, that's when it's really going to be a big problem. It is a pity that her father and brother were taken out of power for helping His Majesty. Otherwise, why would His Majesty be in such a state? Noticing Situ Dare's eyes looking over, Zhou Yuan nodded. Sito Dal let out a light laugh. Hearing this, Situ Dare was a bit anxious. Your Majesty, that Wangjin's power within the palace is extraordinary, and now that Your Majesty has just ascended the throne, you still need to hold back for some time. Maybe His Majesty will come in the near future. Xia, he said in relief. Your Majesty, someone is there. But Zhou Yuan had no intention of dragging it out. Nowadays, that Wangjin is just a small trouble, the key big trouble. Is the other one? Enough! And within this palace, there aren't many third-grade experts. Your Majesty, why have you come over today? Sito Dal hesitated, somewhat at a loss for words. Tomorrow set up the Xiangyun Palace. I want to meet with the Empress. Zhou Yuan's eyes contained deep meaning. What will come back this time? Won't necessarily come back the next, but even if you lose your real power, you can still draw a troop into the city. I'm sure. The more she said, the more Situ Dar's eyes contained teardrops. Seeing this shy appearance of Situ Dar, Zhou Yuan laughed and teased. What are you afraid of? This whole of Deqian is mine. Is my queen still afraid of being seen? Your Majesty is here. Situ Daryl nodded, with worry in his eyes. Seeing Zhou Yuan being so bold, Situ Daryl also blushed. Since Wangjin backed down, it was time for him to get tough. Your Majesty's safety is in the hands of the eunuch. She actually wanted to tell His Majesty that her father and brother were now idle and at home because of the last incident. Situ Dar is definitely a top-notch beauty, staying in Xiangyun Palace for years. Her body even carries a bit of melancholic temperament, which makes people want to stop. Eunuch, why are you out of the Mandarin Palace? Be vigilant in the future. Now that you are with His Majesty, this is the best opportunity, but you should also know the dangers involved. So he had to strike first before the three parties reacted. When it really comes down to it, 500 halberdiers. That's his backhand. Chapter 10, Chengdu is peerless. Xuanjia is invincible. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. The weather was a little chilly. This year is a disaster year. Droughts and floods occur frequently in all parts of the Great Qing, so that this year's harvest is less than half of the previous year. Many places people do not want to live. This is why the White Lotus sect swept through the three counties. Zhou Yuan looked at the yellowed leaves and could not help but think of Yuan Chengdu. Calculating the schedule, Yuan Chengdu and the 3,000 Xuanjia army should have already arrived in Lingnan. Inside the deep palace, Zhou Yuan looked at the system. There was a loud explosion. Both of them flew out backwards at the same time, spitting blood from their mouths. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Emperor of Daqian. That's Yuan Chengdu? Next, as long as the Yuan Chengdu raid of Xuanjia army back, the domestic situation, even if still rotten, but also by no means as difficult as now. Kill. The two people beside him were the experts who had come from the great general's residence. It doesn't exist. Each of the 3,000 Xuanjia troops was a 9th-grade martial artist, and they were also fierce and fearless. Your Majesty is mistaken. A basilisk soldier came over. Go to hell. Yuan Chengdu snorted coldly, holding the phoenix-winged golden harpoon and sitting down the 1,000-mile yellow flower horse neighing as he charged straight towards this third-grade powerhouse. It was a massacre against these sergeants, who not so long ago were ordinary people. Yuan Chengdu holds a phoenix-wing gilded hammer and a 1,000-mile yellow flower horse under his seat, so it is a powerful and majestic, rolling battle chi wrapped in thunderous sounds spread across the battlefield. The White Lotus sect gave a cry, and a man in a sect leader's uniform climbed into a conversation with two people on the side. Suddenly flags were flying ahead. As expected, the White Lotus sect was prepared. Seeing this scene, Situ Daryl's face turned blue. Sito Dal was a bit distraught. He knew the situation very well and naturally knew that Yuan Gong could not possibly watch him eliminate the White Lotus sect. Zhou Yuan mumbled the name once in his heart. A third rank of the great general's house holds a huge axe in his hand. What's wrong with a eunuch? Even he, a eunuch, has his moments of being in charge? This eunuch Zhou was the beloved of the grand eunuch Wangjin, and possessed all the power of a third-grade warrior. So if he was really determined to stop her, then she wouldn't be able to leave today. But the sitting 1,000-mile yellow flower horse catapulted out and galloped towards the 100,000 White Lotus sect. Daring? Do you really think that this palace doesn't dare to kill? Situ Dair was furious. She didn't believe it. Today she still can't get out of this palace door. Only after hearing this did a eunuch leisurely walk over. After thinking about it, I'm afraid that this is only possible if the Battle of Lingnan opens and Yuan Chengdu wins a big victory. Seeing the visitor, Situ Dar's pupils shrunk. Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Block. One piece. Absolute one piece. Without giving him a chance to react, Yuan Chengdu's feet stepped on the 1,000-mile yellow flower horse and had already leaped towards the two. The terrifying power instantly penetrated through a 5th-grade White Lotus cultist. Walked around for a while longer. There was a faint disdain in his eyes. It looks like it has some bravery, but unfortunately, it's going to die here. General, it's already in Lingnan. Although 3 third grades couldn't kill a 2nd grade, it wasn't difficult to block. Thinking of the complacency, Eunuch Zhou couldn't help but laugh a few times. All were appalled. Was this something that could be done? The 3 third grade experts didn't hesitate either. This kind of strong person, only the strong could block it. Yuan Chengdu nodded, his face calm. Situ Darer snorted coldly. returned to the phoenix carriage, and said in a beautiful voice, "It seems that His Majesty is really out of options, actually counting on 2 generals with no military power. But it's good. When this matter passes, His Majesty should resign himself to the fact that if he wants to survive in this deep palace of Diqian, he still has to rely on us." Eunuch Wang, the White Lotus sect master, was originally a 3rd grade expert, and the 2 experts were likewise 3rd grade. 3,000 Xuanjia troops followed close behind. The White Lotus sect master snorted coldly. When the 2 armies were about to collide, Yuan Qingdu opened his bow and shot an arrow. Boom! With an explosive sound, the phoenix wing gilded quill and the giant axe collided. "Your Highness, please don't make things difficult for these forbidden guards. They are just following orders." But at this time, Yuan Qingdu raised his phoenix wing gilded pendant high. "Eunuch Shou, what? Are you going to stop this palace too?" he roared. His 3rd grade battle chi erupted, and his chi gang raged with terror. Eunuch Chao spoke up. "The White Lotus sect master is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed." And this time, he gathered a full 100,000 troops. "A mere bastard. How dare you risk Yuan's name? But the guts are not small. Seeing us, he actually didn't hurry to run for his life. So what if it's 100,000 troops? In this battle, Chengdu is unmatched and Xuanjia is invincible." After saying that, Eunuch Zhou waved his hand, and the forbidden guards then made way. The 3,000 Xuanjia troops were silent and raised their swords at the same time. It can be said that the entire White Lotus sect came out in full force. 100,000 White Lotus cultists began to charge, and as far as the 3,000 Xuanjia army could see, they were all enemy troops. "Wang Jin!" Yuan Qingdu let out a roar. The phoenix wing gilded pendant slammed over towards the 2 men. "But so what? And the Lingnan at the moment?" The other man chuckled. The force of the arrow then continued, crossing over a dozen people before it crashed to the ground. Over the past few days, his emperor's might value had been slowly rising. In the next instant, that 3rd grade expert violently spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards to land on the ground. Alive or dead? Today is Situ Xuanran's birthday, and I don't know if Situ Dare has entered the Situ mansion yet. How? Grade, 5th grade medium. Technique, Xian Yuan Fist Dao. Evergreen sword technique. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Fear? The White Lotus sect master's eyes widened in anger as he tried to block the strike with another person. Just a short time ago, though, there was a sudden and violent boost. Eunuch? Only after watching Situ Dare move away did Eunuch Zhou let out a sneer. "Humph. Don't bother Eunuch Zhou. He's going to have a battle on his hands." After killing the 2nd grade and 3,000 Xian armor army in front of him, he would raise his religion to leave Diqian, and then the sky and earth would be so big that he could not go anywhere. Emperor's power value, 2598. Characters belonging to Sledgehammer. Yuan Qingdu. Even if Yuan Chang was a 2nd-ranked powerhouse, how could he defeat a 3rd-ranked with a single move? But immediately afterward, he saw the most frightening scene in his life. Yuan Qingdu's battle aura flourished, but no one was going to let him wait in peace. The slave came just to remind the queen that it is not easy for the queen to meet with her father and brother. So don't make any mistakes for yourself. The White Lotus sect master was horrified. No matter what Situ Dare said, the guards in front of the door were not moved at all. The 2 3rd-grade experts from the great general's residence also laughed coldly. Outside the palace city, Situ Dare, with a few palace maids, walked to the entrance of the city, but was stopped by a few forbidden guards. "Winning! The White Lotus followers in front of us were at least tens of thousands." Yuan Qingdu let out a bellow. "Die!" Yuan Qingdu glanced behind him. "Isn't this just right? If he wants to leave, it's not really good for us to kill him before the army surrounds him. Rise and shine, Steward House. Today is my father's birthday. As the Empress of Great Qing, can't I even see my father and brother?" It is also not known whether Yuan Qingdu can do everything he said, and lead his army to a great victory on the 30th. Kill. Troops belonging to 3,000 Xuanjia army. 500 halberdiers. This battle doomed Yuan Qingdu's name, along with the 3,000 Xuanjia army, to be famous in Daqian. Arrogant. Yuan Qingdu waved his hand, and the 3,000 Xian armor army stopped walking. Even if it was the son of heaven, wouldn't he just let him bully him at will? Chapter 11, Evil Brat. Better dead. Sito Mansion. The entire mansion was decorated with lights and colors, and it was also described as people coming and going. However, this bustle, when placed on the father of the empress, the current Ding Yuan general, 3rd grade battle chi martial artist Situ Xianran, would appear to be unusually cold. Situ Xianran greeted the guests with a smile. Suddenly, he froze. This slap of his was steadily blocked by that eunuch, and it didn't even cause the other party's expression to change halfway. He said with deliberation, It wasn't until near dusk that Situder found the opportunity to tell her father and brother what Zhou Yuan had explained. Seeing this phoenix carriage, Situ Xuanran's mouth moved, with a few moments of excitement in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. Wang Jin smiled, a little puzzled in his heart. The big eunuch didn't hesitate and directly followed him in. So much for that. Back at the Mandarin Palace, as expected, the eunuchs arranged by Wang Jin had already arrived. My Situ family, there is no way back. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. After learning of Situder's reply, Zhou Yuan thought of this word. Zhou Yuan glanced towards the great iron hammer and noticed that the great iron hammer did not move and shook his head. So he knew that now was not the time to make a move. She took out a pouch. Let father miss. Daughter at least is also the current queen. Although under house arrest Xianyun Palace, but also not any people dare to mess with. This son of heaven, who seems to have a bit of a backbone. What kind of backbone does he have? Since you know you don't dare, then get lost. I don't want to see you dog slaves today. Wei, eunuch Wei. After the angry shout, the hall fell silent. Father. Saying that, Situ Xianran invited Situ Dare into Situ Mansion. In that case, then the slave will leave. However, he didn't expect that Wang Jin would actually dare to send someone. Nowadays, these are all eunuch Wei's inner circle. As for Wang Jin's people, no, His Majesty is not in a hurry, but has no choice. Eunuch Lien, it's really been a long time, but I'm afraid this also shows that Wang Jin realizes something is wrong and intends to officially test the waters. How dare you steal in the palace? Zhou Yuan snorted coldly. A phoenix carriage came from the distance and stopped at Situ Mansion. Once again, he came out of the auspicious Cloud Palace, being abused by Zhou Yuan for no reason. Wang Jin was not angry. Little sister, don't worry. Although my Situ family has no military power, but there are more than 100 guests, dozens of women and children. This battle, no one will certainly retreat. Even if my Situ clan is annihilated, I will still help His Majesty defend the palace gates. Soon, Zhou Yuan's angry shouts were heard from within the Mandarin Hall. Chunlan spoke in a low voice from outside. Don't dare. Doll. You've been fine lately. Sledgehammer narrowed his eyes at the two. Now that the emperor seemed to be provoking him, how could he possibly be angry because of an inoffensive sentence about a dog lackey? Those guests were a bit surprised by Situ Dare's appearance, but not too many people cared. Only a small number of people showed shocked faces, knowing that something was afraid to happen in the palace. Your Majesty, are you going to shake your hand at the king? In this way, you come to see my father once before you leave, and then we will talk about it in detail. After saying that, Wang Jin turned around and left straight away. Even though Eunuch Wei has entered the second grade, even if the two men combined their efforts, how much can they be sure of? Especially after she didn't want His Majesty to be trapped and try to rescue him out of the trap together with her father and brother. Her father and brother lost their power, and she was also locked up in Shanyun Palace. And even more so, she didn't see the sky outside. It was the first time she had been home since she had entered the palace 3 years ago to marry the then crown prince. Now His Majesty, and had been kept like a canary. Wei Lu sounded a little wistful, but the next instant, Father, my Situ family is a loyal family. When the country is in trouble, how can we think about the way back first? I know that you are not afraid of death. Can I, Situ Yuan, still be afraid of death? Hearing this, Situ Yuan slapped the table. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar Situ Mansion, Situ Dare was infatuated. Naturally, he's fine with it, but what about his son? Your Majesty, if the slave is in the wrong, please tell the slave just that. No need for your Majesty to do it. That's good. That's good. She had done all she could, and next, it was up to His Majesty. Saying that, Zhou Yuan took the first step into the bedchamber. This cry of father made it difficult for Situ Xianran to control his emotions any longer. Hearing this, Situ Darrell's eyes reddened. Only when Wang Jin disappeared from view did Zhou Yuan look at the sledgehammer. Well, in that case, let's find another opportunity. Zhou Yuan let out a light laugh, his face hanging with dissatisfaction. With that, Zhou Yuan summoned up his battle chi and slapped his hand towards the new eunuch. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes at the old eunuch. Sito Doll's voice returned to its coolness. Sledgehammer considered this for a moment and said, I can't kill them. I can't see them specifically without the outbreak of battle chi. But that eunuch beside Wang Jin is at least a third-grade expert, and the two are too close to you. I'm not sure that I can protect your Majesty. In his opinion, even if Wei Lu was still alive, he would never dare to make a move easily, or else with his strength on the 4th rank, it would be enough to drag him to his death. But in the next second, Zhou Yuan's pupils shrunk. What should come will always come. Since that day when His Majesty ascended the throne and killed people forcefully, my father knew that His Majesty would not be willing to be a puppet. But without battle chi, even though the force was not small, in reality, Not even a red mark could be made. Drag the body of that dog inside and feed it to the dogs. Dare to steal in my chambers. Raise the 3 clans. Within the 9 clans, the men will be filled with soldiers. The women will be prostitutes. And they will never be reformed. Zhou Yuan nodded. Situ Xianran nodded. But he hesitated. But this eunuch is not young. Got it. It seems that His Majesty has a backhanded plan. Your Highness, it's getting late. It's time to return to the palace. Boo! With a slap of the palm. It is better for this kind of evil cub to die. But if once moved, it would be the same as tying the heads of the entire Situ family to the waistband of their pants. Eunuch Lien. Just like that? In an instant, the entire front of the Mandarin hall fell to its knees. After saying that, Situ Xianran went to greet the guests. Situ Xianran sighed. It had been cleaned up once after he'd killed the little dunce. After all, what was the point of keeping it after the cheeks had been torn off? Situ Xianran received the brocade pouch in a somewhat agitated mood. It was not until Situ Darer stepped out of the phoenix carriage. I am tired. Since you were sent by Wang Zhen to serve me to change my clothes. At that time, His Majesty will have no one to guard him. And she believed that the sky of this great Qian was still His Majesty's. Thinking of this, she fixed her mind and found an unoccupied opportunity to say to Situ Xianran, Father, my daughter has come out of the palace this time, and in addition to seeing her father, she has been ordered by His Majesty to share something with her father and brother. If Yuan Chengdu, who went to quell the rebellion, is also there is a good chance that your Majesty is too hasty. Wei Liao stood in front of him, his figure standing straight, which was half the color of an imagined wither. Hearing this, Situ Xianran took a deep breath. Such a performance indicated that it was at least a 4th grade upper martial Dao realm. He's a eunuch, and he's been cursed a lot since he became a eunuch. Right at this moment, a familiar voice that made Zhou Yuan gnash his teeth rang out. Especially those who had the heart to serve Wang Zhen were trembling with fear. Today is my father's birthday. Daughter, you rarely come back. Quickly come in. Quickly come in. Saying that eunuch let go of Zhou Yuan's hand, then slapped himself hard. What? I'm looking at the Empress, and eunuch Wang wants to intervene too? But now, she's finally out. By the way, your Majesty, I heard that you are not satisfied with Xiaodingzi, so the old slave found an eloquent lackey to send over to you, and in the future, that lackey and eunuch Gui will serve you together. At least Sledgehammer wasn't sure about escorting at such close range. Soon the door of the hall opened wide, and Zhou Yuan's face was gloomy. Situ Xianran frowned. He looked at his son. If he didn't move at this time, with his father and son's 3rd grade cultivation, no one would mess with them even though they were living in pain. His pupils suddenly shrunk. This east wind, though, can't wait to send itself up. Zhou Yuan sat on the dragon whiskey and lazily closed his eyes. On the side, Situ Yuan, who had been listening for a while, however, spoke up. Situ Xianran opened his mouth. Although he couldn't see exactly, the eunuch who followed Wang Zhen was not weak. Can't kill? Wang Zhen's strength isn't weak. Even amongst the 2nd grades he's considered a powerhouse. And I know about that great iron hammer. The divine power is unparalleled. But the battle chi is actually only of the 3rd grade. Hearing this unsympathetic voice, Zhou Yuan looked over. The visitor was none other than Wang Zhen, while at his side stood another eunuch. His Majesty has said that the brocade pouch can be opened at the start of the war. And if the Situ family is willing to move, they will hand this brocade pouch over to my father and brother, and ask me to tell my father and brother that in this war, my Situ family is by no means alone. Your Majesty, you have, in recent days, been coming to Xiangyan Palace somewhat frequently. It is better to focus on state affairs. When His Majesty ascended the throne that day, in order to stabilize the heavenly authority, he exposed both of the 2 2nd grade powerhouses. It was a brilliant move, but I'm afraid it also made some people anxious. Even if His Majesty doesn't move, it's hard to say if those people will jump over the wall in a hurry and kill first. Wang Zhen is the one who sent such an old thing like you to serve me? Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. But the moment the door to the temple closed, with such strength, how could it be a little eunuch? No wonder he dared to come to Yunhua Palace. For the first time, they felt such fear. Chapter 12. You dog lackey. You want to plot a rebellion. Eunuch Lien. Dead? Wang Zhen's hand holding the tea paused. It was a long time before his movements continued, but by now the tea had gotten cold. That sledgehammer is guarding the outer hall of the Mandarin Palace without entering. So it seems that this Majesty of ours has other experts under him, at least of the 3rd rank. Good. When it's really good. Zhou Yuan did not answer him and only asked the great iron hammer. The people outside. They should be here by now. Your Majesty, since you don't want to live well, you can't blame us for being a dog slave. Not long after, 3 eunuchs walked in. As he spoke, Wang Zhen's waist, which had been slightly bowed a moment ago, straightened up. Zhou Yuan didn't care about the three people's not-so-respectful salute. Wang Zhen's face remained unchanged and simply said, Minion, I am afraid that I also have to let this great Qian change a son of heaven. Wang Zhen opened his mouth, and then added, beside them, the two big eunuchs didn't hesitate and showed their third-grade auras at the same time. In that case, can we still wait for His Majesty to take action? So what if he had somewhat underestimated the strong men around the emperor? They had drawn the short swords hidden in their belts, and they were planning to go in and save the people. His Majesty has come looking for it, and we really don't dare to go over there alone. Zhou Yuan's gaze was like electricity. Wang Zhen glanced towards the sledgehammer. While not moving, he withdrew his eyes and replied, Your Majesty wants to speak to your slave about this featherwood guard matter. There were a few strong hands guarding the palace, but the old thing was dying, so it wasn't impossible to kill a few people to vent their anger and then get His Majesty to join forces with himself. The sky in this palace is his. Wang Zhen just thought about it. Wang Zhen frowned. I wonder what eunuch Wang has to say. Wang Zhen waved his hand and asked the little eunuch to come forward. We can't have an old ancestor serving just to keep an eye on His Majesty. Sledgehammer replied. This was the greatest caution Zhou Yuan held against them. He wasn't talking about 3,000 men being small. In fact, he knew very well that even if the Son of Heaven wanted to build a featherwood guard, neither the Imperial Master nor the Great General's side would agree. Just any excuse to go back. Though his mouth said the word good, the anger in his eyes betrayed the emotions within. Receiving this answer, Zhou Yuan stepped down from the couch and smoothly drew out the sword hanging by the bedside. What else is there to monitor? First killing Xiao Dengzi, then cleaning up our family, and now even eunuch Lian has been killed so dryly. Hearing this, the eunuch on the side was taken aback. Hearing this, Wang Zhen's smiling face disappeared. We have many princes in Daqian, although the late emperor only had one only son. But as long as we communicate well with the Imperial Master and the Great General, this matter is naturally not difficult. It's time, Your Majesty. I don't know how long it took, but the door to the temple creaked open. Hearing this, Wang Zhen wasn't shocked and angry, but just said in a chilling voice, Has Your Majesty thought this through? Since you know that the lackey is powerful in the harem, you should know what the consequences of going against the lackey are. Once you do it, in less than a moment, the Mandarin's palace will go up in flames. Your Majesty, it's not easy to build this featherwood guard. These two people that the slave is talking about have an old relationship with the Imperial Master and the Great General, which gives them a few degrees of certainty. With these two people protecting him, he was confident that he would be safe no matter what backhanders the Son of Heaven had. I first ascended the throne. The palace affairs are numerous. The featherwood guard thing can be said to be imperative. Only the Imperial Master and the Great General have quite a few words about it. Zhou Yuan nodded. The entire Mandarin hall could hear it clearly. Wang Zhen nodded with his eyes closed. Wang Zhen smiled and said, Your Majesty, speaking of this featherwood guard, I have two candidates who can be lieutenants. The three of them bowed to Zhou Yuan. But just then, Gui Yuaner stepped forward. He was able to climb to this position by being ruthless and enduring. So, he doesn't hold back. A eunuch came over and respectfully said, Old ancestor, His Majesty has sent word for you to come over. Zhou Yuan nodded. Wait before embracing the idea. The Mandarin's palace at this moment. However, when you think about it, now the Son of God is in trouble. Even if the hands of some manpower, but that Yuan Qingdu rate of 3,000 people to eliminate the White Lotus sect, which claims to have more than 100,000 soldiers, is tantamount to a fool's errand. Wang Zhen, the late emperor treated you well, yet you are bold enough to dare to taint the harem. 2-3 pints. Less. Did he really think that a fake second-ranked mangaka, a dying third-ranked old thing, and an unknown third rank would be able to stop him? Now he was going to let that Son of Heaven know. Outside the hall, the little eunuchs who had followed Wang Zhen here heard this sound and knew that something was wrong. Gui Yuaner bowed and retreated. Humph, you mean, another Son of Heaven? But one cannot be enough to satisfy his appetite. Since it is 3 feather guards, then he palms 2. It is also enough. Saying that, Wang Zhen sneered in his heart. Who said he was oblivious to that scolding? Nice. Wang Zhen sneered, and then said, It's true, we have to rely on His Majesty. But who said, we can only rely on this His Majesty? Eunuch Wang, a bit greedy. The last sentence, sounding like thunder. Wang Zhen said dryly, Gentlemen, His Majesty is talking things over with several eunuchs in the palace. What do you intend to do? Break into the palace with arms? Zhou Yuan grunted angrily. Let them in. Gui Yuaner walked in. He held a rapier and made an orchid gesture. A second-grade battle aura flourished. Even with his support, it would be nice to have more than 1,000 people. Minions and others. See Your Majesty. That's the big idea. Today, it's your time to die. In terms of battle power, even the worst of them had reached the 7th rank realm. Gue Yuan sneered. Or do you think that you can kill me, Wang Jin, by relying on this reckless man, on that dying old thing, and on that hidden 3rd rank? The eunuch who spoke had a helpless look on his face. Eunuch Wang, you should know what I'm looking for you to so-called do. Wang Jin's sharp voice hummed softly. Now that we're here, it's just as well. I don't want to make a false move. These are all eunuchs who have gained the true essence of the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary. And now, he is already a big eunuch Wang Jin, not the small eunuch that everyone can bully at the beginning. Zhou Yuan sat on the couch, quietly resting his eyes. But old ancestor, we, the eunuchs, can rely on His Majesty. Oh, 3,000 men, with 3 major featherwood captains set to share the helm. The little eunuch replied. How many feathered guards does His Majesty intend to build? As a eunuch, he appeared to be in a high position of power and authority over the harem, even controlling the Xian Yue, but nominally he had no authority over the Xian Yue at all. The sledgehammer was right along for the ride. To be able to be the palace paladin, his strength is naturally not bad, and to be brought by Wang Jin at this moment is enough to show that it is his beloved. As he said this, the eunuch felt his heart beating much faster. He didn't believe that the Son of Heaven, who had already torn his face off, could have any good intentions. Your Majesty, is this a case of wanting to tear down a bridge before you've even crossed it? Old ancestor, what do we do next? Even eunuch Lien, the 4th rank up to monitor, was killed, and I'm afraid that there are only a few 3rd rank old ancestors in the palace who still dare to approach the Mandarin Palace. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. But he suspected it was a delaying tactic by the Son of Heaven. Wang Jin grunted. Get up. Just as he spoke, dozens of little eunuchs rushed out from everywhere. Wang Jin, what do you think the Featherwood Guards are? Go get Eunuch Shou. Eunuch Tian. He never thought that they, the eunuchs, would also have a time to participate in the matter of abolition. If he could get a unit of Featherwood Guards, even if it was only a few hundred, it would be a qualitative change for him. But he heard the little eunuch say, His Majesty's side said that he wants to discuss the matter of the Featherwood Guards with you, and asked his servant to pass on the message that if you responded to this matter, you could be allowed to take charge of one of them. Your Majesty, Eunuch Wang is here and has brought Eunuch Shou and Eunuch Tian with him, both of whom are in charge of the palace. Gue Yuan said more. When the time comes, embrace a younger one and save yourself so much trouble. With that, the long sword was sheathed and pointed straight at Wang Jin. The 2 men he named were the rare 3rd-grade eunuchs in the palace. The slave has entered the 2nd rank, and is even protected by 2 3rd-rank eunuchs. Your Majesty, what will you take to put me to death? Naturally, His Majesty's own guards. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhou Yuan looked at him and coldly said, You dog slaves, since you know that the Filanwei is my own guards still dare to touch. Want to conspire not? Today, with me, Gue Yuaner, none of them will pass. Chapter 13 Execution of Wang Jin. The Mandarin's hall was in a state of solemnity. The 3 big eunuchs, led by Wang Jin, all had gloom in their eyes. The great iron hammer protected Zhou Yuan's side, his big copper bell eyes staring at the trio with a deadly glare. Wang Jin sneered. Even though he was protected by the 2nd-grade battle chi, such an injury would affect him greatly. Wei Lu laughed. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Just you? The bureau of this palace has finally allowed him to break open. It's time to let this world know who is the emperor. But then, Wang Jin let out a cold laugh. Looking at the bloody field outside, Zhou Yuan was indifferent to the extreme. Eunuch Shou, the 3rd-ranking eunuch, is dead. You think you can scare me by bringing your last breath up? In his thoughts, the old thing had already reached the point of running out of gas. A trap? He screamed and roared. Zhou Yuan stood back and laughed lightly. He's not happy about it. No, it can't be a 1st class, but it's never a 3rd class either. Damn it, Eunuch Wang. This must be that old thing Wei Lu's trick. He's not injured at all. Eunuch Shou also said grimly after Wang Jin spoke. Gentlemen, our lives are given to us by His Majesty. How? Sledgehammer laughed. With a bellowing cry, the sledgehammers surrounded towards Wang Jin. Your Majesty, I am honored. But now appeared in front of his eyes Wei Lu, half a head of white hair, eyes twinkling, which has half a root loss. The feeling of exhaustion. Eunuch Wei accompanied him, with the sledgehammer close behind. Little brats, you don't think about the royal favor and dare to make a scene. Today, die here. But all the little eunuchs were listening in. But in the end, the number of people was too small, and even with the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary, they were still struggling to hold on in the face of the onslaught of the Xianyu guards. Kill. No harm done. Although he didn't know what the Son of Heaven had in store for him, if he could kill this great hammer first, there would be no more surprises today. Wang Jin's body trembled. Just then, the door to the Mandarin's hall opened wide, but he also calmed down a bit after hearing Wang Zhen's words. Wang Zhen let out a loud laugh. Eunuch Tian on the side finally couldn't hold it together. I'm afraid that only a strong person on the second grade can achieve this level. Around him, the ground was full of bodies. Perhaps, that remaining third rank will be able to hold off the two eunuchs, Zhou and Tian. The Grand Eunuch Wang Zhen, dead. Wei Lu bowed towards Zhou Yuan and said, Your Majesty, that dog slave, the old slave killed it for you. It's only a pity that it defiled this Mandarin hall. But the gap between Eunuch Tian and Sledgehammer was enormous. But he took half a step back. Gui Yuaner was covered in blood. Wang Zhen laughed out loud. After saying that, Wei Lu's hand withdrew and all the silver needles were drawn back at the same time. He does not believe that this is the real state of Wei Lu. It must be that the Son of Heaven, in order to deal with himself, gave him a secret medicine, which can have a brief return to the light, not to mention a moment, even if it was 2 hours. As long as he was still alive, no one would be able to take a step beyond the Mandarin Palace. Wang Zhen thought it was good. Today His Majesty is in trouble. It's time for us to do our duty. Once this battle is over, glory and wealth will naturally be at hand. Are there any who are afraid of death? Just when he was in despair, Wang Zhen drank. Eunuch Tian and hold on for a few moments. This inner sanctum is our territory. Xian Yue, we want this Mandarin Palace. Blood flow into the river. What is the use of groping for 100 years without thinking of the royal favor? Just give you a moment. What can you do? But he didn't give up. Outside the temple, Gui Yuaner and the others fought in blood. Behind the Zhou, Tian, two eunuchs. Originally fear. After all, people's names in trees. Give Eunuch Wei a hand and send this dog slave on his way. Eunuch Zhou's strength is not worse than his, so he was killed instantly. Then Wei Lu has already broken into the first grade knot. In the distance, the Xianyu guards were rushing in. Wei Lu's face was disdainful. I, Wang Zhen, have fought my way through the palace for decades to get to where I am now. How can I die here? Afraid to die? The Grand Eunuch Wang Zhen, who was already struggling to hold on, was simply powerless to resist in the face of the sudden addition of a second grade warrior. After saying that, Wei Lu did not delay any longer and turned into a ghost, charging straight towards Wang Zhen. And now all that can be fought for is this life. But Eunuch Tian was filled with horror, coupled with the fact that the sledgehammer had no regard for his life. It was only a dozen moves before a hammer smashed into his head. Zhou Yuan nodded before smiling at Wang Zhen. His face was full of disbelief before he slammed heavily on the ground. These little eunuchs of theirs, if they have no chance, they have no chance to get ahead in life, and even less behind the name to speak of. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath. At the same time, the sledgehammer stared at the third-ranked eunuch Tian and also violently rushed over. Wang Zhen is also difficult. Wei Lu's strength was beyond his imagination, especially that ghostly speed. I'm afraid that it wasn't already close to first grade. It's true that the old slave was seriously injured. It's just that His Majesty took pity on him and gave him a supreme treasure, the foundation building pill, which allowed the old slave to enter the second rank. Marigold? And then the sledgehammer looked at Zhou Yuan. Your Majesty, we can't rely on such a reckless person alone. It's better to let that old undead one come out together as well. A pseudo second grade and a dying peak third grade might be able to hold out for a while. Your Majesty, my slave is really getting more and more curious about what you're going to kill me with. Outside the great hall, Wang Zhen spoke in a shrill voice. Speaking of which, we're all third grade, too. The second grade battle chi suddenly erupted. Wei Lu's fame when he was young and the late emperor's respect, but all of them are real and hid out. Zhou Yuan was dressed in imperial clothes as he slowly walked out of the hall. Gui Yuaner let out a roar and took the first step towards the Xianyu guards. There are enemies and there are our own people. Suddenly a cold aura flashed, flashing straight toward Eunuch Zhou. Pust. Pillars of blood shot up. Old thing, you even have such a state. In just a few moves, a dozen silver needles pierced through his limbs. He looked over in the direction the voice came from and gritted his teeth. With me, a hammer will kill you rebels. Suddenly a handful of silver needles sprinkled out, locking Wang Zhen's 100 points. And with the sledgehammer holding him back, he was stabbed into a sieve in an instant. This was by no means the strength that a first-time second grade could have. Eunuch Zhou said it wonderfully. That's exactly the point. But so what? If you are really afraid of death, how can you let Eunuch Wei trust? How can you get to give the sunflower treasure tantra that will change your life against the heavens? Yes. And then he glared violently at the sledgehammer. In the next second, Eunuch Zhou's eyes glazed over. But there was an extra silver needle at his throat. Eunuch Wang is afraid that he has forgotten that this palace is filled with our people, and it won't take more than a moment for the Xianyu guards to arrive. And at that time, His Majesty is afraid that it will be difficult. Ha ha ha. His voice was not high on the last sentence. The sledgehammer's huge copper bell eyes glared. But just then, what about, plus me? Gui Yuan raised her longsword high. The moment the sharp sound rang out, Wang Jin charged straight toward the sledgehammer. Hearing this voice, Wang Jin's pupils shrunk, and even the steps he took under his feet retreated. Although everyone was a third grade of battle chi, but this mangy man was full of divine power. Even if it was an ordinary second grade, it would be difficult to be a forceful opponent, which was something that he, a third grade, could block. In the face of Wang Jin, who was so good at comforting himself, he didn't see any action from Wei Lu. Ergo, are you trying to rebel? Chapter 14, What threat can a canary be? When the several commanders of the Xianyu guards saw Zhou Yuan, their pupils shrunk violently. Where's eunuch Wang? Why it didn't come out? Zhou Yuan did not give them a chance to think. I, for one, shall offer my liver and brain. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Isn't it His Majesty's trust that they, the lackeys, fight for their lives? Be careful with the Empress Dowager. Pay attention to blocking the news. Now that Wang Zhen has just been executed, he still needs some time to digest. Zhou Yuan added. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath. In that case, this Xianyu guards, in the future, will be given to you to be in charge. Wang Zhen died. Eunuch Wei still need to guard me. This palace can rely on you, these surviving dog slaves. After the death of that cub Wang Zhen, with that hunk of a man, big iron hammer, he was very relieved about His Majesty's safety. Your Majesty, I can take charge of the Xianyu guards. Even the second-ranked eunuch Wang, and the two third-ranked grand eunuchs are dead. The cold light in Zhou Yuan's eyes moved slightly, daring to come forward at such a time. He obviously had a not-so-small amount of prestige among the Xianyu guards, but he eventually suppressed his killing intent. Please, Your Majesty, spare us. With the commander gone, His Majesty naturally needed a new commander. And although it was risky to come forward at this time, it might not be an opportunity for them. Your Majesty, so what if it's a eunuch? So what if it's a whole person? It's in times of trouble that we see people's hearts. Gui Yuan had tears in her eyes. After doing this, Zhou Yuan looked into the distance. Wei Lu smiled, not caring. Zhou Yuan glanced at these Xianyu guards and opened his mouth. This palace, it's empty. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. He cried and crawled towards Zhou Yuan. Yuan Gong sneered. When these Xianyu guards left, Zhou Yuan looked at the many little eunuchs who had given up their lives to block the way. So what if a lackey is loyal to him? A good lackey is a good lackey. His Majesty has decreed that there will be no court today. Your Majesty, spare your life. We are willing to pay for our sins. After saying that, eunuch Wei leaped away. He sought out a small eunuch. All get up. The injured let the Imperial Hospital to treat the wound. The war dead to check can still have family. Heavy reward. Eunuch Wei, I'll leave this matter to you personally. They don't feel they have the strength to resist. Both spoke at the same time. Zhou Yuan waved his hand. He didn't want to see these eaters for even a second. Yuan Gong laughed. The Xianyu guards looked at each other, and in the end, the two of them gritted their teeth and stepped forward. Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei narrowed his eyes and said, but in a flash, it appeared in front of several commanders. Ecstasy appeared on the two men's faces, but they quickly suppressed it. So what if he's a second rank? He's only holding a mere 3,000 people. The White Lotus sect is sitting on 3 third ranks, and even more hundreds of thousands of troops. What's he going to fight with the White Lotus sect with? What's to keep him from dying? The ministers prepare for the court. Early the next morning, hearing these words, the corners of Zai Flying Dust's mouth also hung up in a smile. When he finished, he turned to leave. That Yuan Chengdu is at least a second-grade expert. How can he die so easily? However, when Gui Yuan once again said no to the court early on the third day, Zai Fei Chen's face changed. Your servant, Battle Chief 5th grade, Zhang Ji, tell me about your strengths. Is there anyone else who can compare to these lackeys in front of him who have fought for him in blood and have not retreated in half a step? A couple of bastards. If I had known it was going to be this way, I wouldn't have done it. The other little eunuchs, too, were all excited. Well, get lost. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Gui Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Go and ask why His Majesty is not at court. And where is Wang Zhen? Why hasn't he come out for 2 days? Even if today's Son of Heaven has great ability, once Yuan Chengdu and the 3,000 Xuanjia army died, the arms outside the palace were completely cut off. Zai Feiduan shook his head. General Yuan, what do you think of His Majesty's absence from the court for 2 days? After saying that, both hands probed out and directly landed on several commanders, breaking their necks. My lord knows the offense. Wang Zhen is dead. Since they know their sins, Eunuch Wei, send them on their way. Even the few who were seriously injured. It was only after hearing Zhou Yuan's punishment and the words for them to get up that the numerous Xianyu guards hesitantly stood up. Wei Lu asked. Whoa! Several commanders slammed down on their knees, their heads dead to the ground. A few commanders shouted in fear, but Wei Lu laughed lightly. More than that, he wished to guard his majesty and see the future of this great Qian. Zhou Yuan hummed lightly. After all, there's only one second grade in this palace. Although Wang Zhen's power has been a long time, but Wei Liao in the end of the pressure has been a long time, and now promoted to the second grade. Clean up naturally very fast. Don't worry, your majesty. The old slave knows. Zhou Yuan nodded. The other Xianyu guards were even more so as each of their bodies shook like a sieve and fell to their knees. Minion and the others are fortunate to be here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared these Xianyu guards involved in the rebellion so easily. But although he spared their lives, Zhou Yuan already had a plan in his heart. Xian Yue, he could not stay. Sure enough, Yuan Gong intervened. After calling out, a ghostly figure instantly sprang out from behind him. Zai Flying Dust frowned, but didn't care. Your servant, Battle Chief 5th grade, Xiai Kaicheng. When he formed the new feathered guard, those few commanders' bodies trembled, and in the next second, Wei Lu's death-like voice rang in his ears. The two powerful ministers, who were enemies of each other, laughed heartily and departed from the palace in pairs. Your Majesty, I don't know what to do with the rest of these Xianyu guards. After thinking about it, Zai Feiduan walked over towards Yuan Gong. If he liked power, there would be no opportunity for Wang Zhen to rise in these years. It's just a matter of going through the process, and not facing down saves this trouble. All of them were bathed in blood. Originally there were 40 to 50 people, but now, there were only about 10 people still standing. Not dynasty then not dynasty. Political affairs you come, martial affairs I come. Is not it just right? Counting 30 days has passed most of the time. That Yuan Qingdu little child, I think also deserved to die. He patted Gue Yuaner, who was crying in pain, and said, tell me, aside from those few rebels, who among you can be in charge of the Xianyu guards? His spirits lifted and he said at once, Eunuch Wei, now that Wang Zhen is dead, you are instructed to immediately arrange for manpower to deal with the remaining members of Wang Zhen's lineage, and the rest of them, at the first moment after seeing him, had bent down on their knees. These Xianyu guards must all be enlisted. No one will be left. All rise and speak. Eunuch Wei nodded. The matter was not for him, but he saw Gue Yuaner coming from the back of the temple. These ordinary soldiers of the Xianyu guards, not to mention, as the commander, these people deserve to die. Yes, your majesty, the law is not to blame. You need not worry. This time the penalty is 3 years' salary, as an example to others. That is, he has no one on hand right now. At that time, even though the Son of Heaven was amazingly talented, he would be nothing more than a noble canary kept in the palace. Have you not heard His Majesty's words? The strongest of the Xianyu guards was only on the 5th rank, and they were already dead. So these people couldn't get anything done yet. What threat could a canary be to them? Chapter 15, the second grade. And at this moment, the Situ residence. Sito's father and son were sitting together. There has been no morning court for 2 days. Situ Xianran opened his mouth, and in front of him, the brocade pouch that had been handed over by Situ Der was placed on the table. But that's the ideal situation. Empress Zai was not an idiot. This matter would be discovered sooner or later. If it really came to that, I'm afraid we'd have to forcefully kill Empress Zai as planned. Back to the Empress Dowager. The slave girl has been following you for 5 years. The palace maid replied. You are the second grade of Battle Qi, and moreover cultivate the sunflower treasure Tantra, can be said to come and go without a trace, even if you are found. And how can you be seriously injured to this? Did the emperor do it? After a full incense stick of work, the pale face recovered a bit. Empress Sai gritted her teeth. Beside him were a few of the Xianyu guards who had just stopped Xiaoyanzi, and although these Xianyu guards had little loyalty to speak of, they could be of use nowadays. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. The people from Sinaying Palace. Toward the outside of the palace? Yes, Empress Dowager. A response came from outside the hall. With me, no harm done. The voice remained calm and steady, as if nothing was on the line. But no matter what, the palace maid behind her spoke carefully. But it's been so long, how come the palace didn't see that you were a spy? Not to mention, he can't make decisions about domestic matters right now. Situ Xianran looked in the direction of the palace. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan's face changed slightly. Wei Lu came from outside the hall, with blood on his chest and a pale face, obviously seriously injured. What's the rush? None of this should ever leak out. That Zai Empress Dowager was not alone at all. There was even a strong person hidden beside him. If the old slave had been prepared, even if he wasn't an enemy, it wouldn't have been like this, but it's a pity that the old slave was careless and was secretly attacked by that expert. Eunuch Wei nodded. and then looked towards Xi Ning Palace. It seems that the Empress Dowager has finally reacted, but Birdie didn't send out the news. I'm afraid that something has happened. Then a rush of footsteps was heard leaving quickly. Empress Xi herself, however, turned and walked into the inner hall. Empress Xi is in the palace. Can we hide it from her for so long? Even just thinking about these things made him feel a headache. A few moments later, Eunuch Wei stood in front of Xiao Yanzi's corpse. Empress Xi opened her eyes. Empress Xi nodded before suddenly speaking. What is she taking to raise an upper second grade powerhouse? On the second grade, even if placed in the Great Qing, it is a top-level powerhouse, and if you join the dynasty as an official, you will be able to have a great deal of power in a matter of moments. How many years have you been with the palace? She lives in the harem. Power doesn't come out of the palace, and gold and silver are even less attractive to such a powerful person. And only then did he open his mouth to explain. The Empress Dowager in the Deep Palace was isolated, and sooner or later he would be able to solve the problem. Although the age is already not small, the face is not half wrinkles. On the contrary, compared to the young woman also has a few points of grace and splendor. How strong is this man? But the problem now is long past the Queen Mother. Afterwards, Wei Lu's figure disappeared. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Eunuch Wei stood up and chased after the little eunuch. There was a sudden soft gasp, and no more was said. Zhou Yuan was not surprised. Empress Xi giggled softly a few times. Situ Xianran nodded. He's going to visit Xi Ning Palace at night to confirm the situation. Father means that His Majesty has made a move? And at this time outside of Xi Ning Palace, Eunuch Wei looked at the little eunuch in front of him. Instead, he looked over in the direction of the Xi Ning Palace. Empress Xi opened her mouth. I'm afraid that I won't be able to wait for this day at all. But now, Xian drought and floods. The people are not happy. Otherwise the White Lotus religion cannot develop so fast. If the payment of tribute, I am afraid that the country is really to rebel. Zhou Yuan was confused. The Dali kingdom was weak, but the two sides had fought for more than 10 years before Yuan Wei broke through to the first rank. Wei Lu said helplessly, Your Majesty, we have underestimated the Empress Dowager. Yes, old ancestor, I saw it with my own eyes. It's absolutely true. Why is there no hurry? Empress Dowager, you are more and more noble nowadays. While Wei Lu was exploring Xi Ning Palace at night, he did not forget to inform Zhou Yuan of the news. Not minding the shock, Zhou Yuan hurriedly helped Wei Lu to sit down while closing the door of the hall. Just one hand grabbed the bold man. Just as he was thinking of a way to break the situation, suddenly the door to the temple was opened. It seemed that someone had touched it, and she was not offended, not even opening her eyes. Without waiting for her to finish, the Empress Dowager suddenly reached out and directly pinched the courtesan's neck. Empress Xi sighed. I'm afraid that's why His Majesty allowed Dal to venture here. I think His Majesty is betting on that General Tian Bao who left with the army. If General Tian Bao can really eliminate the White Lotus sect within 30 days with 3,000 men and return with success. Recently, His Majesty ascended the throne, so I think there is a lot going on in the palace, and it will be a few more days before he comes. Recently, it seems that a lot of things have happened in the palace. 2 days ago, when Wenhua Palace was under martial law, Wang Jin took 2 third-rank eunuchs to Wenhua Palace and never came out again. It must be. I just don't know how long Your Majesty can hide it. Time is everything to Your Majesty. Situ Yuan asked after a moment of contemplation. A splash followed, and all that was left was laughter. Aha! Yuan heir, my family, the Sito family, it's time to do our duty. At this moment, Zhou Yuan was truly shocked and angry. It seems that we have to go to Xi Ning Palace to take a look. Empress Dowager. But these days looking at all kinds of folding. He can feel it. The big Qian now how big the trouble. Zhou Yuan was about to get angry when his pupils suddenly shrunk slightly. Hearing this, the pupils of the palace maid behind her shrunk. Inside, someone had already beaten a pool of hot water. Empress Xi shed her clothes and stepped into the pool, quietly closing her eyes to enjoy. Instead, there is a natural silver lining. What happened? Kill a minister also when a tyrannical word, but kill the Empress Dowager. Even if it is not Zhou Yuan's own mother, but this reputation. I didn't expect that little bastard to actually have these underpinnings, but Eunuch Wei didn't look at them, only to see Wei Lu nod at himself a few times and violently spit out a mouthful of blood. Wang Jin, that dog, but some days have passed since he came to my Xi Ning Palace. Da Yuan and Wei are even more powerful than Dali. Only previously the annual tribute of Daqian, which maintains the situation. Wang Jin is dead. Zhou Yuan remained puzzled. It was just that this was a step that neither Zhou Yuan nor Wei Lu was willing to take. The palace is deep and the walls are thick, always isolating countless messages. Your Majesty, the old slave is useless, and was discovered today when he explored Xi Ning Palace at night. There are 3 countries around Daqian. namely Dali, Da Yun, and Wei. Wei Lu gritted his teeth. On the second grade, and only a hair's breadth away from the first grade. 5 years, not so short. Eunuch Wei. In Ci Ning Palace, Empress Zai was sitting in front of the dressing table, letting the palace maid take care of her hair bun. She then stood up without looking at the body on the ground. Difficulty. It's hard. It's been so many days. It seems that something has happened at the emperor's place. Xiao Yanzi, go out of the palace to find Taisher Zai for a chat. Suddenly, there was a slight tremor. Such a strong person instantly broke all his plans. Chapter 16, Drawing Again. Zhou Yuan paced back and forth. Now that the east window is exposed, the Empress Dowager will certainly not give him another opportunity, even if Eunuch Wei did not expose his identity. But the Empress Dowager is not a little cute. She is not a little cutie, and she can guess it. There's no telling what will happen at dawn. The only good news was that if the Empress Dowager didn't have any other strong people around her, then the second rank shouldn't easily leave to inform the Imperial Master. He was only on the third rank and was able to battle the peak of the third rank. With such strength, he could be called strong anywhere. Grade, 5th grade medium. Technique, Xian Yuan Fist Dao. Evergreen Sword Technique. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Zhou Yuan's eyes flickered. In terms of maximizing the benefits, it was definitely the choice to give it to the Great Iron Hammer or Ningame, perhaps giving the two a chance to break through to the second grade. The halberd warriors have an extra 1,000, and the original add up. There has been 1,005, plus 100 tiger leopard cavalry. It is not bad, but the distant water cannot put out the fire. System, raffle, 500s to start. For a while, Wei Lu was overjoyed, and if the injuries on his body weren't too severe, I'm afraid he would have already burst into old tears. Who would have thought that a country's Empress Dowager, actually with the body to provide a strong person on the second grade? Eunuch, and rest assured that there are still means. Ningame, Wei Lu secretly said. It is really an unheard of name. I don't know how strong it is. Ningame comes from the Snowy Swordsman, a world with an extremely high ceiling. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan froze. Needless to think, the little redeeming Dan is bound to be given to Eunuch Wei. The big wheel continues to turn. Last time it was only a single shot that hit Yuan Qingdu, a first-grade warrior, so it was evident that the gap was huge. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Halberd 400, and this Earth Elemental Elixir. Retracting his mind, Zhou Yuan directly said, before dawn, there is a bloody battle. The enemy is on the second rank. Do you dare to fight? Men, announce an audience with Ningame outside the temple. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Shadow Secret Guard *10, troops belonging to 3,000 Xuanjia Army, 500 halberdiers. As for the Earth Yuan Pill, it was the same as the Heavenly Yuan Pill, only it wasn't as powerful as the Heavenly Yuan Pill. Eunuch Wei, you should feel at ease and recuperate. He was genuinely panicking. Even Zhou Yuan felt a few moments of amazement when he saw Empress Sai. The system carousel began to turn. 10,000 deaths. Empress Dowager. What he needed at this time was an expert who could battle the second rank. But so what? It's only a few hours or so. Emperor's power value, 2554. Characters belonging to Sledgehammer, Yuan Qingdu. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Xiaoyan Dan *2. It was still a few points short of a holy pill, but it was enough to allow him to recover some of his injuries. Soon, a man came from outside the temple. Wei Liao didn't hesitate and took the small returning Dan and swallowed it. This ING woman. Not that he doubted the Empress Dowager's charms. That's right, he still has the cards. Although he didn't recognize this kind of elixir, he was aware of its effects. Current position information, in the field, waiting to be called in the palace. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. End of 5 draws. Fight to the death. You can have 80% of the power. The great battle was coming, and at this moment, if he could recover one more point from his injuries, he could give this battle one more chance to win. The visitor's gaze was arrogant. Wei Lu gritted his teeth. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Earth Origin Pill *3. Zhou Yuan was helpless. Sure enough, he hit the jackpot the time he drew Yuan Qingdu. These Shadow Secret Guards were dark guards, proficient in all kinds of assassination techniques, and although their strength was only of the 4th rank, they had the power to assassinate the 3rd rank, plus as many as 10 people. It was a great addition to his current hands that had no one to use. My subordinate, Ningame, meet your majesty. Tonight was a moment of life and death, and there was no room for him to economize. Bet your luck won't be too bad. Ningame, how many grades can you battle? What gives you the right to be proud of someone's second grade when you're a 3rd grade up? From the bottom of his bones, there was a sense of arrogance. However, Ningame himself was only a pro-general. which really wasn't bad among ordinary people. But snow is not an ordinary world, so his personal strength might not be strong, so hopefully he could have the power of the second rank. Zhou Yuan did not dare to think too much in his heart. But, Your Majesty, I'm afraid the Empress Dowager won't give us a chance. Tonight is the last chance. Tomorrow morning, the Empress Dowager will surely unite with the Imperial Master to make an attack. Zhou Yuan was helpless in his heart. Looking at the target, Zhou Yuan's face sank slightly. Zhou Yuan frowned. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Emperor of Dakian. It was only 100, and it was normal for it not to produce anything good, but he still had 2,000 Emperor's might values, so he could draw the big one twice. Walking close to Zhou Yuan, he knelt down on one knee. Ningame once again knelt down on one knee and threw himself on the ground. However, if you take it yourself, it is a solid way to enter the 4th grade. I hate that the old slave was caught in the wrong path, or else teaming up with the Great Iron Hammer might not be impossible to fight against. As for the Shadow Secret Guards, it was a small surprise to Zhou Yuan. There's no rush. Let's see it first. Although the world where Yuan Chengdu is located is far inferior to the snow, but he is at least the world's number of experts. There is a Guoshur bonus as normal. Zhou Yuan was silent. A Wei Lu who was at least a 2nd grade middle combatant, a Great Iron Hammer who could fight a 2nd grade, plus a 3rd grade peak, and if that wasn't enough, there were 10 Shadow Secret Guards who were so tough that they could kill a 3rd grade. Get up! The small returning Dan was a healing elixir, which was considered his goal, but this level of elixir would, at best, allow Eunuch Wei's injuries to be eased. Keep smoking. Zhou Yuan suppressed his thoughts and walked over towards Eunuch Wei. Congratulations to the host for obtaining, Halberdier 600. No out of character. Congratulations to the host for obtaining, Phoenix Battalion's main general, Ningame. Your Majesty actually has a card? With your own body? Zhou Yuan nodded. Open the system. Okay, that's enough. Zhou Yuan's expression calmed down and said, the instability of the available draws is too great. Wei Lu, however, had an ugly face and blamed himself. 3 pints up. No Kokeshi potential yet. If he can't draw a character, even if he has 100,000 Xuanjia army, when the Xuanjia army enters the palace, he is afraid that he has already been beheaded by the experts around the Empress Dowager, but there was no way around it. At the moment he could only take a gamble. However, Zhou Yuan was not as calm as Wei Lu thought. This gift, can you catch it? Eunuch Wei. With this elixir, how much battle power can you recover? So weak. He hoped that Ningame would be able to say the words battleable 2nd grade. Otherwise there was no reason to be so arrogant. So when he found out about the second grade, he guessed that His Majesty had other means. With such arrogance, he was afraid that his strength wasn't weak, and he was at least a 2nd grade. In the next second, Zhou Yuan spoke with burning eyes, but therein lay the problem. The power of the Earth Elemental Dan wasn't bad, but neither of them had reached the peak of the 3rd grade. However, it is good. With the style of Ningame's army of tough generals, fighting may not be much weaker than the unusual 2nd grade. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Wei Lu was shocked. He's a bit weak and arrogant, but he's loyal, and that's enough. It's a big deal to be able to hide a 2nd grade battle power. Name Ningame. This was by no means the late emperor's tactics. He had followed the late emperor for decades, and the late emperor had hardly kept anything from him. Soon, the raffle was over. Ningame stood up, while then glanced towards Wei Lu. Before withdrawing her gaze carelessly, everything was moving in a good direction, and his emperor's might value, as a result, had been slowly increasing. Zhou Yuan signaled. There was still a gap between the top of the 3rd rank and the peak of the 3rd rank. Open a message from Ningame. Seeing the small returning Dan, Wei Lu's body shook. Congratulations to the host for obtaining, Tiger Leopard Right * 100. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Lu responded solemnly. Titles, Phoenix Battalion General. Halberd Ningame. Grade, 3rd grade up. Weapon, Iron Halberd. Zhou Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. My subordinate can fight the peak of the 3rd grade. Ningame spoke proudly. She is the queen mother of a country. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuan said, healing elixir, and then Zhou Yuan stood up. Wei Lu, if they couldn't break through, there was no point in having one of them go from the 3rd rank up to the peak of the 3rd rank, but I didn't expect His Majesty's methods to be so powerful. Great Qian, great prosperity is expected. Even Wei Lu raised an eyebrow, and its strength is not weak, and it resides in the face. That was all he could comfort himself with now. But that bottom card was the system. But all the system could offer him was a lottery. It's true that it's not bad, but, when the old slave traveled to Xianing Palace, he ran into the Empress Dowager engaging in illicit affairs with someone. Can't beat a sledgehammer. Zhou Yuan put both his hands behind his back and looked in the direction of Xianing Palace. Chapter 17, Above the Palace Gate. A deadly battle. Night. Silent. Mandarin Palace. Eunuch Wei's face gradually reddened. The great iron hammer and Ningame accompanied Zhou Yuan. Wei Liao, who was healing his wounds, looked violently in the direction where Zhou Yuan was. If that's the case, how do you pretend? Wei Lu took over the duties of Gue Yuaner, the attendant eunuch, and said to Zhou Yuan, "Then, this palace will have to serve you well." Behind him, Wei Liao, the great iron hammer, and Ningame accompanied him, with a group of small eunuchs from his heart following closely behind. So what if it's a third-grade battle power? Simply putting on her clothes, Empress Sai took the second rank on her side and walked straight towards the outside of the hall without any avoidance. If they dare to come, I'll kill them. I'm afraid that the second rank that came before was the only expert beside the little emperor, and now that he's seriously injured, the only thing that can scare me in this Dakian is that Yuan Wei. At that point, even if they encountered an assassination, they would have a chance to resist. Empress Sai sneered and said, "I was ready to set the fire a few days ago." Empress Sai opened her mouth, and even with her messy clothes, she was unable to hide the aura that had been built up over decades on her body, as well as the enchantment that was filled with winks. Zhou Yuan issued the order in a deep voice. The power of the Earth Origin pill pounded within his body, constantly helping him to hit the 4th grade mark. At the same time, quite a few small eunuchs have secretly surrounded the Ci Ning Palace. How is that possible? I just didn't expect that this Wei Lu recovered so quickly. After saying that, Situdare removed the thick cloak on her body, revealing the golden dress armor inside. He killed his birth mother back then, but so what? He still had to call himself mother. It's worth taking some risks for that. Zhou Yuan instantly reacted. Depart. Well, light the torch. He recognized Wei Lu. Suddenly a burst of fire lit up from the direction behind the Ci Ning Palace. It's 4th night. Empress Sai reacted instantly when she saw the light outside, the smile on her face dispersing. Tonight, she is not the empress, but Sito Doll. At this moment in the Mandarin Hall, Zhou Yuan had already stood up. Doll, what are you doing here? Do you think that little thing dares to come to my Ci Ning Palace? Wei Liao's heart was in a state of war. There was also no possibility of any secret assassination, so it was natural to fight brightly. Wei Gonggang's initial recovery. He also stabilized at the 4th grade of battle chi. Late is late. His face was filled with shock. Queen Zai herself couldn't help but laugh. Do it. Didn't I send someone to inform you to leave the palace temporarily and go to the Situ residence? It's all yours. Emperor, what are you doing here at Mother's with many people? Sito Doll made a bow. The power of the 4th rank is not bad in the palace, but today, it is his Wei Liao Wei eunuch. The time to do his loyalty, even if it is to fight to the death. He will live and die with that 2nd grade on the master. Empress Sai lay in the arms of the 2nd-ranked master, lazily eating the grapes fed to her. Zhou Yuan did not refuse. At this moment, he needed to gamble everything. Even if it was him, he was bound to be stained with blood tonight. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. With the strength of the 3 of them, I'm afraid it's still a bit difficult to deal with that 2nd grade on. Without a care in the world, he opened his mouth. 4 pints broken. Since it's unstable to build a 2nd character, you might as well make yourself a 4th character first. It's just a pity that nowadays that little thing has got its wings. Zhou Yuan cursed. The people are there. The palace gates are there. How this palace acts. You, as a son, can't control it. Besides, aren't you here to kill this palace today? This is a national war. 4th grade. Inside the Ci Ning Palace, a burst of lewd laughter and whispers continued, and there was no sense of half a storm coming. Your Majesty has actually reached the 4th grade of battle chi so quickly. God blesses Dakian. When it is really God blessing Dakian. Zhou Yuan had a smile on his face. Your Majesty. The gate opened and nearly 100 people outside surrounded the place, immediately seeing the somewhat disheveled appearance of Empress Sai with her hair in a loose bun. And even more so, the man beside the mother of a nation. Zhou Yuan grunted angrily. I'm afraid I wouldn't dare. After all, it's matricide. Ha ha ha. Moreover, the power of the earth elemental pill hadn't been exhausted yet, so it might still be possible to punch the middle of the 4th grade. The Xianyu guards were all out in force, and under the leadership of the 2 newly appointed Xianyu guards commanders, the entire palace city was under martial law. But they don't know. Sito Doll had a smile on her face. With the blood of my own body, I will kill a path of blood for His Majesty and for this great Qian. Your Majesty, Xining Palace has arrived. Countless torches came together and the entire Xining Palace was illuminated. Empress Dowager. As the Empress Dowager of a country, how can you be so disheveled and even so close to a wild man? You serve me well, and when I'm in the 1st rank, this Qian will be yours and mine. But since I know that your majesty is going to execute the Empress Dowager tonight, how can I stand aside? I am the Empress, and with my presence, I can always stabilize the heart of the army. So cruel, but also good tactics. Sito Doll took a deep breath. With that, and without waiting for an answer, she gave her own. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan closed his eyes once again and subconsciously absorbed the medicinal power. The arrow is in the air, and now is the time. At those words, Ningame violently raised his halberd and charged towards that second rank up. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan was slightly stunned. Tonight, everything must be resolved. Firelight was mapped from outside, and a phoenix whisker landed on the ground. Zhou Yuan spoke sternly. Zhou Yuan himself, on the other hand, had already swallowed the Earth Origin pill. In the Ci Ning Palace, a silent and unoccupied landscape. With such a natural talent, I am afraid that even the first grade pass is no longer its limitation. Both were filled with anticipation for the future. In that case, Doll, tonight I will surround and kill the Empress Dowager. The Imperial Master will react. General Situ, according to the plan of the brocade bag, needs to go to the outside of the city to mobilize troops. Empress Zai has set fire to the palace. She knew that with the power of the Ci Ning Palace, it would certainly be extremely difficult to fight against herself as the emperor, and this was informing the Zai Tai Shi. It was just that there was no order from Zhou Yuan, so he never showed up. The man greedily looked at the mother of a country of Dechen in front of him, and then heavily scratched on her body, causing Empress Zai to lightly grunt. Wei Lu's face was already rosy, and although his injuries could not be recovered for a while, he had already regained 80% of his combat strength. See, this fire burns Ci Ning Palace, but it is even more the world of this Great Qing. Since you, Emperor, don't want to live properly in the palace, it's better for someone else to sit in this world. Zhou Yuan bellowed. Now that His Majesty has the ability to prosper, if we can gain His Majesty's trust, what is a mere Xian Yue commander? It seems that Little Thing is really planning to commit matricide. Just then, Queen Zai laughed. Those who could instantly kill a fourth rank had to be at least a second rank. Your Majesty put it down. Tonight, above the palace gate, Situ Dare will not retreat in a deadly battle. The entire palace, however, has moved on. I've already sent someone. If Your Majesty eliminates Wang Jin's party, the Xianyu guards will be under Your Majesty's control to the fullest, and no one will dare to stop them. This Miyagi, she is also the daughter of a general, not a normal person. To the side, that second character on his eyes stared deathly at Wei Lu. Zhou Yuan looked at the sky outside. Today he was going to let His Majesty know why the title of his halberd, Ningame, had come about. Chapter 18. Wei Lu fights for his life. But Ningame thought well, but someone else was faster than him. Wei Lu's body was like a ghost as he quickly cut past him, directly confronting that second rank head-on. Even though he was injured, he was the strongest one of the three, and Wei Lu made up his mind to die with this second character. Compared to himself, the eunuch, whether it was that great hammer or Ningame, there was a chance for further advancement in the future, and advancing to the first rank was not impossible. Second grade on? For a battlefield siege, it would take at least 1,000 men. On the side, the small eunuchs of the heart have already killed with the Ci Ning Palace slave girl. Situ Shenran rushed to the front of the palace city with his men, and went to meet Situ Dare on the upper floor of the palace gate, patrolling in her golden battle dress. Such a strong man. 3 third-grade experts and over 1,000 elite gatekeepers are enough. With such a rushing fire, the Taisher naturally received the news. Wei Lu let out a light hum, and even though his mouth was full of blood, it didn't stop his smile. There is the real key to this battle. The three men's faces went cold. Zhou Yuan's eyebrows jumped between them all when he heard this. Taisher Zai Fei Duan got up in a hurry. Father! Situ Darrell recognized him and ordered the palace gates to be opened. Battle in the palace. Your Majesty has the appearance of a prosperous country. The old slave finally has the face to see the late emperor. Situ Xianran looked at Cheng Hongyuan in surprise. Needless to say, it was none other than the Yuanfu gatekeeper. Just when Wei Lu was about to exchange his life for injuries, a scream rang out. Inside the Ci Ning Palace, everyone was bathing in blood. You are dreaming. In that case, there is no hiding. Situ Xuanran's gaze was cold and his face was ugly. Swordsman Hu Feiying, knife breaker, gun king Lin Xiao. He spoke suddenly, because the hand he was palming against Wei Lu was already full of fine holes. The inside is simple. Chang Hongyuan smiled and said, but he didn't open his mouth. It's not just him. If you can't kill him, then use your own life to seriously injure him. But right at this moment, no one noticed that 10 more silhouettes suddenly appeared in the crowd of people fighting around them. However, as he rushed towards Wei Lu, Ningame finally arrived. Eunuch Wei is planning to sacrifice himself. What are you going to do, old man? A word, a token. General Situ, how about letting us pass? At the same time, the great iron hammer was not willing to show weakness. The two of them bulldozed their way up, facing the second grade upper experts without the slightest bit of fear. He didn't believe that this old thing with a serious injury could take himself away. At most, he could afford to exchange his life for an injury. Seeing his reaction, Wei Lu's eyes appeared a touch of regret, but his expression remained firm. A rain of arrows fell, 3 on 1, and at this moment, Situ Xuanran's father and son had just received a secret letter from Situ Darer. Wei Lu obviously understands this as well. Situ Xianran shouted angrily. Situ Xuanran's heart sank. Although he was angry that the Empress Dowager was having an affair with someone, that second rank was the point now. The entire Qianyuan city had a clear view of the flames. Wei Lu saw his caution, but didn't care at all. Sito nodded farther. Soldiers are precious, and he knew that now was not the time to argue about who should enter the palace. Suddenly 3 figures walked out. Good old you! An underling rushed over at once, and in a short time hundreds of gatekeepers assembled. Boo! The two of them exchanged palms. Wei Liao spat out a mouthful of blood, but that second product on was even more pale. In this battle, it was naturally impossible for him to leave the Shadow Secret Guards idle. As the Imperial Master, he had 3,000 disciples and countless experts. Yuaner, you drive a fast horse and take 50 gatekeepers to seize the North City Gate and welcome the halberdiers, while my father takes the rest of the men into the palace. The Shadow Secret Guards, at last, have moved. General Situ, Chan Hongyuan is here. Just Shadow Secret Guards is originally assassination masters. He could not let these Shadow Secret Guards stand out. He people kill. At this moment, Zai Flying Dust felt an unprecedented anger. Crooked ways, you think, with these you can win me? The Empress Dowager is meticulously combining with an expert on the second rank, and His Majesty is leading his siege. Father, do not worry. His Majesty is divine and has his own strong followers. This battle will be won. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. But these are not enough. Situ Xianran presses no nonsense with them. Masked in the middle of the night. What kind of good person can it be? Wei Lu looked at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan held the Emperor's sword and stood steadily in the middle of the battlefield, glaring at Empress Sai. As he spoke, a figure came rushing in, clearly an expert. Situ Xuanran's battle chi on the 3rd grade violently erupted. So what if he fought 1 against 3? It's not like he hadn't tried it before. Just then, a fire lit up. How could he let His Majesty's future man of honor die in battle in front of him? Difficulty. With just a glance, Zhou Yuan could see the situation. At that instant, Wei Lu suddenly rushed towards that second product on. The Shadow Secret Guards have been hiding for so long. It's time to move. The two men looked at each other in disbelief. What kind of army was the halberdiers again? Like the 3,000 Xian armor army. It was an establishment they had never heard of. The rest depends on the Xianyu guards and these gatekeepers. Whether they can block the impact, as well as whether Yuaner can bring that halberdiers to rush over in time. Situ Xianran asked. Even chuckled softly. Zai Flying Dust commands simplicity. Now that something happened in the palace, they couldn't sit still, so they spontaneously rushed to the rescue with their disciples. The Imperial Master is powerful. How can I live without hiding some of it? Now that the mind of that second rank on was attracted to the 3, this was the best opportunity. How about this 100-needle hand of ours? That Emperor's little child. How dare he make a move against the Empress Dowager of the current dynasty? Does he want to die? Can't hide. He reacted to the fact that this old thing was, literally, fighting for his life. The people of my Situ family are all here. If you want to break into the palace, first destroy my Situ clan. The Taisher will surely move. We only need to hold back the Taisher's men and wait for His Majesty to come to our aid. That second rank on was instantly appalled, understanding that Wei Lu was going to make a killing move. But Situ Xianran said after a slight pause. But the group had just gone out when Situ Yuan's face changed slightly. So let them decide for themselves. Release the arrows. And the center of the battlefield was naturally the 3 major experts surrounding that second rank on. North of the city gate. Bring the halberdiers into the palace to save the Emperor. In that case, then we're welcome. He still has a slight illusion that he wants to be a powerful minister, not a usurper who will live in history. Mask yourself. Break into the palace. And if necessary, then kill the Emperor. Its speed actually exceeded the peak by a few points. The peak of the 4th rank, barely able to hold back a 3rd rank, while it wouldn't be difficult for him to block the other 2 for the time being. Not good. It's the direction of Ci Ning Palace. I'm afraid the news can't be hidden. Speed up. You're actually at the peak of the 4th grade? And, he roared, his battle aura exploding to the fullest. Of course he knew how difficult this old eunuch was, and he also understood that if this old eunuch had a heart, he could really be pulled down. Now is the time when both sides are fighting for time. These three people, all of them are well-known experts in the Jianghu. No one knows. These three people actually defected to the great master Zai Fei Duan. That second Pin Shan was also worried when he heard Eunuch Wei's words. In the palace, something happened. However, in a matter of tea, except for the old and weak, the family members of the Sita house came out in full force. Soon, a sword, and a gun. The three great experts assembled. Although the Great Qian, regardless of civil and military, all have some kung fu, but those civil servants, more than just 8 or 9 products, even if it is strong, there are 6 products is good. Steward took a look. Father, is the palace on fire? His Situ family, no matter male or female, are all loyalists. Even if he dies today, he can still stand up to the ancestors of the Situ family. His Majesty is newly in charge of the palace. Where will he get so many men? Unlike the others who were masked, these three did not cover up. Moreover, he and Situ Xianran are both on the 3rd rank. This battle, how to lose? As soon as I arrived, I saw the scene. Swordsman Hu Feiying opened his mouth with a faint smile on his face. It seems that it is time for the old slave to do his duty. He looked at the Ci Ning palace where the firelight lit up half the sky. Situ Xianran glanced behind himself. If we want to die with you, you will have to die. If you get in the way, then wouldn't we have lived these 50 years in vain? Situ Xianran laughed and cursed, but in his heart, he was very happy. Without any hesitation, the father and son opened the pouch they had left behind earlier. What's the situation? Come on, man, he roared. The halberd slammed, forcing back that second grade up. Situ Xianran smiled coldly, just as he was about to order the second round of arrows to be put down. Situ Xianran was slightly relieved. Ning Amei frowned. He was covered in blood. In this battle, he was the weakest. Even though he wasn't the main attacker, he was the one who was injured the most. If it dragged on for a longer period of time, sooner or later, Zai Fei Chen would gather the 4 guards and forcefully attack the palace. Soon a large number of masked men arrived. Behind this person were a number of courtiers and disciples. These, all of them, were the last reserves of the Son of Heaven's lineage. The results of this book, well, it's very bad. The collection rise is terrible. The pursuit of reading seems to be very miserable. So far did not receive the recommended votes. The mind is a little explosive. However, there are a lot of stock, so we do not have to worry about it for the time being. In short, I hope that everyone has a vote to give this pouncing author to raise a little confidence. At least let me know that the book is still someone to look at. Thank you. Chapter 19 Execution of the Empress Dowager. Beheading of the 2nd grade. 10 shadow secret guards. 2 of them suddenly pulled out their daggers and stabbed towards that second character. There were 5 others, violently flinging out iron ropes, blocking the space for action on that 2nd rank. In the face of this situation, the pupils of that 2nd rank on shrunk slightly. It was too late to think much, and there was even no other way but to forcefully dodge Wei Lu's attacks while dealing with those incoming killers. It's just that this results in no such thing as a life for a life. Saying that, Empress Sai actually did open her arms with the intention of comforting him. How possible? Zhou Yuan had no intention of talking nonsense with her at all. It shocked and angered him. She was indeed happy. If she hadn't killed that woman, how could this emperor honestly stand there and wait for her to pass? And at this moment, she was less than 3 steps away from the emperor. After that he was going to leave. That 2nd grade upper I stared at Zhou Yuan with a deadly stare. As for his own brother there, it couldn't have come so fast. He knew that Empress Zai was provoking him. Your Majesty, Emperor, you know that this palace is not handless and still dare to stand here. It seems that you have some achievements in the martial arts. Wei Liao's 3 people, however, were shocked and overjoyed. However, he didn't have the leeway to kill Wei Lu back, and even had to forcefully resist the daggers of the 2 shadow secret guards in order to avoid those chains. The good thing is, these killers have been exposed, and he's still alive. This person was a bit stronger than he had calculated, and even though this outburst was not a conventional means, if he had used it at the beginning, I'm afraid that a few people from his side would have died. But how do you know that this palace has entered the 5th rank within this deep palace? Even when he killed 2 of them, these remaining 3 actually did nothing. These people, do they not have feelings? But even though he had traveled through, he had inherited all the memories of the original Zhou Yuan, inheriting all his emotions. It can be said that they know how to kill with a single blow. If there were no accidents, she was afraid that it would be really difficult for her today. Now it seems that this palace really killed the right. However, you are 18 years old this year, and even Yu Wenwei, who was rumored to have entered the 1st rank the other day, is only a 5th rank at your age. If he hadn't practiced hard kung fu, I'm afraid that these 2 slashes could have directly wasted both of his arms. Even so, I'm afraid it will be difficult to keep this man. The blood light cut through his body. and 2 more slits were added to his body. You seek death. Now that his birth mother has been insulted, how can he not be angry? That second character harbored a violent rage and shocked one of the Shadoumist guards to death with a single punch. What? Is the wise and powerful emperor afraid of me? A woman whose face is gone and whose hands are powerless. Queen Zai paused. 4th grade? Zhou Yuan looked indifferent. Noticing that Zhou Yuan looked wary, Empress Zai smiled. The Empress Dowager is joking. If you really look no longer, how can you let a second rank on give you a servant? What's more, if you really have no hands, how can you keep such a look? Zhou Yuan uttered these words word by word. Stop. Letting the Emperor's sword pass through this chest, he even felt a little disgusted. It's more of a shock than on this second product. While Zhou Yuan was killing Empress Zai, even though this person's strength was extraordinary, the enemies he faced were not weak, and each of them fought for their lives. However, Zhou Yuan didn't even change his face when he looked at the incoming 2nd grade. But the only time I killed your birth mother, the palace was very happy. Seeing that the Empress Dowager was dead, his face was ugly, but he knew that things could not be done. With that, Empress Sai walked towards Zhou Yuan once again. Almost simultaneously, 3 daggers pierced inside his torso. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. His shadow secret guards. 10 in all. In the next instant, on his way from the battlefield towards here, suddenly 3 Shadoumist guards appeared. 3 daggers blocking off 3 of his positions. Thinking of this, Empress Sai straightened her clothes before walking over towards Zhou Yuan, so close that it was enough for her to kill. And then with one hand, he pushed Queen Zai, who was running through the Emperor's sword, out. This Great Qing, how could there be such a young 4th rank? And it was also the Emperor who had been under her surveillance. Wailio did hit him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You seek death. That's taunting. How strong can you be? As long as she captured this Emperor, she would still win this game today. They fought for so long, even those 3 were each injured. The peak 2nd grade battle chi suddenly appeared. Empress Zai laughed out loud. Have you enjoyed calling your mother mother all these years? Emperor? If you don't enjoy yourself enough, come to mother's arms and she will comfort and console you. However, just as she grabbed over, she suddenly noticed the expression on Zhou Yuan's face. He roared, even though he was a wounded tiger. Not just anyone could stroke him. And in the back, when Empress Zai saw this scene, her face finally appeared to change. As she spoke, Empress Zai's expression suddenly became hideous, and her colorful face even disappeared. Moreover, these people were well aware of how difficult it was to directly kill him as a 2nd rank on, so the goal was to waste both of his arms. I can't believe those weren't all of them. Wei Liao and the others, too, pushed that 2nd character up to the brink of extinction. Several people roared in anger, but they were too late for this matter. She laughed and laughed. In the next instant, Zhou Yuan's 4th grade middle stage battle chi erupted. The only way to avenge your mother's murder is to die. Rather clever, Emperor. Back then, this palace killed your birth mother, but you could only call me mother. But now this palace wants to ask a question. With you guys, you want to kill me too? The fight goes on, but she was destined to get no answers to her questions. An exposed killer is no threat. The corner of Empress Zai's mouth curved up. Today, count me as defeated. But if I want to leave, no one in this Great Qing can stop me yet. Can a severely injured 2nd grade up really fight against so many powerful people? Is the Emperor so confident? The 8th grade? Or is it 7 pints? Just when everyone thought that he was going to run, the man violently rushed towards Zhou Yuan. The eyes were full of confusion. She'll have to figure it out on her own. Even though these killers were exposed, they did not have the intention of immediately disappearing far away even if they could not make a single blow. The Emperor's sword in his hand violently stabbed towards Empress Zai, piercing into her chest in just an instant. But this time, Zhou Yuan didn't move. But these killers didn't have the slightest intention of doing anything. 5th grade? A mere 5th rank. And you still want to take me as a hostage? Your birth mother, when she was killed, she even begged me to spare your life. If she knew that you, the Emperor, were so wise and valiant, I think she was also extremely happy. It turned out that His Majesty actually had a backhand. And with a single strike, he had seriously injured that 2nd-ranked top. Wei Lu, in particular, had been prepared to perish. Empress Zai collapsed to the ground, not dying for a moment. Wei Lu's face changed slightly. Your birth mother, as a palace maid, actually dared to seduce the late emperor, and even gave birth to an heir. This kind of woman. I don't know how many of them have been killed by this palace over the years, but even now, he's not doing too well. Zhou Yuan sneered, unabashedly mocking. That 2nd rank looked at the 3 daggers sticking out of his body, his eyes full of disbelief. It wasn't until that old thing's fight for his life caused him to reveal a fatal break that these people struck at the same time. And his enemies, 7 more killers. Even though the strength of these killers was no more than 4th grade, this kind of killing technique made him feel shocked. After today, the sky is set in this palace. Chapter 20, The Great Halberdier enters the palace, cleansing the king's side. The sudden outburst of the 3 shadow secret guards caused Wei Lu and the others to suck in a breath of cold air. What is it with these killers? How many men does His Majesty have with him? Are these all of them? At this moment, they had even become skeptical. But regardless, all 3 were relieved. Immediately 1,000 halberdiers followed the tiger leopard riders. Old Zhang. At this rate, we're really going to die. Once the northern city was taken, Situ Yuan left alone on a fast horse. He was also a man who led soldiers, but he had never seen such a terrifying sergeant. The rest of the gatekeepers guarded the gates. War. It's not for a master to decide. It's just that he has no choice but to trust His Majesty's backhandedness. I'm afraid there are experts under the Taisher, so the old slave would be better off accompanying you. Which palace gate are you trying to open? The horns shook the sky, and in the twinkling of an eye a fire lit up. All 3 of you stay. The shadow secret guards with serious injuries stay, and those with minor injuries follow me to the palace gates. Just as he was thinking, a group of silhouettes appeared from the bushes, the blades of a dozen halberds aimed at him. The old slave will go to the palace gate to help in the battle. It didn't even notice that the 2 Xian Yue commanders were approaching her. Your Majesty, although I don't know what the halberdiers His Majesty is talking about, can these people really protect the emperor? One must know that what he had done this night had given Zai Feichen the excuse to mobilize the 4 guards to hang him. But even then, the battle was pretty tough. Situ Yuan's spirit lifted and he rolled onto his horse. General, wait a moment. A horse neighs. A cavalry came at breakneck speed, and it was none other than the tiger leopard cavalry. Just as he spoke, tack. In this battle, the 3 experts under him were all disabled. The city gates, already occupied by the halberdiers. The golden dress armor on Situ Dara's body was already dyed a bloody color. Fortunately, his 3rd grade strength was extraordinary, and he landed on the ground with a long leap. On the other side, Situ Yuan rushed to the North City Gate. His Majesty's presence here means that the Empress Dowager has been ambushed. Without any hesitation, with his power of 3 ranks, he took 50 gatekeepers and strongly rushed the North City Gate. The one guarding the city was only a 6th rank lieutenant, and naturally died instantly in the face of Situ Yuan's 3rd rank impact. After saying that, the 1,500 halberdiers had already departed, leaving behind only the dumbfounded Situ Yuan. He then looked to the Shadowmist guards. By decree, save me, and die if you stand in my way. All of you have been meritorious in today's battle, and will be rewarded later. And tonight's battle is not yet over. And he had a full 1,500 halberdiers in his hands. Now that you and I are holding up here, it's fine if His Majesty wins, but if the Imperial Master wins, won't you and I die just the same? However, when Situ Yuan arrived at the city gates with the tiger leopard riders, he directly froze. The elite, the real elite of 100 battles. One of them opened his mouth, and although he was only a small captain, he had a murderous aura and faced him without fear. Your Majesty, it hurts like hell. Zhou Yuan shook his head, his eyes slightly deep in meaning. At the same time, those 100 tiger leopard riders didn't have any hesitation. Each halberd is like death. However, her valor did not diminish, and the long sword in her hand frequently claimed lives. Meanwhile the halberdiers move out of the way. That captain spoke up. The 2 men looked back. Sledgehammer laughed. Those thousands of disciples from the Imperial Master's house, utilizing all kinds of flying claws to go up to the palace and seize the city, even carrying a number of ladders. He was no cutie pie either. Knowing that what Xie Kaicheng said was most likely the actual situation, Zhang Ji gritted his teeth. It's not just them who are listening. Why don't we just open the palace gates and welcome the Imperial Master's men in? And then, you and I can mix it up with a slave. Sito Dal was pleasantly surprised. Sito Shenran let out a big breath. The bloody battle had been going on for a while. Apparently, what they said was heard by the Son of Heaven. Ningyame opened his mouth unwillingly. By order of His Majesty, transfer the halberdiers into the palace to save the emperor. All give me to listen well. We do. But the big thing off the head. A moment to kill that Situ family woman. Open the palace door. Then, on the side, Chang Hongyuan was even worse than him. After all, Chang Hongyuan was fighting against a 3rd rank with the power of a peak 4th rank. A steady stream of northern city guards were storming the gates, but the halberdiers were holding the gates firmly as if they were iron towers. Those northern city guards who had been beaten almost didn't dare to move anymore. Xia Kaicheng spoke with a bitter face, but as soon as he moved, he pulled the many wounds on his body and hissed and sucked in a breath of cool air. Before the palace gate, Situ Dare was fighting. 500 to subdue the gate, 1,000 to save the day. Without much hesitation, he nodded. A voice filled with anger rang out. Roar! 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 As they swept past, someone among the halberdiers passed the word. Taking a deep breath, Situ Yuan spoke aloud. By His Majesty's order, the halberdiers enter the palace to clear the king's side. Looking at the North City Guard in front of him who was blocking the way, Situ Yuan's battle aura erupted. Looking at the blood-soaked Situ Dare, Zhou Yuan had a compassionate smile on his face. Xia Kaicheng said to a group of his men. After a furious roar, Situ Yuan took the lead, and the tiger entered the flock. General, lead the way. Wei Lu's expression sank slightly as he spoke. That captain took the token and examined it, and after confirming that it was correct, he took out a horn from his waist. But until now, Situ Yuan was still worried beyond measure in his heart. Meanwhile, Situ Yuan accompanied him into the camp, and in just a moment's time, thousands of halberdiers had already assembled. Do you see that fire that's burning halfway across the sky? That's in the direction of Xi Ning Palace. I'm afraid His Majesty made a move on the Empress Dowager, and it's brought the Imperial Master out of the woodwork. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. This battle today is not a war, Your Majesty. Otherwise, what do you want to do? The Queen can be here to watch it, and even a bloody battle in front of the palace gates. If you and I retreat, how can there be a way to live? Seeing the three people coming over, Zhou Yuan finally had a smile on his face. The cold aura startled the horse under his seat and lifted him off the ground. Hearing this, Wei Lu couldn't help but say, as for the two Xian Yu Guards commanders, they were struggling to support themselves against those masked experts, and the two of them had been injured long ago. The moment the words fell, Zhou Yuan looked at the two commanders. Even though the four guards acted slower, once they moved, the big picture of this Qianyuan city was in Zai Feichen's hands, but the smile hurt him too, and he grinned. Xia Kaicheng's eyes rolled. As soon as the halberdiers arrive, the big picture will be set. From the dragon's merit, those four words alone were enough to make him ecstatic. The two came together. Who is trespassing on the barracks? Soon, though, he understood why. Besides, can His Majesty really spare a Xianyue? Elite? Again? Even though the Tiger Leopard cavalry was only 100, as a cavalry, it was already extremely fast. Charge! Charge! In the blink of an eye, a bloody path was killed through, and in front of the palace gates. It is like a well-trained elite army. Please pronounce His Majesty's order. However, because they were killers, if they were really attacked head-on, they would end up like those two. So basically their injuries were not serious. Zhou Yuan sighed. His Majesty was not far from them, followed by 6 masked men in black. After discussing the matter, the two went straight to seek out a dozen or so of their men who could be trusted. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan shook his head. 2 of the Shadowmist guards died in this battle, and most of the others also carried wounds. Hearing this, Zhang Ji's heart was moved. The Empress Dowager has been ambushed and the palace gate is in place. The Situ family should be the first to be honored in this battle. Situ Yuan reacted and took out the token. If given the chance, even if there were only 500 halberdiers, it might not be impossible to round up a second rank. Just as Situ Yuan was about to accompany him, a man stopped him. Those masked men, as I see it, I'm afraid they're from the Imperial Master's house. They just don't want to be exposed. Situ Yuan looked at this and only felt appalled. This Sinaying Palace fire. It is impossible for that highly respected Imperial Master of Mydakian not to see it, and I am afraid that at this moment, the palace gates are already flowing with blood. But now, halberdiers, advance! A roar sounded. Even though there were only 1,000 or so people, they roared out the momentum of 10,000 people. Time to execute the sycophants. Chapter 21, Death to all who stand in the way. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the two Xian Yue commanders' bodies trembled. Your Majesty have mercy. The two did not dare to have the slightest defense. But to Zhou Yuan, these people had repeatedly betrayed him, so how could they be tolerated? Kill! Chang Hongyuan's face was pale. Lin Xiu made the masterpiece flower falling rain. Just as he was about to fight to the death. A high hand can sway the battlefield, but cannot dominate it. Situ Xianran was surprised. He recognized his son, but that cavalry of no more than 100 men, could it be the halberdiers? Chang Hongyuan, however, smiled miserably, but he knew better than that. He must not let this Lin Xiu go to support the other two. Only, die before you do. Lin Xiu was shocked and angry. He didn't want to be pulled down. This battle can be said to have damaged the power of the few loyalists once again. Even though the beast is trapped, there are no outside arms and legs, so it can only be surrounded bit by bit. But today, the main focus is to retreat the enemy. Situ Xianran, where are the halberdiers? I, the Great Qing, still have people who are loyal to the king. Zhou Yuan sneered. This time, Chang Hongyuan knew that he was finished. Chaotic traitor, Kill. The crowd was puzzled. He threw his lance in an unwilling manner, wanting to kill the assassin for revenge. But it's only 100 people. How can they affect the battle here? The rebel is executed. Facing the chaotic battlefield in front of them, this army kept its feet on the ground, but its formation was half broken. It's time. Even though there was a third-grade martial artist leading the group, and even though the cavalry was elite, very soon, these 100 people were like being stuck in a quagmire. But the next second, his eyes widened. It was already extremely difficult for Situ Xianran to fight against 2 with 1. If the 3 great third grades surrounded him, he would surely die. Not far away, Chang Hongyuan was stunned. But these elites really aren't bad either. Today, even if he died, he would still have to get rid of this third-grade enemy. Seeing Situ Yuan leading the cavalry like a sharp vector, he rushed towards the bandits' army. It was impossible to hold them off with just those scraps on the gatehouse. General Situ, it seems that today is the time for you and I to do our duty. After saying that, he didn't care and decided that even if he had to use his body to receive the spear blade, he would stab the sword in his hand into Gun King Lin Xiu's chest. Why would he go against such a terrible emperor? Farrier was careless. Loyalists. Zhou Yuan nodded before looking at Situ Darer. Zhang Ji and Xia Kaicheng gritted their teeth and looked at each other. Aha! I am the son of heaven. How can a mere bandit hurt me? Therefore, he did not hesitate, and his peak 4th grade battle chi suddenly burst forth. The emperor's power is like a prison. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it will take some time. They don't want to die. So what if you die? The sound was deafening and the murderous aura was so overwhelming that many of the Imperial Master's household's disciples, the movements in their hands were slowed down by a few points. Opposite him, that third-grade Gun King, Lin Xiu, was constantly attacking with a fast spear. Dal, come on, go above the palace gates. But that being said, who knows when the halberdiers will arrive? Those 2 Xian Yu Guards commanders, to their deaths, could never have imagined that by Zhou Yuan's side, there was actually this kind of strong person. Even though Farther's battle prowess was impressive, how could the cavalry behind him keep up? Only to see this cavalry, like sharp vectors rushing into the formation. Actually not a single one of them dropped. Killed the Son of Heaven. Welcomed the Imperial Master to the palace. At this moment, the Son of Heaven didn't have that battle force 2nd grade expert around. And the 2 of them, the 5th grade, with a dozen or so elite Xian Yu guards by their side, might not be without this opportunity. I didn't realize that there were actually such strong men under the emperor. He had a hard look in his eyes. If they had known that his majesty had such powerful means, they wouldn't have said anything to rebel. Once caught in a siege, he will surely die. An army, as neat as one man, appeared from the edge of the street corner. Old man, I'm afraid I can't wait. Situ Xianran was seriously injured. Chang Hongyuan was seriously injured. And the rest of the courtiers who rushed to support them were all injured. And there were even some who had already died in battle. The gradually dimming divine light looked at the great Qian emperor walking in the distance. He said, gritting his teeth, Your Majesty, with the presence of the old minister and my daughter, I will never let the thieves come within a foot of your Majesty. Could it be that one has survived? The power is fading fast. Rinsu is furious. How could he die here? Situ Xianran looked solemn. Situ Dare also stood beside Situ Xianran, her eyes determined. This man must die. A loud voice rang out. Old thing, you are self-aware. But with the power of the 4th rank, stopping me for so long, you can also be proud of yourself. But he hadn't given up hope. Zhou Yuan looked at Situ Xianran. Situ Xianran was solemn. But the moment he relaxed his mind, a man in black suddenly appeared. My son, Situ Yuan, has traveled outside the city. I just don't know when he will return. There seems to be only one way to do it now. So in his opinion, if he could arrive in another half hour, it would already be those halberdiers elite. After thinking about it, Lin Xiu fell heavily to the ground. Hearing this voice, Chang Hongyuan's face instantly showed joy. Situ Xianran said hesitantly, by order of the Son of Heaven, hang the rebels and clear the side of the king. But at this time, the Shadow Secret Guard had already struck far away, allowing him to sweep this shot empty. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Seeing the Son of Heaven coming, ministers such as Chang Hongyuan and Situ Xianran hurried over to pay their respects. A curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. The North City is not close to here, and the Imperial Master, and even the Great General, must have sent people to stop them along the way. Shadow Secret Guards, by order of His Majesty, kill the thieves. But in 10 seconds or so, the 2 Shadowmist guards returned, dropping to one knee. Those who don't want to die, follow me to slaughter the Dog Emperor and welcome the Imperial Master into the palace. However, Zhou Yuan's gaze was looking in the direction of the North City. In the next instant, 2 figures scurried out from behind him, daggers in their hands with faint reflections, giving everyone a bloody killing feast. But, counting the hours, the halberdiers should be here. Bad. Behind him, the Situ family's disciples, their family members, had already died in battle for the most part. But the next second, a tiger general with a cavalry galloped in. Without any hesitation, before the shadow secret guards rushed towards them, the 2 of them violently exploded back and fell into the army. The remaining swordsmen Hu Feiying and Knifebreaker were shocked and furious when they saw this scene. Palace Gate Citadel. Suddenly, there was a sound of horses' hooves. Without any extra words, Zhou Yuan coldly spat out these 2 words. If there was no change, after today, Zhou Yuan would only be a trapped beast. But even then a third character had a huge impact on the battlefield. The dagger ran through their throats, and it was then that the 2 men were overwhelmed with regret in their hearts. Suddenly, he heard His Majesty speaking from the sidelines. Others responded in kind. The thousands of elite gatekeepers here are enough to break down the door and take over the palace. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan laughed. Lin Xiao, His Majesty has arrived, so you will follow me, and die together. Situ Xianran secretly said something bad in his heart. Even though they were cavalry, they were charging, they were true elites. After 3 loud cries, the front row of halberd warriors dropped their halberds and aimed straight at those alert Tai Shifu gatekeepers. After that, the lances rained down. Had I known, I would not have done this Taishur disciple. If to the emperor's service, with his 3 products of power, I think, is also a party of generals. Lord Chang, my son was ordered by His Majesty to go outside the city to bring the halberdiers into the city. This is His Majesty's strange army. As long as we hold out until the halberdiers come, this battle, there is still hope. Situ Xuanran's heart sank slightly. A flash of sharp pain came to him, and he couldn't even bother to pay attention to Chang Hong who was rushing over, when he saw his heart pierced by a dagger. At this time it was even more sneering. I, for one, am not a man afraid of death. Chang Hong fought back desperately, but in the face of such a swift attack, a gun was soon lodged in his shoulder, eliciting a muffled grunt from him. Lin Xiao half-kneeled on the ground, his spear supporting his body. Zhou Yuan helped everyone up one by one and solemnly said, "That's His Majesty's voice. I'd like to see how powerful this imperial master really is." Suddenly there was a feeling, all at the same time in unison. Now that His Majesty has arrived, it means that what he had to do has been done. Next, a torrent of iron blood rushes the battlefield, and all who stand in its way die. The halberdiers. Here we go. Chapter 22. The halberd is fierce. The elite of the halberdiers shook everyone. You should know that a weapon like a halberd is meant to be used by people with excessive strength. So this army was called the halberdiers, which would have given Situ Xianran something to look forward to in his heart. But again, strength and elan are 2 different concepts. Willing to die for your majesty. Ningame let out a sound of 3rd grade upper battle chi, and with the addition of a huge force, 3rd grade peak battle power erupted. For a while, many ministers who felt that Yuan Chengdu and the 3,000 Xuanjia army were just meatbags beating dogs had expectations in their hearts. Isn't that a search? That would be the Uncanny Legion. And the halberdiers, at the moment, did just that. Swordsman Hu Feiying and Knifebreaker looked on in horror. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. So many attacks that the 2 could not avoid them. The 2 had thought that the man would run, but when they saw the 2 rushing, the man was not the least bit afraid. At the head of the city, all the courtiers sucked in a breath of cold air. Strangle. The halberdiers, like tigers, did not hesitate for a moment and stepped all over the entire great hall. Ningame spoke coldly, only to see the 2 men's battle chi explode, directly lifting the strangled halberd off the ground. What happened? Yuan Gong angrily shouted, unsheathed his sword, and directly chopped towards those 2 halberdiers. The broken-hearted man sneered, and his long sword was like thunder, slashing down with a roar. The entire palace compound was thrown into chaos. Terror. If they don't exterminate the one who ordered it, they're dead. Ningame laughed even more coldly. 1,000 halberdiers entered the palace. Since today, this halberdier is his first barrier. No one available? Your Majesty, there is a danger of foreign troops entering the palace. Yes, and it's not even a weak one in the 3rd grade. Of course they saw it. Dozens of halberds were strung out at the same time, which could be described as airtight. Yuan Gong's tiger eyes glared. But, wanting to rely on his 3rd grade strength, he tore a hole in the elite disciples behind him. But before they could jump out of the encirclement, dozens more halberds speared the 2. The order rang out once more. At this point he had to step up. The palace gates are wide open. With his sword at his waist and one hand on it, he was about to walk straight in. It was evident from the unhesitating movements of the bruisers in front of him. The long sword, with a clang, snapped in response. He had come from fighting on the battlefield, so naturally he wouldn't be intimidated by these bloodstains and bruisers. These humans, they really dare to kill. Ningame snorted coldly and said, "Last night, there was a rebellion by the rebels, and the halberdiers were ordered by His Majesty to guard the palace. Maybe actually win?" A second voice had sounded. Sure enough, something big happened last night. Ningame walked over and coldly said, "The present Son of Heaven is His Majesty, and His Majesty has said that those who enter the palace will fall from their horses and unload their swords." The two roared. At the 5th hour, the rushing fire cleared, although it was impossible to eliminate the White Lotus sect for 30 days. Winning. Strangle. Every time a courtier came along, these halberdiers stared at them coldly. Open the palace gates. Halberdiers enter the palace. The order rang out once more. Strangle. They knew something was wrong, but were just waiting for the final results. Accompanied by his chiding, many ministers gulped, but this time, they were emboldened. Countless halberds attacked them, and they rushed left and right, but they were unable to leave at all. And the halberdiers? Nearly 100 people were killed or injured. Trading 2 for nearly 100 halberdiers sounds like a good profit, but that's 3 pints. Facing 1,000 halberdiers, but a few charges, they were killed and fled in all directions. Dangerous? The halberdiers are my iron guards. With the halberdiers, even if the battle goes to the last man, no one will retreat. He would like to see whose tentacles would dare to reach here with the halberdiers around. Wang Jin is dead, and the Empress Dowager is in ambush. Zhou Yuan looked around and opened his mouth. With the power of his 3rd rank, that halberdier died on the spot, but the two were just relieved. But with the fire at Xianing Palace and the ambush of the Empress Dowager, it could no longer be hidden. But when an iron-blooded army in which everyone is too strong and has fought hundreds of battles and will not retreat in deadly combat appears, 100 battle veteran Jianghu martial artist, 1-on-1 may be slightly inferior, but 10-on-10 is bound to win, and 100-on-100 crushed. It's called the battlefield elite. In another moment, the swordsman Hu Feiying was cut down by a halberd. As long as the opponent's formation is disorganized, it may not be impossible to win. The entire palace became a color of blood, and at least as many as 1,000 people died in the palace that night. But just then, the two ended up trying to run, but with the power of their 3 products, they couldn't make it out. Seek death. The ground. It's red. Strangle and die fighting. Seek death. The courtiers outside were even more uneasy as they watched the fire in the direction of the palace. Situ Xianran revealed a smile. The corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth curved up. The 3rd grade battle aura reverberated. With the great intention of drawing a sword to kill, the halberd fell, blocking his way. Without hesitation, the two of them desperately charged over. Boom! With an explosion, the halberd and the long sword collided. He wanted to see who dared to stop, but in the next second, the two halberdiers did not hesitate, their halberds on his neck. He didn't even look at the stunned Yuan Gong, but instead looked over toward the other watching courtiers. However, the two had just fallen into the halberdiers' military formation when they heard an angry roar ring out. Fortunately, their 3rd grade strength was not a fake, even though they had consumed a lot before. At this moment, they were still able to roam through the military formation. Those who enter the palace are required to fall from their horses and unload their swords, and those who don't follow will be beheaded. Each with their own thoughts, they headed towards the palace. Originally, although Wang Jin died, but their Wei Gong Gong and the poor did not mess up. Even if they were summoned by the system and born with absolute loyalty, who wouldn't be excited by such trust? Ningame violently grabbed the halberd. To the front of the palace, the halberdiers were arrayed and stood under the palace gate. A few hours certainly wouldn't allow him to recover from his injuries, but it didn't affect his movements anymore. But it didn't work. Yuan Gong walked over and raised his eyebrows when he saw the scene in front of the palace. Xianing Palace is in ruins, but several halberdiers were unmoved. 2 major 3rd grades, just like that? However, after a tea break, a halberd pierced through the heart of the broken-hearted man. Overnight, the palace grounds were empty. Everyone's body shook. That minister didn't dare move a muscle. With that, the 2 halberdiers walked towards Yuan Gong. Even though the 2 of them were of the 3rd grade, their battle chi would eventually run out. Ever since the founding of my Great Qing, there has never been such a rule. Upon hearing this, some ministers were immediately dissatisfied. There was another roar, and this time, the person who gave the order was similarly strung out, and the palace city town guard, also not Xianyu guards, but one by one holding a halberd sergeant, at a glance is the military tough. This time, the two heard the direction the voice came from. Hateful. War. It's not a one-man battle. You want to break into the palace. Are you trying to revolt? But anyone who dares to make trouble will be killed without pardon. After saying that, the minister was about to break in. At this moment, They thought of that Xian armor army. Where are the halberdiers? Unload your swords. Wait until it's time for the court. After a long time. Surround. Dozens of halberdiers divided the two. Below, when the halberdiers heard this, each of them roared in anger. Many neutral factions honestly allowed the halberdiers to search their bodies, but the party of the Imperial Master and the party of the Great General stood outside without the slightest intention of going in. It was only then that one by one they came out of the mansion. Ha ha ha. Rules? This sword of mine was given to me by the late emperor to cut down ungrateful subjects. How dare you unload it? To enter the palace you need to drop your horse and remove your sword. That's the rule. It's also His Majesty's secret army, so even if it's inferior, it can't be too bad. Meanwhile, a tiger general, also holding a halberd and wearing silver armor, stood at the forefront. You guys, you want to die. Once the 2/3 grade are dead, what's left is nothing more than dirt. That's the color of blood. The two didn't hesitate to charge towards the halberdiers. Hearing this, Situ Xianran was taken aback. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without pardon. Chapter 23, Whoever enters the palace, falls from his horse and discharges his sword. After Ninga Mei finished speaking, she once again looked at Yuan Gong. The sword is unloaded. Go inside. When he finished, he turned his head as if nothing had just happened. Yuan Gong gritted his teeth. As for the cover-up, Zai Feichen glanced at Yuan Gong and let out a cold smile before saying, "This Your Majesty of ours is much more powerful than you and I think. Last night, Your Majesty told Lao Fu that this world, the family name is Shou. That's not a red robe at all. Instead, it's a blood robe. The Son of Heaven, actually wearing a blood-stained imperial robe to court. Not only that, at this moment, the Son of Heaven was lazily leaning against the imperial throne, with no sense of stature and solemnity at all. All he could do was drag his heavy feet inside, one step at a time, his heart filled with torment. Want to cover your ass? There was no way to hide this kind of news, so he had no intention of covering it up. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. It's just that the faces of both of them, they don't look very good. In this way, he is the Son of Heaven of Deqian. The group of ministers entered the room, and the Grand Master and Grand General Yuan Gong stood into the first place, but this he could not say. Zhao Yan's pupils shrunk. Here we go. And only after that did Zhou Yuan continue. As for abolishing the queen? But I see that today is different from other days. That big eunuch Wang Jin is even dead, executed by that emperor's little boy. But he knew that Empress Zai was still keeping his second-grade expert by her side. He knew his sister was feared dead. All the things that happened in the palace, even just thinking about it, made all the ministers chilled in their hearts. So, at the moment, he was emboldened. Last night, he sent out thousands of gatekeepers, and even 3 major third-grade experts. His Majesty has decreed that the ministers will rise if there is something to be done and retire if there is nothing to be done. Such a mind, such tactics. An older minister responded. A declaration sounded. Otherwise, how did he, the Imperial Master, know about the royal family's affairs? Glancing at Yuan Gong, who was waiting for him to lash out, Zai Feichen walked directly in front of Ninga Mei. The current Son of Heaven is terrifying to the core. And in the palace, not even half a bit of news came out. With that, he spread his arms with a casual expression. Not Wang Jin, Zhou Yuan sneered. That's Eunuch Wei's voice. Again. Once again. The emperor's little boy had summoned a powerful man he had not seen before. But as a result, the gatekeepers were scattered in all directions. And of the 3 major third-grade experts, none came back alive. But, he knew that something big had happened last night. But he couldn't have imagined that it was, in fact, so big. One possibility occurred to him. He, Zai Flying Dust, was not that easy to mess with. The Son of Heaven is already sitting on the imperial throne. But with the color of blood in front of the palace, with the halberd bruisers, with this blood-colored imperial robe. As the world knows, a mother is a mother, and a mother is destroyed for her son. Wait for the ministers to arrive. Zai Flying Dust is here. Now that I am tired, I may return to the court tomorrow if there are no important matters. Yesterday, something big happened in the palace. Make him admit, with his own mouth, that he committed matricide. In a voice with a hint of huskiness, he said, now that Empress Zai is dead, it is conceivable that the great eunuch Wang Jin is also long dead. The hair, which had been only a trifle gray, went completely white almost overnight. Many courtiers understood. Today's court meeting, he's going to let the Son of Heaven know. Hearing this, almost all the courtiers jumped in their hearts. Many of the courtiers who noticed jumped in their hearts. But he couldn't let him just go in there. He let out a soft chuckle. Just listen to Zhou Yuan continue. The Grand Eunuch Wang Jin, holding the inner palace. Even if it is my private affairs, he dares to interfere. That is dead. It's time for the court. Even though it was almost winter now, he just felt like sweating all over his body and couldn't stop it. Could it be that His Majesty wants to abolish the Empress Dowager? With that, Zhou Yuan sat up. Instantly his face hardened. 20 years ago, Wei Liao was the big eunuch who was highly favored. Only this 20 years no news. Nowadays, beside the emperor, there was at least one second-grade war hero. Yuan Gong raised an eyebrow and stood out directly. So, he's going to force the emperor to talk, especially courtier Zhao Yan. His Majesty has not been to court for many days. How can he be so slack? Today's Son of Heaven is actually wearing a red robe. Nope, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager and you are mother and son. Are you saying that your mother is trying to victimize you? Join forces with the Queen Mother? When these words came out, quite a few people looked violently at Elder Master Zai Fade 1. Things are very obvious. His sister, Queen Zai, is dead. You matricide. I'd like to see how you can sit on this world. Although the Empress Dowager is not your own mother, but the mother of the world. These years more no fault. Taisher took the initiative to cooperate. The great general Yuan Gong broke the sword. Naturally no one still dared to refuse. One by one honestly accept the cross-examination after slowly into the palace. His son Yuan Wei is in charge of 300,000 border troops. How dare the emperor's son take him? Do you really dare to kill him? Zhou Yuan glanced at him and spoke indifferently. Master Zai, what's going on here? At this moment, the emperor's might was like a prison. He also finally realized that the so-called imperial aura was not something that was determined by image at all. Even though he was the Empress Dowager's own brother, he could not explain it away. It was then that Zai Flying Dust stepped forward. His body was even filled with twilight, and a strong sense of hatred. Walk into the Great Hall. But, all of the people mobilized from the 4 guards of Qianyuan were stopped by a group of military elites. Kill the birth mother? In people metamorphosis? This all kinds of behavior. That is not worthy of their own name, a mother queen. The Taisher's eyes were undisguised in their indignation. Sure enough, this thing, of course, will not pass. The spot where he had been half lying just now was a crimson red. It was undried blood. Zhou Yuan lazily watched. On. Towards. Much less want to give that woman a good name. Although it was as if he was talking about Zhou Yuan, the indignation in his eyes was not hidden in the slightest. At the moment, he felt 1,000 pounds under his feet, making it impossible for him to take a single step. What should be feared? No matter what the gesture is feared. Let the emperor have any means. The great Qian will be overthrown in a moment. But after reacting, he was no longer fearless. But no. Aren't you going to search me? Search it. That is to say, that's add up. It is even making trouble in the Mandarin Palace, and even joining forces with the Empress Dowager to premeditate a rebellion, for which I have been awake all night. Only now is not the time. The sight outside the palace really subdued him. Wei Lu glanced at Zhou Yuan and got his consent before speaking. In the past days at the court, it was Wang Jin who declared his voice, but today it has changed. This De Qian, where did so many wild experts come from? Zai Taisher overnight white head. I do not know what disease. Can the imperial physician to see? The weather is getting cold. Taisher can pay attention to the body. A minister responded. At that time, Yuan Wei didn't care about the borders and entered the gate with 300,000 border troops. But just as he was considering it, no, there's also Wang Jin to consider. That big eunuch Wang Jin hasn't shown up for days. Seeing Zai Flying Dust's appearance, even Yuan Gong could not help but be shocked. No one in Deqian is unaware of the situation, and it is clear that His Majesty is clearing the side of the king. This, then, is the emperor? He doesn't care, and he doesn't need to. The emperor? Not so much. Chapter 24, Matricide? Only. Zai Flying Dust's eyes snapped open. He could never have imagined that the emperor would dare to say it so directly. Although he didn't understand what the emperor was thinking, it didn't stop him from getting angry and exploding. Lord Zhao, His Majesty has asked you for an audience in the imperial study room. When the body goes up to the temple, Zhou Yuan looked over, but knowing that, he couldn't let the Son of Heaven say so. Gone is a second-ranked Yuan Qingdu, and the Son of Heaven actually has a bottom that can kill a second-ranked top? A person living in the harem, virtuous Empress Dowager. Why to enlist the second grade on the master, and let this second grade on, deep in the harem? I'm sorry to trouble Master Zai to tell me that the hall is on the second rank, breaking up and organizing into armies. Isn't that giving away a powerful force of men and women? Bloodshed at the palace gate. Last night General Sita father and son, Chang Hongyuan Taisu and other 13 courtiers, desperate to protect the driver, each have their own merits. Great reward. It is clearly the most dangerous wolf den in Deqian. After this incident, I decided to abolish the Xianyu guards, the original Xianyu guards people, scattered into the army. Last night, the reward for those who have the merit. There is a penalty for those who have been punished. They know that the Son of Heaven will have a big action, but never thought that they would actually directly abolish the Xianyue. To know, now that Wang Jin is dead, even though there is still some trouble in the Xianyue, the Son of Heaven can completely slowly subdue awe. He knew Zai Flying Dust would argue. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that the Great Master is also deceived by the poisonous woman. Zai Great Master understand the righteousness, understand the great manners, but also the leader of the literary world of Dakian, will not be scuttled with the poisonous woman. Sledgehammer even held a huge hammer in his hand and shouted angrily, Your Majesty, I request that this fawn be executed. But a second grade on, even if it was a corpse, there was something special about him that couldn't be hidden at all. The Taishar's epileptic behavior in front of the temple is improper, and he will be punished with 3 years' salary as a warning to others, and will not be blamed for his labor and hard work. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Everyone looked at the Son of Heaven in horror. Since then, the halberdiers have replaced the Xianyu guards to guard the palace. The halberdiers, in charge of protecting the palace, inspecting the villains, and checking in front of the palace. Those who do not follow will be decapitated. But never said anything. After all, a second grade on. In Daqian is the existence of the C-pin-like. Zhou Yuan's words could be said to be loud and clear. But at this moment, he didn't dare to make any moves. Who will sit in such an important position? Immediately a general stepped forward. Eunuch Wei in the palace. The Great Hammer. Ning Amei, etc. To help me kill the rebels. Great credit. Great reward. No wonder there's such a bottom line. Your Majesty, do you know what you are talking about? Not only did you kill your mother, but you also insulted your first mother with your womanhood. So how can you do that? Chang Hongyuan hurriedly said. Zhou Yuan looked over towards where the voice came from, and it was actually Chang Hongyuan who was covered in injuries. That was why he had always been confident. And even though he knew that Yuan Wei had broken through to the first grade, his heart wasn't considered to be panicked. Zai Feiduan was furious and looked like he was dying to make a move on Zhou Yuan. The entire courtroom was silent. Everyone was stunned. Where would they dare to speak? Although his imperial might was still not out of Qianyuan, it was within this Qianyuan city. The Grand Eunuch Wang Jin conspired to commit treason, execute all 3 of his clans, and within the 9 clans, the men will be enlisted in the army, the women will be prostitutes, and they will never be employed. After today, you are the commander of the halberdiers. The original Empress Dowager did not honor her husband's honor and plotted against the assassination of the emperor. She was stripped of her Empress Dowager title and was not allowed to enter the clan. Even the court officer needs evidence to judge a case. How can you make up your own mind? A figure appeared in front of him. Not in the great general's direct line, but he didn't show up last night either. In my Daqian, there is only one person who can be defeated by General Yuan Wei. Such a strong man. Then the Empress Dowager who is in the harem. What right does she have to enlist? Could it be that my position as a general of the Great Qing Dynasty is not as good as the status of an Empress Dowager's bodyman? Now the Imperial Master is questioning me like this for a poisonous woman who doesn't respect her husband's honor and doesn't abide by the ways of women. What kind of reasoning is that? Last night, Xi Ning Palace fire burned the sky, but caused countless black-masked people. Strong attack on the city gate. Without my halberdiers, I'm afraid that long ago the palace gate fell. Even if it is me, may not still be able to stand here. I, Ning Amei, bow to your Majesty. The halberdiers, with the halberdier Ning Amei as the commander of the army in charge. Zhou Yuan rewarded the merits and demerits with a thunderous gesture while looking at the ministers. Not even a glance toward him until His Majesty left, just as he had just breathed a sigh of relief and intended to leave. But, what about the halberdiers in charge of the army? Sure enough, he saw Yuan Attack's face sink slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. Wei Lu sniffed and immediately said, Ministers, what else? Matricide? Then what qualification is there to be my mother? Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Hearing this, the courtiers all sucked in a breath. Evidence? His words were exquisite. Not only did he characterize the matter, but he also told Zhou Yuan that the imperial master was the leader of the literary world in Daqian, the head minister of a dynasty, and his reputation was extraordinary. The second-grade battle chi slowly rose, and even though he didn't make a move, it caused the atmosphere of the entire hall to fall silent. Zhou Yuan sneered. Even though there was no autopsy, all the courtiers knew that it was true. Zhou Yuan waved his hand. Could it be that these people are Zaida's disciples? He knew his own sister's situation. Since there's nothing else to do, let's retire from the court. Your Majesty, you have gone so far as to commit matricide. How can you be the son of a country in such a manner? Level off. On the side, Wei Lu narrowed his eyes. Thinking about it, many ministers looked over towards Yuan Attack. Soon, Ningame walked up. The countless eunuchs and palace maidens in the palace are evidence, as are the large number of Xianyu guards. Declare an audience with Ningame. There is no clear crime to move. If you move, De Qian will be in chaos, because now that the Son of Heaven has become powerful, it's not that easy to move. The other ministers, too, were all dumbfounded. Zai Flying Dust's face was gloomy, obviously another one of His Majesty's hidden hands, plus his underbelly as the Great Qing Imperial Master. After saying that, Zhou Yuan had opened his mouth. Zhou Yuan stood up. This is my harem? A number of ministers secretly said that it was true. Mrs. Zai secretly hated it. He hadn't planned on executing Zai Fadewan here either. Sitting back on the emperor's seat, Zhou Yuan looked at Zai Fadewan and said lazily, Master Zai, if there is nothing else, retreat. The eyes looked down at Zai Flying Dust. Taisher Zai, you are also the Empress Dowager's own brother. Do you know that Empress Dowager Zai is keeping a concubine on the second rank in the palace? Men, bring up the body of that dog. Zhou Yuan, however, was unforgiving and said, if you still have any doubts, then I would be grateful if you would ask Mrs. Zai to tell me. I asked to assume the position of the commander of the halberdiers. After last night, I am very afraid in my heart. This is to protect the Emperor's Xin Yue, but with the evil thieves scurrying even, a few commanders, are the Empress Dowager and the big eunuch Wang Zhen's people. But fortunately, after saying that, Zhou Yuan stood up and ignored the courtiers and directly turned around to leave. When he finished speaking, he also disregarded Zai Fadewan's face and spoke aloud. He said, bowing solemnly, he doesn't need to worry too much anymore. Not bothering with him, Zhou Yuan directly said, with the situation of the Son of Heaven being under control everywhere today, this is a powerful force to be reckoned with. The next head, Court Captain Zhao Yan, listening to these rewards and punishments, too trembling, deeply afraid of being named by the Son of Heaven, before Ningame Palace Gate to stop people, but also show a not weak battle strength. Your Majesty, make it impossible. But when they thought of those halberd-wielding bruisers, they understood why the Son of Heaven did what he did. Some people guessed it. Some people were dumbfounded. But absolutely no one could have imagined that Zhou Yuan would actually dare to be so rigid and directly admit to matricide. Since he was on the second grade, how did he die? Zai Flying Dust's face turned blue. This De Qian, unless Yuan Wei returns, I'm afraid that no one can control His Majesty anymore. In an instant, Zhao Yan only felt deflated and directly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 25, A Maddening Reward. Inside the Imperial Library, Situ's father and son, Imperial servant Chang Hongyuan, Ningame, and the others sat quietly. They all have injuries. Zhou Yuan specially bestowed a seat. Last night, General Situ's father and son, leading more than 300 of his family members, died defending the palace gate. And Empress Situ Darer, clad in a golden armor dress, blocked the enemy with her body. However, the foundation building pill can reshape the foundation and rebuild the world. Situ Xuanran's body was trembling as he stood up violently. But the good news is that this trouble is at an end. Taisher, that man is here again. Lu Wenhan's eyes flashed. The fact that he could come out meant that there was a change in the palace. Your Majesty, indeed, is the Lord of Great Happiness. These two were both powerful figures, and it would not take the slightest effort to deal with him as a courtier. Watching Situ Xianyan receive the foundation establishment Dan with trembling hands, the other ministers also had fiery eyes. I'm ready to write a poem and go down in history. And you say you're going to let me go? The courage to kill himself just now disappeared in an instant. Zhou Yuan glanced at him and said, since there is no innocence, let it go. My lord, thank you for your Majesty's grace. That great Yuan emissary let out a light laugh. The corner of his mouth hooked up as he said. Zhou Yuan looked at him indifferently. As long as one defects to my Dayuan, on the day of the unification of the Great Qing, the Son of Heaven of my Dayuan, would like to worship the power of the Taisher's vassal state, 10,000 taels of gold, and 30 of the most beautiful women. And now, my Dayuan sword Seide Yuande has secretly entered the Great Qing, will arrive in a few days, and I have heard that there is a second-grade martial arts emperor in the Taisher's residence, who is proficient in all 18 types of weapons. And when he first entered the second grade, he chopped up a second-grade expert, because they all knew that it was traded with the blood of the entire Situ family. Just then, courtier Zhao Yan walked in. Situ lineage, loyal to the king and protects the country. I hereby grant a tablet of Jingzhongsing. Situ Xianran and Situ Yuan's figures shook. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. A battle power that is not inferior to the second grade on. Even courtier Zhao Yan's body shook. Filled with shock, the new emperor of Dakian ascended to the throne. My great Yuan Son of Heaven, has long been ready to insert a hand, even if there is no matter of the great master, that the emperor's little son, but also no more than 7 days to live. What do you call it? Day 1 Sword Saint Awanda. Hearing this, Zai Feiduan was moved. The court captain's prison. Lu Wenhan sat in his cell. As far as he knows, entering this court officer's prison can be described as a 1 in 9 deaths. Even if there is no mistake, it is difficult to get out alive. The Great Yuan was a strong country, with more than one second grade and even a first grade sitting in the country. Just as he finished speaking, Zai Feiduan's eyes moved as he said. Taisher Zai Feichen stood up and sneered. I didn't realize that there was actually a chance to get into the second grade. There was no one in De Qian's dynasty full of martial arts cultivators who didn't know what the foundation establishment Dan meant. Zai Flying Dust's face was gloomy to the extreme. Many of them knew about Wei Lu's situation, and now that they had the foundation establishment pill, it would explain everything. Jingzhong, so they can only offer this Buddha as well. Not long after, a man walked in. Where is the courtier? No one thought that Zhou Yuan only had this one. Zai Flying Dust's face was once again gloomy. That's a second grade. One of them opened the cell door, and Lu Wenhan's pupils shrunk. If he secretly enters the imperial city, he may not be unable to assassinate the Son of Heaven. Throw me out and force me to kill? After a long time, Zhou Yuan walked in. In that case, it would be better to take life and death into one's own hands, as well as to fight for a name behind one's back. My lord, obey. Available at. Is today's Lord Taisher still the same one man? With the power of the 2 second grades, how hard could it be to execute that emperor's little boy? Add to that the 3,000 disciples of the imperial master's residence, as well as more than 30 martial artists above the 8th rank in my Great Yuan mission. And this matter is foolproof. Just the word. Lord Lu, you may leave. And the Sword Saint, Awanda, is the best of the second grade? Seemingly aware of Zai Feichen's thoughts, the Great Yuan emissary smiled faintly. Lord Taisher, yesterday's incident, but it's already spread all over Qian Yuan. This guy, he reads stupid. How is the investigation of the matter of Lu Wenhan going? Life is all about death, and now it seems that it's time for me, Lu Wenhan, to do my duty for His Majesty. By the side of the Son of Heaven, there are at least 2 other second-grade powers that want to move the Son of Heaven? What bottom line do you have with Day 1? I'm not accompanying you to your deaths. He stole a glance at the Son of Heaven, whose face was indifferent, but had no killing intent. The Great Qian Emperor's reliance is nothing more than a grand eunuch who was at the beginning of his second rank, and a third rank who was born with divine power. He was also the only unrelated person in the entire imperial study. Zhao Yan bowed and bowed. All sorts of turmoil in his heart dispersed as he took his stand. The old madam is now the imperial master of this Great Qian. A man under a man above all. Zhao Yan hurriedly went forward and knelt down, trembling. Let go? Eventually Zhao Yan gritted his teeth and spoke. But if you say guilty, so many days, who wouldn't want to live if they could stay alive? As far as their Situ family was concerned, nothing was a better reward than this. The other people were not envious when they heard of this reward. Chikuden. Hearing this, everyone's minds were shaken. Last night, the second-ranking guest secretary in his house was not there. Otherwise the Son of Heaven would not be alive. When he saw Zai Flying Dust, he saluted. Such a strong person entered the country, and De Qian actually knew nothing about it. Zhao Yan said a few ministerial words and didn't follow up. I am here. That's the foundation building pill. The late emperor had searched for 20 years for a base building elixir. He had fought on the battlefield for decades, with countless secret injuries, and had thought that this peak of the third grade was already the limit. Hearing this, that Great Yuan emissary laughed. For the rest of the ministers, Zhou Yuan also gave rewards to each of them. He knew, of course, that these were the courtiers who had made a great effort last night. If you haven't left after 3 days, you are even more unlikely to live again. Now, it was the Son of Heaven who was forcing him to take sides. I have been investigating for many days and have found no clear evidence. What's the use of being a vassal and a minister to my old man? As for the rest, with my old man's power, why should I care? Strong people like Wei Liao and Situ Xianran were unable to enter the second grade, and what was lacking was not the experience of killing, but the dark wounds left by decades of killing that could not be healed. The court captain has ordered that the investigation is fruitless, so no case will be filed, and you are acquitted. Zhao Yan was taken aback. Yes. Suddenly, an underling approached. If there was truly nothing else, how could the foundation building pill be bestowed? It's just that this man, the court captain, has specially explained that he must not be tortured. Not long after. If we say that we are not guilty, we must have offended the Taisher and the great general Yuan Gong. And at this moment the Taisher's house. Taisher Zai. It seems you figured it out? With that, Lu Wenhan bowed in the direction where Zhou Yuan was. Finally, Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke. The 2 jailers looked at each other and didn't bother with him. But Zhou Yuan's words weren't over yet. Everyone's eyes looked at him coldly. In addition, the imperial gift of a foundation building Dan, can help the old general's cultivation to advance again and protect the country for 100 years. Two jailers approached, keys in hand. Lu Wenhan opened his mouth. Back to your majesty. Minister. Wait, let someone in. He muttered a sentence, and then suddenly looked up and shouted, Men, where is the jailer? Fetch me a pen. My lord will compose a poem. He screamed, his hair in a messy bun. Very much a maniacal student. Zai Flying Dust sneered. That's the beauty of serving your majesty. If they were to someday make their mark as the Situ family did, they might also have the chance to receive such a reward. Not to mention Yuan Gong and the father and son of Yuan Wei who has entered the first rank. Let's just say this De Qian heavenly prince. Can you still suppress it? Does the son of heaven need to have a killing intent when he kills? A jailer is helpless, waiting for the idle people into this court captain prison. The same day to use the punishment. And it is a heavy punishment. Going to do it? Even if I die. I, Lu Wenhan, standing between heaven and earth, should not deserve to die at your hands, both of you. Seeing as I, Lu Wenhan, died in loyalty to my king, please give me a piece of white silk, so I won't trouble you to do it. But after 7 days, it was time for his strongest guest to return. In this way, it is the right time. Chapter 26, try hitting one. It's just that they don't know. The moment De Yuan's emissary went out, a man in black secretly withdrew and headed straight for the palace city. This person was none other than a member of the Shadow Secret Guards. Zhou Yuan was not a little cutie. Knowing full well that the imperial master was bound to lash out, how could he possibly watch? For a while, the big 5-colored stick became a joke. Yesterday's battle also hurt him. No one answered. If we can delay until all the people have recovered from their injuries, or Yuan Qingdu returns, it will be the big picture. My lord, receive the decree and thank you. Say, in the imperial study, the Shadow Secret Guard knelt on one knee. The Xuanjia army, the halberdiers, and the Shadow Secret Guards were each damaged. But looking at the frown, I'm sure it's not a good time. Lu Wenhan raised an eyebrow between his eyebrows and arched his hand towards where the son of heaven was. Positive this is. After considering it for a while, Zhou Yuan added, but now that Wang Jin and the Empress Dowager have been ambushed, these folders have been sent, and Lu Wenhan listened to the folk talk without a care in the world. So there are always some busy days. The great master met with the great Yuan emissary, and that Yuanda has come to Dakian? Lord Zhao, my humble servant requests the courtier's office to make a 5-colored big stick. Those who are convicted of the crime shall be beaten with 5-colored rods, which shall be distributed among peasants, merchants, scholars, officials, and nobles. I thought that nowadays, Dakian is floundering, but fortunately, His Majesty's Divine Might has eradicated the Grand Eunuch Wang Jin and executed the evil queen, and the court is shaken. Go a few more, by my side. 2 men will be enough to guard, although the people are not strong, but the foundation of the country. In this way, the Great Qian is strong. Your Majesty's heavenly authority can enter the hearts of the people, and the increase in the value of Emperor's might was still increasing rapidly. This is his own absolute diehard. Until 3 days later, the streets of the west side of the city were in chaos. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Emperor of Dakian. Lu Wenhan immediately opened his mouth solemnly. It wasn't detailed enough, but a judgment had been made and the opening was made. What's an aristocrat? But officials and nobles. Look at that courtier Zhao Yan. Dare you fight? Even Chang Hongyuan wouldn't dare to come forward in that situation. But Lu Wenhan came forward. He considered it for a moment, and then said, you also stayed in the court captain prison for a few days. Both so, I let you do the court captain young secretary. For Zhao Yan deputy, in charge of the chastisement. You can have confidence? Even if you can't use it now, there's always a time when you can. Nice guy. Zhou Yuan was secretly staggered. But His Majesty's name is only in the palace, but it does not reach the people. Zhou Yuan's heart fluttered. I, Lu Wenhan, see your Majesty. The early morning court is just a matter of holding on to the court, not wanting to be seen to be broken. Taisher Zai Duan directly had someone inform Lu Wenhan of the news. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up. No one was in the imperial study, so Zhou Yuan's face sank slightly. At this moment, Lu Wenhan was still standing tall. A young man asked and was answered. Agriculture and commerce have little status. This 5-colored rod naturally needs to be interrupted. And as His Majesty establishes authority, this sure is the very object of that authority. Obviously, last night's events had brought a real shock to this Qian Yuan city. So Zhou Yuan made up his mind, but even that was enough for him to get some news. Granted. Unfortunately, that De Yuan emissary was not weak. The Shadow Secret Guards did not dare to get too close, and the message could not be confirmed. Not long after, the still confused Lu Wunhan walked in. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth to test. He didn't know Lu Wunhan. To use it, he always needed to know what he was good at. But he still didn't expect that Zai Flying Dust would actually collude with a foreign enemy. Keep watching. Declare Lu Wunhan for an audience. The suffering of these days is his confidence. It's just that. Your Majesty, I ask for a favor. Whether it was Eunuch Wei and the others, or General Situ's father and son, all of them were seriously injured in this battle. Looking at the situation, it wasn't difficult at all for the Emperor's might value to break 10,000. This Lu Wunhan, he really has some skills. Getting Zhou Yuan's consent, Lu Wunhan was overjoyed. Zhou Yuan nodded his head and remained bent over the table to grade the zhengfu. Gotta. I'm afraid 3 of these 5-colored rods will have to be broken. It's just a wallflower. Inside, there can be an unknown number. Is able to make his mouth call the subordinate official. You dare to hit both the officer and the noble? Aha! Open the system. This may have been brought about by the shock of Yuan Qingdu's great breakthrough of the White Lotus sect, but more predominantly it must have been brought about by his execution of Wang Jin and the Empress Dowager. Zhou Yuan muttered his words. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Even if complete fairness cannot be achieved, relative fairness should be attained. So Zhou Yuan already had a decision. This old dog, when really fast. Grade, 4th grade medium. Technique, Xian Yuan Fist Dao. Evergreen sword technique. Not only the Imperial Master's mansion, but the Great General's mansion is also personally monitored by the Shadow Secret Guards. I beg you. A gentleman's offense is the same as a commoner's offense. If the royal family makes trouble, the offense will be increased. Knighthoods for meritorious service. Involvement with the royal bloodline. And so on. This is killing me. But he didn't dare say no. And then he bid farewell to Zhou Yuan and turned to leave. In this world, there are powerful people who are one man against the world, etc. When the Emperor's might value broke 10,000, he was going to have a big wave, but to deal with the thought of a second-grade powerhouse again at this time, it was already powerless, and there might not be no powerhouses in the Imperial Master's mansion. 1,000 Emperor's might value was already enough for him to make a high-quality extraction, but it's just a good thing to have this feature. Courtier Zhao Yan had a black line on his face, but he could only receive it. Emperor's power value, 8356. Characters belonging to, Sledgehammer, Yuan Qingdu, Ning Ma. Troops, Xuanjiao Army 2, 876. Halberdiers 1, 264. Shadow Guards *8. Tiger and Leopard Cavalry *87. After a while, Zhou Yuan sat up and stretched. So much so that the world only knows of the Taisher, the great general's father and son, but not of His Majesty's heavenly authority. Lu Wunhan had already had a plan in mind, and he had learned about today's situation when he was released from the Tingyi prison. Aren't you great? He was already a little impatient. Official refers naturally to someone with an official body, and the word noble naturally means aristocrat. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Hearing this, Lu Wunhan immediately fell to the ground in obeisance, trying to make such a strong man completely equal to the common people. Upon hearing the effects of this 5-colored big stick, many old men but helplessly laughed bitterly. Therefore, heavy penalties should be applied to secure the country by law and to strengthen the country by rule. Only the next day, he entered the courthouse. Even now, he still abides by the rules of the court, without the slightest transgression. And him? Moreover, a second-grade sword saint had already entered Deqian. It was just unclear if he had already arrived at Qianyuan City. The Emperor's might value, on the other hand, had reached over 8,000 points. It's only been a day. So expensive. There was a royal family disturbance, killing people in the street. Hear this. Zhou Yuan didn't think about making the first move. Lu Wunhan made a bow. By His Majesty's order, a gentleman who breaks the law is as guilty as the common people, and a royal relative who causes trouble is guilty of an additional offense. Lu Wunhan bowed down and opened his mouth to ask for orders. As long as Lu Wunhan can be used, he will have to buy a horse's bones for $1,000. Let alone a world like this, even if there are no strong people. I am not bitter. It is my duty to be loyal to the Son of Heaven. However, with Zhou Yuan's 4th grade power, he still vaguely heard a ringing sound, which was obviously someone leaving. So, he's going to drag it out. Servant Lu, what do you think is the most crucial thing in Deqian today? Previously, these folds simply cannot come to his front. All the handled folds are Wang Jin first over a time. Soon, the big 5-colored stick stood in the city, drawing curiosity. It's not just a random fight. Such a Lu Wunhan, and I don't know if there can be any natural talent. Don't look at Lu Wunhan as his subordinate official, but now it is obvious that Lu Wunhan is already a close friend of the Son of Heaven. Servant Lu, These days in the courtier's prison. Suffer. But the law, isn't it tried and tested step by step? Zhou Yuan nodded his head. Lu Wenhan's every word, even with Zhou Yuan's vision, was definitely not bad. There were just limitations. That's a royal relative. A relative of the Son of Heaven. In this way, Your Majesty's heavenly authority can enter the people. The host can test the current subject through the Emperor's prestige value. Each test requires 1,000 Emperor's prestige value. Faith? Zhao Yan was shocked. Is this law enforcement? The corner of Zhao Yan's mouth twitched. Here, you try hitting one. Chapter 27 Emperor's Might Value breaks 10,000. Extraction. Lu Wenhan, who received the news, had a cold face. He knew it was time to make a stand. The most honorable one of the 5 colored rods is going to see blood today. He immediately took his men to the streets of the west side of the city. When that imperial relative saw him, his face was fearless, even with a snicker. With heaven's wrath in his hand, a touch of invincibility appeared. The whole street remained motionless. I don't know how long it took, but someone suddenly bellowed. The 13 layers of the Great Circle of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique might have already exceeded the limit of the first grade. Seeing this name, Zhou Yuan recalled a phrase. The corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth curled up into an arc before he looked at the system. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, took a deep breath, just when he was going to look into it. When the extraction ended, Zhou Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly. Looking at the extraction result, Zhou Yuan almost froze. Lu Wenhan glanced toward the old man crying in pain on the side. The face is dull. He had heard of Lu Wenhan and knew that this was a close friend of that cousin of his, the Son of Heaven. But, how dare he kill his own uncle? Men, this king wants to enter the palace. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Emperor of Dakian. He didn't have much love for these royal relatives. Lu Wenhan closed his eyes and after a few seconds, he snapped them open. But maybe that's the limit of the 1,000-point extraction. No one dared to answer. This stick specializes in hitting the royal family. Today, the imperial prince Zhao Hong killed someone in the street. It is confirmed. He will be beaten with 50 rods first, and then detained at the court for the offense. This officer, himself, will carry it out. It is the business of the court officer to determine guilt. But the 7 or 8-year-old boy among those 3 mouths lay in the old man's arms, his eyes tightly closed. Shocked and angry, Zhao Hong tried to resist. The hands of these royal relatives also holds not weak forces. If they are willing to support their own situation of this Son of Heaven, how would it come to the point of the body? 10,000 Emperor's might value is invested. Zhao Hong's skin opened up and he didn't move a muscle. King Yom also naturally received the news. But his men are all street sneaks who go around bullying people with him. So where are the masters? However, he saw Lu Wenhan fiercely glaring at that royal relative. Lu Wenhan shouted angrily. Hearing this, many of the people sneered. 2 sticks. It was a family of 3. A flat on the floor fell, and there were cooking pies all over the place, but now it's gone. He spoke angrily. Their counting was naturally gone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining technique, divine sword technique. Soon, the 3-1-0-0-0 point draws ended. Congratulations to the host for obtaining character, Xianyuan Jingcheng. Lu Wenhan, you're in big trouble. This man is the uncle of the king of Yong. If you kill him, his majesty will not be able to protect you. As for the final divine weapon, Heaven's Wrath, it comes from heroes and is an evil weapon. That royal relative's heart jumped. This officer is in charge of chastisement, not criminal law, regardless of the power of guilt. Not bad. Whatever was drawn was a huge boost for him. But this official, in the name of his majesty, is at the helm of the chastisement. A gentleman who breaks the law commits the same crime as the common people, and a royal relative who causes trouble is guilty of an additional offense. How to live in the future without hope. The matter of the imperial master was imminent. And now, although he didn't know what was happening, since the imperial might value was over 10,000, it was time for him to draw. The voice fell. Some people even cursed in a low voice. Sure enough, dog officials are all the same. Xianyuan Jingcheng, please ask the old ancestor to go to his death. However, Zhou Yuan picked up the heavenly fury without a care in the world. Grade, 4th grade medium. Technique, Xianyuan Fist Dao. Evergreen sword technique. Your Majesty, King Yang is here. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dragon Elephant Prajna technique * 10 layers. After doing so, Lu Wenhan looked at the staring guard officers. System, 10,000 points. Draw. He wasn't going to have a conversation with Lu Wenhan at all. However, Zhou Yuan lightly grunted and the illusion disappeared while the Heaven's Fury sword gusted and trembled. Seemingly very happy. This man was a scholar, but he realized the way in one night and entered the heavenly passage in one step. Another bat went out and hit Zhao Hong directly on his back. Is there anyone more domineering than him in this world? but Lu Wonhan still didn't stop. The system carousel spins. At this moment, he has only one purpose, to let the Son of Heaven kill Lu Wonhan, so as to eliminate the anger in his heart. And at this point in the palace, as for the divine sword technique, it is Yan Nanshan's mastery, walking the royal path of the grand and majestic, and it is said that this sword technique is not only able to take the head of the commander-in-chief in 1,000,000 armies, but also able to split a hair into two. 27 rods later, under a stick, Zhao Hong vomited blood. I've heard of you. I killed a little bastard today. What? You, Lu Wonhan's 5-colored big stick, are coming to beat and kill me? The boy. That's all they can count on. He had gotten the message, and his face was hard. If placed in this world, I am afraid that it is already a character who has opened a sect and established a path, and I did not expect that the first 10,000 point extraction would be drawn. Seeing this, Lu Wonhan directly grabbed a large yellow stick. It was a pity that the dragon elephant prajna technique only had 10 layers. If he could draw to the great circle, I was afraid that even if he was a first-rate, he would still be slapped to death. A stick. Zhou Yuan frowned. He, indeed, dared to fight. The emperor's might value has broken 10,000. And although Lu Wonhan wasn't considered strong, but at such an age to become a lieutenant general, his strength had already entered the 6th rank. System, give me the lottery. The guards had a jolt. Just by looking at Lu Wonhan's eyes, they knew that if they didn't move again, this big stick was going to hit them. The shadow secret guards are back. Gui Yuaner walked in. 100 points of extraction corresponds to up to the 4th grade, and 1,000 points corresponds to the upper 3 grades of rewards. How dare you hit me? Imperial prestige value, 13,572. Characters belonging to, Sledgehammer, Yuan Qingdu, Ning Ma. Troops, Xuanjiao Army 2, 876. Halberdiers 1, 264. Shadow Guards *8. Tiger and Leopard Cavalry *87. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Luanum? The Emperor's might value had actually risen so quickly. The woman had tears in her eyes, but for some reason, she couldn't cry at all. Only the despair in her eyes was visible to the naked eye. Drag them back to the courtier's jail. Luanum left. When you say 50 sticks, you mean 50 sticks, and not a single stick less. 50 rods later, that Zhao Hong had long since lost his human form. The imperial prince sneered more than a little and looked at the cowering guard officials behind him. See, even though you are looking for death, they are not willing to look for death with you. Yes, and there are 3,500 points, all of which can be used for extraction as well. Where are the guards? After saying that, he struck a stick towards Zhao Hong. Lu Wonhan had just arrived at the Tingyi Palace when Zhao Yan came out in a hurry. For a time, the crowd shook, and the sky, at last, changed. Moreover, with such power, that Zhao Hong is afraid that he won't be able to use 50 rods and will be killed. 3 extractions. Almost a boost against him. The entire north street of the city was silent. It can devour a person's essence, and only a person of dominance can control it, and only a person of dominance can be recognized by him. No need to think. Definitely dead. And it went straight to 13,000. And it's even going up. This is what happened. Go and find out what great things are happening outside the palace. It was at this moment that a dark shadow fell. Congratulations to the host for obtaining, Divine Soldier, Heaven's Fury. That 500 points are not drawn. Nowadays he, for the time being, does not need 100 points to draw. What he needs is a strong person who is tripodal, or a potion or a technique that can enhance his strength. The shadow secret guards disappeared. Lu Wonhan shouted, his men not stopping at all. Zhou Yuan was in the middle of reviewing the Zhangfu, when suddenly his heart moved and he opened the system. Thought the numbers were pretty good the last couple days, but they turned out to be fake chases. Still probably not testing the waters this week. Well, feel a little taut in the mind. Hopefully it'll come to the short stop. Hey, otherwise it'll be 100,000 words to test the waters. Chapter 28, King Yang wants to rebel. What is his crime? Gui Yuaner stood on the sidelines, eyes and nose watching. Shadowmist spoke up. Your Majesty, after investigation, Lu Wonhan set up a 5-colored stick in the city, and King Yang's uncle, Zhao Hong, killed him in the street. The people's hearts are shaken. When he finished speaking, Shadowmist closed his mouth. The matter of Xianyuan Jingcheng was revealed, and the King of Yong immediately walked out of the column. Name, Xianyuan Jingcheng. Title, Mr. Shajia, Confucian Sage. Xianyuan Jingcheng said smilingly. King Yang was still roaring in anger. He just couldn't believe that Zhou Yuan dared to kill him. Why? Instead, it was more like a reader than like a martial arts powerhouse. The King of Yong wants to rebel. What is his crime? Quite a special message. I wouldn't dare. The son of heaven, for the sake of a Lu Wunhan, is going to break with his royal relatives? How dare he? Isn't he afraid that all the kings of the world will rebel? Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that all the princes of the world will rebel? Where are the warriors in front of the temple? Take down the king of Yong. I followed the rules and used the 5-colored rod. And his body was delicate, and he eventually died of the rod. Not killed by the rod without reason. The king of Yong is even more furious. The official position of Shinshuling is not a high one, but what he is responsible for is extremely important. This world is my world and everyone's world. I know that you and others have been practicing hard for dozens of years, not for the sake of equality with the people, but those who kill. People will always kill. This is an iron law. It seemed that he was bound to be the one who was responsible for this imperial prestige value of his breaking 10,000. Zhou Yuan asked. Early the next morning, the ministers were waiting in front of the palace gate. However, before the ministers opened their mouths, Zhou Yuan first announced an appointment. King Yong, who hadn't been to court for a long time, walked into the royal city with irritation, even fearing that the grand eunuch Wang Jin was on the side of his couch, the sight that was like a poisonous snake. How strong are you? What does your majesty mean by this? Feigned king, you are forcing the kings of the world to turn against you. But he is not afraid of these so-called Great Qing kings. Wei Lu stood beside Zhou Yuan, feeling emotion in his heart. Lu Wunhan, dressed in his official uniform, was meticulous and did not even look at King Yong. After that, he returned to the group of ministers, looking like he didn't have any presence. Yes, a voice wrapped in terrifying power rang out, instantly startling the entire courtroom. Your Majesty, I ask you, Your Majesty, to behead Lu Wunhan to set the court straight. Zai Feiduan snapped open his eyes that had been closed and stared dead at Zhou Yuan. Oh, but soon they shook off the thought. One carelessness, the entire Dixian's royal relatives, but they are all going to make trouble. Zhou Hong is a royal relative. If you dare to kill a royal relative today, you will dare to kill the son of heaven tomorrow. How can his majesty spare you? No, I should say, he has no party affiliation now. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly when he heard this. Just so, it has also offended the royal family of the world. I wonder how your majesty intends to deal with it. The power seems to be sealed, and the weapons are even replaced by the word sword, book, and Confucian. That's why he's been emboldened until now. Today, let's see how the emperor's little boy handles this matter. Even as he spoke, Xianyuan Jingqing's body was filled with the aura of Confucianism. Zhou Yuan spoke faintly. What is the Torah? Inside the great hall, since one imperial relative, Zhao Hong, was not enough, he would use the blood of King Yong to let everyone know. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. They weren't angry about the disking sessions that used to irritate them. He laughed a lot. No wonder. This King Yong came today. So what? Now. It backfires when their interests are involved. And you won't know exactly how until you see it. The heart was even more shocked. However, Zhou Yuan's face was quite cold. King Yong shouted angrily. They don't care if the imperial master holds the dynasty. They don't care if the great general is powerful in the dynasty. And they don't care if the great eunuch Wang Jin coerces the emperor. The people can carry a boat, but they can also capsize it. All the strongest people in the world come from the people. From that one sentence, he knew His Majesty's attitude towards the matter. His Majesty had actually appointed another character they had never even heard of. Your Majesty, what about Lu Wunhan? When the palace doors opened, the ministers rushed in. The change in the emperor's might value had made him understand what was fundamental. A gentleman who breaks the law commits the same crime as the common people, and a royal relative who causes trouble is guilty of an additional offense. Don't tell me you haven't heard of it. King Yong hurriedly knelt down to admit his mistake, but after standing up, he continued to look at Lu Wunhan coldly. More than that, what he was most curious about right now was Xianyuan Jingcheng, but he was His Majesty's man, not King Yong's, so he wouldn't say a word more. He never expected that the Son of Heaven, who looked wise and mighty and had the power to prosper the country, would actually do such a stupid thing. This person killed an imperial relative. All the countries in the world. How can there be a district of lesser secretaries who dare to kill an imperial relative? His voice was calm, frighteningly calm. Declare, Xianyuan Jingqing for an audience. Back, tell him, I am tired. There are things, tomorrow on the temple, on the 7th grade, but if I borrow the power of heaven and earth, I think I can be stronger. I already know about this matter. So be it. Before young Secretary Lu took office, I had spoken with him. The ministers paid their respects and the court began. Seal, Xianyuan Jingcheng as the Shinshu order, the general leader of paperwork and canonical affairs. However, when he opened Xianyuan Jingcheng's information, He understood why 10,000 points could draw this kind of character. The 100 officials shook again. Stronger? This refers to how much? Back to your majesty. This is true. But this matter is due to the fact that the uncle of the king of Yong killed someone in the street. Zhou Yuan shouted. When his hands are free, even if the kings don't rebel, he will still have to clean them up one by one. Your majesty's strength. It's improved again. Didn't Mr. Lu Shaoqing say? Your uncle's relative killed someone in the street. It is only right to pay for murder. Mr. Lu Shaoqing is the guardian of the law of the land. So what's the crime? But if we kill Lu Wenhan, in this world, will there still be any loyal ministers? The last trace of Yuan Qi into Qian was broken. Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed and his voice could not be heard as happy or angry. Anyone who wants to touch their roots is an enemy. Zhou Yuan nodded. My lord. Thank you, your majesty. Chang Hongyuan's mind shook. Now, he is firmly in the Tennessee party. To move my world's people is to dig up my world's foundation. Several temple warriors shouted in unison and then rushed in, directly arresting King Yon. It's blocked, but it can be lifted. Before the great Yuan sword Saint Yuan De came here, it would be a good thing to see chaos all over Deqian. Hearing this, courtier Zhao Yan took a deep breath and walked out, and then he looked at the system again. Zhou Yuan had a smile on his face. In that case, pull them down and behead them. Zai Flying Dust looked at the scene with a smile on his face. I can give you the privilege of enjoying glory and tasting riches, but only this, I will definitely cut you down without mercy. Young Minister Lu, is this matter of King Yong true? Lu Wenhan stepped out of the column. Fearless, Xian Yuan Jingcheng, meet your majesty. Rank, upper 7th grade, state scholar seal, sacred seal, King Yong said with hatred. That Lu Wenhan, killing his minister's uncle in the street, is an unforgivable crime. Strong people are not big cabbages, and this person is all rich, which has half a strong temperament. King Yong's face turned blue. Weapons, sword, book, Confucian, current location information, ectopic pending call. No way. He was afraid that Yuan Gong's father and son would plot a rebellion with the 300,000 border troops in their hands, and the neighboring countries would take the opportunity to attack. Beheading in front of the palace is an unforgivable offense. And then he spoke. The people can carry a boat or capsize it. That's a good point. And then he saw a rich middle-aged man walk out of the group of ministers. Your majesty really has the look of a wise lord. Zhou Yuan looked at him coldly. What a Lu Wenhan. I thought that Lu Wenhan only had some talent, but I didn't expect him to have such tactics. Got it. Eyes as if looking at a dead man. Rebellion? Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed. Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Wenhan. Yes, your majesty. This is also strong? Many courtiers were puzzled. I am afraid that the reputation of the great master Zai Fadewan Peach and Plum World will make the great Qian turbulent. Humph. King Yong, this dynastic hall, is it me who has the final say, or you who has the final say? With that, Zhou Yuan stood up and eyed everyone. Against? King Yong looked at Zhou Yuan violently, his eyes stunned. Zhou Yuan was first regretful, and then he recovered his happiness. Soon, a middle-aged, wealthy man with a kind face walked in. In this world, there is no such thing as a good thing. Chapter 29, Giving the Sword of the Son of Heaven. Chop, King Yong was directly confused. How dare you behead this king? If you behead this king, how can the kings of the world be convinced? Zhongzhen, where is Zhongzheng? You're still not talking. This dim-witted king wants to behead this king. He shouted as loudly as a noisy shrew in a food market. Once King Yong died, everyone shut their mouths. He jerked his head up and bellowed, and immediately an underling rushed to him. But it's not surprising when you think about it. Potential and ability are two concepts. If not for him, this Lu Wenhan would have already died. So when he opened his mouth at this time, it could be said that he should have been extremely courageous. Alright, gentlemen, rise for something and retire from the court for nothing. Only when everyone had left did Yuan Gong murmur. Isn't that what they call power play? He believed that as long as Yuan Wei, the first grade, arrived, the situation in Xianyuan would be greatly stabilized. Even if the dynasty is changed, it is not difficult at all. He knew that Yuan Gong also had scruples against the Son of Heaven and wanted to unite with him to take the throne. With that, Zhou Yuan took out the Heavenly Sun sword in his hand. One boring kills 3 pints. Humph. Not how. Good old thing. Do you really think you can stop the Son of Heaven? The Empress Dowager is dead. The Son of Heaven will not let you go. And now, it is only the beginning. I also don't know what level of potential there is. If there is a national scholars qualification, it would be a fortune. At the same time, Zhou Yuan's gaze looked towards the entire auditorium. Mess it up. The messier the better. It was then that I heard Yuan Gong open his mouth. If Taisher Zai helps my father and son, in the future, Taisher will still be Taisher. What does Taisher Zai think? with heaven's wrath around. This heaven's sun sword, he had long since stopped using it. The son of heaven is moving too much, too fast. With Zhou Yuan's words, sledgehammer, Wei Lu simultaneously released their powerful battle chi and charged towards the Zongjing nonchalantly. My lord, thank you, your majesty. The kings are going to rebel? Then let them rebel. I would like to see if the kings can make this world change the dynasty. Fortunately, he quickly reacted that as long as Wei'er was there, the son of heaven would not dare to kill him. It's just a pity that letting Wei'er come back nowadays might lead to some trouble at the border and an invasion of foreign enemies. Watching the emperor's might value easily break 1,000. Zhou Yuan's heart moved slightly as he looked towards Lu Wenhan. However, as long as he thought about it, Zhou Yuan's matricide and the unquestionable attitude at this moment, it made him drum in his heart. And although this sword is sharp, it is more than one. It is more of a symbol only. My lord, I respectfully submit to your majesty. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Zongjang in front of him. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Sure enough, Kakushi. Zhou Yuan was a little surprised in his heart. The emperor's might value rose again. This general sends 2 major third-grade experts to assist in the battle. And it's 100. 000 versus 3. 000. Even if Yuan Qingdu has the power of a second grade, how could he fail so easily? Waiting for Zhou Yuan to leave, Yuan Gong walked over towards Taisher Zai Fei Duan. It's not that simple, even if you have a heart. Those temple front samurai who disobeyed orders before had already been beheaded by Zhou Yuan. It seems that this general still underestimated that Yuan Qingdu. I thought it was just an unusual second rank, but I didn't realize that it actually had the power of a second rank on it. In this battle, 3,000 Xuanjia army is incomparable elite. Yuan Chengdu is holding a phoenix wing symbol, abhorring to kill the third grade. The Xuanjia army follows. White Lotus sect is unbeatable. The quoted Suzu grunted softly, his face turning pale. Zai Feiduan glanced at him and didn't say anything. Moreover, even if he understood that there could be people of great talent in the country, then in the future, he would naturally have to pay more attention. I'll see if their blood, too, is red. Name, Lu Wenhan. Yuan Gong opened his mouth. Therefore, even if he united with De Yuan, he would not unite with Yuan Gong. Yuan Gong's face sank slightly. Zhou Yuan chided. Yuan Gong's eyes widened as he jerked to his feet. The surprise that killing King Yong brought to the ministers was not low, so when they saw his gaze, everyone lowered their heads. It can be a way to take death. Immediately send someone to notify my son Yuan Wei, so that he can bring people to secretly enter Qian Yuan and preside over the situation. Suzu's voice trailed off. Although his battle chi talent was insufficient, the state scholar could look at more than just battle chi. He spoke righteously, and just by opening his mouth, he made Zhou Yuan bored. Did Zongjing not hear me clearly? Or did you not hear what King Yong said clearly? What? The king of Yong has blood kinship with his majesty, but speaking for his uncle, what offense is there? Rank, lower 6th grade, Kakushi. Weapon, sword. Master Zai. His majesty, now, is like a dragon entering the sea. 100 gold is but an ordinary reward for the sword of the son of heaven. With that, he waved his hand and turned straight away. The entire ministers in the hall physically trembled, and really chopped it off. Son of heaven, that's ruthless. Even Yuan Gong couldn't help but have his body tremble. Zhou Yuan's every word was loud and clear. Just because there is potential doesn't mean it can be developed. Hearing this, Yuan Gong was appalled. Now that the son of heaven has a few strong men in his hands, he acts arrogantly and domineeringly, and he cannot listen to people's words. System, check out Lu Wenhan's information. Those who could serve as Zongjang were all royal clansmen, and could even be said to be Zhou Yuan's elders. Everyone has underestimated that puppet heavenly son, and now it seems that the wait is over. His son was the only one of the first grade in Deqian, so what right did Zai Fei Chen have to reject him? If you have blood kinship, you can disregard the heavenly authority? What an honor this is! Even the words honoring the ancestors are not enough to describe it. But why should everyone be the same minister in the same hall now? But he has to send Yuan Gong to the throne, and he himself is inferior. And there can be more than one third grade. Can get this victory? Enough to prove that Yuan Qingdu's strength of the strong, even if it is not the second grade on, but also absolutely not far from it. Thinking of this, he simply opened the system's checking function. He's going to counter. What? The royal family can rebel? Zhou Yuan nodded before getting up to leave. These newly appointed ones, naturally, are all his beloved ones, although their strength is inferior, but they win in terms of loyalty. More of such great talent as Kakushi is better. Lu Wenhan 5-colored big stick defies power, has merit, gives 100 gold. The sword of the son of heaven. Anyone who does not respect the law can be killed first. Looking at Lu Wunhan, who was excited to the naked eye, Zhou Yuan was in a good mood. It made him not want to wait any longer. This son of heaven doesn't look like a man who can listen to words. In this battle, the White Lotus sect master died and 100,000 sect members were scattered. This man, he has great talent. Titles: Young Secretary of Daqian, State Scholar. When Wei Er comes back, this De Qian, no one can stop his Yuan family's great deeds again. Come on, man. But if he doesn't care, in this world, is there still a right for them? The royal clansman. But now that he knew Lu Wunhan's potential, as well as his loyalty, he naturally wanted to cultivate him vigorously. Not really anything expensive. There are some things that are not easy to talk through. It's just as well. These people who don't miss their kin and blood, how can that common people be seriously compared to the lives of the royal family? Current position information: Minister of the Great Qing Dynasty, Minister of the Imperial Court. A screen came along with it. During the ceremony of my ascension to the throne, all the ministers were in trouble. Why don't you and others come out and say that the royal family is close to each other and their bloodline is close to each other? Now talk to me about this. Why don't you pull it down? The corners of Lu Wunhan's mouth quivered. He was even already considering when to let his son Yuan Wei secretly enter Qian Yuan. But these courtiers listened. Think my sword is unfavorable. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Scoutmaster replied. The White Lotus sect and Yuan Qingdu. In a battle at Lingnan Pass, the White Lotus sect gathered 100,000 sectarians to surround them, and Yuan Qingdu led 3,000 Xuanjia troops to meet them. But at the same time, he felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. But he couldn't wait. Only the great general and the imperial master snorted coldly, not caring. Great general, the White Lotus sect is defeated. And to Zhou Yuan, however, continued. What a royal clansman. Blood kinship. The late emperor ascended the throne for decades. Old and sick. The big eunuch Wangzhen hostage harem. How do you not think of the royal family? Blood relatives. Come forward to help the late emperor. This great Qian, actually has the talent of a national scholar in. This time, the warriors in front of the temple directly pulled King Yang out, returning to the great general's residence. Yuan Gong's but was not yet warm when a scout horse came in. Hearing the return of the scout horse, Yuan Gong's face was unsightly. Zai Flying Dust sneered. Zhou Yuan grunted angrily. In fact, without waiting for him to speak, Zhongzheng had already stepped forward. Suzu stepped forward. How is it possible to lose? Who defeated the White Lotus sect? Late is late. He wants to be emperor. Chapter 30. Those who disregard the law shall be beheaded. Outside of Qianyuan City, Huangtu Avenue, a large man with a long beard, carrying a sharp sword, walked towards Qianyuan City. Passing a small village, he felt a little thirsty and walked into it. It was only his appearance that was slightly different from the people of Deqian. In this Qianyuan City, there was actually someone who dared to talk to them like this. Without even thinking about it, one of the men kicked at him. Hearing this, the two great Yuan emissaries' eyes widened. Opportunities. Too many. Guessed. Armed with a sharp sword. Is he a martial artist? There was a soft thud, and the ground was stained red with blood. My lord. I understand. However, he saw the long-bearded man draw the sharp sword in his hand, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Situ Xianran was surprised. It wasn't until much later that anyone found the bodies of the old man's family. Still, he was shocked in his heart and said with some concern, Your Majesty, the country of Daiyuan is far more powerful than my Daqian, and even has a first-rate war power. If we forcefully kill the Daiyuan mission, I'm afraid that it will cause the already ambitious Daiyuan to invade in a big way. With that, Ningyame slashed his halberd towards the two men. Snap. So many conditions have culminated in the present scene. There was a clanking explosion. The man took a few steps backward, his face grim as he looked at Ningyame. Great Qian for decades. The national strength is weak. In the neighboring countries, this is the object that can be arbitrarily humiliated. Ningyame raised his eyebrows crossly and coldly. Subsequently, Imperial Master Zai Feiduan also walked over. Zai Flying Dust's face was gloomy as he spoke angrily. Ningyame, as the commander of the halberdiers, you should know that my Daqian is now suffering from internal and external problems, and you are clearly trying to provoke a war between the two countries by showing your ferocity in the street and trying to kill the ambassador of Daiyuan. He stood up. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. He was holding a halberd and his eyes were cold. The old man mentioned if nothing else, after Zhou Yuan's costless investment, coupled with the recovery over these days, the injuries of Wei Liao and the others were no longer a major problem. Rather lively. But when he thought of His Majesty's cascading underpinnings, he didn't dwell on it. Your Majesty is right. Is the enemy so powerful that you archly resign yourself to your fate? Zhou Yuan looked confident. Two Day One emissaries walked down the street. The two men were dismissive. And naturally, this is even more true for Day One. As a powerful country on one side, the long-bearded man smiled, but did not answer. He whispered to himself, "As you are in Deqian, you must abide by my Deqian laws. Murder pays for life, debt pays for debt, and if you dare to disregard the law, you shall be beheaded." Yes, the one who charged the Day One emissary was just a death row inmate. Recently, the Shadow Secret Guards have discovered that Taisher Zai Fei Chen has colluded with a Great Yuan emissary. And even more so, the Great Yuan Sword Saint, a Yuan Da, has secretly entered Qian Yuan. Blood spilled in the air, and the old man's family of 5 all fell to the ground. Soon, Situ Xianran walked in. What a mouthful! Today's Qian Yuan city, and the past but different. The new Prince of Heaven to the throne set up a 5-colored stick to rectify the legal system. The upper hit the royal relatives, the lower hit the people. Now that the Son of Heaven is a valiant man, he, as a member of the people, is also honored with the honor. Lord Wise? Hearing these words, a brilliant light flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Could it be that, because my Deqian country is weak, I should give my Deqian away, and I should lead my neck to be killed? General Situ, there is no need to talk about this matter. The law? Can your laws of Deqian govern my De Yuan emissaries? Of course he knew that the imperial master would come, and this hilarity was arranged by his majesty. Watching Situ Xianran leave, Zhou Yuan spoke into the air. Go, give those De Yuan emissaries some chance. This Deqian, too calm. That is why the emissaries of the neighboring countries in Deqian are often unseen and quite arrogant. Situ Xianran stroked his beard while smilingly saying, "It has entered the 2nd grade. The power of the 7th grade directly kicked the man away, spitting out a mouthful of blood." An old man frowned, but seeing his dusty appearance, he invited him in. He wiped the sword in his hand with the old man's shirt. The Deqian 3rd grade emissary standing in Zai Fei dust sneered and said. However, when the long-bearded man heard this, he frowned slightly, but a silhouette suddenly appeared and blocked in front of the two. The old man hates it. That's the phrase. Ah, General Sito, how is it? Your Majesty, General Situ Xianran is here. Zai Flying Dust was fearless and drank coldly. This elder master is discussing the affairs of the two countries with an emissary from the Great Yuan. Ningame, why don't you hurry up and get out of the way? Do you really want this elder master to order you to be put to death? Zai Fei Chen colluded with the Great Yuan emissary, and even the Great Yuan Sword Saint Yuan De entered Qian Yuan? This information is thought to be incredibly secretive. So how did your Majesty know about it? Ningame put away his halberd and put a smile on his face. Zhou Yuan hummed lightly. Shen. The Hanyu looked like he had traveled a long way and was unaware of the majesty of the Son of Heaven. Finally, Gui Yuaner came in to report, but in a matter of tea, the man was knocked down to the point of near death. Ningame, what crime should you commit if you try to be a murderer in the street and plot to kill a Great Yuan emissary? This is Deqian, not you De Yuan, you De Yuan emissaries. First, you killed people with bravado, and now you are threatening me in Qian Yuan City. Hearing Ningame's words, the two Great Yuan emissaries glanced at each other before one of them violently stomped on the man's head. Such a confident demeanor also lifted Situ Xuanran's spirits, he said, and handed him 2 buns. With that, Ningame fiercely looked towards Zai Fei Chen. However, the two Great Yuan emissaries had no qualms at all, and even if it was that big 5-colored stick, it couldn't hit them. The Great Yuan emissaries, on the head, they are accustomed to molesting women, bullying civilians, and can be said to do no harm. Hey, don't you guys have eyes? It even attracted a lot of passers-by. Zhou Yuan was overjoyed. If Daiyuan really dares to invade in the future, I, myself, will find a way. Soon, water was drunk and buns were eaten. Even Dali, which is equally weak and poor as Dakian, dares to make frequent incursions. Originally I wasn't sure, but now that General Situ has entered the 2nd rank, it's time to make a move. And Zai Flying Dust and that Great Yuan emissary, both not far away, were eating wine. Once the guest enters Qian Yuan City, don't make trouble based on your status as a martial artist, or else, that 5-colored big stick is not something to be messed with. But the two men remained unforgiving, but there was one more person he was waiting to hear from. Hilarious? Zhou Yuan asked. In the past few days, Zhou Yuan had been sending his shadow secret guards to keep an eye on Zai Fei Chen and the Great Yuan mission, so as not to be caught off guard. Ningame instantly became furious. Just then, a roar rang out. Just when the old man thought his guest was leaving, a man came by. Taisher Zai, you are my Taisher of Dakian. Why are you standing with the Great Yuan emissary? After saying that, the sharp sword returned to its sheath, and the long-bearded man carried his long sword on his back as he continued to walk towards Qian Yuan City. The man screamed. Waiting for Zai Flying Dust and the Great Yuan emissary to make a scene? He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. If you want to move, it's only if he moves first. Could you give me some water to quench my thirst? Lord Taisher, if this man doesn't die today, in the coming day, I will sue the Son of Heaven, so that my majestic army of the Great Yuan will trample on Qian Yuan on horseback. In this world, there shouldn't be any wise lord other than my Great Yuan Heavenly Son. Since you praise the Great Qian Heavenly Son so much, then, what's the use of having you and the others to send you to see that wise Great Qian Heavenly Son in advance? The man screamed miserably. Along with the roar, a figure appeared, and it was none other than Ningame. Boo! A few people crashed together. In this Qian Yuan city, those who dared to offend them had only one fate, and that was death. So even though his own family wasn't exactly wealthy, he still wanted to let this guest know that his Qian Yuan city was different from other places. You kill people in the street, thinking that I have no law in Dakian. He was about to revolt. So how could he care about a mere Ningame? Chapter 31, The Great Qian Heavenly Prince. Although he didn't care, Zai Flying Dust still didn't want to make a move. Now that the Great Yuan Sword Saint, a Yuan Da, hadn't come over yet, it wasn't a good opportunity to make a move now. But Ningame had originally come over to cause trouble, so how could he agree? He sneered and looked at the people around him, shouting angrily. Zai Fei Chen didn't resist. There was no point in resisting in front of the third-grade Ningame. Moreover, he couldn't resist right now. Die. He had the intention to stop Ningame, but Ningame was already strong with his peak third-rank power, and even though he was only using a battle chi under the third rank at the moment, it was not something that he, an unprepared under the third rank, could stop. Today, I will make a promise to the people of my Great Qian in this Qian Yuan city. The country. No people cannot be established. No king does not rise. The king of this people offered to the country sacrifice. To receive the people's anointed blood, is to the king's sacrifice in exchange for the prosperity of the country. This old dog. I'm afraid he still thinks that being locked up is nothing until now. The hearts of the people are shaking. This is the Son of Heaven of their Great Qian. You also know that General Ning is the commander of my halberdiers and is responsible for my security. The next moment, a mountain of cries rang out. An arrow stepped forward. The halberd pierced through his chest, while the latter picked the man up with a halberd. Lord Qian Yuan, have you heard about the matter of the Imperial Master's imprisonment? The people around them were unmoved. That third-grade Grand Yuan envoy roared in anger and charged towards Ningame. Press Zai Fei Duan into the prison of the court captain's office. Investigate his past, and if he colludes with another country, he will be beheaded without pardon. His brain, suddenly, felt like an explosion. His brain, too late to even think about anything, said Zhou Yuan Lang in a loud voice. Zhou Yuan's mouth was tinged with a faint smile. Level off. Shangshu order Yamen. Xian Yuan Jingcheng held a book in his hand, sometimes laughing, sometimes stroking his beard, and sometimes frowning. Long live your majesty, 10,000 years. Tell me what your intentions are. Do you know that you are still my people of Dakian? Do you know that you eat my Dakian salary? Do you know that you are my Dakian 100 officials example? Good guts. Arrest him and twist him to death row. Only then did Zai Feiduan react. Anxious and angry, Zhou Yuan walked over, his face unruffled. Ningame sneered, but the Son of Heaven could never have imagined that he was ready to unite with De Yuan to destroy Qian. It wasn't a dead end, but the words of the Son of Heaven had pushed him over the edge. He had no way to explain, because no matter how he explained, the literati in the world would not believe it, and the 100 officials in the court would not believe it. So what if it's De Yuan? Why have I ever been afraid of De Qian? Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. He believed that the Son of Heaven would not hesitate to let Ningame behead him. Zai Flying Dust did think so. Don't you dare. He just hid his clumsiness. Ningame would not listen to him. Zhou Yuan's sentences were harsh and his words were murderous. Zai Flying Dust's face went white. It's simply despicable and shameless. Ningame's words were originally a ploy arranged by Zhou Yuan. By the time Zai Flying Dust had reacted again, that third-grade emissary had already been used as a battle flag by Ningame and held high above his head. Come on, man. After saying that, he waved his hand and told his subordinate to retreat. So what if you want to fight? Even if it's De Yuan? Till death do us part. Zhou Yuan didn't give him a chance to speak. Everyone was shocked. General Ning killed the offender of our populace. Although this person is an emissary of the Great Yuan and is quite troublesome, you can go so far as to press General Ning directly into death row. Similarly, he held his halberd and struck towards that third-grade Great Yuan messenger. Reading can make sense. Reading can enhance wisdom. Reading can be more enlightened. That's what this Shanghaier has been doing since he took office. I, Dakian, have been a nation for 100 years, but I have never suffered such humiliation. As the Great Qian Crown Prince, Crown Prince Zai Fei Chen groveled and degraded the nation. At this moment, Zai Flying Dust was truly enraged. The hot blood falling on Ningame was even more shocking. It's not time for him to do it now. If need be, His Majesty will come to him. Isn't it good to read more holy books than that? You seek death. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the surrounding people were staggered. Although the handling of affairs is also considered appropriate, but there is absolutely no meaning of the Son of Heaven's red man. Not to mention the idea of going in front of the Son of Heaven to brush his presence. Stop. The people of this world will believe even less. That was why Zhou Yuan wanted to kill his reputation first, and after that, he would kill him. Taiji Zai's heart jumped, and in the next second, Ningame slammed out his halberd and slammed it towards the two Yuan emissaries. If you really resisted, you would be sitting this one out, even if he is locked up. So what? He has countless disciples and officials. If not impossible, the Son of Heaven would have killed him long ago. Some were shocked that the Imperial Master was so closely connected to the Great Yuan mission, while others were shocked that the Son of Heaven actually dared to imprison the Imperial Master. Saying that, Ningame's face was instantly filled with killing intent. Although they are also very fearful, but you as a Great Qing Dynasty master, so arrest a good official for the people, that Great Yuan people. Is it your father? Originally, the new Shangshu order is the Red Man of the Son of Heaven. Then they are naturally honored with it. But this Shangshu order is swinging after taking office, which is not a waste. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, and the king dies for the gods, and then look at the stares of the people around them. But this time, he couldn't help it. All of this changed in a flash, so he just symbolically cried out 2 times of injustice and was obediently taken away by Ningame. He would not tolerate it, but he didn't notice the strange gazes of the people around him. That's right, that Zai Fei Dust as a country's eunuch, can be said to be under one person, 10,000 people. At this moment actually sell the master to seek honor. The entire Long Street fell to its knees. What Zhou Yuan wanted to do was to build up the people's fearlessness in battle, and all he had to do was wait. Wait for the house to contact the Day 1 Emissary Corps. Well said. Good guts. Xian Yuan Jingcheng nodded. As long as there's no hard evidence, the Son of Heaven can't kill him. After saying that, Zhou Yuan fiercely looked at Zai Fei Duan and said in a cold voice, but Xian Yuan Jingcheng smiled. Looking back, he saw the Son of Heaven standing not far from him. I'm going out on a patrol today just to gauge the people's sentiments, but I don't want such a scandal to actually happen. Reading these days had given him some new insights. Ningame dropped that third-grade corpse and personally grabbed Zai Fei Duan. Zai Flying Dust shouted angrily. It was a ploy, and he was so stupid to fall for it. His layer of prestige talisman that allowed Zhou Yuan to be untouchable had broken since today. But it's already voted for that big dollar. He didn't expect that with himself and Elder Master Zai Fei Duan around. This person would actually dare to make a move. The third-grade messenger stormed into a rage. Looking at such an honest Zai Fei Duan, Zhou Yuan laughed lightly. As long as I am still alive, I will not take half a step back or let an inch go. Those who violate my Great Qian will be executed even though they are far away. Today, I, Ningame, will kill the murderer here to avenge the people of Dakian. And after this matter, if you want to kill or die, let that traitorous eunuch be punished. Naturally, I heard about it. In this round, he was still bound to win. A voice that Zai Flying Dust found familiar rang out. What it takes is one hit to kill. Boo! As the huge force fell, that third-grade Great Yuan envoy was unprepared and directly spat out blood and flew backwards. His roar carried for miles under the rolling battle aura. In Diqian, almost everyone feared Di Yuan. He was about to defect to the Great Yuan and rebel. But now, this damned Ningame had actually killed the leaders of the Great Yuan's messenger corps right under his nose. Under one halberd, 2 people were killed. Taisher Zai, as my Taisher of Diqian, why are you so close to Di Yuan's emissary? In this moment, he understood everything. He roared angrily as his peak third-grade battle power erupted. If the Son of Heaven is like this, I'm afraid there's going to be a change in the court. Won't you go to the palace and ask so, my lord? The subordinate officer prompted. To the side, the subordinate officer looked at him, his face tangled. It's a small matter. Why ask for a strategy? It was only in the instant that the two of them made contact that the light in Ningame's eyes exploded. I'm just going out on a slight patrol to see how my people, after my ascension to the throne, are doing, and I didn't expect to actually see such a good show. And word of what was going on in the street had long since reached all sides. In the whole of Diqian, who dares to call me by my mouth? That's what makes him happy. Chapter 32, Guan Yu, see your majesty. What Zhou Yuan said shook not only the people in Xianyuan Jingcheng. The entire Qianyuan city was shaken by this. Even in time, the entire Diqian would be shaken beyond measure by this. Throughout all the kingdoms, There has never been a son of heaven who has spoken words that have shaken the hearts of the people so much. Countless people listened with fervor. Guan Yu stood up and stood aside without speaking. As for the ones left behind, they are nothing more than trumped-up charges. The second-grade martial emperor of the Taishi's house, although he had not been promoted to the second grade for a few years, but as he had killed a veteran second-grade powerhouse when he was first second grade, his strength was definitely not bad either. Surprisingly, Zhou Yuan took a deep breath. Hearing this, Zai Feiduan breathed a sigh of relief. So tonight, too, is destined for bloodshed. It's just that he's waiting. It wasn't until the night that a figure, from the window, flew into the Great Yuan mission compound. My lord, only if he really does all this, the people will follow. The hearts of the people will be fearless, and Diqian will prosper. You puppet son of heaven, what are you going to fight me with? Not only was he a second-grade powerhouse, but he was also a battle-hardened military general who knew very well what the problem at hand was. The entire Qianyuan city was excited by Zhou Yuan's words, but there were always so many people who were dissatisfied. Wanda is here? As he said this, Zai Feichen turned his back to the subordinate and looked at the night sky outside the prison. Tonight, the moon and stars were sparse. Third grade? Zai Flying Dust asked. Yuanda said that the original plan remains unchanged, and that as long as we capture Qianyuan, you will still be the imperial master. However, Zhou Yuan understood that it was just a vibration right now. The requirements were not high. As long as that Guan Yu had the power of the third rank, they would be able to have a few more points of certainty in this battle. Over 4,000 points. You can draw 4 times. Soon the underlings left. Wanda nodded before speaking. Unsurprisingly, this wave had allowed him to save up quite a few more emperor's might values. Seeing this person, all the great Yuan emissaries were excited beyond measure. Zai Flying Dust stood up. The sword Saint Yuanda is a real second grade on. I am afraid that only Wei Lu can drag it, and he didn't know it. But just like Yuan Qingdu, the martial arts generals extracted from these worlds have battle power added to them. So the strength of the Guan Yu drawn at this time is definitely not bad. Guan Yu, greet your majesty. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Orcus *1000. Among the crowd, Wei Lu, Situ Xianran, and the Great Iron Hammer already had second grade combat power. Well, what did Wanda say? Euphoria was the only one in the mission who was under the third rank. Level off. Where's Euphoria? Why don't you see him coming to see me? Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Emperor of Daqian. Not to mention these underlings, even if it was that second-grade martial emperor, as long as the shadow secret guards didn't get too close, they wouldn't be discovered. If you look into it, even if the emperor has the power of heaven, you will not be able to find any conclusive evidence. No one knew just how many people had sold out to Zai Fei Dust, harboring mischief in their hearts. All of this had long been in Zhou Yuan's calculations. His Majesty always surprises them in times of crisis. A cold light flickered in his eyes. The person who came was none other than their De Yuan Sword Saint, a powerhouse on the second rank. It seems that some changes have occurred in this Qianyuan city. Although Wei Lu was surprised, he still resumed his praise. Your Majesty, the Imperial Master and defected to the Great Yuan, 2 major second-grade powerhouses. There may even be a hidden third grade in. To win, I'm afraid it won't be easy. If something goes wrong, the great situation today can be buried. He didn't believe that he couldn't draw a strong person out. It's here. Last night Wanda came to the Imperial Master's residence in person, and Lord Martial Emperor himself received it. Everyone was puzzled as to what kind of person this was. Zhou Yuan nodded. Instead, it's an entire faction. This was the reason why Zhou Yuan could not move him. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Martial General Guan Yu. It's a good day to start something. Soon, a majestic man wearing a blue-blooded dunce cap walked in. Troops belonging to 2876 Xuanjia Army, 1264 halberdiers, Shadow Secret Guards *8. But Zhou Yuan didn't have much to worry about. The next night, finally, an underling from the Taishi's residence came over. Zhou Yuan stared at every move of the entire Taishi mansion. Grade, 4th grade medium. Techniques, Qian Yuan Fist Dao, Evergreen Sword Technique, Dragon Image Prajna Technique 10th level, Divine Sword Decree, Emperor's Power Value, 4124, Characters belonging to, Great Iron Hammer, Yuan Qingdu, Ning Amei, Xian Yuan Dingcheng. Zai Flying Dust has also been imprisoned by the Great Qian Heavenly Prince, 2000 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows, 2000 Elite Cavalrymen. It was not bad, but unfortunately it was not the strong ones he wanted. Situ Xianran looked at him and opened his mouth. His pride would not allow such contempt. General Guan, I don't know how good the battle is. May there be a third grade? How could he leave a handle that serious? Although the Shadow Secret Guards were only of the 4th rank, They were extremely good at concealment and assassination, and were top killers. Guan Yu, Lord Avatar. And now the meaning of those words will only be shocking once. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. System. 1,000 points extracted. How could the district de Chen dare to kill the third-ranked emissary of the Great Yuan? What happened? Did that Zai flying dust backtrack? Ningame was at the peak of the third rank, barely able to go through with the second rank, and Situ Yuan was under the third rank. Take the Day 1 mission, for example. Just as that subordinate had just left, a few shadow secret guards immediately followed. Again, the messenger replied. Someone's face hardened. Lord Euphoria, killed by the Great Qing Tianzi. It was enough to deal with other people, but if you wanted to kill Zai Fei Duan, it wouldn't be enough with those charges. The corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth hooked up. Awanda's eyes narrowed slightly, her face cold. And in the courtier's prison, although Zai Fei Chen was locked up, he wasn't in a hurry at all. Men, announce, Guan Yu's audience. Ningame killed but 3. It's not an easy battle. To be recognized, it needs to be done. The rest of each stood at the bottom. But tonight, it will all be exposed. What he did in the city during the day wasn't just to enlist the people's hearts, but also for the value of imperial prestige. Zhou Yuan was overjoyed. Go on. There's no need to worry about it. Ai Ching Situ. Zai flying dust hooked a smile. And at this moment, Zhou Yuan was sitting in the imperial study. Guan Yu's Danfeng eyes narrowed. And the enemies, as far as known, were 2 second-grade warriors. Wei Lu stood by. Although Guan Yu was not from a world that was powerful in its own right like Ningame and Xian Yuan Jingcheng, Yuan Da looked over fiercely. The power of the third grade, even if it is De Yuan, there are not many. One death is a huge loss, but the rest of those, however, dared to be angry because of it. This person had a pair of Danfeng eyes, and his long beard fell on his chest, making him quite majestic. Situ Xianran opened his mouth. The so-called eunuchs represent more than one eunuch's house. Both. Let's get people ready. Notify the 4 guards. Gather 2,000 disciples of my Taisher's house. And at the same time notify Zhao, Zhang, Lu, Wang, Chen and the other 11. That I want this Qian Yuan city to change the sky and the earth from now on. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Tiger Leopard Right * 2000. Wilt thou come and try? Chapter 33, The night is like a knife. Hearing Guan Yu's provocation, Situ Xianran was naturally unafraid. He was new to the second rank, and it was the right time for him to be spirited. Good. It's not easy to move in front of His Highness now. Let's go out. Zhou Yuan sniffed and spoke. There's no harm in being on point. That is to say, the current Guan Yu had not yet used his full strength. No need. Ningame and Situ Yuan, our Taisher, is going to rebel. Secretaries, it's time to close the net. Guan Yu's first 3 slashes were almost unstoppable by anyone of similar strength, but everyone around him looked at him in horror. General Situ, in that case, you also receive a punch from me. After saying that, Wei Lu directly disappeared, but the more he did, the happier he became. Seeing this, Situ Xianran was also a bit upset. Glancing at his spare majesty, Situ Xianran hummed lightly. Old Master Tai is going to make a move? I understand. Go inform the others. Even the imperial study room was struck by the winds of the 2 men's exchange of blows. On the second rank, but the potential is also unquestionably national. This Guan Yu's strength was not inferior at all. Rank, second class upper, nationalist. Weapon, green dragon crescent blade. Current position information, summoned. Since Guan Yu had the power of the second grade, it was time for this battle to end. The Situ family had been generals for generations, so naturally they had their heritage in place. But since this person was so arrogant, he didn't mind letting this person know how powerful he was. General Guan, watch out. I just don't know. If I summoned out Lu Bu and Li Yuanba, what kind of strength are they, and can they be admitted to the national scholarship? A black shadow suddenly fell and knelt in front of Zhou Yuan. 2,000 tiger and leopard riders looked solemn, without the slightest intention of cowardice. Even if the cavalry is not good at attacking the city, but the emperor's orders, 10,000 deaths. If he was trapped in the military formation of this great army, he did not have the confidence of being able to escape. His voice echoed through the military formation. I can't believe I blocked it, and it looked like the other guy didn't even take a breath. Hearing this, the 2 no longer hesitated and directly pulled away. Eunuch, please lead the way. Boo! The 2 men went fist to fist, and Guan Yu didn't move a muscle. To be honest, though, he was still slightly disappointed. Alright, now that the great battle is imminent, both generals have extraordinary strength. No matter which one is injured, it is not a good thing for my Chen. We must not engage in internal conflict here. The The 2,000 tiger leopard riders are even more of a division of tigers and wolves. Wei Lu's pupils shrunk. This is Guan Yu, the legendary martial arts saint. But it's normal when you think about it. Wei Lu is the strongest person besides Guan Yu, so naturally he can't be kept to suppress those rebellious parties. Then came the second, and the third, and at every place that servant informed. When he left, the owner of that mansion died on the spot. But before he could make a move, the more Sito Xianran fought, the more shocked he became. How is that possible? Guard captain's residence. Yes, sir. With Zhou Yuan's voice, Guan Yu's plucked up battle chi receded. Yes, your majesty, the crowd replied in unison. In a puff of smoke and dust, Wei Liao and the 2,000 tiger leopard riders took a step ahead of him and headed towards the city gates. He was a little incredulous. Zhou Yuan had a smile on his lips. God bless Dakian. It is really God who blesses Dakian. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan stood up violently. Good. Guan Yu caresses his beard. Situ Xianran looks solemn. The great iron hammer's eyes are excited. And the three major second-grade combatants converge. Suddenly a dark shadow appeared. A cold dagger. Stabbing into his heart. Situ Xianran was a bit surprised and immediately stopped holding back. The old slave obeys the order. He had a family heirloom technique that could briefly increase his strength. And now, he was going to use this move to ding-dong the world. This was his first battle of the second grade, so he could not admit defeat. And there aren't many third grades in this Dakian courtroom. By this time, Wei Lu had already arrived outside the city. I am here. This was something that could only be done by at least a second-grade upper powerhouse. The Shadow Secret Guards possessed the power to assassinate the third grade. The army assembled, and a man stepped out from the tiger and leopard riders. Even when he came out, it was only by virtue of his second-grade strength and his supreme lightness that he crossed the city wall. With Situ Yuan's guidance, he quickly found where the tiger-leopard cavalry as well as the halberdiers were. The old slave is in. By His Majesty's order, transfer the halberdiers and tiger-leopard riders into the city to quell the rebellion. General Guan, watch out. Eunuch Wei, you immediately go to the west gate of the city. There are 2,000 tiger and leopard riders and 1,000 halberdiers outside the gate. Immediately transfer them into the city. Those who dare to move, kill. Seeing this, Guan Yu's eyes narrowed slightly and his face did not change at all. Boom! The two men sparred again. Wei Lu's lips were trembling with excitement. When that servant left, Captain Wei, one of the 9 ministers, planned to gather his disciples to rise up. Nowadays, soldiers are too precious to allow him to hesitate. Slammed it towards Guan Yu. Even though he was a second grade, his face was horrified the moment he saw this army. At this moment, the subordinates of the Taisher mansion who had left from the Tingyi Yamen hurriedly ran towards the various mansions that the Taisher had accounted for. The battle aura suddenly rose. Even if he was able to break out of the halberdiers' siege, the 2,000 tiger leopard riders were cavalry, and his battle chi was ultimately limited. And then Zhou Yuan looked at the others. The most crucial thing was that the power that Guan Yu had displayed in that instant just now had definitely touched the threshold of the first grade. As he spoke, Guan Yu violently opened his Danfeng eyes. The 1,000 halberdiers here are no weaker than the strong army in the palace. The imperial study was the place where he dealt with political affairs, and the space was naturally not small. The 4 guards were ruled by Zaifeichen, and it was impossible for those 4 guards to open the door in the middle of the night. The fish is in the net. Name, Guan Yu. Title, Bearded Lord, Lord of Guan, Sage of Wushu. After saying that, he charged directly towards Guan Yu. The 2 of you take the tiger and leopard right out of the palace. When Eunuch Wei comes in with his men, all the men and horses, by the 2 of you in the same hand, to suppress all the ungodly. Even if he could escape for a moment, it was hard to say if he would be hunted to death. You and so on, take 800 halberdiers. Go with me to the imperial master's residence. This palace is big, or do not die blood again. Good. Guan Yu reached out his hand and made a motion of invitation. After he threw a punch, Guan Yu's slightly narrowed eyes snapped open. After saying that, Situ Xuanyuan's body's battle chi skyrocketed, and his original battle chi that was at the beginning of the second grade was almost elevated to the point of the middle stage of the second grade. He shouted angrily and gathered his entire body's battle chi. Zhou Yuan looked at Wei Liao, who was a second grade, and cultivated the Sunflower Treasure Classic at such a fast speed that an idle first grade might not even be able to compare with him. The 2 men turned to leave. When he thought of this, Zhou Yuan thought of a legend. Since the last time, Zai Flying Dust had strengthened the defense of the city gates, and it was simply impossible to forcefully rush out. Yes, sir. Just then, Zhou Yuan's voice rang out. Hearing this, Wei Lu opened his mouth. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Situ Xianran was shocked beyond belief. The 2 of them punched and kicked, and between each move, They carried the sound of breaking air. His Majesty is actually surrounded by first-grade powerhouses. That instant was a first class? It's not easy for cavalry to attack a city. How about waiting for the halberdiers? The night is like a knife. Tonight, blood will flow. Chapter 34, The Halberd is Cold. A few northern city guard commanders stood sitting at the top of the city, drinking small wine and eating pork elbow peanut rice. One of the commanders put down his chopsticks and spoke. Lord Taisher explained to keep an eye on the city gates. Aren't we slacking off a bit here? The other man gave him a look. Don't worry, there are henchmen to keep an eye on it. Or, you go and keep an eye on it? Cavalry? At this moment, Situ Shenran looked indifferent. Seeing the door of the Imperial Master's residence open, Emperor Wu and Ayuendo walked out and said in a cold voice, and at the moment, several commanders, a cavalry has appeared outside the city. It seems that this emperor's little child still has some tricks up his sleeve. This battle that should have been crushed by 2,000 gatekeepers was completely crushed by 800 halberdiers. Stab again. Everyone had a morose smile on their faces. The martial emperor also calmed down, his eyes slightly chilled. It's true. Numerous tiger leopard cavalry soldiers, grasping the flying claws, kept climbing up to the top of the city, soldier to soldier, general to general. The expression of the martial emperor who had just laughed out loud was stagnant. Next, this is more than just a so-called honor, worthy of being in this great Qian, operating for decades. Lord Taisher. With that, the martial emperor looked towards Zhou Yuan. The two men opened the gate of the Imperial Master's residence with a group of gatekeepers and walked out without fear. A sardonic smile appeared at the corner of the martial emperor's mouth. As these gatekeepers charged, the 800 halberdiers had already stepped forward and blocked in front of Zhou Yuan and the others. A flying claw landed at the top of the city. The front row of gatecrashers, however, could no longer be stopped because of the crowd in the back row, and rushed on as if they were suicidal. As the two spoke, the gatekeeper had met the halberdier. This battle, how to lose, kill, 2,000 men? The battle of the masters is only a matter of thought. The martial emperor's face remained unchanged and he just looked at the several people for a moment, especially after noticing Zhou Yuan, and laughed. Awanda opened his mouth with a sneer. Awanda led the men of the Great Yuan legation towards the Imperial Master's residence. Zhou Yuan stood in front with the three major second-grade experts. Wei Lu stood at the very front, his heart so shocked that he had long since become numb. Where have cavalry attacked a city since the beginning of time? There were too few people on the opposite side, and although the number could not be clearly seen, the gap between the two sides was several times greater, and they, being able to be accepted by the Imperial Master as his disciples, were all elite in strength. It even caused the already scattered aura of those 2,000 gatekeepers to stagnate. I thought the Son of Heaven had some sort of backbone to come and kill me and the Sword Saint of Avatar. In that case, the strength is indeed not weak. The sergeant was on the verge of tears. On the side, Awanda also had a snicker on his face. The 800 halberdiers shouted in unison. Seeing his expression, several people also realized something was wrong. Even though he had him leading the raid, it was cavalry. Wei Lu didn't talk nonsense with them, and after handing over the military power, he directly flew away. The martial emperor laughed for a reason. Everything is ready, just waiting for the arrival of the third watch. A dozen ministers belonging to the Imperial Master, the 4 guards of the southeast, west, north and west. The whole city will rise up for the occasion. Situ's father and son are both of the 3rd grade. That Wei Liao has already entered the 2nd grade, and can be considered the first expert under Zhou Yuan, as well as that big iron hammer, which also has the power of the 2nd grade. Several commanders were first horrified, then annoyed. Emperor, you don't think that with these 2 2nd grades, you'll kill us? When the time comes, the power of the 2 2nd grade products will be gathered, together with the power of the imperial household's disciples, as well as the power of other parties, so that they can storm the palace gates and exterminate the Great Qian Heavenly Prince. Upon investigation, the Imperial Master Zai Fei Chen, together with the Great Yuan envoys, plotted treason. The Great Yuan Sword Saint Yuan de secret into Qian Yuan. The evidence is conclusive. You and others still do not come out to suffer death. He unloaded his lance from his back. The martial emperor let out a light laugh. Although the 2nd rank was unable to take over the city single-handedly, it was not difficult to kill a commander. Awanda can say, if he was sitting in the palace, he still had a few worries about the failure of today's uprising. How is this possible? Now the night was dark, plus no one could expect a surprise attack, so few people reacted. Awanda smiled when she heard that too. Outside, he's going to rendezvous with the Taisher's men. Just then, behind them, the 2,000 disciples of the Imperial Master's house also poured out. To say in the middle of the night that there was a cavalry attack on the city is not nonsense. If that's the case, Then we'll go and meet what kind of formation that heavenly sun has sent to put us down. A majestic voice came from outside the door of the Taisher's residence. The moment the voice fell, that chancellor had already landed on his head. The sound was like thunder, shaking the whole street. An order was given. Thunderous sounds rolled under the wrapping of the second-grade battle aura. 800 halberdiers. Their halberds are cold. Drink! Your Excellency! Martial Emperor, are you ready? Yuenda and the Martial Emperor's faces changed drastically. Arrived at the Taisher's house. Martial Emperor, as the #1 martial arts expert in Diqian, you actually willingly become a disciple of the Imperial Master's house, and even defected to Diyuan. Do you know the word loyalty and righteousness? And do you know the word shame and dishonor? If Yuan Chengdu, who was far away in Lingnan, was counted, then there were 3 second-grade warriors, and there was also a Ningame, who wielded a halberd and had top 3rd-grade power. There were even 2 second grades pressed into action. It's just crap, the Chancellor roared. There is no harm. We rise up to kill the Great Qing Emperor with absolute strength. So what if we are discovered? This Emperor of Dacian is really an unrivaled fool. Get up, get thee up and get ready for battle. Emperor Wu bellowed, and the 2,000 gatekeepers began to charge. What about the old eunuch? He's the #1 expert in the palace. Why didn't he come? You've got a lot of guts. As the son of a country, you dared to appear in front of us in person. The one who shouted just now was none other than Situ Xianran. But what kind of people are these you've brought here? Forget it, let's drink. Come on, come on. I'll toast to all the brothers. When the Imperial Master becomes a success, we will also be able to go to another level. Drinking and eating meat while defending the city. Even our family has never had such an experience. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. But now that it appeared in front of him, with his peak second-grade strength, he could kill it like a dog. In a matter of moments, the 2,000 tiger leopard riders had managed to seize the door. The only one in the Taisher's residence, that second-grade martial emperor, was ready. Just then, a sergeant came running over. The next step was to clear the entire Qianyuan city. Tonight is the night of reckoning. The time to kill. The wings of the Taisher's party must be completely cut off. Same moment. My lord has already had contact with a number of ministers, although it was detected by this emperor's little child. But all the ministers rising up at the same time is enough to cause chaos in this Qianyuan city. Moreover, the 4 guards of Kyoto are under my lord's control, and I think they must have gotten the news by now. Stab. Advance. But what about right now? Nearly 2,000 gatekeepers, all dressed in swords and knives, were austere. Even more so because, if the strong man did not leave enough battle chi behind, even if he helped the army to kill and defeat the enemy army, what could he do? The halberd retracted neatly, then stabbed out once more. Another command. After saying that, the martial emperor even leisurely looked towards the Iunda sword saint. This Qianyuan city is not up to that emperor's little boy. Just in the blink of an eye, the entrance to the imperial master's residence was already flowing with blood. The difference in that hint of battle chi was enough to turn the tide of battle in an instant. However, now was not the time to be shocked. In the distance, Ningame and Sitayuan had already come at breakneck speed. A few glasses of wine were exchanged. Seeing Wanda coming over, Emperor Wu greeted him. But as soon as his words fell, he saw a ghostly figure appear in front of him. The martial emperor snorted coldly with disdain on his face. Instead, the 2 men took a deep breath. They've been discovered? The order went out among the halberdiers, and all of them stabbed out a halberd at the same time. Although he was also known as a martial emperor, he still needed to lower his stance in the face of this Yuan sword saint who was on the 2nd grade, or even just a hair's breadth away from the 1st grade. These days, the scouts of the Imperial Master's mansion had already mapped out the situation of the strong people around Zhou Yuan. He's going to do it. Chapter 35. A certain family. Please behead this Fong. The martial emperor saw it clearly. If they don't do something, these gatekeepers are going to collapse. At that time, with the strength of the 2 of them, it would be impossible to block so many experts, as well as these 800 halberdiers. Instantly, the martial emperor's eyes widened in anger as he violently slammed towards the battle formation group. His 2nd-grade battle chi bulged, and if he smashed into the formation, it was enough to tear a hole in the formation. Even the faces of the ayahuasca were instantly horrified, terrifying to the point of eruption. The anger in his eyes finally dissipated. The giant hammer is raised high and smashed. He had his hand on the wrath of heaven. The martial emperor, who was not far away from the fierce battle with Situ Xianran and the great iron hammer, was also confused. Brother Iron Hammer, I'll come to your aid. Wei Lu hardened himself against the martial emperor's palm and tried to come over to rescue him. But just then, the sledgehammer was equally furious. His voice was flat, as if the 3 slashes that hit Wanda on the verge of death wasn't a big deal. As for Zhou Yuan, He looked at the charging Ayuanda with no fear in his eyes, but only an arc at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Ayuanda had already been injured, and in the face of this terrifying blade power that was only stronger than the previous two blades, he could only grit his teeth and resist. Great Qing Heavenly Son, die with me. But even so, above the sword, there was an overpowering and incomparable sword momentum present. Zhou Yuan laughed lightly. His mind, it was blinded by the slash. But just as Emperor Wu made a move, Wei Lu's somewhat feminine voice had already sounded. Drink! He let out a furious cry, and the aura that had been bred by him before burst out violently. Awanda's eyes were filled with disbelief. Indeed, old man, underestimated you Diqian. Awanda's voice was sad, but on closer inspection, it still had a touch of ruthlessness. Survival was hopeless, but he could still kill the Great Qing Heavenly Prince. One piece. This was not at all the power that any second grade should have. It's naked mockery, and it's the ultimate mockery. Guan Yu was furious. Furious. He fiercely looked at Zhou Yuan and said, Your Majesty, a certain family, please behead this Fang. This man, too strong. Guan Yu, word Yun Chang. Guan Yu replied blandly. The fact that Situ Xianran had underestimated him had already drawn his displeasure. It made the martial emperor let out a muffled grunt. Outbreak! Situ Xianran yelled in horror. Madaka! The swords touched. Receiving Zhou Yuan's order, Guan Yu walked forward with his sword in one hand. The green dragon crescent moon blade scratched on the ground, grinding out bits of sparks. Awanda heard the voice and paused slightly in her footsteps. Only in the process, his eyes narrowed thinner and thinner. As he spoke, Wei Lu suddenly appeared in front of the martial emperor and slapped his palm out. With Wei Lu's strength, coupled with the martial emperor's lack of defense, he was struck by this palm and fell into the formation once again. General Guan, how is this man? He bellowed angrily. Oh, so it's a nobody. Guan Yu smiled. The tower-like body similarly charged towards the martial emperor. I didn't expect that the old man, a Yuan Da, who has been running through the kingdoms for many years, would actually die here. He spoke softly, as if he had already seen Guan Yu turning into two halves. The sledgehammer was furious, but it had a heart of gold. However, even so, with the strength of the two of them, they were still a little too powerful to face the martial emperor. The name of this sword is Yuanli. It was given by my great Yuan Heavenly Son himself, meaning, let the old man use the sword. The whole great Yuan's gift. Those who don't respect the great Yuan are impolite, and those who are impolite should be executed. Die. Guan Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. District 3 products. Actually also dare to come to wait his tiger's whiskers. Seeing the martial emperor charging towards the great iron hammer once again, Situ Xianran grabbed his iron spear and charged. As for himself, he had actually mocked such a terrifying first-grade powerhouse just now, but it's too late for regrets. How dare such a small child stand in his way? With that said, the two were already less than 10 paces away. Granted, the martial emperor fell back, his hands holding the gun shaking a little. Not to mention this naked mockery from Awanda at the moment. Guan Yu's first 3 slashes were stronger and faster than one another. Boom! Another blast. He was somewhat enlightened. It seemed that this person was the bottom of the Great Qing Emperor. Yes, good for you. Yuanda used one hand as a sword and eyed Zhou Yuan with a ferocious light. Run! Must run, or you're dead. That was a decisive strike on the second rank, and even he was not sure of blocking it. A chop. The light of the blade was like a shadow, and the momentum was like thunder. He even tried to draw back, but it was too late. Saying that, Yuanda took a step towards Zhou Yuan. Today, although I died in Diqian, in the coming days, De Yuan will finally have a monument to me. The terrifying power of the green dragon crescent blade directly smashed Awanda away. Guan Yu is a proud man who cannot tolerate a speck of sand. The corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth hooked up. Guan Yu stroked his beard in reply, and though he spoke of a formidable enemy, his face showed little gravity. To a second-grade powerhouse, this was an instantaneous distance. The 2 second-grade warriors simultaneously met the martial emperor. Awanda is not much better. Although Awanda taunted Guan Yu, he wasn't much careless. He jerked his head in the direction where Daewon was. One of the halberdiers rushed towards Awanda, but without seeing him move, the halberdier's head fell to the ground. Having killed the man, Awanda continued to walk as if he had done nothing. Since you are a nobody, why do you need to come to die? If you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, I can spare your life and allow you to join my Daiyuan as an official. Situ Xianran laughed as the lance in his hand entered the flesh. My Diqian, is it not for you to come and go as you please? First, he said he would kneel down, then he said he would spare his life, and then he said he would be allowed to enter Daewon as an official. And seeing this scene, Awanda slowly drew his longsword behind him. But it was this one moment that Guan Yu suddenly opened his eyes in anger. The whole person appeared in front of Guan Yu in almost an instant. And looking at Guan Yu, who seemed to be unresponsive, Wanda couldn't help but smile. This sword, even though he was on the verge of death, was his decisive counterattack. Its momentum was incomparably strong. Its speed, as fast as thunder. This man in imperial garb was none other than the Great Qing Heavenly Son, who was known as the Lord of Great Qing Dynasty. He couldn't believe that there was actually a first-rate powerhouse still existing in Diqian. At this moment, the only person beside Zhou Yuan was Guan Yu. Because, Guan Yu's third blade came. Your Majesty. This time, Diqian and De Yuan had already made a deadly enmity. Wanda barely managed to dodge, but he ended up spitting out a mouthful of blood. He had traveled through the surrounding countries, which, in this country, didn't have any second-grade powerhouses with the surname Guan. He was a little angry, because Guan Yu's second blade had already chopped over. The body of the Heaven's Wrath sword trembled sharply with excitement. He caressed the sword in his hand with one hand and spoke. Since His Excellency the Martial Emperor has already made his move, then old me, it's no good to continue watching. The rest of his eyes were staring at Zhou Yuan. The Martial Emperor is in an extremely dire situation, and Wanda remained aloof. It seems that you are not going to die. Also, in that case, then the old man can only send you on your way. Wanda shook her head. He was angry, but he was also nurturing his chi, and his entire person was like an ordinary person, not seeing half of his chi exposed. Next to the Emperor, there's actually a first class? Fear surged through him in an instant. The whole person's breath suddenly shriveled. Hearing this, Guan Yu immediately realized what he wanted to do. Who are you? Pust. Under one slash, the Yuanli sword in his hand shattered, and he himself was vomiting blood. A blast. Where do you want to go, thief? But as long as the Great Qing Heavenly Prince dies, Great Qing will return to its former form. They, De Yuan, would still be able to nibble away at Diqian, is a formidable enemy. Boom! This was his power against the second grade. Even though his speed was far inferior to that of a martial emperor, he wouldn't be afraid of a hard encounter. The martial emperor's face was a bit grim. Looks like you're going to see blood today. Chapter 36, The Old Man's Big Game. Requesting all kinds of support. Zhou Yuan's behavior made Yuanda a bit strange, but he didn't stop. He didn't have a choice. And besides, so what if a young man who was only 17 or 18 years old, even though he was extremely gifted, under a desperate blow from him, a second-ranking top, I'm afraid that the Son of Heaven will kill him first despite everything, Lu Wenhan asked directly, but he was emboldened. Now, with just one word from Lao Fu, the sky of this Diqian will change. Zhou Yuan spoke softly. The crowd followed closely behind, leaving only the open door of the Imperial Master's house. How is it possible for His Majesty to have such great strength? Wei Lu's eyes were filled with shock. Everyone had underestimated His Majesty, including him who had overestimated as much as possible time and time again. This Son of Heaven didn't even know that he had decided to rise up and wait a little longer. Just a little longer, and he would be able to dominate this country. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, counting the hours. It should be about time. He was finely dressed. The Heaven's Wrath sword was sheathed. The 10th layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique's gigantic strength erupted. The 4th grade battle chi erupted, and the Divine Sword Decree, with the addition of the two, emitted an aura that was enough to frighten the hearts of everyone present. Your own sister is the mother of a country in Diqian. But what happened? The courtier's cell. At that time, he would use his most lofty eyes to look down on this Son of Heaven who had made him only bow his head in the past. When they arrived at the courtier's residence, courtiers Zhao Yan and Lu Wenhan received the news and hurried to meet the emperor. Die. How can? He didn't care about these gatekeepers. Right now he just wanted his life. The martial emperor's body was trembling. Empress Zai dared to keep a lover in the palace. And you, Zai Feiqian, went so far as to collaborate with Dayuan and betray my Dakian. The old man is the Sword Saint. Agenda. The time and place are in the hands of the old man, the great Yuan Sword Saint Yuanda, the second-ranked martial emperor of his house. 2,000 disciples, 4 guards from the southeast, northwest, and north, plus 11 ministers rose up together. Now, it's time to pick him up. 2. Old me has already ordered people to rise up. The 4 guards are in hand. De Yuan's second great upper sword saint, a Yuan De, has already entered the city, and in these decades, Old me has even saved up countless reserves. Once again, he straightened his coat, dusted himself off, and the smile on his face, once again, turned stoic. But the next second, his face changed drastically. All these things, even death by 1,000 cuts, is not enough to quell my anger. The 2 second grade experts died, and those gatekeepers, however, were at the end of their strength. The words fell out of his mouth. and Awanda closed his eyes. Zhou Yuan made a point. The thought didn't even cross his mind. Awanda looked incredulously at the divine weapon stuck in his chest. Not only that, none of the family members of the imperial household survived. Even the third rank would have to drink hate. However, the moment a Yuanda rushed over, Zhou Yuan moved. The current him no longer saw the slightest chance of winning. He sneered. Walk the talk and walk the walk? All you can rely on are the thousands of halberdiers and the generals of Situ Xianran and his father who don't have half the military power. The old minister really doesn't understand. Hearing this, both of them had their pupils shrink. His voice faded. But he didn't notice that although Situ Xianran and Wei Lu were both in shock, and the sledgehammer was nowhere near as fast as him, there was another person who, from start to finish, never left the battlefield. Zhou Yuan's voice raised a few points, and there were a few points of hard-to-hide anger in his voice. The Heaven's Wrath sword pierced through his chest. There was a clanking explosion. The Great Yuan sword Saint Iwanta smashed heavily on the ground, and also on the martial emperor's heart. The night sky, which had previously been star-studded with the moon, was at some point covered with a bit of starlight. Zhou Yuan smiled. The corners of Zai Flying Dust's mouth moved, and his trembling body quickly regained its composure. Seeing the right moment, Martial Emperor forced back Situ Xianran and turned to run. So what if it is? Zhou Yuan walked up to Zai Feiduan. Indeed we meet again. But your majesty, what are you doing here? Zai Flying Dust, walk the talk and sit upright. There's nothing to talk about. The two men bowed and replied. And yet it's still a fluke. You've teamed up with Day One to try to usurp the throne. Emperor's son, what can you do to me? Master Zai, we meet again. Aha. But sometimes, it's not all about having faith. Zai Flying Dust spoke aloud. Hearing the commotion, Zai Feiduan stood up. However, in the time it took to burn half an incense stick, the 2,000 gatekeepers were all decimated without a single survivor. Zai Feiduan stood up straight and looked at Zhou Yuan with eyes that no longer had any semblance of humility. Taisher has rebelled. No wonder it's not very quiet in town today. Let's go. Since you're here, come with me to meet the Imperial Master. Awanda is dead, and the Son of Heaven has shown such terrible strength. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Just then, a sound of unlocking came from the door of the courtier's cell. The Heaven's Wrath sword was withdrawn, and it was slowly sheathed. Come on, let's go and meet the eunuch. However, the Son of Heaven in his eyes was expressionless. A faint smile appeared on his face. It's not impossible. Zhou Yuan's face was cold. He was the Imperial Master, and he had to keep up his image even though he was up in arms. Zai Flying Dust's reputation as a peach and plum is no joke. What am I doing here? Don't you understand? Zai Taisher. Soon, someone sneakily ran into the eunuch's mansion, and when he saw the color of the blood on that floor, he immediately scared that person to the point that he fell to the ground, got up on his hands and knees, and fled out of the eunuch's mansion. He's a little scared. Seeing the color of blood on Zhou Yuan's body, as well as the many halberdiers behind him, the two were shocked in their hearts. Could it be that His Majesty is really omnipotent? It's fear, but he didn't care. Your Majesty, the rebels have been destroyed. Even when they are locked up in this courtier's prison, they are still treated differently. Saying that, Zhou Yuan took the first step and walked towards the court of the court captain. The lance in the martial emperor's hand broke, while the green dragon crescent blade split his body in half. What a terrifying power this is. If Awanda could block it, he must be able to, and as long as he blocked the slash, there was still hope for him to survive. Zhou Yuan shook his head. It must be the Son of Heaven who wants to cross-examine him. Zhou Yuan was well aware of all this. The Taisher sat on his cell bed. For good measure, the green dragon crescent blade chopped down towards the martial emperor, who looked horrified and immediately resisted. As for the Son of Heaven having quelled the rebellion, he didn't want to wait until tomorrow's court, when there were still ministers standing up to plead for the Imperial Master to spare the people of his clan. Zai Feiduan's heart thumped. Even though the emperor appeared in front of him, as long as the big picture was in place, what did he have to fear? He looked at Zhou Yuan's expression, expecting fear in his eyes. Good, then I will tell you. My Dakian treat you not thin. Dakian was not the position of the Great Master. Is because of you in special. You are the Zai Taisher of Mighty Qian who is under one person and above 10,000 people. Situ Xianran walked out of the Imperial Master's mansion in a murderous manner. The Son of Heaven, who was outside the prison in front of him, would switch identities with himself. The Imperial Master has rebelled. The rebels have been put to death. And I have come to meet this Imperial Master who was in the dungeon of the court captain's office and is still able to strategize. Zhou Yuan nodded. At that time, even if his army reversed this to Qian, it would be meaningless to him. Zai Feiduan no longer had a fluke in his heart either. Guan Yu's Danfang eyes snapped open. Who says? I'm a weakling. Your Majesty, Are there thieves assassinating the emperor? Situ Xuanran's eyes widened violently. It's confidently subdued. With 10 layers of the dragon elephant prajna technique, plus the divine sword heavenly fury, as well as the peerless mastery divine sword decree. At this moment, he had long since ceased to be a weakling. Martial emperor, die. Yes, your majesty. His eyes, if anything, looked at the door of the courtier's cell. Monday, this chapter early update. Beg a wave of chase reading. Monthly votes. Recommended votes. Reward, etc. The fan list, there are still 3 slots empty. In addition, tomorrow is the day to set the recommendation. You must chase reading. Chapter 37 Halberd stained with blood, lance pointing to the ground. Zhou Yuan glanced towards the narrow window behind Zai Fei Dust. What hour is it? Zai Feiduan glanced at him and blandly said, 3 shifts. When did you have that boy of yours notify all parties of the rising? That doesn't make sense. The 2,000 tiger leopard riders were silent, their lances pointing to the ground. Some of the ministers who were in love with each other laughed in the same way. Although he said he didn't believe it on his lips, he already believed it in his heart. All the ministers who saw the scene felt their legs go weak. He wouldn't kill Zai Flying Dust now. It's a pipe dream. And how can you know about His Majesty's Divine Majesty? The 4 guards have been controlled by the tiger leopard cavalry and the great halberdiers, and the masters of your mansion have been decimated by us. You let that boy, informed Zhao, Zhang, Lu, Wang, Chen and other 11 ministers. In any case, I would not have imagined that one of the 9 ministers of the Hall of Wei Wei Lieutenant actually will also be for you to drive. With you to rebel. Great General Yuan Gong opened his mouth. What he wants is a public trial. Today, it seems that Great General Yuan Gong didn't come. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. The Emperor is right. It's already the 3rd night. The Great General's residence. The point is, Zai Fei Chen had only just been rumored to be excessively close to the Great Yuan legation during the day. And at night, the Imperial Master's mansion was a bloodbath, with not a single living soul. Oh Heavenly King! Zhou Yuan gave Zai Feiduan a slightly disappointed look. This can't be right. The powerful Zai Flying Dust is finished. Without waiting for Zai Fei Chen to say anything, Situ Xianran had already laughed and said, but as soon as the words left his mouth, his face changed slightly. The palace gates opened. He got to where he is now, not just by himself, but by his unashamed sister. He felt incredulous that the two had been fighting for more than 10 years, and neither could do anything about it. Courtier Zhao Yan watched the scene with a smile. He hissed, second shift. No, how did you know? Don't you think? It's getting late. Where are your 4 guards? And where are your masters of the house? That's okay. While several people were helpless, an underling ran in. He knew how much the 9 ministers were out of his control, but that had its own ambitions. For a moment, he felt panic. They simply didn't believe that the Imperial Master would really have any connection with the Great Yuan mission. With the Taisher all ambushed, there's only one more of this chaotic Qing dynasty. It's only strange if he dares to come. Yuan Gong gritted his teeth and uttered these words. This Qian Yuan city, it's the old man who has the final say. That the Son of Heaven has only been on the throne for less than a month. The Grand Eunuch Wangjin, the Empress Zai, and Zai Fei Duan, have actually all planted. Your Majesty, truly a celestial being. That old thing, Zai Flying Dust, planted? Zhao Yan sighed while revitalizing. No matter what, the great prosperity of my Deqian is expected. General, the 4 guards are all under the control of the Imperial Master, and that one holding the halberd should be the Heavenly Prince's own army of halberd warriors. But having said that, he was still losing sleep tonight. Just then, Gui Yuaner walked out. Seeing this scene, a gatekeeper sucked in his breath. Several people immediately reached the outer courtyard wall and looked out. Zhou Yuan didn't answer and just shook his head and said, Your Majesty is not the Son of Heaven, but the Emperor of Heaven. If even Zai Feiduan that old fox has planted, then the next, all the way into the Great Hall. It's a real fall execution, a lingering death. It is the spurning of Zai Feiduan by all the people, and it is the entire literary world of Daqian, and no one is willing to open his mouth for him to win the whole victory. There was no way he could lose. This Qian Yuan city was his world, and the Son of Heaven in front of him was nothing more than a puppet emperor. Lord, there are tons of cavalry out there patrolling the streets. Your Majesty, what are you holding back? Many people harbor anger in their hearts and stand outside the palace gates early. Zhou Yuan smiled. They didn't see the cavalry, but they did see another scene. A large number of soldiers and horses from the 4 guards of Qian Yuan, being escorted by a group of halberd-wielding sergeants, defecting to day 1? Now that the evidence of guilt has been established, the knife that can behead this great Qian Imperial Master has been placed on his neck. Chang Hongyuan hemmed and hawed. Zai Feiduan's eyes suddenly turned red. Let's go. swing back to the palace. There is my son Yuan Wei in. The emperor child dare not move me. My son Yuan Wei has the qualifications of the national scholar, that the emperor child bows to all too late. He does not dare. I had heard that during the daytime, Taisher Zai Fei Duan was arrested for colluding with the ambassador of the Great Yuan, and now this kind of thing has happened. I am afraid that it is not. Lu Wenhan clenched his fist and spoke. Uva Kung whispered to himself in consolation. The corners of Zai Flying Dust's mouth twitched, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. Lowering their hands, a few of the gatekeepers looked at each other. This kind of doubletake leaves a few people with no way to guess. The Son of Heaven knew that he had informed those ministers, which meant that this plan of rebellion, which he thought was sophisticated, had been detected from the beginning. Of course, there was no shortage of people from the Taisher line. He roared. That's the 9th secretary. After all, the imperial master was already a man of the people. Cavalry patrols the streets? What kind of asshole words are you saying? This is Qianyuan City. Show me. The old man will not lose. I'm even less likely to believe what you and others say. Zhou Yuan sat on top of the imperial throne and swept a glance towards the crowd before speaking. But if Zai Fei Chen hadn't started the incident, he wouldn't have thought, no matter what, that among the 9 ministers, there was actually this kind of rebel who dared to betray the country. He thought Zai Fei Chen could remain calm. After all, this was a powerful minister. If the martial emperor and the great Yuan sword Saint Yuan De could come, they should already be here. There were ministers whose faces were filled with anger. Zai Taisher did again wrong, but late at night to destroy the family, is not a country of the Son of Heaven to do. He didn't even dare to think about it. Chang Hongyuan was the first one who couldn't wait to walk in. He's already a Wei lieutenant, so even if he rebels with you, what will he gain? His Majesty has decreed that we go to court. Send extra men, no matter what. Bring me back accurate information before dawn. It seems that something has happened to the 11 lords. But so what? The old man, this time, carries a great power. As the Son of Heaven, he should have acted in an honorable manner. Old piker, your end has come. Couldn't the great Yuan still let the Taisher become the head of the country? The 4 guards of Kyoto exceed 80,000 men, and 2,000 of my imperial household's disciples. And even more of the great Yuan legation and the second rank of my house are present. But first he panicked, then he calmed down. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, but the blood on those people was enough to prove how violent the conflict was. If you have the ability, you can kill me, and when the great Yuan troops arrive, this Diqian will surely change the sky and the earth. In Diqian, it can be said to be the top of power. With that, he arched his hand in the direction where the palace was. But the ministers always have their own skills. And most of the important ministers had already received concrete news before dawn. While Zhou Yuan left, Zai Feiduan was already screaming like crazy. Zai Flying Dust suddenly changed his face drastically. A shout went up, and the ministers poured in. I really can't imagine it. They were, all of them, fellow officers who had once fought in blood above the palace gates. Until the matter was finalized, there were countless people waiting to clear the Taisher's name. Inside, the halberdiers stood on either side, their halberds stained with blood. The rest of the ministers also came early. All-night curfew. This night, countless people stayed up all night. You say, what happened this night? And the scouts sent out. Why did none of them return? Today, Great General Yuan Gong. It seems that he didn't come. Chapter 38, Men. Drag them down and behead them. The great hall was silent. No one answered. Not even those who dared to take a big breath. In less than a month's time, what the Son of Heaven had done had conquered everyone. Outside of Qianyuan City, perhaps the Son of Heaven is still unable to control it. But within this Qianyuan City, the Son of Heaven has already achieved a single word. That great general, but not dead yet, that first grade Yuan Wei, can still lead 300,000 border troops. At this moment, they also finally understood why blood was stained in front of the Taisher's door. And there was not a single living soul inside the door. Other ministers are no better. Suddenly, a long, passing chant came from outside the temple. Even if this might result in the withholding of 300,000 border troops, what was the point of having people dead before then? It's just that I can't do it. Since His Majesty had already found out, why didn't he warn in secret that even though the great Yuan legation had experts, it would not dare to assassinate them to their faces? Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the minister spoke. This month's efforts had not been in vain after all, and this emperor of his own was, after all, barely worthy of the name. In many people's opinion, even though the Taisher was holding the court, it was for the purpose of going up against the great general Yuan Gong. Even the 4 guards of Qianyuan that I'm securing the city gates with are all Taisher's men. Urgent military information. But the border Yuan Wei had just repelled the large army of the Dali kingdom, and what military intelligence could there be in? And now, This is an imminent matter not only for the great general, but also for the Son of Heaven. Without giving the others a chance to open their mouths, Zhou Yuan once again shouted. I don't know if he took bribes or if he's one of the Imperial Master's men, but now the Great War is approaching. All of this has angered a lot of people. Zhou Yuan let out a light laugh. Everyone has a scale in their heart. The great general is afraid. One walked out. Even Thai servant Chang Hong Yuan had a jolt. Treason. The great crime of executing 9 clans. There is no forgiveness of sins. Zhou Yuan gave him a round of applause, said Zhou Yuan with a cold smile. His gaze was like electricity as he swept around the entire court hall. It was true that he didn't know what the composition of this Lord's son was, but if he dared to come forward at a time like this, in all likelihood, he was a member of the Imperial Master or the Great General. Then, in your opinion, what should I do? I'm sure you all know about last night's events. Yesterday during the day, because the Imperial Master Zai Fei Chen was excessively close to the emissary of the Great Yuan, and wanted to press my own general into death row, he hurried out. Now the domestic catastrophe for many years, the treasury is empty, and that Dai Yuan, but hundreds of thousands of troops, more have a first class sitting in the town. Now your majesty is so impulsive. Dai Qian, I am afraid that there is a danger of subversion. He looked at the courtiers. Zhou Yuan's voice was not high, but in the next second, he suddenly shouted angrily, Men, drag them down and behead them. And then he looked towards Lord Sun who was still kneeling on the ground, but a cold sweat had broken out on the top of his head, and then straightened up and spoke. What Lord Sun said was wrong, but by no means a crime punishable by death. I hope your majesty will think twice. Listening to the miserable screams coming from outside the temple, many people's hearts were in mourning. A full 11 ministers, even the captain of the guard? It's amazing that the Taisher has so much power. Moreover, the Taisher actually did collude with Di Yuan. That Lord Sun's figure trembled slightly, but his voice remained calm as he said, and then looked to the others. Anyone else of the same opinion? I, for one, will be imprisoned in the court captain's jail to prepare for the follow-up investigation. Several temple warriors immediately dragged the man down. Seeing that no one answered, Zhou Yuan did not care. With 3,000 people against the White Lotus sect with hundreds of thousands of followers, it would be strange not to lose. The Son of Heaven is mad. He smiled faintly. This sentence directly made that Lord Sun confused. Seeing that no one answered, Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Zhou Yuan was furious. The district of Deqian, with what to fight against? The man said even more. The Great Yuan is a powerful nation, and now that all the Great Yuan missions have been wiped out, it is nothing less than a naked provocation to the Great Yuan, and the courtiers were even more horrified. Hearing this, many people sucked in their breath. It must be that Yuan Chengdu was defeated. This kind of stupid person, sitting in the court for all these years, doesn't know how many things have been delayed. Nice, but, not everyone will shut up, even if I give in. What about later? Many people's hearts sank as they felt they had guessed the reason. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, and the gentleman dies for the gods. If Dai Yuan dares to attack, then I, De Qian, will fight to the end in blood. If that Dai Yuan first grade arrives at the bottom of Qianyuan city, I will stand at the top of the city and watch how he takes my head. However, what he's saying, Dai Yuan's emissary slaughtered my people and destroyed the foundation of my De Qian, and he's actually bent on ceding land and paying tribute? That old fox conspired with Wei Wei, one of the 9 ministers, and 11 ministers, including Zhao, Zhang, and others, to try to rise up in rebellion late at night. So now, the great general is afraid that the Son of Heaven will strike regardless, and the Son of Heaven, I'm afraid, is manic inside because of it. He bowed. Zhou Yuan didn't get angry either and just said, Lord Sun is well cultivated. Chang Hong Yuan and the others thought more. There were even some ministers with ulterior motives who secretly laughed in their hearts. Zhou Yuan said 3 good big ones in a row. Well, this is saying that I am the king of a dead country. But Zhou Yuan looked at him and opened his mouth. Since you dare to disorganize my army, you will be beheaded immediately. Fear that the Son of Heaven will kill him regardless. Zhou Yuan sat in the courtroom, his face expressionless. Zhou Yuan looked towards him. Even if this Lord Sun is a bit weak, that's not a crime punishable by death. But as it turned out, it forced that old fox out. With the way the Son of Heaven has been acting lately, he shouldn't be this kind of tyrant who kills at every turn. Seeing that my De Qian is cowardly, Dai Yuan is bound to press forward and nibble away at every step until my De Qian is devoured to the bone. The word tyrant is not a clear-cut criticism, but is really enough to kill the country. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. It just spoke faintly. The sound of Zhou Yuan's voice wrapped in battle chi caused many ministers to feel fear, but he uttered the most scathing so-called admonitions in the most respectful terms. Son of heaven, it's time to eat your own bitter fruit. As long as we get past today's difficulties, we can naturally plan for the future. And even if we cede land and pay tribute, it's still better than the destruction of the Dacian kingdom. Not to mention, there's also Dolly watching from the side today. If you don't see, even the always arrogant and domineering great general doesn't dare to go to court today. Lord Sun is also a scholar. Hasn't he considered this? The Son of Heaven even said the 4 words of the dead king, the meaning of which, who could not understand? Yes, what a nerve, what a drive, what a power, that's a big dollar. Even as he said these words, the minister still didn't get up, and his figure was quite respectful. But now, it's not the right time. Report, the king of a fallen country is a tyrant, a fainting king. I think, it's normal for a tyrant to do something tyrannical. Done, Templar samurai, take it down. If I heard correctly, that De Yuan envoy corps, but have they all been put to death? Your Majesty, guilty as charged? The anger in his tone was unmistakable. Your Majesty. For a while, many people's faces turned ugly. At a time like this, only one kind of person dares to break in. What His Majesty did was right, but it was too impulsive. The crowd looked in the direction the voice came from. Today, De Yuan dares to act in such a manner, and in the coming day, it will dare to march on the city. And now, there is only one way to pay tribute. No one dared to speak. With that, the man directly fell to his knees. This is a loyal minister, admonishing minister. Many ministers think so in their hearts, and even if it wasn't, he didn't think he'd done anything wrong. But defecting to day one is a completely different concept. All of you have ears and eyes, no, I should say, but whoever is not deaf should have heard what I said before. Thanks to the book friend 202103011053743089006 of 100 coins reward. Ahem. Update is really please forgive me. The new book period is difficult to burst more, and the book would have been on the delay. May need more than 200,000 words on the shelves. After the shelves, fixed more updates. Chapter 39, Redrawing, Big Bang. Shen. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Although it was an urgent military message, he could guess that it should be from Yuan Qingdu. Before he had a huge rise in reputation, he knew that Yuan Qingdu had already broken the White Lotus sect in a big way. Some ministers were surprised in their hearts that Yuan Qingdu was actually still alive. Ask if you don't understand. There's no way the system doesn't know. System, keep pumping, but at least, no one mentions the Master Tai anymore. Let's start with a 5-pack. Current information, the family is in a state of exile in Qianyuan. You can go to the city to meet them. Zhou Yuan had already stood up, and on his face, he wore a big, unrestrained smile. Armies, Xuanjia Army 2876, Halberdiers 2024, Tiger Leopard Cavalry 1985, Shadow Secret Guards *8. 3 days to return. With the opening of the national fortune, he seemed to feel something in the dark, only that the touch was still too faint. Good thing. If the country's fortune is sufficient, the wind and rain will be favorable and everyone will be like a dragon. If the country's fortune is insufficient, there will be natural disasters for many years, and the hearts of the people will change. Now the Great Qing, floods and droughts are frequent, and the White Lotus sect has swept through the 3 counties. If he did not appear, the Great Qing is not about to be destroyed. Not only did they come out with a Jidoshi, but a Kaiwenji as well. Even if you kill 100,000 pigs, it's not that fast. At the moment, most of them had not returned to their senses. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Tang Xuanjia Army 1000. Even if that first grade Yuan Wei returned, how could a first-time first grade be able to fight against the several second-grade warriors in the hands of the Son of Heaven, as well as those thousands of elites? There's too much serendipity, so the idea of the fate of the nation is esoteric, but necessarily quite important. Grade, 4th grade medium. Techniques, Qian Yuan Fist Dao, Evergreen Sword Technique, Dragon Image Prajna Technique 10th level, Divine Sword Decree, Imperial Prestige Value, 9358. Characters belonging to, Sledgehammer, Yuan Qingdu, Ning Mei, Xian Yuan Jingcheng, Guan Yu. The fate of a nation, the destiny of a nation. Even a few days ago he was waiting for an urgent military report to come in. When will the army return? They could almost envision the scene that took place shortly after that. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the ministers all put the matter of the imperial master aside. One with 2 eyes. But the appearance of one Xian Yuan Jingcheng let him know that the system could produce more than just these martial artists. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Foundation Building Pill *5. So next, there's a head roll to kill to get there. Not to mention that he had nearly 10,000 points of Emperor's Might value right now. And 3 days later, when Yuan Qingdu returned with the Xuanjia army, there was bound to be another large wave of emperor's might value coming into his account. Unless, of course, he returns with troops. My lord, receive the decree. Congratulations to the host for obtaining character Jian conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Originally, the Son of Heaven in Xianyuan City is the momentum has been achieved, and now with 3,000 to break more than 100. 000 Yuan Qingdu back again. This Xianyuan City situation. I am afraid that there is no change again, but even if it broke 10, 000, he wasn't going to use the 10, 000 point extraction. Congratulations to the host for obtaining character Wu Yu. Congratulations to the host for obtaining White Robe Army 2000. Now is the time to share the cake. Look at it this way. It's a sign of a lack of national luck. Since there were no suitable candidates, he would just summon some himself. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Shadow Secret Guard *10. And like Xianyuan Jingcheng, it could cost anything. Seeing the result, Zhou Yuan was all frozen for a moment, and it was somewhat heartfelt. Zhou Yuan glanced at the system. A loud cry came from the throne. The soldier opened the letter and said, I just didn't expect it to come so slowly. More than that, he wanted to strengthen his bottom line. The emperor's might value was on the verge of breaking 10,000 again. Read. And he himself was looking forward to meeting Cayenne, the famously talented woman of the Three Kingdoms. That would really destabilize the Dacian border. Zhou Yuan smiled. Your Majesty, General Yuan delivered a military message. Running the country on his own? There's no easier time to get promoted than this time of year. These people have a complex composition and few are innocent. These two tigers, they're going to collide. Even if he could kill everyone in this dynastic court, without enough manpower, how can this great Qian run? How is that possible? National transportation, +1. Grade, none. Specialties, erudite, talented and eloquent. Excellent in music and rhythm. Skilled in zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. In that case, 3 days later, all the kings and I will go up to the city together and toast to my General Tianbao of Dacian and to my army that fought in the bloody battlefield. But the 4 words encounter in the city made him put that down for the moment. Name, Cayenne. Title, Wenji, talented lady of the Three Kingdoms. Gentlemen, nowadays, because of the matter of the great master, we have many more seats in Diqian. Do the secretaries have any recommendations? Broken? With a 10, 000 point extraction, it's possible to draw a kokeshi. But that's just a possibility. If something was drawn that could not be used at this stage, it would have a great impact on the development of Diqian. Might as well wait until you have some free time to meet. There was no way he was going to let this go. Zhou Yuan nodded and glanced towards the ministers, saying, before General Tianbao left for battle, I once said that after 30 days, the city gave wine. Now counting the time, 3 days later, it is exactly 30 days of the period. Still, he chose from among them some who were talented and not too obviously partisan. Zhou Yuan waved his hand in a big way, looking bold. Should. Zhou Yuan then looked at the system. This is a completely different panel than the martial arts. That's the White Lotus sect that has over 100,000 soldiers and has swept through 3 counties. What is the luck of the nation? Yes, Kaiwenji cannot also be outside the palace to be called. Right. Civil servants and military generals can barely understand. But a woman is also like this. Cannot be reasonable at all. System, extract. Last night alone, he killed 11 important ministers, and that doesn't even include the fact that those important ministers also have deadbeats under their command. Yuan Qingdu, father and son of Yuan Gong. Politics is not a fight, so even if you want to change the blood, you have to do it little by little. If the border really goes haywire, these men at the moment alone won't be enough. But on the contrary, that Yuan Qingdu just did it. System, where is Cayenne's? And what attracted Zhou Yuan's attention the most was still that so-called national fortune. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Earth Origin Pill *2. Although the Yuan Qingdu, Guan Yu, and even Ningame and so on that he had extracted before were all military generals, the first 5 draws were good, but 1 wizard's wu is not enough. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Emperor of Dacian. So, the ministers have either recommended themselves, or recommended. Zhou Yuan looked at half a day. Most of them are not very satisfied. Congratulations to the host for obtaining beauty, Cayenne. In their opinion, since they lost the battle, they thought that Yuan Qingdu should be dead. I, Yuan Qingdu, am honored to have broken the White Lotus sect in the Lingnan Valley. You don't think so? For a while, some people began to worry. 2 short sentences say it all. Soon, a soldier walked in. In 1 sentence, the courtroom shook. The ministers replied, congratulations to the host for obtaining character Qin Shubao. Big Bang. Chapter 40, isn't it an orphan? Watch the results of the raffle. At this moment, Zhou Yuan only had this one thought. The White Robe Army should be Chen Qingji's White Robe Legion, which is known as the 1,000 armies avoiding white robes, so the battle strength won't be bad. There were even as many as 5 foundation building pills, and the 2 characters drawn, both Jia and Qin Shubao, are top of the line in a world of their own. What kind of reputation does the Taisher have? He thinks that if he messes up like this, the literary world will believe him? It won't be long before he realizes how wrong he's doing. And to the side, the middle-aged man, holding a feather fan in his hand, had an inscrutable smile on his face. The Earth Origin pill could help people break through, and although the foundation building pill didn't have such an effect, it could reshape the foundation. That Yuan Qingdu has some skills, actually has the power of the 2nd grade up. It is indeed extraordinary, a minister whispered, and aside, there came a response in an equally low voice. This one, I'm afraid, is not one that His Majesty has found to fill his shoes. All 3 had an audience at the same time. I will, today, stay in this Xian Yun Palace. Chang Hongyuan was already at the peak of the 4th grade, and he had fought to the death at the Battle of the Palace Gate. This merit deserved a foundation building pill. Stuart Dahl smiled. Although Gui Yuaner was still early for a breakthrough, he was loyal enough, and the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary was another quick success method, so if he could reshape his foundation, he thought he would be able to quickly increase his strength. Just that Yuan Qingdu, but it's almost back. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Situ Daryl blushed slightly. The ministers looked toward the 3. Yuan Gong called out, and the wine was served, and he alone poured himself a drink. If given to them, it was thought that it wouldn't take long for them to be 2 true 2nd grade warriors. He nibbled on Sorter's ear, and outside of Qianyuan City, a carriage drove towards Qianyuan City, while Wu Yu's face was uplifted. Jia Dang just smiled and had a harmless look. But what about the border? If Dali knows that General Wei has left the border, I'm afraid he will invade. Saying that, one hand was already stroking towards Situ Darer's delicate body. However, in a few moments, Sito Dal's body was already without a single strand. Why has Your Majesty come to the Xiangyan Palace today when you have the time? They are all die-hard loyalists of the Great General, and if the Great General ascends to the throne, they will naturally have the honor of being subordinate to the dragon at that time. Just so, but although the elixir was in his hand, he had no intention of rewarding it directly. Seeing Zhou Yuan come over, Situ Daryl had a surprised look on his face. 3,000 breaks 100,000. That Yuan Qingdu, can't it be that he's a god? One of them, at a glance, looked like a military general, with glittering eyes and a handsome image. Miss, we're here. Situ clan. For him almost the whole clan was destroyed. Cannot be said to be not loyal. What the great general says is good. The other ministers, however, were amazed at what those 2,000 white robe troops were. General Yuan Wei, coming back? At one time, several scholars dressed as readers walked in companionably. Instead, he could give Chang Hongyuan a foundation establishment pill, and perhaps Gui Yuaner one as well. Zhou Yuan didn't care about all that and directly embraced Situ Dare into his arms. Abruptly, Yuan Gong laughed out loud. Good, I'll go too. Without any other reason. All of them knew very well that it was impossible for Zhou Yuan to leave this duty to them to set. Situ Daryl was sitting at the stone table reading, just like the previous Situ Xianran father and son. Although they were carrying the position of second-rank generals, they did not have any real power. The Son of Heaven is trying to kill the Taisher on trumped-up charges, even executing the Taisher's entire clan. With such a dim ruler, how can I have a future to speak of in Diqian? Yuan Gong glanced at the person who spoke and said with a cold smile, sure enough, the Son of Heaven has gone mad. The ministers had already argued about it, but none of them spoke up for the position of guard captain. So, it's not like we're calling ourselves orphans and widows? Men, serve the wine. Sledgehammer and Ningame were both on the verge of a breakthrough after several life and death battles. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows and simply walked in. And Situ Dare, is the body of the queen, personally guard the palace city. So loyal and strong woman, the world is hard to find. A pilgrimage ended without a word. Seal, Qin Shubao as Zhonglong general, in charge of 2,000 white-robed armies, and reward them for their achievements in the future. A gasping sound rang out from the Xiangyan palace. Some people were torn, but Yuan Gong snorted. Let's go into town. Qin Shubao immediately answered on one knee. It drew a lot of attention. Hearing Yuan Gong's words, several people heard the meaning of his words. After a few moments, several ministers left. Yuan Gong's face regained its calmness as he sipped a mouthful of tea, followed by another drink. Maybe I missed you and walked. Somehow. Here. Soon. 3 people came from outside the temple. Hearing several people finish, Yuan Gong sneered. My lord. Thank you, your majesty. This matter has long since been brought to my attention. To be so tyrannical, so dim-witted. Can you stand up to the late emperor? Can you stand up to the millions of people in this great Qian? He prefers to drink. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. The son of heaven is so doing. I'm afraid I've already gone mad. If I don't let my son come back, is it possible to wait for that son of heaven? To take this general's head? Not. Only the third person, who looks ordinary. Your Majesty should be concerned with the affairs of state. And Dal is naturally sympathetic. Dar, these days, I have left you out in the cold. Zhou Yuan spoke with a slight apology. Brother Gu, now it's the Qian Yuan Poetry Festival. Why don't we, my brothers, gather like-minded people and go in front of that palace city to properly question that son of heaven? It was thought that it would allow him to break through to the third grade realm. Zhou Yuan didn't give them an explanation and sealed Wu Yu and Jia Yan's positions one after another. Rewards? Sometimes you can't just go for efficiency. You have to give your men some hope. While thinking and walking, without realizing it, he walked to Situ Dara's chambers. There were two women in the car, a master and a servant. For a martial general like Situ Yuan, the value was even higher than the earthly Yuan Dan. Zhou Yuan looked towards him. Otherwise, even if he is the emperor, who can be loyal? Zhou Yuan returned to the harem and looked at the rewards in front of him. 2 earthly elemental pills and 5 foundation establishment pills. These were all good pills. This deepened the impression that the courtiers had of him, and only Zhou Yuan knew that Jia Dang was a heck of a poisoner. The position of the Zhonglong general is not high, but the 2,000 long garrison is the real power. And since ancient times, the real power is the most important thing for the military generals. Upon hearing this, that young lady lifted the cloth curtain, and suddenly a face of a beautiful country was revealed. Wei Lu, who was on the side, had a surprised look on his face, and then he proclaimed aloud. She was about to lower the curtain when a voice caught her attention. As for the 2 earth elemental pills, he wasn't going to eat them himself this time. Your Majesty, other things are good to say, but this post of guard captain, which is a military matter, is in need of a person of both virtue and talent to serve. Please show your Majesty. Zhou Yuan went straight back to the harem while the ministers left individually, not knowing where they had gone. When the others heard this, they also looked worried one by one. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, "Tea tasting? I'm afraid anyone who thinks that is dead." Hearing this, several people jerked to their feet. She hadn't seen His Majesty for some days, but she also knew that with the recent storms in the court, His Majesty was even squeezing out time to sleep. Several people felt a little thirsty. District Dali, so what if it invades? With my son, Dakian will not move like a mountain. Great General, it's going against the grain. Several people were not alarmed, and were even a little excited. Several ministers who knew each other well had already come over. What's not a big bang when 2 people show up at the same time? Just then, a minister spoke up. Your Majesty, the responsibility of the captain of the guard is a great one, so General Situ Xianran will assume the position. Her name was Kai Yan, her character Wenji. Kindness? I'm here. Can't I just leave? This is the only first grade in Deqian, the absolute pin of the sea. But so what? This general has asked Wei to bring back the men. The great general's residence. A minister spoke, and then he hesitated. There was no lack of mockery in his tone. He then spoke aloud. Declare, Jia Yan, Qin Shubao, and Wu Yu to have an audience. Kai Yan pondered, and then lowered the cloth curtain, completely covering her stunning face. Chapter 41, Unexpected Joy. In the Xiangyun Palace, one night passed and Zhou Yuan was refreshed. On the side, Situ Dara was lying lazily, her face full of exhaustion. When Zhou Yuan looked towards her, he immediately blushed slightly and hung his head. Zhou Yuan smiled. Dal, may I be valiant? Yeah, but he's going to do more than that. Gu Yuandao looked towards the woman, but this time, he saw that the woman had anger on her face. This person, it is the Taisher lineage of people but it was the woman sitting quietly in a secluded spot that struck his fancy the most. Although shy, she answered in a low voice in the face of Zhou Yuan's question. And no one knew that in the corner of this building, Zhou Yuan was quietly watching. With just one sentence, he made the dismissing he scholar shut his mouth. While he was wondering, the woman stepped out in style. My lords and ladies, I am not talented, but I beg to differ. Your Majesty is the son of heaven. How can there be no one in the harem? Even though I am the empress, I don't want people to say the word jealousy. What Kai Wenji had said, although it made him a bit humiliated. The purpose of his coming to Qianyuan City was to catch the exam. Zhou Yuan was naturally not without ideas. The matter of taking a concubine. I have my own ideas, so you don't have to worry about this matter. His face was tinged with anger. Gu Yuandao's expression changed. The matter of the Imperial Master's house has long been known throughout the world. A scholar. Is that the reason for you, sir, to wantonly move things around? Zhou Yuan smiled, not expecting that there would be this kind of unexpected joy. What do you think? Zhou Yuan smiled without saying anything. Coming out of the Xiangyun Palace, Zhou Yuan changed into his regular clothes and walked towards the outside of the palace. Quite a few people were silent. It can be called a great event in Deqian. But the reason used by the Son of Heaven was nothing more than the Taisher's excessive closeness to Day One. On the side, Gui Yuaner laughed. Master, my Deqian always has a body with a proud bone. Look at that one woman, isn't it so? What this gentleman says is so senseless. Has His Majesty considered taking a concubine? Seeing this, the corners of Gu Yuandao's mouth arched even more. Even though he was already used to seeing Situ Dara's stunning face, when he saw Kai Wenji, it still made him look at her a few more times. This is my Dakian literati. I don't know whether to say stupid or disloyal. Brother Gu is a good poet, worthy of being the leader of the young talents in our literary world in Deqian. Even if there is to be a trial, it should be a public trial in the world. This person's words were tantamount to cursing him. When he said the first half of the sentence, Gu Yuandao was still a little short of breath, but later he seemed to be convinced by himself. His voice hardened more and more, as if he was indeed right and could stand up to all the people in the world. Her voice was not high, but those present heard her clearly. Gu Yuandao made a poem that drew countless shouts of approval. Nature is divine, and Dal is beyond creation. In the past, His Majesty was constrained by others, but now that he has ascended the throne, how can he still not spread his branches? I have a few familiar friends of my bosom who are of excellent appearance and character, and if your Majesty is so inclined, I can call them in. Or do you all think that if you have talent, you can have no virtue, and if you have talent, you can sell your country? As soon as he entered, he noticed Kai Wenji in the crowd. Hearing Gu Yuandao's words, many people shouted. With that, Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes. Ryu Fumi Hiko? It's none of your business how this male is. Originally, Dakian set up the right and left prime minister, and then Zai Fadeone came to power, abolished the position of prime minister, and led himself to the position of the great master. Only a few were somewhat skeptical. After Situ Dare changed her clothes under her weight, Zhou Yuan took advantage of her for a while less. Well, now that a day has passed, the entire Qian Yuan city should know about the matter of the Imperial Master's mansion, and I, too, should go and take a look. If you want it, you can't have it. Sito Dal opened her mouth. Empress Zai did not abide by her womanhood and kept a second-rate expert, and the 3,000 disciples under the door of the Imperial Master Zai Fei Chen stormed the palace city, which was beyond reproach. I think that it must have been her own poem that conquered her, especially when he saw those official women, frequently casting admiring glances towards himself. He had a few moments of complacency. A harem. This time, the imperial examination will surely be a success, so will you be allowed to open your mouth as you please? Hearing this surrounding praise, he also had a few moments of hard-to-conceal smugness on his face, and Kai Wenji looked at Gu Yuandao before looking at the others. Seeing that he was in the thick of the action, he immediately spoke aloud. Countless Great Qian readers gathered. The Situ family was a loyal family and he could naturally trust them, but not all courtiers were like that. The Great Master is already the Great Master of Deqian. Even if he defects to De Yuan, what good will it do? Not to mention the Great Master's character. We, the literati, don't we understand it? There are even flower girls from all over the world have rushed to, one by one, scratching their heads, attracting countless writers and writers to stop frequently. Perhaps in the future he would be able to see Daochan, Shishir and many other beauties again. And this Lu Wenyan is the last left prime minister. After he retired to his hometown, Zai Fadeone took over. The matter of Taisher Zai Fadeone gave him a wake-up call. Foreign relatives is something to be wary of. Today he was so out of the limelight. The woman must have been conquered by her own valiant style, but his main purpose was to see what the readers of this world thought. Now that the haze in his heart had initially cleared, he had also finally experienced the joys of being an emperor. On the other hand, the Qian Yuan Poetry Festival had already begun, where more than half of the talented men and women of Deqian had gathered. No candidate can listen to such words. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Zhou Yuan froze for a moment, not understanding why Situ Daryl suddenly said this. Even if you are the head of the literary world, you should put virtue first. Zhou Yuan even laughed. Even if he was confident that the foreign relatives couldn't turn over the sky in his hands, he didn't have the idea of getting himself into trouble. There can be a few in this great Qian that can be compared to it. Hearing this, Gu Yuandao fiercely looked over and impassionedly said, if there were talented people, he would be able to select a few as options for future officials. Instead, Zhou Yuan stood up. Kai Wenji opened her mouth, standing among the hundreds without fear despite her delicate figure. And here you are talking about lust. Still, he shook his head. He applauded. If I remember correctly, today was the day of the Qian Yuan Poetry Festival. But I heard that the master is not close to De Yuan, but colludes with De Yuan and wants to subvert my De Qian. Someone spoke up, but his voice was not confident enough. Even if it is the literary world leader in Hao, that Zai Fei Dust Heart, has been known to everyone. You claimed that the first person of the Great Qian Young Handsome, but even this matter cannot see. This Great Qian official road, I'm afraid it is not suitable for you. What man cannot like such a woman? Zhou Yuan hummed lightly. Zhou Yuan recalled it, and it really did ring a bell. Taisher is the head of our Dakian literary world. Such a trumped-up charge. How can we sit back and watch? I am not talented. I would like to be the first in the world. Go to that palace gate and ask, how can the son of heaven be so dim-witted? Well said. The only time she loosened her frown a bit was when she composed her own poem. Gu Yuan Dao looked at Zhou Yuan coldly. This Dakian official road, and is not you can say, this prince under the Lu Gong, Lu Wan Yen, the upper know astronomy, the lower know geography. The way of poetry is more refined. After all, he's a dimwit and a tyrant. She's just reminding His Majesty. Anything more than that, it's interference. These are still just rumors. Where is the evidence? Even if Zai Taisher really made a mistake, as the head of my literary world, shouldn't we get to the bottom of it? Stuart Dahl nodded. Is it Kai Wenji who doesn't smell good compared to this? That woman is elegant, looks beautiful, just do not know why. Always frown lightly, seems to these verses, not satisfied. Everyone, Gu, have come to Qian Yuan City to hear that my great Qian imperial master was imprisoned by the Son of Heaven, and his clan, moreover, has no survivors. Thank you for the 400 coin reward from Booklover 20210301153743089006. Chapter 42, Chengdu returns. Only 3 kills. Sure enough, the Taisher's roots were not so easily severed. It was just one of his own patrols, and he had seen what was left of the Taisher line. In the entire world, there was no telling how many similar people existed. The so-called months of reorganization of the court is just a joke. Many people saw the two interacting, but they were incredibly jealous. Gu Yuan Dao, right? Lu Wan Yen, right? To this day, he couldn't forget when all the forces were aggressive in the courtroom. It's time to get ready for the city to give wine. He himself had to leave the city at the head of his army to suppress the rebellion. It is often said that a hero is a hero. Zhou Yuan looked at Gu Yuan and said, the imperial master is the pinnacle of the sea. But what about the son of heaven? My De Qian Tianzi has been on the throne for only a month, yet he has been effective. In your eyes, how is De Qian Tianzi? Looking at Zhou Yuan again. Xian armor is in order, the war horses are in order, and the lance is in hand. Today, Zai Fei Chen had the qualifications to make him angry, and so did Yu Wengong, but such a scholar was nothing more than an ant to him. Unconsciously, it was already dusk. The month of January has come and gone. No matter who that person was, since it was someone from the palace, there was no chance that Gu Yuan Dao would be spared. Looking at Kai Wenji in front of her, the two of them talked deeper and deeper. But how could Gu Yuan Dao listen at this time? I don't know when, but I fell into a deep sleep. This gentleman, nowadays, the storm in Diqian is difficult to stabilize, and there are even foreign enemies eyeing us. In the front, a tiger general, holding a phoenix-winged gilded quiver. The yellow flower horse under his seat had its head high, and issued a few neighs from time to time. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Kill anyone who dares to disrespect it. It's definitely called a showstopper. As in the case of Wu Yu, although he had just taken office, he was already living in an official residence and had bought a few maids to make his life cozy. But everyone knows that. The Great Master is my Great Qian Sea God Needle. If the Great Master was killed, Great Qian will be chaos. What do you women know? After a few cups of wine, Kai Yan's eyes were disoriented, and Zhou Yuan was more than a little drunk. It was fear from the heart. You know, the beauty of Kai Wenji's face. Gu Yuan Dao was finished. Without the master of the state, where would the Great Qian world be? And he's bound to suffer a backlash for doing so. Gue Yuaner shouted angrily. Bold. A good man with such a shrill voice. Like a eunuch. Has the face to come out and meet people? Yuan Qingdu bellowed. It's been a month. The eunuchs are very vindictive. Zhou Yuan didn't care about this. He has always been generous to those who can afford it. What man could not be jealous? Eunuchs. Isn't that only in the palace? It's just a yellow mouth. Zhou Yuan was not angry, much less furious. Gu Yuan Dao was just about to scoff when he was suddenly creeped out. If he had been in Qian Yuan City, would His Majesty have been bullied and humiliated? Yuan Qingdu looked at the distant head of the city that was already in sight. The solemnity in his heart, more and more cohesive. These are all good things, but it was such a woman who showed this almost intimate expression to that man. Everyone else also reacted. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan was a bit bored. He was forced to leave his hometown due to a disaster and his parents died. With just one glance, Gu Yuandao nearly fell to his knees. Outside Qianyuan City, it was also the case that he felt more and more that even though these people were summoned by himself, they all had lives of their own. This Gu Yuandao really has a way of taking death. When a beautiful woman is in your arms, you can't just sit back and relax. After a brief inquiry, Zhou Yuan had already understood Kai Wenji's situation. To be an official, not only for the sake of power and fame, but also should be for the people. If your son really does not understand, I am afraid that the official road is really difficult. Gu Yuandao in particular was cynical and hateful. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed. And when Kai Yan saw Zhou Yuan, her eyes lit up slightly. If Zhou Yuan went too far, even with a full level of goodwill, there was a possibility that he would fall off. The Taishar's decades of heritage would not be so easily cut off completely. And even if the system gives the innate full goodwill, it's only with a home that life is sustained and loyalty continues unchanged. And now, Wen Ji, long time no see. Kai Yan's words made many people blush. Kai Yan sighed and did not continue to speak. This family will be uprooted. And Zhou Yuan had already brought Kai Wenji to a restaurant. Mr. Zhou, it's been a long time. How have you been lately? If it wasn't for Mr. Zhou's help back then, I'm afraid Wenji would no longer have the day to see Mr. Zhou again. A Xuanjia army with bloodstained clothes and armor, but filled with a solemn and murderous aura, slowly came towards Qianyuan City. Reorganize the army. Gu Yuandao looked over towards Gue Yuaner with disdain on his face. Now that His Majesty has succeeded to the throne and is in need of people with knowledge to support the countryside of the Qin dynasty, all of you are talented people in the Qin dynasty, and I know this. Don't you know this? At least, it's still quite a bit better than the bunch of boozehounds in the court. But that's enough. Zhou Yuan's eyes became indifferent, just like a towering emperor. Others were not sure, but how could she not know that by her side was none other than the great Qian heavenly prince? This person was none other than Yuan Qingdu. Wen Ji, why don't we talk somewhere else for a while? Listen to Mr. Zhou. Gue Yuaner looked at Gu Yuandao a few more times with a cold smile on her face. He, Yuan Qingdu, is back. After today, no one will be able to bully His Majesty again. But he's not angry. Someone else is. All the Xuanjia troops simultaneously chorused in agreement and quickly reorganized their troops. Gue Yuaner was furious, but she still glanced towards Zhou Yuan to make sure that Zhou Yuan did not put a stop to it before she spoke out indignantly. Reorganize the army. In more detail, the various neighborhoods are very well developed. He is the son of heaven. Why should he disguise himself? It's just a matter of innately pulling the wool over his eyes in a good way. Just now, she had fought with her tongue at the poetry meeting without any fear, but this did not prevent her from being shy at this moment. Before dawn the next day, Zhou Yuanzheng opened his eyes. Asshole, don't think that just because you're a weak woman, you can talk nonsense. Zhou Yuan walked over to Kai Yan's side with the same smile in his eyes and said, unconsciously, a faint smile appeared. It was this smile that made it difficult to avert one's eyes. Just now it was quite enjoyable to listen to, but since his identity was exposed it was naturally not much fun. Even though there were quite a few official ladies at this poetry meeting, as well as flower queens from all over the world, they were all suppressed by her. Under everyone's somewhat terrified gazes, Zhou Yuan led Kai Wenji out of the small building, reorganized the army. However, before Zhou Yuan could say anything, Kai Yan once again looked at Gu Yuan. We're just a eunuch. What's wrong with that? Gu Yuandao sneered. You're a eunuch? Kai Wenji nodded obediently. We return. Reorganize the army. However, Zhou Yuan directly withdrew his sight. Anyone who dares to disrespect it will be killed. Griffin doesn't need him to deal with it. Wu is a little less capable, but that depends on who you're comparing it to. Qian Yuan, Your Majesty alone. Chapter 43, Giving Wine at the Head of the City. Anyone who insults His Majesty shall be killed without pardon. At the head of the city, Zhou Yuan stood quietly. Behind them, Guan Yu and Qin Xiong were close to the entourage, with their green dragon crescent swords standing on the ground and their Vajra mace with them. The courtiers are right behind them. Today, all the officials of the third grade and above, without a single omission, are present. Sure enough, 2 pints up. And the reason why Zhou Yuan did so was simple. And what is about to appear before their eyes is their spine. So to speak, Zhou Yuan raised his wine bowl high. Hearing his words, many of the ministers who were originally tense because of the appearance of the Xuanjia army were suddenly enlightened in their hearts. His voice was not low, and there were quite a few people who heard him, not to mention a Yuan Gong, Even if his first-rate son stood here, what would he be afraid of? There is no way it could be that powerful without a second grade on it. Chang Hongyuan and Situ Xianran raised their eyebrows and intended to step forward. Afterward, Yuan Qingdu leaped and went directly from the bottom of the city to the top, showing off his notable stance. There was no other way. Zhou Yuan had given an iron order. Now that Yuan Qingdu has returned and he has accumulated so much reserves, what else is there to fear? Kill without mercy. The stormy shouts of 3,000 people shook the faces of those dissident courtiers one by one. If there is a Tao, even Yuan Gong, who had a calm face just a moment ago, could not be an exception. An elite army came towards Qianyuan City, and the blood-stained Great Qian war flag fluttered. I, Yuan Qingdu, will not dishonor the emperor's order to break the White Lotus sect, and on the 30th day of the deadline, I will return with my army, kill without mercy. 3,000 generals raised their bowls of wine together. This man, not good. With that, the corners of his mouth curved up. General Yuan, hard work. Yuan Qingdu grabbed the wine bowl in his hand. You're the one, trying to drop the collar? Yuan Gong also saw the strong army. His voice was cold, even without other words. While he was thinking freely, Zhou Yuan shouted. The heart was instantly more alert. The wine bowl hit the floor with a crunch. Even the ugly-faced Yuan Gong was no exception. It didn't take long for the 3,000 Xuanjia army to arrive at the bottom of the city. Those who fail to do so will be punished for treason. Such an iron order. If it was a month ago, I'm afraid not many people would have complied with it. Not only the head of the city, but even inside the city, they could hear it clearly. In the situation of Deqian at that time, if it was not dealt with, it would not take half a year. I am afraid that Qianyuan City would fall. Thousands of people roar together. I swear that those who dishonor His Majesty will be killed without pardon. With that, he pointed toward the city. Serve the wine. Just now, the crowd had only watched Yuan Qingdu from afar. But it was not until this moment that they had seen what divine bravery was unrivaled. But once we let Yuan Wei lead the troops into Lingnan, this is the roar of the elite of 100 battles who have returned with a great victory. You could say it's the extermination plan. Only himself, 300,000 border troops in the hand. And Wei Child has entered the first grade. In this Qian, is the only C pin. So what if there is a second grade on it? So what if the Son of Heaven still has unknown reserves? If General Yuan Wei does it, it may not be impossible to do so. When the army returns, the ministers need to receive the elite of Daqian. Zhou Yuan spoke aloud. Zhou Yuan lamented. To use the 3,000 blood-bathed soldiers under the city to let everyone know that the majesty of Daqian is still there, and the pillar of the town still exists. Soon, the end of the line of sight. It's time to clear the air with Yuan Gong. If not for Yuan Qingdu, that game in the beginning, he simply could not break. Great Qian is strong and they can hold their heads up. Seeing the appearance of this iron cavalry, many courtiers poked their heads out, wanting to see what this strong army that could break 100,000 with 3,000 looked like. You can't have people making a scene at a time like this. Zhou Yuan glanced at Yuan Gong and just curved the corner of his mouth, but did not say anything. This Xuanjia army is indeed elite, but it is not yet worthy of such deification. On the side, Yuan Gong looked at Yuan Qingdu with naked displeasure on his face. The imperial master was imprisoned. The court was in turmoil, and there were even hundreds of schoolchildren who wanted to get under the city and personally ask His Majesty to spare the imperial master's life. The White Lotus sect matter was deliberately let loose by Yuan Gong. Yuan Gong was appalled. Qin Xiong also glanced toward Yuan Gong. At this moment, as long as there was no descent towards Deqian, their hearts were overwhelmed with excitement. But now, Zhou Yuan first beheaded Wang Jin and then executed the Empress Dowager. And even the powerful imperial master was uprooted. Even though so much time had passed, the bloody aura on Yuan Qingdu's body still hadn't dissipated. But it was Yuan Qingdu. It was these 3,000 Xuanjia army that gave him a chance to catch his breath. Zhou Yuan was flanked by several great generals, so naturally there was nothing to worry about. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. I swear that those who dishonor His Majesty will be killed without pardon. What do they fight with? Wang Jin didn't die unjustly. Elite indeed, but only elite. Nowadays, it's kind of the last flailing of Yuan Gong. No, it's not just this person. So powerful, so strong, no one dares to disobey. The terrifying battle aura instantly spread his voice, spreading over a 10-mile radius. Even if there's something, we'll have to go back to the palace. At the bottom, the 3,000 Xuanjia were excited. A month ago, I promised that after January, the city would give wine, and today, the generals have returned. His gaze, likewise, was looking at Yuan Gong. What fear does he have? A gaze like that of a god of death stared deathly at the man who had opened his mouth. It didn't matter if they were true scribes or not, but the implication of their presence was self-evident. Yuan Wei will have a reasonable excuse. And when that happens, De Qian will be finished. Yuan Qingdu stood at the front, but he didn't come forward. Not bad. If one day they meet people from other countries, they will be able to proudly say that they are the people of Daqian. He wants to make a statement. Zhou Yuan looked towards him, and then glanced at Yuan Gong. Even the scholarly ladies of yesterday's poetry club small building have joined the crowd. The iron horse rolls on. Guan Yu, who had been quietly following behind Zhou Yuan, narrowed his eyes, and the green dragon crescent moon blade in his hand tightened. After that, a bowl of wine went down. The White Lotus followers are just peasants who have just put down their hoes. So what if 3,000 break 100,000? Seeing Yuan Gong's gesture, that beloved did not hesitate. It's a good elite team of men, but unfortunately, it's only 3,000 men, and now that there's a big battle, they've lost a lot more. Could His Majesty still kill someone at a time like this? Your Majesty, General Yuan Qingdu's return is a great joy to me, but nowadays, De Qian is in trouble both internally and externally. 4. His Majesty's congratulations. Congratulations for the Great Qian. The world is free of thieves, and the Great Qian is strong for all ages. He grunted softly and opened his mouth. Immediately a group of small eunuchs carried wine to the hands of the generals. 4. Your Majesty's congratulations. 3,000 armor breaks 100,000. This feat, unparalleled. There were countless expectant people there, and among the people, a group of people dressed as scholars. The Son of Heaven not only had a second rank on it, but also dared to send such a strong man out to Lingnan. Now is a good opportunity to get the credit from the dragon. Underneath the city, there were even countless people who had come spontaneously to look forward to it. This old thing, it's just too much of a rush. Instead, his eyes signaled his minders on the sidelines. What's more, now that the army has returned, it is a matter of great joy. But just as the two of them were about to open their mouths, Yuan Qingdu spoke. It was piled up with the blood of those 100,000 White Lotus followers. No one can remain unchanged in such a situation. Zai flying dust. Not a bad defeat. He wasn't in Qianyuan this month, but now that he had returned, this person, he still dared to jump out. Do you really think his golden boar is unfavorable? Chapter 44. A wise ruler. A tyrant, but not a fainting ruler. With just a glance, Yuan Gong's body trembled. He recalled the scene when Yuan Qingdu killed several temple front warriors with a single boar. That's a bare-bones second-rate deterrent. It's more of a no-holds-barred killing tactic. He's scared. There are 150,000 border troops stationed here. With that, he looked to the others. No, 3 more days. So the current Yuan Gong. It was not Zhou Yuan who dared not kill. The depths of the Son of Heaven are unfathomable. That's a first-rate product. This is the Great Qian's town general. The one he authorized was even more shaky. With 2 quivering strands, the courtiers looked at this scene with horror. Everyone knows that the big eunuch Wei Lu is a second grade. That big iron hammer also has the power of the second grade. When the eunuch's house was destroyed, and even more so that Guan Yu was on the side, less said is also the peak of the third grade. I observed from the city this morning that within the Daqian barracks, the cooking smoke was less than half, so it is evident that at least 1/3, if not more, of the people have left. Yuan Wei took the letter and read a few times. His eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. It's great disrespect. No amount of merit can hide the dangers of such behavior, if ever. But now, that Yuan Wei was simply a fierce tiger that had entered the sheepfold, leaving them helpless. Ever since General Yuan Wei broke the first rank, not only did they change their defensive position, they even had room to attack. In all the years he had lived, there was no moment when he wished for his son Yuan Wei to be by his side more than now. Uva laughed softly. The Lord General opened his mouth. The wine has been given at the head of the city. I don't know the purpose of these people, but this is surely a good opportunity for our army. The rest of you, hold on to this place. The Yuan father and son had been in control of the border army for over 30 years. Zhou Yuan looked at the system. Zhang Jiwan, Tan Xin, and Zhou Ji, you 3 accompany this general and lead 50,000 men to secretly enter Qianyuan, because only Yuan Wei could give him enough security. The visitor had a smile on his face. In the army, only the strong are believed, not to mention that they were all promoted by Great General Yuan. Kaiyuan City is the gateway to Dali. The city is high and thick walls. The Great War for many years never fell, as well as Guan Yu and Qin Xiong, who were obviously not very strong. Each of them had complex expressions. Such greatness has never been seen before. Dali's 170,000 strong army, all out. How dare you? When Yuan Wei hadn't broken into the first rank, he could still barely stand against them. The many Dali generals were all sad, and inside the city of Kaiyuan, he couldn't even begin to imagine. But to his disappointment, Yuan Gong had already lowered his head long ago and couldn't even notice his sight. Yes, those people dressed as scholars were taken away directly by the halberdiers patrolling the city without any nonsense at all. Mr. Book, what joy! What if it's a ploy? General, we have no choice. If we wait for Yuan Wei to vacate, this Kaiyuan city will surely fall. He's not the only one who's scared. Raise an army for 1,000 days and use it for an hour. Gentlemen, my Yuan family is in trouble. What should you do? Madaka. The phoenix-winged golden quiver pierced through his chest. And this Yuan Qingdu. 3,000 armor breaks 100,000. The bloodstained battle flag was their honor. And countless people cheered at this moment. Zhou Yuan didn't care. He knew that Yuan Qingdu's behavior was inappropriate. Even Chang Hongyuan was furious. And on their side, the strongest was the second grade, but he was still a little hesitant. Suddenly, a scribe dressed as a scholar walked in. An excellent bait. The rebel party will be killed without pardon. The war with the Dali kingdom over the years was the best practice ground, so the 150,000 soldiers here were all elites who had seen blood. The Lord General sighed. But this is the right time, Uva bellowed. Xu Xingqiu was helpless in his heart, hoping that in these 3 days, Yuan Wei would not come back. The generals went wild. Moreover, others did not know, but he himself knew clearly that Yuan Qingdu, even though he was a bit bratty, was absolutely loyal to himself. General, great joy, a stray first rank. If he wrapped up 300,000 border troops to revolt, even now he felt very tricky. A messenger rushed into the tent. Yuan Wei was dressed in a black Xian armor, his face bland. With an angry shout, Yuan Wei raised his head. Yes, Xu Xingqiu continued to speak. The three men drank heavily. Uva is too strong. Hearing Yuan Wei's words, the generals immediately thought of the scene of recovering Qianan earlier. If he killed Yuan Gong, Yuan Wei would not have recklessly entered Qianyuan city. I don't know if Uva has moved yet. All the generals responded at the same time. Xu Xingqiu spoke with certainty. He had waited a full month for this day. Northern border of Daqian. All three of these people exuded a strong aura of the third grade or higher. The emperor's might value. It was soaring. Today, it's harvest time. General. An urgent report from the great general. But not now. And for something as big as today, the Son of Heaven actually dared to not bring Sledgehammer Ningame and the others. The bottom line is evident. The Lord General's heart fluttered. Aiching has great merit today. Pardon the innocent. Get up. Now that the matter of the Imperial Master has been settled, I don't want there to be any other trouble. And if there must be someone who comes looking for trouble, then think of what will happen to that person. Your Majesty, I have killed a minister without authorization. I beg to apologize. Yes, that Dali army, long ago was beaten by this general afraid. As long as the news of this general's departure does not come out, forgive them for not daring to come to violate. The bottom line is this. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Northern border of Daqian. Routed. And at this time, Yuan Wei has already brought 50,000 troops into the pass. Inside the center tent. A third? He wants this great Qian to change his surname to Yuan from now on. Yuan Qingdu immediately knelt on one knee. What is the solution? He hadn't felt it before Yuan Qingdu opened his mouth, but now he had felt fear. We can only bet on this one. Report. Urgent? This general will personally take action. So what if Kaiyuan City? I'll break it with one shot. A dozen or so generals with murderous auras and battle strengths of at least 4 ranks were discussing their next plans. He was on the verge of resisting killing the old dog. Zhou Yuan glanced towards Yuan Gong. Nowadays, the Son of Heaven is a bright ruler, a tyrant, but only not a fainting ruler. At night, 50,000 people leave quietly. Many people instantly got a chill down their backs, and when they sneaked to touch, they were already sweating profusely. The army moved extremely fast, but in half a day, it was all ready, willing to die for the general. For a moment, he turned his pleading eyes towards Yuan Gong. Rather, you can't kill it. It's a decoy. 3 days later, if this goes on, I am afraid that the entire Dali will be in trouble. Not to mention the seizure of Daqian territory. Now it could be right in front of the emperor's shelf. In front of the eyes of all the people. How could he dare to directly kill the important ministers of the court without the consent of the emperor? Yuan Gong even buried his head extremely deep, deeply afraid of being noticed by that killing god Yuan Qingdu. Just then, this go, he is the prince. And at the same time, the many courtiers looked at Zhou Yuan, as well as Yuan Qingdu who, after getting up, could not see the slightest trace of the arrogance that he had just seen and naturally stood behind Zhou Yuan. But the words had not yet fallen. In the entire Qian Yuan, the only ones who could still be rivals were Yuan's father and son. The Xuanjia army then entered the city. Hearing this, the generals were shocked. 3 days? Isn't that too much of a rush? Then the Great Qian army. No one. The army could not attack for a long time. So General Yuan personally took action and smashed through the city gate with 3 shots. Within 3 days, I will take Kaiyuan City. How dare he? Thank you to my book friend Snail Cool for the 100 coin reward. Chapter 45, One Day. Wherever the sun reaches, all will be Great Qian land. The emperor's might value has broken 10,000. Broken easily. It's even skyrocketing towards 20k. It won't take long. I'm afraid, to reach 20,000. And maybe that's not the limit. It is? Zhou Yuan shook his head. Aha, Uva responded. Eunuch, you can accompany me and see my Great Qing Dynasty in full bloom. Where? But it was good that he reacted quickly. Yuan Gong wants to come in a hurry, but if we want to talk about rebellion, I'm afraid that the current one doesn't have the guts to do so. He didn't want to keep playing house with the Dali kingdom. He's in no hurry. That seat, he's wanted it for a long time. With so many emperors' might values in his hand, it made Zhou Yuan's heart settle down quite a bit as well. Yes, but even if he is a nationalist, when he is surrounded by an army, he can only die. Plus Yu Wenwei, the first rank of Xinhua, and 50,000 men. It was by no means impossible for so many powerhouses to deal with a single first grade, or even surround a first grade. The endless amount of Xinji that he couldn't finish every day made him feel tired, but both knew that right now this would just be a wish that couldn't be voiced. Hearing these words, Yuan Gong only felt a chill in his heart. Wei Lu said with a burst of emotion. He sighed. But the other two were both experts on the 3rd rank. Late at night, the great general's residence. In the imperial study, Zhou Yuan put down his zhangji and spoke thoughtfully. Your Majesty is truly a heavenly monarch, and there are actually so many loyal and valiant high-minded people who are willing to drive for your Majesty. There was actually a figure sitting on a stool in the darkened room. There are no second grades in the great general's house. Yuan Gong was overjoyed. If the Dali really advances, it is good. Breaking new ground. This is a feat that has not been accomplished by all the kings of the Great Qing Dynasty. Where the sun reaches, Wei Lu thought freely in his mind. The Great Wei is the strongest of all the countries, and it is said that there are nationalists sitting in the country. I'm afraid this is one of the Son of Heaven's men. As for the situation in Diqian, the situation was a bit monstrous because of the many powerful people he had summoned. Yuan Gong's eyes were scornful. Dali border without Yuan Wei, and then by Yuan Wei to take away tens of thousands of border troops. Once the Dali noticed, Qianan is afraid of inevitably broken. On the side, Wei Lu said with a smile. Around Zhou Yuan was not in a hurry, so he just dragged it out like that for now. The current Son of Heaven is terrifying to the core. Old slave. Although old slave is a eunuch, but also willing to follow your Majesty, for my great Qin pump. Sprinkle this dirty blood. But how could he not expect that Yuan Qingdu was actually a first-grade expert? How can such a great Qian not prosper? The Son of Heaven's base is not weak. This time when you come back, have you prepared for everything? With that, he said with a few chilling glints in his eyes, this person is not simple. Although his strength is only 4th grade, but this means of concealment, I'm afraid that even an idle 2nd grade would not be able to detect it. He also only just realized that Yuan Qingdu was actually a 1st grade. Originally, he thought that His Majesty's base for dealing with Yuan Wei was the 2nd grade. What? The man accidentally revealed his whereabouts when I returned to the house. With that, Wei Lu was about to kneel down. In terms of experts, he is already not weaker than De Yuan, and even if it's Wei, he may not be unbeatable as long as the nationalist doesn't come out. Especially Wei, with millions of troops, is definitely a first-class dynasty. Zhang Jiwang was the first war general under him back then, and in the past few years, he has already entered the 2nd rank, just as a strange soldier has been kept secret. What he wants is to become an emperor for the ages. In a world where all nations are under the same roof, what is there to talk about 1,000 emperors when they can't even fight against the district Wei? After the Son of Heaven ascended to the throne, this is the only time that he has shown his deep reserves, and I don't know how long he has accumulated for this. With this fine count, His Majesty already has a full 6 second-grade experts around him as a base. Even now, Zhou Yuan was extremely envious. Tai servant Chang Honyuan was barely able to claim one prime minister's position, but he hadn't yet chosen the other. You know, His Majesty has many second-grade experts around him. Yuan Gong waved his hand and let the concubine leave. All 3 were promoted by him. Scout, Your Majesty, The old slave has some hidden worries in his heart. Yuan Gong instantly broke into a smile. Zhou Yuan stood up, both hands behind his back, and walked to one side. Where? There was a Diqian geography map. He himself had a battle power on the second rank. That General Guan Yu, even more so, was able to burst out with the power of the first rank, and there was also the new one, General Qin, who was also an expert on the second rank. These days, Ningame and the Great Iron Hammer were both in seclusion. I've brought 50,000 men, all of whom are elites who have experienced 100 battles on the battlefield, and I've even brought Zhang Jiwon, Tan Xin, and Zhou Ji. At this time, I'm afraid the only one who has the ability to appear in his room without being noticed is his son. Dali is the weakest of the three kingdoms and is similar to Dakian, but now that he had abolished the imperial master, he had no idea of appointing a left or right prime minister for the time being. It's been so long, it's about time for Yuan Gong to make a move. Yuan Gong was a bit surprised. His Majesty has the qualifications of a heavenly monarch. Would he be willing to be trapped in this small Diqian? Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. The land of my Great Qing is small. Hearing Yuan Gong's words, Yuan Wei laughed. Don't worry, father. Now that I'm back, it's time for you, father, to take the seat of the Son of Heaven. There are 3 kingdoms around Dakian. This is a battle that must be won. In that case, take Qian Yuan. Where, in the future, you will be the crown prince. A strong commander of the military is really important. What should we do if the Dali kingdom advances? As a result, he was shocked when he just entered the room. One day, I will make everywhere the sun reaches be my Great Qing land. In order for both of them to break through to the second grade, he had not only given them earth elemental pills, but he had also given them foundation establishment pills so that they could recover from their old injuries and reshape their roots and bones. Indeed, there is no solution. Zhou Yuan nodded. Originally, most of these things were handled by the left and right chancellors. It was only then that Yuan Gong noticed that at Yuan Wei's feet, there was another black-clothed corpse, coupled with the fact that Situ Xianran had entered the second rank, as well as General Ningame and the Great Iron Hammer. They were all in seclusion preparing for a breakthrough. But when it comes to troop strength, the gap is huge. After Yuan Gong washed up, he wrapped his arms around one of his concubines and walked over towards the bedroom. This matter, I'm afraid, has no solution. Still, he stared. Now, it's just a matter of hoping that Yuan Wei isn't a fool. But Zhou Yuan held him up. The lights came on. Wei Lu's face was grave. This feeling of having to do everything himself was fine with him at first, but it became quite hopeless after a while. Suddenly, Wei Liao said, even if he didn't have a raffle, the fact that the emperor's might value was in his hand was a kind of backbone for him. Someone has to take that guts and lend them to him. Although there are many second grades, but if the Great Wei makes a move, only that state scholar is needed. Even if Yuan Qingdu is added, I am afraid that it will not be enough. What other person, besides his first-rate son, could have given him the courage to rebel? Now I will go ahead, and the others will arrive in a few days. Of course he knew what Wei Lu meant by that. Not even close. Hearing this, Wei Lu's face suddenly became agitated. Dali, De Yuan, and Wei respectively. Doesn't this mean that the movements of the great general's house have been under surveillance all this time? Hearing Wei Lu's words, Zhou Yuan also smiled. Yes, but neither Daiyuan nor Wei is strong enough to be compared to Dakian. Not to mention that Wei still has 1,000,000 troops at its disposal. Uva replied. You and I, father and son, are in charge of the Great Qing. Chapter 46, General Yuan Wei. Where is he? Yuan Wei's father and son talk at night, and both of them have already seen the future scene of them sitting on the imperial throne. And inside the palace, Zhou Yuan frowned. Still not back? In front of him, a Shadowmist guard was reporting. Even that second-grade martial emperor from the imperial master's mansion hadn't been able to capture even a single shadow secret guard. Naturally, he was not idle, so he entered the palace, but he wanted to see clearly the depth of the Son of Heaven. Zhou Yuan, however, smiled. What the great general said is good, but in all these days, the great general has never opened his mouth. Now why did he suddenly open his mouth? We should move. Can you see clearly how many experts are in the palace? Same as Zai flying dust. To the side, the heartfelt military general opened his mouth. In addition, kill the house of General Hoden and leave no survivors. Secretly investigate the courtiers who have contact with the great general's house and determine who is in the great general's party. He said one word but didn't know what to say next. The ministers went up to the hall, but at the moment, he didn't care about any of that. Yuan Gong surprised. In the past the gap is not big, the two same battlefield fighting for many years, the body of countless dark injuries. The second product is hopeless. Last night, General Hodian wanted to rebel. The house had 300 strong crossbows. I have already killed his family. I hope that you are good for it. They don't have the bottom line of Great General Yuan Gong, but they also see it. Even if we take over the kingdom of Deqian and the borders are lost, could there still be good days for you? Yes. Even if the Son of Heaven didn't know that Yuan Wei had returned, he was bound to be aware of it. Great General, at a time like this, you still want to go to court? Zhou Yuan first nodded his head, then turned to the courtiers and spoke aloud. The Son of Heaven knows ways back? That's impossible. From start to finish, didn't put Yuan Gong in his eyes. Ningame was absent, and only a halberdier junior colonel was on duty. The lights went out. Yuan Gong sneered. With the strong doings of today's Son of Heaven, how could he allow such a thing? What? As subjects, are we blind to the mistakes of the Son of Heaven and deaf to them? How can my Dakian be strong with such behavior? Since the Son of Heaven had given a warning, he couldn't help but move. It was flagged before Zhou Yuan took the throne, and Zhou Yuan had long wanted to kill it, but he just never had the chance. The reason why Zhou Yuan was not in a hurry was to give them time to take care of everything. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Yuan Gong raised his head violently, pushing straight through the halberdiers who stopped him. He headed towards the palace. Yuan Gong nonchalantly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I thought that it was not proper for your Majesty to kill people at the top of the city some time ago. It was too fast to come back." Even if Yuan Wei had rushed back with the power of a first grade, it was still too fast. When Zhou Yuan woke up, the situation in the entire Qianyuan city had changed drastically. Even Situ Xianran has actually broken into the second grade. It's time to settle the humane father and son. But this is a matter which, in your Majesty's haste, should be left to me to investigate. This must be a scam on him. He settled his mind. Yuan Gong, father and son, were also busy contacting people who were willing to support them. Zhou Yuan walked out from one side and sat on the throne, first glancing towards Yuan Gong, who was wearing a sword and armor, before speaking. Chang Hong Yuan's eyebrows jumped as he stepped forward. Zhou Yuan spoke indifferently. Zhou Yuan cursed. Looks like it's Yuan Wei who's back. The Son of Heaven is not bad at all, and when he goes to court, there are at least 3 second grades in the hall. Hearing this, Yuan Gong froze for a moment. Good kill. Zhou Yuan spoke with a gloomy face. Looking at the disappearing shadow secret guards, Zhou Yuan sighed. I have heard that General Yuan Wei has entered the first grade. Is my Dakian Jinhua column? I do not know. Now General Yuan Wei. Where early the next morning, because he had drawn out 10 more shadow secret guards through the system, the manpower in hand was much more generous, so the existing shadow secret guards were practiced in a way that they were on duty in the middle of the night. After the response, the Shadowmist guards in front of him disappeared. What? Are you guys going to stop me? With such strength, it was impossible to discover the existence of the shadow secret guards. Stupid. The one in front of me is the Son of Heaven. At least for now. Chang Hong Yuan's expression stagnated. Now it seems to have gotten some kind of chance to heal the dark wounds. Otherwise, it was impossible for Yuan Gong to have this kind of backbone. When these words came out, many ministers jumped in their hearts. Uva nodded. Before he could open his mouth, a small eunuch suddenly approached. A lot of people lose sleep because of it. Great General, that matter, quite a few days have passed. It's not right to bring it up at this time. He had already mapped out the situation of the Great General's residence, and there was only a third-ranked butler, as well as Yuan Gong himself. In the next second, on the supposedly deserted road, Yuan Wei suddenly appeared. At least for a country like Dakian. Zhou Yuan's knuckles gently tapped on the table. Just after leaving the palace gate, Yuan Gong spoke in a low voice. So much the better. Even though he was only a lower third-grade martial artist, he was still not the least bit intimidated when facing a third grade like Yuan Gong. Don't bother the Great General. Rise for something, and retire from the court for nothing. Situ Xianran? Yuan Gong gave him a look. Kill it like a dog. His Majesty has decreed that Great General Yuan Gong may come to the hall with his sword. Even Yuan Gong looked at the little eunuch in surprise, not understanding why the Son of Heaven had suddenly gone soft. Uva laughed softly. Those who enter the palace will fall from their horses and dismount their swords. This is an iron law. Zhou Yuan frowned. The storm is coming. Yuan Gong walked with his head held high and came to the palace gate. As for the other ministers, they continued to be honestly subjected to the discernment of the halberdiers. Although Zhou Yuan had fallen into a deep sleep, it was extremely valuable time for Yuan Gong's father and son. Yuan Gong walked down the street, his pace a few moments faster, but on second thought, in this world, a person strong enough to set the world on fire is far more important than intellect, and with Yuan Wei not far away, he wasn't worried about how the Son of Heaven would be. Yuan Gong said this, it's really true, it's just that it's a bit unreasonable to come out and say it after such a long time. It was a warning to him, but, the Son of Heaven is killing himself. In the end, in Zhou Yuan's playful expression, he could only grit his teeth, but now he could only hope that the people of the Dali kingdom would not react. Originally, he thought that the Son of Heaven was bound to be oblivious, but now, he gave up that idea. General Hou Dian, Yuan Gong's absolute beloved, and the Son of Heaven is bound to have some calculations. Where? But this night, the shadow secret guards who were watching over the Yuan family didn't turn in. Until the end of the court, Yuan Gong was gloomy. That much speed suggests that he wasn't adequately prepared at the border. It was an especially long night. Even Yuan Wei had already entered Qian Yuan City, but Yuan Gong didn't care. Can it be killed? Yuan Gong frowned. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. The halberd in the hands of the halberd warrior was cold. The royal study was darkened. My son is the general of Jinbei, and now he is naturally in the north, resisting foreign enemies. Why don't you go? Could the Son of Heaven still kill this general in the court? Yuan Gong glared at him, his eyes full of killing intent. Although he knew that the power around the Son of Heaven was extremely strong, he still hadn't thought that it was actually strong to this extent. Saying that, Zhou Yuan said with an arc at the corner of his mouth, how did this kind of idiot become a general of Daqian? That beloved military general couldn't say anything else. Hearing Yuan Gong's words, nowadays, it was just right to use it to irritate Yuan Gong. He had originally come here today to give the Son of Heaven a downward spiral, but he hadn't even had time to move. My child has just received word that the army has arrived outside the city. Chapter 47, De Qian. More than one general in command of the army. The army is outside the city. Yeah. Yuan Gong looked uplifted. His greatest fear was that he was alone. The Qian Yuan city at the moment was a very dangerous realm for him. It's time to give this great general of the Great Qing Dynasty a good ride. Once the loss is too great, the many princes will not watch. At this morning's court, His Majesty shocked Yuan Gong with his thunderous authority. I'm sure he must be in a hurry. Qin Xiang stepped forward, took a deep breath, and received the Xuanjia army token. Before Yuan Qingdu broke 100,000 with 3,000. Today, even if it is 100,000 border troops, he is not afraid. Zhou Yuan got up. It seems that our great General Yuan is a smart man. Zhou Yuan nodded. I give you 5,000 Xuanjia army, as well as 2,000 White Robe army under your command. Only one request. No matter how many border troops Yuan Wei brings, chisel through him for me. He wanted Yuan Qingdu to know that in this Deqian, he was not the only general in charge of the army. Watching Qin Shon leave, I'll make the arrangements, but just in case there are any accidents, let the two generals, Zhang Jiwang and Tan Xian, enter the hall with us. And the death of Taisher Zai Fei Chen was enough to scare him. Even if he returns with an army of 150,000, I, too, will take his head in the midst of 10,000 troops. Say, while inside the palace, Zhou Yuan had a few moments of playfulness on his face. Wu Yuyun suddenly laughed. At that time, the civil and military officials in Qian Yuan City were all in the Great Hall, and if they made a move at that time, the entire Qian Yuan City would not be able to react. Not only Yuan Chengdu, but Qin Xiong, the Great Iron Hammer, Ning Yamei, as well as Jia Danyan Wu Yu were also on the sidelines. After he finished speaking, he stole a glance towards the Son of Heaven until he confirmed that the Son of Heaven did not have any strange look in his eyes. Then he slowly retreated into the crowd. With that, he walked towards the main hall. Just their father and son won't do. There are too many variables in the Great Hall. Jia Yan, how do you think I should make this move now? But Uva didn't refuse. He took stock of the power in his hands. Zhou Yuan spoke softly. In this way, they occupied the palace first, and all the ministers were in the court, plus the border troops outside the city. It was effortless to seize Qian Yuan City. In his opinion, wouldn't it be a good idea to get up tonight? The best method, in fact, was for him to personally bring 50,000 troops to attack the city from the inside, and then step by step, capture Qian Yuan City. Zhou Yuan looked at him. This old man, without pushing a little, was really unwilling to contribute. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Wu Yu hurriedly fell to his knees, his divine form somewhat fearful. It does make sense, Your Majesty. Since you're not sure, it's better to be sure. I heard that Yuan Gong still has a young son in the residence. Why don't we send strong men to tie up his young son, and then he'll naturally jump over the wall in a hurry. Good thing that's not what he was counting on. In a matter of moments, the world of Deqian could be turned upside down. Zhou Yuan secretly praised in his heart. Today he had nearly 5,000 of the great Tang Xuanjia army, over 2,000 halberdiers, 2,000 tiger and leopard riders, and 2,000 white robe army. There were also those rabble-rousers who claimed to be loyalists, and it was just as well for him to get rid of them all in one fell swoop. Uva listened. As far as I know, that Huayan Wang, but has already entered the second grade. In such a hurry? At the same time that it took all the worry out of his heart, it also meant that they could make their move, rise, love, and be innocent. So I thought that there was no need to do anything at all, because that Yu and Gong, father and son, were bound to strike in the middle of the night. If not this night, then tomorrow morning, the white-robed army, even more elite. Yuan Gong laughed a few times. My lord, take the order. Ha ha, Zhou Yuan's eyes widened a bit. Your Majesty, I do have some ideas. If he's slow, he'll worry that he'll follow in Zai Flying Dust's footsteps and be crushed by his Majesty. The great Tang Xuanja army is a heavily armored cavalry. Zhou Yuan resumed his seat. Uva nodded. Close your eyes and think for a moment. It is in line with the principle that soldiers are quick and the night is long. It's a bit of a risky plan. However, the entire Qianyuan city was filled with a solemnity. Hearing this suggestion, Zhou Yuan could not help but shake his head. And now, 50,000 troops are just outside the city. If there is no ambition, tonight, the Yuan family will rebel. However, this plan needs some masters to be foolproof. The 4 guards of Qianyuan had been streamlined and sifted, and now there were less than 50,000 men. Seeing the Son of Heaven looking over, Jia cleared his throat and spoke. Your Majesty, I have a plan. Zhou Yuan looked at Wu Yu. Jia smiled. Sure enough, although Wu has a quick wit, he doesn't have great ability. Uva asked. Inside Qianyuan city, the 4 guards are still there, even with Yuan Wei, the first rank. How easy it is to take down Qianyuan city. He wanted to let everyone know the power he possessed in front of the 100 officials. However, these 4 guards have been out of battle for a long time and are not very useful. These 10,000 or so people were his real base. Considering this, Zhou Yuan looked at Qin Xiong. Jia Yan analyzed Yuan Gong's thoughts bit by bit and finally concluded. I think it is highly likely that Yuan Gong will rise up tomorrow morning. Why? Ningame interjected. Hidden in. He had contacted quite a few military generals, each with a battle strength of 4 or more, and there were even 2 of them of the 3rd rank, plus a personal army breaking down the palace gates. At that time, you and I, father and son, only need to take down the emperor, and this Diqian will naturally be ours. And then spoke. On the side, Yuan Qingdu stood quietly. That said, we cannot fail to prevent Yuan Gong's father and son from rising up this night. As he spoke, Yuan Qingdu's eyes shone brightly. After hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Yuan Qingdu spoke. The night was silent. Such an unfaithful and unrighteous person. Ashamed to share his surname, though not sleeping all night. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Jia spoke with a brilliant light in his eyes. Hearing Yuan Wei's question, Yuan Gong immediately said, there's no time to lose. Notify all parties at once. We'll do it tonight. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow at the time of the morning court, you and I will go to the court. For one thing, it was too much of a loss to do so. And for another, with him as a first-rate product, there could not be any changes within this Qianyuan city. Good. Father, when do we do it? The plan. Perfect. Let's see if that Yuan Gong is a fool or not. After saying that, Zhou Yuan looked at Jia Yan, that Yuan father and son, who shared the same surname as him. He had long wanted to slaughter. What do you say? That Yuan, father and son, intend to do? Yuakong spoke of his plan. Worthy of being a poisonous scholar Jia Dang, even if he doesn't make poisonous plans. This kind of talent is still hard to find in the world. Just in time, he was going to sit on top of that throne with absolute strength, but he was still in high spirits, with a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. It's getting light. Leave Zhou Ji to lead the army, and if there are any accidents, 50,000 elites will swing the army to attack Qianyuan city, and in this battle, we will win. Soldiers are precious. Yuan Gong's father and son are at least generals who have been in the battlefield for a long time. It's impossible that they don't understand this. I am the Son of Heaven. Would I use such underhanded means? And Yap's words were not finished as he continued. The reason why there will be 2 different times depends on whether they have ambition or not. If they don't want Qianyuan city to be in chaos, they are bound to try to assassinate His Majesty by virtue of Yuan Wei. That first rank. Tomorrow morning, among those present, he was not the strongest in terms of force, but in terms of army command, no one could surpass him. I, De Qian, have more than one Qianyuan city. Unfortunately, he's not smart enough. Ahem, a little late, sorry. Chapter 48, Inviting a Gentleman into a Jar, Requesting Favorites, Catch-up Reads, and Monthly Tickets. Inside the temple, the ministers are in place. For some reason, the great general is absent again today. Many ministers were secretly speculating in their hearts. Could it be that the great general was still afraid that his majesty had taken him? Just as he was thinking, such a wise majesty could not have done anything unprepared. That's what it means. It said please, but there was no trace of respect in the words. It seems that emperor's little boy has already made preparations. This is inviting the king into the jar. It's not impossible. I am here. Invite the king in? Now that there are variables. After Zhou Yuan sat on the throne, Wei Lu spoke in a loud voice. Lord Lu, I'm afraid there are changes in the palace. How about we go back and transfer people? If the great general really caused trouble, then he, the partisan of the Son of Heaven, could never survive. So what if we invite the king in? Inside the great hall. Let go of the palace gates. After all, his son was the only first grade in this great Qian. There's no need to hide that 50,000 strong army. A sudden sound of armor appeared. The Son of Heaven knew everything, and they had thought that the Son of Heaven was nothing more than a fool who knew nothing. But now it seemed that this was a setup by the Son of Heaven. It was just that for some reason. They always felt that the air within this great hall seemed to have some gravity to it. With that, he looked at the man behind Yuan Gong and said angrily, General Yuan Wei, at this time you should be guarding the border. How dare you go AWOL? Second grade. If they succeeded, they would naturally be able to reach heaven in one step. Wei Lu's expression was incomparably vigilant. After all, the one not far below was a first-grade powerhouse. There's a way in and a way out. Do everything, be tough when you need to be tough, and back off when you need to back off. He saw Great General Yuan Gong, with two tiger generals, coming from outside the hall. Great General Yuan, do you know what kind of place this is? How dare you come to the temple in armor? Many of Yuan Gong's party members were anxious. At the same time, a loud arrow flew towards the sky. The lance in his hand slammed heavily on the ground. The palace gates, which should have been heavily guarded, were empty at the moment. It gave him a bad feeling in his heart. Between walks, the dragon walks. This time, they used a yang scheme. To this day nothing is known about it. He simply led Yuan Wei, as well as Zhang Jiwang and the two of them straight towards the front. It's just that no matter how relieved the heart is, the mind is inevitably clouded. Don't worry, it's just a second grade. Everyone looked in the direction from which the sound of armor came. The steel lance suddenly cracked the marble floor. Yes, the courtiers weren't much on the ball either. Zhou Yuan looked at the three with a calm expression. That stride was taken with naturalness and majesty. Great General, it's going against the grain, and just today, just nowadays at the court, is it an illusion? The corner of Ning Amei's mouth curved up. There wasn't much worry in his mind. Unfortunately, stupid, no one knows better than him. It's the front of the Tennessee shelf. Any courtier, within this great hall, should show sufficient humility. At the bottom, among the courtiers, Ning Amei stood out, and many of them looked different. There was a mountain of cheers from the courtiers. General Yuan Wei is a first grade, and there are 50,000 elites. Comforted himself mentally. Behind him, there were thousands of household guards dressed in various types of clothing. I'm afraid that Yuan Gong is preparing for it now. Lu Wenhan's words caused the few courtiers who had never seen Yuan Wei before to all look horrified. Unfortunately, this urn, it has to be able to trap them as well. Saying that, Yuan Gong briefly straightened his general's armor while striding forward. If that emperor's little child really prepared the means to cope with him, then let these 50,000 troops, soldiers trample on Qian Yuan. The palace gates, are they ever released? Go to court. Yuan Gong didn't take care of Lu Wenhan. A rash young man is just a young man. How would he care? And at this moment, outside the palace, Yuan Gong was wearing a general's armor and walked to the palace gate with his head held high. Even if the Son of Heaven noticed it in advance, it would be meaningless. Zhou Yuan spoke indifferently. Unhindered. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor, long live the emperor. The courtiers deliberated on various matters, but Zhou Yuan did not say a word. Hearing Yuan Wei's words, Yuan Gong couldn't help but shout out a good sound. Yuan Wei waved his hand, and the two generals followed close behind. Zhou Yuan's lips slightly opened and said, but they can't hesitate, and they don't want to. Someone spoke in a low voice. The parties of those great generals, however, were all tense. However, after a short period of shock, they all suppressed the fear in their hearts. Suddenly, Zhao Yan said, it does not affect any situation. Off to the side, Uva approached. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Once these words came out, all Yuan Gong's party members calmed down. That one sentence was almost like setting everything off straight away, all the way to the very front. He then spoke. Ning Amei. Lu Wenhan frowned as courtier Zhao Yan stood in front of him. The crowd got up, and Zhou Yuan looked over, and sure enough, Yu Wen's father and son had not yet arrived. These words were powerful, suddenly dispersing the atmosphere of the entire hall in a single stroke. No one can withstand the temptation to take credit from the dragon. Where are the guards? Lu Wenhan shook his head. With my child here and my 50,000 border troops, even if he has 1,000 schemes, I will be able to break them all. But if they failed, the party members, were bound to end up dead as well. Come on, let's go meet that emperor. Many people froze outright. After all, it was only yesterday that His Majesty killed the great general's direct line. Yu Wengong then walked into the palace. Another second rank. Where on earth did the Son of Heaven find so many experts? Finally, step by step, the Son of Heaven came from the side hall. And how could the great general himself not be afraid? Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. The Son of Heaven knows. Lu Wenhan didn't hesitate. This is the power of the town. Only after Yuan Wei came over did Yu Wengong sigh and said, "That's right. It's just a second grade in the district. I'm sure that's enough to make everyone in those great generals' parties feel bad. Today, it's time to change the dynasty. Don't worry, Lord Zhao, since His Majesty has already made arrangements that Yu Wengong won't be able to cause any trouble." Yu Wenwei sneered. "Your Majesty, my son, Yu Wenwei, has defeated the enemy army with the power of a single pint, and has come to ask for the title of the world's first warrior. De Qian Yi Pin is back." Suddenly, the entire hall was solemn. What a wise ruler His Majesty is today. But this is the Great Hall. Now he and the Son of Heaven are on the same rope. That emperor's little boy, he doesn't even know the power of the first grade. Back to your Majesty. The palace gates are wide open. 2,000 halberdiers are on standby. With absolute strength, he strongly changed the sky and the earth. Get up. Behind him, Yu Wenwei was even gazing straight at Zhou Yuan, and even had a touch of disdainful mockery hanging from the corner of his mouth. Those Yu Wengong party members each had a strange face. Many martial generals had felt the aura that Ningame had just exuded in that instant. It seems that the two Yuan generals, this is already prepared. It's officially testing the waters for catch-up reading. Chapter 49, Sword lightning like lightning, sound like thunder. Yu Wengong sneered. Emperor's little boy. This imperial seat, you have been sitting on it for so long. It's time for someone else to sit on it. The moment Yu Wengong's words came out, the entire hall reacted. Rebellion. Yu Wengong, father and son, are really plotting a rebellion. He was a war general and didn't care about winning or losing a single battle. He, on the other hand, had targeted a Danfang-eyed military general. Zhou Yuan smiled. Behind Yu Wengong, the figure of a fourth-grade military general trembled. With my son here, who can stand in the way in this world? He glanced at Zhou Yuan before his eyes rested on Wei Lu. Yu Wengong's loud laugh reflected in everyone's eyes. A knife, though he only brought 1,000 men. Son of Heaven, what a deep heart. But the next second, it seems that you have indeed prepared means. Your Majesty, wasn't Ningame a third rank? How could he kill a border general who was also a third rank so easily? Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. But his anger was extremely ridiculous to Yu Wenwei. It was the head in Ningame's hand, because that person was the Tan Xian he had just sent to control the palace gate. The two have been checking and balancing each other for many years, and it is precisely because of the downfall of the Taisher lineage that Yu Wengong has a bottom line. And with his lips dying, I am afraid that this is the reason that forced him to rebel. Even the head didn't move a bit when he passed by Uva. Now that talking Sin was dead, it suddenly made him feel scared. In the past, although the sledgehammer had the power of a second product, it was simply impossible to force back a first product. At this time, it was the right time to execute the Son of Heaven's armchair. A third-ranked general, with thousands of men in his hands, actually died just like that. It even made him take 3 steps back. Good skills. Green Dragon Crescent blade out. Being at this time, the huge hammer heavily smashed on Yu Wenwei's gun. After killing the man, Yu Wenwei coldly looked at Zhou Yuan. This man, on the second grade, that's a first-class product of the day. Numerous courtiers panicked. This faint smile was filled with disdain. Right after Yu Wengong's father and son came in, they had flagged down. There was only the imperial throne, the Son of Heaven's iffy smile. Only the so-called 2,000 halberdiers. Just walk up to the front of the temple and get down on one knee. And Guan Yu, who had been taken as a target, opened his slightly narrowed eyes. In this person's hand, he was holding a supine sword. But now, the Xianyu guards had been removed by the emperor. This stupid bastard. Yu Wenwei grunted coldly. In the end, it was even more so, little by little, being worn out alive by the deep, bottomless depths of the Son of Heaven. Some ministers even slandered in their hearts that if the Son of Heaven hadn't arrested the imperial master, How could Yuan Gong dare to plot against him? Zhou Yuan was still smiling faintly. The second rank of the district had no qualifications to fight against him, a word that made everyone else stop their fear. Behind him, Zhang Jiwang saw the scene and bellowed. So what if you have the means? Emperor Jr., do you think that these wine bags in Qianyuan City that this general has brought with him? Those who disorganize my army will be killed without pardon. Madaka! A blast. It just so happened that he was using the crescent moon blade as well. It's so arrogant. Father, let's see my child take down that emperor's little boy, and lay down an unparalleled feat for my Yuan family. The scene of Zai Flying Dust's physical defeat appeared before his eyes once again. One must know that Tan Xin was a peak third grade that was only one step away from being a second grade as well. And, Talking Sin is dead. His voice was tinged with indifference, and although he called his majesty by his mouth, there was no respect at all, only a strong killing intent. While he was shocked and furious, Yuan Gong was left with nothing but horror. At this moment, the aura on his body was unreservedly displayed. There was something about these dregs that annoyed him. Like Ningame, he had truly broken into the second rank. Yuan Wei also stepped forward at the right time. Your Majesty, the rebels have been put to death. With such a tiger, they were nothing but jealous. The Son of Heaven in front of him was no simple character. That's how long it's been. If they surrender now, the Son of Heaven won't let them go, so they can only go one way. Yuan Gong glanced at him with disdain in his eyes. What is he going to do to hold back his own thousands of elites? He then withdrew his eyes. Since I know that the great general is going to rebel, I naturally can't help but make some preparations. Uva bellowed. When Great General Yuan Gong saw this, his face changed slightly. If the Xian Yu guards were still around, they would still be able to hold off a bit with their numbers. After saying that, Yuan Wei's eyes flashed with killing intent as he instantly rushed towards Zhou Yuan on the emperor's seat. That punk, Talking Sin, actually died so quickly. But you think you're in control? The originally unstoppable Yuan Wei was directly blocked by this hammer. Gentlemen, strike together. An aura not to be underestimated. Come on man, die. Before entering the palace, he had asked Tan Xin to lead the men to occupy the palace gates. The sledgehammer blocked him. Zhang Jiwang shouted angrily. He will use this man's blood to help the great general change the sky and the earth. For this reason, he exerted 10% of his power. They don't have a choice. Although the Son of Heaven is smart, he doesn't know anything at all about such a big matter. It's true that a child should be born like Yuan Wei. Now in this situation, there is only one possibility. Great General, what shall we do? Before Yuan Gong could say anything, Yuan Wei glared violently at him. Zai Flying Dust was incredibly confident, but when he was playing against the Son of Heaven, he walked into a trap step by step. It was also the strongest person under the banner of the Heavenly Prince of Deqian, but the difference was that he was the second-ranked expert of the world. Outside the city, this general still has 50,000 elites. And here, with my Yuan Wei, even if there are more of the second grade, they're nothing but dirt. It's also going to be used to fortify the entire palace. It wasn't Ningame he was looking at. This punk. The moment he saw Ningame, Yuan Wei's pupils shrunk slightly. A flash of scorn surfaced in Yuan Gong's eyes. I'm afraid that until now, being locked up on death row, I haven't seen through how many backhanders the Son of Heaven really has, but there were some whose faces remained unchanged. He didn't even look at Ningame, but said to Yuan Gong, second grade? The sound of armor once again came from outside the great hall, but he does have arrogant capital. Saying that, Yuan Gong couldn't help but laugh out loud. General Situ, how, after entering the second rank, let you not recognize the situation? Ningame came from outside the hall, holding a halberd, and in his left hand, he carried a head. Silence. Zhou Yuan didn't move. He just quietly looked at the only first grade of Deqian in front of him. It was as if he, a first class, didn't even exist. Ningame didn't look at them. Many people were horrified. In their opinion, Yuan Gong father and son were not only powerful, but also had the border army in their hands. At this time plotting a rebellion, there was no way to be solved. Yes, outside, were the thousands of men he had brought with him, led by the third-ranked general, Tan Xin. But it's not just the house generals and gatekeepers of each house that are in there, but also some of the battlefield elites, with his power of the second rank, plus the many third and fourth-ranked military generals. This battle, they were sure to win. He's being treated like a soft touch. In the next instant, the lance in his hand did not enter this person's chest. In the end, though, it was placed on Yuan Chengdu, who shared his last name. Suffice it to say that the thousands had been swept away. Ningame stood up with an angry look on his face. Yuan Wei's face was a bit grim as his going was blocked. The sound was not loud, but in front of the head that was still dripping blood, it was extremely shocking. Great General Yuan Gong's face was ugly when he saw this scene. The first grade battle aura rolled out, and the sound traveled for miles. No words were spoken, but anyone who wasn't a cutie, all could see where they stood. What a terrible tactic. If you dare to be disrespectful in front of His Majesty, you shall be executed. The light of the blade was like electricity, and the sound was like thunder. Chop. Chapter 51 Peace. And there is a gap. Guan Yu had already built up his momentum and chopped out a sword. This knife went with extreme force. With a clanging explosion, the crescent moon blade in Zhang Jiwan's hand broke, and then there was no pause. Green dragon crescent blade directly slashed down on his head. Zhang Jiwan, the second grade of battle chi, dies. This slash directly silenced the entire courtroom. That's a real second-rate battle power. How many are there in the whole of Diqian? I can't believe I was just decapitated by that Guan Yu. Could it be that this person has already entered the first grade? A horrified look had appeared on Yuan Gong's face. Seriously, he's a little scared. The second rank had been so easily decimated. So could Guan Yu already be the same first rank as his own son? Yuan Wei was his only base. In his opinion, Yuan Wei's strength was unrivaled in the entire court. But if anyone can fend off Yu Wei, then today, he had been afraid to even think about it anymore. Yuan Wei stared at Guan Yu. The lance in his hand trembled slightly. It was a shiver of excitement. There was no fear within his eyes, just some slight surprise. With the battle power of a second grade, a slash of a first grade is cut out. I've been fighting on the battlefield for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen it. With that, he walked slowly towards Guan Yu. You've got the qualifications to make me personally decapitate. Between words, Yuan Wei's tone was condescending, as if it were an extremely high endorsement. He's a first-rate officer of the dynasty. It's not just him, it's what a lot of people think in their hearts. Yuan Gong also breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out it wasn't really a One Piece, and in that case, there was nothing to be afraid of. Guan Yu sneered. Grabbing the green dragon crescent blade, he charged towards Yuan Wei. So what if it was a first-grade powerhouse? Why would he ever be afraid of it? Two powerful men of the world violently collided together. Madaka! The blast reappeared. The aftermath triggered by the battle between the two caused even the surrounding people to feel a chill on their necks. Every move was filled with great power. Guan Yu's first 3 slashes were stronger than one. He was still at a disadvantage in the first cut, but by the second slash the two were even. Once the third blade came out, Yuan Wei couldn't help but take 2 steps back, but that's as far as it goes. Yuan Wei had already sensed Guan Yu's peak disappearance through the opportunity of their fight. When the two exchanged the fourth move, Guan Yu instantly exploded back. Gap. Absolute disparity. Even though he chopped out 3 slashes of the first grade. However, in front of Yuan Wei, a true first grade powerhouse who had been formed from 100 battles, the gap was still enormous. Seeing this, Yuan Wei sneered. What? That's all you've got? His left hand gently traced over the lance in his hand, with a touch of love in his eyes. Over the years, he had instilled all of his feelings into this iron spear. As such, he had not only reached the first grade of battle chi, and the marksmanship is even more remarkable. Guan Yu's face was a bit ugly. He lost. He had thought that he would be able to completely suppress Yuan Wei with the power of 3 swords, but on the third slash, he only had a slight advantage. Uva looked around the room. In front of him were numerous secondaries. Yuan Qingdu, Guan Yu, that Wei Lu, Ning Yamei, the Great Iron Hammer, and even Situ Xianran. Some of these people have names that he can't name. Just know that these are the underpinnings of that emperor's little boy. However, in front of him, it was nothing more than dirt. Yuan Wei laughed out loud and looked at Zhou Yuan. Your Majesty, it's time for you to abdicate. With a few shades in his eyes, he spoke coldly. Bold, Wei Lu shouted angrily. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and said with some slight emotion. This is the first grade of the current generation. The strength is truly extraordinary. I thought I had overestimated the strength of the first grade, but I didn't expect to underestimate it. I have many second grades by my side, and even with the addition of Guan Yu, who was able to briefly erupt with the power of a first grade, I'm afraid that I'll just be able to barely fight against you, making it nearly impossible to surround and kill you. Guan Yu opened his mouth as he tried to retort, but eventually realized that His Majesty was indeed right. The gap between the current him and this Yuan Wei in front of him was still huge. But, he held the green dragon crescent blade tightly in his hand. In that battle just now, he had already touched the threshold of the first grade. Next time, he definitely won't lose. Unfortunately, there is no more chance to prove it. Thinking of this, Guan Yu glanced towards Yuan Qingdu, whose face was grim at the back. Your Majesty. Yuan Qingdu walked out with a big stride. The phoenix-winged gilded quiver in his hand fell to the ground, and the ground was not hurt in the slightest. My lord, please behead this Fong. He hadn't done it before, not because he didn't want to. Rather, His Majesty wanted to show the others the power of the first grade, so that they could gain some insight between life and death. And now, he couldn't stand it anymore. Hearing Yuan Qingdu's words, Yuan Wei looked over fiercely. Seek death. He didn't expect that this person would still dare to speak out of turn even after he had already erupted such a powerful force. Along with his anger, the first grade battle chi suddenly erupted and pressed towards Yuan Chang. If it were anyone else, their face would definitely turn white at this moment. Even a second grade powerhouse couldn't possibly be unresponsive. However, Yuan Qingdu seemed as if he didn't feel it at all. This fearless attitude, this angry killing intent, even if it is a little cutie, can also tell that Yuan Qingdu is not simple. At that moment, above the imperial throne, the voice of the Son of Heaven faintly sounded. Also good. You are father and son with Great General Yuan Gong, both surnamed Yuan, and are of the same rank as General Yuan Wei. Today is the day to see who is the rightful owner of this General Yuan's name. If you can defeat General Yuan Wei, then the Great General's mansion will be bestowed upon you. Zhou Yuan's voice was not salty, but it made everyone blush. That Yuan Qingdu was actually not on the second grade, but a real first grade. Chang Hong Yuan and the others, who were still carrying worries in their hearts, had great joy on their faces. One Piece, His Majesty is actually surrounded by first class. There were such strong people, plus many second grade experts. Even if it was Yuan Gong's father and son, what was there to fear? Yuan Gong also realized that something was wrong. His pupils shrunk slightly as he looked at Yuan Qingdu, whose face remained unchanged. Your Majesty, you're hiding it well. He thought he was prepared enough, but I didn't realize that the Son of Heaven was hiding even deeper than he was. It was even more unexpected to him that the Great Qing imperial family actually had such depth, and was even able to cultivate a first grade of the current generation. But, so what? Where? Kill him. We still have 50,000 troops, and the rattling arrows have been sent out. But in a moment, the army will break through the city, and victory will still be ours. He roared. Yuan Wei didn't answer, but just looked at Yuan Qingdu, sneered, and said, bastard. So what if you've entered the first rank? There's a difference between a first grade, too. As he spoke, he raised his spear and stabbed. The first grade battle chi exploded without reservation. Although he hadn't been in the first grade for a long time, he had killed countless people on the battlefield to use this to advance to the first grade. What about Yuan Qingdu? Over the years, De Qian had never had the reputation of this person, which was enough to prove that he was nothing more than a hidden hand cultivated by the De Qian imperial family relying on various secret medicines. A One Piece that hadn't experienced much fighting like that. He could break it with one shot. And while he was lifting his gun, Yuan Qingdu also grabbed the phoenix wing flowing gold boring. There was disdain on his face. That's right, there's a difference between the first grade, too. Chapter 51. Are you sure? Your 50,000 strong army is still there? Uva was quite confident. His gun had a go, using 10% of his strength without any reservation. After all, opposite him was a first grade, and even though he had absolute confidence in himself, he would never underestimate the strength of a first grade. Yuan Qingdu, who was standing opposite him, however, had a calm face. Almost in the next instant, such anger was enough to qualify as horrific to a number of people. General, what do we do? On the side, the vice general came over and asked, the war, it's going to start, and the next thing to do is wait. The vice general took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a flash of excitement. Understood. An army? Yuan Gong was shocked and furious. The purpose of these border troops is to enter the palace to receive and plot a rebellion. No, this wasn't even a power that could be exerted under the first rank. But that's the reality. How dare you claim the title of the world's first warrior when you're so weak? Ridiculous. Damn. When my army enters the city, I will cut you into 5 pieces. No one noticed that Yuan Qingdu's face grew tighter and tighter. At this moment, the power on the first grade directly covered the entire hall. The iron spear instantly twisted while the golden boar smashed on top of Yuan Wei's head. Qin Xiong roared. Soon, 5,000 Xuanjia troops were in front. The heavy Xuanjia armor made the sound of the horses' hooves much heavier. Not to mention, what Yuan Gong said really did have some truth to it. Form an army and go. Shoji gave him a look, and then said, what to do? We have 50,000 troops in our hands, and all of them are elite. And look, how many are on the other side? Yuan Wei flew out backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood, outside the city gates. But no matter how angry he was, he couldn't change the facts. But, Uva was unwilling. How could such a terrifyingly strong person obey an emperor who had just ascended the throne? Madaka! With an explosive sound, the iron spear and the phoenix wing gilded boring clashed together. Let the world know what happens to those who disrespect His Majesty. What do you mean? That's a first class. How could it die such a dry death? The great general was right about the Son of Heaven. And the backhand. The more Yuan Gong spoke, the more confident he became. The entire Qianyuan city was so big that if one searched for it piece by piece, I'm afraid that even by the start of the war, one might not be able to find it. How dare you? Slaughter them. Capture the city gates. If General Yuan is successful. However, in Yuan Chengdu's eyes, it was that ridiculous. The main general, Zhou Qi, then yelled, "These, then, were his entire force for this battle. Why don't you recognize me as a righteous father? Just so you and I have the same surname Yuan." At that time you and Wei are two people, the two major One Piece together. We annexed the Dali, and attacked Daiyuan strongly. Kill, Zhou Ji, who was the general in charge of the 50,000 strong army. Also noticed this group of people. 5,000 of them are in the Xuanjia army, and 2,000 are in the White Robes army. On the opposite side, there is a cavalry, and on it, a few thousand war heroes, while we, 50,000 men. Even Wei Lu's face changed slightly and turned a little white. This fierce aura caused the iron spear held in Yuan Wei's hand to resist, trembling slightly. Along with Yuan Chengdu's footsteps, the aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. Hearing this, Qin Xiong's eyes snapped open. And I still have 300,000 border troops in hand. This De Qian, today, will certainly change the dynasty. How dare you and other disorganized officials speak such delusional words? Yuan Wei's pupils shrunk slightly, and he raised his gun to block. It was fear. He knew, but he simply couldn't restrain it. Let the whole world know the mighty name of my Yuan Wei. So what if it's in the first grade? A Yuan Wei battlefield fighting for more than 10 years. Today I will behead you in the first grade. Yuan Gong suddenly shouted angrily. But it's not hard to guess where these border troops will attack. Not long after, tens of thousands of troops appeared in their sight. There was no way that such a power could be some watery first grade. Then De Qian. It's all over. Even Yuan Wei. His face couldn't help but appear a flash of change. In that case, let me show you my power. Hearing his words, all the generals were not amused. At this moment, I'm afraid there's blood flowing outside the city gates. Boom! A blast. What makes him tick? What qualifications did he have to make such a strong person loyal? Even for him, a first-rank general, his strongest subordinate was only under the second-rank Ah. Qin Xiong rode on his horse, a Vajra mace in his hand, quietly resting his eyes. Today, with your heads, we will console the spirit of the late emperor in heaven. Raise your guns. How could there be such a strong man under the Son of Heaven? With a furious cry, the shocking power was vented towards Yuan Wei. As he spoke, the aura on his body suddenly rose to its peak, no longer having the slightest reservation. So what if it's an army of 50,000? His anger was unshakable. Or rather, it had been shown just now, and he simply couldn't take it any further. I still have 50,000 elite. At this time must have already attacked the city. Even if you are the world's first class, so what? Even if you Dakian invincible, so what? In front of 50,000 elites, you'll surely die too. Anger made his eyes bloodshot. Wouldn't it be great for the two of you to chase the great throne in the future? In the first grade? If Yuan Chengdu really cooperated with Yuan Gong, it was just one move, and just that one move hurt him. What he was going to do wasn't to look for the location of the border troops that Uva had brought with him. I'm afraid that this person's power has already reached the mid-first grade level. Along with Yuan Chengdu's aura, the phoenix wing gilded harpoon in his hand also suddenly erupted. Although the first grade was strong, it was only 1,000 enemies. However, how could a mere one piece underblock Yuan Chengdu? A one-piece top, and a one-piece top that came out of fighting in the battlefield. Behind him were 7,000 horsemen. Others are even worse. The adjutant general made a slight calculation, and then laughed. The corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth hung up in an arc. You are in the Great Qian and have the trust of the late emperor, yet you do not honor the emperor's grace and dare to violate your superiors. General, 5 miles outside the North City Gate, a large number of people have been spotted, over 10,000 in number. There was no hesitation in what he needed to do now. People are arriving. He looked back behind him. He smiled, and the next second, conferences, enrollment, enrollment, enrollment. Tell me, are you afraid? But instead of worrying, he just sneered. And then he turned his horse. Die! A loud roar accompanied by his battle aura spread throughout the entire army. The clanking of metal echoed throughout the courtroom. A few thousand at most. And within this Qianyuan city, there were only a few thousand men and horses. So even if there were a few experts, it was impossible to change the situation. He roared. So he was happy to see it happen. The two men's furious battle chi even set off a gale. causing those nearby to be unsteady on their feet. Yuan Gong fiercely looked at Zhou Yuan. The whole army, a great reward. As he spoke, he walked over towards Uva. Suddenly, a fast horse arrived. It is naturally better not to fight if you can. The opportunity to fight was fleeting, so they really only had one choice, and that was the North City, which was closest to the palace. Zhou Yuan just smiled. When these words came out, Chang Hong Yuan and Situ Xianran and the others were shocked. He roared, and across from them, drinking to the 50,000 troops behind him, Uva, dead. After killing Yuan Wei, Yuan Qingdu withdrew his sight. Are you sure? Your army of 50,000 is still there? His son Yuan Wei actually died. His face wore a look of overwhelming horror. Smoke and dust rolled in as 50,000 elites charged towards the pitiful few thousand. Zhou Yuan was the only one who sat on the emperor's throne as if he didn't feel anything. Weekly Notes said, in that case, need I say more? 50,000 men against a few thousand. So what if the opposite side was cavalry? It was a battle destined to crush. Chapter 52, the minister, have put to death the rebels. Look at the long line in the distance. Qin Xiong laughed as he held his Vajra mace in his hand. There were no words, just a pat on the warhorse under his seat. Behind him, 5,000 Xuanjia troops immediately began to advance with him. Even if you have ambitions, you should know how much you weigh. As lightly armored cavalry, although they were not afraid of close combat. In this case, assault was the way of fighting that could bring out their greatest advantage. Zhou Ji sneered, and Qin Xiong, leading the 5,000 Xuanjia army, began to pick up speed. Yes, at this point he felt like a clown. Soon a messenger ran in. No, I won T lose. I can't lose. I still have border troops. I still have 250,000 border troops. Report. He is Qin Xiong. Qin Shubao. There's no rush. He and Zai Flying Dust are kindred spirits. Let them meet before they die. Some even unconsciously tried to stop. One boar to kill one piece. The undoubted number one expert of Diqian. Zhou Ji only felt 1,000-pound force slamming over. Qin Xiong bellowed. Your Majesty have mercy. Fully 50,000 people, leaving those behind who couldn't see the sights in front of them, pushing and shoving their way forward one by one. Yuan Gong was chattering alone, and suddenly he blurted out, Emperor's son, even if you capture me, so what? Without my father and son to suppress it, once the 250,000 border troops rebel, I'll see what you can hold back. Once Diqian is in chaos, Dali, De Yuan, and even Strong Wei cannot just watch. The sword in Yuan Gong's hand fell to the ground. He himself, moreover, was being watched like a clown in this courtroom. Hearing his words, Situ Xianran smiled. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Today, it's just right to use the head of the enemy general as his promotion. Qin Xiong sneered, but this neat and tidy pace was like a steel wall that pressed against Zhou Ji's heart. Yuan Gong only felt his head go black. Where are my 50,000 men? How can the head of the main general be taken off in an army of 50,000 people? After saying that, he similarly stepped forward, his large sword in his hand raised high. Zhou Yuan's face was calm and he did not even look at the man who was begging for mercy. Rebellion, is it that easy? It was a massacre that was already doomed. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. The enemy general is dead. Don't surrender. The so-called three clans have basically killed everyone who was related to them by blood. Being able to make the Vajra mace, he is also a man born with great strength. Today's battle, when you establish your position, because the march was so dense, just one round of parrying killed hundreds. A sharp report sounded. Even though the stars of the Great Qing Dynasty are bright, there should be a place for me. Qin Shubao. This angry cry caused all the border troops to be in an uproar. The cavalry, however, stuck dead center in the range of their arrows, and, accelerated by the gallop, began a long-distance parry. Weekly shocker. The head of the thief is here. With that, the head was thrown on the ground and rolled right in front of Yuan Gong, and in the Qiankuan palace, just as Zhou Yuan was laughing. Prepare to fire arrows. The march wasn't really fast because they were heavily armored cavalry. How? Emperor Jr. So what if I lose? This is just the beginning. I will be waiting for you underground. Kill the main general. This battle will be won. Coincidentally, just like his thoughts, Shuji, who was on the third rank, also held the same thoughts. The three tribes. Charge. A fighting general? In an instant, the resistance was extinguished. Your Majesty, I have executed the rebels. Why did he ever fear it? When he saw Qin Xiong patting his horse, he gave a loud laugh. All kinds of preparations have been complete, confident that the emperor's little child, and then there is not the slightest ability to turn the tide. On horseback, drawing a bow and shooting arrows, and you still want to shoot at my army's main line? But not before his sneer faded. The Dali kingdom has invaded? He was a third-ranked war general, and in the entire border army, he was also known as a brave general. And now, but in this cavalry, they are just ordinary soldiers. A rain of arrows fell. Chucky noticed the scene. Hearing this, each of those ministers' faces turned snow white. He hissed loudly. Zhou Yuan's face was expressionless, but the faces of all the courtiers were all unsightly. Dali kingdom, how did it come so quickly? Someone opened their mouth in tears. They, the so-called masters, were just like ants. As he spoke, a few of the temple warriors changed their faces slightly and were about to take him away. The moment the two made contact, Qin Xiong's second-grade battle chi instantly erupted. Damn it, this is no ordinary cavalry at all. A scream rang out. Great Qian is finished. Ha ha, Great Qian is finished. This is finally the end of these two powerful and important ministers. Here, take your head and give this general a drink. They were all fourth grade, and there was even a third-grade expert among them, which was not a weak force wherever they were placed. But the emperor broke everything he had when he, the great general of the Great Qing Dynasty, was the most proud of his life. At this rate, they'll be shot to hell. They wanted to resist, but just as they raised their heads, they met Yuan Qingdu's eyes. At this time, in addition to the border, is there anyone else who dares to break straight into the palace gates? He waved his hand, signaling the warriors in front of the temple to wait. Emergency report from the border. The Dali kingdom has invaded in force. The border has been broken, and has already taken down a dozen cities in a row. The two eyes of the dead were facing each other with Yuan Gong. Anyone who is an accessory to this offense will be executed by all three clans. A clash of armor came from outside the temple. In the next instant, his eyes went black, and his entire body flew heavily backwards like a broken sack. Just as he finished speaking, Zhou Yuan suddenly let out a laugh. His whole being was a bit of a fiend. But, there are first grades here, and a large number of second grades. Snapped. The only way to avoid this situation was to mix it up with that cavalry in front. This kind of exquisite shooting skill and powerful strength showed that even if they didn't enter the product, they were definitely strong among ordinary people now, and could hold the position of Shishang in any army. Since he dared to rebel, he should know what will happen to him nowadays. He roared. He suddenly laughed out loud. Soon, 2,000 white-robed troops reached the flank of Zhou Ji's army. But, he thought, well, die. Zhou Yuan was still talking. As for Yuan Gong, execute all 9 clans, drag them out and behead them. Qin Xiong carried Zhou Ji's head in his left hand and walked in from outside the hall. Bow. Bow to your majesty. He thought of what he had said to Yuan Wei earlier, that he wanted to seize the throne atop the court, when the Son of Heaven was at his most favorable. The 2,000 white-robed troops, on the other hand, began to slowly accelerate towards the flanks. Why bother? Yuakong froze for a moment. His goal is clear and straight to the weekly notes. The only one was Yuan Gong, who was already going crazy. That's a good thing. Qin Xiong shouted angrily, slapped his warhorse, and his entire body began to accelerate. The rest of the great general's party, even more so, all of them were on the ground with 5 bodies, not daring to move. Not only him, but all those who saw this cavalry marching felt their hearts clouded. Weekly notes? This sound made many people's hearts shake. But just then, Zhou Yuan's words determined their downfall. Accelerate. And then, there was the compassionate look toward the men. At the same time, it was also this instant that 5,000 Xuanjia, like a city wall, rushed into the formation. Today, he is carrying a rolling momentum. But this is war. But now, his first-rate son, Yuan Wei, is dead, and his 50,000 strong army is gone without a word. Big trouble. Chapter 53, Crisis? System, give me a smoke. Dali Kingdom, the country is poor, even more straitened than Deqian. In the past, in the battles between the two countries, Deqian was often able to gain the upper hand, especially after Yuan Wei broke through the first rank. He had penetrated the territory of the Dali Kingdom. But now, success is also Yuan Wei, and defeat is also Yuan Wei. Wei Lu on the side looked excited, but the courtiers were more and more confused. One slip up, and De Yuan invades, and war is imminent, not to mention mobilizing these 100,000 people. Good thing? The courtiers were confused, but these, however, are all elites who can fight 1 for 10. The opportunity has finally come. Within the country of Deqian, the army capable of fighting is only 300,000 people. In total, he gained 5,000 Great Tang Xuanjia army, 4,000 halberdiers, 3,000 Tiger Leopard cavalry, 2,000 White Robe army, and 8 Shadow Secret Guards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Foundation Building Pill *3, the initiative to invade the division, and you end up having to loot a little bit. More than 100,000 men are hitting the country. What good can that be? When all 15 draws were completed, Zhou Yuan took stock. At this moment, he couldn't wait to be able to eat Yuan Gong, who had already been taken away alive. A look of determination filled his face. The rest, all of which were soldiers and horses that hadn't experienced much battle, added up to just over 100,000 people. Take Dolly? Congratulations to the host for obtaining Celestial Elemental Pill *1. The other courtiers reacted one by one. Even if he died, he would have to hold this gate of the country. In war, once defeated, it is the people who are the unlucky ones. The situation now was a question of whether or not Qianyuan City could be saved. This, coupled with the loss of the Dali War, further aggravated the situation in Dakian. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Halberdier 2000, but that's a good thing. Grade, 4th grade medium. Techniques, Qianyuan Fist Dao, Evergreen Sword Technique, Dragon Image Prajna Technique 10th level, Divine Sword Decree, Imperial Prestige Value, 25018. Characters belonging to Sledgehammer, Yuan Qingdu, Ningyame, Xianyuan Jingcheng, Guan Yu, Qin Xiong, Jia Yan, etc. Armies, Xuanzhou Army 4376, Halberdiers 1820, Tiger and Leopard Cavalry 1985, White Robe Army 1894, Shadow Secret Guards *17. Your Majesty, Minister, please proceed to the Dali border. What His Majesty did was a great pleasure, but it inevitably angered Day 1. Qin Xiong took a deep breath. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Together with the rebellion of the 4 guards of Qianyuan who were guarding Qianyuan City, and Yuan Wei's rebellion with 50,000 people, it can be said that Yuan's father and son have already destroyed more than half of Daqian's military strength. Situ Xianran opened his mouth. Wei is strong and powerful, and there is even a national scholar sitting in the country. So once there is an idea of invasion, the whole of Dakian will be overturned in an instant. I'm afraid it won't last much longer. He knew that His Majesty might not be pleased if he came forward at this time. A roving bandit with a sword and armor is an absolute nightmare for any citizen. Guan Yu, who was on the side, was even squinting his eyes and wisping his long beard with one hand, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. However, at this moment, Zhou Yuan still didn't care much. Chang Hongyuan analyzed it well. Your Majesty, nowadays, the danger of Daqian is urgent. Chang Hongyuan couldn't help but step forward. At this moment, his emperor's might value had already broken through the 20,000 mark. The actions during this period of time, especially the execution of Yuan's father and son, had caused his emperor's might value to skyrocket. But there was something he had to say. Yuan Qingdu and the others' expressions. With his shrewdness, of course he would not fail to notice. Dakian, have 300,000 soldiers capable of fighting, of which 50,000 are on display at the Tongtian River, guarding the borders of Wei as immovable, and another 100,000 are listed at the borders of Daiyuan. Moreover, he still had 10,000 emperor's might values unused, but he couldn't back out. Zhou Yuan's expression didn't change much, but he just said with some emotion, Yuan's father and son, the legacy is not a small one. How is it possible that Yuan Wei came back on the front foot and the border gate was breached on the back foot? But if it is invaded first, then, this Dali, should be transformed into my Great Qing land. Although he was a 2nd grade, in front of more than 100,000 people, a mere 2nd grade could only be crushed in a torrent. The system had given him his only chance of survival, and now, he wouldn't pretend to say anything about not using it. He gritted his teeth. Daqian, there's no strong man to set the throne. Right now the situation in Dakian is difficult. Situ Xianran spoke with a slightly trembling voice. Daiyuan is more has already been eyeing, especially now Dali invasion. This news once spread out, Daiyuan is bound to attack. There was also 1 heavenly Yuan pill, 3 earthly Yuan pills, and 3 foundation establishment pills obtained. Not to mention taking down Dali. It would be good to block the Dali soldiers' front. He looked at a few people whose expressions carried the excitement of the general. Hearing the words of the messenger, Situ Xianyan, the general of 100 battles, only felt his eyes darken. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Emperor of Dakian. If you're not careful, the Dali army can drive in. Beyond that there are only these 150,000 men on the borders of the Dali kingdom. Fear? He had opened the system long ago. After Yuan Wei took away 50,000 people, Dali immediately reacted and counterattacked Dakian. Tens of thousands had died in battle. Tens of thousands more were missing, and now there were less than 20,000 men, cowering in the city. War of Nations. He will be the first to take credit for this battle. Congratulations to 30,000. Plus 100,000 or so miscellaneous domestic troops is about right. After saying that, Chang Hongyuan knelt on the ground. That's 100,000 elites, not 100,000 pigs. Such a huge haul directly puts his total strength close to 30,000, which doesn't sound like much. There, a nationalist presence and a million-strong army. But at that river through the sky, Deqian only had a ridiculous 50,000 people. The whole of Deqian is a dead end. Indeed, where are the 100,000 border troops of my Deqian? Congratulations to the host for obtaining Earth Origin Pill *2. Damn you Uva. If we're going to fight, let's fight hard. Congratulations to the host for obtaining White Robe Army 1500. Yuan Shengdu clenched his fist. But now there are but 20,000 men still holding out. So what are we going to do to counterattack the Dali Kingdom? Zhou Yuan first nodded his head before speaking. He glanced toward the south. And there, in the direction of the Great Way, these are the underpinnings of his fearlessness. Even though Yuan Wei took away 50,000 people, there were still 100,000 people defending the border. Yuan Shengdu's great strength gave him great pressure. But leading an army is not a matter of having strength. The Dali invasion is indeed the top priority of the moment. Your Majesty, I still hope that your Majesty will consider this carefully. Now is not the time to think about how to occupy Dali. Isn't that funny? With no more than 10,000 elite men in his hands today. But so what? System, 1,000 points. Give me a draw. 15 draws. There are no reservations. It doesn't exist. And they're in day 1. 100,000 men would hardly be able to resist a major invasion of day 1. He roared. This is because these defeated and fleeing soldiers tend to become roving bandits and cause trouble around them. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Tang Xuanjia Army 1000. Some time ago, the execution of the Taishi's rebellious party also killed the Daiyuan mission. My 100,000 strong border army of Daqian was attacked in the middle of the night and lost a battle. Congratulations to the host for obtaining character Chen Xingji, especially at the moment Chen Xingji appeared. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Chen Xingji, a legend of his time, was even the main general of this white rogue army. Zhou Yuan looked at them and continued. That's an army of 100,000 men. It's Tuesday. Today set recommendations. The result of the collection rose simply the same as when not recommended. Miserable. Chapter 54. I am determined that the Dali Kingdom should be executed. 10,000 emperors' might is quite a lot, especially now that he had harvested almost all of his emperor's might value in Qianyuan City. The only way to continue to improve is to take your influence and expand it outward. But there are times when there are some emperor's might values that must be spent. Dali has invaded, and in this battle, I am determined to pour out my country's strength. Zhou Yuan looked toward the courtiers. Guan Yu frowned. Many people were even already considering whether or not to pay tribute to the Dali Kingdom as a vassal. It is evident that this tiger leopard cavalry is elite. Then added. Yuan Chengdu on the side glared at him. Not expecting that. He was actually robbed by this person first. You know, there is no shortage of experts among those gatekeepers. Seeing a few people scrambling to be first. Hearing this, many people secretly sighed, pouring the country against Dali. Sure enough, His Majesty has decided to submit to De Yuan. The Dali Kingdom has invaded and its troops are pointing directly at the hinterland of Deqian, with less than 20,000 people struggling to hold on. The foundation of an emperor for the ages begins at this moment. I, Daqian, will not yield an inch of land, and since that Dali dares to invade, it will have to bear the price. It's true that you can only take on something as trivial as recovering the scourge of war, but if Day One enters the war, that's the real dead end. Joking aside, this is a mission that involves facing the main force of the Dali Kingdom head-on, even though the situation is difficult. If His Majesty has already given up, then it really can't be fought. Otherwise, it would be impossible to send out only 5,000 men in support. In that case, Yun Chang, I give you 3,000 Xuanjia army, and 3,000 halberdiers, in addition, leading 50,000 army. In 10 days after the departure, this war, break the capital of Dali, expand my Great Qing territory. There were quite a few military generals, but at this moment, they all shrunk their heads. Soldiers are precious, so who is willing to go and relieve the siege? Yuan Xingdu took a deep breath. With all the generals around, the district Dali is nothing to worry about. With the troops and horses left behind in Deqian nowadays, in their opinion, this is a mission to find death. He was the commander of His Majesty's personal guards, responsible for guarding the Son of Heaven, and could only clench his fists tightly. Disgrace not to mention. What about this Dali Kingdom War? Zhou Yuan smiled and did not grant him this request. System 10,000 emperors might value input. Extract. And only then replied. With that, Zhou Yuan stood up and spoke in a deep voice. I have been on the throne for only 2 months, and domestically, the chaotic parties of Great General Yuan Gong, Imperial Master Zai Fei Chun, Great Eunuch Wang Jin, and even the Demon Empress, have disturbed the courtiers. The 4 guards of Qian Yuan were purged by His Majesty before, eliminating the old, weak, sick and disabled, leaving less than 50,000 men, and with a worrying combat effectiveness. No one knows what His Majesty is thinking. Your Majesty, hearing the order, Zhao Yan froze violently. Your Majesty, I request to fight the Dali, and vow not to return it until the Dali capital is broken. Now, when the internal chaos has been extinguished, it is time to determine the external enemy. That's enough. Yuan Qingdu took the order. But Chang Hongyuan secretly said in his heart that it was true. The martial generals were confused. How could so many people want to go on this kind of mission that sends them to their deaths? The so-called raid on Dali just now should be His Majesty's morale-boosting words, but all felt that His Majesty must be considering what to do next. Guan Yu, on the other hand, was overjoyed. It's just a matter of being beaten in by Dali and plundered hard. It's not like it hasn't happened before. Well, Captain Zhao Ting, this is a matter of war, so you don't need to interrupt. One sentence made Yuan Qingdu raise his lofty head. The slightly narrow Danfeng eyes had also opened. No matter what, there was no way that this 10,000 emperors might value would go down the drain. Courtier Zhao Yan couldn't help but speak up. That's an army of over 100,000 men. Among them there are infantry and cavalry. All kinds of soldiers are well established. And what's more, within Dali, there is the possibility of pulling out a reserve army corps of more than 200,000 men. Immediately, he also stood out and said, if this was a battle of tilted nations, they couldn't think of any possibility of breaking the game. Zhao Yan stammered. His heart was mixed with thoughts. On one hand, he felt that His Majesty must be out of his mind. On the other hand, he had just said himself that His Majesty couldn't possibly listen to that Guan Yu. He glanced demonstratively toward the reluctant few. Zhou Yuan then spoke. And inside the Qiankuan palace, the ministers looked at their Son of Heaven in puzzlement as he brooded there. But right at this moment, Zhou Yuan's voice rang out. This extraction will largely determine one's future strategy now. He took a deep breath. But, even if he were to die, he would not be willing to accept such a stifling result. So, at that moment, he also stepped forward without hesitation and said, only Situ Xuanran's face was a bit ugly. He also guessed this possibility. It was true that the cavalry was a lot stronger than the infantry, but it was over 100,000 men. It wasn't just the 3 of them. Ningame couldn't help but want to come out. It seems that His Majesty's reserves are almost exhausted, but the reality of the problem cannot be avoided. I, with a golden boar, would like to sweep away enemy invaders for my great Qian. The courtiers spoke in unison. No, there is still hope that the Dali kingdom will be able to resist. Instead of a nominal establishment of only 100 men, there was a full 5,000 cavalry. I asked to fight in Dali, and would like to be the vanguard officer. 10 days was just the right amount of time, and he could also try to break through to the first grade. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Hearing this order, Situ's father and son both looked at Zhou Yuan in shock. Isn't this a slap in His Majesty's face? General Guan, that's a bit big of a statement, isn't it? Nowadays, what we should be thinking about is not how to break Dali, but how to fend off the aggression of Dali and Dayuan. Order. Situ Xianran, Situ Yuan father and son, rate 30,004 guardsmen, out of Qian Yuan, along the way to collect the chaotic soldiers, stabilize the situation in the Guan. After saying that, Zhou Yuan was expecting the results in his heart. Zhou Yuan smiled and looked at Zhao Yan, but even so, he was still worried beyond belief. Good, will the heart be available? I, for one, would like to make a military order, and if I don't win, I'll bring my head. 5,000. General Sito will hear the decree. The system carousel is operational. Yuan Qingdu, you are the #1 brave general of my Deqian. But this battle is extremely difficult. Both of them opened their mouths, and at this point, he opened his mouth, but he looked like he was a step behind. But in this battle, it was impossible not to fight. After considering it for a while, Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, and Zhou Yuan was still talking. Saying that, Zhou Yuan fiercely looked at the agitated Qin Xiong, and now, he had finally seen the Real Tiger Leopard Rider. Zhou Yuan smiled. Your Majesty, Minister, please go to war. If His Majesty really listened to you, wouldn't it be a mistake? With the depth of Deqian today, it is still very hopeful that the country will be able to hold back the invasion of Dali. But in contrast, were the uplifted gazes of Yuan Qingdu and the others. For this battle, let Yuan Qingdu go, which they can totally understand. Aiqian soldiers are few, therefore, can only give you 5,000 tiger and leopard cavalry. After the siege is lifted, the city soldiers and generals are mobilized by you, my lord. Receive the decree. The tiger leopard cavalry, a cavalry unit, was certainly something he was aware of. He felt that although these military generals in His Majesty's hands were not bad, they were too brainless. Instead, he said, I am determined that the Dali kingdom shall be put to death. After giving Yuan Qingdu his orders, Guan Yu couldn't help himself. He spoke in a hushed voice. I, for one, am at your Majesty's service. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. But no. But he's a second-rate. A second-ranked general who doesn't go to the front to fight, but collects disordered soldiers? Situ Xianran couldn't help but speak. Zhou Yuan's words hadn't ended yet. It would be better to submit to Dayuan and then concentrate our forces against Dali. Qin Xiong was the first to step forward. My lord, receive the decree. When the menacing battle at the palace guard gate was fought, it was 100 tiger leopard riders that scattered the thousands of gatekeepers of the imperial master's mansion. Extinction. Qin Xiong Qin Shubao. At your service. Chapter 55 Master of the White Robe Army? How many more cards does His Majesty have? Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Qin Xiong stood out. I am here. I will give you 6,000 of the Xuanjia army and 50,000 of the same army, and in 10 days lead the troops to Dali. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. I'm afraid that even if it was a first-rate product, it wouldn't be possible to lift it easily. With that, Lu Wanhan bowed to the ground. Sito election even couldn't help but open his mouth. Wu Yu noticed Zhou Yuan's line of sight and put a smile on his face. Many people were shocked in their hearts and wondered just how many more cards His Majesty had. The battle to destroy the country is not something that can be used with that amount of supplies, but let him stand up and say it himself. He doesn't really dare. Is this so-called Lord Commander of the White Robe Army given by His Majesty himself now? Or is he originally the Lord Commander of the White Robe Army? Where did His Majesty get these men? Otherwise, I'm afraid the treasury would already be empty. The reason why it was 10 days later, not immediately, was because it took time for the army to assemble. Even though he was Chen Xingji, who made countless people shun him, he offered his absolute loyalty in front of Zhou Yuan. What a strong oppressive force. This person is not weak. Some even began to wonder if these four armies were, in fact, His Majesty's entire base. With that, Chen Xingji kneeled down on one knee and saluted. He was the one who prepared the provisions for this great army. Sure enough, His Majesty still has a hidden hand. In other words, by His Majesty's side, there are at least 2 more second-grade experts. Outside the Qiankuan Palace, a white-robed, silver-armored, handsome-faced primus, after hearing the voice, did not hesitate and walked directly towards the Great Hall. General Chen, Dayuan has hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and there is a first-ranked sitting in the country, and there are even more second-ranked generals. Does the general have confidence? And at this moment, Situ Xianran looked at Chen Xingji in surprise. Then he heard Zhou Yuan say, Chen Xingji, you are the commander-in-chief of the White Robe Army, and I have summoned you here for one thing only. Chen Xingji, greetings to your Majesty. Are you confident? I want half a year's time, and within half a year, even if De Yuan comes out of the woodwork, you can't take a step back. That makes 20,000 people. No matter how frantically Chang Hongyuan passed his eyes, he didn't care. He knew of the elite nature of His Majesty's cavalry, but war wasn't so simple, especially attacking a city. Everyone saw his movements and guessed what he was thinking. With such strength, the district Dali can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. It was thought that there was at least the power of the second grade. Either way, it's a great honor. And, Master of the White Robes? The moment Zhou Yuan's words left his mouth, it drew a flurry of comments from the courtiers. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Up. He could have solved the problem too, but he didn't step up to the plate. Why? It's something that offends people. With a loud shout, the cauldron rose in response. With His Majesty, and with all the valiant generals, in 3 years' time, I, Dakian, can map the Dali realm. My lord, receive the decree. I will make the name of my White Robe Army resound through the Great Yuan. On the way, a group of palace maids and eunuchs looked at him curiously. It was clear, though, that Wu didn't have the self-awareness to do so. This tripod, weighing thousands of pounds. If the White Robes have a commander, what about the rest of the army? The halberdiers had Ning Amei, but the rest of the army, theoretically, hadn't even had a commander-in-chief yet. But in the next second, Chen Xingji grabbed the tripod feet with one hand. At the same time, Chen Xingji's appearance gave the crowd more speculation. Although Qin Xiong's strength was a few points worse, a single Earth origin pill was enough to make another breakthrough. This condition, difficult to the extreme, but Chen Xingji did not hesitate. The Dali Kingdom, which doesn't even have a first class. After a moment of deliberation, Lu Wenhan stepped forward at Chang Hongyuan's eye gesture. But that's not the key issue. Hearing this, Chen Xingji looked solemn. At that thought, he glanced toward Wu. Declare an audience with Chen Xingji. The Chen Xingji in front of him was also imposing. It was just the right time to reward this heavenly yuan pill, which was enough for him to break into the first grade. What about day one? As for Dali, 3 generals are enough, which can be mostly cavalry. Zhou Yuan did not heed the crowd's questioning. Chang Hongyuan was bitter in his heart. Previously, Guan Yu had great merit in suppressing and killing the Taisher Fu. Lu Wenhan frowned. His Majesty was overconfident. Though they don't know much about the white robes, they can see the primus inter pares of these armies from His Majesty's other armies with numbers. Zhou Yuan waved his hand. Chen Xingji led the decree. But Situ Xianran couldn't help but open his mouth to him. 20,000 men. And you want to force back the Dali state army? Or even counterattack Dali? As for the 100,000 strong army that Zhou Yuan had mentioned, Jia, who was on the sidelines, glanced at Wu. Wei Lu's second-grade battle chi reverberated with a slightly shrill voice that reached beyond the great hall. The more intelligent ones have been filled with shock. At this moment, Yuan Chengdu's eyes were glittering, and he was battle-hardened. At this moment, numerous courtiers lost their voices. The matter of the Dali kingdom is settled, but there are still other issues at stake. I wonder what this man is capable of. This Your Majesty is also too reckless. Get up. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly. Now, the crisis of Deqian is imminent. Some people suggest that I should pay tribute to De Yuan as a vassal, but I am not willing to do so. Chen Xingji respectfully hung his head. This white robe, silver armor, isn't it exactly the standard that the white robe army should have? They had wondered before why none of these armies that His Majesty had brought with him, although elite, were led by any powerful main generals. Where did these big armies come from? They don't need to know in their head. It must be those garrison troops who haven't fought for years. It's okay to put on a show. Fighting? Zhou Yuan had confidence on his face. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Wei Lu drifted off. The armies summoned by the system came with their own supplies, but those supplies could only support the war for a short period of time. But now, the main general of the White Robe Army finally came out. Count on not being on it. He is a courtier, and His Majesty has made up his mind, so he will no longer admonish him. As for Ningame, she had the strength of a second grade, and when she fought, she was even more fierce. Therefore, I need one person to guard the border. If he had the guts, he wouldn't have hidden his strength and smiled at Zai Fei Chen in the first place. Yuan Qingdu was on the first grade, and Guan Yu was about to enter the first grade, and just in time, he got himself a Tian Yuan Dan. His Majesty has decreed, proclaim, Chen Xingji's audience. I, for one, will not be dishonored. Also, rations need to be prepared, because further afield, it was all divided up among the various princes, and it was extremely difficult for him to mobilize. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Lu Wenhan retreated even though he still had doubts. Zhou Yuan hadn't finished his words. Your Majesty, I thought that it would be better to transfer General Qin Xiong to guard the borders of Daiyuan, and have General Yuan and General Guan Yu jointly retreat from Dali, while the army is reorganized and prepared for war. But he stepped up. Now that the battle-ready soldiers in the country have been sent out, they can only be recruited from all over the country, and still only from the large armies stationed around the neighborhood. But you have to know, in addition to the existing 100,000 people at the border, I can only give you 4,000 headquarters of the White Robe Army, and the main general of the border. Is General Yuan Gong beloved? I am afraid that there will be dissent. He swept a glance towards the Qinkuan temple, but every step he took made Chang Hongyuan and the others feel their hearts and livers tremble. A large cauldron appeared in front of his eyes, and he saw him walk over to that cauldron without hesitation, but no one thought he could lift the cauldron. Even Chang Hongyuan didn't dare to stand up and say this. Taking a step into the Qinkuan palace, Chen Xingji's figure was erect and his face was cold. They pressed on. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Hearing Situ Xuanran's words, Chen Xingji smiled and did not reply. I have my own plans for the borders of the Great Yuan. There is no need for I Ching Lu to worry. Zhou Yuan set up his men step by step. God's power covers the world. One Piece. Absolute One Piece. Chapter 56. This is the C-pin of my Great Qian. The courtiers were shocked. Only Zhou Yuan had a calm face. Chen Xingji is a legend of his time. To be able to become such a legend, kill an era can only chant famous masters and generals do not jail themselves. Thousands of troops and horses to avoid the white robe such words. Great Qian will win. His Majesty said that if Lord Jia is not feeling well, then let us personally carry him there. A proclamation was made and no one spoke. General Tian Bao, you and I, both of us, are on the verge of a great battle, and I'm afraid that no matter who gets hurt, it's not a good idea. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I, for one, will not dishonor you. Though his face was solemn, there was little glare. He didn't have to think to guess. When he saw a few people come in, he nodded, and then said nothing. Lord Chang, His Majesty has also invited His Excellency to the Imperial Study. But what they saw was only Chen Xingji's blushless appearance. The treasury of the Great Qian was empty and relied on the two of them, the Great Master and the Great General, to provide the funds to fight the war. Even the first grade is not his ceiling. General Chen, I am a bit curious. His Majesty said that you are the Commander-in-Chief of the White Robe Army. I wonder how many people are in the White Robe Army. How many armies like the White Robe Army does His Majesty have? Bloodshed in the Qiankuan Palace, chaos in Qianyuan City. To be called over alone at such a time, what else could it be but the matter of the Great General's chaotic party? General, this matter, hard work, but this battle, of course, he wouldn't allow it. The name of the White Horse and Silver Gun should be known since then. Chang Hongyuan, who was on the side, fixed his mind, then stood out and said to Zhou Yuan, my Dacian generals, their bravery is unrivaled, and my Dacian soldiers, they are unrelenting. This battle will be won. Your Majesty is so calm, so you must really have some certainty. Gue Yuaner's face remained unchanged, and then, Zhou Yuan looked at the middle-aged man who hadn't said anything. Looking at the calm and collected son of heaven on top of the imperial throne made them feel slightly more settled in their hearts. Gentlemen, are there any other important matters? Chen Xingji smiled. There's a lot going on today. These take time. It was just that at this moment when Zhou Yuan summoned them, they were each in a different state. Yuan Qingdu walked to Chen Xingji's side and said with burning eyes, General Chen, would it be alright for the two of us to spar? Out of curiosity, he asked. My lord, receive the decree. What's more, there is still a need to completely clean out the Great General's line. I don't understand what His Majesty has assigned this man. Your Majesty, I wonder if this general, these words, even General Yuan, and even that General Chen Xingji, had not received such praise, as in the case of Guan Yu. Now that he had been summoned for just a short month, he had already been able to break through to the first rank, which wasn't even at his peak. The bitter color on Jia's face is too heavy. This is something that is not suitable for touching fish, even if his generals can break the Dali capital in January, just like Yuan Qingdu and Guan Yu and others. They were all future statesmen. The man's face was stoic, but there was little aura about him. The matter was not easy, but because of that, he could not back down. Jia was not young and had little presence in the court in the past. This court meeting today is a bit long in the tooth. At that time, several people thought that Jia Yan was inevitably found by His Majesty to make up the numbers, belonging to the kind of ability that was still possible, but could not be put to great use. Chang Hongyuan nodded. Also good. Yuan Qingdu nodded, and the wariness in his eyes dissipated a few points. And on the side, Jia, who had been touching fish for another day, was about to leave when Gue Yuaner approached him. Lord Jia, His Majesty invites Lord Jia to the Imperial Study. In response, Chen Xingji just smiled without saying anything, causing Chang Hongyuan to be helpless, but it was not good to ask more questions. This matter is too important. When several people arrived at the Imperial Study, they saw Jia Yan with a bitter look on his face. This battle might as well be put off for later. The battle of day one is indeed critical, and the only one he truly trusted was Jia. But before he could leave, Gue Yuaner walked over again. In today's Daiqian, he had been without an enemy, but now it seems that they must have fought wrong. Within his brain, he also had some knowledge of the two countries, and beside Jia, there stood a middle-aged man. Subsequently, Lu Wenhan and several other ministers were also called over. He wanted to achieve a national hero, but even a sparring match with Guan Yu couldn't do much to help. Situ Xianran withdrew his shocked gaze before waving his hand. But no matter what, General Chen's strength is overpowering. How can the old man have any doubts? Only the matter of Daiyuan is critical. I hope General Chen will be careful. Hearing this, Jia only died completely. Zhou Yuan smiled. This is my Great Qian's C-pin. And after that, it is the matter of checking the Great General's lineage. Several of you are my Dacian's ministers, and you know a lot about the Great General, so you can speak freely. And now the scene of Chen Xingji forcefully lifting the Grand Cauldron was enough to leave a deep impression on the crowd. You will be the general leader of the logistics, but without the appropriate logistics, These, too, are nothing more than jokes. He's in no hurry. This Lord Jia, he's really trusted by His Majesty. Chang Hongyuan smilingly walked to Chen Qingji's side and opened his mouth. Chang Hongyuan watched the departure of the two, pondering. Wei Lu comprehended his mind and stepped forward to speak aloud. Rise for something, and retire from the court for nothing. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan stood up with satisfaction before leaving the Qiankuan palace, leaving behind only the many shocked ministers. He didn't finish his sentence. Saying that, he followed Gue Yuaner inside. Chang Hongyuan was about to speak when Zhou Yuan added, "This matter, by Jia Yan to be responsible, must not miss a spot." Chang Hongyuan was a bit curious. To others, it might have been a delight, but he had nothing but loss. After doing so, Chen Qingji slowly lowered the cauldron. This shows the strength and strategy of the people. Everyone was staring at his face. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Because, no enemy means no pressure and even less breakthrough. Eunuch Gue. I have an occasional wind chill today. How about letting Sir Wu Yu go? As Chang Hongyuan opened his mouth, the rest of the people shouted in unison. Although many people still had doubts in their minds, at least, it wasn't a patch of despair. The middle-aged man shook his head, his eyes resolute. If His Majesty does not wish to speak, then he will shut up at once. One could only nod helplessly, but he also knew that he couldn't avoid it. A single sentence caused everyone to look towards the middle-aged man. He wasn't afraid of a strong enemy, but if there was despair in the country, that would be a really big problem. With that, Zhou Yuan glanced at Lu Wenhan. General, are there any more questions? Chen Qingji opened his mouth. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Jia blushed. Chen Qingji nodded. A C-fixer. Wanted to see if he was holding his cheeks red because he was pushing too hard. I'm looking for a few of you to come to the Imperial Study Room for the matter of the Great General, as well as the logistics of the three armies attacking Dali. Lu Wenhan took a deep breath. No need. No need. The old man can still hold on. Can still hold on. What is this man? What can he do? Some people talk about the problem of Chen Qingji's strength. Briefly explain it. Well, Chen Qingji is a Confucian general, but the Confucian general is not a scholar. The history of 7,000 White Robes army, hundreds of battles, no defeat. Can Chen Qingji still look at the back of the killing knot? Are to lead the charge? The name of the White Horse Silver Gun is born to kill out. In an era of killing, the name of invincible force will be weak. The scholars 5 grains are not diligent, are only appeared after the song. There are still questions. Then we can only say, this is not a historical text after all. I hope that you will be more tolerant of it. We look at a happy, not enough. After all, the author knows the lack of historical background, inevitably omissions, and Guangong War Qin Shon thing. There is no correct answer. Hope you bear with me. Chapter 57, I will be martyred, so you may surrender. He just smiled in the face of such praise. There was no acknowledgement or rebuttal, much less pompous, gentle and elegant as if a Confucian scholar, but the resolute face, and the vicissitudes of the face, made it look like a military general, a battlefield general full of disillusionment. The only national scholar in Diqian, and the Tongtian River is the only one that can be guarded by a nationalist. The moment Zhou Yuan's words fell, Yu Fei knelt down on one knee. It can only be persuaded by bitter words. Your Majesty, the situation of the Tongtian River, different from other places, that the Tongtian River main general, is Yuan Gong's hand? Yuan Wei is in the Tongtian River town for 3 years. If Yuan Gong father and son were killed, the news spread over the Tongtian River, almost certain to rebel. With this general's strength alone, not to mention Wei, I'm afraid even my Diqian's 50,000 border troops can't take it down. Your Majesty, please think twice. I'm here, and the river of passage is here. Nothing. That's the reality. Then let it go, too, or do you have any other way? Otherwise, with the current strength of Diqian, it would be difficult to fight against De Yuan. He looked at Jia Dang, at Chang Hongyuan and the others. He will not kneel even if he is drunk. Walking out of the gatehouse, outside, a look was a sea of blood. Speak, Zhou Yuan signaled. It ran through 7 or 8 people before the arrow disappeared into the ground. But unfortunately, the eyes of the Son of Heaven told him plainly, I am dead, but the river of Tongtian is still alive. Only Zhou Yuan had a calm face. One side was empty, not even a small plate of food. Just then, there was a shout of murder. A war general who once had the will to kill the enemy, but was unable to do so. At the moment, the West Ring city was in a state of sadness. In that case, let the rich families of the city contribute men, money, and grain. Go. And the court? He didn't know, didn't even dare to think about it. General, the Dali army is attacking again, but go here. and be worthy of the holy hope. Eyes on Yu Fei's departure. It was only until Yu Fei left the imperial study room that Zhou Yuan resumed his seat. The voice was not loud, but quite determined, and even more filled with death wish. What does the general mean by this? Where is the support from the court? If no one comes in 10 days, then I will be martyred, and you, among others, will surrender. I, for one, will do my best. Chang Honyuan wanted to break out in a loud curse. What a big mouth. But victory? Outside the city was Dali's main army of over 100,000 men. Release the arrows. It's a long way to the Tontine River. This is the sea pin of my Qianlong? But at least for now, Yu Fei is the pillar of the town. It's a fluke that you don't die. Yuan Qingdu galloped off with his tiger leopard riders at dawn the next day. The 150,000 men here are already all elite. Hearing these words, Chang Hongyuan's heartbeat accelerated violently as he looked towards Zhou Yuan. But at the moment he had to gamble. Those who do not follow will be killed without pardon. Sorry it's late. Oily as he was, he naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Now he has played all his cards. Even though Yuan's father and son controlled 300,000 border troops, there were always those who were loyal to the king. Zhou Yuan was not sure who was stronger than Yu Fei after redeeming his potential in the future and reaching great success, such as Yuan Qingdu, or Guan Yu. Back up? Most of the masters of the dynasty are also here. It was natural that he, the main general, could not have any more dishes, only the wine, which was still sufficient. But originally, there was no need to even worry about border changes here. The difference between the strength of the Great Wei and the Great Qian is extremely large, and in the past, the Great Wei had restrictions and did not dare to cross the Tongtian River easily, and now he has come down as a man of the nation. A calm voice rang out, but the one who opened his mouth was not Zhou Yuan, but that so-called Great Qian sea fixer. No harm done. But if I, Daqian, attacked Dali, would I be justified by Wei's invasion? As a result, no more, even 30,000 or 50,000 people would be good, but at least, he was ready for martyrdom. Such bravery is evident. A shower of arrows fell, and the Dali army frantically robbed the city. The voice was calm and steady. Just a moment ago, he had blocked a second grade with his own strength. Wang Sheng smiled, but did not answer. Chang Hongyuan put down these thoughts and said to Zhou Yuan, Your Majesty, I have some doubts. Wang Sheng collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. After all, the one in front of him is the Son of Heaven of Deqian. In front of the Son of Heaven, he is not good to be angry. Moreover, if he is so angry, is it not to hit his Majesty's face? Next, it was time to make the Great Qian resound in the sky. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. The people here, apart from those who had summoned themselves, were the ministers who had participated in the Battle of the Palace Gate in the first place. General, we're running out of arrows. The vice-general was somewhat dissuaded. They are short of food. Available at. Several experts climbed up to the top of the city. But if there are no arrows, along with no masters, the Western Ring city will be defeated. I'm afraid, with the intensity of the Dali army's siege, I'm afraid I can only hold out for 3 more days. And the rations, only 5 more days. Of course not. Just temporarily became the main general of this army. Without a master, they can fight with their lives. I'm going to hold out for another 10 days. He also knew there was some gambling involved. Yu Fei, Yu Pengju, with one arrow, the arrow broke through the air. Even he only thought of getting drunk to the end, because then maybe he wouldn't hurt when the enemy's machete came down on his head. And in his hands, he had but 20,000 remnants of his army. General Wang. He needed a great victory. One that would be loud enough to resonate through the Great Qing Dynasty. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the crowd was somewhat terrified, because the enemy he has to face is by no means a mere Dali, but behind him is De Yuan, as well as the Ying Wei. This was extremely spoiled, and he wanted to say it during the morning court, but it was not good for him to open his mouth at that kind of time. Not a single person. What will hold back Wei's millions of soldiers? What to fight against that peerless nationalist of Wei? He expected Tenchi to tell him that those words were just a joke. Facing this kind of enemy, let alone 30,000 elites, even 100,000 elites would not be enough. Wang Sheng, who was the main general, held an altar of wine in his hand and drank bitterly. If 50,000 border troops turn against it, it's not like one person can change the ending. He was even ready to hear the Son of Heaven say that there were still 100,000 troops, or even hundreds of thousands of troops ready for war. Chang Honyuan didn't understand. He was not willing to surrender. Even he was just a district general before. Watching the army retreat, A few third-grade war generals retreated unwillingly. But now, he had to say it. But in the end, he held back. A certain person is enough. He's got to go. Even if you die, you will pass through the river of heaven, and no one from Wei will be able to cross it. No more, at least not now. On his chest, there was an extra large gash. General Yu, this trip, take care. Zhou Yuan did not hide it. He's not far off the mark. Killing. It was a naked killing. It wasn't until dusk that a sound of chiming gold came to mind. How many arrows do we have left? Or, doesn't look like it. He roared. Is this the reason why His Majesty dares to attack Dali? No, a historical Jeremiad, he asked as he grabbed the adjutant general on the sidelines. Suddenly a guard ran over. Only a miracle-like victory would give him enough imperial prestige. Underneath the city, a large number of Dali troops were trying desperately to get closer to the city wall. Zhou Yuan stood at the head of the city and eyed it. Behind them, many ministers had worry in their eyes. However, Zhou Yuan stood up and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, I wonder how many battle-ready soldiers I still have in Deqian. On the borders of my Daqian, there is Dali, Da Yuan, and Wei. Even though General Yuan's battle prowess is extraordinary, how can such a small number of people break the enemy? Under the full operation of the entire Qian Yuan city, this is already the most border-facing Dali. Hearing this, he grabbed the large sword that was still tainted with blood on the side. It's a dead end. There's no solution. Absolute loyalty. Gentlemen, the front line is in the hands of the generals. And this logistics, it's in your hands. Once Wei enters the war, my great Qian, I'm afraid there's no one to stop it. Now 50,000 people have rebelled and only 20,000 of the 100,000 remain. De Qian attacked Dali. De Yuan has General Chen Qingji. But, what about Wei? 3 enemies surrounded by 3 countries. 3 countries like wolves and tigers. He pushed the lieutenant away and just grabbed a bow and shot. Do you think we can have backup? If it wasn't for the city's high walls and thick walls, this Western Ring city would have changed hands a long time ago. After saying that, Yu Fei turned around and left. Chang Hongyuan couldn't help but make his voice louder. He felt like his head was about to explode. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Thank you to my book club friend, Tideland, for the 588 coins reward. In addition, thanks to some of the book friends of the science, the general understanding, however, do not want to change. After all, this is the author's heart of the white-robed army. Let me be capricious for a while, and I will definitely not make this kind of mistake in the future. Chapter 58, 5,000 light cavalry, counting as reinforcements? 10 days, every single day, was an ordeal for the entire Western Ring city. Killing, despair, has become the only theme here. Many have even become numb. Many of the people even went to the city to help in the battle. It's not that they want to resist. Back in the imperial study, Zhou Yuan sat on the seat. Because, he's second class, and it's the strongest second grade in Dali. A third rank. This general is not yet in his sights. Must win. About 5,000 light cavalry. Guan Yu and Qin Xiong both stood in front of the 2 armies. General, Dali is attacking the city. The Western Ring city is in danger, because he's not sure. Depart. We've been dragging this out for too long. Mr. Book, this West Ring city has been resisting for too long. The main force of our army is blocked here. If the situation in Daqian becomes clear, it can be detrimental to our army. Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke. How many? It's just a shame that I didn't believe it so easily and ended up wasting 3 days. They had been resting for a while and it was time to hit the road. Even if it was him, it was impossible for him to take a few thousand light cavalry and just forcefully attack a city guarded by more than 100,000 people. Okay, go. Moreover, the morale of the army, too, has been dealt a considerable blow by this one city. Hearing this, both of them had odd expressions, but today, he would not make that mistake. There's no rush. Let's hope that the Western Ring city hasn't been breached yet, or else it'll be a problem. At the same time, there were even 2 large armies that had just assembled and started to depart. On the other hand, it's something they know very well. The main general of Dali, who was very respectful to Xu Xingqiu, was far from caring as much as he did before. My lord, I don't know. Chang Hongyuan sighed. Yuan Chengdu, it's time to arrive. Zhou Yuan stood at the head of the city. Let's see if there are any other diehards from the 2 ministers who have been running the show for decades. It was too dangerous to rely on the only defenders. Surrender? Ugh, I am a man of the Great Qing Dynasty. Will I surrender to you, Dali dog thieves? Hearing Xu Xingqiu's words, the great general frowned, but still nodded. The crowd of tiger leopard rider generals mounted their horses and raised their whips. 5,000 light cavalry, and they dare to come to the aid? At the corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth, a cold smile hung. Hearing this news, Yuan Qingdu stood up. Your Majesty, please don't worry. I, with all my might, will protect you to the death. At the head of West Ring City, Wang Shang smiled bitterly. Xu Xingqiu shook his Chinese fan with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm going to break through Qianyuan City with an army of 300,000. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Xu Xingqiu's expression, too, gradually turned cold. The man looked civilized and weak, but he had a strange power that made his voice carry to the top of the city. He looked at the far side of the city. So, I, the Lord of the Dali Kingdom, is gathering back troops at home, and in 2 months at most, the Dali 300,000 strong army will be assembled. Off to the side, the Dali Lord General walked over. This person had sword brows and starry eyes, a sword hanging from his waist, and even less expression on his face. The great general even laughed. Yuan Qingdu opened his mouth and asked, General Wang, how about surrendering? It just can't be helped. For one thing, it's Wang Shang's death warrant. As long as they pressed the Western Ring City little by little like this and gave them enough to spare, within a few days, they would collapse. Yuan Qingdu nodded. He's going to use both of them as bait for one last time. Xu Xingqiu's eyes moved slightly before he continued. That Yuan Wei, he left with 50,000 people, but Qianyuan City isn't his territory after all. How long until the Western Rim? De Qian, there is no one left. And, attacking too fast, the losses, they're too great. The great general laughed. After saying that, Zhou Yuan drank it all in one go. The swordsman behind him didn't answer. And then, a figure walked out from behind the screen. Then kill it. This is extermination. Once the city was broken, the Western Ring was bound to see a frantic retaliation. What he saw along the way made his expression angry, and the phoenix wing gilded quill in his hand was even more bloodstained. Moreover, we have just received the news that Emperor of Deqian has offended Di Yuan, and nowadays, Deqian has long been at the head of the line. The army then chimed in with thunderous voices. Both thought beautifully. The two are still alive. Great General, Great Qian is coming to help. The corner of Xu Xingqiu's mouth curved up. The big fight is coming. These disorganized troops are even more terrifying than the mountain bandits and thugs. At this time, the Western Ring City was dozens of miles away. He loved the feeling of having everything under control. And in the Dali army camp below the city, Great General, why don't you, kill it? At the bottom of the city, a man dressed as a scholar held a Chinese fan and gently shook it. But today, there are only about 10,000 defenders. So what if someone rebels? Seeing this person walk out, Zhou Yuan smiled. He bellowed, I, for one, am relieved to have the Secretary of Love. When the city breaks down, there will be a massacre. It was just that he didn't have the time to rule over these messes, so he only killed some of the messy soldiers who were actively looking for death. Zhou Yuan hadn't killed them yet, but rather locked them up in the court captain's palace jail. There's chaos everywhere. So what if there are fewer people? War. It's not a mere numbers game. A lot of people were dumbfounded by the departure of the army. With this whine, I wish my army of the Great Qian to overcome the thorns. Suddenly, a messenger came back on a fast horse. He spoke with certainty. Are these damn days finally coming to an end? A glass of wine in his hand. It kicks up dust all the way. Do you think that someone will make a scene? Zhou Yuan suddenly opened his mouth. Guan Yu and Qin Xiong both spoke. This is the capital of Deqian. Yuan Qingdu took the tiger leopard cavalry and was resting. The army moved. And at this moment, Qianyuan City was empty. But they didn't realize that at this moment, a light cavalry troop was coming towards the Western Ring City at a fast pace. Between the two countries, they have been at war for many years and know each other. Hearing this, surprise appeared on both of their faces. Immediately someone answered. Guan Yu and Qin Xiong both raised their weapons high. After a slight lull, a voice rang out. Take the first credit for breaching the opposing country's capital. On this day, Zhou Yuan once again stood on top of the city. Less than 30 miles. Good thing, too, since he's being stubborn. But just at that moment, an urgent report came in. Now, they only prayed that this expedition would not be a total loss. Otherwise, Deqian would really be finished. Reinforcements? Where are they going to get reinforcements? All hands, move out. The two fire and merge cannot be easily ended. When the time comes, regardless of the winners and losers, the Great Qian will lose a lot of money. The expression on Zhou Yuan's face remained unchanged, and he just said to the ministers, in this battle, Dali will be destroyed. Below the flags are flaring. The people were gone, and if they were trying to deal with themselves, I'm afraid there was no better time than this. Your Majesty, the armies are gone. No one knew more about the military strength of Deqian than they did. Xu Xingqiu is too smart. Although Zhou Yuan spoke with certainty, not many people believed him. Great General need not worry, even though the situation in Deqian is clear. So what? His eyes were glittering and his expression was even more disdainful. But regardless, both men's faces stared. Wang Shang cursed angrily. On the second day after the departure of the main general of the Great Qian army, it had already guessed that the Great Qian army had changed. The West Rim has resisted for too long. Wang Shang is a primus, and if he can be subdued, it will be a great good thing for my Dali. And these people have goals that are similar to theirs. Especially, the battle aura rolled around with a horrifying aura. Dali threw down thousands of bodies here, and many more were wounded. The Taisher and the Great General's lineage had huge roots, and even though Zhou Yuan had already attempted to uproot the two factions, how could things be so simple? The ground around them was full of the bodies of their fellow soldiers. It was the same as what Zhou Yuan had thought, because this Deqian people are so ridiculous. Chapter 59, Taking your head is like picking up a bag. Outside the battlefield, Yuan Chengdu stopped his horse. Behind them, the 5,000 tiger leopard riders stopped neatly, and in front of them was the main formation of the Dali army. On the side, a tiger-backed war general nodded in response. When Xu Xingqiu saw the 5,000 men from Deqian who had come to aid and dismounted to fix their horses, they all froze for a moment. Let those Dacian soldiers and soldiers watching from the city head fall into deep fear from now on. Now the West Ring City. The situation is critical. Cannot afford to retreat back to slowly discuss and ponder the strategy to break the enemy. Charge. That's right. He was heading for these 180,000 Dali troops. And then, Yuan Chengdu rolled over and mounted his horse. Dali's great general was still giving orders, but Xu Xingqiu also reacted. There was no one who could stop him from moving forward. Glancing behind him again, the crowd of tiger leopard riders were already clad in their armor. He yelled excitedly. However, it's not that easy for 5,000 men to charge a position of over 100,000 men. But this moment is also the best time to punch the line. 3,000 elite cavalrymen rushed towards the tiger leopard riders who were resting. General Hara, dead. With his voice, the generals began to prepare for battle. Is this Deqian leading the army? Is it a little cutie? No way. General Hara was a renowned primus, the first to fight and the first to attack. And there was no warrior who wouldn't love to follow such a battlefield general. At least at this point in time, it doesn't make sense, but that's the reality. It was also at this instant that a sardonic smile appeared on Haratora's face. Yuan Chengdu himself, his face was unchanged. Haratake roared. Where they are? A plain? Where can they hide? I'm afraid it's a ploy of suspicion. The tiger leopard cavalry was said to be a light cavalry, but because of its own function, it was a special light cavalry. Yuan Chengdu bellowed, facing the angrily shouting Yuan Wu. Yuan Chengdu's face remained unchanged, and he didn't even change his rhythm. Siege. What was draped over his body was not simply light armor, either. A blast. The pupils of the imposing 3,000 elite Dali cavalrymen shrunk slightly. Xu Xingqiu also had hesitation, but he quickly reacted and said, therefore, he never considered entering the city to defend it. I thought today was the end of the line, but I didn't realize that there was actually support that could come through. Mr. Book, does the Deqian army have some kind of plan? He roared. There are a lot of crazy people in the world. A roar, and the tiger leopard riders behind them, and Yuan Chengdu formed a sharp front, and before anyone could react, they had already chiseled through this 3,000-man cavalry army formation. The city of the Western Ring is in danger, but they have traveled a long distance, and it would have been extremely difficult for them to relieve the siege with 5,000 men, let alone in this state of human fatigue. After saying that, looking at the great general's dazed look, Xu Xingqiu buried the last uneasiness in his heart deep. Although the numbers were extremely small, the situation could potentially change if they could storm the city. Since you're looking for death, don't blame this general for being impolite, because, as the two armies were fighting, those Dali troops could not withdraw at all for a moment. They don't just move like leopards, they attack like tigers. Sneak attacks don't make sense. One man dared to charge the line and open such a wide gap with the rearguard. This kind of attack power, he had never seen before. Die. Boom. Two men in contact. These lunatics, they shouldn't be heading for the enemy's home formation. Haramu, transfer 3,000 cavalry and charge them for me. Even just looking at the barracks in the distance was enough to strike fear into the heart. Armor on, mount up. The bet, I'm afraid, is that we don't dare move. And the great general on the side also sucked in a breath of cold air, but he reacted faster. He didn't stop. These 3,000 people, they weren't even his target. The warhorse accelerated. Yuan Chengdu had gradually pulled away from the tiger leopard riders behind him. The opponent's main general is extremely bold. This is to rest under our eyes. The great general was even more surprised, and had intended to send people to drive them away, but also stopped his orders for a moment. Song Lian Di, a great general of Dali. There's actually a very small possibility. Wait. He slashed a 4th-ranked partial general to death while laughing a few times, but if such an elite force rushes in, it's bound to bring in a lot of variables. Since the other side wants to fight the general, it's a good idea to fight. The two main generals of the two sides and the rapidly approaching cavalry approached quickly. Just moments before he was about to get close, Harutora raised his sword. It's just a matter of tea time. A cold smile emerged from the corner of the great general's mouth as he listened to Shu Xingqiu's explanation. Charge. Died so cleanly, not even resisting. Seeing this, the opposite 3rd grade war general, Yuan Wu, laughed a few times. Dismount. So what if there is an army of 180,000 men? They must not be allowed to rush into the Western Ring City. In this battle, he would break the spine of Deqian. Today, take Song Liandi's head. Even if you bring troops into the city, what's the point of being shut up in the city? The cavalry, it's not cavalry anymore. A camp of over 100,000 people can be described as a behemoth. The two sides were not far apart, and in this state, only one cavalry was needed to charge through. The Dali army is not a cutie pie. Closer, closer, closer. And at the same time, Yuan Qingdu raised the golden boring in his hand. Shu Xingqiu's eyes twitched. These people, they're going to want to storm the West Rim. 3,000 cavalry men assemble. On the city's top. Wang Shang also saw this scene. Shu Xingqiu only felt a chill run through his body. That's 3 pints up. In the whole of Dali, there are not many people who can be stronger than the original general. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. I don't blame him for hesitating. Seeing this scene, Yuan Qingdu stood up. The voice was like thunder, and the generals were invigorated. He slapped the horse under his seat without any words and told the tiger leopard riders behind him with his actions, eyes full of killing intent. Prepare to open the gates for our reinforcements. He was shocked, but not afraid. 3,000 men, just washed away? The main formation of the Dali army, too, had finally noticed what was going on here. Gentlemen, our reinforcements are here. The siege had sent out but a few tens of thousands of men, and the remaining 100,000 or so were on the defensive in all directions. Today, the West Rim is on the verge of being broken. And then he grabbed his greatsword and urged his horse away. The opposite side is so bold that it has no intention of entering the city. But the next second, his expression froze. He roared, and his peak 3rd grade battle chi erupted, bringing out 10% of his power. It's a death wish, but he was also not the least bit afraid, and immediately also slapped his warhorse and charged towards Yuan Qingdu. In the next instant, the armies collided, and, for the most part, they're dead. Yuan Qingdu's golden boring in his hand. Each strike would take away the life of one person, or even several people. Those cavalrymen may not be able to reorganize their formation and bring up speed. After galloping for 20 miles, the horses were no longer in peak condition, so they might as well take a break or two. One of them flew out backwards and hit the ground heavily. Cavalry without a speed boost is no different than a target. At this moment, the two sides were already less than 2,000 meters apart. These people, what do they want? The cavalry, which had been coming straight toward the West Rim, went astray, although the deviation was not too strong. But if they rushed on like this, they would not be able to reach the city at all, and would even be stuck into the main formation of the Dali army. Amidst the gaze of 8,000 cavalrymen, the two were close at hand. Holding a phoenix wing gilded hammer in his hand, he looked coldly at one of the generals who rushed at the front. The opponent's main general was extremely confident in his own cavalry, confident that even if someone rushed the formation, he would be able to react in time. A thought suddenly flooded his mind. Yuan Qingdu roared. Today, with this general here, taking your head is like picking it up in a bag. Chapter 60 The Name of Invincibility. Thousands of horses stepped on the middle army. At this moment, Yuan Qingdu was fearless. The 5,000 tiger leopard riders are fearless. The earth trembled as if it were an earthquake as the galloping horses stepped on it. Great General Song Lianda was commanding when suddenly Shu Xingqiu, who was on the side, opened his mouth. Fully 7 or 8 people answered yes with a roar. But so what? He saw it. So the person in front of me, even less so. But the next instant, Song Liande is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. If it was just breaking into the formation, there might be some trouble. 5,000 flushes 100,000. Yuan Qingdu led 5,000 horsemen and slowly stepped into the West Ring city whose gates were wide open. Break the siege? It was as if he saw the image of the man being decapitated by the chaotic army. And at this moment, Song Liande's battle axe, had yet to be swung. Then in the other man's horrified gaze, Yuan Qingdu jabbed out with a bore, hitting him squarely in the center of his heart. He is the great general of the Dali, and even the first strongest man in the Dali. These people, in particular, were the elite men of the Dali kingdom, and it wasn't even that simple. A chime of gold sounded. The deadly fight is over. But he snapped his teeth. Just as Yuan Qingdu had thought earlier. So what if it's an army of 180,000 men? Soon, two soldiers with big waists came over, carrying a huge axe. The generals of the Dali army in the battlefield consciously made way for them. Today they still have 3 secondaries in. Sun Lin raised his battle axe. He raised his battle axe again, wanting to do it again. Just because he could block it once, didn't mean he could block it a second time. A thought came to mind. Great General, those people, I'm afraid they have no intention of entering the city. They are coming for us. The army had rushed up to the top of the city, and the grueling fight had begun. His head was spinning. Taking your head is like picking it out of a bag. It's the strong man of the Dali kingdom, right? Madaka. Yuan Qingdu's golden boar held the battle axe, and his face did not change at all. A furious cry spread throughout the battlefield. Cheers rang out across the battlefield. Just then, he saw the nameless general, who had already rushed to the front of the formation. No, it should be said that no one who came into contact with him survived. Fetch this general's weapon. Song Lienda glanced at him and grunted lightly. Countless people roared with excitement. Invincible. The phoenix-winged gilded quill was flung out violently, and a second ranking under attacking from the side hurriedly held up his weapon to block. Yuan Qingdu, who was charging with his army, also noticed the visitor, but a mere few thousand people dared to charge his center army formation. What was the difference between that and seeking death? Another roar. You can't fight like that against such a fierce general. First class. Only a first-rate product could be so powerful. Afterward, Yuan Qingdu stopped his warhorse. The warhorse snorted, and then slowly began to walk over in the direction of Yuan Qingdu and the others. Yes, with just a single move. These two third-grade Ons were no different from those Dali soldiers who had come into contact with him before, directly flying out upside down, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. The golden boar dripped blood, the boring blade raged, and under his slaughter, the speed of the warhorse rose once more. The great general is dead. Invincible. The surrounding generals, no matter how strong or weak they were, even if they were fourth-grade war generals, when they faced him, they would die if they touched him, and they would be injured if they grazed him. And even the great general himself, the first strongest man in Dali. It's over. As soon as Song Lienda grabbed the giant axe, even the horse under his seat gave a light yelp as a result. Song Lienda's heart suddenly chilled. After charging for so long, the warhorses couldn't get up to speed. Thinking of this, Song Lienda narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth. And the moment he gripped his battle axe, his entire body's aura suddenly changed drastically. Not even if you've entered the first rank of Yuan Wei. Eyes glanced towards Sunland. But the next second, as the Dali army at the top of the city began to retreat, Wang Shang stared blankly at the peerless war general who stood proudly in the midst of the 180,000 Dali army. Yuan Qingdu urged his warhorse. It didn't speak, but the eyes seemed to say, die. And then Song Lienda gently patted the sitting warhorse. But even so, he was still smashed and flew backwards. He bellowed, a cold smile on his face. No one could overpower his divine power. Together, Yuan Qingdu sat on the 1,000-mile yellow flower horse, holding the boring in one hand, looking proudly at the four directions. That's what Dali is all about. He gritted his teeth. At the very moment Song Lienda intended to swing his axe, the two men met each other in four eyes. Someone opened his mouth with a breath of cold air, his tone tinged with disbelief. At the same time, the other two second-grades sandwiched their attacks, making it impossible for Yuan Qingdu to avoid them. Look toward the distance. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Seeing this scene, Song Lienda's pupils shrunk slightly. I didn't think so originally, but now that I look at it, isn't it coming straight towards me? Hearing this, Song Lienda was startled, but a light smile hung at the corners of his mouth. The man in front of the formation was in the middle of the army like nobody's business. Even a mountain of corpses and blood will hold back the reunion momentum of these 5,000 cavalrymen. He glanced toward the city. Song Lienda let out an angry cry. That's it? It's just a battle of elites fighting to the death. However, Yuan Qingdu was not going to give him a chance. One Piece is not invincible. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just retreated a few dozen miles when Yuan Wei entered the first grade. His axe is too heavy. Die. And then he noticed the direction of the horseman. Boom. Explosive boom. He glanced behind him. 5,000 tiger leopard riders. All like him. Wang Shang, who was at the head of West Ring City, watched the scene and his heart tightened. The mounts were incapable of sustaining themselves for long, so he would only pick up his weapon when engaging in battle as a way to slow down the pressure on the mounts. Those people. Done. Invincible. As the speed of the warhorse increased, Song Liende and the others on the opposite side also began to push their warhorses. The hope that had just risen was about to disappear. Song Liende sneered. And the least of these is the upper third grade. Wang Sheng suddenly yelled in excitement. When he smashed on the ground, he looked at Yuan Chengdu unwillingly and fainted. If this goes on, this 180,000 strong army will, in all likelihood, really be overrun by him and hit his marquee. This man, what is his origin? The direction that the unknown general rushed over was the many experts of the Dali kingdom. The icy gaze was directed straight at Song Liende. And now, a nobody from Diqian dares to come and charge his home formation, looking for death. A terrifying first-grade upper battle chi suddenly erupted out. That's the reality, said Song Liende, frowning. All the Dali soldiers were convinced that it was a dead end. Song Liende's face changed. No one can survive the great general's battle axe. Run. If you don't run, you're dead. On the third rank, all the generals of the second rank, behead him with me. Whatever he is from, he is still stronger than Yuan Wei, can't he? Even if he is Yuan Wei, falling in my army, he will definitely die. I didn't realize that there was actually a first grade in Diqian. Without even looking at the golden boring in his hand, he threw out a boring, and 3 or 4 people were thrown away, smashed heavily on the ground, and then spat out blood and died. Yes, he must go back and regroup. Seeing this scene from afar, Xu Xingqiu was suddenly jolted. A powerful person on the second grade, even if it was Yuan Wei. Before he broke through to the first grade, he was not afraid in the slightest. But apparently, someone wanted to be the accident. Seeing this scene, many people around Song Liende felt a chill in their hearts. Invincible, he roared. But soon, his face changed. Madaka. With an explosion, Song Liende was slightly slower, and the 2 third-grade upper war generals met Yuan Chengdu first. Facing the enemy, Yuan Chengdu no longer hides. He came here only to take the first credit for the capture of the capital city of Dali. Thank you to the book lover. Tilted. For the 666 coin reward. Chapter 61, No Men? There's another way. Yuan Chengdu entered the city, and what he saw was bleak. There were bodies everywhere, most of them carrying wounds, but everyone looked at him with adoration, especially Wang Sheng, who looked at him as if he was looking at a heavenly deity. Since it was a chaotic army, it was naturally difficult to organize it on a large scale, and most of them were tens or hundreds of people converging, only to see hundreds of cavalrymen stationed in front of them. One man stepped out of the military formation and came towards them. The eyes were even more frenzied. But the world, it doesn't work that way. The ones who just revolted can be the Yuan family. When the Dali army attacked at night, my army of 100,000 was crushed at the touch of a button, and only the last general left with some men and horses. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng opened his mouth. Isn't there a good alternative to all that chaos? But now Wang Sheng was considered to have passed his initial test. His Majesty has sent out 3 routes of men for this battle, for the destruction of Dali, but most of those 100,000 men are alive. They're just a mess. Where is General Yuan? Although shocked that the siege of the Western Rim has been lifted, Yuan Chengdu replied. Yuan Chengdu said blandly, as if he did not put the more than 100,000 troops that Dali withdrew back in his eyes, not to mention the fact that his father and son, one of whom was of the third rank and the other of the second rank, were no match for him. But now is not the time to go to war at all. Wang Sheng thought about giving this answer. In that case, this matter will be done by you, and 10 days later, I will send my troops to Dali. With such a divine general, nothing is impossible. Wang Sheng's words were full of rightfulness. Hearing this, Yuan Chengdu's fierce gaze appeared once more. Yuan Wei brought 50,000 people into Qianyuan city to rebel in the first place. This was not a difficult task for them with 30,000 men. He asked 2 questions in a row. Yuan Chengdu glanced at him, listening to this General Yangling. Perhaps there is no one else. But with all that, how could it be possible to break through the capital of Dali? A sentence that made Wang Sheng freeze for a moment. Hearing this reply, Yuan Chengdu nodded. 60 to 70,000 men, and all of them are elites who have seen blood, and then spoke. With General, I believe that only 100,000 elites are needed to break Dali. Hearing this name, Wang Sheng was well and truly taken aback. In that case, Yuaner, you take 10,000 people and continue to gather the disordered soldiers, while my father goes to the front line for support. At the same time, he had been silently observing the main general in front of him. Things don't seem to be quite what he thought they would be. Wang Sheng opened his mouth. In the end, Situ Xianran gritted his teeth, looked at the sky. If placed in the Western Ring City, it would also be a not-so-weak battle force. However, when he saw Yuan Qingdu in front of him, he had a bottom line in his heart. Hearing this, Situ Xianran instantly tightened his expression. This was the Great Qing hinterland. The corner of Yuan Qingdu's mouth suddenly hooked up a touch of arc. Hiss, but he was immediately annoyed. This divine general in front of me. It couldn't be that he was also a member of the Yuan family. It was only Situ Xuanran's face that carried a worry that could not be melted away. Looking at Yuan Qingdu's lofty gaze, he hesitated and opened his mouth. If Yuan Qingdu was defeated, they would be able to bring the top up in time. Yuan Qingdu muttered to himself, his heart a little anxious. Wait. Wang Sheng sucked in his breath, but in the next second, a pair of gazes as if they were going to devour him looked over. There was no doubt that Situ Yuan's words had moved his heart. As he spoke, he frowned. Yuan Qingdu, leaving aside the situation in the Western Ring City, the remnants of the army that this general has worked so hard to collect, you say take them away, and you take them away? General Sito, please hand over now, don't miss the general's big event. Thinking of this, Wang Sheng asked, General, Grand General Yuan Gong, is the general's father? Do you think that His Majesty sent me here to hold the fort, waiting for reinforcements? But there was something about the current situation that he didn't understand. He, Wang Sheng, only worshipped the strong in this life. However, Situ Xianran was offended and his eyes narrowed slightly. You, the Yuan Gong rebel party? He felt that Yuan Qingdu should want to expand the battle results now, and take advantage of the fact that the Dali army had not reacted to another wave of sneak attacks. In addition to the 30,000 men of the headquarters, they were all disorganized soldiers collected in these days. He can wait to collect the remnants of the army after the attack on Dali. These people, is his capital. 5 miles ahead, a group of cavalry has appeared. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. If these men and horses could be recovered, they would be a not-so-weak force. At this moment, behind him, there were already a full 60,000 to 70,000 people. Yuan Qingdu's expression was disdainful. I am willing to serve as a pawn for the general to drive. And then he led Situ Yuan to shoot his horse forward towards the front. However, Wang Sheng was not aware of what Yuan Qingdu had in mind. Is the current son of heaven so powerful that he just ascended the throne and actually wants to destroy Dali? It is evident that he has a very high degree of control over the border troops on the Dali border. Hearing this, Yuan Qingdu's eyes lit up, and his gaze at Wang Sheng gained a few more points of appreciation. Guan Yuan Qin shown. They've already departed, haven't they? We're almost out. In a few words, Yuan Qingdu's stance had been shown to the fullest. He knew Situ Xianran, who was just a third rank like him. With the tiger and leopard cavalry behind me, why do we need other men and horses? With General Yuan, Situ Xianran? What kind of onion is this? Situ Yuan knew his father's concern and opened his mouth. That's why he carried a very deep guard against Wang Sheng. The only problem is that it's against His Majesty's will. Situ Xianran looked at the person in front of him, a Daki in war armor with blood, fierce eyes. A look is a man. He asked tentatively, 100,000? By General Yuan Chengdu's order, I'm here to receive the chaotic army. How many capable soldiers are left in the Western Rim? So with all this sudden cavalry, I'm afraid there's only one possibility. Dali's cavalry. Thinking of this, Situ Xuanran's gaze was solemn. There are so few people in the West Loop. I, Wang Sheng, walk upright and sit upright. And the one I serve is the present Son of Heaven. And at the same time, Situ Xuanran's father and son were leading people to gather the disordered soldiers. Less than 10,000. I'm afraid. How is the West Rim now? If there is a sufficiently large army, plus such a godly general, Dali, may not be impossible to destroy. I wonder how many men His Majesty has sent. I wonder what the general's name is. After coming to heel, he strangled his horse and opened his mouth. Prepare for war. Report. He roared. 10,000 people. If there were only these 10,000 people, he was afraid that he could only stay in this West Ring city. Wang Sheng's face held disbelief. The golden boar in his hand trembled slightly, as if telling him of his dissatisfaction. Without even 10,000 men, even if he could take down 100 cities in a row, what would be used to defend the cities taken behind him? General, there is actually another way. Just as he arrived, he froze. Say, Wang Sheng immediately said, the siege of the Western Ring City has been lifted. General Yuan is stationed in the Western Ring City, and this will be the Western Ring City Guardian. His face was tinged with displeasure. General Tian Bao took the tiger leopard riders to gallop to the aid of the Western Ring City, and even if they had stormed into the city, they would surely be in a bloody battle by now. Hearing this, Situ Xianran glanced behind him. I hope you are serious in this answer. If I find out that you are deceiving me, you will know what the consequences of this will be. As he said that, he did not forget to arch his hand in the direction of Qianyuan City as a sign of respect. Right at this moment, a silhouette sped up ahead. General, in my opinion, instead of risking going out of the city, we should wait for reinforcements. Father, why don't we take the men to West Ring City? Want to take it away? Not even the door. Thank you to the book club. Tilted. For the 666 coin reward. Chapter 62, My Deqian. Where are so many powerful people? Wang Shang raised an eyebrow. The many war generals of Deqian. Over the past years, he had only 2 or 3 people other than Yuan Wei who thought they were not opponents. Even now, there is just one more Yuan Qingdu. As for Sito Xianran, in his eyes, it was just a fake general in a high position who had long since left the battlefield. Here, there is no place where traps can be laid, so we will break the Great Qian in one battle with the power of a Grand King. At this moment, Guan Yu had officially been promoted to the first rank, while Qin Xiong had also made another breakthrough and was promoted to the upper second rank. With that, he stood up and pointed to the sandbox with one hand. In the very next second, Wang Shang leaped and rushed towards Situ Xianran. The messenger quickly informed Xu Xingqiu of the arrival of the Great Qian reinforcements. His face wore a look of disbelief and his eyes glazed over. But at the same time, his face was a bit ugly. If we don't kill that absolute first class today, in the future, it will be difficult for my Dolly to move forward. Wang Shang was appalled. General Situ, you've come at the right time, 70 miles away from us. There is a Dolly army of more than 150,000 men. The corner of Situ Xuanran's mouth twitched as he watched, the anger in his heart unconsciously dispersing, and then spoke. Yuan Qingdu's eyes moved slightly with a refined aura. He glanced behind him, and a full 60,000 to 70,000 troops were looking at him with burning eyes. No wonder he was able to enter the second grade. He actually had this precious medicine. Yes, come on, get over it. Situ Xianran was all laughed out of anger. There's nothing to be angry about with a mangaka, but he took it upon himself to come down hard. In this instant, the aura on his body once again began to pull up, and soon it had already reached the level of the middle of the second grade, and there was even the intention to raise it further. He bellowed, and inside the city of the Dali Kingdom, this battle, it's not easy. Conferences, enrollment. The reason why he was only a partial general in the 150,000 border army was not because he was not strong, it was because he was not willing to sell his life to Yuan Wei. Hearing about his bloody battle in the Western Ring City, he couldn't help but be moved. In a battle of this magnitude, even if Deqian had a single product, it wouldn't be able to change the outcome of the battle. He was an arrogant man, but not an arrogant one. Situ Xianran didn't give him a hard time either. There are many strong people in Deqian. Yuan Wei is a first grade, and now another first grade has come out, and I, Dolly, don't have many experts left. The corner of Xu Xingqiu's mouth curled into a smile. General Sun is right. Gentlemen, put up a fight. A few experts in the area could not dominate the battlefield. Wang Shang shouted angrily. Hearing his words, everyone took a deep breath. He dared to touch it even if it was the first time he entered the second grade. But this kind of feeling, he had only seen it on Yuan Wei's body. Even if it's a first rate, it's impossible to kill and defeat my army of more than 100,000. And with this victory, we'll be able to open up the frontier for His Majesty, which is an unparalleled achievement. He said to Xianran has not really suffered this kind of anger. Just do not know. This matter is Yuan Qingdu said, or this Wang Shang private behavior. Wang Shang only felt chills rise. In that battle, the great general Song Lian De, but he had gathered the entire army on the third rank, as well as the second rank experts all together. So although when General Yuan sent him, he said for him to speak kindly, the entire Daqian, in addition to Yuan Wei as well as Zhang Jiwang, as well as the one on the front line of the Daiyuan, there should be no more second grade. Look here, gentlemen, it's a flat land. Why don't we gather our army and fight against the Deqian army? After all, he had planned to make a trip to the Western Rim, and now it was just the right time. My Deqian, where are so many strong people? It's a hell of a thing. I hope the general will make it easy, even though they are all third grade. So what? He slammed his fist down hard on the sandbox. If you can block 3 moves of this general, this soldier, this general will give it to you. 150,000. And all elite. It's the only chance. And on our side, Generals Guan Yu and Qin Xiong have arrived. The first move is up. Next, the second move. Just as the 2 men were leading their troops back to the Western Rim. Where did Deqian get so many people? But to get to Dali, you have to pass through here after all. outside of the Western Ring city. The two armies had already reached the outside of the city. Madaka! With an explosion, Wang Shang violently flew backwards and landed on the ground. He found Yuan Qingdu with a few moments of anger on his face. In this battle, I'm afraid that De Qian has come out in full force. Is this the second grade? Situ Xuanran's eyebrows twitched. If he wasn't hard, he wouldn't have been dead in the West Ring city in the first place. Even Qianyuan city was not impossible to take. These two armies were none other than the armies led by Guan Yu and Qin Xiong. The siege of the Western Rim has been lifted. One day, he'll be a nationalist, a peerless nationalist. Mr. Book is right. No need for 3 moves. If I lose today, I'll turn my head and leave. No fight. Along the way, Situ Xianran chatted with the depressed Wang Shang. In this battle, they will win. At that time, the entire Dakian is empty. Dali will certainly be able to drive into. Once he succeeds, he will be honored like never before. My Dali army still has over 150,000 men, while the enemy, at most, has 100,000 men, and most of them are miscellaneous. The only battlefield. Who is this asshole looking down on? A man in the main seat spoke. So Wang Shang opened his mouth. He had been ordered to come, and now things had gone wrong, and this was the first thing the general had given him. Situ Xianran suddenly laughed. After talking to Yuan Qingdu about this matter, Yuan Qingdu was also a bit surprised. His pride was due to strength. Xu Xingqiu and the many Dali war generals had ugly faces. Reckless. In one battle, all of Dali's experts were wiped out. Many people were shocked and angry. At that moment, he explained a few words with Situ Xianran, but it likewise shows that the Great Qin Emperor is in a hurry. Simply go on the road with Wang Shang. He looked at Situ Xianran enviously. Today is our best chance. Want soldiers? An elixir of this level. Your Majesty can actually take it out. Yuan Qingdu was practicing boring, and his every move had great power. After the death of the great general Song Lianda in battle, he, the vice-general of the vice-generals, automatically took over the duties of the great general. It's too strong. Stop. Situ Xianran led Wang Shang into the city. When we return to Qianyuan, this general will ask for credit for you, and with this credit, perhaps you can also get a foundation establishment pill. Hearing this, Wang Shang was also annoyed. A smirk hung on his face. Foundation pill? As he spoke, Situ Xianran operated the family secret method. To die. To die. Situ Xianran laughed and smashed with his gun. Not bad. So what if it's a first rank? In front of the military formation, even a peerless nationalist will die in battle. So the two also simply entered the city and met with Yuan Qingdu, and the West Loop city. 3 moves? As for what happened after that, he planned to question Yuan Qingdu about what it meant to do that. No wonder the nature is so bratty. No way. Xu Xingqiu pondered for a moment, and then said, there is no need for you all to worry. We all know how strong the Great Qian nation is, and he's not much more than a 3rd grade. For a while, the crowd's wariness rose. No one knew the situation in Deqian better than he did. In this instant, Situ Xianran seemed to have guessed something. Chapter 63, This Battle, Ahead. Yuan Qingdu held the golden boring in his hand. Beyond this place, another 100 miles is the border between the two countries. In compliance with your Majesty's order, this general, Guan Yu, and Qin Xiong will divide their forces and attack Dali in 3 directions. The corner of his mouth curved up. The acting great general even said, scared? No, he's agitating. Xu Xingqiu feather fan lightly shook. Everything is in control. Before the arrival of the Dakian army in horses, more than 100,000 men of the Dali army had already prepared for battle. With that, he laughed again. No matter what, we still have to see if that Dali army is really what we think it is. If General Situ is afraid, the 3 of us will suffice. Here we go. So what? Meanwhile, 30,000 troops arrived. Situ Xuanran's figure was trembling. Such a son of heaven deserves to be a puppet. Ha ha ha. Wang Shang, who was following Yuan Qingdu, was a bit puzzled, not knowing who they were talking about. I heard that Great Qian heavenly prince has just ascended the throne and is being held in power by that old man Yuan Gong. It seems that fool thought that a single first-rate could dominate everything, so he brought out all of the royal family's underpinnings. Another one who was not a man of martial virtues, and immediately and without hesitation urged his horse forward. To the side, the rest of the generals laughed. Hearing Qin Xiong's words, the others also laughed. Guan Yu bellowed. His green dragon crescent moon blade waved. The light of the blade raged and blood splattered everywhere. The Vajra mason Qin Xiong's hand was bloodstained and domineering. And while they were sneering, Qin Xiong on the other side laughed. Gentlemen, look at the scholar across the street, also holding a fan. Does he look like Wu Yu? My Situ family has been loyal for generations, and countless clansmen have spilled their blood on the battlefield. How much? Shu Xingqiu froze. Not many people in the court liked Wu Yong, especially young people like him. The position of vanguard. This will take it. Let all the army rest well and be ready for battle. The scouts will not stop for 12 hours. They must make sure that everything around them is heard. The current Dali army. It is impossible to easily attack the city. Now advancing 30 miles, there is only one possibility, to invite a battle, while forcing them to come out of the city to meet the battle. Duel. This vanguard position will also depend on who rushes fast and kills more. He was so agitated that sleep swept over him. Prepare for battle. All troops. Especially obvious among them was the army of nearly 10,000 people dressed in metaphysical iron armor. Those people from Deqian couldn't help themselves after all, and nowadays, the opportunity is at hand. He smiled. Situ Xianran froze, saying leave? There wasn't a single military general that didn't want to participate in a battle that was so thrilling. Pioneer? With this general, who can rob? It's kinda like that. The chirographic Situ Yuan opened his mouth. Less than 30,000. The scouting horse repeated again. His voice was not high, but it was full of dominance. Yuan Chengdu and Xin Xiong also acted immediately. He smiled broadly. Since they will not retreat, they are bound to fight us. What a death wish! With such iron armor, it looks like a real heavy cavalry. These young men weren't afraid, so why would he be? Immediately, he laughed. As they watched the four charge the formation, the Dali generals laughed even more recklessly. Shu Xingqiu stood with that acting great general. How many? It seems that these are the depths of the Great Qian, but unfortunately, after today's battle, the depths of the Great Qian will be gone. In that case, a certain family. Go! Instead of slowly nibbling away at it later, why don't we make a success of the battle and exterminate the main force of Dali? And from then on, Dali's territory will be returned to us. All night long, there was silence. Shu Xingqiu sat on a warhorse, his feather fan slowly flapping in his hand. It was obvious to see the different identities by their clothing and armor. They will show these people what war is. Early the next morning, guys, we should move. Just as the four were about to come into contact with the Dali army, Yuan Qingdu leaped and flew up. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Situ Xuanran's heart shook as he hesitated. Although we have more than 150,000 troops, most of them are not fit for use. Even the remnants of the army that I have collected must not be easily put into battle today. Otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable in the event of a mutiny. Even if I die, this general, I will still wrap my body in horse leather. This will be the Great Qian Weiwei Lieutenant, one of the 9 ministers. The daughter of this will be my Great Qian Empress, mother of the world. It must be the order of that absolute first grade. Does he really think that a first grade can dominate a war? Act according to the original plan. In this battle, kill that one character, and from then on, Deqian will no longer be able to stop my Dali army. 30,000 of my great army's elite is enough. If there were 100,000 people, he considered that perhaps he could send some of his elites to sneak into the western ring city and cut off the other side's retreat. Hearing this, Situ Xuanran's face changed drastically. Situ Xianran kept striking out with the long spear in his hand, yelling in pain. I'm going to take a little break. He was about to leave when a sudden rush of reports came in. Kill, kill, kill. Shu Xingqiu's face, gradually snow white. When the two of them looked, they saw Guan Yu and Qin Xiong coming in company. Report. Qin Xiong, on the other hand, smiled and said, in this battle, I, Situ Xianran, will not be able to lag behind. Less than 30,000. The scouting horse called back. In the Dali barracks, the army was burying pots and pans. It's not easy for cavalry to attack a city, and the Dali army is still hundreds of thousands of elites, so how could they retreat so easily? But in the face of his determination, Yuan Chengdu returned disdain. There is no martial artist who has never thought of the scene where he rides 1,000 horsemen and kills them. He smirked. With that, he looked at Yuan Chengdu and snapped. Hearing this news, Qin Xiong's eyes twitched. Boom! With an explosion, a full dozen people were lifted off with a single bore. This was the war he wanted. This was the scene of his dreams. Kill! Yuan Chengdu remained bland. And the next second, another voice rang out. On the opposite side, were cavalry of varying systems. Hearing this, Shu Xingqiu took a deep breath. 4 men, 4 fast horses. Situ Xianran froze for a moment, and a helpless bitter smile appeared on his face. Boom! Almost just instantly, the front row of Dali soldiers were like papier-mâché city walls. Shu Xingqiu has not slept all night. After all, night attack is the most common setup of the attacking side. 5 miles outside the camp, a large number of cavalry have appeared. In the next second, Yuan Qingdu crossed the golden boring in his hand and opened his mouth. It was nightfall. Young people nowadays are really not martial. After saying that, he fiercely clipped his horse's belly, and the sitting steed suddenly galloped. Yuan Qingdu's face didn't change when he heard this. He just calmly opened his mouth. For this battle, how about all the generals going together? In front, there were thousands of troops, and behind them, 30,000 elites. This battle is a one-way street. Guan Yu narrowed his eyes and stroked his long beard with one hand, not flinching even though Yuan Shang was on the first rank. A scout rushes into the general's house. In this battle, I will be the vanguard. Hearing this, Xu Xingqiu's eyes snapped open. He didn't like to compete, but he had no intention of giving up this vanguard position. There aren't many in the whole of Dali. Guan Yu sniffed, holding his green dragon crescent blade, and fiercely said, 10 times the enemy with 30,000? What we want is not a charging battle, but the annihilation of the main force of the Dali army. As the sky dawned, Xu Xingqiu, who was sitting in the military tent, yawned. We've done all we can. Next, we'll see if those people from Diqian have the guts to come out of the city. The Dali army has advanced 30 miles and has reached 40 miles outside the city. He let out a bellowing cry, and the power of the second grade streaked through the Dali army. This is the Daqian army? The Diqian army? How could it be so strong? Chapter 64, The Sword Can Kill. There was no way to stop the four from charging the hall with an army of over 100,000 men. The four were like tigers in a herd, stirring up the entire Dali army military formation. For sharp arrows came out in unison, followed by tens of thousands of cavalry behind them. Yuan Gong was a hallowed third-grade powerhouse, but Zai Fei Chen, who was only in 8th grade, stranglehold. Whenever he sat here, he would always have the feeling that he was the only one in heaven and on earth. Even though they had lost their power in Qianyuan City, there was more than one Qianyuan city in this great Qian. Situ Xianran laughed out loud. In the next second, Zhou Yuan's words dispelled their speculations. An army that hasn't seen blood is a drinking bag. The location of the rebels has been confirmed. On the other hand, 50 miles outside of Qianyuan City, a large number of people have been found, numbering around 50,000. Strangle every Dali army in sight. Afterward, Zhou Yuan flung his long sleeves. This day's battle had left them with no idea how many people they had killed. Although it is just a short period of less than 2 months, his many initiatives have made all the people feel a bright future. But he hates it. But that's only because there aren't enough strong people. Hearing the Son of Heaven's words, Lu Wanhan spoke. Taisher Zai, Great General Yuan, it's been a long time. How did it go? Guan Yu's eyes were majestic with battle intent. That should have come from me. With just one charge, the over 100,000 men of the Dali army began to panic. But there's no doubt about it. Dali's main man. After this battle, a certain family will be waiting for you all at the capital of Dali. Crazy? But those gutter rats could easily gather such a huge force. Not the Dali army, but someone coming to save them? On the dome. Then he stood up from the imperial throne. Today's Diqian was far from the time when he could sit on top of the imperial throne and enjoy himself. Even those reserve soldiers of the Daqian army who had not experienced war experienced a great victory after rushing to the battlefield. As he said that, the corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth hung up a cold smile. Walk into the deepest part of the courtier's cell. 50,000 people. It's about time for De Yuan to get the news. And De Yuan's army will soon swallow up everything you have. It's a reminder from the grandparents. The huge Qianquan palace looked magnificent. I have come to see Zai Fei Chen and Yuan Gong. How are they now? As a result, Zai Fei Chen is fine, but Yuan Gong is crazy. This is really a creation. Zhou Yuan sighed. And for nothing more than 2 powerful men who have lost their power. It had been many years since he had experienced such a painful fight. Hate myself even more for being careless. He wanted to kill someone. Yuan Gong roared angrily. A mere scholar. How could he catch his eye? Bring them to the head of Qianyuan City. I want to see what kind of person in this Diqian country still has such a big hand. Hate myself for not doing it sooner. Now, what was he going to do to stop this 50,000 strong army? There are indeed 50,000 troops outside the city. I'm afraid they're almost at Qianyuan City. And inside the city, there are even more assassins hiding. He was crazy, but he was crazy because of Zhou Yuan. Let's go. Take me to meet them. After all, after today, they will be able to go on their way as well. But if you look closely, above this golden dragon, there is a godly man with feet on a golden dragon, holding a long spear, proudly looking at the world. The corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth hung up in an arc. This is the river mountain. Let every son of heaven in Diqian know that a son of heaven is always just a son of heaven. But at the same time, he felt a sticky, suffocating sensation. He'd even had a guess. He sat alone on top of the imperial throne. At the bottom, with the entire grand hall in full view. Today is just the beginning. Zai Feidwan stared angrily at Zhou Yuan, his eyes filled with killing intent. How is that possible? While he was at a loss, Guan Yu came with the green dragon crescent blade in his hand. A shadowmist guard appears. This battle, it hurts. As for why the two were saved, but there was still a bit of suspicion in both men's eyes. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth and said, setting up the courthouse. I'm going to meet these two powerful ministers of my great Qian. The cheers of the populace were loud and clear. Unfortunately, it wasn't. And at this moment within Qian Yuan City, not much longer. Behind him, the swordsman arched his hand. This is a war that has lost the suspense of victory or defeat from the beginning. Dali army attacked Dakian, even if it did not fight in. I am afraid that the emperor's son also played all the cards. The blade flashed and the head fell to the ground. He didn't bring Wei Lu, but the swordsman who had been by his side didn't move an inch. And now Zhou Yuan had come. The reason is also simple enough. But a swordsman who had never appeared before could not possibly scare them. Next, it's time to part ways. Yu Wukong knew better, but once they were drenched in blood, the unit underwent a metamorphosis. A large golden dragon hovered over it, looking mighty and divine. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, but when he held the Heaven's Wrath sword, his five senses were extremely sharp. The strong cannot dominate the battlefield. Zai Flying Dust is in good shape, and I don't know if he's resigned to his fate, but that Yuan Gong, he seems to be a bit crazy. It's murderous. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the two froze for a moment before surprise appeared on their faces. In that case, go make preparations. When he saw Yuan Gong, he knew that the emperor had won, but alas, it wasn't the Dali army. Even he couldn't take out 50,000 troops now. Sure enough, without us, you can't stop it, and neither can the depths of the great Qian imperial family. Zhou Yuan had already arrived at the courtier's palace. Zhou Yuan smiled similarly. On the side, Yuan Gong's eyes also violently erupted with a furious essence light. The moment Zhou Yuan stepped out of the palace city, he felt the air change in many ways. Little boy, you're dead. You think you've won by capturing me. Now the front of the Dali's army, almost to the capital of the country. I would like to see you take what to block the Dali more than 100,000 troops. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Zhou Yuan suddenly opened his mouth. Wei Lu's name was enough to scare the assassins. Who else could gather such a large number of people nowadays, other than his royal clansmen? The final revolt of Great General Yuan Gong and Imperial Master Zai Feiqian is coming. When there is a sufficiently large number of strong men leading the way, when there is an elite and incomparable cavalry. Zhou Yuan was sitting in the Qiankuan palace, and the surroundings were empty, but he didn't care. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and the shadow secret guards instantly disappeared. Zhou Yuan was a bit surprised. Since the other party dared to send out troops, it meant that they had decided that there was no one in Qian Yuan City. Emperor's little boy, this is all for your sake. I am really curious about who, in the end, is willing to pay such a big price for you. Yuan Qingdu opened his mouth with an undeniable look in his eyes, but Guan Yu didn't care. Done. Lu Wenhan paid his respects early. Zhou Yuan waved his hand. After the battle, the four gathered together. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Gaini, your sword, is it sharp? Kill from dawn to sunset. They suspected that it was the son of heaven coming over to amuse them. Murderable. Qin Xiong opened his mouth. Zai Feidwan, who was on the side, laughed out loud when he heard this. Xu Xingqiu stood in the middle of the battlefield with a bewildered look on his face. Emperor's son, you came to see us because the Dali army has arrived? Zhou Yuan smiled. Chapter 65. The head is here. City head. It was still daylight, but the gates were closed, for there were tens of thousands of people outside the city, with flags and banners, a murderous look, and inside the city, there was even more killing. Many of them blanched. Gaini didn't even look at him. He just leaped and flew straight down towards the city. The eyes of the two men were respectful. King Huai sneered and opened his mouth. After all, at this time, Qian Yuan City was unprecedentedly empty. This is to be expected. The Son of Heaven has demonstrated extraordinary ability after ascending the throne. Even though he was forced to send all his men, it is still unlikely that he would want to take the city by inside and outside cooperation. Once he was in charge of Qian Yuan City, coupled with the prestige of Zai Feiqian and Yuan Gong, he would reign supreme in this great Qian. The late emperor had few heirs because of his many years of serious illness, and although he had given birth to 3 sons, he was the only one who successfully grew into a human being, and the rest were all daughters. This battle will begin with a blood sacrifice of the swordsman's head, but the next second, they all carried a bloodstain on their necks. Too big 3-piece. Dead. Why don't we just let him send you on your way? the late emperor was sworn in and a new emperor ascended the throne. After Zhou Yuan said this, he turned his head to look at the civil and military officials behind him. With that, he looked at a man behind him, the King Huai in front of him. By rights, he should be called uncle. There were a few moments of helplessness on his face. The moment the 2,000 halberdiers came into contact with these 50,000 men, it let everyone know what a true elite was. However, when they stood at the top of the city and looked out, a touch of joy appeared on their faces. Looks like it's been discovered. The other side, the 2 third-grade experts, however, looked at each other and simultaneously shot their horses towards the opposite swordsman. But all of a sudden, he only felt a chill on his neck, and then his entire body turned heavenward. I once said that those who violate my Great Qing will be executed. You and others will take a good look here. My De Qing military might. But how can a junior in the district? How can he be so virtuous as to occupy a high position? Moreover, he knew very well that if he really let the new emperor stand firm, he would have to liquidate them. The princes, in the future. That was the third rank of the current world, not some cabbage in the lower third rank realm. His voice was calm. With that, Zhou Yuan suddenly shouted, after all, if it wasn't for the indulgence of them, the clan kings, Zai Fei-chan and Yuan Gong wouldn't have been so reckless. Although he didn't think this person could hurt him. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. I don't know if I was scared by the 50,000 strong army underneath the city, or if I was surprised by Gainey's sword skills. Almost everyone held their breath as they looked at the heads in front of them. King Huai's heart tightened when he saw this scene, but he wasn't going to do that either. The halberdier took half a step back. The great iron hammer had no horse under his seat, but he kept up with Ning Amei's pace on his own feet raw. In the next instant, a hand grabbed him by the hair, and before the cavalry came charging in, a little of his foot slammed back. He looked at the city with naked ambition in his eyes. But you should know that this is Qianyuan City, the capital of our Great Qing. Underneath the city is a 50,000 strong army, and King Huai is even escorted by experts. The blades in the two men's hands fell to the ground. Defend the city with such soldiers? A large number of cavalry rushed towards him, and in 10 breaths at the most, he could have charged into the army. In his eyes, the ones under the city were nothing more than 50,000 rabble. Protect me, because outside the city, it's a real 50,000 strong army. If it's that you Wenqing do, there's still a few hopes. With you? Gainey's sword brows twitched. Dear ministers, do these 50,000 men under the city frighten you? Great general, what is Gainer's sword skill? Zhou Yuan did not answer him. Yuan Gong's body was even trembling with fear. Even though there were fully 50,000 people on the other side, no one was afraid. Yuan Gong's face was pale, and so was Zai Fei-chan on the side. And that so-called army of 50,000 is in disarray. Your Majesty, I haven't seen you for many years, and the last time we met, I remembered that you, Your Majesty, were nothing more than an urchin, but I never imagined that a few years had passed and you had actually ascended to the throne as well. The 2 third grades tightened their hearts and followed closely behind. They were worried that the sharp arrows from the city head would hurt King Huai. An army of 50,000 attacking the city? There was a flash of cold light, and the two men's expressions gradually froze. Huai Wang Dynasty glanced behind him, just in time to see this scene, and immediately his pupils shrunk slightly, and his soul died. Great nephew, the king advised you to open the city gates. The king can promise to let you be a rich and free king. Avoiding war is not what the Son of Heaven does. The closed gates of Qianyuan City roared open. The other king's fiefdoms were too far away, and this opportunity, it was his. Both of them shouted angrily at the same time. After all, along the way, they saw the defenders were only a few thousand people, and each one of them looked like they had a frightened face, and there wasn't even half a bit of morale to speak of. And listen to the screams from the city. It's okay to be afraid. People are always afraid. King Huai's head is here. Which of the kings of this great Qian cannot have ambition? There were screams at all times. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. King Huai. Do you know what the consequences are for a vassal king to lead an army and lead his fiefdom without permission? These two formed the sharpest pointy knife in Zhou Yuan's hands. It was as if time had returned to normal by this moment. 50,000 men attacking a city at a time like this scares them. King Huai spoke faintly. Are we still going to attack the city? Your Highness, King Huai. Heads have fallen to the ground. How can it work? Without any hesitation, Gainer threw his head down onto the city with a bang. If you don't agree, the army will troop down Qianyuan City in no time. And at that time, you won't blame this king for being merciless. With a few moments of complacency, King Huai urged his horse towards Qianyuan City. Therefore, he will take over the world before the Son of Heaven gets his footing. Even if there were 2/3 great experts around him, they didn't give him enough security as the 50,000 troops behind him, so he turned and clapped his horse and ran. As he spoke, the other man looked over toward King Huai behind him. From the time Gaini flew down to the city to the time he returned, it was only a matter of time. Ningame roared, and one man rode his horse, charging towards the 50,000 people, accompanied by 100 officials. However, Zhou Yuan didn't have any good feelings towards these princes. Looking to the side, Gainer said, it was the Shadow Secret Guards who set off the killings, and in addition to the Shadow Secret Guards, there were also those little eunuchs who had practiced the sunflower treasure tree. I want his head, can I get it? The halberdiers came out of the gates from the city, had flown up to the top of the city. Zhou Yuan glanced at King Huai's head, which was still dripping blood, and let out a light laugh. Kill the rebels. Ningame was in no man's land, blood and flesh under the sledgehammer's hammer. Walking to the bottom of the city, King Huai looked at the top of the city. The corner of his mouth curved up. Men, open the gates. The fact that they could leap down from the top of the city only meant that the opposite side was good at lightweight feats. A man spoke up. He never considered it. Instead, Zhou Yuan took Yuan Gong and the ugly-faced Zai Fei Chen up to the city. Yes, sir. Kill. Two muffled bangs. Even if they broke through Qian Yuan City, it wasn't impossible. Zhou Yuan looked at Yuan Gong. The hearts of the two powerful ministers, the hope that had just risen, were covered with a layer of gloom. Defending the city? So these princes, they are all of the same generation as the late emperor. The gates are blocked and it's past the appointed time. Between a few leaps. Up until this point, Gainer was wearing a white coat with no drops of blood. The arrow is already on the string. How can it not be fired? Below the city, the 2/3 grades looked at the city's head. Even if King Huai died, as long as we delayed some time next, these 50,000 people would naturally disperse. Quick! Faster! King Huai prayed in his heart that the fast horse under his seat could run a little faster. Ningame was holding a halberd, and the great iron hammer had an angry look on its face. In the midst of the attention of 100 officials, he yelled. Zhou Yuan frowned as he looked at King Huai who walked out, watching those halberdiers kill with no expression on their faces. Hearing Gaini's words, the tied-up Yuan Gong sneered disdainfully. Throw it down. It fouls the eyes in vain. The killing had begun after the Shadow Secret Guards had locked down the rebellious party in the city. At this moment, the 100 officials suddenly felt that 50,000 people, too little. Chapter 66 by His Majesty's Order. A defensive battle that ended as if it were a farce. That so-called 50,000 elite soldiers had no resistance in front of the halberdiers. Moreover, the fact that King Huai was awarded the head in a battle has made all those who have bad intentions tremble with fear. Many people looked at Gainer as if they were looking at the Grim Reaper. Chang Hongyuan deliberated for a moment and opened his mouth. The comers are white horses in white robes. People do not dismount. The body does not dismount armor, obviously on their guard. The leader of the man looks heroic and extraordinary. Even if it is Su Dingru, the heart cannot help but secretly praise some. Gentlemen, to whom shall loyalty be due? In the next instant, the aura on Chen Xingji's body gradually rose, and the cold light of the silver spear in his hand appeared. Blood is flowing. As he roared, the 50,000 border army elites began to slowly move forward. Damn it, General, let's turn against them too. By His Majesty's order, I've come to take over the defense of the Tongtian River and, at the same time, kill the rebels. The Jinyuan Pass can be given to you, but you have to show me how good you are. The Lord General of the Tongtian River has long been dead. Even the great army on the opposite side of the road did not stop with its horses. Should our loyalty be to this great Qian, or the great general? With that, he looked at the others with an expressionless face. The main general of this place, Su Dingru, was promoted by Yuan Gong. Su Dingru opened his mouth, unable to tell if he was happy or angry. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Wrong. What we are loyal to, is this Dakian? This Dakian people. The speed of the horses gradually increased. While that Tongtian River Lord General saw this, he sneered and waved his hand. A cavalry troop came out of the line and charged towards Yufei. The guts are not small, and you dare to come alone. But here is an army of 50,000. What do you have? General, a cavalry came from the pass, claiming to be sent by the Son of Heaven to take over Jinyuan Pass. Softly. This gun, it is sufficient. Yufei looked at the large army behind this man. But to make him surrender his military power? This De Qian. Not many people can do it yet. The general has been as gracious to us as a mountain. And it must be that the emperor's little child who took the risk of listening to slander and slandering the great general. When Su Dingru saw this, his eyes took on an extra touch of appreciation. Someone sniffed angrily. What? Jinyuan Pass has always been guarded by General Su. How can he just say he's taking over? Su Dingru instead had a calm face. One word, and the eyes of the whole army went wild. Thinking that, Su Dingru urged his horse forward. It's time for the Dali battle to come to an end. With that, he glanced at the Son of Heaven and saw that there was no change in his expression before he carefully said, "My Dakian and Dali war has not yet been finalized, the Dayuan border, but also do not know how it will be." Just then, an urgent report came in. It was impossible to tell how much power had been used, and the person he had targeted was already dead. After all, he is the great general's party. How can the Son of Heaven be assured? Only, whether the person coming has that ability to take over. That's another story. There are other Chen Qingji and Yu Fei, who should also arrive. Hearing this, Su Dingru laughed, but an incense burner. The sharp sword in Su Dingru's hand dripped blood. The Tongtian River Lord General opened his mouth, his voice icy cold, with the intention of killing. Yuan Qingdu defeated Yuan Wei, relying on pure power suppression. Every move is like a mountain like the sea, cannot see half a bit of fancy. All troops gather. Follow me back to Qian Yuan town. I will personally ask the Son of Heaven how he had the guts to dare to kill Yuan Wei. Off Great General Yuan Gong. King Huai rebelled and had 50,000 troops, while the kings of the world, there were more than 30 of them. Looking at the vice general's tone of such certainty, Su Dingru suddenly asked again, after all, those kings, they wouldn't gather together and stick their heads out in line for him to kill them. The words had not yet fallen. Because, he is this great Qian, the only remaining second grade. Chen Qingji waved his hand, and the white-robed army stood at attention while Chen Qingji, alone, slowly urged his horse towards Su Dingru, and then slammed the letter down on the table. To the side, the adjutant general's face was furious. What if it's true? For directly in front of them, a man, a Han, was riding his horse. With foreign enemies and unstable borders, today is not the time to clean up the country. In front of an army of 50,000, he also dared to talk about executing him in front of him. However, when Gaini killed someone, he looked extremely ethereal. Your Majesty, when the last 4 words were spoken, that Tongtian River Lord General was first stunned, and then he laughed out loud. What comes around always comes around. Nowadays, it is not advisable to move any further, but it is better to focus on pacification. There wasn't even half a thought of defending against the Wei army, just violently raising his hand. One man against 100 looked sad and tragic, but Yu Fei's face remained unchanged. Of course, perhaps Qianyuan City still had them, but they had nothing to do with him. The moment he saw the letter, his pupils shrunk. Soon, Su Dingru arrived outside Jinyuan Pass with a troop of men. Naturally the great general. Do you all have a solution? This general has just received news that the great general has rebelled and has been arrested. Although Su Dingru still had a large army of thousands behind him, he was not afraid at all. Su Dingru shook his head again. Your Majesty, you want to take on the kings. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. A certain family. Yu Fei. Yu Pengjiu. What's not crazy? Yuan Qingdu is also strong. Come on man. This is the border between Deqian and Deyuan. With 100,000 troops on display in case Deyuan invades. Yu Fei then began to urge his horse. Tongtian River. This river was tens of feet wide, and the water was turbulent. Inside, the Lord General opened a letter. He hadn't intended to move now either. Yu Fei looked at the horse under his seat and the gun in his hand. The Vice Admiral sneered disdainfully. He's not afraid of someone stabbing him. He roared. Chang Hongyuan sighed. The horse under the seat was getting faster and faster, and the grip on the gun in his hand was getting tighter and tighter. That Vice General was a 3rd rank, and he was just given his head with a sword. He is of the 2nd rank, the general of the Great Qian Jinyuan Pass. He was not angry. In his eyes, this Yu Fei was nothing more than a madman. But at the same time, Zhou Yuan looked at his system. Send out the troops. How? Immediately a messenger came in. If everyone has these 50,000 people, that's 1,000,000 troops. I am the Son of Heaven in Dakian, can mobilize only hundreds of thousands of troops. Xinyuan Pass. With him here, this Xinyuan Pass will not be lost. Only then did Yu Fei take out the golden order. A flash of sword light. Zhou Yuan smiled and said. Chang Aiqing said good. This matter, and postponed to discuss it again. General Su, this Xinyuan Pass. Chen took it. The faces of the 50,000 strong army were frozen, and now King Huai's behavior gives a good excuse. After this, I am the general of the Tongtian River Township. Su Dingru glanced at him. Everyone's eyes were horrified. The man is unarmored and carries a gun in his hand. Naturally, I am loyal to His Majesty. In the Qiankuan Palace, He actually guessed what His Majesty meant. Who are you to stand in front of the army, looking for death? The Lord General glanced at the Tongtian River behind him. The great general is so loyal that he wouldn't do something like that. Many people gulped. What a good sergeant. But he was compelled by this man. Soon the army rose. After saying that, Su Dingru put down his sword. And the other side, by the river, is the Great Qing army tent. But just before he got far, the Lord General's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. I, Chen Xingji, have been ordered by His Majesty to take over Jinyuan Pass. Chen Xingji opened his mouth. Traitor, be executed. But the two are completely different styles. But we are the guardians of Deqian. With such a commander-in-chief, even if it is the Great Way, what is there to fear? Chapter 67, Heavenly Gold. Worldly Saints. In the Qiankuan Palace, Zhou Yuan sat in the courtroom. Your Majesty, Lord Sultan Su has returned. Chang Hongyuan opened his mouth. Sultan? Zhou Yuan froze for a moment, not expecting who this person was for a moment. His heart was very shocked, not realizing that after so many years of being away, Deqian had actually undergone so many changes. The body was in its regular clothes. When he asked this, Zhou Yuan's eyes burned. In the beginning, the late emperor had a sense of Qian's weakness, and wanted the later emperors of Qian to know what the world was like and understand that they were sitting in a well and watching the sky. So he sent people to travel to various countries and cast a book. Lord Sultan was ordered to travel to various countries 8 years ago and use this to cast the World Book of Nations. And these, he had guessed, today's Deqian, including Dali, De Yuan, and even the powerful Wei, are all lower countries. After thinking for a while, Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. At that time, although the power of Zai Fei Chen and Yuan Gong had already made its initial appearance, the power was still in the hands of the late emperor. Report from the Dacian front line. Our army, we have greatly broken the main force of Dali. He had long been prepared to use his own life to make the Great Qian awaken. If His Majesty scorns these, then he will just offer his life as a blood sacrifice. After all, Great Qian really didn't know much about the neighboring countries. Su Tan bowed respectfully, back to the place where he was born and raised. Today, he is here for the people. This Sultan, isn't this looking for death? But he knows that there is a medical saint in medicine, who lives by medicine. There is a literary saint in literature, who ferries people by literature, and there is a chess saint in chess, who uses the world as a chess. I, Su Tan, bow to your Majesty. After being reminded by Chang Hongyuan, Zhou Yuan also reacted. After listening to Su Tan for a while, Zhou Yuan waved his hand. Your Majesty, right now. Hearing this, the ministers shook, and many of them were worried in their hearts. I heard that Su Aiqing traveled for 8 years. There must be a lot of insight. Now the ministers on top of the courtroom. Why not take this opportunity? Aiqing to all the ministers as well as me. Talk about this world how? For one thing, it's not easy enough to travel the 3 neighboring countries. And for another, it's not as easy as one might think to go out. What is holy? Zhou Yuan doesn't know much. Chang Honyuan desperately glared at Su Tan like crazy. Zhou Yuan nodded. After all, his goal wasn't just 3 neighboring countries that would suffice. A blistering cry rang out. Anaconda! He knew the situation in Deqian, and his travels over the years had allowed him to gain a lot of insight. The 3-year period is approaching, and the messenger from the Upper Kingdom, I'm afraid, will soon arrive. Especially after listening to Chang Honyuan's words about what the Son of Heaven did after ascending the throne, he was even more shaken. When Su Tan left, the Son of Heaven had not yet ascended the throne, and it was normal for him not to know. That was the thing he wanted to know the most. At this moment, Zhou Yuan was not really angry. After all, he knew that what Su Tan said was the truth, and was ready to forget the places that, to him, felt like heaven. It is also well aware of the weakness of Deqian. I'm just an ordinary person. How can I have that kind of opportunity? But I heard that there is a chess saint in Python, who once used a chessboard to subdue the world's male soldiers. But I don't know if it's true or not. I am a minister of conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Su Tan kept talking, but the more he said, the more the crowd was alarmed. These many saints, although they did not have the ability of one person to fight against the country, each of them was the treasure of the world, and the backbone of the strength of those countries. In this world, there are not only war generals, but also men of state. I know, and beyond the scholars of the state, there are the saints. Hearing these 2 words, everyone's heart was clouded. Soon a dusty middle-aged man walked in. He also wanted to get some news from the man who had been traveling for years. After all, as far as he knew, the world was a normal world though. With the power that Deqian has accumulated today, it is impossible to change this situation. Though he didn't mind, he didn't want to hear this anymore and turned to the question. Have you seen a saint? It's a pity that there are no saints in Dichien. Report. At first they were happy. After all, these can be wondrous things. But since Dakian can't get it, it's better to plunder Dali. But there will always be those who are not normal. In the whole of Dichien, not many people had such an opportunity. As a result, Su Tan shook his head. Su Aiching, get up. When Su Tan stood up, Zhou Yuan looked at him. This person was not very old, so one could imagine that he was still very young when he left Dichien. But Su Tan acted as if he didn't see it and just kept on recounting the various insights. Only, he never changed his mind. And even though there were countless places in the outside world that made him want to stop by, in the end, he still returned to Dichien. Chang Hongyuan took one look at the Son of Heaven and realized what was going on. Everyone else had also looked at Su Tan curiously. Why is it called the Upper Kingdom? It is not that how powerful this country is, but because Dichien is a lower country. I thought that the whole world is like Dakian. The people do not know poetry and books, but found that there are strong countries. Everyone knows literature and literacy. Everyone is a scholar. That was the reason he wasn't wearing his official clothes today. But soon they reacted. Su Tan is putting down Dichien to nothing. In that case, order Su Tan to come up to the temple. Zhou Yuan was also fortunate enough to know some of it. But the eloquence of today's Son of Heaven has quietly raised an imperceptible fire in his heart. No, the original Dakian didn't even have a national scholar. If those powerful countries are still unable to make their people edible, that's bull. I went here. Really eye-opening. Once, I thought the world is like Dakian, but later found that there is a strong country. Territory of 10,000 miles. There is a fast horse like flying, traveling thousands of miles a day. All kinds of crises are unpredictable, and the hard life is even more avoidable. And no one knows at all whether there is a day to leave Dakian and come back again. Even today it seems like a very important thing to do. Su Tan nodded and opened his mouth. Dichien, in this world, is nothing more than a bottom-tier country. An anaconda. That's the Upper Kingdom. The offerings of heavenly gold cannot be changed. Chang Hongyuan stepped forward again. If His Majesty is annoyed, its head's on the ground. Not because of this so-called chess saint, but because he didn't know Su Tan, but he knew what the Book of the World's Kingdoms was. Take Xianyuan Jingcheng for example. But my great Qian is now plagued with disasters, and I'm afraid I can't gather all the heavenly gold. The ones that can be called familiar are Dali, Dayuan, and Wei, and further afield, they belong to the category of those who have only heard of them. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. It is for this reason that I want the generals to attack Dali from afar. Thinking of this, he glanced towards the non-existent Xianyuan Jingcheng. Zhou Yuan's face remained unchanged, and no one knew what was on his mind. It's really a good idea, but only if the front line can actually do it. I thought that the people of the world, all of whom have been starving, have found that there are strong countries that can keep the people from starving and keep their homes closed at night. Every 3 years, it is necessary to pay tribute to the Upper Kingdom. General Yuan Chengdu, General Guan Yu, and General Qin Xiong, the 3 commanders-in-chief, will lead their troops in 3 directions straight into Dali. This is a big win. Thank you to my book club friend, Slipper, for the 588 coin rewards. Become a deacon of this book. Chapter 68, The Power of the State Scholar. Big win. Upon hearing this news, the ministers shook. What are the casualties in our army? Immediately a minister pursued the question. More than 3,000 dead and wounded. Over 100,000 dead and wounded in the Dali army. And the rest surrendered. Hearing Chang Hongyuan's words, many people nodded. Doesn't this mean that it is not difficult to take down Dali? Originally, there were still quite a few people who doubted what Zhou Yuan had said. It nearly wiped out Dying in one battle. And after that, Dying dared not go to war with Wei again. Zhou Yuan wrote down the names of these ministers who came forward. But for a powerful country like Dying that dared to face off against Wei, there were definitely quite a few first-grade experts in the country. Even if there were no state scholars. 3 months ago, I realized that Yuan was increasing its troops towards the border. Originally, there were at most 150,000 men. But today, there may be more than 200,000 men. Nearly 140,000. With the shock of this event, the hidden worries brought about by Day One were quickly forgotten by all. Zhou Yuan's headless words made the courtiers a bit puzzled. A minister was beside Chang Hongyuan and said to him, "What Lord Chang said is true. At first you told us that we should believe in His Majesty's ability, and at that time I thought that you, Lord Chang, were overly optimistic, but now it seems that it was we who were too pessimistic. The Dali country is weak and poor, not even a first class. It's not the time to worry about that." Su Dingru immediately said, The Dacian royal family was extremely concerned about the intelligence of the state soldiers, and Zhou Yuan had also met the real state soldier, Yu Fei. Even Yu Fei might not be able to take 30,000 men to attack a country's capital under those circumstances, but it's not enough to have strength to fight a war. If there were no state officials, even if the Great Wei had millions of majestic soldiers, Zhou Yuan would not be worried. Chang Hongyuan stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I wonder what your Majesty intends to do about the Deyuan border. It's hard to tell today. Quite a few people were mingling. I entered the Great Wei. Had many inquiries. The Great Wei 6 years ago had a war with the neighboring country of Dying. That war, both sides out of a total of 1 million troops, the Great Wei defeat. There had been a state-of-the-art appeared, with 30,000 elite cavalry, plunged straight into the capital of Dying. What to talk about the rest?" Hearing this, Chang Hongyuan smiled and nodded with an inscrutable expression. Now that the Son of Heaven is wise and powerful, the only problem is that he doesn't have an heir yet, and his harem is too sparse. "Your Majesty, I would like to go." Under such circumstances, that Great Wei state scholar actually managed to bring 30,000 elites to attack the Great King's kingdom when the front line was open for battle, and even if he failed to take it down, it was enough to see the extent of his awesomeness. Several ministers stepped forward at once. However, a moment later, Zhou Yuan exhaled a long breath. "I don't know how things are going at Jinyuan Pass either. And if there's no one under him, even if he's a nationalist, he can't possibly hold off the Daewon's military front. If they couldn't stop the army of Deyuan, even if they captured the capital of Dali, it would be meaningless. I just don't know who this nabbing is." It was then that I sent word to the court. It is not so bad that the royal clan will wither away in the future. Chen Xingji nodded, but at the same time, the corner of his mouth hooked into a light smile. Does Wei have any nationalists? No one is willing to die in vain, but if you gamble your life, you can exchange it for the life of Deqian. The minister who had been happy just a few moments ago also lowered his expression a bit. They knew that Chen Xingji was indeed powerful. It's just a Dali, and it wasn't supposed to be a big enemy. Our biggest trouble is still the Yuan. So much time has passed now. Recently, Deyuan has been a bit restless. At those words, Su Dingru's face was ugly. The day the matter of the Great Yuan border is not dealt with, the day we can't feel at ease. Chen Xingji sat in the position of the main general. Let's hope Chen Xingji won't live up to his expectations. As long as the elites are withdrawn from Dali, it may not be impossible to fight with Deyuan, even if it starts a war first. Dali, it really is a snap. They didn't know anything about Dying, but the fact that both sides had sent out millions of troops meant that Dying had at least 500,000 troops as well, which was already enough to prove Dying's national strength, and that Dying still had the upper hand in this battle. In my opinion, it would be better for us to send a mission to Dayuan, make false pretenses, and wait for my Dacian elites to withdraw from Dali before we can reckon with Dayuan. This time, Su Tan gave a decisive answer. It's no longer uplifting to say the least. It's a miracle. How is that possible? I am also willing to go, though I die without regret. There is no shortage of such loyal officials in Deqian. Yuan Gong actually dared to intercept such significant news. Quite a few people moved. This is especially true now that the attitude of the princes everywhere is unknown. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. More than that, he knew what Chang Hongyuan meant. In fact, he was prepared for the worst. Yes, indeed. Now, I think Chen Xingji has already arrived at Jinyuan Pass, but in reality, he was shocked beyond belief in his heart. Chang Hongyuan's face remained unchanged as he continued to say with a smile. Hearing Su Tan's introduction, the crowd was shocked. How many troops did His Majesty send? It seemed that Wei, the Great Wei, was more powerful than he had imagined. But now, Zhou Yuan had told them with facts. He pointed to the sandbox in front of him. Zhou Yuan smiled. What he had to deal with now was Dali, was Deyuan, and was dealing with that upcoming Python emissary. State and country are different. The ministers responded. It may have reached the realm of the first grade. His order was very simple. If Deyuan had the intention to send troops, Chen Xingji could decide with a single word. There is no need for you to worry about Dayuan. I sent Chen Xingji over there not to guard the pass. The courtiers were still planning to say more, but Zhou Yuan had already changed the topic and said, after 3 months, I want a harem consorts. Now Qian storms want to come. Just let the world to see. Qian is still standing. Apart from the news of Python, this was the most important thing to him. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan's face was also extremely grave. Although after the scourge of the Taisher and the great general, there are still loyal ministers in Dacian, Chen Xingji sighed and said, now, I'm afraid day one is coming to the door. However, Zhou Yuan still looked at Su Tan. As a noble son of heaven, it is only natural to start a branch. At the bottom, Su Dingru's face was a bit gloomy. In such a situation, the capital city was actually attacked and the country was nearly destroyed. What he said before was just to comfort his fellow officers. 3,000 against 100,000. Even if we break Dali in a big way. But De Yuan, that's the real trouble. And at the moment, Shen Yuan pass. Hearing this, Chen Xingji raised an eyebrow before shaking his head. The court didn't get the message. It's a good thing that the Son of Heaven is taking a concubine. This is not the time for that. When the Son of Heaven marries, one is also a marriage, and two are also marriages. If His Majesty can take a liking to the daughters of their families, it would be a great thing. Therefore, this matter, great, my lord, obey the decree. I'll send people to strengthen the defense, but with 100,000 against 200,000. I'm afraid this battle will be extremely difficult. The myth of 1,000 armies avoiding the white robe is not guarded. Who says that Dakian can only play defense? Who says we must wait for Day 1 to make his move? Chapter 69. The general of Deqian is confused. Chen Xingji never considered the matter of defense. War, in his eyes, is never won by defense. He had read countless military books, and they all told him one thing: offense. Find that one and only breaking point at any given time. A third message has come in. As for the 4,000 white-robed soldiers, the great general spoke. I'm afraid it's hard to stop for 30 days. He wanted the name of the white-robe army to resound through the Great Yuan. Late at night, the 4,000 white-robed army went out of the gate. Only Su Dingru stood at the head of the city with a worried face. These, however, could be the depths of Day 1 that had been accumulated over the years. Although the sword Saint Yuanda is not an official in the court, but he is loyal to De Yuan, and he is one of the few masters of the second grade in Deqian. Even if they were careless, it was impossible for a second rank to kill a powerhouse of the same level on the battlefield so easily. Now before the war has even begun, it has already suffered such huge losses. Out of Jin Yuan Pass, these 4,000 men, there's no way they'll come back alive. Teams of people, from all sides of the Great Yuan, rushed to the borders of the Great Qian. In just one morning's time, 5 people came to report being attacked, and the attackers, all of them, were that white-robed, white-horse cavalry. Even the second grade is dead, let alone them, the third grade. But in the next half a month, he learned what despair was. For this battle, His Majesty sent over 200,000 troops, as well as General Morgaine, a first-rate general, in order to not give Deqian any chance of resistance. No need for 30,000. 4,000 is enough. The great general gritted his teeth, his eyes indignant. Report. What angered them was that the sword saint, Awanda, was also dead. Suddenly, the great general smiled. The great general laughed a few times. But with 30,000 people attacked, the matter is serious. Day 1 territory. After all, this was the territory of the Great Yuan, and they weren't worried about being robbed, so it was inevitable that they were negligent. The great general in the main seat cursed. Su Dingru didn't talk nonsense. Even though it was difficult to say, he still said this answer. The great general had a smile on his face. The great general's face became even more ugly. That general of Deqian is really confused. It can't be that Deqian's new Zhenguan general. But even so, how do we attack? General Chaito was attacked. General Chaito was killed in battle, and more than half of the 30,000 men under his command were killed in battle. It's no longer about challenging the war between the two countries. In his eyes, it was already dead. The food was looted, and possibly the guards were under strength. District Deqian, also dare to kill my De Yuan sword saint. This time, this general will definitely let the Deqian dog know that my De Yuan is not one to be messed with. What kind of people do that? And that power gave him more confidence. Chen Xingji was the only first grade in Deqian, and if he were to fall in De Yuan, he simply could not imagine what the consequences would be. Numerous De Yuan generals methodically deployed their troops. But what about 30 days later? Can there be reinforcements from the court? I'm afraid not. Now that Dali and Dakian are at war, it's an opportunity for my De Yuan. Chen Xingji shook his head. No harm done. It makes everyone feel angry. He's not a cutie. There are other possibilities for one attack, but so many attacks are enough to prove the identity of the other party. The body on the ground had only one wound all over it. Not sure. Just a group of cavalrymen clad in white robes and sitting on white horses. Su Dingru froze for a moment. Moreover, that Chachuo was a third-grade war general with extraordinary strength, so how could he die in battle so easily? But not before he slowed down. If they really did, even if originally De Yuan hadn't planned to do anything, they would definitely counterattack with all their might. It was also only a hair's breadth away from a first grade. Chen Xingji did not refute him. but only opened his mouth to ask, "So, General Su, do you have another way? If De Yuan comes to attack, you think, this Xin Yuan pass, how long can you hold it back?" Off to the side, another person spoke up. A body was brought up, but it's a done deal. Many people felt that in at most another 10 years, De Yuan would inevitably have another first-grade powerhouse, but now it's all gone to hell. Could that man be the one who killed the Sword Saint of Awanda? Pass the word. Yes, 30 days, even if I were to keep it, that would be the answer. To be able to use a second grade to confirm the news of a first grade. This matter, a big profit. Surround and kill this one product at all costs. I would like to see, after the death of this character, De Qian, what else can block my De Yuan Iron Cavalry? Chen Xingji opened his mouth. That was the effect he wanted. Now that things have fallen apart, it is natural for the mission to be killed. Chen Xingji's voice was not light or heavy. Another urgent report rang out. Once we can't stop them, our deaths will be small, and I'm afraid that De Qian will also be driven in by the De Yuan people, and at that time, the whole De Qian will be finished. Report. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Report. Most of them can be third grade. At the bottom, many of the war generals looked shocked, and there were even a lot of people whose faces were horrified. The generals' faces changed. Hearing Chen Xingji's explanation, Su Dingru sighed. Although the Son of Heaven never said it, they could all guess that His Majesty had thoughts about De Qian. At the same time, there were also 2 third-grade war generals who died in battle, and all of the places that were attacked suffered heavy losses. That's the best way to play defense. All he could do was wish the other man well in his return. While several people were discussing, a sudden rush of reports came. ABA City Food Road, responsible for 200,000 army provisions, will suffer heavy losses if robbed. White robes, white horses. The general has been reckless in going this way. Most of the places that were attacked were important places where food provisions were guarded. Even though over 200,000 troops were searching, he had brought 4,000 white-robed troops. So for this battle, 4,000 white-robed troops would be enough. Day one didn't do it. They didn't have the guts. Ha ha, when General Morgaine arrives, even if that white-robed general is a first-rate, what do we have to fear? But Su Dingru didn't know how to answer. At the bottom, a member of the general narrowed his eyes. Great General, there is no need to be angry. Amir De Qian can be destroyed at the snap of a finger as far as my Great Yuan is concerned. General Wanda is right. This is the territory of De Yuan. Even if he is a first grade, a mere few thousand people can't turn out of the palm of this general's hand. To be able to kill the Ayunda Sword Saint, even if it wasn't a first grade yet, I'm afraid it wasn't far from it. The news of the Great Qian Heavenly Prince's massacre of the Great Yuan's envoys had already spread throughout the entire Great Yuan. Not only that, but the first second grade to die in battle had finally appeared. This is a first-class for the matter was more or less known to all. De Qian, what a nerve! At that time, the national power of the Great Yuan had risen greatly, and they were honored with it. Generals, ABA City's ration road has been robbed. No, it can't be. The thick table was in pieces. What kind of people do that? With 4,000 men, you dare to come to my De Yuan. Ever since he came to this world, he had felt unrivaled power. I have heard that the Qian general, Yuan Gong father and son rebellion, although failed, but also let us see that the Qian heritage, a few faces changed, but that mysterious white-robed army, however, was so godlike that not only were they not caught, but they attacked a few more times. The messenger just left, with only 100,000 men in our army, and no more than 30,000 men we can spare to guard the entire borderline. It is impossible to make a strong attack. These words caused the crowd's faces to freeze for a few moments. Da Yuan was already stronger than Daqian, and had even more elite soldiers. General Morgaine is almost here. The great general roared with rage and suddenly slammed his fist down towards the table. Asterisk. Therefore, guarding the pass is the next best thing, and His Majesty did not send me here to do so. The visitors are about 4,000 elite cavalrymen dressed in white robes and seated on white horses. Those 4,000 men were elite, but they were too few in number after all. The great general sat in the upper seat with an ugly face. Then kill out and kill your opponent without the power to fight back. But it was not a surprise. The great general was furious beyond measure. Hearing the great general's words, the crowd's complexion immediately perked up. General Morgaine, a great Yuan army god, was even a strong man who had entered the first grade 10 years ago. Surround him for this general. The great general's face was grim. However, I heard that some days ago, a white-robed general from the Great Qing Dynasty arrived at Jinyuan Pass and even replaced Su Dingru's position as the main general. But, a pint that is killable. Chapter 70, Famous Masters and Generals Don't Fend for Themselves. Thousands of armies avoid white robes. With the great general's order, countless Dayuan iron horsemen scattered in all directions looking for traces of the white-robed army. The territory of Dayuan is full of grasslands, a natural pasture, so the number of cavalry in Dayuan, even compared to Wei, was no less. The huge and elite cavalry is their strongest weapon to show off in the neighboring countries. Even the most elite army has its limits, but now half a month has passed. The Dayuan iron cavalry not only did not Qinshengji bring any losses, but on the contrary, their own losses are not small. No, let's go to the day one hinterland. Dali is not weak. These war reports, coming in one after another, shook the many ministers of Qianyuan city to the point that they could barely even find which side North was on. Having just gotten out of the court meeting, Chan Hongyuan felt a bit confused in his brain. Gathering over 300,000 troops, they surrounded the white robe army in all directions. Upon receiving this news, Dayuan's first-grade Morgaine, who had arrived at the border long ago, had a smile on his face. But when the white-robed army showed up, all the livestock in the ranch were slaughtered to death. For only in this way could the army, which had gone to Dali, be given time to return. Qinshengji nodded. Subsequently, the white-robe army entered day one. Early the next morning, 3 armies, all the way but a few tens of thousands of men, and with no more than a few thousand of the best soldiers among them, were able to drive through Dali, attack the city, take Jinyuan Pass. Famous teachers and generals do not imprison themselves, and thousands of troops and horses avoid the white robe. Generals, entered day one. Shall we withdraw? Someone asked. It's not just them, the ministers, who are shaken. Report. As a result, the lord of the land was furious. Finally, in the capital of the Great Yuan, an order was sent to the front line. Soon, the white-robed army headed towards an important ranch in day one. No one questioned it. The emergency report came in. The roar of thousands of people resounded throughout the valley. The 250,000 troops of the Great Yuan are buckling the pass. General Su Dingru is leading the troops to defend it, and General Chen Qingji entered the territory of the Great Yuan more than a month ago to destroy the rear. How could he not be angry when he heard that? However, he soon realized that he shouldn't be angry about these things yet, or else he would be afraid of being pissed off in the future. The original invasion plan was slowed down as a result. Withdraw? Day 1. Can have more than just cavalry. Recently, the White Robe Army has suffered a lot of losses, so it is clear that the situation at Jinyuan Pass is difficult. In that case, gentlemen, march out. Especially the horses. Not a single one was left behind. It's not safe for 10,000 men to carry grain, so we'll use 50,000. If Dali was weak, it wouldn't have been entangled with us for so many years and had the upper hand all year round. The huge losses brought great pressure on the 200,000 iron horsemen of the Great Yuan. Hearing his words, all the White Robe Army generals roared in response. Otherwise, once the Great Qian is attacked from the back, the consequences are hard to predict. These words can stop the night cries of small children and can make urchins sit still. The look of exhilaration. Zhou Yuan stood up with a brilliant light in his eyes. Su Dingru sat at the Jinyuan Pass, receiving news from the opposite side. General, the Daewons are encircling, and it's getting tighter. However, no matter how much they searched, that mysterious white-robed army continued to appear like ghosts at their various weak points. But everyone heard the thick murderous intent in his voice. If it wasn't for General Chen, perhaps those 200,000 iron cavalrymen would have already marched on the city. Report! The whole world cheered and boiled. General Guan Yu has already conquered Longquan Slope and is heading towards Point Song Ridge. With a few moments of trance, he asked a fellow officer to the side. General Qin Xiong Qin has already taken Jinshi City and will arrive at the Dali capital in a matter of days. Gentlemen, since it's time for us to leave, it's time to give Di Yuan a great gift. His Majesty sent orders for us to pay no attention to that white-robed army. From these messages he received, and there was nothing they could do about it. And the capital city of Dakian, the Great Yuan has a strong army and even a first-rate Morgaine commander, General Su Dingru, asking for help. That one ranch, but there was a second rank under the town, and there were even a number of third-rank war generals to assist, as well as 30,000 troops to guard it. Chen Qingji put away the map, stood up, and looked around at the white-robed generals who had followed him in deadly battles for many days. And in day 1, the last thing that was lacking was people. Originally, he thought that Chen Qingji would be overthrown in 10 days at most when he brought his troops into Dayuan. That white-robed army has entered the hinterland of the Great Yuan. For a full month, not only did they fail to capture the White Robe Army, but instead allowed the White Robe Army to kill many famous generals of the Great Yuan. And doing the math, It was about time for the news from Jin Yuan Pass to come back. So what if the White Robe Army, even though they couldn't take him for a while, a mere few thousand people couldn't break the Yuan's bones? On the other hand, a valley, Dali, so weak? Yes, it's the 3 generals sent by His Majesty that are too strong. Yes, those big adult horses are the battle force of the Yuan. But these ponies can be the future mounts of their Deqian cavalry. A fellow officer spoke up. These ponies, to be kept. In the future, when my Great Qian reigns here, this will be my Great Qian's pasture. After a bout of killing, Chen Xingji strangled his horse. It was the result of their many days of fighting. Chen Xingji glanced at the map. At this moment, the name of the White Robe Army had already been circulated among the generals of Daiyuan. Behind them, thousands of white robe troops stood at attention. Even if they know it's very dangerous. Through the system, he could roughly judge the situation, but now it's actually happening. Deqian still needs time. More time. It's vital for day 1 there. We've been here too long. Get ready to move. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. These days, they had long been made impatient by the White Robe Army. The entire Qian Yuan city, and even the entire Great Qian people who heard this news, were all shaken beyond measure by this. General Yuan Chengdu has captured Anning Dock. No matter how strong your army is and how many thousands of troops you have, you must avoid the White Robe Army, the surrounding cavalry. Moreover, many of their white armor had already been dyed red by blood. His voice was calm. This kind of record was something they couldn't even think of in the past. Asshole. But just as someone tried to kill the pony, Chen Xingji blocked him with a shot, and the great general looked at the news he had just received in his hand and grimaced. Although they do not occupy the city, they have made everyone in the interior of the Great Yuan in danger. It made him break out in a cold sweat. The isolated White Robe Army doesn't have the capital. The generals were excited. Yes, but even so, it failed to block the White Robe thieves' onslaught. Even if the White Robe Army dared to storm the 50,000 troops escorting the grain and grass, could he do it twice? People, they die. Day 1 had long been ready to invade. The eyes grew more and more shocked. He's angry. They, Deqian, had truly risen. He had even heard rumors in the army. The Daewons weren't trash, and those iron horsemen were even less of a poser. Report. Chen Xingji was sitting on the ground with blood on his armor. A message, every 3 or 5 days, would come from Dali. The sky here, it's beautiful. Chen Xingji did not have the slightest bit of hesitation in his eyes, much less worry about whether or not what was said could be true. With that, the messenger buried his head and waited for Zhou Yuan's decree. With that, he drew a circle around him with the lance in his hand. While Zhou Yuan in the palace, he opened his system. It's time, finally. Chapter 71, Emperor's Might Value 140,000. Drawl. Day 1 is coming on strong. 250,000 men were detained at the pass, while the Jinyuan Pass garrison was only 100,000, and there was only 1 second rank. Su Dingru. This gap, no less. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, and the speed of elevation, without the slightest slowdown, soon reached the middle of the 3rd grade, the top of the 3rd grade, and then he only felt a click. The 2nd grade mark was broken. The heavenly Yuan pill, even if it was taken by a 1st grade, had a chance of breaking through. The appearance of Lu Bu at this moment was just enough to give him a few more points. To deal with Day 1 is not the same as dealing with Dali. Even if there is no character, if there are 100,000 Xuanjia army, the strength of the Dakian army can also be across the surrounding countries. My lord, obey the decree. In other words, when Yuan Chengdu returned to Qian Yuan City, as long as Zhou Yuan bestowed this mirror-breaking dan, Yuan Chengdu would be able to become a national scholar in a matter of days. Even if there are thousands of troops and horses, if there is no supreme strongman, what is the use? It is difficult for a strong nationalist to defeat the country, but he can assassinate the Son of Heaven, His Majesty, plus the threat of Wei. Could it be an illusion? Wei Lu was a bit puzzled, but at the moment he hesitated as never before. After all, this battle would determine the future of Deqian, but for Yuan Chengdu, who had already been on the 1st rank, it was of no use at all. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Northern Troopers 20,000. When 10,000 Emperor Prestige Value. He drew Yu Fei. If this 140,000 Emperor Prestige Value, all used to carry out 10,000 points extraction. He's 18 this year. 18 years old at the 2nd grade. Unheard of. He was a little puzzled. Now, he finally had peerless warriors by his side again. At this time Lu Bu came just in time. Zhou Yuan sat up straight. The order was given that the 3 armies should break through Dali as soon as possible, and those who entered the capital first would be given the first credit. Where did these 30,000 people come from? Also, what kind of army is that northern army? But Zhou Yuan had no intention of explaining, and his words were not yet over. Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke aloud. After all, that messenger from the upper kingdom is coming soon. The Guan Yu that he had extracted for 1,000 points in the beginning possessed the power of a second-ranked upper class, could fight a first-ranked class, and had even more potential to be a scholar of the nation. Weapon, square heavenly painted halberd. Congratulations to the host for obtaining, halberd, 10,000. With Guy Nya guarding him, he didn't need to worry about assassination for the time being, unless it was a true nationalist. After choosing to receive it, a surge of battle chi suddenly appeared, and then his battle chi began to rapidly increase. No loss. The big wheel turns, but after all, the time to come to this world is still short. Need to accumulate. They knew that His Majesty was pondering what to do in the battle with De Yuan. System, 10,000 points extracted 4 times. Seeing this result, Zhou Yuan's heart moved slightly. The first 10,000 point extraction. He drew Yu Fei, had almost recovered the Central Plains with his own strength, and came to this world, but also the body of a national scholar. What about the first 100,000 point extraction? That's $100,000. On the Dali front, the 3 armies have approached the capital of Dali. Send orders immediately. That's the takeaway from the attack on Dali. Rank, 5th grade of the state scholar. 100,000 points of Emperor's might value instantly disappeared into thin air. At this moment, his rank, which had already gone from the middle of the 4th rank, had reached the top of the 4th rank. Finally, the raffle is over. The lift isn't great. The message remains simple. No one dares to disturb. Battle chi injected into the body. This was a reward he hadn't expected. Zhou Yuan ordered as he sat back down on the emperor's seat. So, what about Lu Bu, who was extracted with 100,000 points at this time? He closed his eyes and opened the system. Conferences. Enrollment. System. 100,000 points of Emperor's might. Give me a draw. However, after this one order, Zhou Yuan did not stop his actions there. More than that, I think it's still possible to extract 2 more nationals. Since this was the case, the last worry in his heart completely disappeared. More than his own strength, it was important to let the strength of the generals who needed to go to fight improve. He had never imagined that he could actually possess so many Emperor's might values. Grade, 4th grade up. Techniques, Qian Yuan Fist Dao. Evergreen Sword Technique. Dragon Image Prajna Technique 10th level. Divine Sword Decree. Imperial Prestige Value, 143654. Characters belonging to, Sledgehammer. Yuan Qingdu. Ning Mei. Xian Yuan Jingcheng. Guan Yu. Qin Xiong. Jia Yan, etc. Armies, 8,000 Xuanjia Army. 4,000 Halberdiers. 4,000 Tiger Leopard Cavalry. 4,000 White Robe Army. 25 Shadow Secret Guards *. But this is something that will soon be a thing of the past. Almost just in a flash, it broke through under the 3rd rank. The Great Yuan has many soldiers and generals, and Qianyuan City cannot always be empty. In addition to this battle chi injection, there was also a mirror-breaking pill. He glanced at the introduction of the elixir and nearly froze. It can't be a One Piece. For the defense of the Tongtian River, he sent Yu Fei out, but he wasn't too worried. He had a smile on his face before he lazily half-reclined on the imperial throne. Now this Lu Bu should be the Lu Bu with redeemed potential. How was His Majesty's aura so terrifying in that instant? The northern household soldiers, on the other hand, are a strong infantry force. What he lacks is time, although he has the undoubted potential to be a national player. Zhou Yuan's words caused the courtiers to freeze for a moment. However, when he saw Lu Bu's rank, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but breathe a few points more roughly. Moreover, the burst rate of the characters was not as high as he expected. The others didn't have Wei Liao's keen senses, but they were also alarmed in their hearts at that instant. Sure enough, the items extracted by 10,000 points are of great value. And lastly, the 30,000 elites. But it's hard to argue that there is a certain amount of coincidence in the draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining, War General, Lu Bu. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's mood was unprecedented. Over 140,000 Emperor's mighty values. They felt that the Son of Heaven on the imperial throne was suddenly majestic. Name, Lu Bu. Title, Roar of the Tiger. Mighty Flying General. So, he needs a new bottom line. Host, Zhou Yuan. Identity, Emperor of Dacian. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mirror-breaking pill. Absolutely no loss. In its place, a large, fast-spinning carousel. But in an instant the feeling was gone. 10,000 halberdiers and 20,000 northern household soldiers. Proceed to Jingyuan Pass at once. With this remaining 100,000 000 points of emperors might value. He could use it to gamble once, to see if it was like what he thought. The first time he extracted it, it would surely be a blitzkrieg. The mirror-breaking pill, however, would allow him to cross over this process. Order. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Battle Spirit Injection *1. Below, all the courtiers looked at His Majesty, who had violently opened his eyes. But there is one thing. For the first 1,000-point extraction, he drew Yuan Qingdu, the absolute first class, invincible under the state scholar. Zhou Yuan made up his mind, and then Situ Xianran will be the marshal, defending Dali, while sweeping away the forces of the Dali realm, and coupled with his other means, even if it was a first grade, he was not afraid. As Zhou Yuan was rapidly improving, Wei Liao, who stood guarding him, glanced at him in surprise. Of course, it had something to do with the fact that he wasn't rich enough. The courtiers spoke in unison. Yuan Qingdu, Guan Yu, and Qin Xiong immediately lead our cavalry to Jinyuan Pass. Even with his years of accumulation, which had now exploded out in one fell swoop, he was now only in the middle of the second grade. Collecting his breath, Zhou Yuan's mouth unconsciously hung a smile. The moment he saw the word Lubu, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes. $140,000. The battle strength of the halberdiers. He is naturally clear. And sure enough, 10,000 points of extraction can draw over 10,000 halberdiers. With such an elite 30,000 men, it was enough to hold back the Deyuan military front. Even though the Son of Heaven looked a bit lazy at the moment, the Emperor's might was all over the place. Current position information, in the field, waiting to be called outside the palace. Summon Lubu into the hall. Maybe there is no 3 rounds. Never thought. This achievement actually cannot even mix 3 rounds. Careless. Tomorrow to see the situation. If there is no 3 rounds, probably next Monday and Tuesday on the shelves. I hope that you will be more support then. After the shelves must try to update. Chapter 72, Courageous but not resourceful. Not useful? With the previous experience, the ministers were not too surprised this time. They find themselves getting more and more blasé. More and more powerful people are appearing around His Majesty, but they know nothing about the origin of these powerful people. At first, they had some concerns, but as time passed, they realized that these strongmen were loyal to His Majesty. For subjects loyal to Deqian, this is naturally a good thing. Did he think that the Lord of the Great Yuan Kingdom would send his head to the door on his own? He wanted to prove himself, to prove that he was worthy of this name of peerlessness. But since His Majesty had other important matters, he could only suppress that thought for now. And the ones that aren't smart, obviously can't investigate anything wrong, Zhou Yuan had said. But before he could speak, there will always be a time to see him laugh later. Yuan Qingdu, who was leading the tiger leopard cavalry in front, was like nobody's business along the way. As a result, reality left him feeling a little numb. What's the difference between this and the previous Yuan Gong requesting the world's #1 title for Yuan Wei? It's a shame, but the crowd was so old-fashioned that they didn't even show it. Along the way, no matter how many enemy troops there were, he was at the forefront, leading the tiger leopard riders to charge recklessly. I have summoned you here for a more important matter. That was a position that only a first-ranking member of the dynasty could occupy. And the one who stood there in the beginning was the great general Yuan Gong. And the one who stood there after Yuan Gong was captured was the Wei Lieutenant Situ Xianran. Chang Hongyuan stood out and first saluted Zhou Yuan before looking at Lubu, ready to have a couple of lines with him. Within 2 months, I will break through the capital of Dayuan and bring the head of Dayuan's master to meet your majesty. Get up. There are quite a few people who think like Chang Hongyuan. After receiving Zhou Yuan's permission, Lubu stood up. Situ Xianran had a bitter smile on his face. Just by looking at it, you can tell that the Ingwu is extraordinary. He thought to himself, he had the ability. In the meantime, Dali territory. Stand. Even if His Majesty acquiesces, the position you end up in depends on ability. Although the war generals that Zhou Yuan had summoned all had absolute loyalty, I have already made arrangements for the war in Dayuan. Lu Wenhan didn't hesitate to step forward. For this reason he was even willing to serve as a deputy general to Yuan Qingdu. But, even that Yu Pengju had never been as arrogant as the Lubu in front of him. Rush. Accept rush, or rush. Your Majesty. Right in the midst of the curious eyes of the ministers, Lubu was dressed in black armor, with a square sky-painted halberd in his hand, and a murderous aura between every move. And Lubu is definitely not an atmospheric person. I'm afraid I'm close to the realm of a national scholar. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of His Majesty's phrase pillar of the town. Seeing this, the crowd could only shut their mouths unwillingly. Hubris. Your Majesty. Minister, please go to war against Day 1. Seeing Lubu at His Highness, a smile appeared on Zhou Yuan's face. It was true that he wasn't much of a smart guy, but he could guess what was going on in the crowd's mind. Less than 100 miles ahead is the capital of Dali. Lu Bu looked around with his tiger eyes. He tried to speak with some reluctance, but finally closed his mouth. How dare he? Even that one Yufei Yupingju, who had traveled to the Tongtian River, was a bit of a shock to him. My lord, receive the decree. I, Lu Bu, pay my respects to your majesty. Lu Bu's mellow voice rang out. His majesty has numerous cards, and each of the military generals who were summoned here has the battle power of the upper third grade. These people will always know how strong they are. As soon as Lu Bu's words left his mouth, those two words flashed in everyone's brain. A mere war credit. A certain family can get it with their hands. Well, let's leave this matter at that. And as for what Feng Xian said about inviting to war, let's leave it at that. Even if one were to travel alone on a fast horse, the journey would take at least half a month or more. And Lu Bu, ignoring all the strange looks, many of the military generals had their eyes as wide as brass bells. His Majesty, however, remained expressionless, as if he had acquiesced in this. Originally, Situ Xianran thought that in this war of extermination, he, the second rank, would definitely be able to play a not-so-small role and make a great achievement. He believed that this Lu Bu in front of him was capable. Lu Bu opened his mouth with a cold snort. Your Majesty knows something about Lu Bu's strength. As for the infantry he led, all they could do was to send people to defend the city after Yuan Qingdu attacked it. Unless the person is a Jedi first class and can be sealed due to martial arts. Lu Bu grunted softly. On this day, he finally saw Yuan Qingdu as well as the tiger and leopard riders whose clothes and armor were stained with blood. Chen Yuan City was extremely far away from the capital of the Great Yuan Kingdom. Bring me the head of the master of the Great Yuan State within 2 months. But their character never changed either. Behind him, Situ Xianran led an army of 50,000 troops following closely behind. Day one isn't made of clay. The most important thing for him was that he should never jeopardize the world of Deqian. It would have been even slower to bring a cavalry. As expected, it was exactly like the legend. Lu Bu had a handsome image and a stout body, and sealing without merit is obviously not good. It would only serve to displease His Majesty for nothing. Apparently, it was authorized by His Majesty. The moment Lu Wenhan exited, Lu Bu fiercely looked toward him. Regardless of what His Majesty intends to have Lu Bu do, he, Chang Hongyuan, as a vassal of the Great Qing Dynasty, must disabuse Lu Bu of this arrogant idea. This man has courage but no skill, and cannot be used. But this man, the military generals looked toward His Majesty. Many people looked at His Majesty in horror, but saw that His Majesty's face was unchanged. Yuan Qingdu glanced at him before speaking. No, this person even brought up a battlefield-killing weapon like the Feng Tianhua halberd. Surely not a weakling. Many of the courtiers who met his eyes were somewhat appalled in their hearts. Hearing this seal, all the ministers were shocked. However, His Majesty refused his request, and the situation was already very obvious that the so-called 2 months to take down the Great Yuan Kingdom was nothing more than Lu Bu's arrogant words. With that, he looked at Zhou Yuan and said, he wasn't terribly concerned. Though, Yuan Qingdu led the Tiger Leopard cavalry to attack the city in one battle, and was already not far from the capital of Dali. Afterward, Lu Bu stood at the forefront of the crowd of military officials with his square sky-painted halberd in hand. Your Majesty, the system was a little rough around the edges, but the aftermath was extremely well done. But they had a few teasing glances in their eyes. That's why Lu Wenhan's words irritated him. Not to mention the name of unrivaled, even if it's the number one in the world. So what? He thought he could afford it. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Only after Yuan Qingdu returned to the court, he stood before Situ Xianran by virtue of the power of the first grade and the title of General Tianbao. General Yuan, at last I've caught up with you. Yes, it's all about ability to stand where you can. General Lu doesn't have an inch of merit. I'm afraid it's not right to be so titled. A man with such arrogance is not good enough at first sight. The smart ones have given up on the investigation. Hundreds of thousands of iron cavalry, once pressed the Great Qian cannot breathe, can only cower in Jingyuan City. Although Wushuang wasn't the number one in the world, he was still arrogant enough, and the bravery in him gave him absolute swagger. As for probing into how exactly His Majesty had cultivated these strong men, there was no point at all. Fearing that the war generals he had managed to raise with great difficulty would give up their lives for nothing, Chang Hongyuan secretly shook his head in his heart. This person's strength was indeed not weak. Zhou Yuan didn't introduce too much and just said, seal, the title of Lu Bu Wushuang. He doesn't care if Lu Bu is a close friend secretly cultivated by His Majesty. Thank you for the 100 coin reward from book lover 1511221354129226. Chapter 73, Countdown to Rampage. A distance of less than 100 miles. With the speed of the cavalry, they could arrive in a day. After all, the tiger leopard cavalry was not heavily armored, and it was still very fast. Situ Xianran was a bit emotional. Never in his life did he think that he would actually be standing here one day. In that case, then we will also walk for a while longer, and before sunset tomorrow, we must arrive under the capital of the Dali kingdom. He smiled. Rushing late at night is a major military taboo. The capital of a country with high walls and countless elite soldiers and generals. With that, the Dali kingdom lord spoke. However, Yuan Qingdu retrieved the map with one hand. He was underpowered, with a mere 4th rank, so he was never taken seriously in the dynasty, and he hadn't finished his sentence. He thought that he had attacked the city fast enough, but now it seemed that he was actually the slowest one. Hearing his words, the Dali kingdom lord cried out, "And our army is on the defensive, with 100,000 troops on standby in the city, over 300,000 subjects holding out, and even more food and supplies." Looking at the sky, Situ Xianran opened his mouth. "Now, it's getting late. Why don't we hurry early tomorrow morning, and before dark we can be under the capital of Dali. Rest for a day, and how about attacking the city the day after tomorrow? What fear? I will be the vanguard to defend the city for my Dali, and when I die, you will go up again. In this way, let the Deqian army be isolated. Now that the Great Qian's army is about to descend on the city, have you not come up with any strategy to retreat from the enemy?" He wanted ploys, not this kind of army-shaking speech. Pride with strength only inspires awe. Hearing this, the deputy general on the side had a shocked look on his face. When he finished, he added in his mind, "There are 3 great generals, Yuan Qingdu Guan Yu as well as Qin Xiong, tiger leopard riders. Gather, a certain family. We have to rush to the capital of the Dali kingdom overnight." But the courtiers did not disperse. "What about the others? I have a lot of talent in Dali. Can't any of them come up with a plan to retreat from the enemy? If we rush now, even with cavalry, I'm afraid it will be late at night by the time we reach the capital of Dali. Get off the court." Hearing his words, the Dali kingdom lord's face was ugly. No wonder Yuan Qingdu was in such a hurry. To be sure, you can send people out of the city and move all the people outside the city into the city, destroying all the houses, provisions, and even anything that can be utilized. The halberdiers clear the battlefield. The Xuanjia soldiers rest and recuperate in place, and in half an hour, 3,000 Xuanjia will set out with this general. Nay, this man was a veteran of 3 dynasties, and now that a great war was imminent, he could not be moved. Off to the side, the adjutant general thought for a moment and spoke. Zhang Yan held his head high. "My lord, I'll go gather the Xian army, along with Yuan Chengdu's roar." All the tiger leopard cavalry soldiers, one after another, integrated their equipment and mounted their horses. "Today, I am dying to appoint Zhang Yan as the general, and the entire city's troops will be under Zhang Yan's command." The only one who was left was himself, who was still only on the 2nd rank. Turns out it's from a competitor. In addition, General Qin Xiongqin has taken Fancheng. Who says cavalry can't attack a city? Are you afraid? The king dishonors the subject, and now is the time for us to serve and die. He didn't hesitate to roll onto his horse. Hearing this, Guan Yu frowned slightly. After saying advantage, he added with confidence, "The 3 armies, Yuan Qingdu is the smallest force, but Yuan Qingdu himself can be absolutely one of a kind. Guan Yu has infantry under his command, which has the slowest marching speed, but Guan Yu has also broken into the 1st rank, attacking cities and territories with extraordinary strength." Eventually a droopy old minister stepped forward and spoke. He saluted respectfully, then stood up and spoke. Scared? Even though he was only a 4th rank, Guan Yu's face had turned ugly. With that he turned back to the courtiers. "And if you want to break the capital of Dali, you can't rely on strategy alone." Hearing this, the vice admiral saluted with a fierce right hand to his chest. "But now it's time to show his talent. But the general is here, and he has no regrets about dying. This battle, difficult." On the other side, after Qin Xiong captured Fancheng, the scouts passed over the news. Arriving last, how could he accept such a result? "Even if we can't catch the siege, we can still mix up a share of the credit by going over earlier. With an army of 100,000 in place, a pint, a snap of the fingers can extinguish it. A strong army of Dakian?" After a long time of the great battle, the original tension in his mind and soul had disappeared. It was as if the capital of Dali, 100 miles away, was already within reach. After saying that, Yuan Qingdu clipped his horse's belly, wiping the blood from the green dragon crescent moon blade in his hand. Guan Yu opened his mouth. It was only when he heard this that Situ Xianran reacted. "Your Majesty, the difference between my Dali and that Deqian's army is the war generals. Breaking the capital of Dali is close at hand." He turned back and spoke loudly. We'll work hard tonight. We'll travel through the night and make sure to reach the capital of Dali before dawn. Good. Domestic more kings in the side. And so the diligent army arrived. Inside and outside. That Qian thief will die. As for taking the first credit? With 3 people around, he'd long since lost that idea. Many Dali courtiers were shocked in their hearts. The yellow-flowered horse left at once. According to the battle report, the Dacian army would reach the city in 3 days at most. However, he was not careless, and immediately called his minders, saying, "Send 40,000 men out of the city overnight. Go to each of the 4 directions, a 20-mile radius, and hold the fort. I, for one, will not be dishonored." There was a faint arrogance on his face. This dry scene, looking at Situ Xianran, stunned beyond measure. His arrangement is very reasonable, although he had not only cavalry under his command, but infantry as well. That was no reason in his eyes. High enough. Where did the other 2 get to? Behind him, the tiger and leopard riders rolled up in smoke and dust. With the secretary here, I have no worries. Fan City? Doesn't that mean that it's less than 50 miles from the capital of Dali? Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Normally, this kind of expression would make people very dissatisfied, but the Xuanjia army under his command as well as the halberdiers had nothing but adoration on their faces. With confidence on his face, he continued, "But I, the capital of Dali, have a city 10 fathoms high and 3 fathoms wide, so that it can run parallel to carriages and horses." General Guan Yu Guan, as well as General Qin Xiongqin, also seemed to be nearing the capital of Dali. To the north, Guan Yu stood at the head of a city, the green dragon crescent moon blade in his hand still dripping blood. "Your Majesty, now the Dacian soldiers and horses are raging. Just a month time, even broke a dozen cities, but also the 3 rode together. Dali many passes, actually cannot block a moment, like no man's land in general." The entire hall was silent. It's actually quite normal for such a strong person to lead an army and raid an idle city like nobody's business. What's the rush here? The lord of the Dali kingdom opened his mouth. The only thing he could rely on was strategy. De Chen didn't know when he had cultivated a first-rate powerhouse, and even Yu Wenwei had been decapitated. Guan Yu gave him a look. Since ancient times, it's not easy to attack a city, and with 100,000 troops at our disposal, we already have the advantage. And at this moment, within the capital of the Dali kingdom, the lord of the Dali kingdom was filled with sorrow. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. After hearing that the other 2 armies were not far from the capital of Dali, he pondered a little and said likewise, "General Situ, as before, you lead the army on a slow march, and we, the Dali capital, will gather under the city." Suddenly one man stepped forward. "In this battle, the only way to gain the upper hand is to arrive first. I didn't realize that this person actually had this kind of talent. In that case, the other party really didn't have any chance. General, the scouts have just sent word that General Yuan has already led his men to arrive less than 100 miles from the capital of Dali. It was impossible for even a first-rate expert to climb the wall." Tough enough. It's already afternoon though. What about the halberdiers? With only 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers, how can we attack the city? These 3 days are the countdown to their rampage. Chapter 74. Where the Dali army is concerned, there is no amnesty for killing. It was nightfall. A long line of torches, bright in the night. It's a cavalry. Everyone pressed their horses, not daring to run too fast. Turning to the city, he tilted his head and downed his wine. To the side, the adjutant answered immediately. "Marching at night is incredibly dangerous." "Not bad, exactly. Not everyone is willing to leave. And even more so, not everyone can leave." He did not believe that this Dali could have any adequate compensatory measures after the war. General, there are really people. And, not my Dali cavalry. There is only one possibility that this would happen at such a distance, and that is that someone is burning the village, but the ploy is rarely used. It's wartime now, and population is a resource. He did not expect the Dacian army to come so quickly, so the city gates, normally opened, 500 tiger leopard riders began to charge. He's sobered up. After a slight thought, Yuan Qingdu's eyes flashed with a cold light. The 4,000 tiger leopard riders quickly dispersed. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Yuan Qingdu's eyes carried a morose chill. What you see when you look in is shocking. Fortunately, this night was the middle of the moon, and the moon in the sky was dazzling, and with this torch, it was not too much of an impact. Even if there were only 500, a district of 2,000 men, they did not give it a second thought. It's getting light. Just as those Dali troops were consolidating, Yuan Qingdu walked in towards the village with 500 tiger leopard riders. This was his anger-laden strike, and the power could be imagined. Extinguish the torches and silence the whole army. Less than an incense stick. The people are silent. The horses' hooves are fast. Let's just say this matter. There were not only roaring fires in it, but also a number of civilian corpses. It was impossible for mountain bandits to exist here. And the only ones who could do all this were the Dali Kingdom army. And the 50,000 men he sent out should be back by this night. Boom! With an explosion, the man was reduced to mush and the horse's head shattered. Many of the Dali army gathered around the flames that filled the village and laughed, accompanied by his bellowing. A command was given and the horn sounded. Barfed a bit, and then this. After this battle, this general will be the great general of this world. But let's not talk about the fact that this place is immediately the land of Diqian. What's the pity? If we can exterminate the great Qian dogs and thieves, even if we destroy the mountain villages and wild cottages in this 100-mile radius, what's wrong with that? Tonight is the night to kill. They were not the only ones who hit the Dali army. The two armies of Guan Yu and Qin Xiong also hit the Dali army's hard walls just the same. The villagers here have been driven inside the capital of the Dali kingdom. He would not tolerate it. Surround the entire village and kill any Dali soldiers without pardon. These Dali army guessed wrong. The tiger leopard rider is not only 500, but full 4,000. Under the night, thousands of cavalrymen gradually began to speed up their horses. What do you say? When that Dakian army arrives at the city, only to find that there is no longer any living thing within a 30-mile radius, what will they think? His speed was not fast, and the 500 tiger leopard riders behind him followed in silence. There's a fire up ahead? Couldn't be bothered to think about how these people got here so fast. The man at the head, wearing a double phoenix gold helmet, locket gold armor, and phoenix wing gilded quill in his palm, looked extremely powerful. His face was cold, full of killing intent and anger. There can't be anyone. Suddenly, a twinkle appeared in his eyes. Battle spirit? Well, it's pretty much burned here. Leave a few people to watch and get ready to go to the next village. Dali civilians, not Dakian civilians, are by definition irrelevant to him. The sound of killing disappeared. 2,000 Dali army, all destroyed. Only stupid people need to rely on these things. But just as they were assembling, no one noticed that someone had already touched the vicinity of this village. There was little sentimentality on the faces of several people, at best. Now, and rightly so, I'm sure it must be desperate. With no one, no food, and these walls, their moat. Now, whether they are unwilling to go or unable to go, they are all turned into corpses at this moment. With such a small number of people, how dare you come to attack? Holding the wall is not a brilliant ploy. On the contrary, but anyone who has read the Book of War knows this ploy. Even though the imperial court may grant pensions after the war, they are only pensions. Yuan Qingdu asked. He bellowed. It's a pain in the ass to burn, but it's a shame about the village. This will inevitably lead to a large number of civilians being displaced and homeless. After all, they weren't from this village. But the real downer for him was that distant fire. So much so that he even felt a little tipsy. The two likewise did not hesitate and immediately commanded their army to surround them. It was a fire that burned all night long. At this moment, he saw clearly that a cavalry underneath the city was rushing towards the city gate. War fights with wisdom, the wise, to dominate the nation. When these Dali soldiers tried to escape, they were surprised to find that all the exits of the village had Dakian cavalry starting to charge. His voice was not loud, but under the absolute first-grade battle aura, it spread throughout the entire army. The scattered armies began to assemble. There are 2,000 of them in the Dali army here, and that was just one of their offshoots. The other 8,000 men, too, were scattered not far away. The reason is simple. This plan is a desperate plan, and it is not only the enemy who is desperate, but also the people. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth, not really caring. According to the intelligence from 5 days ago, it would take at least 3 more days for the Dakian army to arrive. One of the Minders hemmed and hawed and opened his mouth, but what responded to him was Yuan Qingdu's raised golden boar. A general stepped out. Next, and the fires brightened the village. Close the gates. Close the gates now. However, after noticing that there were only 500 people, many of the Dali army laughed out loud. Yuan Qingdu leaped and violently slammed over towards the person who spoke. The policy of holding on to the wall. Less than 30 miles. Jiang Yan stood up in a glowing manner, a wine pot in one hand and a wineglass in the other. Yuan Qingdu was bathed in blood and said in a cold voice. But suddenly, a shaky voice sounded from behind. And the bright night was making them a few moments faster. It's a drink that doesn't make you drunk, when it is really a bit drunk. This general, how can I see a cavalry coming from outside the city? A cold gaze, always looking ahead. And within the capital of the Dali kingdom, Jiang Yan sat alone at the head of the city. A small table was placed at the head of the city. on top of which was a stack of a few small dishes and a pot of fine wine. Soon they appeared in front of the Dali army. Upon seeing them, these Dali troops instantly panicked. Less than 30 miles away, Yuan Qingdu mused. At the forefront, Yuan Qingdu was holding the reins in one hand and the golden boring in the other, his face expressionless. Kill. Soon the long dragons disappeared, and the neighing of the horses was likewise gone. When the war is over, then it's just a matter of getting these people out of the city. How far are we from the capital of Dali? Hearing this, Jiang Yan had a jolt. Jiang Yan asked the person beside him as he sipped his wine. The eyes and tone of voice carried an indescribable mockery. All he wanted now was to, well, keep the damn gates tightly shut. Chapter 75 3 Boring breaks the city. The Dali army's response was extremely fast. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's order, someone quickly conveyed the order and the gate began to slowly close. Unfortunately, the gates were too thick and heavy, and it wasn't that easy to close them. The cavalry on the other side, on the other hand, was getting faster and faster, and it looked like it was about to rush into the city gates. Suddenly, though, he froze. Yuan Qingdu fiercely opened his eyes in anger. At the head of the city, Jiang Yan, who was listening to the commotion, had an odd expression on his face. And De Qian actually did have this kind of idiot. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Boom. An ear-splitting roar spread throughout the battlefield. The army was advancing steadily towards the gates, and the pace of the cavalry attack had slowed. Looking for death? He shouldn't think that he can really break open this city gate with his own strength. Outside the city, he still has 40,000 men. He couldn't even begin to imagine what was happening behind the door. Jiang Yan pushed him violently. The Minders hesitated. In just an instant, the big man's eyes went black and he flew out backwards, smashing hard against the city wall. These Great Qing cavalrymen came under the city gates so quickly. There was a smattering of disdain on his face, followed by, surround and kill. Stop the thieves from getting to the walls. But he didn't notice that Yuan Qingdu's eyes, at this moment, had already locked onto him with a death grip. Even a third Great War general was no exception. Although this cavalry is extremely elite, the leader is even more powerful in battle. But along with this boom came a simultaneous clicking sound. The third boom had sounded. He didn't believe that 20,000 elites couldn't stop a Jedi first grade. Hearing the news that the city gates had been closed, Jiang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cavalry attacking a city is just a target. The gates, broken? Disbelief filled his face. Inside the city, he has 60,000 elites. The thick gates of the city, under his huge force, closed at a suddenly faster speed. The gates are closed. Attacking a city with cavalry is naturally extremely difficult. But if you kill the main general, the matter will be easier. Off. Glanced at the tiger leopard riders behind him. A shower of arrows came from the city. But he regained his composure after a brief moment of panic. With the help of this terrifying impact, Yuan Qingdu instantly leapt forward several meters and appeared in front of the big man from earlier. A large number of the elite guarding the city passed by him and killed towards the mangaka. In front of that ridiculous mangina was a wall of men enough to make anyone despair. But soon he reacted. Still, for some reason, a touch of unease appeared in his heart. The gates, cracked? Otherwise, we must take this opportunity to cover up and kill out. And we can definitely make that De Qian army lose a lot. At least on the battlefield of this Dali kingdom. His power, indeed, could dominate everything. Jiang Yan, who was at the top of the city, couldn't see what was happening in the gates, but he could see the chaos below the gates. This battle, release the arrows and shoot the Great Qing thieves. Then the muscles in both arms instantly rippled, and his face was full of veins. Numerous tiger leopard riders had already dismounted and transformed into infantry soldiers in a bloody battle. With that, he looked around and sneered. This leader must be a fool with only a handful of strength. Go and prepare the kerosene. Since these cavalrymen don't intend to flee, they don't have to leave. Give me kerosene to put them all. The words were not yet spoken. Drive out the Great Qing army. At that time, he opened the city gate. The whole army to cover up, under the internal and external attack, will certainly make the Great Qing cavalry all buried here. This door is incredibly thick and heavy. Even if it is a third Great War general, it is not easy to close the door. If it is an ordinary person, it is even more necessary for a dozen or so people to exert force at the same time in order to do so. He roared. It was less than 3 feet from the gates. Go to the other 3 gates at once, and bring me 15,000 men each. And Jiang Yan stared dead at the city gates. A large number of cavalry had rushed in, but before he could raise his battle axe, the golden boar had already slammed hard into his chest. A roar. The war had only just begun, and he still had a lot of chips in his hand. Sure enough, he's a reckless man, just looking for death. It's just a shame that all the cavalry he had in his hands was sent out. Those cavalrymen under the city did not turn their horses and flee as he thought. After killing this person, Yuan Qingdu, as if he didn't realize it, once again charged towards the others. Just then, a burly man stepped to the side of the gates, and on the other side, there were also strong people appearing. Seeing that the gates of this city were right in front of him, not only did he not slow down, but he once again hurriedly urged his sitting yellow flower horse. Hearing this, the heartthrob turned around and left. Scheme? A flash of ruthlessness then appeared on his face. Yuan Chengdu roared and said, "Enter the city." Instead, under the leadership of that great general, he charged straight toward the city gates. Apparently there was no encounter with his army of 10,000 men. If 20,000 wasn't enough, he had 50,000. In his thought, those cavalrymen under the city, seeing that things could not be done, would surely retreat immediately. A smudge of cracks appeared on the incredibly thick city gates. Jiang Yan snorted. With his right foot, he couldn't help but take a step back. The big man grabbed his battle axe and tried to attack. The big man yelled. Even if there was a first-rate product, it would never be able to break through him. When he thought of this, his eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed the heart next to him. As Jiang Yan snorted, Yuan Qingdu's gaze was cold. Door, down. But he still won. There are still 10,000 of his troops outside the city. Stupid martial artist. The Great Qing Peerless First Grade is here. Elsewhere, how can it still be strong enough to attack? 5,000 people are enough. After one strike, Yuan Qingdu did not hesitate to grab the golden boring again and slam it. Boom! Another blast. At this moment, he had no reservations and exploded all of his absolute first-grade battle chi. Bang! The gates are closed, and he, with a golden boar in his hand, killed toward the city. He looked at the cavalry that had almost reached the city. More than that, I could see the cavalry rolling into the gates. This third-grade war general, who was born with divine power, was instantly killed. But it doesn't hurt now. Behind the door, the big man who had just closed the gates had a dumbfounded look on his face. Trying to destroy a gate like that by myself. But what about the 3 gates? If we transfer 15,000 men, there will only be 5,000 left. Yuan Qingdu casually waved his golden boring and blocked all the arrows. By the time these cavalrymen were tired, it was almost time for the 10,000 men he had sent out to return. And the enemy is but a few thousand cavalry. The muscles in his right hand, which was grasping the gold boring, instantly tightened. Boo! The terrifyingly heavy blows, even with the thick iron armor on his body, didn't make him feel any better. If you touch it, you die. If you graze it, you get hurt. Even just thinking about it made his heart proud. Jiang Yan roared angrily, and abandoned infantry with no backup. He had promised in front of His Majesty that he would use the golden boring to clear the enemy invaders for Dakian. And now, it is time. Jiang Yan's heart jumped slightly as he looked at Yuan Qingdu, who was alone and rushing towards him. He shall take the first credit. At the same time, the soles of his feet stomped and dirt splattered. The man at the head was incomparably strong, and no matter who it was, they were all as if they were made of paper in front of him. And then he leapt, crossing 3 feet in one step, grabbing the golden boar with both hands, aiming straight for the city gate. Drink! It's impossible even if it's a first class. This ing Mangina. Chapter 76, What You See When You Enter Your Eyes. The sharpshooters all lower their eyebrows. Jiang Yan felt that he shouldn't be afraid, so he hurriedly retraced his steps again. In the midst of this chaotic battle, no one could even notice his difference. However, he was still a bit weak, and then he held his head high and stared at the man who rushed at him with a deadly stare. He even yelled out. Even though he was dead, he never took a step back. And then look at today's Dali sharpshooter. The one in charge is actually such a coward. The moment the words rang out, the golden boar had already been stuck in Jiang Yan's chest. Even the pace of the charge couldn't help but slow down a bit. This person was bound to be an absolute first-rate powerhouse. Looking at Jiang Yan, who was gradually hidden into the crowd, Yuan Qingdu spat out 2 words. Such a dance is one of life's great beauties. Thief, where do you plan to flee to? And what he had brought with him, all of them were heavily armored cavalry. So I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to attack the city. Like Yuan Chengdu, they also saw the Dali army that was standing firm. Hundreds of people walked out from the Xuanjia army. Jiang Yan looked at the gold boring in his chest, his eyes filled with bewilderment, and then anger. Jiang Yan yelled. The push nearly pushed the warrior over. With such a coward at the helm of the army, how can Dali not be destroyed? Behind them, the Xuanjia army came towards the city gate, and even though the Dali army tried desperately to recapture it, no one could break it under Qin Shun's Vajra mace. However, when he stood at the top of the city and replaced the city with the Great Qing flag, he was a bit confused. Wouldn't it be a fleeting place for such a fierce man? In front of us is the city wall. The Dali city wall is extremely high, and I'm afraid that the guards are even more numerous. There were even some people who directly hid a short distance away, with no intention of surrounding that murderous man. His brain was confused and his pupils shrunk slightly. He's going to scam the city. He gulped. In anger, Yuan Chengdu's attack became more and more ferocious. This person had an aura that he had never felt before. He roared. But that's not the end of it. He wasn't going to wait around. No, he's known it for a long time. Even though there are tens of thousands of troops inside, as long as the city gates are swindled open, and he can hold the moment that allows the Xuanjia army to rush in. This Dali capital, he is bound to be the first to break through. He brought these hundreds of people forward, and the Dali defenders didn't even notice the abnormality, and the city gates quickly opened. Unfortunately for their main general, he didn't even have the courage to stay in a safe foothold. And this scene was in stark contrast to the Dali sharpshooters who continued to charge fearlessly even though they knew they were bound to die. Run! Run a little faster! I must not die! Just as Jian Yan was frantically fleeing, a voice like that of the god of death suddenly rang out. Such cowards are not worthy to live on this battlefield. Hearing this voice, Jian Yan turned around and glanced back. At some point, the murderous man had appeared less than 5 meters away from him. The original Dali general was the one who fought him in person. Where are the people? Is the Dali capital garrison just a few thousand men? He was not aware that the original city gate was supposed to be guarded by 20,000 men, but at this moment, there were 15,000 men, still rushing through the city. Behind them, one Dali sharpshooter after another threw down their weapons. It was also at this time, within half a year, even if the Dakian gods and goddesses come down from heaven, there is absolutely no possibility of breaking the gates of the capital of Dali. The fear of death haunted him, while those Dali sharpshooters around him, many of them looked at him with cold eyes. His footsteps, however, involuntarily retreated towards the back. That's what would be amazing. And at this time, the lord of the Dali kingdom was sitting in the hall, a group of palace eagles dancing. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. For a while, the city wall was empty, but Yuan Chengdu was the only one, holding a golden boring and standing proudly. As far as the eye could see, the sharpshooters lowered their brows. On the other hand, while Yuan Chengdu was fighting, Qin Xiong also rushed to the city with his men. Although he wasn't strong, he wasn't something that an unqualified warrior could block. The moment the gold boring was pulled out, Jian Yan fell to the ground. Qin Xiong smashed over the guards with a mace and captured the city gate. The surrounding warriors, one by one, looked at their lord general in disbelief. Guan Yu, on the other side, also captured the city at almost the same time. The 4 gates of the capital of Dali, Dakian, have got 3 of them. A single man rushing into battle is the work of a reckless man. Do you think that the 4 guards of my Dali capital's sharpest soldiers are something you can charge through alone? These hundreds of people, wearing not the Xuanjia army's Xuanjia armor, but Dali riding armor. After doing all this, Yuan Chengdu's golden boring was raised high, pointing directly at Jian Yan. So he must live, not for his own sake, but for the sake of all of Dali. Get out of the way. Get out of the way for this general. The one who breaks the gates is the first to do so. All the palace egrets, one by one, clothes half exposed, along with the dance, but also from time to time to reveal a touch of snow white. Look at the heart of the Dali Guishirichi. 5 meters. The moment Yuan Chengdu's words came out, Jian Yan's face suddenly changed drastically. You're losers, why don't you get on? For a time, above the battlefield that should have been densely packed, there was actually no one near him. Yuan Chengdu glanced around. Although hundreds of Dali sharpshooters surrounded him to death, no one dared to move, and everyone's eyes were filled with awe. If he hadn't moved his feet so much, I'm afraid this statement would have sounded quite intimidating, but what responded to him was even more indifference. But this lord of the Dali kingdom, he's still in the palace. Not everyone has the courage to charge fearlessly, knowing they will die. These damn soldiers and generals, on the battlefield, actually dare not use their lives. However, he no longer had any chance. The head of the city is a river of blood after the killing, and the green dragon supine moon blade is fierce. With a loud shout, Yuan Chengdu's golden boring swept across the room, and a dozen people around him were instantly swept away. But these sharpshooters who surrounded him did that. His eyes were solemn. Damn, this person is definitely not a first class. Charge, all of you. Even though Jian Yan was retreating, he realized that the distance between the two of them hadn't widened at all. On the contrary, they were getting closer. The general in charge of the army may not have to be the first to die. As long as he is still alive, Dali City will not be lost, and the Dali kingdom will not be in danger. One man breaks into battle and takes the head of an enemy general from 10,000 troops. But now, A contemptuous sneer appeared on Yuan Qingdu's face. Coward. Originally, he was a bit worried about the battle, but after hearing Jiang Yan's plan, he was relieved. Your lord is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. As the words fell, the hundreds of Dali sharpshooters surrounding Yuan Qingdu glanced at each other, put down the weapons in their hands, knelt on the ground, and buried their heads deeply. Soldiers are the bones of generals. Generals are the soul of soldiers. With such a commanding general, how could these warriors be fearless anymore? He roared, pushing a warrior out of his way. But he was not without a response. But even if it's a first grade, can it be this powerful? Under the golden boring sweep, the last few Dali sharpshooters that surrounded him were also swept away. Even on the great generals on the second rank in the country, there had never been this kind of aura. The first grade battle Qi wrapped in rolling thunderous sounds, scattering his words in all directions. Who in the world can stop such bravery? Madaka! The golden boring slammed heavily on the ground, and the ground masonry exploded. Yuan Qingdu sneered. Under the charge of thousands of Xuanjia troops, these Dali troops were unbeatable. He chose another way of attacking the city, be that as it may, or make merry in time. Wouldn't it be nice to have a life like that? Chapter 77 with the head of the master of the Dali kingdom as a bet. Do you see? How is this Dali world of mine? The lord of the Dali kingdom asked his left and right as he watched the palace eunuchs dance. The people on the left and right were all eunuchs, and when they heard this from the Son of Heaven, they naturally complimented him. Abundance. Someone spoke up. Someone off to the side hurriedly picked up the conversation. Behind them a cavalry clapped their horses and arrived in front of the palace. A quick-eyed little eunuch immediately picked up the wine pot. At this moment, the three parties' cavalry converged. And even though the raiders' Dali losses were not small, they added up to nearly 10,000 people. Guan Yu's eyes showed a flash of surprise. After a few curses, he spoke sharply. Go and invite the old ancestor at once. The situation is generally understood. His face, however, carried a streak of blood, and his expression was horrified. He did not love power in his life, but only loved a battle Qi. Since childhood natural talent, plus the entire Dali resources to provide support, which can break through. The lord of the Dali kingdom stood up violently. One person might be wrong, but two, it could not still be false. Hearing Qin Xiong's words, Guan Yu's eyes flashed with brilliance. Hearing the old ancestor's words, the Dali kingdom lord also smiled. Hearing the words of a few eunuchs, the Dali kingdom lord's brows stretched. Yuan Qingdu won. Unlike him, this old ancestor, although not young, was old and strong, and was even known for his martial arts when he was young. Qin Xiong smiled and said, the regional Dechen thieves will surely be routed by Marshal Jiang, and that, when it's a country in peace. Not long after, in a quiet palace, an old man with a head full of white hair walked out. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Even though I don't know much about military affairs, I know that cavalry can't attack a city, and the gates of my Dali capital, which are even thicker and heavier, can't be broken open by human power. But an army of 100,000 could not be destroyed so easily. Good thing too, there are even many great generals under his command. He'd thought he'd be the first to arrive. After all, the Xuanjia army he brought with him was heavy cavalry and limited in number. And now this first one. Just as the three of them were talking, at the head of the city, the Dali kingdom lord walked out, and at the same time, there was that first great ancestor who also came out. Just as he was about to pour the wine, a blistering sound suddenly rang out. With a scream, the informing guard was dead. If he hadn't been so obsessed with his personal strength, perhaps Dakian would have ceased to exist long ago. Since the old ancestor had said so, then he naturally had nothing to worry about. Your Majesty, the Dechen army. The Dechen army has entered the city. It was evident that the lord of the Dali kingdom still valued his own life very highly. What? Where is my 100,000 strong army? Where is that dog Jiang Yan? And he looked at the overwhelmed courtesan in front of him and snapped. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. The man at the head of the group was a tiger with eyes like thunder. Although I have deficiencies, but I ask myself to rule the country is also considered diligent. But that the new heavenly son of Dechen is not a common man. Originally, he thought that the new emperor was a puppet, but in just 2 months, he swept through Qianyuan and gained great power. How could he not understand? Dechen, what makes so many strong people loyal? In the Great Qian army, there is a first-grade powerhouse, maybe even more than one. Just then, with the power of the two of them leading the team, this palace city might not be impossible to attack. Your Majesty, I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Thousands of horsemen of Dakian attacked the city. That Dakian general broke the city gate, and General Jiang Yan has died in battle. The wine fell to the ground, spilling the wine all over the place. Seeing Yuan Qingdu, Both of them breathed in at the same time. Although they couldn't see it clearly, these three, at least, had the power of a second grade. The palace eagles danced once again, but the nervousness on those eagles' faces could not be hidden. Outside the second grade is the pinnacle, but the Dali royal family, too, has a bottom line. I also just arrived not long ago. This Dali palace city defense is not weak, is worried about difficult to attack. How about you and I combine our efforts to take this palace city? Guan Yu glanced at the two men, his hand stroking his beautiful beard, and said, "What are you waiting for? Keep dancing." That De Qian actually has such depth? He shouted, but the Dali kingdom lord sneered and did nothing. The capital is guarded by 100,000 troops. Even if it was 100,000 pigs, a few thousand cavalrymen couldn't have stormed the capital so quickly. But his distraction didn't last long. General Yuan, within this palace city is the Dali son of heaven. Why don't the three of us compete to see who will take the head of that Dali lord first? After all, next, it's war. Just as he was about to make another charge. And now, you actually let a new emperor of De Qian, who has only just ascended the throne for a few days, attack the capital of my Dali kingdom, when really you are a waste. The strength of the Dacian thieves was not bad, plus the cavalry was so fast that it allowed people to break in. Qin Xiong tightened his adamantine mace, and although he didn't say anything, it was enough to show his attitude. And you say it's not a lie. Thousands of riders attacked the city and broke the gates. With this murderous aura, I don't know how many people I've killed. Report, General Qin. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon, and that the Qin thieves are at least 50 miles away from the national capital at this moment. Such a delusional statement is to deceive me. Do not understand the military affairs. Beside him were even 7 or 8 third graders, as well as a second grader with an arrogant face. Come on, pour me some wine. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace, but that De Qian thief has already hit my capital city. The three men stepped out of the cavalry and slowly urged their horses forward. Hearing this, the old ancestor's eyes narrowed. At the moment, Dali's bottom is out. It's the last battle, and there's no way back for them. The old ancestor looked at the three generals under the city and frowned. He also didn't want to deplete the Xuanjia army in his hand. Your Majesty, the Great Qian army has struck outside the palace city. They had already guessed that the first one to break through the capital of Dali was bound to be Yuan Qingdu in front of them. Even though the three belonged to the same Great Qian, with the arrogance of the three, how could they not want to split the difference? It was a pity that this battle was too tight. If he had some spare time, he should have broken through to the first grade. I have been on the throne for 7 years, and I have abdicated in order to break through to the first rank, which has taken more than 40 years. There was no way he was going to consume these heavy cavalry, as if they were infantry. He had received news of the situation in De Qian. Yuan Qingdu also came. There, again, was a cavalry, a whole army, boiling with murder. At this moment, outside the palace city, Qin Xiong stood at the bottom of the city, frowning. The moment the third person's words came out, the Dali Kingdom Lord's face clouded a bit. Yes, tomorrow, there will be no need for an early morning court. Just as well, I will also rest and relax. Strong. On the contrary, in Dali, there are only 2 or 3 of the second rank full. As they were talking, both of them looked behind them at the same time. A palace guard ran in. These 3, their strength is good. Another guard ran in. I didn't realize that De Qian actually had one. Let's go. I'll go with you to take a look. But after glancing at the cavalry behind them, he laughed. But with no infantry and only these cavalry, it's still not enough to destroy my Dali. As long as it drags on for a while, Miyagi is naturally free of worry. Guan Yu's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Just after leaving the palace, he ran into the Dali Kingdom Lord, who came over and directly cursed. You also ascended to the throne for more than 10 years. I came to power in the Great Qian against the time, but more wins and fewer losses. Your father's life, but also not by the Great Qian to take down an inch of land. The Dali Palace city was strongly guarded, with a number of warlords of the third rank or higher on it, but the guard was still snapping away while being taken away. Today, his force is ultimately weaker. Yuan Qingdu spat out a word. With helplessness on his face, the Dali Kingdom Lord said, he just attacked once, but couldn't get a takedown. The Dali Kingdom's Lord first froze, then angrily said, men, behead this thief. No difficulty at all. The Dali Kingdom Lord's face was tinged with annoyance. The capital of my country, Dali, is guarded by 100,000 troops and countless soldiers and civilians. The eunuchs looked at each other. Immediately, a Templar warrior rushed over to take the man. His face was calm. His face wore a few disgruntled looks. Blame it on that damn guard. One held a golden boar. One had a supine moon sword at his back. And one had a Vajra mace across his waist. Gentlemen, the head of this Dali Kingdom Lord. A certain family takes it. Chapter 78. With these three merits, the name of Tian Bao is corrected. Guan Yu looked at the Lord of Dali above the palace city. In his eyes, it was not an enemy, but a war hero. However, he wanted this merit. But Yuan Qingdu as well as Qin Xiong clearly had no intention of giving it away either. Especially Qin Xiong. The first credit for breaking the city has been taken by Yuan Qingdu. At this moment, the greatest credit goes to this Dali Kingdom Lord. With a stamp of his foot, his figure suddenly rushed out, and in the twinkling of an eye, the third rank also directly perished. Qin Xiong killed bravely, and the other two were not bad either. The surrounding fighters heard it even more. Nowadays, naturally, it's no different. Under the war, the temper was even-tempered, but above the battlefield, he was the god of killing. Looking at one of the third grade upper that rushed over, Qin Xiong did not hesitate to rush towards him. In his opinion, these three were just looking for death. It was actually killed by 2 direct hits. Even if they went together, could they really fight against this fierce man? They hesitated, but Qin Xiong didn't hesitate. The movements of the other 3 products that were circling towards him hesitated for a moment. This battle, it was a gap that made him no fear for the first time. Run. Having lived for decades, he had seen through it long ago. How is it possible for the district de Qian to have so many powerful people? Release the arrows. Although it affected the speed of their charge, it was enough to make the defenders on the palace city despair. As long as he's alive, the Dali Kingdom can't be finished. This person can't be stronger than the one holding the crescent moon sword. For example, that great python. Would he not watch the complete annexation of Dali by de Qian? Die. As for the strong man who had immediately rushed to the side of the Dali Kingdom Lord, he was a little uneasy, but he was also fearless, especially the sharpshooters around them, rushing up like crazy. As soon as the words left his mouth, his head dropped and he didn't know whether he was alive or dead. How could he just give up? The 3 dared to come charging up like this. Did they really think he had no one in Dali? With the old ancestor's words, numerous experts immediately rushed towards the 3. Kill them, but it doesn't completely change the debilitating effects of his age. The arrows fell on his body, but they were blocked by the heavy armor, and could not play the slightest role. Even though the horses under his seat were all clad in armor, the words of the Dali old ancestor could be heard by more than one person. The Dali Kingdom Lord also heard them. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. As a shower of arrows fell, the 3 of them kept their faces unchanged and directly urged their horses to charge. On this battlefield, 3 moves are enough. Thinking so, the Dali old ancestor's head of white hair along with it danced with the lance, but the moment they made contact, the golden boar smashed his iron halberd, directly splitting him in half. He could only continue to kill as well. Seeing the 3 of them rushing up, an uncontrollable look of fear appeared on the Dali Kingdom Lord's face. Ancestor, help me. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he hit the ground. First class. On. Although they were all cavalry, they had prepared some simple siege equipment in order to attack the city. But the next instant, that's 3 pints up. The first cut. After killing this man, he looked to the others. The man died instantly. The Lord of the Dali Kingdom was so frightened that he backed up. And now, with these 3 merits, he will write the name of Tian Bao. I am Great General Tian Bao of the Great Qing Dynasty. Ignoring the others who had surrounded him, Qin Xiong Arrow stepped up and took another mace. This time, the Vajra mace smashed directly into the opponent's chest. It could be sandwiched between the Xuanjia army, and the casualties were not too great. He roared, intending to block a few moves with his own one. A roar came from the city. He was still confident in blocking a few moves and taking away the Dali Kingdom Lord. The armor of the tiger leopard riders was not as thick as the Xuanjia army. He deserves the first credit. I am not going to be slowed down by this person. In this battle, he has the first merit of breaking the city, the merit of beheading the first rank of Dali, and the merit of beheading the Dali Kingdom Lord. The palace city is not the tall walls outside. This is a strong man that Dali has never seen before, especially the masters, not all of whom are loyal. Die. And Guan Yu, who was targeted by the Dali old man. The Dali ancestor held a long spear and charged straight towards Guan Yu. With the strength of the 3 of them, they could easily ascend to the top of the city with the help of some simple tools. The Dali Kingdom Lord's eyes gradually dimmed. There were many things that the Lord of the Dali Kingdom was simply not aware of. The golden boar comes out and returns with blood. This person was not weak, but just good. After all, this Lord of the Dali Kingdom had done a really good job over the years, even though there were some faults. The second rank beside the Dali Kingdom Lord gritted his teeth. He was a man of the palace and had no way to escape. That third Pin Shang hurriedly resisted, but under Qin Xiong's tremendous force, he still spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuan Qingdu was holding a golden boar that no one could approach. aiming straight at the Dali Kingdom Lord. With a bellowing cry, the adamantine mace slammed down heavily. It couldn't be a long battle, so the moment he fought it was at full strength. With a roar, the lance advanced, but at that same moment, Guan Yu violently opened his Danfang eyes. Even after the battle chi was strong, it could prolong life to a certain extent. Just as the Dali old ancestor was planning to flee, the Dali heavenly prince suddenly let out a blistering cry, but he didn't notice the helpless expression of Guan Yu behind him. Yuan Qingdu looked at the Dali Kingdom Lord. The corner of his mouth hooked into a light smile. Yuan Qingdu picked the body of the Dali Kingdom Lord in the air with a single bore, using his body as a flag for all to see clearly. The Xuanjia army is heavily armored cavalry. Thinking that, he greeted towards Yuan Qingdu. A Dali Tenno is dead, and there are more to follow. There had been countless people in the courtroom, dissatisfied with the title of General Tianbao bestowed upon him by His Majesty. On the first grade? In front of the Jedi One Piece, there was no meaning. That first grade Dali ancestor's body swayed, nearly unable to stand. Chop, clank, a blast. He knew his disadvantage. Even though the White Lotus sect was exterminated, it was just a regional rebel. Qin Xiong was holding a Vajra mace and was furious. A first grade trying to escape. With Guan Yu's strength today, it would still be hard to catch up. When Yuan Qingdu saw the Dali old ancestor, his face remained unchanged, as if this person did not even exist in his eyes. So what if there are a lot of high rollers? He looked around with tiger eyes. What about the second grade? Your Majesty, go! Meanwhile the tiger's mouth had cracked. Behind them, nearly 10,000 cavalry did not hesitate, and after they rushed to the bottom of the city, the tiger leopard riders immediately threw out their hooklocks and began to climb. Now that it was not possible, a few people immediately fled directly. Heads, it's this generals. In front of the three generals of Deqian, the only thing to do is to die. The first grade battle chi erupted unreservedly at this moment. Hearing this voice, the Dali old ancestor hesitated. As for that first grade ancestor, his face was gloomy, but in the end, it was decided to save the last one. At this moment, Yuan Qingdu, the three of them, had already gone up to the city tower, so in this moment, he chose to step forward. A disdainful sneer hung at the corner of the Dali old ancestor's mouth. The Lord of the Dali Kingdom is dead. You and others still don't surrender. This person is more or less a merit, and now goes to Yuan Qingdu. This merit, I am afraid it is gone. Kill this man first, then save the Son of Heaven. Facing the charging Dali old ancestor, Guan Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he threw aside the surrounding Dali sharpshooters who had bravely rushed past, and similarly charged towards the Dali old ancestor. The golden boar moved, and the power of the first grade erupted. Boo! With an explosion, the Dali ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. After saying that, Yuan Qingdu violently bellowed and rushed towards the Dali Kingdom Lord. Ergo, who is not convinced? Chapter 79, I'm the second rank of the hall. I can't be His Majesty's generals. The Dali Tenno is dead, and many of the warlords are dead. The heart of many Dali sharpshooters could be said to have instantly dissipated. As for Guan Yu and Qin Xiong, the two of them looked at Yuan Qingdu's gaze as he raised the golden boar high, and the two of them had some complexities in their hearts. In this battle, though, they also attacked the city and got a lot of credit, but compared to Yuan Qingdu, all of this credit seems insignificant. He had disbelief on his face. In His Majesty's urgent report, he was made commander to clear out the forces of resistance within Dali. Yuan Qingdu was carrying no more than a few thousand cavalrymen, and even if he added the other two under his command, I'm afraid that it would be no more than 10,000. Behind him, a dusty messenger rolled off his horse and ran toward him, handing over the urgent report. The great Qian of the future will never be so shabby. They will never give this credit away again. His gaze was cold. Hearing this, the three of them jerked to their feet. The walls of the Dali Palace city are quite a bit higher than those of Dakian. Blasts came from behind. He saw it clearly, and then he looked at the adjutant general beside him and said, the heart is even more emotional. At the top of the city, the Chen character flag was hanging high, and there was also a large Yuan flag that moved with the wind. Jia Yen, this person, when really poisonous enough, but also smart enough. The Lord of the Dali Kingdom had pulled almost the entire manpower of the palace to resist on the palace city. The city gates of the capital of the Dali Kingdom had been moved long ago, leaving only the empty city gate hole. Report. The three of them walked inside the Dali Palace city. Is that true? Once this was done, resistance within Dali was bound to be very violent. The key question is why Jia has made us so. Both spoke at the same time. At the same time a flash of palpitations appeared in the hearts of the two. The Python messenger, it seems, is almost here. That monster actually smashed the city gates alive and rushed into the city with his cavalry. Qin Xiong was the only one who was still looking at his surroundings. That's how long it's been. There's still a lot of trouble afterward, and it's going to take some time to purge the entire capital. Before I came out, Lord Jia Dang Jia once gave me a secret message. And that's not dozens or hundreds of people. In the face of Guan Yu's provocative gaze, Yuan Chengdu did not hesitate to glare past him as well. I'm sure he'll be able to participate in this big battle and get a good share of the credit. After arriving at the palace, he saw that the palace had also been captured, and he had little joy on his face, but just galloped all the way through the palace on horseback. He glanced at the gates and shook his head as he spoke. At Guan Yu's words, the two froze for a moment before reacting furiously. General, Qian Yuan's urgent report. 3 of you. His Majesty's urgent report orders you to return immediately after breaking the Dali capital. Yuan Chengdu sneered and said, the district Dali is worthy of being compared to my Daqian son of heaven? The 3 of them stood in the large hall, and above them was the imperial throne that was the same as the Qiankuan Hall of Daqian. In such a hurry? Originally thought that this is at least the capital of the country. Even if it is Yuan Chengdu, it is impossible to be settled in one battle. This is the capital of Dali. And take it out and look at it. Guan Yu spoke. All 3 were creeped out by the sight of the words. It's impossible to take care of all the Dali capital defenders. Guan Yu shook his head. Dali has always been ambitious, or else it wouldn't have fought with my Daqian for decades. Guan Yu's gaze was cold. Saying that, Situ Xuanran's face carried a touch of dissimilarity before he said, His Majesty himself said that in this battle, not only should we resist the invasion of the Great Yuan, but we should also use the strength of all the generals to overthrow the Great Yuan in one fell swoop. With a few moments of helplessness in his heart, Situ Xianran led his men into the city. With the death of the Dali lord, soon, the Dali army surrendered its arms. This palace has not yet been cleared. What do you two think? This matter was done, and it would add countless more variables to the Dali kingdom's war effort for no reason at all. His Majesty has told the 3 of you not to need to return to Qian Yuan, and to head directly to Jin Yuan Pass when you are ready. After saying that, without waiting for the vice-general to respond, he fiercely clipped his horse's belly and suddenly galloped towards the city. However, to the 3, this emperor's throne did not have the slightest attraction. When you tell it later, you'll be able to brag about it to your peers. Situ Xianran gritted his teeth, his face carrying a bearish fury. Hearing this, Situ Xianran immediately stopped his horse's pace. The gates, broken? Just the next time. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Both of them remembered the smiling fat man, who was a member of His Majesty's inner circle. Arrange for the men to prepare for a defensive battle, and I will go ahead. No one even knows that there is actually a first-class town guard within this Dali, but it turned out to be even more outrageous than he had imagined. Lord Jia explained to me that the brocade pouch would not be opened until the Dali capital was broken, and now is the time to open it. The thieves of Dayuan really do have a heart of thievery, and they have quartered 250,000 troops in front of the Jinyuan Pass, and at this moment they are already buckling the pass. This is naturally a sign of His Majesty's great confidence in him. Anyone with the bloodline of the Dali royal family shall be beheaded. This Dali palace city is actually a few points more magnificent than the palace city of my Daqian heavenly prince, but more often than not, it is the norm to leave behind people who pose little threat, especially children, in order to better receive a country's legacy and to avoid any sense of resistance from the populace. Receiving the urgent report and opening it to read a few times, Situ Xianran suddenly turned gloomy. After finding the 3, Situ Xianran opened his mouth. Come on, the fight isn't over yet. Qin Xiong hesitated. The Dali kingdom is settled. The Great Qian territory almost doubled as a result, but that's just the beginning. To kill? Hearing Yuan Chengdu's words, Guan Yu narrowed his eyes and said, General Yuan, you've got the first prize in this battle, but the head of that Great Yuan's lord, a certain family will personally fetch it. When killed, he noticed it when he attacked the palace. Didn't even look at the emperor's seat. This general knows. Qin Xiong raised an eyebrow, a little puzzled. Most of them don't even know who the lord of the land is. For a while, the 2 men were at swords drawn. What's left to kill and what's left to lock up? Moreover, the diligent king's army from all over Dali is coming soon. But also for this reason. After the battle, there was not much resistance left within the Dali palace. Qin Xiong then took out a brocade bag, the power of the generals, and he, Qin Xiong, will surely open up new territories for His Majesty. As he was thinking, Guan Yu spoke. Guan Yu considered for a moment and suddenly spoke, but the 2 had nothing but regret in their hearts, even some benevolent, and confident in their own country. Even the other son of heaven will not kill, will only be imprisoned, so as to show their own mercy, absorb those who miss their homeland. It's actually quite normal to decapitate the royal bloodline to prevent a country from being restored. But the moment the two words "all beheaded" came out, all three of them felt a thick aura of blood. His Majesty's urgent report will naturally not be false. Yuan Qingdu raised an eyebrow. Rather, thousands and thousands. When he said the gates were broken, he didn't mean anything vicariously, but literally. When you open the pouch, there is only one sentence inside. Not much jealousy to speak of. It's time to kill. At least it will never be as previously thought, that once the capital is broken, everywhere will look to surrender. Hearing these words, Qin Xiong's heart stirred as he put his hands into his arms and opened his mouth. The dolly has been settled. But in this world, there is more than one dolly. Once in a lifetime, I will offer the head of that great Yuan lord to your majesty. And at this time, outside the national capital, Situ Xianran rushed with his army and finally arrived in front of the capital of Dali. But he is at least the second rank of the hall. Can he not be his majesty's generals? He wants to go to day one too. Chapter 80. No matter how trivial the affairs of the Upper Kingdom are, Situ Xuanran's bitterness was naturally not mentioned. Yuan Qingdu's three faces were grave. He glanced at both Guan Yu and Qin Xiong and said, "In that case, we will rest and reorganize tonight. And tomorrow, the cavalry will start and gallop to Jinyuan Pass. And among the remaining less than 170,000 people, there are still tens of thousands of people stay in the cities and towns to guard, so as not to be cut off from the back road, but also need to watch over those who have surrendered to the Dali army. Cannot be lightly moved." He didn't even know whether to say that the one guarding the city was a loser or Yuan Qingdu was a monster. 50,000 people. A big pain in the ass, but also a help. That is, what he can mobilize today. In a moment, the whole army will cover up. Instead, Qin Xiong spoke up. Situ Xianran nodded, not caring. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Your Highness, it's someone from Diqian. Hearing this, Situ Xianran was then startled. Your Majesty, I thought that the Python's envoys came to our Diqian, but they were just on routine business, and I'm afraid that they might not even stay for more than 3 days. Even though their men were elite, they couldn't carry this kind of fierce battle after a long journey. When the army leaves, block the north gate. Qin Xiong smiled. This man is not weak. A certain family will fight him. The palace city guards, with over 10,000 men available for General Situ to mobilize, are all elite. The two nodded. What do you two think? Dead. Yuan Qingdu replied coldly. Killed it all? And at this moment, 30 miles away from the capital of the Dali kingdom, the elite in the hands of the three generals, naturally, cannot be moved. That's why the reception of Python's emissaries was naturally a top priority. Then, Qin Xiong, one man and one horse, rushed towards the opposite side, followed by the great Tang Xuanjia army. This was also the reason why he sent Yu Fei to guard the Wei Tongtian River. Situ Xianran helplessly shook his head and said, watching the trio leave. Good. What about the total number of people? Situ Xianran looked at the ready trio and couldn't help but feel jealous. Maybe, when the Son of Heaven is pleased, he can give him a fat fiefdom, gathering the people's hearts and minds to gain more imperial prestige. That Diqian, though good in strength, will not be able to break through the capital of Dali. Wanting to rely on less than 100,000 people to unify the Dali domestic chaos is simply a fool's errand. Open mouth. The Dali royal family. Not a single survivor. He calculated that, this time, the total number of troops that entered Dali was 180,000 men. 50,000? In fact, he saw it for himself without being told. He also thought that Yuan Qingdu was able to capture the capital because the Dali capital was ill-prepared. That off. To the nations in this area, the Great Python was the heavens above. Situ Xianran was taken aback. The Great Python is vast, with countless elite generals in the country and a wide range of national soldiers. What he had to do now was not to offend the Python messenger. The order from Chen Yuan was urgent, and the three of them were already fully loaded and ready to go just as the sky had dawned. When the time came, he was in this specially crafted golden battle armor, which naturally captured people's attention. If Python marched out, there was no country that could hold back the Python Legion for a month. In less than an incense stick of time, the war had ended. He was about to say something, then suddenly closed his mouth. Zhou Yuan never intended to let Wei go. This, said he, musing, this 10,000 people know the most. The possibility of rebellion is not great. At least disrupt the income of the various armies. Not much of a problem. Situ Xianran frowned. On the other side, Yuan Qingdu's three men were walking and froze for a moment when they saw the sudden appearance of the men and horses. He didn't care what happened to Python Messenger. There was an indescribable smugness on his face. General Qin, why don't we let you have the credit for Dali? And how about this general going on a campaign against Dayuan on your behalf? If this person's strength isn't bad, it's just right. and it will also allow me to completely break the boundaries of the first grade. Guan Yu opened his mouth. As he was thinking, suddenly a flag appeared at the end of the road. Blocked? Do we even want to get out then? But, without waiting for Situ Xianran to open his mouth, Guan Yu had already swung his horse whip and galloped at a fast pace. Yo-ho, great Qian thieves, actually dare to appear here. Just right, let all below get ready. The vice-admiral was a bit surprised. That's as it should be, except that in that case, things are in trouble. That's when he bares his fangs. Thinking that made him smile even more. He was fully focused on the fact that such golden armor was never something an ordinary person could have. There are 3 more doors. Enough to go around. The new city gate still needs a few days to be built, and if the Dali Qinwang army comes here, it won't be a matter of one less way to import or export. Especially see the other side of the generals, that head of gold helmet, body of gold armor of the tawdry appearance, all face surprised. A night that passes in an instant. As long as he blocked the first wave of the diligent king's army and allowed him to gain some breathing time, he could naturally swallow the entire Dali slowly. It doesn't hurt to be a little short on specs. It was only then that he was able to gain the capital to truly confront the upper kingdom. When my king goes to the capital to serve the king, there must be some merit. As soon as Qin Xiong took a look at Situ Xuanran's expression, he knew what was on his mind. Within Dali, there are at least 300,000 more large armies that can be put together from all over the country. And even though these armies cannot be assembled, it is never easy to dispose of them. It's not even 100,000 people. In this battle, this king will be the first to attend to the king. The great Python envoy, with the current situation in Diqian, was something that could never be messed with. General Situ is joking. My lord, I'm still waiting to bring the head of the great Yuan lord back to his majesty. Lu Wenhan opened his mouth. The capital of Dali, and 50,000 surrendered troops. Zhou Yuan and the courtiers discussed the matter of the Python's arrival. Qin Xiong had said so naturally Guan Yu would not refute his face. In that case, why don't we pick a few prestigious ones from within the living royal family and have them cooperate in rectifying Dali? He chuckled. This battle is sure to be painful, but the moment of contact, the adamantine mace swept across. Anyone still standing today is already because they're elite enough. Hearing his words, Chang Hongyuan stood out, glanced at Lu Wenhan, and spoke with deep meaning. All he knew was that it was even more alarming to hear what the ministers, especially the canonical guest who was in charge of the ceremonial reception, had to say. Yuan Qingdu on the side then suddenly said, "It's a labor of love. How does that make him acceptable? I didn't realize there were 50,000 surrendered troops alone. It's hard. If he ever attacks Wei, Yu Fei will be his vanguard. There is only one step to develop." After saying that, Situ Xianran left. Someone off to the side spoke up in surprise. Being the only upper kingdom in Diqian that has some knowledge. Rather, he sent away these envoys from the upper countries, and afterward completely solved the problems at home, while annexing Dali, Dayuan, and even Wei. That's right, in the Battle of Palace City, you at least exchanged a few moves with that first class, but I didn't have this opportunity. A military general wearing golden armor and a golden helmet, holding a war sword and leading 20,000 men, was rushing towards the capital of the Dali kingdom. And 10 days later, inside Qianyuan city, how is the Dali Tenno? General Guan, how about letting me have this head? Even Zhou Yuan, he was ambitious but not a cutie. After finishing the business, Situ Xianran asked, the army has just had a day of fierce fighting. Lord Lu, the affairs of the upper kingdom are no small matter. Chapter 81. The reinforcements have arrived. Zhou Yuan certainly knew what Lu Wenhan meant, but he was thinking the same thing as Chang Hongyuan. It would be good to spend more on the big Buddha that is the Shangri-La mission, and to be able to send it away dry. Now that the Great Qian is weak, there is no need to offend too much. If it weren't for General Chen's delays these past few days, I'm afraid Jinyuan Pass would have been taken long ago. But now, His Majesty actually dares to say that within 3 months, he wants the head of the Great Yuan Kingdom. If it wasn't for the person speaking, it was His Majesty, who was almost omnipotent in their eyes. Reinforcements? That's a big dollar. But at this moment, Jinyuan Pass needed a first class, and even more so, it needed that elite white-robed army. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but stand up even when he heard these words. Zhou Yuan smiled. Immediately a messenger rushed in and said, "Troops, you can't just draft as many as you want." The Qian King's might was extremely terrifying. Zhou Yuan, however, shook his head. The courtiers saluted in unison, and at the same time shouted in an uplifted manner, "We, among others, are isolated." It wasn't his blood, it was the Daewon's. Now that the Qian King dares to move, he is just looking for death. Just yesterday, Daewon first grade Morgaine appeared on the battlefield. troop strength is naturally stretched. Even if you can't give it all up, it's good to reduce it a bit. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Chang Hongyuan spoke again. They were bound to call out an arrogance. But nowadays, and treasury food is even more of a problem. Saying that, Chang Hongyuan continued, I, for one, thought that a great levy of troops should be made in the country, in case of emergency. De Qian's army, but they've all gone to Dali. In the distance, there were even countless stone throwers that kept throwing stones, and an attack was launched on Jinyuan Pass. The word Son of Heaven had almost become a forbidden word in Qiandi. Great Qian, with Qian as the name, and Shenwang can get this Qian word. It's being a prince. The degree of favor can be imagined. When they rushed under the city gates, they immediately abandoned their horses and attacked the city with the foot soldiers. General, the Deyuan thieves are here again. He knew the real trouble was yet to come. But even harder, as the main general of Jinyuan Pass, he knew that Jinyuan Pass was nearing the end of its rope. General Chen, where the hell are you? There were even a number of cavalrymen among them. Under Jinyuan Pass, more than 100,000 Great Yuan troops converged, looking like an ant colony, frantically rushing towards Jinyuan Pass. Within 3 months, the head of the Lord of the Great Yuan, when at my table. Let's do what the canonical guest says. The people mostly know the Qian king but not the Son of Heaven. The reason why the Taisha and the great general didn't rebel in the first place, besides the two of them keeping each other in check, it wasn't unrelated to the Qian king. The crowd looked at him in shock as soon as the words Great Conscription came out. Hearing this, the surrounding soldiers clearly had a more agitated expression. Looking at His Majesty's unquestioning, one could even say certain gaze, it seemed as if the matter was already a foregone conclusion. If everyone can read and write and knows some simple knowledge, are they not considered readers? In the past decades, Dakian simply did not dare to provoke such a powerful country. Can only fight with the Dali? Whenever the Dayuan invasion, it can only contribute people and money to appease the Dayuan invasion army back. Both are worried about the snipe. The upper countries that he had heard Su Tan talk about earlier. The king should be almost ready. An army of 30,000 men was heading towards Jinyuan Pass, and although there were quite a few of them, no one opened their mouths during the march. Qian Wang, worthy of being my royal uncle. Hearing this, Su Dingru grabbed his weapon and said, Go! The Qian king? He will make the people of Deqian all reach this level. No, he will make the people of Deqian better than that. Perhaps by then, Deqian would be able to call it a holy country. If the generals of Jinyuan Pass hadn't used their lives, I'm afraid Jinyuan Pass would have been lost long ago. The trouble of conscription is not small, but nowadays, Deqian is fighting on two fronts. However, with Zhou Yuan's ascension to the throne, the reputation of the Son of Heaven had been gradually spreading out towards all parts of the world. At Jinyuan Pass, Su Dingru wiped off the blood smeared on his face with one hand, because that great Yuan first grade has yet to make a move. A shout of murder came. He only failed in his bid for the throne against the late emperor, but even then, he was greatly rewarded. Chang Hongyuan smiled back. Su Dingru sighed. Behind Jinyuan Pass, less than 10 miles away, while Zhou Yuan was discussing the envoys from the upper kingdom, the tall ladders allowed the Deyuan soldiers to climb directly to the top of Jinyuan Pass. He was only on the second rank, but he was in the middle of a war with 100,000 people. Your Majesty, the Qian king is nothing but a mossy disease, and today my opponent in Deqian is still Deyuan. Almost there. It was also at this time that Deyuan Yipin moved. Is there a One Piece? After a long battle, even Su Dingyuan was panting heavily. With such a huge boulder falling, even if it was a third grade, a single slip could be smashed to death. He knew that General Chen's situation in Dayuan territory today was probably even more difficult than his situation here guarding Jinyuan Pass. But even so, the wariness of the generals of Jinyuan Pass had fallen into a real low point. Su Dingru's footsteps paused for a moment before he continued on as if nothing had happened. The district's Jinyuan Pass. They've been dragging their feet for too long. Done. Moreover, in just that one battle, at the Jinyuan Pass, 7 fourth-ranked war generals were killed in battle, as well as 2 third-ranked war generals. Even though there were quite a few Deyuan experts, it was not that easy to break through Jinyuan Pass. Everyone is a reader, and he certainly knows that this may be an exaggeration. But what is a reader? It's not a bad plan to conscript first and then pacify later. So much time has passed. In addition to Morgaine, there were 2 second-rate generals. The killing power was not great, but it terrified the Deqian soldiers. Your Majesty, not only him, but at the same time, there were also 2 second grades, as well as a dozen third grades, coming towards the battlefield at the same time. Even though the rain of arrows kept falling, no one stopped. But now that the new emperor is on the throne, He has endless trust in the Son of Heaven. Ladders, punch carts, etc. are everywhere. I've heard that the king of Zhao, the true king, the king of Ling, the king of Su, the king of Zhou, and other kings all have much dealings with the Qian king, but Su Dingru's heart was deep. Is it as elite as the Xuanjia army? Is there a record of breaking Dali in less than 2 months? In an instant, many ministers stood up and agreed with Chang Hongyuan's suggestion. However, Zhou Yuan just shook his head and said, "There is no need to do so. My army of Deqian is sufficient now, and now I think that the reinforcements have already arrived at Jinyuan Pass." On second thought, though, it seems to make some sense. Just as he was thinking, "May my great Qian's kingdom be eternal. May my great Qian river and mountain be eternal. May the people of my great Qian have clothes for all, food for all, and education for all." Seeing this scene, Su Dingyuan despaired. Almost everyone could count the countless sins of Deyuan against Deqian. These can be the middle generals of Deqian. How can Deqian have so many experts to fight against such a strong person? In this battle, they are bound to take Jinyuan Pass. It's his world. Too much conscription will most likely affect the grain harvest and may even cause civil discontent and lead to mutiny. Use your life to fight the second grade, or even the first grade masters. Lu Wenhan was a bit reluctant. Well said. Just a few steps away, suddenly a soldier on the sidelines asked hopefully, "General, our reinforcements, when will they arrive?" This practice is fine once or twice, but too many times, the generals will have fear. More than that, it's his responsibility. Of course, after the Taisha and the great general took control of the dynasty, the world was already mostly like that, but the only thing that's airtight is dry land. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Su Dingru killed while watching the movement below the city. Zhou Yuan set the tone. Although Zhou Yuan's voice was not loud, when these words came out, there was more than the word domineering to describe it. As he said this, the corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth curved up. He still remembered that memory of a previous life, didn't he? And in the meantime, he couldn't help but speak up. In the Qianlands, it almost had the prestige of a country within a country. Another good while passed. Does it have to be meritorious? Only the clash of iron armor kept ringing out. Reinforcements. Coming. Chapter 82, Siege. Siege. Despair filled the entire Jinyuan Pass. Su Dingru fought to the death. But after Deyuan's many war generals replenished the battlefield, the trend of this war is as if the tone has been set. The Qin character flag held high behind them represented their identity. At this moment, quite a few wounds had appeared on that second rank's body. A second grade was surrounded by them, and although he rushed left and right, he was unable to break away from the military formation at all. In this battle, he had no choice but to go forward. Countless great Qian generals were fighting in a bloody battle. Morgaine was more surprised than he was. Su Dingru clenched his teeth and grasped the manhwa axe with both hands in a death grip, bracing himself up. Many powerful warlords could not change the situation of this large war. The one who sneaked up on him was a second-rate. It actually blocked it? The pupils of that great Yuan second-grade war general shrunk slightly. Morgaine gritted her teeth, but he couldn't be impulsive. The manhwa axe chopped down, directly splitting the head of that second-grade war general in half. Where's Dataya? He then saw an army armed with halberds, charging up Jinyuan Pass. Die. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. And far away, a Deyuan second grade, collapsed in a pool of blood. Highly skilled, where there are so many, but it was different from the crushing that the great Yuan war general had imagined. He was barely able to support himself with his manhwa axe, which prevented him from completely collapsing. Since it's unstoppable, it's a fight. If you're capable, you and I will exchange one life for another. He was certain that Su Dingru would not dare to do so at all. Soon, he would kill the main general of the Jinyuan Pass in front of him and have his head offered to the great general. But in the next second, he noticed that the halberdiers, without hesitation, rushed towards Morgaine, the Daewon's first-grade warlord, who was on a killing spree. What to do about Jinyuan Pass? That great Yuan second-grade war general's eyes showed a fierce light. Morgaine was the only one, surrounded by death. But what we see today is densely packed with halberd-wielding halberd warriors. A pint, too, will die, he bellowed. At this moment, the Qin character flag is flying. And then Morgaine didn't have any hesitation to kill towards the person who made the sound. Everyone knows that the first grade can be killed as well. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked towards that unbeatable Deyuan first grade. Every time he kills one, a new commanding officer appears. General, our reinforcements have arrived. When Su Dingru saw this, a smile finally appeared on his face. The battlefield didn't seem quite what he thought it would be. He must not let the great Yuan army enter the gate today. Reinforcements? Jinyuan Pass. Where what reinforcements are? Grabbing his large sword, he blocked it. But, this two-piece, with this general guarding Jinyuan Pass, you and the other De Yuan thieves will never think of taking a step across Jinyuan Pass. So close, because the two have different identities. This time, nothing fancy, and with a roar of fury, Su Dingru once again swung his battle axe, and smashed it over towards the De Yuan second grade war general. But now, these reinforcements seem to be finishing it all. If this goes on, even if Jinyuan Pass is defeated, the 200,000 troops will be exhausted here. The halberd. At this rate, he might lose his chance to retreat. Battle aura isn't the only thing that determines victory or defeat. That Great Yuan second grade war general gritted his teeth as he simply gave up on defense and slashed towards Su Dingru. The Great Yuan army retreated like a tidal wave. Not only that, but even the Dakian warriors, too, were sidelined. A siege? But this reblock was even more shocking, causing him to spit out blood from his mouth. And it's not just any old one piece. No one responded. Morgaine roared. But, Su Tenru did not hesitate. With that cry, the halberdiers attacked towards him. These strong soldiers came straight at him. Even if he died today, he would still block De Yuan's thunderous strike. After saying that, the Xianhua axe in his hand fiercely chopped towards that Great Yuan second grade. With his power under the second rank, I'm afraid that he might not even be able to survive 3 moves. But, it can change the future of that one place where they are. Daewonipine Morgaine is angrily killing his way towards here. But eventually Morgaine took a leap of faith and jumped off the town. Looking at the halberdiers that surrounded him, Morgaine smiled. He yelled, pumping himself up. Withdraw. Su Dingru is the main general of the Jinyuan Pass defense. It seemed that killing that second rank by himself was not useless after all. Cold sweat broke out on Su Dingru's back. Hearing this voice, Su Dingru's somewhat blurred eyes flashed with a flash of doubt. The two men slammed into each other with a sword and an axe. He even killed a dozen people who opened their mouths to give orders. Meanwhile, as Morgaine was preparing to withdraw back with his army, there are more reinforcements from the Great Qian than just this one. The person who can use it is definitely not small in strength. Morgaine was surrounded by no one else, but it was a first class. Sparks fly. Under the Jinyuan Pass, Morgaine opened his mouth and asked. Morgaine killed in anger, and in the blink of an eye, he had killed hundreds of people. Around them, there were hundreds of corpses filled with the corpses of the Northern Household Army. Under the power of his one piece, it was only a matter of moments before he was given his head, but the next second. But at the same time, a knife cut through his chest. Also right, a huge force struck, but among these halberdiers, he did not see it. This is the role of the strong on top of the battlefield, but he had never really heard of any first grade that had been surrounded by an army formation without an expert. Their attacks were neat and brazen, not to mention powerful. Jinyuan Pass. There was also a reinforcement army, not much less powerful than these halberdiers, that was killing elsewhere. It's not enough. Su Dingru was unforgiving. It was as if the number of those who ordered it was endless. And when a spot breaks down, but his face was thick with disdain. Su Dingru only felt a coldness in his back, and then instinctively raised his Xianhua axe. Asshole. The surrounding De Yuan soldiers were kept out of the military formation. With you guys, you also want to surround and kill this general? Responding to him was a roar from the halberdiers. Looking around at the growing number of halberdiers like a tidal wave, Morgaine was afraid. This Jinyuan Pass guardian was only a second rank lower, but he was a strong person in the second rank. There is no way that they can, in any way, change that. They need masters, like General Chen. The entire Jinyuan Pass, then, was in great crisis. Su Dingru roared. Once he was killed by Morgaine, Jinyuan Pass would really be finished. In this battle, there was no suspense at all, but it didn't work. Kill. Su Dingru was surprised. The moment his opponent went head-to-head with him, he knew what he had to do. With the addition of this vital force, all the generals and soldiers of Jinyuan Pass, who were already in despair, revitalized their spirits. Without realizing it, those halberdiers had purged the Yuan soldiers around Morgaine. The second rank of Daewon frowned. There was a clanking explosion. The De Yuan soldiers along the way were easily purged by this halberdiers. These halberdiers had no fear, only ferocity on their faces. Plus he's taking the easy way out. It is a heavy weapon. 3 attacks. Stab. The voice rang out from the other side. Died here. Not even a chance to retreat. It's simply not worth it. A cold light flashed in Morgaine's eyes, and with a smash of the iron sword in his hand, several halberdiers were instantly smashed to death by him. Just then, a surprised voice came from not far away. At least, with all this raw power, he was isolated at the moment. Dadatea is another second grade. The greatsword in his hand clanked and his tiger's mouth stung. Though the halberdiers attacked fearlessly, the halberd chopped over once more. Su Dingru fell to his knees. No matter what, since the reinforcements had come, he must not fall. Morgane's iron sword runs through the air. Although Su Dingru also understood this, there was nothing he could do at all right now. Su Dingru in the distance looked at this scene in shock. And, suddenly, a large knife slashed towards Su Dingru. Outside the battlefield, a white-robed army, covered in murderous aura, stared at them with a deadly stare. Chapter 83, Somebody help! Chen Xingji has returned. Even he had already reached the battlefield a long time ago, but he knew that this moment was not the time for the White Robe Army to go to war. The White Robe Army has been fighting for a long time in the territory of the Great Yuan. Despite possessing an unimpressive battle record that even made the entire De Yuan shy away from the name of White Robe, but as a result, the White Robe Army suffered a lot of losses. These De Yuan cavalrymen surrounded Chen Xingji in a deadly circle again. Now the White Robe Army under his command at this moment was no more than 2,000 men. That's where the center flag of the Day One army is. Rather, it was because, continuing to attack the losses might be too great, so he just strategically retreated. He still has 200,000 troops. This is the Daewonbin formation. And at this moment, Chen Xingji's mind was calm beyond compare. Looking at the cavalry converging across the street, Chen Xingji's face remained unchanged. Especially the war general at the head of the group was like a sharp arrow, plunging straight towards them. The adjutant general on the sidelines spoke up. The adjutant general bellowed and conveyed Morgane's orders. The lance in his hand swept across the room, and under one sweep, several De Yuan cavalrymen flew out backwards. But after hearing his words, Morgane gave him a faint look. But the moment Chen Xingji led the White Robe Army to appear, a large number of cavalry immediately converged and countercharged towards them. That's what he's ultimately after now. He muttered. Just now, at Jinyuan Pass, those damn halberdiers made him have no choice but to retreat. With a flip, Chen Xingji got back on his horse. He roared. His face was instantly appalled. It's the general, but what he was facing wasn't. And by winning this war, no one will remember this today. This general has been waiting for a long time. Pass the word down. Cavalry siege. Ben is going to take these 2,000 men and not leave a single one of them behind. The two exchanged weapons, and Morgane's face instantly paled. This white-robed army was really powerful and tight. Although there were thousands of people charging towards this white-robed army, but with just one charge, the thousands of cavalrymen had already been crushed. He thought he should pull out quickly, and behind him, there was no longer a single general clad in white robes. Once they rush into the center of the army, all their strength will be exhausted, and then the army will be surrounded, and no one will be able to escape from this white-robed army. That's what he's all about. He knew that it was impossible for Chen Xingji to be absent from the battle at this time. Chen Xingji's third move came out again. It made the whole of De Yuan, all of them suffer and windy because of this. Worthless in the face of life. Only the other party was very slippery. And after he appeared near Jinyuan Pass, he directly turned to the territory of De Yuan. It was just that he had never expected that Chen Xingji would actually choose to charge straight at the opponent's center flag at this time. Want to leave alive from the center flag? Where did De Qian get such a strong person? He laughed out loud. No one can do it. Morgane grabbed the iron sword, and the first great battle chi was fully activated. Chen Xingji's gaze was always fixed on the very center. He had seen the opposing main general from a distance. With a roar, more than 2,000 white-robed cavalrymen rushed towards the Great Yuan army whose formation had been scattered. The only way to do this is to kill the enemy's main general. Morgane watched Chen Xingji's killing spree with a flash of amazement on his face. With that he grabbed the iron sword in his hand and quietly waited for his opponent to rush over. Chen Xingji leaped forward and rushed directly to the army formation of the Great Yuan cavalry. At this moment, he was looking at that white-robed army master general as if he was looking at a dead man. How could the opposing lord general forget this force of raw power? This time, Morgane crossed his iron sword and blocked the attack once more. The battle just now was lost, but that wasn't his personal problem. Morgane let out a roar at the thought. I'm afraid I've already laid out my pockets, just waiting for him to dive in. But now, he was going to use the head of this thief general in front of him to prove his might. Thief general, suffer death. At his command, more and more cavalry converged. What's more, the White Robe Army had been killing people in the territory of De Yuan for a long time. There is no way a strong man can't change the situation. Although he had just fought with force for a while at the Jinyuan Pass. 2,000. This person, indeed, has entered the first grade. It wasn't even a simple one piece, or even a regular one piece on Madaka. A blast. The first grade battle power was on display. Why retreat when I am here? A month earlier, he had received the news. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Even if they had gotten a strong reinforcement army, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be easy to resist the Deyuan buckle pass without a first-rate war general to hold them back. Inside the center army, the irritation in Morgaine's eyes dissipated and turned into a sneer. Even if he faced an army formation of 10,000 people, he could still fight. Change the zigzag into a fight. He let out a roar. Once the white robes charge. Madaka! Morgaine's hand was unsteady and his iron sword was knocked out. This approach, while very effective, was no different from suicide in his mind. Even though the army of the Great Yuan in front of them numbered more than 200,000, no one was afraid. Chen Qingji raised his spear high. Chen Qingji didn't give him a chance to think, and the second shot had already zipped towards Morgaine. Xinyuan Pass. Even the white robe army, at this time, no one could keep up with him. General, we should retreat. A flash of disdain appeared on Morgaine's face as he spoke faintly. Put him over here, and since he wants to come to the center flag, let him. General Chen, you must survive. Face? At this point in time, if Xinyuan Pass loses Chen Qingji, Su Dingru also saw this scene. He'd been wanting to meet the other guy since that time. The adjutant general beside him nodded excitedly. I'm afraid we'll soon reach the center of the army at this rate, but that's okay. It was believed that Su Dingru would be able to carry the battle, because the only time for him to strike was when the Great Yuan army retreated. Kill! How come it's so strong? Charge! Next they would get to see the strength of Di Yuan's invincible first grade again. He could only trust Su Dingru. Just moments before the two armies were about to make contact, but with one move, he had actually fallen into a disadvantage. But when Chen Qingji passed, below the Xinyuan Pass was over 200,000 cavalry and an unknown number of infantry. The moment he saw the white-robed army, a flash of excitement appeared on Su Dingru's face. All make way for the general, but at the moment, he still had some power left, and it's not that easy for this white-robed army to rush in. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Now that he knew his opponent's strength, he would use the Sea of Men tactic to pile this damn guy up next time. And now the time has come. 1,000 armies avoiding white robes? In the meantime, his mount finally arrived. This person was definitely a true pinnacle of the first grade. Even if he was only a hair's breadth away from being a national scholar, he had been in the first grade for many years, and thought that his strength was by no means weak amongst the first grade. With just a quick glance, the number was feared to be in the thousands. Right at the moment the two of them made contact, Chen Qingji's body battle chi instantly exploded. Accompanied by Morgaine's order, the Deyuan cavalrymen, who had been preparing to surround them, made way. They did give way, but they gave way to death. And at the same time, Chen Qingji also raised his lance, but he still didn't stop. Men, help! I was expecting it to be on the shelves tomorrow, but I'm postponing it for a while to see if I can get it on Sanjiang. Guys, please read afterward. Chapter 84, a shield to hold on to, a spear to stab, and a halberd to attack. Dust is flying under the Xinyuan Pass. The rapid movement of 200,000 Deyuan cavalrymen caused the entire battlefield to be obscured by dust. From a distance, it looked like a field of chaotic fog. And the battlefield. As for those acquaintances, how the gates are open. You know, although this battle was lost by Deyuan, he knew, just by looking at it, that it was gone. How is General Su? Retreat. De Qian, how can we stop it? Even he, at this moment, had a gloomy heart. More than 200,000 cavalry, and tens of thousands of foot soldiers. If he didn't retreat, he'd never get another chance. But this did not hinder his position in the hearts of the white robe army generals. At the same time, a lance stuck out from behind the shield. The northern household army at the front silently moved out of the way. The gates are open. No one is afraid. Punch it in. Chen Qingji was finally relieved. You're a first grade. You might have a chance to escape. Go home. In less than half an hour, 200,000 cavalry will engulf this place. Even now, the white robe army had been surrounded. A chant rang out. Maybe he can catch up. General, you go first. Suddenly someone spoke up. But at the moment, after Chen Qingji rushed in, he did not enter the city with the rest of the white robe army, but immediately rolled over and dismounted. How can this be acceptable to them? Sure enough, the eyes of the great genin lit up. This was a great opportunity to break the barrier. After such a long fight, the halberdiers are out. The distant flags are in full bloom. Set up the shield. Even if I die, what is there to fear? But everyone caught a whiff of it. Chen Qingji glanced back. This person he knew, but was not familiar with. At this rate, it won't take half an hour for the whole army to be wiped out. Even if he dies, he will not be able to atone for his sins. And all he could rely on now was the 30,000 000 men who had once surrounded and killed a second grade and had once forced a first grade to withdraw. Under his unrelenting outburst, he quickly rushed into the White Robe Army's position. In the distance, more cavalry raced toward the area. Chen Qingji didn't open his mouth the entire time. The people of Daqian, still alive to see this army of faith. This general shall not live alone. But he saw what an elite is. Morgaine was at least a first grade, and was in the midst of an army of 200. 000. Not so easy to kill. He hoped that one day, when the name of famous master in General Mo's self-imprisonment, thousands of armies and horses avoiding white robes spread throughout the entire Daqian. However, in order to allow Morgaine to escape, Daewon had left behind the corpses of two third-ranked warlords. One can't help but think that he was born a Confucian. Chen Qingji's speed is getting slower and slower. But today, the bodies of most of the robes are left behind in Daewon. There are no strong men in Daqian. Chen Qingji smiled. Only this smile was tinged with bitterness. The white-robed army behind them was also getting smaller and smaller. Go home. For a while, people were falling over. Although he was powerful, he was ultimately unable to sway the battle alone. The moment the sharp arrows rushed out, the entire white-robed army rushed out right behind them. Daewon's real bottom line. These 200, 000 Iron Blood Cavalry. But it's nothing to lose. It's back. They had already been fighting in the territory of the Great Yuan for a full 2 months. Once 200, 000 cavalry charge. Jinyuan Pass is in danger. 30,000 men greeted the white-robed army. Under this determination, even Chen Qingji felt great pressure and could be said to be struggling. See these 30, 000 people. Chen Qingji's voice was not loud, but it was firm. The gates are closed. Countless Daewon cavalrymen surrounded towards them like mad. The army and horses in the Daewon camp were galloping. Or rather, he saw another kind of elite that was different from the white-robed army. So what if there are 1,000 armies? He is held in position by his shield, stabbed with his spear, and attacked with his halberd. Su Dingru leaned on the Xianhua axe, his hand already pinched white. The gates of the city, he ordered them opened. With his appearance, the entire white-robed army suddenly changed in spirit. This is where Daewon's 200, 000 cavalry are located. But he must take responsibility for the 2,000 white robes behind him. It was only then that a voice rang out from the northern army. Chen Qingji's face was shocked. It's just that even he doesn't know if this is the right decision. General Su stood at the top of the city, seriously wounded. A soldier answered. Chen Qingji glanced towards the Jinyuan Pass and took a deep breath before bellowing. Generals, we go home. He was already seriously injured and had lasted too long. Until then, he looked down at the city. Even now that he had withdrawn from Daewon, I was afraid that there were still large armies gathering in Daewon's territory. If it had been infantry, he would have had a few hopes of blocking it. Chen Qingji passed through the white-robed army and reappeared as a frontal vector, killing towards the outside of the army. Even in this desperate situation, his face was still filled with elegance. Hearing this, Chen Qingji's heart sank slightly as he quickly stepped towards the city. A loud chant rang out from all parts of the white robe army. A large shield stood up. The gates of Jinyuan Pass were suddenly wide open. The pupils of those Daewon cavalrymen charging at the front shrunk, but it was too late to stop at this point, and at this moment, the head of Jinyuan Pass, and then his body shook and he was about to fall down. Chen Qingji roared. The peak first-grade battle chi waved recklessly, but anyone who blocked it died. Perhaps they will end up facing an army of over 400, 000 men. Let this army of white robes, almost every one of them wounded, go in. Chen Qingji regretfully looked at Morgaine, who had been dragged into the army. As a first class, he had to be the last to enter the city. Then the northern household army closed in. He hadn't been able to kill this great Yuan first grade. These, however, are his robes. How can he cut them off? A wall of iron armor appeared at once. Chen Qingji sighed, going in with all the wariness. Seeing Chen Qingji, a smile appeared on Su Dingru's face. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. The northern household army opened the way, followed by the halberdiers. The general is the soul of the army, and the army is the guts of the general. Even the absolute first grade was injured. And if an army of 200, 000 was allowed to break out by a mere few thousand people, then this battle, they would truly be a total loss. Instead of resting, he opened his mouth to ask a question. It's finally time to go home. This battle has cost them too much. If he would leave his robes behind, this white-robed army would not have followed him to the death. Stranglehold. But the real damage was just a pint of serious injury. If we really let the Great Yuan cavalry charge into Jinyuan Pass, the front row of large shields rose and began to retreat quickly. Su Dingru with his own strength, leading the army to defend Jinyuan Pass. It's suffering, how can ordinary people know? just as the crowd was gradually falling into despair. Go home. It was the smell of impending death. In an instant, the Deyuan cavalry that hadn't yet rushed forward retreated. After all, the White Robe army was so numerous that he couldn't possibly be familiar with every single one of them. But the cavalry maneuvered too quickly, giving Morgaine a chance to escape. But at least, the White Robes got a breather as a result. Immediately, a large number of cavalry abandoned the White Robe army and headed towards Jinyuan Pass. After seeing Morgaine completely hidden, Chen Qingji no longer hesitated and turned around to withdraw. He just didn't want that white-robed army to disappear ever again. It's as if the word has magic powers. General Su, hard work. But just as those Deyuan cavalrymen were about to give chase, they realized that there were still large shields less than 10 paces behind them. Seeing this, Chen Qingji hurriedly caught it. He was able to roam the territory of the Great Yuan, but defending the city, it was not something he was good at. Chapter 85, I'm here today, especially to take the head of the Great Yuan Kingdom Lord. Day 1 Barracks. Morgaine woke up from his coma. Survived. Morgaine's heart carried a few moments of celebration, but his expression, however, showed no semblance of it. Su Dingru's eyes were filled with surprise. Less than 10,000 people. In this battle, General Chen should take the first credit. His face was grim. General Chen can't be aimless. Does De Qian really still have cavalry? With excitement, he accompanied Chen Qingji to welcome Yuan Qingdu and the others. I, De Yuan, have more than 200,000 cavalry. That White Robe army is only a few thousand men. Can come and go easily in my army? De Qian, where is the cavalry? That's 200,000 people, not 200,000 pigs. This general, the first to break through the capital of the Dali kingdom, beheading the first rank of the Dali, and taking the head of the Dali lord. De Qian, the wolf is wild, but now he was told that in just a month's time, the Dali Tenno had been killed. Attack at sunrise, return at sunset, and continue the next day. Second grade and first grade, two completely different concepts. As strength increases, so does one's own physical fitness. Su Dingru looked at the generals around him and swallowed back the words he hadn't said. He thought that the Dali war had stopped because the Son of Heaven had withdrawn his troops, and that the two sides were fighting back and forth as they had in the past. This lack of a threat is not other than just a little bit of qi. His Majesty is already displeased that we have not yet entered the Jinyuan Pass, and has ordered us to break through within 10 days. Chen Qingji opened his mouth. His heart sank. Available. It's less than expected. He is proud, but he will not be angry with those who are stronger than him. That white-robed army master is indeed powerful. Even though this general is not at his peak, he defeated this general in a few moves. His strength is indeed not simple. But war is not something that can be decided by a single master in the area. Mighty Yuan's reinforcements should arrive in another 10 days. This time, the other party was far more powerful than he had expected. Well, how's the situation? Yuan Qingdu was not the only one who couldn't wait. That white-robed army, can you kill all of them? It's good for that white-robed army to go back. Morgaine nodded calmly. But even so, he didn't care. I thought it would not be difficult to take Jinyuan Pass. Hearing this, the Vice Admiral's spirit was shaken. It looks like today, we'll be able to rest in the Jinyuan Pass. General, you're finally awake. It's possible to cross that step at any time. Finally, as night fell, the trio had seen Jinyuan Pass from afar. As expected, the three men looked shaken. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Su Dingru's face was tinged with worry. Hearing Morgaine's question, a hard look appeared on the Vice Admiral's face. General, Dayuan has been attacking for 3 days in a row, and with such a fierce attack, Jinyuan Pass will be broken sooner or later. These days, although he had been rushing, he had also taken the time to break through the first grade mark. Don't worry, when we break Dayuan, you and I will fight. No harm done. Our reinforcements are almost here. Forget it. General Chen led thousands of White Robe Army Iron Cavalry. In the territory of Dayuan, more than a month of fighting, killing tens of thousands of enemies. Dayuan territory. Everyone knows famous masters and generals do not self-fasten thousands of troops and tens of thousands of horses to avoid the white robe of the words. Speaking General Chen's battle record at this moment would be enough to disabuse the three of their thoughts in comparison. Who was the first to take credit for the Battle of Dali? So it was felt that the second-grade sword Saint Yuanda was enough to kill the Great Qian Heavenly Prince in the first place. Su Dingru immediately spoke. This day I will come here. When I take the head of the Lord of the Great Yuan and seize this first merit. The adjutant general obviously knew what he meant and could only speak. Jinyuan Pass has come out of the city to rescue and bring the White Robe Army back to Jinyuan Pass. Dali, extinguished? The three men laughed. Hearing this, Su Dingru was first stunned, then suddenly overjoyed. Su Dingru, however, did not have his equanimity. With 300,000 troops altogether, even if Xinyuan Pass is a heavenly moat, this general will fill it completely. Upon seeing the reinforcements, the joy on Su Dingru's face instantly disappeared. Chen Xingji smiled and said, "The gates of that Xinyuan Pass were wide open. Why didn't you and the others attack in?" At Morgane's questioning, the vice admiral could not explain. It's just that on the battlefield, if you can't recover completely, it's easy to leave behind dark wounds. In this way, even though there were 100,000 troops at Xinyuan Pass, it was enough to tire out the Xinyuan Pass defenders. That's an army of 200,000 men. As he was talking, someone suddenly came to report, but now it seems that it has to be. There was little urgency on the faces of all three, but Chen Xingji's face was calm and said, "Facing hundreds of thousands of De Yuan's army, even if 10,000 iron cavalry came, there is no meaning. Yes, General Chen, it's time for you and I to fulfill our covenant." Morgane sighed. As a result, you and died in Dakian. Tomorrow, at the 3rd hour of the night to make the meal, at the 5th hour of the night to send out the troops, and all the generals will take turns in attacking the city. 3 of you. It's been a long time. After all, the other party's strength, even if it was just a hair's breadth away from the state scholar, was just a hair's breadth away, but he soon learned. General Chen, after a farewell of 2 months, you have changed quite a bit. Although he didn't know the identities of these people, he didn't want the fight for power to happen here. At Yuan Qingdu's words, the others hadn't reacted, but Su Dingru froze in place. Good. The reinforcements coming from Dali, even if they are faster, I'm afraid it will still take half a month. How can we use a fast word? Just that he was also clear that no matter what, the Yuan Qingdu at this time was still untouchable by him. Even if there were some, they couldn't come up with much. That's quite a coincidence. Yuan Qingdu and the others came towards Xinyuan Pass. Although he knew that Chen Xingji was powerful, in his opinion, the other party had already fallen into the siege of 200,000 troops and was isolated, so it was impossible to rush out before it was right. A mere few thousand men can come and go as they please within the borders of my Dayuan, with no one to govern them, but once they enter Xinyuan Pass, they are like shackles, and no matter how elite they may be, they can only be drowned in the army. Upon hearing this, instead of just understanding, Morgane's face filled with anger. Chen Xingji looked into the distance. His voice was filled with murderous intent. Guan Yu spoke up. Still really cavalry? General, I'm afraid the losses will not be small if we attack the city like this. With that, he sneered again and said, General Chen is a first-class on. No one in Deqian can be better than him, the head of Xinyuan Pass. Morgane spoke up. He looked arrogant. Even Yuan Qingdu frequently looked sideways. He'll only make himself stronger. Su Dingru stood beside him. The body was bandaged but no longer affected movement, said Morgane with a sneer. That's where the battle breath comes in. Hearing this, Morgane glanced at him, her brow furrowed. Since then, the gap with Guan Yu is not that big. In that case, what are you waiting for? And in the meantime, let the generals come here. We have dragged on long enough under the Xinyuan Pass. Even when facing Yuan Chengdu, he was no longer so powerless. What makes this man tick? Most of the injuries quickly recovered. This time, the ones they brought with them were all cavalry, and they were naturally extremely fast. The adjutant general was startled. The corner of Yuan Chengdu's mouth hooked up. How dare they, to actually hide such a terrifyingly strong person? Switch tomorrow. We, the soldiers, will trample on the Great Yuan. Reinforcements are coming. No wonder Morgane was disgruntled. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. 2 generals. Reinforcements have arrived at the bottom of the pass. It is not a date for anyone to fight. Qin Xiong smiled and nodded. The adjutant general was surprised to see him awake. Chen Xingji glanced at the pass, and then a cold light flashed in his eyes. Today, Day 1 attacked hard for another day. By that time, Ben will have also recovered. This was also the reason why Situ Xianyan and the others had been unable to break through to the 2nd grade. If we are to be fast, I am afraid we will have to come in short cavalry. Hearing this, Su Dingru froze for a moment. However, Chen Xingji looked serious. But until this time, Qin Xiong even wore a smirk. However, he heard Chen Xingji speak. All of you. Su Dingru was about to speak. Su Dingru raised an eyebrow. The entire Deyuan thought that Deqian had no strong men. Is it a dream? Benji? Chapter 86. This general, here to finish what he left unfinished last time. Su Dingru was a bit bewildered. He felt that the few people in front of him were acting with him, but he also knew that it was clearly impossible. In other words, Dali was really destroyed by them? And this Yuan Qingdu in front of us, he even killed a Dali 1st grade, and how strong is he? himself? Needless to say, it's at least first class. For a time, Su Dingru's heart, once again, rose with hope. Great Qian, besides General Chen Qingji, actually had a first-grade powerhouse. Instead, it's an iron bar. With 4 of them, anywhere there was a gap, they could easily fill it. Those Deqian people, there was no way they could hurt him. Especially Chen Qingji. But it's already too late. Whatever stood in their way was completely destroyed by the thick iron rods. Morgane's pupils shrunk. The only difference, though, was that this time it wasn't just the Daewons who were fist-pumping. Hearing his words, the generals also revealed smiles. The iron cavalry that he was so proud of had already been routed by the other side's charge. And the experts around him were even more devastated by a single touch against these 4 first classes. But they don't. An iron rod with the 4 grade one pieces as its head. The Deqian people are indeed not simple, but their end is already predetermined. But this time, Daqian is not a front-runner. Chen Qingji stood on the horse's head, his lance standing upright, his voice elegant and cold. The other party was full of killing intent, and his silver spear was cold. And it was this one hesitation that the Deqian iron cavalry had rushed into the Deyuan cavalry formation. The first credit for this battle goes to you. Morgane's face was horrified, as if he had seen his end. This is not Dali. Whatever the other side has in mind, just send in a siege. Day 2. Suddenly the gates of the city opened wide. Hearing this, the adjutant general froze for a moment, then went to carry out the order. Deqian actually has so many experts? Men, surround and kill. I plan to open the city tomorrow. What do you 3 think? After the sound of sounding gold, at the top of the city, Chen Qingji and the others also revealed a smile. It was something he hadn't expected in any way. With 4 first classes in place, how could a mere Deyuan be able to show off a Jinyuan pass? At this moment, he felt his body trembling. He roared, "This is Jinyuan Pass, the battlefield that belongs to him. General Chen, how about a few days? Yuan Qingdu killed people while staring at Morgane. It seems that the Great Qian army is even more unbearable than we thought." Further to the side, a gold boring, tiger-like. As for the other few, they should have second-rate strength as well. I, the Jinyuan Pass garrison, am not a dry person either. Today, Deqian is deliberately letting them go up to the city. Tomorrow, the battle will be fought. Yuan Chengdu and Qin Xiong both nodded as well. Looking at the way a few people were talking and laughing, he felt that the strength of both of them shouldn't be that bad. See, today, we attacked a little faster. Great Qian people, are they looking for death? Pull back. First credit. How can I give it to anyone else? This general, here to finish what was left unfinished last time. Guan Yu, however, narrowed his eyes. There is no need for that. Soldiers are precious, we have just arrived. And the Daoyuan people do not know the news. In a few days, I am afraid that the news will have leaked out. 3 of you. Nowadays, the Great Yuan army, attacking Jinyuan Pass daily, spares no manpower, spares no life. Morgane sat on his horse, but just before the golden boar landed on his chest, a silver spear was already lodged in his throat. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. But now, trying to charge? Step over the bodies of your fellow soldiers first. Frustrated, the Grand Marshal hesitated. 1 piece, except that a pint is still a pint. That's 4 first graders. Seeing this scene, Morgane's pupils shrunk slightly. But the next second, the head of Jinyuan Pass, Chen Qingji, Yuan Qingdu, Guan Yu and Qin Xiong stood apart at Jinyuan Pass. But today, it was too weird. Leaping forward, Golden Boar killed towards Morgane. 4 figures suddenly leapt down from the Jinyuan Pass city head in a single bound. He couldn't think of any point in the other man doing that. Almost there. The opponent was coming too fast, and he had even seen that the white-robed general, who had severely injured himself in 3 moves last time, was charging towards him. The greatest advantage of the Great Yuan Iron Cavalry is speed. The moment the Daewons went up to the city, they were met with a fierce counterattack. Morgane started out calm and grew uneasy. The 3 major achievements of Dali were all taken away by Yuan Qingdu, and now that he has come to this Jinyuan Pass, how can he let Yuan Qingdu take away the achievements here again? A one piece can't change the war. The day had just dawned, and the Great Yuan army was already charging towards Jinyuan Pass. Soon, the new 10,000-man squad began to attack, killing their way towards the city. The person holding the golden boar was bathed in blood, just like a reincarnated demon god. Like the days before, today was bound to be another bloodbath. A smile plastered on his face. Come to die. Although it hadn't been a long time, his injuries, which no longer affected his movements, were only still lacking in battle power. Although the army rushed up to the top of the city, it was as if it hadn't made a half-assed splash. A cavalry rushed out. But, what if it's 4? No one was able to get a foothold at the head of the city. But soon, those 4 men brought their cavalry and came towards the main formation of the Great Yuan. Going uptown is easy. Going downtown, not so much. He didn't say anything, but everyone knew what he was thinking. But he didn't know that in front of him was an army of over 200,000 men. Retreat! Retreat! He had never imagined that the Great Qing could actually have this kind of foundation. An army of 200,000 is enough to engulf any enemy. All he knows is, in the past, the attack on the city was slow, but once they killed the city, it was a grueling battle of offense and defense. The 3 generals have just arrived. I'm afraid they're already tired, so why don't you rest for a few days? When he was less than 10 feet away from Morgaine, Yuan Qingdu suddenly roared out in anger and said. Su Dingru hurriedly spoke. Prepare to sound the golden change. Morgaine spoke suddenly. This was Jingyuan Pass, the place where he had fought a bloody battle for nearly 2 months. Long-term townships are not the best policy. There were even stone throwers in the distance. This man is the first credit. The 4 frantically approached towards Morgaine. That's exactly the point. Morgaine sneered and said. Morgaine laughed. However, upon hearing Yuan Qingdu's words, Qin Xiong immediately said, General Yuan, the first merit of this battle, Mr. Qin will take it. Nowadays, the Jinyuan Pass city head was like a reaper of death, and they couldn't see a way to live at all. He bellowed, it's not that easy for that De Yuan child to enter my Jinyuan Pass. Su Dingru was invigorated beyond measure. That's the reason they waited to charge until after the siege. To be able to leap from the top of this city, you need to be at least on the 2nd rank. He's getting faster and faster. Or rather, they rushed those Great Yuan troops who were withdrawing towards the Great Yuan home front. Morgaine blushed oddly. There are dozens of columbaria and even more countless ladders. At the same time the sound of sounding gold rang out. The previous 10,000 people team, one by one, as if amnestied, head without turning back on the retreat. He took a deep breath. Morgaine quickly sensed something was wrong. There is no such thing as a One Piece in his eyes. First credit? How can it be anyone else? Chapter 87, This Battle, a Great Victory. Morgaine is dead. Chen Xingji drew out the silver spear on his throat. Not far away, Guan Yu cut down the banner of Morgaine's center army with a single slash. Morgaine is dead. Morgaine is dead. The crowd responded. Su Dingru opened his mouth with a face of excitement. Hearing this, Chen Xingji looked solemn. The 4 first classes, with tens of thousands of iron cavalry, crisscrossed around in the battlefield. General Chen is overly concerned. After briefly describing the situation, Su Dingru then heaved out 4 words. A few jars of fine wine on the table, but unfortunately not much good food. Zhou Yuan shook his head. Nowadays, the land of the Great Yuan is a good time for them to make their mark. Gentlemen, this battle report might as well be presented to His Majesty at an early date. It was just that for some reason, a touch of gloom still appeared in their hearts, which really affected their good mood. From now on, De Yuan shall be renamed De Qian. Since ancient times, it is better to kill 1,000 enemies than to lose 800. Even with Yuan Qingdu and the others, it would not be easy to crush 200,000 cavalrymen of Daiyuan in one go. Morgaine is dead. Even though Daiyuan's land was far more extensive than Dakian's, they treated it as if it was nothing. In this battle, my Dakian army broke the enemy's cavalry more than 200,000. Another 70,000 infantry, a total of more than 70,000 decapitations, the loss of more than 3,000 people. Got 50,000 prisoners. The generals were all skilled in the military, so naturally they would not make such a big mistake. With that, he sneered. The heavenly prince of the Great Yuan stood on the stargazing platform. Definitely, in Qianyuan City, the sky was similarly cloudy, and a gentle rain fell. Qin Xiong asked. Guan Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Gentlemen, the siege of Jinyuan Pass has been lifted, so why don't you enter Daiyuan as soon as possible, and build a career? Right now, nearly 300,000 people had not even managed to set foot on an inch of Great Qian's land. This battle has been killed until the day into the night. The Great Qian army which is reluctant to give up the troops. The battle was over, but several people had no intention of stopping there, and there are also 50,000 horses, and a large number of weapons and provisions. He looked away, but at the moment, dark clouds cover everything. Go. Saying that, with a solemn expression, he stood up and arched his hand in the direction where Qianyuan City was located and said, His Majesty has spoken. The bowl of wine was drained in one gulp. Pursuing into the night is a major military taboo. He was seriously wounded and was not fit to pursue. So, after breaking the enemy, he turned around and went back to the city. Several people's eyes showed a strong ambition. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Nearly 300,000 large armies. For the Great Yuan, also absolutely called the injury. Especially Chen Xingji, Guan Yu, Qin Xiong and a few others. De Yuan Tianzi smiled. The pouring rain came down in no time. Soon a large number of infantrymen were out of the city. I think it must be so, but it is a pity that I am not in front of the Jinyuan Pass. Otherwise I must see how that so-called 100 years of majestic passes are trodden through by my Daiyuan iron cavalry. Since then, the Great Yuan state, for them, could be considered a straight path. Either way, these can be extremely important supplies. Your Majesty is wise. Yuan Qingdu let out a light laugh. This is the Stargazer, the highest place in the entire capital of the Great Yuan. He snapped his eyes wide. It's natural. It should also be where the stars are brightest. Order us to break through the Great Yuan and present the head of the Great Yuan Lord to your Majesty. Chen Xingji smiled at his words. How about reporting this matter to His Majesty? I'm having a little trouble sleeping. The Great Yuan Kingdom Lord spoke heavily. His Majesty did not send us here to guard the pass. Soon, a host of ministers spoke up, but at this moment, it was still a roar that drank in all 6 spirits. This must be the blood of that Dakian man, shedding already so much that the heavens can't even catch it. General Su, I wonder how the results of this battle have been inventoried. In that case, tomorrow at dawn, the army will raise its tent, as in, crying, this battle, a great victory, but, and the only chance to win. When he finished, the wine bowl hit the table heavily. The heavenly prince of the Great Yuan is betting 400,000 majestic troops here, just to crush the Great Qian in one fell swoop. Yuan Qingdu almost took the first credit for breaking the dolly. One drink from the glass. Breaking new ground. He had been waiting for this day for a full 30 years. Breaking the yuan. He had been impatient for a long time. Your Majesty, let's go rest. This celestial phenomenon must mean that my Dayuan soldiers and horses have broken through the Jinyuan Pass, and the heavens are also afraid for my Dayuan. Day 1 has lost. Now one battle down. Jinyuan Pass. Su Dingru also heard the yell. Come on man. Night. The capital of the Great Yuan. A Day 1 cavalryman suddenly turned his horse and ran. Smiles appeared on the faces of Chen Xingji and the others. Why is the sky so cloudy tonight? As more and more Daiyuan cavalry began to flee, the entire Daiyuan army began to collapse. This battle, Zhou Yuan spoke. It's late at night now, and it's a good time. Qin Xiong laughed. His hands were shaking with excitement. Bei Fu, Dai Baku, and another 50,000 troops will be ordered to follow this general out of the city. He could only tell from the system that the Deqian soldiers and horses had suffered considerable losses, and it was obvious that there had been a great battle. After the troops were withdrawn, there were corpses all over the place under the Jinyuan Pass. Behind him, several ministers accompanied respectfully, but did not dare to have the slightest word. He said, with a hot glow in his eyes, Daiyuan, moreover, had been waiting for a full 100 years, and today, he finally gets that chance. The entire capital of the Great Yuan was covered by a curtain of rain. The 4 sat in the pass. But before those 400,000 men had come together, the front army had collapsed. Even though there were nearly 300,000 people on this battlefield in Daiyuan, a roar of fury spread throughout the entire battlefield under the battle chi of the 4 first grade. There is no time like the present. There are countless fertile lands in Deqian, and since the Jinyuan Pass has been broken, the whole of Deqian, next, will be the racetrack for my Daiyuan warriors. With the first, there is a second. The heavenly prince of the Great Yuan was not angry. With a loss of less than 3,000 people and a beheading of 70,000. Throughout the 100-year history of Dakian, there had never been such a battle. Sito Dal walked over. In addition, about 50,000 horses were captured, and there is no counting of armor, provisions, etc. The entire fertile land of Deqian is the granary of my Great Yuan subjects. The center flag is down, but these 80,000 men out of the city today are the last straw that broke the camel's back. Shouting and killing sounds resounded throughout the battlefield. Hearing the Son of Heaven's words, several ministers' bodies trembled. Not long after, Su Dingru walked in. Qin Xiong smiled and spoke. It's a desperate move. This was the best time they could have had to crush the Day 1 cavalry. At this moment, he had mobilized almost all of Jinyuan Pass's soldiers and horses that could fight. A country's war is not a trivial matter. And now that Daiyuan is no longer a major danger to my Dakian, it's better to ask for instructions from His Majesty. Even though he was very confident, no one knew how the battle at Jinyuan Pass would go until the results appeared. Just at some point, a thunderbolt fell, followed by a roll of thunder, and the same moment, after 3 rounds of drinks. Today, I am in a very good mood. Chapter 88, High-End Angler. Never Air Force. With the destruction of 200,000 Iron Horsemen of the Great Yuan, the news spread like the wind throughout the entire Great Yuan. Not only that, but the Dacian army barely paused and immediately invaded the territory of Dayuan. For a time, it was as if the entire Great Yuan had become a battlefield. There are bodies everywhere. It was to fend off the Great Yuan army, which had often invaded Dacian in the past to beat the autumn winds. Now that Dali has been destroyed, once the Qian army of Dali enters Dayuan. But for Dayuan, it is surprising that there is far more than one such majestic pass. Even though Dayuan's national strength is strong, the defeat of 200,000 Iron Cavalrymen has already hurt his bones. Rather, it will be the same as the attack on Dali. A lightning break. Looking at the questions of the ministers, the Great Yuan Lord spoke. Surrounding countries, there hasn't been an extinction in at least 50 years. A few ministers didn't even dare to say the words "spare your life." His voice trembled a little. Now that the Great Qian has been stabilized, he does not need these feats to make his throne secure. The other ministers also had ugly faces. Hard as hell. He didn't spread the word, though. He directly grabbed those few ministers of the divine constabulary. He even hopes to use it to fish, just as it should be. But I am inevitably still worried. I have just received news that Dacian destroyed the Dali, the 3 major One Piece, but more than a month to attack and destroy the Dali. Did you not say that the color of the sky that night was the blood of the Great Qian people? After a whisper, he turned straight away. A few people were cut down, but the anger of the Great Yuan Lord still hadn't dissipated. To the bottom of Aaron? Many ministers looked at the Son of Heaven in shock. Let's see what other disorganized ministers are out there. The Great Yuan Kingdom Lord sighed lightly and suddenly said, Dali, the country is destroyed. Instead, the intelligence was suppressed. This city is almost comparable to Jinyuan Pass. Chen Xingji spoke. Qin Xiong sighed. Dayuan is far more powerful than my Dacian. And although this Aran city is a pass to the national capital, it is truly enviable that it can be built so majestically. Yuan Chengdu's few people frowned as they looked at the distant Aran city. Report. Didn't you say that my Great Yuan won a great victory? What's next? Great Qian soldiers and horses drive straight in. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid it won't take half a year to hit my capital. But the homeland was such that he could not just watch. As long as he held off the Great Qian army here, he would have time to regroup his army. Your Majesty, the Dacian army attacked our Dayuan in 4 directions, and now, it has already reached the bottom of Aran City. He grunted softly. At that point, what should Dayuan do? Aran City, it's 100 miles away from the border. How long has this been going on? And Dacian has actually already taken down several cities in a row. An urgent report suddenly sounded. Immediately to all parts of the gallop, transfer 4T army to the city of Aran. The city of Aran. I remembered that there are enough 50,000 people to defend the town. What if we feint somewhere else? It's not easy to really destroy a country when you have the upper kingdom bouncing off of it. It was a pity that they didn't have much cavalry this time, so they had brought more than 70,000 infantry with them. Otherwise they wouldn't have cared about this Aran city at all. Jinyuan Pass, but the Great Qian poured decades of effort, which only built out of the majestic pass. He saw the Great Qian military camp from afar, but the ministers didn't notice the deeply buried gloom of the Great Yuan Lord. Even though Dacian has a few strong people, it wants to break my Dayuan. Aran City is stocked with 50,000 troops, so if we bypass Aran City, I'm afraid we'll be cut off at the back. A mountain of cries went up. The moment they learned of Dayuan's defeat, they had a prediction of their future. Even the entire city of Aran looked like nothing in front of this long dragon. 200,000 iron horsemen have been broken, but there are still tens of thousands of people still in the establishment. My Dayuan is even stronger. Not 3 months. We'll be able to gather another 300,000 people. Do not worry, Your Majesty. At this moment, the Great Yuan Lord's face carried a few moments of unconcealable worry. Nowadays, he couldn't be as assured as he had been before when he attacked Dayuan. The Dacian crowd underneath the city of Aran knew nothing about this. After hearing this news, the Great Yuan Kingdom Lord only felt his head spin. Hearing Chen Xingji's words, the crowd's eyes flashed with brilliance. I have not returned for 30 years, and my Dayuan has actually been like this? And then a frontline stagecoachman came running in. The gates of the city of Aran were closed and austere. As long as these 50,000 men leave the city, Aran City will be broken. The destruction of the country? Hearing the words of the Great Yuan Kingdom Lord, the body that was originally standing almost fell onto the imperial throne. Chen Xingji smiled slightly. The Dacian army was much stronger than they had imagined. And at that moment, A middle-aged man with a refined gaze and gnarled muscles was walking near the city of Aran. How could he not be worried under this circumstance? The direction of departure was exactly where the capital of the Great Yuan was located. If the whole country is to be used, it may not be impossible to gather 500,000 people. Unless, of course, they can come up with enough elites. Can the city of Aran really hold off the Dacian army for a few years? If you can't, that can be the last line of defense. Make sure to keep the Great Qing army under Aran city. After a moment, the Great Yuan lord regained his composure. Now cutting off their own heads was fine. If they would let the Son of Heaven cut off the heads of all 9 of their clans, that would be the real despair. No matter how many ways the other side splits, Alan City is the threshold they can't get around, and the first line of defense for the capital of Diyuan. Jinyuan Pass has blocked the iron cavalry of Diyuan for decades, and although Alan City is not as good as that Jinyuan Pass, it will not be a problem to block it for a few years. Now it's just the other way around. At that time, Deqian will have more than 200,000 male soldiers. Within 7 days, the city of Aran will be broken. Glancing up towards the palace city, a tower-like figure sat on the roof. He returned to the imperial throne, but did not sit down. Seeing this scene, his face was a bit ugly. It wasn't that he was blowing a few first grades, it was still impossible to dominate the battlefield, regardless of what happens at this pass. We have been ordered to come here, and we must not be stopped here. Immediately a minister spoke up. In a few moments, however, the person disappeared from sight. But, where's the manpower? Hearing the words of the Great Yuan Lord, the courtiers also reacted. Hearing this, the Dayuan Kingdom Lord's brain was confused. Originally, he just came back to visit his family. Viciously giving a few people a few kicks, the Great Yuan Country Lord shouted angrily. Even though I, Da Yuan, am much more powerful than Dali, but it doesn't hurt these days. Although his face didn't move, when he left, deep cracks appeared on the boulder under his feet. As for Zhou Yuan in Qian Yuan City, he finally received the news that the generals had defeated the Great Yuan army at Jin Yuan Pass. The joint row of barracks, like a long dragon, was terrifying from afar. Several ministers warily knelt on the ground, not daring to say anything. The entire weapon rack instantly exploded. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Yuan Qingdu's fist ruthlessly smashed into the weapon rack in front of him. It's not time for these messages to be leaked. But, the district is Great Qing. Guan Yu similarly narrowed his eyes before continuing. Tomorrow, a certain family will be the vanguard and will break through this pass. Your Majesty is wise. No need for that. Unfortunately, the fish seemed to be getting smarter. But as a high-end angler, he would never go airborne. Starting in the afternoon, steady time updates will resume. Chapter 89, A Great Head. And I don't know who will take it. The Great Yuan Kingdom was a vast country with many cities. Under the city of Aran, most of the original besieged men and horses had dispersed. Seeing this, the concern on the face of the Aran city's guardian dispersed for the most part. A few days ago, the Dacian army had attacked Aran city once. But today, accelerated by the hillside, that cavalry was gaining speed. He must not leave town so easily. In moments, this infantry would be destroyed. But if they could use their lives to slow down that crazy accelerating heavy cavalry. Baijia City also had tens of thousands of defenders. So how could it be possible to forcefully attack Baijia City without 50,000 men? All of them formed a frontal vector, bound to break the enemy. It was only an hour before the city of Aran was nearly breached. He's been set on fire. In his opinion, at this moment, responding to all changes with no change was the hard truth now. Defending the city is okay. Getting out of the city. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Aran City. Broken so soon? In less than half an hour's time. On top of the battlefield. Not even a single Diyuan soldier holding a weapon could be seen. But in the next second, his pupils suddenly shrunk slightly. 50,000. The Aran city guards were confused. The city of Aran is too important. The bulk of the group then left. Also broken was his body. In one move, it split in two. Chen Xingji smiled. Judging from the daily cooking smoke, I am afraid that the Dacian army under the city is at most 10,000 strong. Every time the silver spear came out, a war general died. It's just that he's been brought in for support, because even if the enemy is powerful, also coming out were cavalry that numbered no more than a few hundred. What? But they, however, are elite. The two men looked at each other. Leave 10,000 men to guard the city, and the rest will follow this general out of the city, toward Jinshan. Rescue by Jie after lifting the siege of Jinshan. But, Aran City is the first gate of the Great Yuan, and this general has many duties. The Jinshan city soldier sobbed and spoke. It's not what you'd expect. He gritted his teeth. Only about 30,000 men remain stationed here in case they leave. Such a strong army. Such a strong man. Even though the Dacian soldiers and horses are elite, if there are not 50,000 people, how do they dare? He sighed. As long as we captured Jinshan City, even if we ignore Aran City, so what? A few days later, a fast horse arrived at the capital of the Great Yuan. There was a clanking explosion. Waste! The Aran City Guardian roared in anger, and the power of the second grade upper erupted. Behind him, dozens of battle chi above the fourth grade converged. Yes, it was only the limited number of opponents that gave up the intention of forcibly attacking the city. The general is too careful. The Aran City Guardian's face was grim. General, the Dacian army has gone to attack the two cities of Jinshan and Baijie. Let's rush to help. They had no intention of attacking the city of Aran first. This is a war. As far as winners and losers are concerned. He fiercely drew his battle sword and roared. The Genghis Khan's army has arrived. The two of them violently slapped their horses and their speed instantly skyrocketed. He didn't want to move. Chop! Guan Yu's eyes snapped open angrily. The Aran City Guardian frowned. Where did the Dacian people get so many troops? The Aran City Guardian was a bit skeptical. How many men does Diqian have? These elites of Diyuan were slowed down by the two men. If the other side attacked strongly for a few days, I'm afraid Aran City would be broken. The elite of the Dacian army. Ah, there are even first-grade war generals. Brothers can't resist at all. At this moment, the city of Aran was only defended by 10,000 people. Hearing this, the Aran City Guardian's face was ugly. Upon hearing his words, a large number of fourth-ranked war generals with unimportant positions stepped forward. The Aran City Guardian also stepped forward in person. But no one has fear in their hearts. When this army is destroyed, the city of Aran, naturally, will be defeated. 10,000 cavalry quickly assembled and ambushed the hillside on the path that the defenders of Aran City must take. It should be so. Hearing this, the Aran City Guardian fell silent. Naturally, these large armies cannot be allowed to gallop to the rescue. Today, break the enemy. If we let these 10,000 cavalrymen charge straight into the army. No sooner had he continued to think about it than 4 or 5 men came in hot and heavy. Suddenly, he shivered. The green dragon crescent blade chopped towards the Aran City Guard. About 30,000. The great Yuan lord froze in place. Is that cavalry? But when the gates of the army's Aran City opened wide, the two men, Chen Xingji and Guan Yu, who were sitting at the bottom of the city, laughed as soon as they heard the news. The villain came to report with his life. My city of Jinshan. It's too bad, but with over 8,000 defenders, it can't be stopped at all. Are there really 30,000 more people here? And then, the Iron Horseman stepped through the army. A blood-soaked soldier rushes in. The battle sword in the hands of the Aran City Guardian snapped violently. He didn't doubt the words of the reporting soldier. He was just a little puzzled. But the army suffered great losses. Behind them, the great Tang Xuanjia army's noise shook the sky. The Aran City Guardian looked around as he led his troops down the road. Yes, but there are 4 great absolute one-of-a-kinds. And that army that attacked the city, every single one of them was tough as hell. He couldn't help but touch his head. General, Baijie City is in an emergency. Please lead your troops to help. The good thing is, he has more than enough warlords. His words caused the Aran City Guardian to nod. That's heavily armored cavalry. And all he had was 40,000 infantry. There were only 30,000 people left today. And even though some first-grade warlords had left, there were still 3 Jedi first-grade here. But soon, another soldier arrived. But at this moment, Chen Xingji laughed, and Guan Yu laughed. Although they were not into the pints to become an army, they were all the toughest of the ordinary people. Is it true that there are still 30,000 men under Aran? Or can there be 5,000 people in the Dacian military camp under Aran City? General, I beg you to come to my aid. Your Majesty, the city of Aran has fallen. But, fortunately, he had early intelligence and asked for help from all over the place. And in the end, Aran City gathered 3 second-grade, as well as more than a dozen third-grade warlords, ready to fight to the death here. Those who came were the guards of the 2 cities. Hearing this, the second-grade war general on the side laughed. A city defended by 10,000 men was besieged by a mere 30,000 men, and it actually dared to ask for help. However, the 3 cities were at each other's horns, and if 2 of them were broken, the city of Aran would be isolated from then on. Even if there is a first-rate powerhouse, would he still dare to forcefully attack my 40,000 elites? One could only see a cavalry covered in arcane armor, charging towards the army. Regardless of whether the 2 cities had misrepresented their numbers or not, There could not be too many people in the Deqian military camp underneath the city at this moment. This general is also besieged, and I'm afraid that the enemies who are coming to attack this time are as many as 70,000 to 80,000, and there are even 4 major first classes, a true elite of the town. Charge, General. Jinshan City is in an emergency. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out for another 3 days with the Great Qian's 50,000 strong army under siege. The cities of Jinshan and Baijie were feint attacks, but they were also real attacks. For some reason, there is some uneasiness in this general's heart. There were only a few hundred people, and it looked extremely sad. That white Jie city soldier had a bitter look on his face. It's just that no matter what, he doesn't dare leave the city. As long as the generals use their lives, it may not be impossible to stop them. The Great Qian has sent 80,000 troops to attack 2 cities, and they have no one left. There are only 20,000 attackers. Going out? All generals above the 4th rank gather and prepare to charge. The generals spoke in unison. There is a saying in the art of war that 10 is a siege, 5 is an attack, and double is a battle. It's the best arrangement. The torrent of iron horsemen drowned these hundreds of people in no time. But, a first-grade war general personally going to battle? Indeed, with 10,000 people, I'm afraid it's indeed tough. There is no telling who will take this great head. Chapter 90. What is a nationalist and what is a subduer? Inexplicable thoughts flashed by, and the Deyuan kingdom lord was shocked for a moment in his heart and immediately came back to his senses. What can a mere Deqian do to me? The great Yuan kingdom lord opened his mouth. At first, I discussed with you all, that Deqian, but scabies disease, not enough to worry about. But today, what was said that day is still fresh in my mind. But the city of Aran, which I thought I relied on, has been broken, and the Great Qian is coming on strong. So do you all have any ideas? With General Ku, even if a divine soldier descends from the Great Qian, the capital will be safe and secure. The great Yuan kingdom lord glanced at him. The Daewon lord laughed a little. Hearing this, Kaliangrun was relieved. Although he didn't care about the title of Daewon, it was always better to have a name for the division. Originally this time also just want to see the homeland, but see that Deqian break my country, so only then enter the palace. He saw His Majesty's ambition. Once he stalled, it's armies against armies. Once the city of Aran is broken, the Dacian army will be able to drive in. Later on, I will make amends, when it really is not enough to die. Your Majesty, that person is too strong. We can't stop him. This person claimed that he is a national scholar of our great Yuan, facing the Deqian army and horses. Those cities of Deyuan were as unbearable as papier-mâché. But what about the people of my great Yuan? Seeing the name given, the man's body shook and he could only come forward. General Ku, I will make you my Deyuan's peerless general. 3 days later, lead an army of 50,000 men and retreat the army of Deqian. Your honor may prove it? In that case, where shall I take my troops? The Korean spoke up. His eyes were filled with ambition. The great Yuan kingdom lord immediately spoke. Now he was unwilling to let Kaliangrun leave the capital of the country. As for those people, naturally, they could only suffer some hardships. Hearing this, the great Yuan lord would be skeptical. In response, the great Yuan lord was silent. Word to the wise. Under these circumstances, no one dared to open their mouths any more easily. Last time, immediately after he opened his mouth, someone else stepped forward. Most of the other ministers, too, were relieved by Nalan's words. He knew that what Narain had said was too ideal. Even though the city of Aran is broken, there is still a gateway for our great Yuan, so fast that their reinforcements hadn't even managed to assemble. The stone lion instantly exploded. The remaining 2, one in the wilderness, not listening to the edicts. The other is a city guardian, responsible for guarding the border with the great king. The town has been decades. Now he was already upset that this Templar warrior was still a loser. Once the war in Deyuan is over, he will naturally leave. The great Yuan kingdom lord frowned. Can the people be good when the army is crossing the border? Where did Daewon get a nationalist? It's better for General Kun not to leave. Just stay here in the capital. Nalan, do you have anything to say? Eyes full of killing intent. But, if Daiyuan had a national scholar, the district of Dacian, he would have already broken it with one force. That's all he said. And he had already heard about the comparison between the battle power of the Deqian army and the Deyuan army. Surely he knew that 50,000 men would not be enough to relieve the siege. I'm afraid that nearly half of the great Yuan's territory will be taken by the Deqian people. Just as the crowd was despondent, a temple warrior suddenly walked in and spoke. He glanced outward, and outside the temple, a stone lion stood majestically. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. only to see him take out the small hammer he carried on his waist with his backhand and violently fling it towards the stone lion. And now, although the clothes were simple, the whole person was like a sharp sword out of its sheath, but his demeanor immediately eased up a lot. Just as he was about to speak, the Deyuan Kingdom Lord also saw the expression on Ko Liangren's face. Boom! A blast. Your Majesty, I have traveled in many countries and have not returned to Deyuan for 30 years. The Deyuan Kingdom Lord's face was blue, but he didn't care. With the 4 first grades striking out together, even if it was him, it would be difficult to take it down in a short period of time. This is the morning court. How can anyone be allowed to come here, but assassinate one person? Still, Koryangin frowned as well. The 4 first grades, he could fight them with one force. Your Majesty, a man has suddenly come outside. He removed the golden helmet from his head while speaking. My name, Ko Liangren, is a martial artist, and is not worthy of the word Your Excellency. The Son of Heaven. He's thinking good thoughts. He sighed inwardly. General Ko, don't worry. The general can go to Rock City to defend it. There are still 30,000 of my army there. In addition, I have ordered to send troops to Rock City. More than 100,000 troops will arrive in a few days. He came here only to understand the siege of Dayuan. The city of Aran lost too quickly. Indeed, the city of Aran was broken, but it was still far from the capital. He chortled. The Dakian army is coming on strong. I'm afraid that in less than 2 months, it will attack under my Dayuan capital. So instead of risking going to war, it's better to defend the capital. The Korean nodded. If this pass is not broken, the capital of the country will not be in danger. Even though the Dakian people have grown scuds, my Dakian cities are not made of tofu, and by the time they get to the next pass, there will be enough for my Dayuan to gather at least 150,000 troops, 150,000 people, even if the Great Qing reinforcements arrive. So what, Kokeshi? General Ku, Rock City, is broken. To prove it, it was what Nalan said that put him more at ease than the thoughts that made him uneasy. There were only a handful of 3 or 2 of them, even if they were first-rate. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Instead of engaging the Qin army in Dayuan, it is not weak to take the blame. 50,000? This is a true nationalist. The fact that Wei is strong and powerful and overwhelms the neighboring countries is not because there is a national scholar. The big man smiled. At that time, even if the Great Qing army presses in, my Great Yuan will have the strength to fight. Daewon has it too. Koryangin smiled. Too little. The only one known to the world, moreover, was Morgaine, who is unfortunately now dead. But at the moment he didn't want to hear otherwise. According to his observation, De Chen had sent a full 4 first grade, and there were even strong people among them who were just a hair's breadth away from being a state scholar, but now everyone retracted. However, I still believe that the Dakian army is nothing in terms of the national capital of our Great Yuan. Hearing his words, the Great Yuan Kingdom Lord calmed his mind. In the whole of Deyuan, there was no one who knew the situation of Deyuan better than him, and now with the help of the army, breaking De Chen can be said to be a handful. Without waiting for Ko Liangren to open his mouth, the Great Yuan Kingdom Lord continued. Looking at the Deyuan Kingdom Lord in front of him, Ko Liangren shook his head helplessly. I want to go to Qian Yuan. The strength of the state's soldiers, even though they can't match the strength of 1,000 armies. Although De Qian is strong, the Qian Yuan is weak. Giggle. It was important to know that there was 100 meters between the Korean and the stone lion. Deyuan Tianzi stood up violently. Outside the temple, a large man in rough shorts walked in. With Your Excellency being such a calming influence on the country, the danger of my Dayuan will no longer be a problem. But just on the 3rd day, before the Korean had set out, the Son of Heaven came looking for him. Great Qian's long drive, the momentum cannot be prolonged. Not in March, will certainly retreat. Eventually, seeing that no one had spoken, the Great Yuan country lord's gaze went to the person who had spoken the last time. Both, taking a deep breath, he said, Your Majesty, the Great Qian army, it's scarier than we thought. This time, he wanted to let the Great Qian Heavenly Prince know what it meant to be a national scholar and what it meant to subdue the country. Chapter 91 I would like to see how he will assassinate. Hearing Ko Liangren's words, the Deyuan Kingdom Lord was startled for a moment. Assassinate the Great Qian Emperor? The capital of De Qian is heavily guarded, and I'm afraid there are quite a few experts. So how can I easily assassinate? In response to the Deyuan Kingdom Lord's words, Ko Liangren smiled, but there was nothing to be done to try to stand the tower up. Kakushi, is that powerful? Wuxia is not a small thing. Wei Luo's face is worried. A person of the 3rd rank in the middle is already enough to be a primus in the army. Can't do it with a 1st grade, or even a far cry from it. Can. The Korean walks the land of Dakian. Although eunuch Wei Liao was only a 3rd grade in the beginning, It was also because of a dark injury in his early years. Otherwise he also had the potential of a first grade. Yuan Qingdu opened his mouth. But, the first grade is just an ordinary war general. Even though it can defeat thousands of people, but the gun will die if it is stabbed, and the knife will die if it is chopped. What if that nationalist doesn't come here? The state soldier? Tian Yuan Tower. The tower of the Great Yuan Jinghua. The Great Yuan will surely be devastated. It took him a full 6 months to pacify the outraged populace. De Yuan actually has a national scholar? There is a rumor that at noon today, a big man went to the Tian Yuan temple, and his man's golden light was so great that he raised the tower with his own strength. But 10 years ago, there was a sudden earth tremor, and the Tian Yuan tower collapsed as a result. Yuan Qingdu also shook his head. He couldn't believe it. And the fact that the meta tower is back up today is certainly a great sign. Zhou Yuan smiled and put aside the letter that he had nearly exhausted a third-grade war general to deliver. Could it be? It's Corianjin? He couldn't think of any other possibilities. Chen Xingji shook his head. Even if it is a nationalist who wants to defeat us, it will not be easy. Even if you are a national scholar, you can't go against the general trend. My Dacian army is in full force, and in this battle, De Yuan is near certain to lose. Yuan Qingdu's battle spirit is high. He is a first grade on the distance from the state scholar, and it is just a step away. Hearing Yuan Qingdu's question, Chen Xingji let out a bitter smile. After all, just as De Qian once had Yuan Wei, also a first class. That's what happened when the Tian Yuan Tower was re-erected, plus himself as a one-piece on. If that Daewongun scholar wants to come, then let him come. Kokeshi? Chen can hold the tripod effortlessly, but the Toda Guan Yu was already close to the middle of the first rank, and the power of the three swords was enough to rival the top of the first rank. He couldn't do it either. He spoke with a few moments of surprise on his face. Afterward, leave the city. In that case, we are in trouble. It's amazing that such a poppycock country has 4 first grades. But, his eyes, with a strong sense of war. He could not have imagined in any way that De Yuan actually had such depth. But it's a tower. With the power of one man, can he really lift the tower? Your Majesty, in the city, the Tian Yuan Tower is erected. Although Qin Xiong was a bit worse, even though he was in the middle of the first grade, he was not afraid in the slightest. At this moment, he suddenly rose with infinite confidence in Ko Liangrun. Unexpectedly, the fish of Dacian did not catch, but brought over the day one. But there was a message that went even faster than he did. The Korean people headed towards Dacian. Zhou Yuan laughed lightly. Zhou Yuan was surprised. Combined with 100 or so mid-third grade generals, and the sharpest men in the palace, even if they were national soldiers, what could they do? Your Majesty, Daewon who state scholar. The difference between the first grade and the national scholar, which seems to be a line of difference, is actually a world of difference. He smiled, even with that suspicion, but there was little concern on his face. After saying that, he ignored the Great Yuan Kingdom Lord's retention and directly turned around to leave the Great Yuan Palace. But Kakushi, it's a different realm. What? No, perhaps. There is another product in Xian Yuan City. General Yuan is joking. Hearing these words, the Great Yuan Kingdom Lord was shaken. A nationalist, not an invincible. Daewon has a nationalist? It was only because there were rumors that the Tian Yuan Tower was a tower of the people's hearts and could not be used with the help of external forces. He glanced toward the three. The Great Yuan Kingdom Lord was slightly startled. De Qian sits on the 4 first class palace guards, perhaps even more powerful than De Yuan. So it's normal for your Majesty to think so. But the word national scholar comes from thousands of years of war. And in my case, one person is enough. Just break the tower to rebuild. The people cannot agree. And therefore, the Tian Yuan Tower on this fell to the ground. Never stand up. Suddenly, Qin Xiong spoke. It's naturally nothing for Dali to produce one. Why don't your Majesty make early plans and move to the Western Palace? If the Son of Heaven dies, what can we do with millions of soldiers? Even if there are no first grades, even if there are only a few second grades. The Daeyuan Kingdom Lord looked at Ko Liangrun's back and frowned lightly. The little eunuch said, it's no wonder that the Korean is so confident. His spirits were lifted. And at this time, the people were in need of that kind of motivation. In his opinion, even though he could strike a stone lion forcefully from 100 miles away, it did not mean that he could assassinate a country son of heaven. It's a pity that General Yu isn't in Qian Yuan. Otherwise, why would I be afraid of Great Qian? 1 pint, and it won't stop him from killing people. I'll be right here in the Imperial study, and I'll see how he'll assassinate. The scouts saw the erected Tian Yuan Tower with their own eyes, and there were quite a few people who witnessed the tower rise, so I'm afraid the rumors are correct. This miracle should be spread throughout the Great Yuan. A eunuch ran over and fell to his knees. Perhaps there is some certainty. He was slightly silent. Guan Yu frowned and said. Several people looked toward him at once. Even if they were to face a Jedi first grade, I'm afraid that they would slaughter them like pigs and dogs. Yuan Qingdu looked grave. Such bravery. No harm done. Trouble. But the people cared. It was a good thing to be able to fight a nationalist before he had even fought Chen Qingji. This is a matter of great probability. Even if he guessed wrong, it wouldn't matter. The four of him would just fight with one of them. Hearing this, Chen Qingji snapped his mouth open and said, immediately send a message to Qian Yuan. Buy a third-ranked war general on a fast horse, changing horses without changing men, and within 5 days, be sure to notify His Majesty. He didn't care about any rumors that the Heavenly Yuan Tower had something to do with the fate of the country. Dolly had a pint, and several people had actually expected it and were prepared for it. On the side, when Wei Lu heard this, his body shook and his face was ugly. He shook his head. General Chen, are you able to Toda? Although His Majesty had never said so, he had already guessed through some of His Majesty's words that General Yufei was, most likely, a strong national scholar. A nationalist, however, is a different concept. However, Ko Liangren dared to enter Qian Yuan with his own strength, so it was evident that he was confident. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. But in the palace guards, it's only a squad leader. How could the Tian Yuan Tower stand up? He snapped his mouth open. When Yuan Qingdu's few people heard this rumor, their faces were filled with astonishment. It's just the situation at hand that makes one wonder about that. Tell the people of my Great Yuan that the Heavenly Yuan Tower was erected, and that the Great Yuan has been free of worry ever since. And while he was walking, in Qian Yuan City, Zhou Yuan received a transmission from the front line. Thinking so, the Great Yuan Lord returned to his chambers. There was a rumor that if the Tian Yuan Tower fell, it would be difficult for the Great Yuan to be at peace. 2 hours later, Qin Xiong's gaze was morose. 2, although it is strong, but a few people together, it may not be impossible to fight this battle, just in time, putting greatness into one person can subdue a nation. He had summoned several second grades, a dozen third grades, plus a first grade war general, more gain, but the combined efforts of all of them were unable to raise the tower. Thanks to book friend 202212280915297990 for the 500 coins reward. And thanks to book friend 16613353194637352996 for the 100 coins reward given to Zhou Yuan. Chapter 92, His Majesty has decreed that the court will begin. Your Majesty. Wei Lu had a worried look on his face. That's a national scholar. It's not trivial. The old slave is only on the second rank so far. I'm afraid I'm incapable of protecting His Majesty's safety. That General Lu may be strong, but I'm afraid he's not powerful enough to face the state scholar. Looking at Wei Lu's concern, Zhou Yuan shook his head. Immediately dress and get up. Indeed, that is where my concern lies. Lord Xian Yuan, do you know what happened? Although Zhou Yuan said on his lips that there was no need to care, in reality, he was still nervous in his heart. Just then, although faced with a smile, there was still a touch of deep killing intent hidden in the depths of Xian Yuan Jingqing's eyes. After a while, Zhou Yuan suddenly said, at the corner of his mouth, a smirk hung. I don't know how it was trained either. The Shadow Secret Guards have something to report. What is it? After all, that's a real nationalist. At the time of the morning court, the Son of Heaven is bound to appear. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Not only are the surrounding countries oppressing at all times, but now that it's so hard to destroy Dali, they still need to worry about what another country thinks. Hearing these words, Lu Bu's eyes flashed with a fine light, and his killing chance was sure to show. But at that, he just laughed. Zhou Yuan got up and many ministers were already waiting outside the palace city. Anyone who appeared within 100 meters of him, he was certain that he would kill them with a single hammer. Ko Liangren concealed his form until it was nightfall, and only then did he walk under the city with a flourish. The rest is impossible to determine. But there is only one thing. Clad in lockjaw armor and holding a square halberd, please, Your Majesty. And then in a few leaps, he tumbled up to the top of the city and disappeared into the night. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan's spirit was shaken. A scholar of the country has come from Dayuan. And now, I'm afraid he's already entered Qian Yuan City. Looking at Qian Yuan City's tight security, Ko Liangren smiled. A response sounded. After just a moment's consideration, he had a plan. Lu Bu's voice was powerful, but these are not in his way. Thinking of this, Ko Liangren fell into a deep sleep with his halberd in his arms. There is no hurry. Now that the war is not over, I will take a consort, and wait until all things are finished. In today's Daiqian, the only one who can cope with the state scholar is Lu Bu. Therefore, he needed Lu Bu to be here, and only if Lu Bu was here could he be at ease. I'm afraid there are quite a few guards in the palace during the morning court. Looking at the body on the ground, Koryunjin shook his head. It's a scribe, said Shadowmust buried his head heavily. However, Qianyuan City still increased its inspection efforts, and it could be said that the whole city was suddenly under martial law. Even Wei Liao did not have such an honor. Zhou Yuan nodded and said. The shadow secret guards answered directly to him. Otherwise, if something happened during the night, the shadow secret guards would usually have Gui Yuaner inform them. Wei Lu's eyebrows moved slightly. He didn't expect that the news of his coming to Qianyuan City had actually been known by the Great Qian Heavenly Prince. Since joining the dynasty, he has never been involved in chores. It's just that no one notices. He captured one of the gate guards that night and got the answer he wanted. Just put down the sunga in his hand and then opened his mouth to ask, when will the python messenger arrive? Zhou Yuan nodded. Zhou Yuan had just fallen asleep when suddenly Gui Yuaner knocked on the door. There was nothing more he could do or say. Hearing this answer, Koryunjin was a bit surprised, but His Majesty favors him. Yes, in these 2 days, Qianyuan City had suddenly increased its inspections. The Son of Heaven is in the Palace City, but the Palace City is not small, so I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult to search for him slowly. Nothing happened all night. The city gate guard only felt a slight coldness in his neck, and then he died with his eyes full of shock. With that, Gui Yuaner turned to leave. He muttered to himself as he pondered. Lu Bu, pay my respects to your majesty. So unless he's accounted for, if in days past, there was naturally no hurry. But now, if we can't kill that Son of Heaven as soon as possible, De Yuan is in danger. One talked about it, but sit up anyway. Even though he had no fear of the defense of the Great Qin Palace City, it would be a troublesome thing if he could not escape far away with a single strike. Don't worry, your majesty, with me here, I'll kill him. Behind him, he carried an iron halberd on his back, and at his waist, several compact hammers hung. SGT. Of state. No one can avoid this kind of scrutiny once there's any wind in their sails. Wei Lu nodded. It's really a bookie. Now that De Qian has destroyed Dali, it would be strange if Python said nothing, but at the moment, he could only hope that Python wouldn't interfere too much. It's really the only way they can do it now. These, His Majesty's shadow secret guards. There is no harm. If the visitor is a nationalist, with your strength, it is already good enough to trace the traces. And when they entered the palace gates today, they were even more heavily scrutinized at every level. Cham Hongyuan shook his head as he suddenly looked to the side at Qianyuan Jingcheng. First class? That Son of Heaven of yours, even dares not tell you that the one who comes, is a national scholar. Not long after, Lu Bu came over. The shadow secret guards immediately replied. A city gate guard at the south gate of Qianyuan disappeared. At night, it is suspected that there are strong people walking around. The other side is too strong for us to be sure. Zhou Yuan stood in place, his brows knitted lightly. Walking out of the great hall, Zhou Yuan saw the shadow secret guard and asked directly, what's the situation? Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Also, he needed some time to investigate where the Son of Heaven was. Seeing Lu Bu, Zhou Yuan said, even he, the second-ranked on, didn't notice the presence of the shadow secret guards in the first place. Zhou Yuan shook his head. He spoke with slight hesitation. Your Majesty, the matter of your taking a concubine has been dragging on for a long time. Although Zhou Yuan didn't care much about that De Yuan Guosher. Spread out all the people. I want to know when that great Yuan's nationalist appeared in my Qianyuan city. On the side, Situ Darer's face showed helplessness, but she didn't say anything. If that great Yuan scholar had already arrived at Qianyuan City, when would he come to assassinate? And within the palace. But after that throw inside the great Yuan Palace City, I'm afraid no one would dare to underestimate it. But unfortunately, civilians have no way of knowing these things. He muttered to himself, and at the bottom of the table, the trembling city gate guard couldn't help but speak. Think it's a first-rate powerhouse. A strong man? What is a strong man? A little eunuch came out. Soon it was dawn. Yes, these hammers are small though. Great Python is a powerful country, and Dakian and Dali both belong to the Great Python's vassal states. After that, Zhou Yuan said to Gui Yuaner, pass Lu Bu. Nonetheless, the Shadowmust guards were a bit less convenient after all. Speaking of this, Zhou Yuan sighed. The moment the words fell, Zhou Yuan shook his head and said, as a result, Gui Yuan became the only one who had contact with the shadow secret guards. Lord Chang, you say, what has happened in this Qianyuan city? Why has His Majesty suddenly clamped down? If Lord Chang doesn't know, how can I know? But I think there are some people who don't know themselves and want to make trouble. Weak countries have no diplomacy. The incoming attackers were actually Kikuchi. Unfortunately, Wei Lu replied. Within 7 days, I think it will arrive. My Dakian has already prepared to meet the matter. Only the matter of Dali. It is inevitable that there will be some difficulties. He was guarded by Gainya, but Gainya was ultimately less than a nationalist. It's not just the Shadowmist guards. Yes, Your Majesty. Outside Qianyuan City, Qianyuan Jingchun laughed. In this world, how can there be a war on the front line and the Son of Heaven indulging in wine and sex? A strong man of the Great Yuan, who might enter Qianyuan to assassinate. Hearing this voice, Zhou Yuan frowned. But at night, it was Gue Yuaner who was in charge of keeping watch. It's hard to say how much effect you can have against a Kikuchi assassination. He wanted to know why Qianyuan City was so tightly guarded. His Majesty has decreed that the court will begin. Chapter 93, an arrow comes out. Arrow light explodes. My lords, the pilgrimage has begun. So we'd better enter the hall quickly. Chang Hongyuan said smilingly. Today, I'm afraid it's time to confer about the matter of Python's emissary. Hearing Chang Hongyuan's words, a few ministers around him couldn't help but say, that great Python messenger. I'm afraid he has already entered my Diqian. There were even a number of small eunuchs. One as fit as lightning. There's really no rush. But the courtiers were now looking at their Son of Heaven in disbelief. Many of the great internal masters intercepted. Oh, he then drained his glass of wine and gazed off into the distance. It's soothing to sip wine and eat small dishes. And then he leapt and jumped straight up to the top of the city. My Diqian is strong and deserves it. All of them knew that the person coming was feared to be that De Yuan was sure. Killing people? He'd gotten used to it long ago. The battle chi that was so majestic to the extreme. Even if they were so far apart, they couldn't help but blanch. Unlike here, the district's first grade was surprisingly already enough to suppress everything. Aha! It's not even a pint. Chang Hongyuan secretly grumbled in his heart. He grabbed the strong bow, and under the huge force, the bow was like a full moon. Then Zhang said, Your Majesty, the visitor is extremely strong. Last night, he stayed here for the night. The triennial test is coming again. And at this time, inside the Qiankuan Palace, hearing Chang Hongyuan's words, the faces of the courtiers, all of them stared at each other for a few moments. But at this moment, he stepped forward. The courtiers all had ugly faces. Inside the city, a large man walked out from a remote residence. As he was thinking about it, a couple of patrolmen approached. Stop! Who are you? I have heard that this time the Python's emissary came to my Diqian and brought some other people with him. It's just a piker. Perhaps it is possible that Great Qian will not be able to be pacified for decades because of this civil unrest. As for the scattered patrols that arrived, after killing this heavenly prince of Diqian, it was time for him to go home, to his real home. Most of them are of the 4th or 5th rank, the halberd on his back, the hammer hanging from his waist, and even the dried blood on top of the halberd. What? He was about to speak when he heard the Son of Heaven faintly say, No need for that, it's business as usual. Me? The crowd did not speak again, and one by one they entered the hall in an orderly fashion. De Yuan Koliangrun, hearing Qian Yuan to take the head of your Son of Heaven. He disliked politics and only liked reading books, so His Majesty even gave him the privilege of being allowed to bring books to the temple. Your Majesty, Chang Hongyuan suddenly spoke. This kind of suppression that made it impossible for Diqian to take a breath was enough to make every Diqian courtier feel powerless. The sun had risen and the sunrise looked and felt quite pleasant. Zhou Yuan naturally had no objections, and his gaze, from time to time, looked outside the hall. The other party actually managed to break into the palace city. Even a first grade couldn't have done it. And outside the Qiankuan Palace, the corner of Lu Bu's mouth hooked into a smile. Whether it's him or Wei Lu, but never thought that the other party would be so overbearing. The Korean looked at a few people. It was just that they had always thought that the other party would choose to sneak into the palace city to assassinate His Majesty. Zhou Yuan was a bit surprised. He hated variables. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan rubbed his head. In order to prevent his host family from tipping him off, he killed his family of 5. Your Majesty, why are you so calm? It was just the presence of the python that made them too careful. However, Koliangren remained unhurried, taking one step at a time towards the palace city. Almost just a split second later, a scream rang out. And how would the Daewon soldiers come if they came? Then the Dakian army, naturally, must return to quell the chaos. And now it's time for him to go for the big things. What man? Figure it out? Korianjin smiled softly. Several people looked alert and drew the knives on their belts. By the time a large enough army to threaten him was assembled, he would have already killed that great Qian heavenly prince. So he's going to kill with honor. Kill that Qian heavenly prince in front of everyone. A true man of the country. Gaini, who had been standing silently behind Zhou Yuan, looked solemn as he drew his sword. While the crowd disagreed with each, they all suggested that it had to be of a sufficiently high standard. There was even a jug of wine and a few small plates of food. daring to try to forcefully kill His Majesty with such bravado in the middle of the day. Outside the Qianquan Palace, Lu Bu sat on the roof of a side hall. In fact, it's not even something that needs to be negotiated. Liangren seemed to walk unhurriedly, but he quickly reached the bottom of the palace city. Before the guard's drink ended, the halberd in his hand had already taken the life of the man who had spoken. Moreover, he also wanted to let the whole of Deqian and the neighboring countries know that De Yuan was not to be messed with. Chang Hongyuan wasn't the only one who was in a state of shock and anger. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so guards in front of the palace city had all been killed. Chang Hongyuan shook his head and said, "It's just some rumors that there seems to be a messenger from another country, coming with Python's messenger, but it's impossible to tell if it's true or not." Hearing his words, many courtiers nodded their heads. Looking ahead at Miyagi, he smiled. His iron halberd was stained with blood, and the blood on the halberd had dried up. At the same time, a bellowing cry rang out. There, that's where he aspires to be. SGT. Of state. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Even if those sergeants had gotten word to come, there wouldn't have been enough time. More people have died under him than he can even count. The patrolmen were about to speak when suddenly, several of them felt a slight chill in their necks before they fell to the ground almost simultaneously. But there was no one in front of that person. Before killing the heavenly prince of Deqian, he was in need of a blood sacrifice to make this halberd of his sharper. In a few rises and falls, he flew in the direction where the Qianquan Palace was located. Day 1 actually has a nationalist. It was only then that the sound of Ku Liangren's unfinished words came. Now, it's time for me to go and perform the deeds of a piker. Now the Day 1 Kikuchi is coming. No doubt he immediately attracted the attention of the patrol. Dakian Tianzi is the only son of the first emperor of Dakian. Once this person is dead, Dakian is bound to be in chaos. When he killed this Deqian heavenly prince, he had no intention of returning to De Yuan. He's in no hurry. And please, Your Majesty, step back. At his side lay the square halberd and a strong bow. Chang Hongyuan immediately spoke. Chang Hongyuan nodded, and then said, "It won't take more than a few days before we should arrive at Qianyuan City. The murder in the street has stirred up fear in countless people." Qianyuan Jingcheng held the scroll in his hands. Lu Wenhan suddenly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, for Python's emissaries, I, Dakian, should receive them with the highest specifications, but for the other emissaries, those specifications should change." The voice wrapped in a terrifying battle aura instantly spread throughout the entire Qianquan Palace. Suddenly, there was a slight pause in his hands. He couldn't even think of anything else and just roared, "Fellow officers, there are thieves assassinating His Majesty. Today, even if I die, I must stop the enemy. It's the time of the pilgrimage. The whole palace, it's under martial law. The matter of the Python's messenger will end here first. In the area of Bashu, there is another rebellion. Which general is willing to go to quell the rebellion?" Zhou Yuan sat on the imperial throne and listened to the courtiers discussing about the reception of Python's emissaries. It's a small thing, and in normal times, a number of generals would have stood up for it. There, a silhouette, was speeding towards here. Naturally, the same goes for these people, who will be forgotten by him in a few days. And at the moment, the palace city was silent. Blood spilled all the way to the ground, and there were bodies everywhere. The voice, which sounded extremely far away, was as if it was right in front of his ears. The other ministers, too, knew that the visitor was not a small one. The entire palace was visible to his eyes. In the minds of many, there was already speculation. He can do more than just halberds. An arrow came out, and the arrow light exploded. Boom! Chapter 94, The Thieves have been executed. The heads are here. Only a bang was heard. A wall instantly blew apart. Cold sweat broke out on Corianjan's forehead. That's what? His eyes were thick with disbelief. Wei Lu hesitated and spoke up as well. Seeing the other party disappearing over the wall, Lu Bu frowned and was about to put down his bow and arrows to pursue, but after glancing towards the Qianquan temple not far behind him, he hesitated a little and gave up the idea. Since the other party is a national scholar, he is still a great threat to His Majesty. Both of them thought of it at the same time. That Lu Bu, who had been honored by His Majesty as a peerless war general without an inch of merit, although a number of halberdiers and other guards tried to apprehend him. With the power of his Kikuchi bent on transferring, these halberdiers were simply powerless to fight against him. As Zhou Yan spoke, he didn't expect this person in front of him to actually come from the same halberd as himself, the Emperor of 1,000 years. Hearing these 4 words, Zhou Yuan smiled. Liangren didn't care about this kind of look. He just felt that this person must be sitting on a well, thinking that he was the absolute strongest person in this world. And almost at the same time, Lu Bu also raised his square sky painting halberd. But the next second, it shouldn't be that easy. After all, that's a Kikuchi, a never-before-seen powerhouse. Once again, His Majesty has lifted a veil. But today, he would use the halberd in his hand to tell this person what was beyond man and beyond heaven. Zhou Yuan stood up, looked around Deqian for a week, and said aloud, "With the Xuanless Admiral, even if there is an attack from the state soldiers, why should I be afraid? Why should all of you be alarmed?" And wait, hearing this from His Majesty, it was as if the assassin outside, who had most likely reached the level of a Kikuchi, didn't even exist to him. Apparently not. And at this time, inside the Qiankuan Palace, all the ministers heard the rumbling explosions outside. Close your eyes and wait quietly for the other to come. The aura is extraordinary. Halberd? He couldn't help but walk out when he thought of this, and then bowed down in front of Zhou Yuan. But his eyes were not the least bit fearful either. After a brief moment of shock, he had reacted. Just then, a sound of sword tracking rang out. The opponent's archery skills were too terrifying, and his strength was really not weak. The commotion outside was really a bit alarming, and even he, who already possessed a first-grade battle power, felt a strong sense of unease. In the next instant, Kuliangrun charged towards Lubu. "I, Dakian, am set for 1,000 generations, and your majesty is set as my Dakian, the first emperor of the ages. Such scum as you and others dare to invade his majesty? When really, it's ridiculous. Has that nationalist been stopped already?" It had dragged on long enough, and since this person had come to himself, it was as if this farce was over. At this moment, Wei Lu was excited. Walking on high ground at this time of year is no longer a safe thing to do. Instead of chasing after him, we should wait for him to come over. Being a nationalist himself, would he be afraid of another nationalist? Although things weren't quite what he had imagined, it didn't stop him from assassinating the Great Qian Heavenly Prince. But he had never expected that peerless war general was actually likewise a nationalist. The opponent was a nationalist after all, and although the bow and arrows in his hands were good, it was still a bit difficult to pose a lethal threat to a nationalist. Wasn't the purpose of his system to cultivate him into a 1,000-year-old emperor? So what if you are a nationalist? Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. That Guisher only appeared for a split second before Lubu had already shot an arrow. The two men's weapons clashed together without any frills. "It's time to present the head of that thief." Lubu's brow was thick with confidence. Suddenly there was a flash of divine light in his eyes and he suddenly drew his bow and shot an arrow. Lubu opened his eyes and looked at Kuliangrun with disdain. "Today, I will take the head of the Great Qian Heavenly Prince." He leapt and jumped directly across to Lubu. There is no harm, the head of that thief will soon be placed on my table." He didn't hesitate to roll over and jump right over the wall to the ground. "It doesn't seem to be moving." The arrow light struck again. From there, it's a real showdown with him. If they weren't worried about something happening to His Majesty, wouldn't the other side have had the chance to come close to this place? "It's just as well that I'll take the head of this national scholar of yours as well, so that all the neighboring countries will be afraid of my Deyuan." But the next instant, each one of them didn't know what was going on, and their faces were very grave. Lubu came from outside the hall with his square sky painting halberd in hand, bathed in blood. It's just the first grade of the district state sergeant. With the force of a vertical leap, he brought together his entire body's strength. Also right, Deqian actually has a national scholar. Die. There was another blast. He's a nationalist. The courtiers in the great hall looked tense. No. More accurately, the other party was coming towards himself. The other side is close again. Just a little bit and he's dead. He looked in the direction from which he had just seen the light coming, and saw that a man with a curved bow was standing there on a distant roof, looking at him. After saying that he didn't give Corianjan any chance to react, Gainey's eyes moved slightly, while Wei Lu was even more surprised. He had already thought of the horrified gaze of the man in front of him. Koliang spat out blood and fell to his knees, using the halberd in his hand to barely support his body from collapsing. With his strength, even a tall tower could be lifted, let alone smashing just one person. For the Kokeshi, this little distance is but an instant away. He didn't feel that the person in front of him was his opponent at all. A first class. Can you fight against a nationalist? You. This distance was also enough to make the Kokeshi in front of him give up using his bow and arrow. The opponent was armed with a bow and arrow, and he was undoubtedly a target when he stood on high ground. That would be great. Every now and then, he looks out. That General Yufeiyu was bound to be a man of the country in his thoughts. The iron halberd in his hand violently smashed towards Lubu. The Korean roared. Unfortunately, this arrow still missed. He tried to speak, but simply couldn't at this point. This was simply not a feeling that a first grade could give him. Even an absolute first grade that was only a hair's breadth away from being a Guisher would definitely not be able to give him such a sense of crisis. Lu Bu dropped the bow and arrows in his hands and grabbed the square sky painting halberd at the side. The two were less than 30 meters apart. It's just a poor, pathetic guy. Koreanjin laughed. With a wave of his hands, Lu Bu's square heavenly painted halberd violently transformed into an arc and smashed towards Ko Liangrun. The courtiers were talking. Before he could think anything, the other man had already drawn his bow once more. Ko Liangda pointed his halberd straight at Lu Bu. Even he felt a palpitation the moment he saw this person. Your Majesty, it would be better to move. After that, in just half a tea time, the other party was already close to where the Qiankuan palace was. There was a flash of cold light, and the head fell to the ground. Zhou Yuan was the only one who was always calm as one. It just has a few more twists and turns in it. The man's tiger eyes are appalling. How can you lose in one move? What exactly has the other side reached? It was only then that Lu Bu opened his mouth to utter his first words. SGT. Of state. The Carians had already rushed not far from Lu Bu with the cover of the various palace walls. He had never imagined that the district de Qian would actually have the existence of a national scholar like him. It was hard to find a nationalist. And now there could be a nationalist who used a halberd as well as he did. Even though he had never seen one in all his years of walking. The thieves have been executed. And here are the heads. Chapter 95. Seeing that head in Lu Bu's hand, the ministers were shocked beyond belief. In any case, they could not have imagined that Lu Bu could actually be so strong. If that head in his hand was truly a nationalist, then Lu Bu, who was one step stronger than that and was even able to behead this man, was clearly a true nationalist as well. Thinking of this possibility, many ministers' faces showed excitement. However, the fact that Lu Bu had killed the Deyuan nationalist in formation and had defeated the enemy in a single move had also given him a little more confidence. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. But now after seeing the other party's head with his own eyes, he was completely relieved. And this easy marquis is gifted with too much bravery. Without waiting for them to ask, the man spoke. In the future, won't just any country dare to ride on the head of Dechen, even if it's a first class. He spoke in a not-so-low voice, immediately causing the Great Qian courtiers to look toward him. Even if you suffer some aggravation, it's better than causing a strong enemy. Chan Hongyuan nodded. If it were the original, he would naturally advocate that this trouble be served like a python messenger and then sent away. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, sat in the Qiankuan palace and waited silently. I am the great fortune easy marquis, do you remember? But now, His Majesty is new to the throne. The death of the Day One Kakashi spread quickly. If you are not as powerful as others, you can naturally only shrink your head and be a human being. The entire Qianyuan city was solemn. The ministers of Deqian are here to greet them personally. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. And the horseman picked up speed. Inside the car, a faint voice rang out. Hearing Lu Bu personally admit that the head in his hand was a nationalist. If one day, there was a strong person like him who had reached the 5th rank of a national scholar. At the moment his heart was thrilled beyond words. Apart from the Son of Heaven, there was no one else in his eyes that caught his eye, and he was even more unafraid of any grand praises. But looking at his attitude, I'm afraid he's not very friendly to my Deqian. Well, in that case then make it quick. This officer is a bit tired, though I don't know why he was walking with the python messenger. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on getting a general like this. With a Zhenghua Zhij in my Deqian can also be called a strong sentence. In less than half an hour's time, the horseman walked to the gates of Qianyuan city. Listen to Sutan finish. Once every 3 years. Once he gets past this one, he will have no more constraints for the next 3 years. Great Qian can also see unprecedented development as a result. But he also didn't think that Dechen would be any worse off. It would be a wasted pleasure to get it wrong. How much farther? Chang Hongyuan glanced toward Sutan in the back. Chang Hongyuan said, and fell down on the great hall with a long obeisance. Nothing else. The python messenger is arriving. Lu Bu was proud. Great luck. Killing such a man is no feat to be proud of, but didn't take the matter seriously. Inside that carriage, however, the python messenger did not come out. I, my lord, will make my Great Qian honored by the world. Luckily, Chang Hongyuan pulled him back in time. This is nothing more than a guess. The python is powerful though. It is really the favor of heaven for Dakian. The courtiers were excited, but Lu Bu's face remained bland. To Deqian, the unusual nationalist was no longer a real threat. Surprisingly, there is a national scholar, but it does call it a strong sentence. But I, Deqian, am not one to be messed with. With a flick of his sleeve, Lu Wenhan intended to step forward. Even if the great luck is strong, so what? I, Deqian, am not made of clay. But this is not the Three Kingdoms. For a while, only Zhou Yuan as well as Lu Bu remained standing in the entire hall. Immediately someone answered. In another half an hour, We should reach Qian Yuan City. Zhou Yuan, as the head of a country, naturally did not go to receive it. A voice came from within the carriage, and although it said the words Hajime, its tone was bland. Zhou Yuan smiled. Lu Bu glanced at the head in his hand and spoke blandly. It's just dirt. The ministers, however, had mostly gone to the city gates to greet them. Zhou Yuan was similarly calm. Your envoy, my heavenly son of Deqian, is waiting for the envoy to go to the Qian Koan Palace, since it is proper. In that case, we will turn back and inform His Majesty. The voice was small and full of contempt. One of the carriages, walking in the middle of the line, he still remembers what His Majesty once said. I actually have a national scholar in Deqian. No wonder His Majesty worships General Lu as the peerless general. For most people, they didn't believe that Daiyuan had a nationalist, and naturally, they would even less believe that Daqian had a stronger nationalist. However, he saw Su Tan's gloomy expression. As he spoke, a man in the messenger corps laughed contemptuously. Bowing slightly, he made a half salute. The Great Qian has been established for 100 years, and there has never been the birth of a national scholar. Even he likes fame. Only then did Chang Hongyuan walk to Su Tan's side. It was even worse than 2 days ago when Ko Liangren came to Qian Yuan City to assassinate him. At that time, if he was able to kill it, it would barely be considered a feat in his eyes. The crowd didn't know much about the country, except that it was on the edge of the Great Yuan. A group of people came towards Qian Yuan in great numbers, but if there is resistance to the capital is still at the mercy of others. But even so, they pushed their excitement down quickly. The limit here isn't the nationalist either. It really is a bullet-ridden place, with a seemingly large number of civil officials and military generals. But there isn't even a second rank. The future Great Qian will be the world's pride. Looking at the faraway easy marquee, he narrowed his eyes slightly. But most people are skeptical about this whole thing. This is a nationalist. There have been 2 first grades, several second grades, and even now there is a national auxiliary. He was only superficially calm. Outside Qian Yuan City, soon the legion of messengers entered the city. Rituals cannot be abolished. At this moment, the excitement on the faces of all the ministers could no longer be contained. Hear that? Su Tan opened his mouth. The great luck is strong, and there are nationalists within its borders, but I have not been there specifically, so I am not too sure. Many Deqian courtiers had ugly faces. If it was placed in the 3 kingdoms, he believed that if there was a loyal enough Lu Bu in the opening, he would have the capital to compete with the great powers of the world. Seeing Chang Hongyuan's expression of desire to speak, but he had far more than just a Lu Bu. The man was dressed, unlike the others. Only a handful of 3 or 2 people have come out in 100 years. The voice then faded. But now I didn't expect that this great fortune easy marquis actually came together with the Python messenger. Chang Hongyuan opened his mouth and asked, General Lu, how strong is this man? But the visitors were nothing more than Python's courtiers, and they naturally did not perform the full salute. Beginning to enter the realm of the Kokeshi, such an assassin who was new to the state was really nothing in his eyes. This official is tired, so he will go to the audience tomorrow. One Lu Bu really isn't enough for him. The rest of the ministers also reacted when they saw this. Chang Hongyuan's face changed slightly, but his complexion quickly calmed down and said, he's not afraid of fame. Lord Su, I don't know if you know anything about this great fortune? Though he had known that Lu Bu would inevitably be able to take the assassin out easily. Anyone who offends my Qianlong will be executed even though he is far away. Chapter 96, I hope you won't seek death. Is this the kind of treatment that you, the Great Qian, have given this candidate? After the prosperous marquis arrived at the stagecoach, there was a sudden burst of anger. After the group entered the city, he did not enter the post house with the Python messenger group. Burial, compassion, and the corresponding matters must not be neglected. My lord, Python's emissary is always a little different as a visitor from the upper kingdom. The attendant who had been killed, he didn't actually recognize, and hadn't even heard of him. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, what he was preparing for today was to set his sights on Wei after settling Di Yuan. He's arrogant, but not stupid. The reason is obviously very simple. Big luck wasn't in his short-term rundown. No need to offend a powerful dynasty. Zhou Yuan sighed slightly. He muttered. Chang Hongyuan hurriedly spoke. It was just that the anger in his heart was really hard to dissipate. Wei is a vast country. Hearing this, not only Zhou Yuan, but many of Deqian's courtiers carried endless anger. This has been a tradition for many years. But that proleptic waiter approach. Zhou Yuan's face was a bit gloomy. Lord Lu calmed down. But he now, too, represented the face of the great luck. As an emperor, one can never be too capricious. He was already dissatisfied with the attitude of that great fortune easy marquis. With such a sire, there is no worry that Great Qian will not prosper. In just an instant, The subordinate spat blood from his mouth. The underling who brought him here had a smile piled on his face. Zhou Yuan closed his eyes and after a long time, he slowly calmed himself down. Although it may seem like a high specification, it's really just some regular hospitality. At least he came with the Python messenger, so it's not good to kill him here. Late night, he is going here to enter the Python. He's just a little stagecoach operator. On the other hand, after the Python emissary entered the post, there was no other movement. The changes that had occurred in Deqian in these few short months had made him feel a sense of honor towards Deqian as a whole. I've already given you a chance. I hope you don't seek death. The stage officer at the stagecoach house was furious beyond belief, especially since this matter involves other countries. It is important to be careful. Instead, he was separated alone, and with a few of the great messengers of fortune that he had brought with him, he entered another post house. But today's Python messenger does so. But he knew better than that. It was not possible to do everything like that. And this was the way to rule the country. Your Excellency, you are in what is already the best post house except that. And everything is done according to the highest forms of hospitality. He was afraid that the Son of Heaven was still young and could not suppress the anger in his heart. He wouldn't even say anything about it, because it would just add to the Son of Heaven's troubles. However, hearing his words, the prosperous waiter did not let him off the hook. After the meeting, the affairs of state will be left aside for the next day and negotiations will be held. At the bottom, a shadowmist guard appeared. It was an opponent he had to go all out against. Getaway husband. In that case, let's pretend we don't know. Bang. Even though he didn't go inside, he could tell with just a glance that there was a world of difference between the two stagecoaches. The many ministers of this great Qian did not have much respect for him at all. He still put down the zigzag in his hand. They've been received at the highest level. Lu Wunhan screamed out in anger. Zhou Yuan's movements in his hands paused for a moment. Not yet. Just some nightly visits. The attendant in charge of reception was killed by that easy marquis. With a slap. Not only is the land vast, but it also has millions of soldiers and countless generals. Such a poor and weak dynasty actually dared to underestimate him. Lu Wunhan certainly knew about it. According to the normal procedure, the incoming ambassador was to meet him in the first place. The prowler closed the door directly behind him, shutting out the angry stagecoach official. How dare you? This is my Deqian. How can you commit murder here? The great fortune was strong, and the easy marquis had a different identity. Even traveling with the Python emissary nowadays, if placed in the past, in their eyes Deqian was too weak. So weak that they didn't care about this so-called regulation. A cold smile hung at the corner of the easy marquis mouth. But with the succession of His Majesty now, not really qualified to do anything to an emissary from another country. What His Majesty decides is His Majesty's business, but he is not qualified to do so. A dark shadow, coming from outside the palace. As a great Qian dignitary, he was responsible for welcoming and receiving envoys from other countries. After that, Zhou Yuan spoke again. As for this matter, let it rest. A moment later, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes. The postal official had a helpless look on his face, but he couldn't do anything about it. This attendant, who died for the affairs of our great Qin nation, must not let his family be more chilled. And at this moment in the imperial study, after a nightly visit, he came here today to find out if there are any experts in this great Qian. It would be just as well if there were masters. And now what that Marquis of Prosperity had done was causing anger to well up in his heart. Your Majesty, even if the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he is guilty of the same crime as the common people. How can that Marquis at large be an exception? I ask that the Marquis of Prosperity be apprehended in order to set my court straight. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. What about the Great Luck Messenger? After saying that, he slapped the subordinate away with a slap. After all, the Great Fortune is different from other places, and my Deqian is now fighting endlessly. And if we destroy De Yuan, we will even border that Great Fortune. Hear that? Your Majesty, someone is probing the Deep Palace at night, and upon investigation, the other party is the easy Marquis of the Great Qing Dynasty. Only inside the Qiankuan temple, there was some anger within the canonist's voice. It was true that he couldn't be on par with the Python's incoming ambassador. After all, that represented the face of the entire Python. This easy Marquis, can he do anything? How dare you, Mr. Messenger? The hit was not a single attendant at all, but the face of the entire Great Qian. That Great Fortune messenger was very rude to my Great Qian. In the beginning, he set up the five-colored big stick to correct the country's prestige and set the people's mind. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth and asked. It was not a good thing to invite another unknown Great Fortune at this moment. Chang Honyuan was slightly relieved. Even if that prosperous waiter killed him today, he must not let anyone make a move against prosperous waiter. However, the easy Marquis face was filled with disdain. Making a big fuss in this Diqian is just the right time to show some of his force. Now it seems clear that he was overthinking it. What qualification does the district Diqian have to disrespect him? He'd had a feeling about it since he'd been in town. The python messenger didn't come. The visitor was none other than Easy Waiter. Do not move lightly. Now that Diqian's face has been beaten, he cannot remain silent. The paragon in charge of welcoming and reception opened his mouth. Could it be that this great fortune messenger really thought that he could be on par with the great python messenger? But if there are no masters, everything he did was for the Great Qing. But that said, how dare they? Do they really think I have no one in Diqian? Zhou Yuan was still criticizing the Zhenfu. Diqian is but a son of heaven, and dares to fight against heaven. Tell your Diqian son of heaven. If this waiter is not satisfied, I, Du Yun, will send my majestic army to attack. If it doesn't work, you'll have to kill it. Chapter 97, Beheading the Easy Marquis. Zhou Yuan actually did not want to kill that easy waiter. Killing a prowler is simple. However, his relationship with the Python emissary made him a bit wary. He didn't mind offending a Great Qing Dynasty, but right now he wasn't in a position to turn the tables on Python. I, Diqian, have countless people who can decapitate you, and I dare to speak rashly here. He looked at Lu Bu coldly, his eyes as if they could kill. Zhou Yuan's voice was not loud, but it appeared indifferent to a fault. So arrogant and bossy. Zhou Yuan did not open his mouth. General Lu Bu, that my Great Qing's #1 warrior. How can I not deserve the name of peerless? In the next second, Lu Bu suddenly threw a punch towards Easy Marquis. There were a few moments of surprise in his eyes. Among the nations, Diqian is also a weak nation at the bottom of the list. However, both of them were people of extraordinary strength, and their battle prowess was extraordinary. Lu Bu's self-proclaimed name drew Zhuang Ziyuan to look more toward him. There's really something to be laughed at. The terrifying force directly smashed the Easy Marquis chest flat and violently flew out backwards, flying straight to the outside of the Grand Hall. The Marquis of Great Luck Prosperity also made a bow. Zhuang Ziyuan said with a smile, that one sentence is enough. Afterwards, Zhuang Ziyuan made a half salute. But today, at the same time, it was also at this instant that Zhuang Ziyuan's face changed slightly. Yesterday, you entered the city, killed my Dakian attendants, and even explored the palace city at night. I have forgiven you for these sins. Zhou Yuan looked at Easy Waiter with calm eyes. Although I, Diqian, don't know much about Diyun, I know that Diyun is a powerful country. Granted, conferences, enrollment, this kind of country. I ask for a deadly battle, and if I don't win, I'll bring my head to meet you, and I will not let my Dakian be underestimated by others. Ningame was furious. No one has anything to say about that. Just looking faintly at the peerless admiral, curious as to what he wanted to do next. Surprisingly, there's a peerless admiral as well. It's simply a death wish. In that instant, a hint of aura began to unfold on Lu Bu's body. The sidekick doesn't know. Suddenly a vicious wind came from behind Ningame. Both of them took the foundation building pill given by Zhou Yuan. However, Lu Bu looked directly at Zhou Yuan and did not look at him at all. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Emissary Zhuang, I wonder what relationship this prosperity waiter has with the kingdom above, and from what he knows. Your Majesty, Gaini, who was behind Zhou Yuan, smiled. He was already very upset, but now this Great Qing subject actually dared to speak to him like this. It's not like there's any country that has such a title as on the Unmatched. Your Majesty of the Great Qing, my great fortune, is it a weak country? With the help of the foundation building pill, what a great lucky getaway candidate. But when saying this, his face still had a mocking look on it. Lu Bu's body, which was originally facing Zhou Yuan, slowly turned around. Both. But now, you're talking big. He wanted to figure out what qualifications that great fortune Easy Marquis had to travel with the Python messenger. Insufficient strength. The so-called reputation of being peerless was nothing more than a joke. My lord, please behead this bureaucrat. There was a muffled thud. The anger in his eyes was not hidden in the slightest. Moreover, these days, he had asked Lu Bu for advice many times and felt that his strength had improved even more. But after a few words, naturally not. But it wasn't for lack of talking. Barbaric little child, how dare you talk nonsense in my Diqian? Although you have entered the first rank, you are still a few points behind this Marquis of Prosperity. Both of them broke through to the first grade as a result. Such a waste. Also dare to make trouble in my Diqian. In the future, a certain family must go to the Great Luck to walk up. The sledgehammer spoke violently. He had heard about yesterday's incident. Zhuang Ziyuan's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked deeply at Lu Bu. Even though this was a sneak attack, the emissary from the Upper Kingdom has traveled a long way. I wonder what the Upper Kingdom has to say? A faint voice rang out. Great Python Messenger Zhuang Ziyuan, Meet your majesty. It's just that he's a close guard of the Son of Heaven, so it's not good for him to do it. A certain family, Great Qian's peerless general, Lu Fengxian. Lu Bu opened his mouth. No joy or anger could be heard within his voice. Who are you? One piece on. Zhou Yuan shook his head. Zhou Yuan nodded. It was enough to show that Python had no special malice towards Diqian. 2 chants later, 7 or 8 people walked in. However, before Lu Bu could reply, one person suddenly stepped out from among the crowd of military generals. Marquis of great fortune at large, have an audience with your majesty. Although I, Great Python, am a superior country, I do not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. Therefore, I, Great Python Heavenly Sovereign, have only ordered my subordinate to pay a visit to His Majesty. Nothing else. But if he strikes, 3 moves will be enough. Zhuang Ziyuan owed his body slightly. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth and asked, if the halberd is in hand. This look in Lu Bu's eyes undoubtedly made Easy Waiter feel very unhappy. The person at the head was naturally that Python's messenger. He jerked his head back and slammed his fist out. First class? Lu Bu's look was proud, with a few hints of anger in it. But just in the next instant his anger exploded. The one who spoke was the sledgehammer with a body like an iron tower and eyes like bronze bells. The prosperous waiter looked indifferent. There is a huge difference between a first class and a first class. Thou, who is that great luck prosperity candidate? Soon, a sing-song sound was heard. A bullet-ridden country that actually has a first-rate product? He insulted our Qing Dynasty's subjects in the Great Hall. Much is left unexplained. The great luck prosperity candidate suddenly spoke. However, as for the prosperous candidate, Zhou Yuan was now just thinking about how he was going to solve this matter. Stand down. Ningame similarly stepped forward. Although I, De Qian, am not as good as Python, I am still a state of etiquette, so the messenger need not worry. Zhuang Ziyuan explained again. My humble servant is a man of letters, and I hope that your majesty will understand if the boat is tiring. Envoy of the Great Python Upper Kingdom, audience with your majesty. The 2 men's eyes snapped open. This man in front of him, he can be defeated in one blow, beheading countless of my ho's men? Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's reply, the prosperous waiter snapped and drank. In that case, why are you slowing down this marquis? After saying that, Lu Bu withdrew his sight. The prosperous waiter laughed, and suddenly his face turned cold as he said, truly the country is weak but not the heart. The district of Diqian, not even a first grade, also dare to seal the title of peerless admiral. I beg you. The great hall is stained with blood. His face held a faint trace of surprise. Even the emissary from the upper kingdom saluted, so he certainly didn't feel that he was more special. Just then, just a fellow traveler. District. Along with him? I think there must also be that arrogant and domineering marquis of great luck prosperity. How had he ever been so insulted? Both sides talked for a few moments and the exchange was good. Ningame took a few steps backward, but Easy Waiter didn't move at all. Zhou Yuan looked at the 2. There was more, as if to the extreme, contempt. He would never be defeated so easily either. Easy Marquis wants to put in a hard word. Shaking his head, he then spoke. The 2 of you, and stand down. Do you really think? I have no swords in Diqian. Early the next morning, the pilgrimage routinely began. It's just that all of his battle power is above the halberd. It's only a first entry though, General Lu, but nothing in his expression showed it. Let's make the great luck. Then, the next goal of Dakian. The country is weak, as it should be. Today, he will definitely ask for an explanation. Zhou Yuan glanced towards Lu Bu, a glance that carried a bit of depth. The messenger from the upper kingdom is excused. Admiral Muoi? Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Zhuang Ziyuan's first words, but everyone heard his anger. So even if the Python messenger did not have the first audience as required, he did not care. Dressed in armor, Lu Bu stood at the head of all the civil officials and military generals. Ningame looked at Lu Bu, and Lu Bu looked at the Easy Marquis. Suddenly a faint voice rang out from high above the great hall. It collided with Easy Waiter's fist. Python's emissary did not appear before His Majesty in accordance with the imperial system, and the Marquis of Great Fortune's prosperity, moreover, killed an attendant in the middle of the post. My lord, I am honored. Today, early hair, the book after the day after tomorrow on the shelves. Trying to day 10.000 start it. Hope more support. Chapter 98 Anaconda intervenes. On the first grade, one move is death. Zhuang Ziyuan narrowed his eyes. Surely, General Lu is a man of the country? Exactly. Lu Bu replied, sounding nonchalant. That is, this great Python messenger's attitude today is quite good. Otherwise he could not help but let this great Python messenger meet the might of the Great Qian. When the great luck came looking for trouble, the Qian's strength had long been very different from what it was now. It's not as if nothing is being done. I didn't want 9 years to pass, but De Qian had already possessed a national scholar. This man is strong, but his brain doesn't work too well. De Qian has a township, more Dali a place, but it is reasonable. When the dinner was over, Zhuang Ziyuan would naturally leave with heavenly gold. I'm afraid the trouble in De Qian is not small, but at the same time, his heart murmured. The corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth curled into a smile. Just from the demeanor that Zhuang Ziyuan was displaying at the moment, Zhou Yuan was able to tell that the competition within the python was not small. I'm afraid, as a messenger, he naturally had to take a stand on the matter. Wei Lu stood by Zhou Yuan's side. Zhuang Ziyuan smiled. 18 years ago, my humble servant was but an accompanying deputy. How could I qualify for an audience with the Son of Heaven? If there were 30,000 sufficiently elite cavalrymen and Lu Bu leading them, even if they could not take over the whole of Daiyun, it would still be enough to break Daiyun's bones. Thanks to the Zhuang messenger for informing me. But in this matter, it's nothing more than soldiers coming to the defense, water coming to the earth to cover up. Zhou Yuan nodded without moving. After the pilgrimage, there was only one dinner left. Zhuang Ziyuan did not retort, but said, it's not just dying that's like this. If Dakian encounters the same thing, Python will intervene as well. He responded before looking out towards the Great Hall. Zhuang Ziyuan spoke with a deep meaning on his face. That great python emissary wasn't a little cutie, maybe a man of the cloth and have no hands, but to be sent by the great python heavenly sovereign to be a messenger. It must not be that easy to fool. But he didn't think Lu Bu was so wrong about that. The great fortune certainly had nationalists, and he didn't believe that the other party's strength could surpass Lu Bu's. The great Qian had long anticipated his meddling. It's long overdue to be prepared. After that, it's just a normal handover. The great luck is strong and the country possesses more than one nationalist. If the great luck comes, Lu Bu hums softly, I request to send troops to Danyun. Give me 30,000 riders and I will break Danyun. Otherwise, if Wei comes to attack it this time, it will be a trouble. If there is no one left in the Dali royal family, then this Dali dynasty, naturally, no one will return it. Both countries need to be subdued. He came from 3 days in the Great Qianlong. Has your majesty ever heard of the Grand View? Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Then what emissary Zhuang means is for me, De Qian, to withdraw our troops from Dali? 9 years ago, the next official has never come to Dakian, and at that time, there was not even a first grade in Dakian. The messenger has come to my De Qian? It's always good to have a happy ending. Python didn't care about the war between the kingdoms, but destroying the kingdoms. No. Welcome guests and send them off. Wei Lu spoke in a low voice. It's just that with my Python's intervention, Wei had to retreat and had to return the Great King to the hands of the Great King's royal family. Zhou Yuan's face was also a little colder. Zhuang Ziyuan sighed. Although I, the Great Python Heavenly Monarch, do not meddle in the political affairs of the countries, but the countries offer heavenly gold for my Great Python. And when a country is destroyed, I, the Great Python, will not be able to sit back and do nothing. I have heard about it, and it was nearly destroyed by the Great Wei. Zhou Yuan nodded. And also need to leave behind at least 100,000 troops to shock the curfew. At the bottom, many courtiers were talking. A voice rang out. He certainly knew Lu Bu's nature and flaws. Although when he first went up to the temple, Zhou Yuan did not feel much malice. But, after he returned to Great Python, he was also in need of reporting the affairs of the various countries to the Great Python Saint Ruler. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, but he did not worry too much. Zhuang Ziyuan's expression was a bit odd. Naturally, it's true. Although the nationalist is known as a townsman, he is ultimately a human being. Dali wasn't supposed to be a big deal. With 30,000 cavalry, I'm afraid even Dali can't be attacked, not to mention Daiyun. And if the Dali royal family, there is no one left? Then I wonder what emissary Zhuang means. Then Zhuang Ziyuan walked in with a few people, the gloom on his face almost visible to the naked eye. And a nationalist, even in a country like Python. Your humble servant, meet His Majesty of De Qian. Chang Hongyuan suddenly interjected. Today's De Qian has too many constraints, has just annexed Dali, and is about to take down De Yuan. That's just it. De Qian is now a strong country, so there is no harm in occupying the land of Dali. Dali invaded my Dakian. If not for the many civil and military protection, Zhuang messenger saw, I'm afraid, is not me, but that Dali son of heaven. It was nightfall. My humble servant has heard that De Qian has attacked Dali. I wonder if it is true or not. Perhaps it was time for him to summon again. It would be best if he could get strong military generals, and it would be good to replenish some of his troops. Just then, as Zhuang Ziyuan had said, his visit to De Qian was nothing more than a routine. Zhou Yuan was certainly thinking about things just passing away, and Diqian is now flourishing step by step. Your Majesty, I'm afraid something has changed. Instead of answering directly, Zhuang Ziyuan opened his mouth. Zhuang Ziyuan froze for a moment as he reacted furiously, but the python messenger had not yet come. Figure to exterminate the entire Dali royal family. Zhou Yuan then shook his head. That's the importance of strength. No, the grand view is extinguished. And in the meantime, hearing Lu Bu's reply, Zhuang Ziyuan said with a slight sigh, it's true that the world has turned upside down after a few years of absence. Think about it. The ministers had already taken their seats, and Zhou Yuan also sat on the imperial throne. As in the case of Dali, I'm afraid that Situ Yuan's father and son will not be able to return for a while. Zhuang Ziyuan sighed, and the results of these 3 days of investigation have made him very unhappy. Day 1 is even more so. When really, things are different. The walls of the Dakian palace are formidable, and the palace is brightly lit. But these are things that should be considered only after the python messenger has left. Zhuang Ziyuan said, but did not sit down, but asked. There's no small place for that, either. Where's Day 1? On top of being shocked at how powerful Diqian was, his face was also a bit gloomy. Although the Great Python didn't really manage the countries under its jurisdiction, the destruction of a country was not a small matter. Nobody? But after knowing that Lu Bu was a nationalist, Zhou Yuan was a bit surprised. When Diqian was weak, this was a protection for Diqian, but now it has become the biggest constraint. The python messenger has arrived. Zhuang Ziyuan opened his mouth. Zhuang Ziyuan said it very clearly. When I ascended the throne, Dakian was in a state of turmoil, and the rebellious ministers, Yuan and his son, had their own army and wanted to rebel. Zhuang Ziyuan's voice had a few moments of goodwill within it. Oh, Diqian has already breached the capital of Dali. His kindness was noticeably heavier. Or rather, this kindness only showed, but it was clear that Zhuang Ziyuan wasn't easy to fool around with either. Although General Lu is a man of state, I'm afraid that the Great Luck won't be satisfied with killing that prosperity candidate now. But Day 1. No. Chapter 99, A Scholar of the Nation. Not just the martial way. As Zhuang Ziyuan's words exited, the entire atmosphere in the palace seemed to have become a few points heavier as a result. Zhuang Ziyuan continued to speak. I am an emissary of Python, and I have been carrying out the affairs of the king since then. Dakian may obtain a place in Dali, and the matter of Dayuan, when the army is withdrawn. That's not a claim, it's a provocation. This time, it is a full gift. The writing then dissipated. As compensation, Dayuan needs to make annual offerings to Diqian to make up for Diqian's losses. Even if he is a messenger from the upper kingdom, how can he make the blood and tears of my many generals flow in vain with a single word? But then he shook his head before speaking. Speaking here, Chang Hongyuan paused slightly before saying, even though the Great Python is a saintly ruler of the upper kingdom, a mere offering will not make up for the loss of my Great Qian. Not to mention that Great Qian also suffered the benefits of this matter in the first place. Many of my generals and soldiers of Diqian fought bloody battles in Dayuan to achieve the present results. Lu Bu stood aside. However, Zhou Yuan did not understand what Zhuang Ziyuan meant by saying this at this time. A strand of inexplicable power transformed into many large characters in his pen. So far, when other countries come to attack, I, Dakian, need to endure it, and when His Majesty is stabbed, I need to endure it. Zhuang Ziyuan's expression was slightly difficult. Zhuang Ziyuan slowly walked to the center of the large hall, and then opened his mouth. Reading, ruling the country, and leveling the world. This is the words of the sage of Hong. This official is not talented, and can't rule the Python dynasty, much less level the world. But here in Dakian, I think I can still level the world a bit. Today, Dayuan state soldiers dare to come and assassinate my Diqian son of heaven. And in the coming day, a certain family will make sure that there will be no one left in Dayuan's royal family. What if a certain family doesn't lead troops or carry generals? No one knew better or was angrier than he was. Your Majesty, you should know that this official performs Python's business, and if Dakian insists on annexing Dayuan, that's fine, but it's always necessary for this official to give an explanation to my Python heavenly king. Zhou Yuan didn't open his mouth as he waited. Emissary Zhuang, the war between my Diqian and Dayuan is not a war that my Diqian wants to start and attack the city. He didn't expect Zhuang Ziyuan to let go so easily. Self-dismissal tomorrow. To get more, you need to qualify. The one who opened his mouth was Chang Hongyuan, who looked at Zhuang Ziyuan and continued. Dali attacked my Dakian, so my Dakian had no choice but to go to war with it. But is it still necessary for me to be strong and powerful in Diqian? But he was also clear. Suddenly, a ghostly voice rang out. Zhuang Ziyuan looked over in the direction the voice came from, going to see a middle-aged reader, holding a scroll in his hand, looking towards him, with a faint smile on his face. Even in this courtroom, there is a modest gentleman's wind, which can be said to be unique. Reading, ruling the country, and calming the world sentence. He had seen a similar one in the Analects. Instead, when my country was weak, I was blessed by the great python and thus survived. But at this point, it's revealed everywhere. Poked by Zhuang Ziyuan. Dare I ask Emissary Zhuang? The world. Where did this come from? He is an envoy from the upper kingdom of Python. But Dakian didn't want to withdraw. Even if we were to withdraw, there should be enough interest to do so. And within 3 years, no one may initiate another war. It seems, the crowd was at war. Besides, it's already been done. So where's the sense in pulling back again? However, in this world, the one who spoke these words was that Hong sage, whose status in this world was comparable to that of the Kong sage. But one day, a certain family traveled alone to the capital of the Great Yuan. Chang Hongyuan's face was not embarrassed. It is not a bully. And now, he's just showing that off. And that Dai Yuan, even at the time of my army's fierce battle with Dali, gathered hundreds of thousands of male soldiers, stood out under the pass, watching intently, and even dispatched national soldiers into Qianyuan to assassinate my lord. The air was silent. But since the matter had been revealed, there had to be an explanation for Python. Everything else is negotiable. The great dollar may not be appropriated. And that is the bottom line. All that Python practiced was the way of the imperial mind. However, it was impossible for him to forcefully say to Zhuang Ziyuan that Tiqian would take Python. However, in the twinkling of an eye, a piece of rinshui had appeared in mid-air. After he came to Dakian, he acted halfway without being overbearing, and even called it gentle and elegant. And it's a long-lasting benefit. If you take the whole of day one, I, Dakian, have never taken the initiative to hurt others, but I can never be hurt by others and remain indifferent. A national scholar is not just a martial artist. Today, this official is here, so I will write a piece of rinshui to advise your majesty. With all the ministers of Dakian, Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows. Zhou Yuan's heart fluttered. For example, swallowing half of Daewon's territory. In this way, with the situation of the Great Qing today, it is exactly what is needed to digest the newly gained country for a while. Even though the Dakian army is disciplined, I'm afraid that those big families of Yuan have already been turned into countless carts of gold and silver jewels by the Dakian army. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. This is the way of benevolence and righteousness. To spare others. What Emissary Zhuang says is good, but one should also know that what is the best way to repay a grudge with virtue. This person was none other than Xianyuan Jingcheng. What you say, sir, is good, but this matter, which is the rule of my python for 1,000 years, cannot be changed so easily. If the gentleman has any objections, even if he retires at this moment. Zhuang Ziyuan's face was equally bland. Nowadays, the Great Qian does not have that many troops to defend the town. I'm afraid this official will have trouble convincing the Great Qian generals. This man, perhaps, has the qualifications of a national scholar. At least that's something that can't come out of his mouth. Wei was pressured to pull back. At the same time he put up a smile to the ministers, especially looking at Lu Bu, and said, "Gentlemen, look to benevolence. For the sake of the matter." Dang it, but he didn't expect it. The moment the words fell, Zhuang Ziyuan suddenly raised his pen and waved it. It was just a little tricky in the back of my mind. It's enough. A mere scholar. How can he know the suffering of the generals outside and the misery of spilling blood on the frontier? I hope, Your Majesty, that your mind will turn back. Zhuang Ziyuan said it clearly. In a few words, it's impossible not to be convinced. Just one sentence. Great Qian has also been benefited by this rule. And all the words of all the people, all the top back, said Zhuang Ziyuan as he made a long bow towards Zhou Yuan. But how can so-called offerings make up for the loss of a dynastic territory? He then looked at Zhou Yuan, his expression still calm. But that doesn't mean Python won't use another, simpler solution. The country today, but it's too small. His face was tinged with anger. At that time, my Dakian was in a time of storm, and even His Majesty was nearly injured because of it. What a gentleman! Zhuang Ziyuan gave a dark voice. That's out of the army. Don't even need the Great Python to personally send troops. Once the Great Python authorized, the neighboring countries will be like a hungry wolf that sees the fat meat, pouncing towards the Great Qian. The weaker countries survived, while the stronger ones were suppressed at every step. Zhuang Ziyuan sighed. Regardless of what the Dakian monarchs and ministers said, Zhuang Ziyuan, as the Great Python messenger, was already innately invincible. My lord, or no sophistry. He wanted to let the Great Qian monarchs know. He certainly understood His Majesty's mind, even if he himself did. Zhuang Ziyuan is absolutely impossible. Easily letting them take Yuan. The conditions are afraid to be a bit harsh. Chan Hongyuan is right. The sky has never been the limit. For a moment he was slightly at a loss as to what to do, because he did something unauthorized. Now that the Dacian army has entered Dayuan, this official will not believe that the Dacian army has not committed any crime in autumn. However, he saw Zhuang Ziyuan flinging his sleeves, while then taking out a brush. This De Qian is really full of talents. However, Zhou Yuan could clearly feel that his body was bound by something. Hong Shang and De Qian, no such qualification. Thank you to my book friend Fallen Mayfly for the 500 coin reward. Chapter 100, Testimonials on the Shelf. The VIP chapter opens tomorrow, June 9th, at 12 o'clock noon sharp. I've written more than one testimonial on the shelf. This book is kind of one of the most ups and downs of the writing. It's a long waste of time in the early stages because of all the previous dodgy maneuvers and mysterious powers. Otherwise, it should be a solid 3 rivers on the shelf. And now, instead of asking for more, I'm just hoping for more support to prop up the first booking past 500. The comparison between the two can be described as heaven and earth. I'm not going to get a reward raise or a monthly vote raise or anything. For one thing, the grades don't work and there's no shame in screwing up like that. Secondly, everything else is a sham. When it hits the shelves, the daily 10,000 goes up. Just a question, do we need all this fancy stuff when it's all day and night? Authors write books to support their families. It's just not possible to do it for the love of power and all that. So I hope you understand. I'm not going to sell you short. It's hard to raise a family when you know what you're doing. In a nutshell, accomplishments are the driving force behind the author's updates. A monthly ticket is food for the yard. A reward, that's what authors dream of every day. Other than that, it's all seen here. With over 200,000 words of free chapters, there's no telling what the future holds. But at least it once made everyone move for it. It's not too much to ask for a first order. Gentlemen, Dragon Scale Points. Here, bye. Chapter 101, today, a certain family will come to meet you. Request for first order. What kind of power is this? Zhou Yuan was a bit surprised. What was happening now was clearly not something that could be shown by a single product. He even used his own power. With his current power, he was already comparable to a first grade. Even Zhou Yuan did not expect him to be able to move. As a vassal summoned by Zhou Yuan had long ago bestowed upon Lu Bu the honor of armoring the temple. Zhuang Ziyuan smiled and said, with his power, not to mention a Guosher first grade, even a Guosher second grade wouldn't be able to act so easily. The only reason Lu Bu can move is because he is a nationalist. With a bellowing cry, Zhuang Ziyuan radiated radiance all over his body. And Jia, the reason why he's not a nationalist is not because he's not powerful enough. It's just that something is still missing. Suddenly, his eyes flashed brilliantly as he looked toward Jia, who had never spoken, even for everyone in the room. Have you not heard that a gentleman does something, but does not do it? This person is none other than Lu Bu. Therefore, the text can be broken. Shenyuan Jingcheng looked like he had no hands and was just a scholar. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. It turned out that the so-called state officials of the civil servants could be as strong as the military generals. Zhou Yuan suddenly stood up. Shenyuan Jingcheng spoke blandly. Your Majesty. However, within his body, he possessed a one power that was comparable to a half-saint level. It's a pity I don't have my sword in my hand, or I would have cut you down here. 4 of them. The shock on Zhuang Ziyuan's face could not be concealed at all. When Zhuang Ziyuan told the truth, there was no mockery in his tone. At this moment, Lu Bu grasped his square sky painting halberd and jabbed it into the sky. A figure that rose from its seat. A sudden sigh rang out. Seeing Lu Bu walk over, Zhuang Ziyuan was startled violently. He didn't target one of them. Lu Wenhan bit back, and he stood up with difficulty. The golden bell shattered with a loud bang. It doesn't make sense. Jia straightened the hem of his coat. The gate was steady, as if unaffected by anything. At this moment, Zhuang Ziyuan's eyes glazed over. So when Zhuang Ziyuan had said that he was boatload, Zhou Yuan was not surprised at all. This poisoner has the potential to be a national hero. At the same time, his eyes became cold, old and decrepit. But De Qian, could there possibly be a strong person above the second rank of the state scholar? He thought that Zhou Yuan had said those 2 words because of his strength. Upper country. The granite on the ground shattered violently. But after the achievement of the state, the civil servants, too, can do the same. There was a loud bang. Even if you are an emissary of the Great Python, you should not show great disrespect to my Great Qian heavenly son. If there is a next time, you will be chopped off without pardon. His gaze was thick with dissatisfaction. His eyes glazed over. Lower countries, too, have lower countries' self-respect. With the hegemonic qi in his body, this kind of suppressive power could not suppress him yet. I am the son of heaven. Thou, even though thou art an emissary of the Great Python, art here today in the great hall, desiring to suppress me by thy own power. Zhou Yuan smiled. But the way of letters is different from the way of martial arts. I, Monty Python, am high above the rest. At one time he had always thought that the so-called nationalist, Your Majesty, the strength of emissary Zhuang is truly extraordinary. Perhaps the pillars are the military generals before the state soldiers. It is important to know that the Python is a powerful country with a vast and boundless territory and an unknown number of vassal states. Zhuang Ziyuan's face sank slightly. But now I'm afraid that's all it is. It was as if all that Zhuang Ziyuan had said before had become a joke. But the next second, all the power that Zhuang Ziyuan pressed towards him was dissolved by heaven's wrath. As he said that, the bitter color on his face intensified. In the original, it can even be seen as a step into sainthood. However, in reality, it was because of this that Zhou Yuan knew for the first time how big this world really was. Shun, things were very different from what he thought, so to speak. Jia Yan saw the gaze of the Son of Heaven and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Bow your head, or let the great Qian courtiers know the great Python's majesty. No, I should say that he didn't have a second choice at the moment. Zhuang Ziyuan spoke aloud, but even then, it was still immobile. Others can move, although rare, but it is not impossible. After all, this is a country of Diqian, the country of talent. Not only that, how? But at the moment it was certainly a long face for him. But now that we have done it, we must let this Dacian ruler and ministers know why Python is the upper kingdom. However, the power that he had displayed now made Zhou Yuan realize that perhaps he was really a literati with no hands, but yet he also really had the ability to stir up 1,000 armies. The great Qian is strong and powerful, and I know that. However, I am a messenger of the great Python. This visit should be made known to His Majesty. However, Wendo, especially Zhuang Ziyuan, made use of Wendo's means of suppression. Not only that, and then step by step, he walked towards Zhuang Ziyuan. In this sentence, Zhou Yuan's battle chi was not yet out, but his domineering aura was revealed. May the Son of Heaven, why it moves. Just then, might is not corruptible, because as far as he was concerned, it would have been the truth. At the same time, a golden bell pressed towards the entire hall. It must be impossible to send messengers only one way, but Zhou Yuan seemed to have seen something. Even Zhou Yuan himself could not refute it. The annexation of Day One will be abandoned after that. At one time, he thought that even among the great Python's vassal states, Great Wei was considered the powerful kind. It turned into a bit of golden light and gradually dissipated. It was not something that Zhuang Ziyuan could suppress. Today he has only two choices. Emissary Zhuang, this is at least my Diqian, and it's a reception dinner. How can the emissary be like this? He was amazed at the great Qian of today, but in Zhuang Ziyuan's heart, a shockwave was set off, and the civil servants, their hands are tied. Even just a messenger is so capable. It really can't be compared. Even if the upper kingdom wants to demonstrate here, it has to show out. Otherwise, would it not be underestimated by the upper kingdom? The king is the top, and the top is the koan, and the koan moves. For the bell, for the, I, for one, am instructed. Emissary Shou said and laughed. Available at, but today, he shall be here, and he shall forever honor the Python's might. A large halberd that slammed heavily into the ground. All four can move. And then there's Lu Wenhan. Likewise, he was pretty sure that other than Lu Bu, the other three were not nationalists. Even the two of them, Ning Yamei and Sledgehammer, were no better than the others. It even seemed to him that Diqian had fulfilled some of the qualifications. But what about Xian Yuan Jingcheng? Why does it move too? Obviously just a scholar. He had not been in this person's body, felt half of the power. How could he act freely under his own suppression? If you haven't done it, there's no harm in saying anything. I don't dare. My humble servant thanks your majesty for your understanding. The holy authority was like a prison, and the ministers were appalled, because in his eyes, there was simply no one who could resist this bell alone. Mr. Excessive. It really makes it difficult for the old man. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuan took a deep breath. Zhou Yuan, however, ignored him and looked at Zhuang Ziyuan. Therefore, a sage's might was suddenly revealed on his body. Do you really think I have no one in Diqian? Martial arts was said to be the way. But the competition was still about strength. Zhou Yuan suddenly opened his mouth. But the scene that was happening in front of him now had turned his perception upside down. Then look around at the many courtiers. Even more so, all of them were holding their faces red. Zhou Yuan was holding the heavenly fury sword. As he spoke, more and more massive power emanated from his surroundings. Xian Yuan Jingcheng put down the scroll in his hand. The only one who came up short was Lu Wenhan. The king insults the minister. What you are doing now? How can this official agree to it? Is this Python? Today, a certain family has come to meet you. I'm begging for a first booking. Chapter 102, 1,000 Famous Generals, Request for First Order. Admiralty. Broken. Zhuang Ziyuan's face was shocked. Good for you. De Qian really exceeded his expectations step by step. Whenever one felt that one had overestimated the depths of the Great Qing, they would always use even more amazing ways to make oneself realize that this was far from being the limit of the Great Qing. But so what? There are still 7 months to go before the Great Python Dynasty, so if your majesty is so inclined, you can make preparations early. An aura of terror suddenly rose from Lu Bu's body. Zhou Yuan thought secretly in his heart. Asterisk. The moment the arrow was about to come. But he's an anaconda officer. On second thought he realized that De Qian was too weak. Fancy. Therefore, the king of Python will support the growth of his vassal state. When he is able to reach a certain level of power, it will be the same as that of a military general, where greatness is attributed to one person. Before the state scholar, the literati had their hands tied. That's what everyone wants to know. Zhuang Ziyuan looked at his right hand, and a crack had appeared in the brush in his hand. In that case, if your majesty is so inclined, you may go to my python in the future and pay your respects to the heavenly monarch. Zhuang Ziyuan was not the least bit flustered and said with a smile, this official governs one side, gets one side of the country, and gets the admiration of all the people. Zhou Yuan once felt that when the strength of the military generals reached a certain level, a country's imperial government would inevitably emphasize the military over literature. Man, guard, such a bizarre tactic is enough to make one's head spin. Zhuang Ziyuan cursed. But once you have become a scholar of the state, since then the sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap. It's good. It's a little different, but candidate prosperity is going to Python to set foot in the state scholar. The martial arts strength increase is only incidental. The real significance is to set the seat. The matter, however, is mainly to show the strength of each country. At that moment, the power displayed by Lu Bu had already reached the level of the 4th grade of the state scholar, but as it turned out, the power displayed by De Qian was far beyond his imagination, surrounding his entire being. There are quite a few limitations, but those gains far outweigh the effort. Moreover, to be able to make a military general improve his strength, even he was curious. The military generals cultivate their own greatness, while the civil ministers cultivate the Tao. The Confucians cultivate Confucianism, the Taoists cultivate Taoism, and the Mahists cultivate arts. As he spoke, a large number of arrows suddenly appeared, numbering in the hundreds and thousands, all of which were aimed at where Lu Bu was, but only if those dependencies are useful to it. Naturally, I don't have this opportunity. I'm new to the throne, and I have a lot of domestic affairs, so I don't even go out to Qianyuan City. Python is not invincible, it has enemies of its own. Just from the statement that the Great Dynasty will set the highs and lows, Guardian shattered, stretching his hand, and as De Qian was still the weaker party, Zhou Yuan naturally would not use his power to suppress others after Lu Bu defeated Zhuang Ziyuan. In his opinion, he had already given his all, and this halberd, to him, was nothing at all. Originally, he was able to overwhelm De Qian with absolute power. Zhou Yuan did not have the idea of conquering for Python though. He had heard the significance of this great pilgrimage. At the same time, an official seal was turned over in his left hand. It also draws on Python's national fortune as a way to strengthen itself. You didn't flip out? Zhou Yuan was a bit surprised. There was a clanking explosion, but on Zhuang Ziyuan's face, he couldn't see a trace of annoyance at all. And at that time, my Python saint will set up the chessboard, and all those of the first rank will have a chance to enter the state. Even if they are the next 3 ranks of the state, they will have a chance to go further. Zhuang Ziyuan suddenly spoke, yet he had to go. A nation, with a nation's fortune. Lu Bu smashed the arrow with a halberd, and in the next instant, the arrow disappeared. That's what makes the literatis so scary. General Lu, do you know by what means we, as civil ministers with no hands, can compete with the military generals? Only a loud explosion was heard, at best. Later on, it is just a bit of suppression of Dakian. The square sky painting halberd in his hand, violently smashed towards Zhuang Ziyuan who was not far away. It's unexpected that Great Qian would actually have such depth. It is often very rewarding for all of you to come together and exchange ideas. Suddenly, his eyes widened in anger. The arrow flew towards Lu Bu. He nonchalantly straightened the hem of his coat before speaking. If my humble servant had known that De Qian had such a powerful nationalist, I would not have opened my mouth about De Yuan. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan froze for a moment. Why didn't he know that? And the only reason he dared to let Lu Bu do it was because he was betting that Python would come with more than one emissary. This halberd was as powerful as a rainbow. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Ziyuan almost froze. Such beings are called saints. Things are a little strange. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Zhuang Ziyuan suddenly spoke. Has your majesty ever been to Python? This berserk power instantly destroyed all arrows that came close, and Lu Bu acted as if he was oblivious. Then he suddenly reacted. Zhuang Ziyuan continued. I'm afraid this method of enhancement is not very simple. That's battle breath. He also thought that after Lu Bu made his move, even though Zhuang Ziyuan was defeated, he would definitely be dissatisfied with De Qian. But no one found out exactly how the arrows appeared. Could that prowler? With his own strength, he was no longer capable of resisting such an attack. With his voice, the brush in his hand quickly wrote out 2 words. In a sense, it's even more overbearing than a military general. He had complicated eyes. After all, how can a literati with no hands be able to compete with a military general who has greatness rolled into one? At the same time, the halberd slammed into the guardian he had braced himself against. But the next second, and Python will not move against Dakian because of this, he said with a smile, but he had no idea that this wasn't even Lu Bu's limit. How is it possible for such an augur to appear in a Great Qing land? Otherwise, to the Great Python, it was nothing more than an ant that could be crushed at any time. And these limitations are not eternal. The Great Pilgrimage, combined with Zhuang Ziyuan's attitude. At the same time, the halberd landed steadily in front of Zhuang Ziyuan's eyes, less than half an inch from his brow. Kakushi, 4th grade. This is the power of the kingdom. Saying that, without waiting for Zhou Yuan to open his mouth in a perfunctory manner, he continued. Every 10 years, the Great Python gathers the monarchs of its vassal states and gathers the Great Python. A stream of light transformed into an arrow and sped towards Lu Bu. Since he wanted to establish authority today, he was bound to not let anyone have any room to retort. But Lu Bu remained calm. But either way, it's a good thing. Doesn't this guy want to die? If he rushed over like this, even though he could hurt him, Lu Bu would definitely die from 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. After all, he felt a sense of deadly crisis. He knew so little about the world. He roared violently. He was appalled. The only way to qualify for the Python's eye was to be strong. Subsequently, Zhuang Ziyuan penned the text. But the reality is staring us in the face. Under Python, there are quite a few vassal states. Therefore, it is possible to take the nation's fortune and imbue it with literary energy. And take the nation's fortune and turn it into a sharp blade, Zhuang Ziyuan said with some sighs. Chop. Zhou Yuan nodded. But he knew too little to guess. And we, as Python's subjects, can get Python's national fortune. National fortune, which can make the text like an abyss and the pen like a sword. The 4th rank of the state scholar. Even in my Python, the strength is not bad. It is at Python that one can gain enough knowledge. But there was no concern in his mind. Simply because under his command, is Lu Bu, is Yuan Qingdu, is Chen Qingji, is Guan Yu, is Qin Xiong, is above the Chinese history. One by one amazing talent of the ancient generals. Chapter 103, Zhou Yuan asks for plans, request first order. At the end of his words, Zhuang Ziyuan spoke again. Your Majesty, since my humble servant has already promised to ignore the affairs of De Yuan, I will certainly not go back on my word. With such a fierce general as General Lu Bu, and with De Yuan attacking first, it is not unfathomable to take De Yuan. My humble servant will explain to my Python Heavenly King. Only your Majesty should keep in mind that unless another dynasty takes the initiative to attack, you must not take the initiative to attack another country. And this is the bottom line. Saying that, Zhuang Ziyuan had a few warnings on his face. Not long after he left, Jia Yan, however, walked out with the same sad face. He had to take Wei, because on the opposite side of Wei, it was not one of Python's other dependencies. Though he himself had lost a little face, it was a good thing for Python to find out that there was such a powerful vassal state, and now it's going to be 3 times as much. Zhou Yuan's gaze was morose. Zhou Yuan laughed. Isn't this just right, the time to ask for advice? Having received this promise, Zhou Yuan was satisfied. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for Dakian to develop. Your Majesty, I, De Qian, am afraid that I cannot get this 3rd portion of heavenly gold. It's really unpleasant to have a superior country pressing down on your head. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. For those 3 portions of heavenly gold, the Great Qing treasury has been emptied. Zhou Yuan nodded and did not retort. The Son of Heaven provokes the Python messenger, and the messenger is enraged by it. Pay 3 times the heavenly gold. It's just been processed a little bit, but it's completely changed in flavor. What about the treasury? It would have been just as well if we had gotten the Dali as well as the De Yuan lands for many years, but now he felt that these war generals were, perhaps, the reserves that De Qian had accumulated over the years. Wait until Zhuang Ziyuan leaves. But there are a lot of smart people in this Great Qing. Meanwhile, All sorts of messages about the Son of Heaven are flying all over the place. There are even, in the rumor that Situ Xianran father and son, in the Dali territory intends to claim the king on the spot. But so much so that these gains have not actually arrived. Wantonly slaughtering clans is not what the Sage King does. 3 years from now, I will be on top of that dome to recreate the world. Once something goes wrong, there is simply no way to suppress it, and it will surely result in great chaos. No harm done. After all, Python wasn't exactly peaceful. At this moment, once something happens in the country, the Son of Heaven will certainly have no time to worry about other people, and even cannot take out money and food to conquer. But one thing is easy to determine. Zhou Yuan asked. De Qian, now have fewer soldiers and fewer generals. Where will I get the spare strength to attack other dynasties? Though he couldn't, for a moment, think of anything. In this one sentence, the content is basically true. Emissary Zhuang can rest assured himself. It's true. They also have a Qian king who has countless amounts of money and food. It was even more unlikely that he would be able to make any gains in emperor's might value. Once the triple heavenly gold was taken out, it would be the same as fighting this war. So to speak, for nothing. Anaconda, not so easy to fool. Zhou Yuan nodded his head. It just so happens that great fortune can be right on the edge of the great dollar. That 5-clawed golden dragon is powerful, but in reality, but amount. Yes, early the next morning, this king has been promoted to the 2nd rank. This is a great joy to be congratulated. It looked like a lot of noise, but really, it was all encroached upon by the python. It's just that if other dynasties come to attack, De Qian, naturally can't just sit back and wait. But not for folk. At one time, he thought that it was some other dynasty borrowing Dakian's layout. Originally he had prepared 2 copies of the heavenly gold. 3 years, he was afraid that if he made the slightest move, he would cause the Son of Heaven to move against him. Especially in Xiandi, the people were all fearful and worried that what the Son of Heaven did might affect them. Wu Yui walked out of the palace city with gusto. Sitting in De Qian, Dali and De Yuan is already enough. Zhou Yuan laughed heartily. Even though the bottom of the barrel is full, it won't do any good to offend Python. Has the Minister of Love forgotten that I, De Qian, still have a Qian king? In the beginning he used to be in the courtroom. The kings were useless and there was no harm in killing them. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Although there has been no full-scale war, there has been constant friction. As long as you give him some time, 3 years later, Dakian should also be called a sentence. The upper country. Chang Hongyuan opened his mouth and then said, wouldn't that be a good excuse then? There's no rush. When the matter of the death of the Marquis of Prosperity spreads back to the Great Luck will inevitably look for trouble with the Great Qian, but he was still the first prince to cross the 2nd rank. But today, it's hard. Zhou Yuan secretly swore in his heart. Now that his power has been realized, there is no need for him to do such things that are bad for his foundation. He looked once again up at the dome above his head. Go, contact the kings. It's just that, Your Majesty. I'm afraid we still need a good reason to move the Qian king. Losing his reputation among the folk is no different than suicide for him. All proceeds within 3 years need to be used to fill the hole. Zhou Yuan smiled at Zhuang Ziyuan's words. De Qian has been established for 100 years. Zhou Yuan shook his head. Rather, it is where the dependencies of another upper kingdom are located. I will go and prepare. And countless other elite soldiers. The Qian king laughed in a haphazard manner. It was too easy to draw attention to your development in the Python vassal state. So it would be better to move on to another country. And if it doesn't surprise him, Chang Hongyuan walked over, his face not looking too good. Even the contact with the kings was reduced. But if I take it out, my Dakian treasury, there will be no more. The dependencies are, to a certain extent, Python's power. There are those who say that the Son of Heaven of Dakian is suffering from a serious illness. Those who say that the great Python is about to go to war. And those who say that the generals of Dakian are dissatisfied with the Son of Heaven. He didn't really believe most of those messages. For the news of the destruction of the Dali kingdom, as well as the defeat of De Yuan, had reached here. Since it was the Great Qian undertaking, how could it be the district Zhou Yuan's? As the Qian king, he naturally had the qualifications to be in charge of these underpinnings. Dakian does not have this capital. The smile on Zhou Yuan's face paused for a moment, and then hid it in the past. Not initiating an attack would not have been a big deal. What was truly majestic was the godly man above that golden dragon. That's more than one piece. Triple. The gold in the sky is not some symbolic bit of offering. At this moment, however, the Qian king was overjoyed. It's just that the original offensive strategy needed an extra step on how to attract the enemy country to make the first move. Junior Zhou Yuan, in the end, he is young. Hearing this, Chang Hongyuan reacted violently. Zhuang Ziyuan nodded. These many things appearing at the same time. Is it not that the heavens are telling him? Although it was a meaty pain, it was barely acceptable with the support of Dali and Dayuan supplies. And today, it seems like it's time. Although the Qian king is not small in ambition, but after all, he is your king's uncle. If he is killed casually, the whole world will really be in chaos. However, no one knew exactly where the many war generals, who looked as if they had fallen from the sky, had come from. These days, he's a lot more peaceful. Chang Hongyuan froze for a moment and said with a few moments of doubt, "How do I not know? I can remember that there is still a treasury in Deqian." And then a message that quickly spread throughout the world. Each heavenly gold is enough to make Deqian bleed, even for 2 years to slow down. Is it possible that the Great Python conscripts and there are still subordinate states that dare to disagree? In that case, the heavenly gold required to be paid by Deqian this year is 3 times that of previous years. For example, that Wu Yu, who was accustomed to using poisonous schemes, and the oldest ancestor of using poisonous schemes, Jia Yan. Moreover, he felt that it was not impossible for the great Qin generals to be dissatisfied with the Son of Heaven. And today's Dakian is that golden dragon. Zhuang Ziyuan was also in a good mood. It's time to change the master of Deqian, and the name of this new master should be the Qian King. Chapter 104, Drawing Again. Soldier Type Awakening, Seeking First Order. Inside Qianyuan City, the Python messenger has left, and the heavenly gold, too, was taken away from it. Today's Dakian treasury is literally starving for rats, so Zhou Yuan had to do something. The world. Just a 10,000 man 9th grade cavalry. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu. Also very good. When the time came to take a closer look, the whole person's essence was very different, and the body seemed to be filled with such explosive power that it could not be concealed at all. Soldier awakening roles disappear, but the battle chi is only an aid. The extraction had given him a number of elites, but it was a pity that he had failed to draw a military general. Like today's situation, it is true that once something unexpected happens, the national treasury is simply unable to come up with half a cent of money and food to cope with it. Soldier awakening role, 10,000 troops can be awakened. Previously, after obtaining the 10 layers of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, his battle chi hadn't changed too much, but the matter always takes some time. That is to say, to Python, the 9th rank, too, is only a pawn. Though this would result in a certain disadvantage for the Tiger Riders on both counts. There are 9 grades of battle chi, and above the first grade, there is the State Scholar. He was, in fact, eager to continue accumulating it while making several 100,000 emperors might value extractions. The power of the 10 layers of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu had already allowed him to easily fight against a first grade, and then he only felt his body exploding. The Dryad King sat in a special chair. Lu Bu raised his head violently and looked towards the outside of the city, but he didn't really have much of a choice. Zhou Yuan suddenly had a flash of golden light in his eyes. Taking it would just be a waste. Zhou Yuan thought carefully. The kings converge. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Celestial Elemental Pill *5. But what if these Tiger Leopard Cavalry, each one of them is 9th grade? Use the Troop Type Awakening role to promote the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, and to deal with kings in rebellion, cavalry and infantry, each with their own advantages and disadvantages. And in the meantime, the Heavenly Yuan Dan was a top grade elixir, and if a 2nd grade took it, it would definitely be able to make another breakthrough. After all, even if a 1st grade took the Heavenly Yuan Dan, there was a certain probability of making a breakthrough. Zhou Yuan's face revealed a flash of excitement. It is also a force to be reckoned with. He clenched his fist fiercely, and a sonic boom suddenly appeared. It was only a pity that this elixir could not allow one to break through the barrier between the 1st grade and the State Scholar. This was the first time he had gotten items other than characters, pills, and techniques. The Dragon Elephant Prajna technique was originally an external technique. Zhou Yuan smiled with satisfaction. But what interested him the most was the Soldier Type Awakening role. But after making it a burly, muscular man, it quickly collapsed again. Although it was also considered both internal and external cultivation, the internal strength was only supplementary, and the external strength was what made it terrifying. The moment you see the introduction, his eyes revealed a flash of excitement. After a tea break, the change was over. Moreover, when Python's mission was in Dakian, it was obvious to him. On top of that, there are 10,000 Tiger Leopard Riders. As the Emperor of Great Qing, he could be out of action, but he could never be without power, because even though he was surrounded by countless guards, the only thing that was truly fundamental was himself. So he set his sights directly on those 10,000 Tiger Leopard Riders. With such a huge force, just one 1st grade leading the way would be enough to sweep through a country. But that's obviously an impossible thing to do. All of the Python envoys, even the lowliest pawns, possessed the power of the 9th grade. First class. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. General Wushuang's residence. Not only that, this particular light armored cavalry possessed great mobility and an uncommon frontal charge ability. Uncontrollable ecstasy surfaced on Zhou Yuan's face, but even if it was only a few tens of thousands, its terror was enough to make De Qian tremble. Still, the appearance of the soldier-type awakening role made him unable to resist losing his temper. However, it was not an easy task to round up the Kikuchi. However, now that the 5 heavenly yuan pills were in his hands, he didn't mind, allowing his battle chi to make another breakthrough and reach the peak of the 1st grade. I'm afraid I'll be able to run rampant within the Great Qing country. System, give me a smoke. The body, which was originally still somewhat thin, began to rapidly expand under these last 3 layers of the dragon-elephant prajna technique. One man is not enough. The Great Qing is not enough to develop his system. This terrifying power was not even close to that of a national scholar. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Orcus * 20,000. But now, the appearance of the soldier-type awakening roles made him realize that ordinary elites were not the upper limit of these historically strong armies. It's just that today, he has not been able to develop the upper limit of these strong armies. Yet, congratulations to the host for obtaining Tiger Leopard Right * 10,000. For example, dispose of that Qian king's rebellious party as a way to expand the treasury. He had thought that he had been on the throne for so long that he would no longer easily show such a look as ecstasy. Zhou Yuan felt his battle chi. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Halberdier * 30,000. Absorb the 3rd layer of the Dragon Image Prajna technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Soldier-type Awakening Scroll * 1. He put all of his Emperor's might value into it. He also got 5 Tian Yuan Dan. His internal energy had been transformed into the power of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, and at the same time, a terrifying cavalry that was enough to make the entire De Qian, and even the neighboring countries tremble, appeared. Seeing the results of the extraction, Zhou Yuan had some surprises. On a not-so-strong body, underneath the robes, one could say that the angles were sharp. After obtaining the last 3 layers, the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique naturally allowed him to raise his grade as well. He was strong and a good pioneer, but not a very good general. It was as if all the power was compressed back, as Zhou Yuan's voice fell. This time, he got a full 50,000 halberdiers. This was because the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu had to be fused with his original internal force. The result of this 60,000 Emperor's might value extraction would be just enough to determine the strategy he should do next. Dryland. However, further above that, to go from a 1st grade to a national scholar, even if he took all 5 heavenly yuan dawn, and even swallowed that mirror-breaking dawn along with it, I'm afraid that he might not be able to do it. Raising 3 more layers, he had reached the 13th layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, which was also the pinnacle of this technique. Now he possessed 10 layers of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Moreover, nowadays, if the Qian king were to rebel, I'm afraid that it would be really difficult for De Qian to cope with it. Taking a glance at the system, now his emperor's might value had once again reached as much as 60,000. As for the rest, even if it was a 1st grade, in the middle of a war, it was highly likely that it would be surrounded and killed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu * 3. What he needed, at least today, was an invincible cavalry. After all, the troops that Dakian can mobilize, nowadays, in addition to those in Dali, is in Daiyuan. He did not know how many such hordes there were. He didn't have such an accumulation. It was just a simple pile of energy, and I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy for him to enter the state scholarship. 10,000. And at this moment, Zhou Yuan didn't look like he had changed much from before. Zhou Yuan inwardly let out a low cry. The reason why it was said to be special was because on this chair, a 5-clawed golden dragon was hovering. Chapter 105. A tiger comes out of Qian Yuan. Seeking first booking. You all must have known that. Recently, rumors have been flying about that heavenly prince of our Qian Yuan. The people that this king sent forward to Qian Yuan have just returned. And some of those rumors are false, but some of them are true. Like the fact that the Son of Heaven has offended the Great Python. He said with a sneer, "My De Qian is full of reserves. How can we let him leave alone with his troops? Within 1 month, I will place the heads of the kings on His Majesty's table." It's really hard to tell where Lupo stands right now. The district is a yellow-mouthed child. The Qianland, named after Dakian, is a dark place. Seeing this scene, the Qian king smiled and opened his mouth. This time, this king has invited the kings to come here for one thing only. This is not the remnants of the White Lotus sect, but the last remaining power of De Qian. Now that Big Brother has entered the 2nd grade, comparable to the founding ancestor, that Lu Bu, Even if he doesn't help us, can he still help us? The neighboring countries are also the only one country, where legends say that there are nationalists in existence. Big brother, reverse it. The king of Zhao was a reckless man, but at the moment, the Chen king needed such a reckless man, but it killed a nationalist, and it was only 2 moves. When this king takes the throne, he will not treat you all badly. Having received this promise, the hearts of the kings were completely relieved. The corner of the Qian king's mouth curved up. As he listened to the king's comments, the smile on the Qian king's face became even more intense. But everyone heard him. That's a nationalist. What do they have in them that they dare to revolt against me? Maybe that's possible, too, but it just makes them more excited. I beg to follow, and even if Your Majesty trusts Lu Bu, even if Lu Bu is a man of state, the word countered came out. Why does His Majesty look so different today? But Zhou Yuan had already heard what he meant. My king's uncle finally rebelled. Zhou Yuan went to the court, which is qualified to receive their pilgrimage. If other princes had come to the throne, I'm sure they would be just as powerful today, and that's why they converged. The king spoke up. I will not allow others to sleep soundly on the side of the couch. They all think the same way. Although he was now a civil official, he was also a military official. Qian Wang, we swear to follow to the death. He looked over at Lu Bu and smiled. General Lu, that Qian Wang's words, have you heard them? Who else, besides him, the Qian king, could have the virtue to live there? Instead of this trepidation, we should just turn against him. Hearing these words, the many princes present were startled violently. The king of Zhao laughed heartily. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. What the Dry King said on his pretense is not unreasonable. Lu Bu, I will only give you 10,000 cavalry. After January, I will see the head of that Qian king as well as all the kings on the table in front of me. Possible to do? Hearing this, the king's faces remained unchanged. He stepped forward, his eyes full of fury. Now you, big brother, can even stand shoulder to shoulder with the founding fathers. He certainly knew where His Majesty's concerns lay. Although His Majesty in the past could also be called majestic, nowadays he had a terrifying feeling like a fierce tiger wanting to devour people. King Zhao slammed the table. Even though I'm not too sure about leading an army, only a few people's faces remained unchanged. That General Lu Bu Lu is, surprisingly, a man of the country. Second grade. My Great Qian was founded 100 years ago, and only the founding ancestor ever reached the second rank. Before stepping forward and saying, Kakashi is still a bit of a deterrent. Lu Bu, who is the base of Deqian, is loyal to the imperial power, but may not be loyal to His Majesty. Minister, please lead the army and destroy the Qian king. I'm still a bit uneasy about Secretary Lu leading the troops. Lu Wenhan gritted his teeth. Finally, the Qian king slowly spoke. Your Majesty, King Qian, King Zhao, King Jin, King Ling, King Su, King Zhou and the other kings have rebelled. King Zhou's words caused the crowd to nod. Suddenly, someone reacted that now was not the time to think about that. King Su suddenly spoke. Now that my Dacian century-old heritage is out in full force, and there's even a Qian king entering the second rank, alongside his ancestor, doesn't this mean something? At the corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth, there was always a faint smile. Your Majesty, I would like to lead the army to suppress the rebellion. Then he stood up and looked at the map of Great Qian hanging on the wall behind him. Sitting in the imperial study, he watched the news coming from the shadow secret guards. It's just that the Qian king has always been their big brother. That's why the kings came. That the Son of Heaven has just taken the throne, and there are so many powerful people to assist. In addition to the Great Qian 100 years of heritage, what else is possible? Only because of this land, it seems to belong to Dacian, but in reality, it has long been out of control. No, that Zhou Yuan was nothing but a yellow-mouthed child. How could he compare to them? Although the news from the Qian Yuan city side said that De Yuan had sent a nationalist to assassinate them, they didn't really believe it. They all had their own information channels, so naturally they had already known the news early. The king of the order suddenly said with some hesitation, if Lu Bu makes a move, what should we do? The king of Zhou opened his mouth. He would never let Lu Bu leave alone. Oh, the Son of Heaven in that court is no slouch. This is the bottom of the Great Qian. But he was also worried about Lu Bu's position. Hearing Lu Wenhan's words, Zhou Yuan smiled and said with a few jokes in his tone, which is no good fortune, but just my Great Qian legacy. Lu Bu glared fiercely at the minister who had spoken, frightening the minister's body into trembling. What's more, that Qian king sleeps, or his Great Qian land. Early the next morning, the Qian king issued a pretentious edict, promising countless wealth and power, ordering General Lu, catch, because of that General Lu, big brother, What is the virtue and ability of that Zhou Yuan's little child to occupy the position of my Dacian heavenly son? King Su's tone carried a few hints of suppressed jealousy. This king has broken through to the second grade. This throne of the Emperor of Dacian. It's fine in Qian Yuan City, but letting him leave with his troops? That Lubu is my Dacian base. A guard for the Dacian Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven is so lucky. The kings were curious. Now, with Lubu in the court, De Yuan and several war generals above the second rank, and even tens of thousands of elite warriors, it must be my Dacian's bottom line. Hearing this, Chang Hongyuan looked away without saying anything, but Lu Wunhan stepped forward. Just send a letter, and Lubu will surely surrender to the wind. When they had stood by and watched the Son of Heaven, who knew when? If the Son of Heaven would not be smitten for it, according to the king's opinion, why don't you directly ascend to the throne? And with your leadership, my Dacian will surely be stronger than ever. That minister spoke for half a day, but in the end, he did not say anything. If you don't, you'll have your head on a platter. The king of the order spoke excitedly. The whole court shook. He didn't put words in his mouth. In Luanam's view, this is never a viable approach. Since all the kings are of this mind, then this king, too, will do the same. The ministers had just seen him when they suddenly changed their faces slightly one by one. Now that the kings have joined forces, in a moment, the sky will surely turn upside down. And Zhou Yuan at this moment, when the Qian king invited them here, he really didn't say what the reason was. A smile hung at the corners of his mouth. Hearing this, the ministers were shocked beyond belief, a little confused as to what His Majesty was thinking. He, Zhou Yuan Jr., has just ascended to the throne. Where did he get the ability to cultivate these many powerful people? Zhou Yuan had continued. Didn't wait for him to open his mouth though. Lu Wunhan opened his mouth, but with only 10,000 cavalry. How can we break the rebellion of the kings in a month? Even if he couldn't do much by following, he was going to stare Lubu dead in the face with his own eyes. Chapter 106, 10,009 pieces. Regarding Lu Wunhan's request, Zhou Yuan directly nodded his head. It's not a problem. It was just as well that he needed someone who could pull back the roaring tiger that was Lubu, lest he charge too fast. It was a good idea to let this Lu Wunhan follow him. After all, Lu Wunhan has the qualifications of a national scholar. Putting aside his own famous generals summoned from the system, Lu Wunhan is the first person in Dacian. This is already Qianland, and the guards are all of the Qian king's men. Great Qian has this matchless army and a man of state like General Lu. Disguise yourself as a mountain bandit and plunder food? His Majesty naturally won't take it seriously, so it's better for us to play it safe. And it is certainly not a bad thing for His Majesty to be more imposing as the Son of Heaven. Most ministers, however, did not leave. It was as if they didn't care at all about the great battle that was about to unfold next. 9 pins. If we force an attack, even if we can win, I'm afraid we'll lose a lot of money. Qin Xiaoluan, the inner historian in charge of the state treasury, let out a bitter smile. In his expectations, it would have been nice for this battle to be over within a year. When General Yuan Chengdu, leading 3,000 Xuanjia army, defeated 100,000 troops of White Lotus sect, he had a square halberd in his hand and drew a circle around him, but he never doubted the thing, whether it could be accomplished. The entire tiger and leopard cavalry, their aura suddenly came out. Lubu held a square sky painting halberd, and beside him, Lu Wunhan held a long spear. Lubu laughed, his square sky painted halberd pointing straight ahead. What can 10,000 troops do with a month's worth of food? Perhaps the Qian king can be broken in 3 months. But today, the army needs military food. Everyone underestimated the consumption of these 10,000 tiger leopard riders. It's common sense to do nothing. No one knows what he went through this day. Under the city, a certain family is the main general. We will go directly to where the Qian king is. The world is unrivaled. Only by standing in the middle of the tiger leopard cavalry barracks could one feel that terror. Zhou Yuan departed from the top of the courtroom. Ruling a country is not about reading, and being well read doesn't mean you can do well as an official. Chang Hongyuan's eyes also held a few doubts. Nei Shi Qin, how much grain is left in my treasury, and can it be taken for this army of 10,000? 3 times the heavenly gold. It really emptied out the whole of Dacian. But this time, Lubu was facing the elite that the kings had prepared for a long time. Why attack a city? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? A certain family had made a military order in front of His Majesty that if we don't break the enemy in January, we will return with our heads. Behind them were 10,000 tiger leopard riders. With such a performance, he may become a literary master. Lubu bristled, not even bothering with him. Chang Hongyuan and the others were helpless. The people gathered under the city. Military food? That dry land. Isn't it all over the place? In his thoughts, the best way was to draw out the Qian king's army and consume it bit by bit. Zhou Yuan could certainly guess what the courtiers were thinking. He didn't want to disturb His Majesty's pleasure at the moment. After all, this Xian Yuan Jingcheng, since joining the dynasty, has little presence, always holding a volume of holy books, tirelessly reading, an army composed of 10,009 products. This army, when it can be invincible, depart. It's still not a mistake anywhere else. In 3 months at most, the Qian king will be destroyed. Lu Bu bellowed. As a courtier, he always abided by the way of kings and courtiers. This is Dakian. In the end, both of them looked at Lu Bu at the same time before glancing towards Xian Yuan Jingcheng, who had never had much of a presence. A certain person has made a military order. How can he go back on his word? Lu Wenhan opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. Chang Hongyuan sighed. He remained the same reader as before, no different from the past. Throw in 2 months of standing food within Xian Yuan Chang, and it's enough, at least to send out troops, and combat for a month. This is my Deqian's reserve. Tens of thousands of 9th grade cavalrymen. How can they all be lost here? Each one of them was a tiger and leopard rider of the 9th grade, and the degree of consumption of food far exceeded that of ordinary elites, but definitely not a good officer. The ministers at the head of the city instantly turned pale. Chang Hongyuan asked, I'm afraid it's extremely difficult to have a nationalist as a general. Your Majesty's Majesty seems even more victorious today. Isn't this all over the place? General, shouldn't we consider gathering some food? Dryland, here it comes. Lu Bu walked leisurely. The army is low on food. The court is done. Play slowly? A mere treasonous rebel has no such qualifications. Early the next morning. Available. Lord Chang, today, His Majesty, looks exceptionally different from before. Do you know what's going on? He gave him a look. Hearing this, Chang Hongyuan's face was ugly. Your Majesty, this, and rightly so. Naturally not. It's just that Qianwang City is hard to break, and what the general and His Majesty said is nothing more than a joke. Lu Wenhan's eyes were filled with shock. Although His Majesty said to him that the Qian king is the great Qian breadbasket, but Lu Bu sneered. He remembered the things he had explained to Lu Wenhan yesterday. How is my army? He felt very unhappy with this Lu Wenhan. In that instant, the terrifying aura was as if it was going to wash away the entire Qian Yuan city. The two are simply not comparable. And it was as if he wanted to see through Lu Bu from head to tail. At this moment, Lu Wenhan's face was a bit complicated. Lu Wenhan stared at Lu Bu with his eyes deadpan. There's nothing but wilderness around us. Where's the food coming from? Now my army food. Already less than 10 days. Originally if my army saves some, but also can barely hold a month. It's just that he has no choice anymore. Available at. And that's all there is to it. Is the general going to fight a city and capture some food? Besides, January is enough. A certain family is going down in one battle. Zhou Yuan smiled and opened his mouth. That's good. Showing the same expression as Zhou Yuan. Food? After saying that, Zhou Yuan did not give Chang Hongyuan a chance to speak and directly turned around and left to go down to the city. However, Your Majesty, the treasury no longer has any semblance of food left, and to break the enemy in January is simply an impossible task. But he really didn't accept the offer if at all possible. This tiger and leopard cavalry, everyone is of the 9th rank. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Instead, Xian Yuan Jingcheng just smiled at them. The two were quite emotional. Do you want to kill a certain family? He didn't go on with the latter words. He must know how long the treasury will last today. The minister who opened his mouth smiled back. Although both His Majesty and Lu Bu have said that they will resolve this rebellion of the kings within a month. But in his heart of hearts he never felt that this thing could possibly work. Lu Bu had let the army loose on food during this time. Chang Hongyuan gave this answer seriously. However, on top of that night banquet, it made them reacquaint themselves with this reader. Each one looked terrified. But it is a fact that the treasury is empty at the moment. Getting Zhou Yuan's permission. But he had to tell the truth. Inside that dry land, it is also the people of Deqian. How can we do that burning and looting? His Majesty is surrounded by many capable men. This battle, it's hard. It's just that they brought cavalry this time, so I'm afraid they'll lose a lot if they want to attack the city. Luanum froze for a moment. But now there's an extra credit sharing one out of nowhere. But that was said to be a large army. Rather it was said to be 100,000 stragglers, which could not have much combat power, especially Chang Hongyuan's concern. Even if you are going to court, Chang Hongyuan gazed at the Son of Heaven. He reacted suddenly. But I don't know why. But this is ultimately a good thing. This choice is not unavoidable. At one time, they had treated Xian Yuan Jingcheng with a sort of respect. Zhou Yuan stood on top of the city gates. A minister asked. Luanum asked. Indeed, he should also be shown what a battlefield is. But if we have to, I'm afraid that's all we can do. Thank you to book club members Karma 3 Lives, 3 times, and Fallen Mayfly for their 500 coin rewards. Thanks to Book Friend Champion 1987 for his 100 coins reward. P.S. Update 5 chapters every day, and then notify me if there are changes later. 2 chapters at noon and 3 chapters at night. For the sake of the author's efforts, everyone must subscribe more. Chapter 107, A Ride. Dry King City. This city, named after King Qian, the kings converge. But at this moment, the kings' faces were a bit ugly. That Lu Bu didn't watch from the sidelines, but came with his troops instead. Big brother is wise. Lu Bu, this king is the prince of Diqian. You can't kill me. But looking at the other side's gun formation, he could hardly bear to look at what was coming next. And it looked like that cavalry was no more than 10,000 men at most. Lu Wenhan's eyes widened. However, the 2 third-grade war generals were wearing ugly faces. Lu Wenhan looked at Lu Bu dead in the face. A mere state scholar can't turn the world upside down. The king of Zhao glanced at him, then spoke. Come as you are. It's not a big deal. We've already started a blatant rebellion, and at this point it can be considered an arrow on a string. Hearing the messenger's words, the Qian king's face revealed a joyful expression. The two were also unusually apprehensive. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. 2 third-grade warlords were killed by his halberd before they could even get close to him. The king of Zhou was afraid. Ready. Charge. Shouldn't he just stand on the sidelines when it comes to things like this? The 2 third-grade war generals had smiles on their faces and a few moments of regret. The king of the order asked. The king of Zhou opened his mouth. King Zhou also looked refreshed, his expression regaining its composure. Hearing his words, the Qian king also frowned. He hadn't even arrived at Qianwang City yet, so how come he met this killing god on the road? This time, the Qian king's uprising is finally a relief to this king. If that little child is allowed to continue to sit on top of the emperor's throne, but it is hard to say when he will make a move against this king. In this case, Lu Bu will die, and the son of heaven will die. They had 10,000 cavalrymen, and all of them were of the 9th rank, and none of the neighboring countries had ever had such a powerful army. Embrace the king? Even though the embrace, but this big seat, is not to want to sit on the seat can be stable. Hearing him say that. Good point. Looking at the head in his hand, Lu Bu's face was expressionless, not to mention the slightest hint of elation. His body couldn't help but tremble. How can you charge at a time like this? Lu Bu suddenly leapt across tens of meters. But the opposite army was quite numerous. He didn't come here for this head, and at this time, the Qianwang city. Even if all of the Great Qian's underpinnings were to be thrown at Zhou Yuan's little child. A man opened his mouth and complimented, but it was too late to say anything at this point. Why don't we send 100,000 men to help? After a certain level of strength is reached, one person can stand up to 1,000 armies. Not to mention, behind him were tens of thousands of 9th-grade tiger and leopard cavalry. Lu Bu rushed too fast, and he didn't even have time to retreat before he was chased by Lu Bu. Okay, that's it. It's really not a good choice to rush up at this time. Lu Wenhan could only be wrapped up in these tens of thousands of cavalry. What the king of Zhao said is right. Although the state soldiers are strong, they are ultimately limited. It's supposed to be here too. On that big flag, it's written with the character Lu. Everywhere they went, they were invincible and corpses were everywhere. And he meant it with that statement. Now, we have gathered 170,000 troops. How could there be such a horribly strong man in this world? King Zhao laughed out loud. It's just a pity that the kings didn't embrace the king, or else we could have mixed up a slave dragon. He was aiming straight for where the center army was. The harsh blade of the halberd flashed with a cold and chilling aura. Rolling battle chi, it surged into the entire cavalry. It's too late. Not even half an hour later, King Zhou's 50,000 strong army, gone. Lu Bu certainly saw this army of the king of Zhou. The corners of his mouth quirked into a smile. Your Highness, that wasn't the king's army at all. They finally made contact with the Qian king's faction. His face was shocked and angry. The faces of the 2 3-star battle generals changed drastically. The one who spoke was King Su. The king spills. With a bellowing cry, the battle aura spread out. There was no one who could stop the charge of the tiger leopard riders. The next step would be to find out what Lu Bu really meant and whether he had any thoughts of betraying the son of heaven. Louis, hearing this one word, King Zhou directly died. What will he take to attack us? The vegetarian king smiled and said, I'm afraid it's not that the son of heaven can no longer send anyone else. After all, the treasury of Qianyuan City is already empty. The Kokeshi is also a human being. King Zhao's words caused King Qian to laugh a few times. Charge! The king of Zhou rode in the forefront, and beside him were 2 third-ranked war generals. Choosing to charge might prove that Lu Bu was not the Qian King's man. The Qian King laughed in a haphazard manner. Come on, run, that's a national scholar. An unprecedented presence in Di Qian. Your Majesty, fight. A third-grade war general spoke through clenched teeth. On the opposite side were the knights. While they were mostly foot soldiers, so how could they escape from the cavalry? Now that the kings have gathered, it has made him a little confused about the identity of the opposite side. I didn't expect that little Zhou Yuan to underestimate us so much. Sending 10,000 cavalry to dare to come to my Qianland. Does he really think that a nationalist can decide everything? No one, no money, no food. Tigers and leopards ride like tigers into sheep. And at this moment, Lu Bu had already rushed to not far from King Zhou. Let alone that Lu Bu. As he spoke, Lu Bu also spoke. The man sent by the king of Zhou to ask for help finally arrived. Lu Bu patted his horse and rushed at the forefront. The square sky-painted halberd in his hand, almost hanging down to the ground. But this is definitely a worst-case scenario for combat. That Lu Bu is at least a man of state, so you can't underestimate him too much. He'd need a lot more heads like that. Which team is that up ahead? And why are they all cavalry? But what responded to him was Lu Bu's morose halberd. When the cold light fell, a pillar of blood crossed the sky. I didn't realize there was such a chance. Immediately send someone to Qianwang City to notify all the kings, and no one can help him resolve this crisis. The first one. It would be impossible to make him fight it. We, the kings, have gathered together and have more than 100,000 male soldiers under our command. And we are more than capable of pulling out an army of hundreds of thousands of men at any time. Immediately, a fast horse headed towards Qianwang City. Kill. As for this king, after this matter is over, it's better to be a free king. Chop. A sufficient wave of battle qi reached dozens of meters, instantly sweeping across the area. Who says that a war general may not decide whether a war is won or lost? Lu Wunhan gritted his teeth and could only grab his lance, hoping that the losses in this battle would not be too heavy. There, the king of Zhou's banner. Lu Bu's eyes opened angrily and his battle aura rolled. The king of Zhou's 50,000 strong army, on the other hand, was stationed in place, its lances towering. With that, he looked to the kings. The king of Zhou yelled. Both sides fought to win or lose is still unknown. The king of Zhou, however, shook his head without a care in the world. Immediately reorganize the army. If that Lu Bu doesn't dare to come to attack, it's just a matter of time. If he dares to come, I'll make sure he leaves his life here. As an underbelly provided by the Great Qing Dynasty, he actually dared to meddle in the affairs of the royal family. At this moment, Qianwang City was 30 miles away. That Lu Bu wasn't a deity, and there was very little he could do in front of the army. However, Lu Bu didn't say anything to Lu Wunhan. In this battle, this king will win. If that's the case, it's a godsend. But the next second, shouting and killing. Speaking of which, where is the king of Zhou? Report. The line of people was vast, with flags and banners, stretching for 10 miles. There are many lords in the world, and only one of them, the Qian king, has this qualification. Under our command, we have an army of more than 50,000 men. Even though that Lu Bu is a scholar of the country, I think we will not have any problem in blocking a few hours. And the strongest under his command. The king of Zhou suddenly spoke. The king of Zhou was heading towards King Qian City with all the generals he could pull out. Even if we can win, we have already lost a lot of money before we even meet the Qian king. So what's the point of fighting in the future? But the army, after hearing Lu Bu's order, the tens of thousands of warhorses had begun to slowly accelerate. But just then, General, how about we pull back a bit? Qianwang's confident expression also infected the crowd. As for Lu Wunhan, at this moment, his face was already a bit dull. Lu Wunhan possessed the power of the 6th grade, but at this moment, among the tiger-leopard riders, he felt that he, even, was inferior to that average tiger-leopard rider pawn. By the time the king's army arrives, that Lu Bu will die. The king of Zhou shouted. The Qian king let out a cold laugh. So what if it's a national scholar? Today, he will behead a national scholar to sacrifice his flag. Chapter 108, Generals, can you fight again? The Qian king's army assembled. The Dry King himself stood at the forefront. He was the only second rank in the entire coalition army, and his presence here could give the army enough confidence. The kings are right behind him. He couldn't help but look back. That seemed to be cavalry. But where did the king of Zhou get cavalry? However, in the time it took to burn incense, Lu Wunhan noticed the endless stretch of flags at the end of his sight. Behead all these deserters as a warning to others. The king of Zhou opened his mouth. Before he could react in any way, the distant army had already rushed straight towards here. In that case, Wang Di, you take 5,000 cavalry and set out first, and the army will arrive last. Big brother, this king is on his way. The king of Zhao laughed heartily. The Qian king on the opposite side also noticed them. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Both sides are moving closer to each other. The king of Zhou was considered powerful even amongst the kings. Big brother, this king would like to be the vanguard. The king of Zhao was disdainful. Immediately, he patted King Zhao's shoulder. The flag of Lu appeared here. What about the king of Zhou? Where's the king of Zhao? What were the two doing, that they would let Lu Bu bypass them? He's killing it. When he finished, he killed a deserter with his own hands. King Zhao's pupils shrunk, and at the same time, the remnants of his consciousness sought his proud cavalry, trampled by the other side, destroyed in an instant. Lu Bu roared, and then, tens of thousands of warhorses, rushed over in the direction of Qianwang City. Is this still human? Ahead. That rolling smoke ahead. Lu Wenhan's eyes always carried an endless shock. Depart. Ask what? King Zhou has an army of 50,000 under his command, and De Qian has only 10,000 cavalry. Even with Lu Bu's nationalist here, how can 50,000 people be defeated so easily? Yes, they have 100,000 elite troops. The Qian king's face was ugly. How is this like the king of Zhou's army? Our army has already fought 2 battles in a row. We must not fight again. Although he didn't have much contact, he had once met the king of Zhao twice when he entered Qianyuan. But, these losers? The war isn't over yet, and they actually dare to run away from the battlefield. Lu Bu looked behind him. Hearing this response, the corner of Lu Bu's mouth curved up. Now that he was the vanguard, he was just in time to win favor with the king of Zhou. Anger ensued. The deserter wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but in the end he didn't get to say anything. After saying that, he urged his horse from his seat and galloped away with 5,000 cavalry. And it's getting faster. King Zhao's body was trembling. Where did the other princes know that he looked reckless? But in his heart he was shrewd. A terrible thought appeared in his mind. The kings were all slightly more at ease. Die fighting? The henchman asked. That Qian king has come out of his turtle shell. There is no better opportunity than this. Hear that? We can fight again. And now, it has been rewarded by the Qian king. Not to mention these people, even the 5,000 cavalry behind him were all just pariahs in his eyes. Is that the LV flag? Yes, Your Majesty. That's why it can barely qualify as an elite sentence. Generals, can you fight again? 170,000 troops, but only because time is still short now. He could no longer make a sound. Dalits. A few months later, his hundreds of thousands of troops would surely make him sit at the highest point of Qianyuan City's palace city. He sounded, with undisguised disdain. The king of Zhao spoke loudly. It can't be the tiger leopard cavalry brought by that Lu Bu. Hearing the words of the Qian king, not to mention these 9th-grade generals, he opened his own mouth. What are these people if not pariahs? A roar of fury came out from the 10,000 troops, watching the deserters that were close by all being killed, and those further away, turning their heads and running towards other places. King Zhao sneered. Now is the time for him to perform. Everyone hissed. The Dry King's army is here. He wanted to run, but even just meeting the other party's eyes made his body wobble straight and he couldn't make any movements at all. Lu Wenhan recognized the king of Zhao in front of him. What's that? Gentlemen, behind us, are 100,000 elite soldiers, and 50 miles away is Qianwang City, and within the city, there are still 70,000 men, and we are up against but 10,000 cavalry. He doesn't understand. Aren't these people tired? At the same time there was an unbelievable thought that appeared in his mind. These 5,000 cavalry must be supporting the king of Zhou, and the one in command is still the king of Zhao. Nothing had been done yet, and the head had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, at the end of the line of sight, a torrent appeared, kicking up countless amounts of smoke and dust, as if covering the sky. He used to think that he had a lot of guts. Even among the kings, he was one of the absolute bravest. Even he, a 6th grade, now felt a hint of exhaustion. But feeling this aura, the rest of his words could no longer be said. Hearing King Zhao's address, King Qian's eyes brightened slightly. The so-called recklessness was nothing more than an illusion he had deliberately created. Just saw 10,000 pairs of eyes rolling with wariness. General, we really should pull out. He looked at Lu Wenhan with tiger eyes. Your Majesty, don't you need to ask for information? Roar. Yes. After walking for a while, a group of disorganized soldiers suddenly ran over in a chaotic manner. He glanced behind him, and a touch of uneasiness surfaced on the faces of the kings. As for the armies of the other kings, they were a bit shabby in comparison. The king of Zhao gave him a look. He cursed. The Qian king didn't hesitate and followed with an army of 100,000 10,000 men. Today, you will follow a certain family and break the Qian king in one battle. Roar! That's 5,000 cavalry. Moreover, all the generals under his command were elite, and many of them had even participated in the Dali War. Although I don't know what happened to the king of Zhou and the king of Zhao. If they were really defeated, that means that these guys in front of us have already fought 2 battles in a row. But now, he felt very ridiculous for what he once was. Not all of the princes have had elite ones that have been in real battles. A mere 10,000 cavalrymen couldn't even make a splash in it. King Zhao frowned. Although the king of Zhao was a reckless man, he was the strongest of all the kings. Except for him. 2 people, not dead. But after dispersing the 5,000 cavalry, he suddenly winced. When this king ascends to the throne, he will not treat Wang Di poorly, but his last thoughts still appeared. Even his own Qiandi's army, in the end, is just a paper army, just clothing and armor equipment. Better. No, that's not possible. This is a devil. That Zhou Yuan's little child has raised a devil, a terrifying devil. Lu Wenhan was the only one who felt a bit out of place. Under the 10,000 tiger leopard riders, they were dispersed in just one charge. In and out. A demonic god, like a god or devil, was charging straight towards him. Thinking so, the expression on his face grew more and more smug. He had been completely bowled over by the man in front of him. That's not possible. That's 50,000 men, not 50,000 pigs. I'm sure the Qian King's army is just behind. He was shocked. What's in front of them is their principal. When he finished speaking, he raised his horsewhip and bellowed. In this world, there is no such thing as a good thing. Let the name of the tiger leopard cavalry resound through the neighboring countries. King Zhao walked along smugly. It's cheaper for these assholes. If it weren't for important matters, this king would have killed all of these pariahs. Kakashi is also a human being. Even with a rough estimation, Lu Wenhan could tell that the men in front of him were at least 70,000 to 80,000 in number. The Dry King was overjoyed, mentally snickering, and behind him, just 10,000 tired troops. No matter how strong that Lu Bu was, he wouldn't be able to easily defeat the king of Zhou. Roar! The king of the order hemmed and hawed. This battle, how they lose. Chapter 109, The Descent of the Divine Devil. Upon hearing the words of your king, all the kings burst out laughing. Indeed, it is not yet known how much more powerful armies can now fight after 2 battles, but it seems more likely to them. Or this Lu Bu, with the mobility of his cavalry, went straight around after a short contact with King Zhou. The center flag, however, was left in place by them as a way to confuse the sight and at the same time keep the 100,000 strong army from breaking up. All he felt was his strength disappearing. Others, naturally, did the same. The city gates slowly opened. But big brother, in my humble opinion, we'd better lean back a bit. Guys, let's pull back. Raise the greatsword in your hand. He doesn't care if he lives or dies. Looking at the cavalry that was already close at hand, his eyes got a little excited and his tongue licked his lips. As long as we kill these cavalrymen, we'll be able to pile up that devil even with our lives. With that, he kicked the person in front of him who was blocking the way. To escape, they sold the 100,000 men. Thinking so, the queens of the various dynasties slowly retreated. With a sharp jump, he slashed at a tiger knight pawn. But the next moment, the torrent of steel converged and exploded with a loud bang. There was a muffled boom. He had despair in his eyes. Big brother, let's run. But at least they played their part. It can be said that the face is done in full. But the next instant, even that so-called nationalist could not have survived. Behind them, the battlefield had gradually moved away. The gap between a second rank and a national scholar. Even though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he knew that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to block a few moves. The Qian King looked at this war that wasn't a war with horror. No one can live under the iron horse. Brothers, all listen. Rush faster in a while. If you run into that Lu Bu, don't disgrace me. Without waiting for him to think more, Lu Bu had already raised his square sky painting halberd high. But this king is the only second rank in my army. It's not a good battle. This is no such thing as a peerless admiral. The cavalryman he had made his target looked at him coldly, then withdrew his lance as if he were looking at a stone. Instead, the 100 or so personal soldiers were left in place and were used to block Lu Bu's attack, and the very front. Soon, an army of 100,000 drowned them in the crowd. War? How is it possible? 9th grade? He was an expert who was about to enter the pen. Only 100 or so of his own soldiers, and a dozen princes were fleeing. Not far away was Lu Bu who was coming towards them. Just his eyes made them unable to move. But how could they not have imagined that in just less than a cup of tea? The first echelon that stood in front of them had been completely annihilated. The Qian king saw Lu Bu, who was coming in anger in the distance. Why on earth is there such a terrible being? The bodies of these pro-soldiers were trembling and stiff. The gates began to close slowly. Limited manpower. Before he could reach his heels, the Qian king roared angrily. His head hung down, no longer conscious. But the good thing was that behind them, there were 10,000 ninth grade tiger and leopard cavalry generals. It's also safe enough. The king's fishtailed. These people are just crazy. Do they really think that cavalry can do whatever they want? 10,000 rushing 100,000. They're dead. But no one dared stop to fight back. He had no hope of winning this war in the end. Is it really necessary to fight this battle? Finally, the Qian king saw the Qianyuan city that he had longed for. That was simply the descent of a god. Come on, run. Being cavalry, it would still be easy for them to disengage now if they wanted to, even though he was already a second rank. That Lu Bu was a man of state. The terrifying demon god did not come towards them, but that Lu Bu is only human no matter how strong he is. Tens of thousands of cavalrymen slammed into the Qian king's army. Otherwise, how could it be possible to first break 50,000 troops and then 5,000 cavalry in just less than an hour? And let's not talk about that Lu Bu. At the same time, it didn't meet up with the king of Zhao. He pretended to be difficult, but after the kings persuaded him a few more times, he reluctantly nodded his head in agreement. But once entangled in, surrounded by an army of 100,000 people and then want to leave, then there is no possibility. Behind us is Qianwang City. Qianwang City doesn't have to be much smaller than Qianyuan City, and we still have 70,000 troops. Even if that Lu Bu is really a god and devil descending, it's impossible to break through, especially the peerless Lu Bu who seemed to mow the grass in the middle of the army. He has eyes only for the enemy. So what if it's 100,000 troops? But they were lucky. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Today, he would first behead a head of a Daqian cavalryman as a merit. They had never seen a terrifying existence that could slaughter enemies within a radius of tens of meters with a single halberd. Under that terrifying figure's halberd, cold light shot out in all directions. As for the rest, at the moment he didn't care. Almost just instantly, the front row of Qianwang's army was rushed away. It was not comparable to the other elites of Daqian. Within a radius of tens of meters, no one could survive. At this moment, he even began to wonder again if Lu Bu was trying to exhaust these 10,000 of Daqian's reserves and defect to the Qian king. That's just an ordinary pawn. They were even expecting in their hearts that when the Qian king ascended to the throne, they, as the first batch of generals, would surely be able to receive a lot of benefits. Instead, they rushed toward the center flag. It wasn't like he was a captain like him, so how could he have the power of the 9th rank? The Qian king's body shook. Everyone is running. When we return to Qianwang City, we'll make big plans. Many of the Qianwang soldiers were still looking at the charging tiger leopard riders with a mocking face. The true king opened his mouth. No, it's simply a massacre. Open the door. Open the door for the king. That's not even human. All ing charge me. That Lu Bu is still one person even if he's strong. And whether he dies at the hands of the Kokeshi or takes the Kokeshi's head, it's a good outcome for him. In this way, he could both behead Lu Bu with his own hands and make a name for himself. As for actually rushing up, he wasn't stupid. The city gates closed. The mixed-up junior captain gulped. Off to the side. King Su pulled him. After saying that, the king of the house ran away with 110 of his own soldiers. He looked somewhat helplessly at Lu Bu, whose battle intent had not diminished in the slightest. With desperate eyes, he took one last look around. Just now, they were all shocked by that Lu Bu's divine and demonic stance and didn't even notice the terror of this cavalry. Because of their presence, Lu Bu had to swing his square sky painting halberd a few more times. Meanwhile, Lu Wanhan frowned. The soldiers who had been talking excitedly just now, they had thought that as the second echelon, they could only grab heads by charging forward. It's not even human to do this. It's God. Didn't even care if the cavalry behind them could keep up. The speed of these cavalrymen had been reduced, and it was not difficult to do this. Not because he didn't want to live, but because the only way his family's life could change for the better was if he died, or if he got credit. There is only that big flag in the center of the army. A soldier with a mixed expression on his face spoke up. The thought had just flashed. The Dry King yelled. The moment he realized they were escaping, he didn't hesitate and charged directly towards them. A long spear came after him and poked him in the heart. And at this moment, after the kings entered, right behind them, they were even pursued by Lu Bu alone. These guys, they're all 9 ing pints. Why don't we first let the 100,000 strong army eliminate the cavalry under Lu Bu's command, and then when Lu Bu gets tired, he will come forward again. But Lu Bu's gaze was dead on them. Only the banner of the center army can prove where they are. Charge! After a roar, Lu Bu's mount quickly charged towards the opposite side. And at this moment, the blood of the Qian Wang army had been spilled all over the battlefield. The corners of the Dry King's mouth grinned. Chapter 110, A Man Breaks the City. Not only the Qian King, but all the other kings, too, laughed, just a little bit closer. They would have died at the hands of that Lu Bu. But now, they had entered the Qian Wang city, and that Lu Bu was only alone. It was impossible to break the city. It was as if they could see the unwilling and angry eyes of Lu Bu behind the door. Although there were only but 70,000 troops in Qian Wang city right now, Lu Bu looked at the kings and at the many Qian Wang generals who were encircling towards him. Day one can't be taken yet. There would have been too much levy already. However, when they saw Qian Wang city, Lu Wunhan froze for a moment. Even though Lu Bu's battle prowess was unrivaled, he would surely be drowned in the sea of people. King Su reacted extremely quickly. But this Qian Wang is certain death. Hearing this, Chang Hongyuan's eyes widened violently. Even though the facts were right in front of his eyes, he was still a bit incredulous. It still seems true. It wasn't even half a month ago that the Qian King, who had worried all the ministers, was apprehended. Even though Daiyuan lost, as long as we wait to take Qiandi and General Lu goes to support Daiyuan, this matter will naturally be worry-free. Looking at King Qian, Lu Bu smiled. The city gates, blowing up. The pupils of the king shrunk slightly. The gates, broken? He's asking for trouble. The Dryad King couldn't help but gulp. Luanum walked over. Urgent? Lu Wunhan smiled bitterly. Couldn't care less. And at this point in the dynasty, for a while the march was a few moments faster. That Qian Wang city, how does it look slightly odd? Thou wouldst have this general be that, a heartless man. It doesn't even care about its own 10,000 strong army. With that, he looked around at the many Qian soldiers and generals who had long since gotten cold. If we levy again, it's likely to inspire civil unrest. It was at this moment that a general suddenly spoke up. Nei Shirqin Sheluan ran to Chang Hongyuan's side. Even at this moment, it might have been surrounded by the Qian King's army and was in a life-and-death crisis. But soon, hundreds of thousands of troops would be coming towards Qian Wang city. Though he is strong, we've been out for almost half a month, so I'm sure His Majesty has been waiting impatiently. Where's the golden spears and iron armor at the top of the city? Where's the Qian King's flag that's supposed to stand tall? It looks like why it's so empty. Big trouble. Chang Hongyuan's expression was a bit tangled. This matter shall be circulated in Daqian. When 100 years do not end, this battle shall be recorded in the annals of Great Qing. In the gaze, the slightest expression could not be seen at all, and there was only indifference. How can His Majesty be in a hurry? As the words came out, the pupils of the king shrunk. General Louis. Lu Wunhan suddenly thought of His Majesty's eyes with a few hints of deep meaning when he had proposed to accompany the army. He let out an angry cry. Outside the city of the Dry King, it is indeed time for them to return to the court. Remember, if you dare to act out again, I, the general, will kill without pardon. Now there are only less than 2 months left. If we move again at this time, what if Qianyuan city is in chaos? If the Qian King wasn't dead, they would fight to the death. But at this moment, the Qian King was already in the hands of that terrifying and incomparable divine general. So what were they fighting against? It wasn't until he walked under the Qian Wang city that Lu Wunhan saw what was really happening here. Anyone who offends my Qianlong will be executed even though he is far away. Release the arrows. Lord Chang. Aiku broke the dike again. He couldn't wait and wanted to let the entire Deqian, the entire world, know the strength of Deqian. He now finally understood why His Majesty looked at him that way. He could never have imagined that Lu Bu, as the main general, would actually run away alone. In response, Lu Bu laughed. A one-word side-by-side king? Looking at the god-devil Lu Bu who was slowly coming towards him. But Lupo was right. Thinking of this, the Dryad King opened his mouth. But how is that possible? When really, it's not self-serving. And at the moment, in this life, a certain family is only loyal to your majesty. But he wanted to let everyone in this Deqian army know. Boo! The Dry King fell to the ground. Right now, I'm afraid I'm not standing at the bottom of the Qian Wang city at my wit's end. Only a large flag was seen raised at the top of the city. His words, only this one word was uttered. The gates were not left open, but it was as if they had been split open by something. And if he brings a live one back, the credit, naturally, is greater than if he brings a dead one back. A large Lu character is written on it. Aiku often breaks the dike, but in previous years, the treasury had enough food ready to correspond at any time. The only one who was still sitting well on his horse was the Qian King. And inside, Lu Bu stood not far inside the gates. He intended to say a few words to dispel the fearful hearts of the kings, but nowadays, the treasury of the Great Qing Dynasty has long been empty. where to prepare money and food. Qiandi there, for the time being, can't be counted on. This official will go to meet with His Majesty, and ask people to mobilize grain and grass from Dayuan. Louis' flag? Did General Lu get lost and not come here? But in the next second, his pupils suddenly shrunk. How dare such a mayfly-like character rebel? He didn't even care about his image. The Dry King's fear could no longer be restrained. Chang Hongyuan paced back and forth, not knowing what to do. Although he was only one of the participants, he witnessed this performance of Lu Bu that was like a god or a demon, and he was also overwhelmed with excitement at this moment. Not only that, but the same as him, but also the other kings. With that, Chang Hongyuan entered the palace. Behind the door was Lu Bu, whose gaze was like a tiger. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoluan was startled. It was only when he heard this that Lu Wenhan looked towards the city gates. What will General Yuan and the others do then? The other kings are considered accomplices, and if they are brought back, His Majesty is afraid they will not be handled well. A certain family, by order of His Majesty, has come to take your heads. But does he really think he can fix everything? Your Majesty, it is not to be lightly insulted. Just moments later, there was a clattering sound of clashing iron. The Dry King knelt before him. It's just a few more twists and turns, but Dakian must not be in chaos. This is the foundation. Lu Wenhan rushed with his men in a hurry, with a belly full of complaints in his heart. The standing grain of Qianyuan City should meet the needs for at least 1 year. Qin Xiaoluan was helpless. We have no other choice. Hearing this, Chang Hongyuan fiercely rebuked. You're crazy. He was sitting on a horse with a square halberd. These generals, however, were just following the orders of the Qian King, and solving the Qian King was naturally not a problem. There was a sudden boom. Lu, General Lu, let this king off the hook. This king would like to worship you as the one character side-by-side king and rule the world with this king. He was completely blown away. Lu Bu glanced toward him, looking at where his eyes were. There was no one left standing. Lu Bu let out a cold smile. Xianwang City is almost here. Generals, speed up, he yelled. All the soldiers dropped their weapons in their hands. But what about resentment? What about anger? From the moment they entered Xianwang City, this war, it was not yet over. But, General Lu, the gates seem to be open. One man breaks the city. At this moment, Lu Wenhan's mind only had these 4 words. Around them, the bodies of the kings. But as soon as his words fell, the Fangtian painted halberd had already cut off his head. Prepare, and return to the court on the morrow. Qin Xiaoluan spoke hesitantly. How about first taking out half of Qianyuan City's standing grain? Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. After some hesitation, I've decided to combine chapters. Still updating at 10,000 words a day. But I've changed it to 3 big chapters. 1 at noon and 2 at night. So I hope you'll understand. Chapter 111, The Scholar of the State. Must strive to be first. Chang Hongyuan entered the palace. When he entered, he was seeing His Majesty looking at a map. Your Majesty, I have important business. Chang Hongyuan opened his mouth. But according to the latest news, it's only a matter of time. This De Qian, he can finally use it as his arm. Urgent report from Qian Yuan. He was, now, only happy. Your Majesty, this matter, let's not talk to General Lu. Zhou Yuan glanced at him, but even if they barely managed to support it now, there were already less than 100 guards protecting the king. At the moment he was in an extremely good mood. His behavior before could be considered a great disrespect. Reinforcements from all over the Great Yuan, because of Chun Qingji's previous attack, coupled with this period of conquest, had long ago lost the guts to gallop to the aid of the lord of the land. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth and said, I, De Qian, am in the land of 4 wars. The mirror-breaking Dan in his hand was prepared for you when Qingdu and the others. But a second later, his face suddenly turned pale. Within 3 days, this will be in the state scholarship. Half a month, even for cavalry, a round trip, almost that much time. So in his, if not everyone's, opinion, the gates of the capital city of Dayuan, which were covered in iron, could not be broken even by a first-rate. Zhou Yuan laughed and said, did not I say, Lu Bu has gone to fetch food. Around but half a month time will be able to return. What are you anxious? Wouldn't it be faster to transfer grain directly from the Qianlands than to forcefully conscript it from Dayuan? Chang Hongyuan looked towards the map. King of Zhou. All those who heard it were dumbfounded. It's not an impossible thing for Lu Bu to fall back on. What proof do you have that Lu Bu broke the enemy? Loyalty is to the royal family. With such a divine weapon, they really may not be incapable of thinking about how to capture Wei. Hearing this, the soldier unhooked the package he was carrying behind him. He could never have imagined that His Majesty, who seemed so decent, would actually do such a thing, but he knew that as long as His Majesty reigned, These people would never betray. And at this time, outside the capital of the Great Yuan, the pupils shrunk slightly. There is no harm. I Ching is also for the consideration of the Great Qian. Just this matter. I cannot guarantee that after Lu Bu knows, will not find you trouble. He roared. Your Majesty, I beg to punish myself. But now, King Zhou's dead eyes seem to be staring at him in death. There, the Great Way is located. Chang Hongyuan's face carried a few moments of helplessness. Chang Hongyuan still didn't believe it, and he directly opened a box in front of Zhou Yuan. The Dacian army, outside, has been besieging Daiyuan for some time. The king of Zhou is also extremely powerful among the kings of Diqian. Chang Hongyuan directly bowed to the ground. But under the Qian king's command, there are 200,000 troops. He blushed. Chang Hongyuan's voice was cold and cold, rather like he was about to kill someone in anger. A humble yet domineering smile hung on the corners of Chen Xingji's mouth. But he never thought that Yuan Qingdu would be one step ahead of him. Zhou Yuan looked at the human head of King Earth last week, especially the eyes that had not yet closed, and there was no fear or disgust in his eyes. Chang Hongyuan had no problem with that. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Zhou Yuan spoke leisurely. All that was missing from taking the capital of the Great Yuan was just a little time. Eat the king's pay and be loyal. If it wasn't for Yuan having an elite and incomparable king protector guard, I'm afraid that the royal capital would have been overrun long ago. Suddenly, a flash of ruthlessness appeared on his face. If the disaster relief money and food is sufficient, but also to provoke civil unrest, such officials when the chopping is not pardoned, and even in his opinion, the execution of the 9 clans are not too much, must compete to be first, compared to a few people, inside the capital of the Great Yuan. As long as Python's emissary arrived at Qian Yuan City, Great Yuan would be saved. Nowadays, he felt that the depth of Diqian was enough. He muttered, "Yes, Your Majesty." Just 2 months ago, they were rubbing their fists and preparing to kill Diqian. On the contrary, on the side, Guan Yu and Qin Xiong both wrinkled their brows. Suddenly, a soldier with a bloodstained body ran in. On Daewon's side, it's time for the class to return. But no one dared to stop their heavenly son at this time. The heads of the kings are here. General Lu is personally escorting the Qian king back, and will arrive in a matter of days. Zhou Yuan smiled. The Python messenger has left Qian Yuan City. All of this should be the accumulated heritage of the Great Qian over the last 100 years. Moreover, whether it was Yuan Qingdu or Chen Xingji, a hidden fluctuation came from both of them, but reality is doomed. SGT of state. These, however, are all 9th grade sharpshooters. Even just thinking about it made his heart ache. Just then, urgent report from the Drylands. A messenger came in, but they are in no hurry. Without the top quality iron ore, how can you build a good quality weapon? Could it be that if he went to the Qianlands, he could still capture the Qian king on the same day? Just the thought of it sent just a chill down his spine, and then the boxes inside, one by one, were placed on the floor. Hearing the voice, Chang Hongyuan froze. The lord of the Great Yuan Kingdom stood up violently. Weighs iron ore. It's just too much. This is a geographic map of Great Qian. General Yuan. I wonder who will be the first to enter the state scholarship. You and I? I just don't know if any of them can break through without relying on the mirror breaking pill. Naturally, it's this general. He looked at Wei and Yuan Chengdu, holding a golden boring, lightly grunted. The bodies of the two men were clearly emanating an aura that was on the first rank. This period of conquest had already caused their strength to increase rapidly. Aren't you worried about the war in the Drylands? Just in time. Let's see. What good news does Lu Bu bring for me? The situation in Daiyuan is unknown today, but the territory of my Dakian is never to be in chaos. Say, has Lu Bu already defected to the Qian king? Broken. Day 1. Abandoned. Asterisk. ING asshole. De Qian. I am dying, and I will not let you have a good time, even though General Lu's state is unrivaled. If something goes wrong, the country will not be in chaos. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Chang Hongyuan hurriedly spoke. Your Majesty, I'm here because the Iko dike has broken, but now that I can't fetch half a cent of money and grain from the treasury within the dynasty, I ask for your Majesty's favor to mobilize grain and grass from Daiyuan to provide relief for the victims. Your Majesty, that Lu Bu's son, must have already defected to the Qian king, but next time, they will never fall short. In the eyes of the two men, there was a spark. The door to the temple opens. It was just a pity that they couldn't participate in the two men's bet. In Chang Hongyuan's heart, there was also some anticipation. In my opinion, even a two-pronged approach is good. In the next second, Chang Hongyuan became excited. Your Majesty, General Lu Bu has led 10,000 Tiger Leopard riders to destroy 100,000 000 of the Qian King's ally forces and capture the Qian King's city. It's just that day one is different from Dali. This fluctuation caused both of them to carry an appalling aura with them at all times. Your Majesty, I'm afraid there's been a change in Xiandi. Even though he asked the question, it's only been 10 days. The army should have just arrived not long ago. Gone? How will go it? Did Chen wantonly attacked my Daiyuan? The great python is not just watch it not. Chen Qingji smiled again, his face unchanged. Your Majesty, you don't really think that General Lu Bu can return within a month? He then looked at Chang Hongyuan. Behind him, he was carrying a large package. Domestic, but there is no good resources. Dali and my Dakian the same, so also with my Dakian general country poor people. He looked to the other side of the map. In other words, these His Majesty's hidden powerhouses. Immediately send people to Qiandi, collect grain and grass, pacify the displaced people, provide relief and disaster relief, in order to prevent civil unrest. If there is civil unrest, the local officials, from top to bottom, all beheaded. But that's not enough. It took less than a month even. Zhou Yuan suddenly opened his mouth. Hearing these words, the great Yuan kingdom lord sat paralyzed on the ground, no longer having a kingdom lord demeanor. Chen, I think I'll break the barrier tomorrow. At that time, I will personally remove the head of the great Yuan kingdom lord. Although His Majesty is wise and mighty, he has not succeeded to the throne for a long time and has been under house arrest for a long time. However, the most crucial thing today was whether or not the great python messenger had arrived at Qian Yuan city. How's it going? Only, the spark was the two men's battle intent that had almost turned into substance. Looking at the son of heaven with a few teasing expressions, Chang Hongyuan opened his mouth. Even just the thought of the possibility made him suck in his breath. 3 days? The so-called nationalist is already just a piece of paper away for them. Humble? He, Yuan Qingdu, does not do such hypocritical things. Yuan Qingdu and the others put the capital of Daiyuan under a deadly siege. Nowadays, because of the stormy times in Dakian, the royal family activates these underpinnings as a way to survive the calamity. At this moment, he wouldn't let his aura weaken. The lord of the great Yuan kingdom sat on the imperial throne, full on always with uneasiness, and where the great way is written by His Majesty in a big iron character. Zhou Yuan looked calm. Although the capital city has not yet been captured on the day one side, there is no chance of developing feathers. All of his previous guesses were instantly thrown out of the window, whether or not these people are the so-called royal underbelly. Wei. At this moment, Chang Hongyuan's heart was shaken. As for Daiyuan, there are dozens of horse farms, enough to feed hundreds of thousands of war horses. After Daiyuan is taken, my Daqian will be able to organize a large number of cavalry. Nowadays, all of Daqian's armies have entered the territory of Daiyuan. Did? Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows and directly shook his head, saying, you should know very well what is happening in Daiyuan today, now that it has just been recovered. Any further conquests will almost certainly be reversed. Chen Di actually did break so quickly. Oh, Chang Hongyuan's face darkened. Hundreds of thousands of troops in Qianland. Once a problem arises, it is enough to shake the entire Great Qian. And Lu Bu, being a national scholar, is definitely not easy to cultivate. But Chang Hongyuan frowned. However, Zhou Yuan ignored him. Zhou Yuan smiled and said, Ai Qing is not in a hurry. But look at this map. Once the kings are dead, just compared to the past, the original location of Daiyuan as well as Dali has been circled within Dakian. Not Your Majesty. That Qian Wang, also a member of the royal family. The kings, each with a royal bloodline. Saying that, without waiting for Zhou Yuan to reply, Chang Hongyuan fiercely looked at the soldier who had reported the news. How is it that an urgent report has come in? Even if the Qian King's people are all pigs, it's impossible for them to be so fast. There are such divine generals. Both of them had reached the true peak of the first grade. But, Your Majesty, this is the best that can be done. Come in. The people of the Qian King are shallow in their knowledge. Are you not also unaware of it? But today, they are at the end of their rope. Chapter 112, Breaking the Great Yuan, and drawing again. Your Majesty, there was a cry of sorrow from a minister. The Daiyuan kingdom lord looked at him with an expressionless face. What are you crying for? You are my Daiyuan's important minister. Even if you die, you must straighten your spine. Besides, the gates of my capital city of Great Yuan have not yet been breached. It's not too late to figure out how to expand after a few years. And the Great Yuan is not a small country, so it can get 70% of it without spending a single soldier. Whatever he does, since he's already at the top of the city, it's time for this big showdown to begin. The four men charged straight ahead. Now since the Great Yuan has been destroyed, this Great Yuan land will be taken over by my great luck. But now, he's given Daiyuki an excuse. Fair enough, they were already in front of the Great Yuan Lord, and they really couldn't see how the Great Yuan Lord still had any backbone to dare to speak to them like this. Their son of heaven actually had the entire country's capital blown up before he died. The 4 first grades rushed up to the city. Without any hesitation, it headed directly north. Zhou Yuan didn't answer and only opened his mouth to ask, "How are the preparations for the consort? However, that Day Yuan wants to provoke a war between our two countries. How can I agree to that?" There was no chance given to the Great Yuan Lord, but the battle is unquestionably locked in their favor. "You guys think you won?" He didn't really care much about that. It was just that all 4 of them still had some doubts in their minds. Crazy. Tough enough. It was important to realize that most of the homes of the generals of the Great Yuan could be found within the capital of the Great Yuan. But for now, let's draw a prize. I'm afraid the capital of the Great Yuan has been broken. Now it has been several months since the Great Qing. Roar. The Lord of the Great Fortune Kingdom received a letter of state. This was, after all, the capital city of Diyuan, the center of the entire Diyuan. This person's battle power had reached the 2nd rank. But now, it's been half a month and there's nothing to lose. War. But if the emperor dies too? Those Diyuan generals were even more stagnant. Chen Xingji's face wore a smile. The entire capital of the Great Yuan, naturally, had no more resistance. And now, I'm afraid that the Yuan Kingdom Lord is dead. But that Great Yuan Kingdom Lord had destroyed all the generals who had just been fighting for him. However, when the 4 people rushed to him, a smile suddenly appeared on the face of the Great Yuan Country Lord. Previously, in order to minimize attrition, they hadn't attacked strongly with high intensity. He is a great fortune and a little cutie. Since the destruction of the Great Yuan Kingdom has become a foregone conclusion, so he's not looking for quality this time, just quantity. It was a pity that neither Yuan Qingdu nor Chen Xingji had been able to use this to break through the state scholar in one fell swoop. After this person left the kingdom of the Great Yuan, and at this moment, there was no way to hide the horror on the face of the Great Yuan Lord. The Great Fortune Kingdom Lord spoke. "Your son of heaven is dead. Surrender quickly." The scholar made a long bow. Although the Marquis of Prosperity was already on the 1st rank, in the end, he had not yet entered the state scholarship, so he was not considered to be anything. Guan Yu's eyes are quick. I understand that the Lord of the Great Qing Kingdom would not dare to refuse. There's only one message on it. There was another instrument at the hand of the Lord of the Great Fortune. Next, at the sight of this scene, a silence fell over the entire city. It's also time to go back. There are even millions of soldiers, more than Wei have ever been. Go back to your retreat for a while and you can do that too. Zhou Yuan shook his head. De Yun naturally knew all about the war between De Qian and De Yuan. If the emperor of the Great Yuan was in the palace city, even if he killed a few guards, he would not be able to crush the Great Yuan. During this time, Qian Yuan was much at war. There are more than a few nationalists in the country. My great luck has millions of soldiers. How would I be afraid of a small De Qian? Just that there is a python interfering. I can only be partial to this place. My great luck prosperity candidate was killed by the Great Qian. This matter, the Great Qian need to have an explanation. Yuan Qingdu nodded. Definitely call it a big profit. What do you think that Day One Lord wants to do? He wants to stir up strife between the two countries. The two monarchs and ministers smiled at each other. It's just so it's going to be a big deal, and it's just to wash it down. A direct slash. An excuse to let the great fortune, inevitably, go to war. The Day One Kikuchi himself stood at the head of the city with his men. Kill. Now that it has gradually stabilized, it's a good opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to celebrate universally. At the bottom, a scholar holding a Confucian fan smiled and said, "Indeed, it is a wonder of the world, but it's questionable whether Day One still exists today." Chen Xingji suddenly spoke. Roar. The city, blown up. Behind him was a large number of experts of the 9th rank and above. Qin Xiong raised an eyebrow. With their roar, the capital of the Great Yuan has been in fierce battle for many days. Scribes said, "It's nothing more than trying to provoke a war between our two countries." Then, all the generals in the rear, excitedly shouted, with a high spirit of war. Gue Yuaner was beaming with joy. At the same time several people had grown in strength each. Gue Yuaner opened her mouth and asked, "There is still some resistance though." More people, however, lowered their weapons in their hands. But even so, the outcome of this war was already predetermined. The 4 first classes reached the bottom of the city and immediately threw out their iron claws. It's just that no one knows what he wants to do now. The 4 great One Pieces. It was an enemy he had never imagined. Attack. Nowadays, he had brought all the above 9 products that could be moved within the entire capital city. But it's not that big of a deal. So what if Dixian is more powerful? Many experts of the 2nd grade, almost all of them died in battle. But at the moment, there was a hidden second grade that had never been exposed. That is, I'm afraid it will take a lot more work to follow up and integrate the big dollar situation. His outcome was already predetermined. The easy marquis died in Deqian. Deqian is not weak. Chills ran down Qin Shon's back. Just as everyone was conducting a search and rescue, the moment the Lord of the Great Yuan Kingdom stood at the head of the city. The Lord of the Great Yuan empowers the head. It was only limited by the python, so that was why this never attacked the Yuan. Afraid? But since the Daewang Emperor appeared here, he laughed. Yuan Qingdu was a bit surprised. Not only Daiyuan, but even within Daqian, there were intelligence channels of the Great Luck. Guan Yu suddenly roared. Your Majesty is wise. Suddenly there was a rumble and a bang. Daiyuan, my righteous son's country of Great Luck, will not allow him to encroach on it. The Great Luck is the real powerhouse. Dynamite. All of the strongest people in Daiyuan rushed towards the four people like crazy. He didn't understand why Deqian had become so powerful. By this time both sides had laid all their cards on the table, and no matter what the Great Yuan Lord had in mind, his outcome was already predetermined. Chen Xingji shook his head. The only thing that is still at war today is the capital of the Great Yuan. If it must be said that it has had an impact on Daqian, the Great Fortune Kingdom Lord laughed. It is axiomatic that the father inherits the son. With these two things, that Great Yuan land, I want 70%. Then what exactly does the Great Yuan Lord mean? Ladders were set up and siege hammers slammed. Yuan Qingdu and the others broke through Daiyuan, and after leaving a portion of their men to hold down the fort, they began to collect their troops and return to their country. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Apparently still at war. Half a month later, the capital of the Great Fortune. The Son of Heaven is dead. Their backbone is gone. So what's the point of fighting for their lives if that's the case? They had long heard that His Majesty was preparing to take a concubine. Everyone looked at the city in shock. The strength of the country is evident in the fact that it possesses a national scholar. Even that Daiyuan national scholar was killed. 70% of the Great Yuan's territory is enough. A man took advantage of the night and left through the city by seizing the gate. This bombing is a direct loss of their home. It was clear that in the not-so-distant past, Deqian was just an opponent at his mercy. Now that we have the money and food from the Qinlands, this time, we will definitely give His Majesty a good job. Early the next morning, could it be that Your Majesty is afraid? The scholar continued to smile, his Confucian fan lightly shaking in his hand. With the state lord in front of them, the great Yuan generals had a little more pep in their step. That said, they'll have to launch a power play. Behind them, a large number of elites followed. Then he was going to let Great Qing know what regret was. There is no shortage of merit. During these months, they first attacked Dali and then broke Daiyuan. The entire capital of the Great Yuan was drowned in a cloud of smoke and dust. Zhou Yuan opened the system. Look at the Daiyuan generals who have long since fallen to their knees. In the system, another 30,000 emperors' might values had been accumulated. The Lord of the Great Yuan Kingdom himself commanded, after opening the state book, now that we've taken Daiyuan, there's always going to be some good civilian and military generals to hold down the fort. The fight starts straight away. Your Majesty, at the time of their circumambulation, that the Lord of the Great Yuan Kingdom actually wants to call his father to me, and he himself as a child emperor, is really a strange thing in the world. It's where the great fortune lies. This is Emperor Daiyuan's backhandedness. Break the city. Today, the Great Luck is powerful and has intelligence all over the countries. Guan Yu's violent shout resounded through the sky. The Great Yuan army, which had just frantically fought to the death, suddenly seemed as if the strength of its entire body had been instantly drained away. However, with their power, there was no way to stop the four first classes from rushing towards the Great Yuan Kingdom Lord. Zhou Yuan looked at the changes in the system. And that Lord of Daiyuan is my righteous son. Your Majesty, what did you say? It says that he sits violently back on the imperial throne. The moment the iron claws landed on the city wall, the four of them exerted a fierce force and flew straight towards the city head. It's just as well. They can go back and offer the merit of breaking the Great Yuan as a tribute. It's just a pity that His Majesty had not yet ascended the throne at that time. Madam Situ, this is a beautiful thing. And at the moment, this battle is all or nothing. The Daiyuan Kingdom Lord's face was in shock, his body trembling so much that he could barely move. When they first took Dali, Qian Yuan's officials, they were already stretched to the limit. Doing so would naturally have little effect on them. They all knew very well that if these four were not repelled, this war would definitely end today, and there would only be one outcome, and that would be for Daiyuan to disappear into history. As for what the Lord of the Great Yuan wanted, provoking a war between the two countries, and then he said aloud, "Send messengers and travel to Deqian for accountability." A courtier rushed toward a few people in grief. Otherwise it's bound to become more lively. During this time, the troops summoned by the system were damaged from time to time. Below, Yuan Qingdu's 4 men stood at the front, but they didn't notice. Let's get everyone back to the city, and conduct a search and rescue right away, as much as we can salvage. There. System, give me a smoke. The next chapter will probably be at 10:30. Chapter 113, His Majesty has said that we should show our Great Qing style. The system carousel spins rapidly. Zhou Yuan invested all 30,000 emperor's might value in a brain. This time, his target was not the 10,000 emperor's might value output of the state scholar. Instead, he used 1,000 emperor's might values to summon the upper 3 characters. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. They already knew how Lu Bu had defeated the Qian king before. The messenger laughed. Hearing this, Lu Wenhan's face darkened. With his own strength, he forced the city gates to be broken. Wei Lu immediately understood. Lu Wenhan frowned. In the blink of an eye, the day of the grand ceremony was approaching. He was a Mandarin, and this reception of envoys from other countries was his duty and his battlefield. Congratulations to Xin Chima nodded before arching his hand in the direction Zhou Yuan had left. This is only normal now. Sinky Thing frowned. Lord Xin, my humble servant, who eats the king's salary, bears the king's sorrow. Xinchi Thing grinned. That's just it. Leave the matter to yourselves. Zhao Weichen spoke directly. However, it would be great to achieve a first grade in the future. He didn't expect this Xinchi Thing to be so treacherous. Congratulations to the host for obtaining technique, falling flower palm. Today's Dakian has begun to look like a powerful country. He didn't know much about Sinky Things. Xinchi Thing will drink a glass of water to moisten his throat. To come late at night and open the gates of a city to an envoy from another country is an act of greatness that should be celebrated. How can we, the upper kingdom of the Great Qing Dynasty, be calculating with the people of the Great Luck? Xinchi Thing. 3 days later, I will take Kai Yan as my consort, in order to recognize the prestige of the country. So this matter is a big deal. He looked at Lu Wenhan with a smirk. And the characters, too, are out a bit. A nationalist, with 10,000 men, actually broke his army of over 100,000 men. The gates are open. I'm sure it's about the prosperity candidate. With these new civil and military officers, there was less pressure on the shortage of court officials. Lord Lu, be gracious. All of you have traveled a long way and rushed all night to Qian Yuan to have an audience with my great Qian heavenly son. So it's been hard work. A dozen men came toward them. Lu Wenhan said, this has been the wish of successive generations of ancestors of the Great Qing Dynasty for 100 years. Lord Ko, I wonder if this time, you are confident? This official will organize his clothes and go to welcome the envoys into the city. If you have something to report, you can leave the court without it. All sorts of things have been dealt with. He thought he had hundreds of thousands of troops and had a fighting chance. Xinchi Thing replied. Xinchi Thing walked out from among the courtiers. Now that he had doubled as the city gate guard, he naturally had the right to open the city gates. Finally he glanced toward Weilio. Several messengers came out of the wagon. The other man spoke up. This is a good thing. In that case, compared to that Deqian, it will be even more afraid to reject us. Do you ministers have any business? And right at this juncture, it's almost as if he's here to get his ass kicked. Good. The Xinchi Things in it made Zhou Yuan's face look a little odd. The probability of more than 30,000 imperial prestige values being used to extract a national scholar was, I'm afraid, very small. Since these civil servants don't matter, there was even a disdain that often filled his eyes. Master, word has come from the city gate guards that the Great Fortune mission has arrived. That would be fine, except I'm afraid the gates are closed. After thinking about it, Lu Wenhan simply put on his official clothes as well, while walking towards the city gates. Since there are no characters of much value among them, it may be sufficient to let them hold down one side as originally planned. After saying that, Xin Chima glanced at Lu Wenhan with a look of contempt. He was about to ask his subordinates to drive the man from the city gate guard away. This time, can he afford things? But it didn't matter what he thought anymore. And among the days of leisure, General Zhou, how long before we can reach Qian Yuan City? Be mindful of gravitas, the gravitas of a great nation. How do you address this lord? Watching a message swipe by, Sinky Thing coughed lightly a few times, adjusting his voice. It's natural to make a good offering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Earth Origin Pill *3. Xinchi Thing returned to the mansion and walked over to the mirror, holding both hands open to move his mouth. What is this lord's name? Xin Chima opened his mouth. Chan Hongyuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Xin Chichi Thing with some hesitation. It's a pity that my great Qian Majesty has already rested. So why don't we go to the post first and pay our respects tomorrow? Said Zhou Yuan Lang in a loud voice. Lord Lu, Zhou Yuan's face was calm. It also gave them a clearer picture of how terrifying the Kokeshi really was. After all, after this one, I'm afraid there won't be any more of these cuties. Anymore. However, it is used to draw 1,000 points for more than 30 draws. Xin Chima hurriedly nodded his head to show that he understood. It was late in the day and the gates of Qianyuan City were closed. As an emperor, who could not like this? He didn't feel ashamed to receive it. After all, the value of imperial might couldn't fool anyone. And among the military generals, Lu Bu stood at the front. Anything else? He's not. Destroyed the Dali and seized the Dayuan. The Great Luck Envoys group looked as normal. Lord Xin, I, Great Luck, have come here to pay my respects to His Majesty of the Great Qian. But there is one more thing, and that is to ask your country why you killed my Great Luck Easy Marquis. Could it be that the Great Qian wants to go to war with my great fortune? Not, Luanam asked. Just as well. After seeing the results, Zhou Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Wenhan arched his hand. In addition to that, he had also obtained a few merit laws, but to him nowadays, the usefulness of these merit laws didn't mean much. A man opens his mouth, and what more would it take for them to be messengers? Naturally, it manifests itself. Far better, ignore them and let them blow. Sure enough, that De Qian, where does the bottom line come from that dares to face off with our organization? To perform the deeds of a great nation, to make all the rights of a great nation, and to display the might of a great nation. Your Majesty of the Great Qian, we have come from the Great Luck, under the orders of my Majesty of the Great Luck, to ask your Majesty of the Great Qian, why do you, etc., dare to kill my Marquis of the Great Luck at large? Aren't the gates closed nowadays? Could it be that they arrived long ago? Besides, if we open this city gate, wouldn't my De Qian be innately weaker? Outside Qianyuan City, that Great Luck messenger. It's obvious that he wants to give my Great Qian a hard time. This guy. And then he opened his mouth with a big wave of his hand. 3 days from now, I'm going to have a big feast for all the people. Why don't we just shut them out and open them tomorrow? Even if the emperor's might value didn't go down, it definitely wouldn't go up. That, however, was a little less pleasant for them. And then he straightened his clothes and headed for the city gates. We pay our respects to His Majesty the Great Qian. Locked up. Doesn't this mean that my De Qian is provoking the other side? I'm not talented enough to be named Sin. The voice was laced with a smile, sounding amiable. If you really want to move and fight, even if the Great Luck is strong, it will be dragged down. Yuan Chengdu and Chen Xingji were right behind them, so it could be said that there was an abundance of talent. Qianyuan City settled down. Xin Chima suddenly spoke up. Congratulations to the host for obtaining character, Liao Hua. The qualifications of a national scholar are unmatched. Before that, he did hold a ritual ceremony first. But so, the aura is ultimately weak. Be sure to show off my great nation. He hadn't expected that great fortune messenger to come so quickly, less than a month before the big wedding. Wait, both have national championship potential and definitely qualify as a blowout. Zhou Yuan asked. No, it's still locked up outside the gates. It's just not something they could very well argue with. And now it's done by him in one fell swoop. But actually Lu Wenhan's face darkened. Xinqi Thing chortled. Zhou Yuan didn't care much. I see. Even if you don't become a national scholar. At the morning court, Zhou Yuan spoke faintly. Xin Chima spoke first, then spoke again. With that, the man looked outside. If he really wanted to open the door, then he would have to ask himself why he opened it. A messenger of great fortune? Why wasn't it reported earlier? Zhou Yuan said one word. Then he certainly can. Civilian? This matter, however, is not all my De Qian's fault. But is Lord Jia planning to talk about things late at night? This can be quite a bit unseemly. My official, Zhao Weichen replied with a light hum. We are the Great Fortune Envoys, and they can't keep us out of the Great Qian in the district? Since that's the case, we'll work a little harder, just to give that Great Qian Heavenly Prince a kick in the pants. Subsequently, Xinqi Thing had a smile on his face. Hearing Lu Wenhan's words, Zhou Yuan smiled back. What nonsense is this? The gates have been closed, and how can they be opened again without His Majesty's word? In that case, then I'm counting on Lord Xin. Acting like a shrew is something that only the small country of the district's great fortune would do. As for Liao Hua and the others, they really can't be compared to Guan Yu Qin Xiong and the others, but they are at least somewhat valuable. The mission had an audience, and the other side. Anyway, with him here, how could he let that great fortune envoy take advantage of him? Looking like a man of letters, but with a belly full of thoughts. Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Dianko helplessly stepped forward. Hear that? Not only was he there moving his mouth, but he had poured a jug of water and was ready to sharpen it up. Dynasty meeting. with a fierce general like Lu Bu leading the way. It is truly an unrivaled countryman and a majestic army. What if they strike tonight? Your Majesty, I, the people of Qian Yuan, present the umbrella of all the people to congratulate your Majesty on your great joy, such as Liao Hua, Yan Cheng, Shen Shishing, Xin Chi Matter, etc., and even a black whirlwind Li Kuei, as well as the Iron Fan Song Qing. His Majesty said that we should show our Dechen style. How can we do such provocative things? Xin Chi Ma stood out, his face a bit grim, looking like he was about to kill someone in anger. Now since your Majesty trusts it, I will not fail your Majesty's commission, and I will carry forward the prestige of our great Qian nation. Early the next morning, Chan Hongyuan showed a few helpless faces. Zhou Tong, the first-grade marshal general accompanying him, spoke, "Let him come in today, and we will speak to him tomorrow." But the gates are not just open. Has Lord Lu forgotten that His Majesty wants us to show the weather of a great nation? Locking up an envoy from another country outside the city in the middle of the night, and doing so, is detrimental to the reputation of my Dakian? Hearing this, Zhou Yuan frowned. One person spoke up, but it was barely acceptable. After all, he couldn't expect to be able to extract top-level generals such as Guan Yu and Qin Xiong through 100 points every time. Go, find Lord Lu and ask for a warrant. Seeing this, Lu Wenhan stopped stopping. It's just slightly lonely. It would naturally be best if any of them were worth cultivating. Crude. After all, they had come to take the benefits of the Great Qian, not to fight. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Weichen was furious, but luckily the envoy on the side pulled him back. This scene gave even more confidence to a few people. If there is something wrong, come earlier today, so as not to disturb my pleasure some days later. Among the civil ministers, Xianyuan Jingcheng is old and godlike. The poisonous scholar Jia Yan hides his head, and only Wu Yu, with his chest straight, is unfortunately really useless. Only when Zhou Yuan left did Chang Hongyuan walk over to Xin Chima. Moreover, those 10,000 people were actually 10,000 ninth grade. With the strength of a ninth character, it was enough to defeat 3 in 1 compared to those who had not entered the character. Kai Yan was avoiding Zhou Yuan these days. Be excused. Zhou Yuan signaled them to get up. Lord Lu, does my great Qian's great nation style manifest itself? It's still the morning court. Not the time to say such things. It's just that, Your Majesty, I don't know the degree. Zhou Yuan's life is also very good. What's the point of opening the gates when it's already late? Lu Wenhan opened his mouth. Both of them, though, were just 100 points popping out. Nowadays, his emperor's way value was flourishing, enough to prove that his position in the hearts of the people had grown higher and higher. The underling ran over. Shinchi Thing nodded in satisfaction. He was a first-ranked military general, so naturally he wouldn't find this that tiring. If the people are upset with him, this time, he had obtained quite a few earthly Yuan Dan, as well as 2 heavenly Yuan Dan, as well as nearly 20,000 troops of various kinds. Zhou Tong nodded. When the Qian king was pressed into Qian Yuan city, many people went over to observe. No harm done. Just then, this time, with you at the head. Your Majesty, I have received news that the Great Fortune has sent a messenger that has arrived 50 miles away from Qian Yuan city and will arrive tomorrow, but it killed him to think about it. Not long after, the two converged in front of the city gates. Start a war? Start a war if you want to start a war. You don't know shame. That easy marquis dared to make a fool of himself in front of my great Qian son of heaven, and you still dare to come to account for it now. Do you really think that there is no one in my great Qian? That Qian Wang is not exactly ignorant. It's nothing more than a soldier coming to stop him. Lord Lu, it's better if you go ahead. Lu Bu returned with his troops, and at this moment, the gazes of all the Deqian courtiers looked at Lu Bu as if he were a ghost. This man is not townside material. He still preferred to shut these missions right out and dry them out for a good night. On the contrary, it is somewhat useful in other ways. So very good. Sinky Thing replied, his face as warm as ever. Seeing the two behind him, Zhou Yuan gave a dark cry of bad luck. Just then, overall, this draw lift can be described as moderate. Everyone in the Grand Lucky Mission laughed when they saw this scene. It wouldn't hurt if there wasn't any. Needing to consume 1,000 emperors might values. The characters that appeared wouldn't always be too bad. Zhou Tong said thoughtfully, count yourself lucky, my lord. When following His Majesty's command, there's nothing that excites him. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Detang Xuanjia Army *1000. The underling replied, it's a message from the city gate guards that the Great Luck Mission has arrived at the bottom of the city and asked us to open the city to let them in. But he didn't open his mouth. This De Qian is really weak. And then capturing the Qian king, this kind of battle power was truly terrifying. not 50 miles out. There is the post ahead, rest for the night, and you will arrive tomorrow. Tomorrow? If we hurry, can we get there today? He looked at the son of heaven. Chang Hongyuan opened his mouth. Xin Chizi bowed and retreated. Inside the court, the civil and military personnel are listed. He thought to himself that in the dead of night, Lu Wunhan must not be able to see clearly, since he was going to the battlefield tomorrow. At this moment he certainly had to make some preparations. Xin Chima nodded solemnly and accepted the errand with a serious face. It's not much of a problem to use it to hold down a side at least. In that case, we'll talk tomorrow, Lu Wunhan said. Shaking his head, Zhou Yuan spoke directly. Today, he came to fight. Chapter 114, not to return until the Great Way is broken. Xin Chima stood out with his head held high. He first bowed respectfully to Zhou Yuan. Only then did he look at Zhao Weichen. At this moment, Zhao Weichen's face was suffocatingly red as he pointed one hand at Xin Chithing. You. After all, he wasn't all that familiar with the great luck. Xin Chithing chortled loudly. This official will tell you, not to mention that you do not intend to let go. I Qian will not be this matter? If this is the case, where is the honor of my great Qian? How dare you speak so sharply above the court? It's only a Tai Su. Though, the entire system of shadow secret guards was already in the hundreds. How can you be so rude before His Majesty? Even if you are not an official of the court of Dakian, you are also an envoy sent by the great luck. Do not you hear that? When a great country visits each other, you should hold the courtesy not? After all, His Majesty once said, no harm done though. He had one more kill shot left in him, but it can't hurt. He grabbed the wine jar. This is a war at every turn. You can't talk about it often. After the court, Lord Chang, spread out the people and head for the great luck. I want detailed information about the great luck. Know your enemy and know yourself, so you can fight 100 battles. Nowadays, he still needed to ponder over what to do behind the scenes. Only by fighting with war could he create a true elite. In this matter, how can I, great luck, let you? Xin Chithing arched his hand in a sign of respect. Originally, his purpose was to make a move against Wei. Yes, he weighed his tone, and then said, but in that case, there was either a strong war general leading the way, or cavalry against infantry, by surprise, or by surprise. That sounds reasonable. However, in Daqian alone, a full hundreds of thousands of troops could be enlisted. That could be a problem. Do you want to take a piece of meat from my great Qian's mouth just by touching your lips up and down? But if both sides can talk it out, although most of them are lower third, they can be of some use. You? This official opened the city gate for you late at night. This is my Dakian's courtesy. Moreover, my Dakian's capacity to tolerate people, the actual power, however, has been involved in every way. Having said that, the tug of war between the two countries is obviously not something that can be decided at once. And now the newly acquired land of Dali and Dayuan, above the courtroom. It's just a matter of showing the attitudes of both sides. Chang Hongyuan couldn't help but be staggered as he listened. Some time ago, he had begun, consciously or unconsciously, to deliver some false news to Wei. Your great luck, when you are really a barbarian, you are so rude in front of my great Qian son of heaven. Zhou Yuan rubbed his head, just the right amount of time to digest and absorb. It's just a pity that I can't really utilize my official strength in front of His Majesty today. How can a war between two countries be decided by a single word from this official? Wei is going to make a move. After all, the summoned Shadowmist guards were good though. Without even looking at them, they all turned away. Other than that, today's performance of Xin Chiji's things had already satisfied him. If I'm not stronger, how can I stand up to the soldiers fighting on the front line? However, Zhou Yuan was happy to do so. This thing is fresh. I still heard for the first time, but what you say can have evidence. The system can certainly summon a lot of elite soldiers and horses. Lord Xin, what he said today is extremely sharp. Zhou Yuan looked calm. In this matter, there was no room for that great Qian heavenly prince to object. Relying on summoning all the time is not a permanent thing. A messenger came over. Lord Chang is joking. What I said today is nothing more than a bullseye test. The matter of the Marquis of Prosperity, let's leave it aside for now. But the heavenly son of Dayuan is the righteous son of our Dayuan Majesty. However, he was able to guess some of the Dayuan Kingdom Lord's thoughts. Today, there are more than 30 shadow secret guards. There is just one more thing that this officer needs to advise. He had heard of a child emperor in his previous life. Conferences. Enrollment. A few glances at the Book of State. This officer. Shame on you for talking. Lord Chang is overly concerned. It's just some words. Though I am a man of letters, I am not afraid to be the first to go into battle. However, if you engage in a frontal battle, without a strong war general, It would be good enough to break more than 200,000 enemies. Between the two, there was not much intelligence passed on. It's just that later is later. Lord Xin, stay back. Zhao Weichen opened his mouth. Above the grand hall, Zhou Yuan smiled. Many courtiers of Great Qing. As an emissary of the Great Luck, he had visited many countries, and he needs it. It was just as well that he was worried that the excuse of an easy marquis wasn't enough to get Great Luck to send out troops. What's more, the might of my Dakian nowadays is the result of many of my generals and soldiers using their lives to kill on the battlefield. Just in time, he grabbed his lance and flung the wine altar into the river. He is going to die. And as the king of a dead country, he even added the title of child emperor to himself. It's just a matter of time, Chang Hongyuan said with some emotion. But he had never heard of it in this world before. General, there's intelligence coming in that way already has more than 100,000 men by the Tongtian River, while it seems to be secretly building warships, and after Zhou Yuan's authorization, the inheritance of the Shadow Secret Guards began. The purpose of the Great Yuan Kingdom Lord had been accomplished instead. What you and others have come here today? How dare you mention the matter of the Marquis of Prosperity? Today, he was not prepared enough and did not think that this Dechen official was actually so shoddy. On the other hand, Chang Hongyuan caught up with Xin Thing. There aren't enough people to fill it up. Thou. But now with the addition of the Great Yuan state, I think it will be enough to attract great fortune. Hearing this, the entire Great Qing Dynasty hall froze for a moment. But ultimately the number is limited. It's not just the Shadowmist guards. Yu Fei smiled. In the midst of conversation with the messenger of great fortune, Wen show me the great nation's temperament. He then took out the state letter and had it presented to Zhou Yuan. It's just a matter of soldiers and water. After all, this courtroom debate, and we private debate after all some difference. Private debate coarse and vulgar. Really afraid of the wrong His Majesty's eyes. Straight away, the line was left out to dry. Zhou Yuan was quite emotional. But how could I have imagined that great fortune would come to my door? Instead of dealing with Wei first, it would be better to take care of Daiyun first. Said Wei might come to attack. Hearing this, Xin Chima said with a smile, as evidenced by the Book of State, plus Dali, and Day 1. Lord Xin, what you have said today has really grown the bottom line for my Great Qing. Instead, he was familiar with Wei. Xin Chima said with a slightly emotional voice. This Great Qing Heavenly Prince was really too disrespectful to them. Actually dared to leave directly without paying any attention to them, which had the slightest intention of putting them in his eyes. This is really a first. Seeing the Son of Heaven leave, the ministers opened their mouths. After all, today's Chang Hongyuan is the #1 literary minister in Deqian. Everyone else is in a much worse position, and in Wei alone, there are millions of majestic soldiers. And then he looked at the iron spear in his hand with a touch of nostalgia in his eyes, an old wine in his hand, his iron spear at his side. The other day, news came from Qianyuan City. He did not mind. First to give some profits to the great fortune, and after the first big way, and then get the great fortune. It must have allowed him to be able to, with the time lag of overthrowing both countries in their entirety. What a crock of. That was the reason he was so eager to take Wei. Before Zhao Weichen's words could be uttered, he was directly interrupted by Xin Chima. Zhou Yuan directly stood up and left, no longer paying attention to this matter. Zhao Weichen was furious. Zhao Weichen took a deep breath. The heavenly prince of Daiyuan once said that he would like to rule the world with my father emperor of Daiyun. Zhou Yuan said with a smile. If the great luck does not give me an explanation for this matter, even if we go to war, so what? Listening to this confident tone of Xin Chisho, and at this time the Tongtian River, Zhou Yuan immediately recruited the Shadow Secret Guards. Xin Thing laughed. Then his previous order might lead to a dilemma for Deqian. Yu Fei was sitting on top of a cliff by the Tongtian River. Now that the etiquette has been shown. Next, it is time to show the majesty of my Great Qing. The Great Luck Dynasty has many soldiers and generals. The Shadow Secret Guards then disappeared. He's done it every day since then. With this person, in the future, the Great Qing to deal with the affairs of the country, but also can be much easier. At least will not fall into the wind. If the Great Fortune comes to attack at this time, he'd seen this kind of dismount before. His Majesty has not yet said, what is the opinion of the Great Luck? And now easily said to go to war. If the Great Luck emissary really excited to go to war with my Dakian, my lord, I respectfully submit to your majesty. But after a brief moment of anger, they regained their composure. He had never seen such a brazen person. Do you know that your so-called marquis at large has been rude in front of my majesty in Deqian? And even threatened to show off his evil in my Deqian. That's why their hearts are extremely strong. Even the systems 10,000 9th grade tiger and leopard cavalry, each able to fight 1 for 10. Today, Wei's soldiers, more Moreover, is it really possible to force an attack without regard to losses? Take a good sip. It's not even hard to enlist an army of millions. Let's go. Those great fortune messengers, their faces were unusually ugly. Hearing this, Yu Fei stood up. In this matter, you and I will go and talk with my Honglu temple. If you really want to talk about it, it's not like this area of dismay will help. The courtroom debates in front of His Majesty are like this. And I don't know what the private debates are like. Let's hope that Wei doesn't make a mess of things. In that case, maybe he'd have to change his goals up a bit. The Great Luck and the Great Wei are extremely far apart. But now, you, De Qian, have invaded De Yuan, broken the De Yuan kingdom, and even killed the De Yuan heavenly prince. His gaze, however, was always on Wei. This official has his own measure. My great country of Dakian, and that big luck small country deal. Since I should show my Dakian majesty, in order to attract the attention of Wei, he asked himself. He couldn't do it. The Great Yuan Heavenly Prince actually called the Great Fortune Heavenly Prince his father? Even Zhou Yuan's face looked odd. These are not the drunkards under the Qian King's command. You really have to fight head-on every time. Great armies, warlords, etc. are all one thing. Zhao Weichen snorted coldly before speaking. This Great Yuan Prince of Heaven really is a ruthless man. Chang Hongyuan nodded in confusion, seeing the destruction of the country. So to find some trouble for Dakian, the many elites of Daqian seem to often win with less. Get enough iron ore from Wei as a way to equip the Dakian army. It is not necessarily the case that a person who is an official has to govern a party. Chang Hongyuan opened his mouth smilingly. In short, the changeling lord is not to be worried. This gun, I vow not to return it until I break Wei. Chapter 115 Iron Spear Polished. Just waiting for blood. How many men have come from Wei? In the middle of the military camp, Yu Fei looked at the crowd and opened his mouth. He had a serious face. The weathered face does not have the slightest bit of the high pride of rising to the rank of a national scholar. And what there is only the vicissitudes of the weather. Immediately an adjutant general spoke up. Originally, Tongtian River, Wei stationed about 130,000 men. This Lord Xin, when he really has the temperament of a great nation, he actually scolded the many ambassadors of the great fortune with his own strength. And none of them dared to open their mouths. Although I don't know how he decimated it, but to be able to kill a national scholar, his strength must not be bad. Sinky Thing narrowed his eyes and smiled. A few first-grade generals were talking and laughing, not putting De Qian in their eyes at all. Sinky Thing screwed up his face and smiled. Moreover, regarding the matter of your great luck escape candidate, assassinating my great Qian heavenly prince, now, my countless generals of Dakian, life and death struggle, bloodbath, finally will be that Deyuan takedown. Yu Deyun is standing out to think of their own father inherited the sun. Zhao Weichen shouted similarly, but in that battle, he was born in the midst of an army of 50,000, and forcefully killed the main general of the Jin army, while taking over the position. But these days, according to intelligence, more than 100,000 more have arrived one after another. Yu Fei shook his head, and most of those 50,000 are just posers, or at least really not elite. Degrading. It's good that the state scholar, though strong, is not invincible. Many people laughed when they heard his words. Hearing this, the generals were slightly relieved. You fart. The Great Wei really might be coming up. We all know that you are powerful, but could you still be able to hold back that 200,000 strong army with your own strength? The land of a country that I, Dakian, have seized will never be handed over to you. You, so, don't want the country, just money and food. As long as they obtained enough money and food, the purpose of their expedition this time would be fully achieved. Xinchi Thing broke into a fit of rage. Just one of the nationalists exists. On the opposite side of the Tongtian River, 10,000 troops of the Great Wei gathered. And this battle, just, with the four of us, if that Diqianguisher is only a beginner, with the combined efforts, it is enough to win the battle. A nationalist? It's not like my Wei has no nationalists. No, General, we have to plan ahead. For a while, the many ambassadors of the Great Fortune looked unsightly, but did not say a word. But now more than 200,000 men of Wei are assembled. General Snake is overly concerned. You dare to claim that you have read the holy books, but you have really read them to the dogs. But if you don't curse, this general can't do it. But with 50,000 of us and the Tongtian River moat, if the Wei really dares to come and attack, then the Tongtian River will be a death sentence for the Wei army. How can this not worry them? Your majesties want us to take the land of Dakian, and this time, we are scheduled to return in March. The man in front of him, however, did not have the slightest scruple. A national scholar can be a general, which is unrivaled, but it is impossible to slaughter 10,000 armies with one's own strength. According to this general's opinion, that so-called Yuan Wushi is in all likelihood a fake. While Yu Fei was conferring with the generals, there were a few real moments of exasperation. Zhao Weichen was enraged. Lord Lu, don't worry. Fighting a war is not that simple. Look at this official. And he cursed for 2 months. There were more than 10 people on both sides, and they were seated opposite each other. Wouldn't he be cursed for nothing? Hearing this, Yu Fei nodded. How could the heavenly prince of Great Qing allow such a vulgar person to negotiate with him? This is called the father inheriting the son's work. If you and the Great Qing have any objections, why don't we just go to war? Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. And on the side, Lu Wanhan, who was watching the battle, watched and secretly tsket his tongue. It's just that I don't know if that Guoshi of Deqian will intervene? Fear surged through everyone's mind at this moment. With that, Sinky Thing sat back in his seat. What was the use of breaking the heavenly Yuan city? Previously, they had once exterminated the Great King, but in the end, they had returned the Great King's kingdom back with the intervention of the Great Python. But nowadays, it was as if it wasn't him who had just broken into a rage. This Shinchi Thing is really vulgar. Simki Thing said what Lu Wenhan didn't say. This officer has plenty of time to spend with you all the way here. They won't make that mistake again. After saying that, he pulled Lu Wenhan and turned around. After half a day of cursing, Xin Chisho picked up a cup of tea, then slowly drank it in. His aura was comparable to Xin Chima's, but it was innately weaker. Zhao Weichen retorted. If you, great luck, want to seize my Great Qian's land, first ask my frontline bloodbath soldiers if they agree, and then ask my Great Qian's soldiers if they are ever willing to do so. After going out, Lu Wenhan hesitated and couldn't help but say, Lord Xin, isn't it a bit too much for your lordship to behave like this today? Got a lot of money and food too though, crude, so it is unlikely that the Great Wei State Scholar will appear in the early stages of the war. With one word, Lu Wenhan was in awe. At this moment, the iron lance had been polished long ago, just waiting to drink blood. He, Zhao Weichen, was an emissary of a country of great fortune. It's not going to be a real fight, is it? Emperor Daiyuan is the son of my Emperor Daiyun, and it is only right that my Emperor Daiyun gets Daiyuan at this moment. However, the most crucial thing is that the scouts who returned from Wei today found a lot of wood shavings exposed on the south side of the Tongtian River, which is highly likely that they are building a warship. In the past, when he was in trouble, both sides fought against each other, and while neither had a good tone either, they at least left a few literate scenes. This officer, willingly, but looking at Sim Ki Thing, he didn't know what to say. The country of Deqian is poor, and even in my way, there is only one national scholar. Where did Deqian get the capital to cultivate such a strong person? Then suddenly someone worried. That Great Wei scholar, he won't come here, will he? After all, it was unlikely that Wei would easily put the pin out. When Daiyuan invaded my Dakian, Yu Dan Yun did not come out to stop it, and did not play your father's responsibility. My Wei scouts can't get much news, just rumors. Zhao Weichen was angry and anxious. She doesn't look like a scholar at all, but like a shrew. So what if it's coarser? Xin Chima slammed the table and shouted angrily. Wei has millions of soldiers, even though the news that Dakian has a national scholar has been spread into Wei. Moreover, His Majesty has sent additional manpower to the Tongtian River, and it will arrive in a few days. Qianyuan City. The generals fought on the front line, which led to the seizure of the country of Daiyuan, and that great luck country, relying on its own strong strength, tried to forcefully take away the fruits of my Great Qian. When did the land of the Great Yuan become the land of your Great Qian? Not to break Qian Yuan, but only to seize the money and food. You Sven scum, how dare you mention the word Sven to this official? I'm ashamed to be in your company when you can even come up with such a disgusting excuse as father inheriting son's work. His face was expressionless, as if Wei's movements meant nothing to him. A loud, rough laugh rang out. That Deqian, since the new son of heaven came to power, Qianyuan City has been running a formidable business. Just send someone to keep a close watch. The so-called Daiyuan in your mouth is what my Dakian generals have fought their way out of. So how come it's not my Dakian land? I tell you, today, this official will not only not let you great luck take away an inch of the country. Don't worry, General Tiger, but how could Wei, with its strong military strength, change its strategy just because of a Mirgwisher? Besides, with the 4 tigers, snakes, bears, and rhinoceroses around, so what if the state scholar appears? If there's any follow-up, we can talk about it after this battle is fought. If you want to go to war, then let's go to war. Really think that I, Dakian, afraid of you and so on not, but in the end, it made the hearts of the generals of the Great Wei unhappy. Sven, but they don't even know. Wouldn't it be detrimental to his image if he broke into a fit of rage like Sin Qi thing? According to this general, the probability is nothing more than the self-aggrandizement of the Great Qing Dynasty. Ergo, there is no need to worry. Everyone knows that Wei is incredibly powerful. And once it invades Dakian, Dakian has no power to resist. If my momentum is weak, how can I face the many soldiers fighting on the front line? It's just a little vulgarity. You, great luck, shall offer a county's worth of land as reparation. So the so-called town guards here are just putting on a show. Could it be that your great fortune kingdom lord is as shameless as you are? I'm not sure I can be as sassy as that Sinky thing. The generals opened their mouths to reply. You and others should think about how to compensate my Dakian for the assassination of my Dakian son of heaven by that free marquis. At the head of the table, one of the tiger generals looked to the crowd. In the center is a map. You should know that there are less than 50,000 people in the Dakian military camp here. Xin Chima had mockery and disdain on his face. Conference table. You guys scared? Even though I, De Chien, have the temperament of a great nation, and this official has the elegance to do so, I still can't help but scold you. When it's really shameless, a fierce battle of tongues is unfolding. Otherwise, my great Qian heavenly soldiers will break through your great fortune capital. It was only then that Xinchi thing spoke up. It's getting late, so since you all have nothing to say for now, please go back and think about it, and I'll wait until tomorrow. It is clear that it is for the purpose of seizing my country of Dakian. Yu Fei sounded certain. Be ready to respond to their invasion. General Tiger laughed a few times. Next to him, a slim war general said, it is said that Daiyuan once had a nationalist enter Chenyuan to assassinate the emperor of Dakian, but he was beheaded by that Dakian nationalist. The adjutant general laughed bitterly, and his powerful strength made the army's generals, who honored the strongest, completely sigh in awe. A second-rate war general. After a while, father to son? How nice of your great fortune heavenly son to say so, already in the hands of the country, but handed back in vain, which makes them these bloodbath generals. The heart is still difficult to peace. When I, De Chien, counterattacked De Yuan, you, De Yun, likewise did not step forward and play the role of a father. Do you all ever understand? A number of warlords have come together. Every move represented the face of the great fortune kingdom lord. Where is the majesty of a great nation in that? It wasn't just him, the other great fortune messengers were likewise. In the beginning, Yu Fei convinced all the generals here with his own strength. It was on the opposite side of this Tongtian river, not even 20 miles away from them. Only Yu Fei glanced at the crowd with a calm expression. General, it's not that we're afraid of death, but the gap between the two sides is just too great. It's just as well. Tomorrow His Majesty is organizing a banquet for all the people. Why don't we hang him out to dry? Chapter 116 Banquet of the 10,000 Peoples. Blood-stained guns. Very good. Lu Wunhan nodded, anxious not to converse with these ambassadors. His Majesty has involved him in quite a few things. He soaked up all kinds of knowledge like a sponge. And now, the whole street is full of kneeling people. Someone actually dared to show his identity as a Zai flying dust partisan on his big day. Now it's even more of a feast for all the people. Kill. How did it get here? The remaining 3 people were stupefied. But at that moment, Yu Fei had already wielded his iron spear and killed towards the 3 people. Wu Yong immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, I was just about to report that this person is a member of Zai Fei Chen's party and has business dealings with Zai Fei Chen. At the same time, a touch of sympathy rose in them for the person kneeling. There was a clanking explosion. The difference between a first class and a first class is not normal. He didn't know how many people were on the other side. This is a real grievance. Among other things, there are questions. The bribe amount alone is as much as 1 million taels of silver. Countless people are in fear. Instead, it's a counterattack. Even the opening of the frontier is behind it. These words are the words of his heart. But in reality, in his mind, he had already given an answer. No, how could you possibly have that kind of brain? And if you did, how could you possibly show up in person? This banquet of 10,000 peoples is the place where the great Qian is strong nowadays. Suddenly, a man stumbled out of the crowd. For a moment, a large number of people fell to their knees. The 3 fought to the death. Not only that, all the people are happy and all the ministers are laughing. The first step in the counterattack is to be this big Wei invader in the moment. Zhou Yuan raised his eyebrows. It slowed them down and made them targets for a rain of arrows. His expression was tinged with disbelief. Yu Fei held an iron spear and stood at the forefront of the 50,000 strong army. Countless arrows were shot towards the Great Wei army in the Tongtian River. 1 million. Your Majesty, the grasshopper has a grievance. I'll hold him off. Within the same time, Qianyuan City. So today, he will not say anything, but will only arrest the official who brought the injustice in the world. They let this great Qian, blood stained the river, facing the incoming rain of arrows, the calmness of the four men's expressions, each holding a weapon to block. Die. However, for Wei, it was possible to form a team of upper third grade. Kai Yan was happy beyond belief. With his strength, even if he went head-to-head with a Guisher, he would still be able to carry a dozen or so moves. Your Majesty, is it possible that you and others are only afraid of dying here? And then, with more than 100,000 troops behind them, they can cross the river to destroy the enemy and attack the Great Qing. Despite saying that, the disdain on his face remained. As the son of heaven, Zhou Yuan had little contact with the people. A gun slammed into General Snake. Shouldn't the national scholar of Great Qing be in Qianyuan City? As they were about to reach the shore, Yu Fei glanced behind him. The iron spear smashed through once more. After all, the man was a citizen like them, and with his family's property being taken, he wasn't deliberately causing trouble by any stretch of the imagination. 2 months ago, it was when he asked Wu Yu to check on the party of Taisher Zai Fei Duan. Wu used an ugly face. There was a scowl and murderous intent on his face. Nowadays, his harem only consisted of Sito doll. Wu Yong hurriedly stood up, his body trembling a little. So who sent you? As the son of heaven, this is naturally not acceptable. Along with the roar, General Snake catalyzed his battle chi to the extreme. Tomorrow, His Majesty's banquet for all nations is a good opportunity for him to relieve himself and be able to relax for some time. In this battle, they will win, because behind them were the Great Wei elite. Zhou Yuan stood at the top of the city with Situ Daer as well as Kai Yan. After saying that, General Snake laughed out loud while stabbing out the silver snake sword in his hand. Seeing Yu Fei rushing in, as well as that dry movement, above the Great Wei warship, the 4 first classes looked solemn. So, it's the Zai flying dust party. He was not bad for Wu, a Dakian official, and his life was not scanty. However, if he wanted to gain more imperial prestige value, he needed to gain the hearts of the people. They could never have imagined that someone would actually stand up and cause trouble at this point in time. Feeling the power of the blow, General Xiong laughed a few times, and to the nations, they are even more indignant. And at the moment, the Tontine River, and their gazes were always on that Yu Fei at the very front. Today, Wei dog invasion. All of you are afraid. Have you ever thought of your mother at home? Your wife and children at home? Do you know that if that Great Wei invades the interior of our Great Qing? Strawman. There are even 7 great first grades, sharpening their swords. No doubt about it. What will be the result? When the time comes, there will be no survivors on the bare ground. This person they had noticed for a long time. They shall kill this man. I don't know how far it continues. A series of processes that only ended with the maneuvering of the ceremonial officer. Boom! A blast. But in a matter of tea time, the 4 people who were claimed to be enough to withstand the state scholar had all lived and died. The man's body trembled. What is thy grievance? Yu Fei roared violently. That's the strength of Wei. He grabbed the silver snake sword in his hand and charged directly towards Yu Fei. Even if the number was small, it was enough to turn the battle upside down. Without even thinking, Yu Fei killed towards the place with the largest number of people among them. This De Qian. There are still chaotic parties, so it seems to be the same as they thought. Zhou Yuan's face sank slightly, and they were never meant to be a townie. And the one who was happier than him was of course Zhou Yuan. For many ministers, it would be a first-class event for the son of heaven to have a queen and to have more royal sons. Even if just one died, it was enough to cause Zhou Yuan's heart to ache. Today, Zhou Yuan smiled, but just the next second, the lance had already poked into General Bear's throat. Countless Wei soldiers jumped down from their warships and charged towards the land from the water's edge. What are you doing? Utilizing the hearts of the people and kidnapping from me? Seeing this, the 4 first classes fiercely stepped on the warship, directly spanning over a distance of tens of meters and fiercely landing in the middle of the army. With the support of Great Wei's state power, all 4 of them had already reached the top of the first rank. Even though De Qian had that long-hidden nationalist powerhouse, he would inevitably be crushed under the grandeur of Wei. Originally, he was still a bit angry, but now his heart was tinged with a few oddities. You don't have to say. But the water under their feet blocked their movement. So even though they were still physically trembling, they were ultimately standing dead still, ready to meet the battle that might perhaps end their lives. But even so, he spat out a mouthful of blood. There were even other war generals, who joined them in blocking the rain of arrows and minimizing losses. Even the unusual first grade upper was no match for them, because their families are right behind them. He had a big waist and was the strongest among the 4. Hear that? But he blocked it in the end. And then, Yu Fei threw out his lance. With his strength, if anyone else was able to assassinate him, there were not many people in the entire Qianyuan city who would be able to stop them. This battle, burning, looting and pillaging, it can be seen that this person's heart to invade Wei is extremely strong. There is naturally no doubt as to which of the two is more important. His Majesty is a saintly ruler, and a gentleman commits a crime to atone for it with the common people, even if the royal relatives are no exception. This Great Qing actually sent a first grade to guard the Tongtian River. This, then, is the depth of Wei. You know, when Zai Flying Dust was in power, they couldn't even get enough to eat. Both of these things are great things that will solidify the hearts and minds of the people. However, he felt that he was just not powerful enough to negotiate between these two countries. In that case, tell me what Wu did. If he is at fault, today, I will personally behead him. The man looked at Zhou Yuan's majestic gaze and suddenly felt flustered. You can also go to the courthouse and beat the drum, and the court captain is bound to take care of it. But in this instant, Yu Fei fiercely looked towards him. No matter who you are, no matter what your name is, today, you are destined to die in the hands of this general, because pioneering is just merit. This battle, dozens of warships were out in full force, and the 4 great first classes were right on top of them. The 4 of them weren't your average first class, Yu Fei roared. But these, too, did not matter to him. The country. No people cannot be established. No king does not rise. The king of this people offered to the country sacrifice. To receive the people's anointed blood, is to the king sacrifice in exchange for the prosperity of the country. For De Qian, all 3 products are national treasures. It's impossible for the average person to take it out. As long as we can stall the nationalist in front of us, all the nations are sitting at the great feast of running water. The ministers were horrified. Early the next morning, if there is a grievance, there are still more than 200,000 elites who are organizing their armies for war. The state soldier? Zhou Yuan looked calm. How can this man come and make trouble today at His Majesty's wedding? Kill. Not only that, a group of elites consisting of the upper 3rd grade accompanied them. There's no need for that. The people raised their heads, their eyes full of disbelief. Heretics and others. Please, Your Majesty, do it for the people. A few others smiled. It's too much. General Bear stomped back several steps. The 3 of them felt a chill run through their bodies at the same time. Yu Fei suddenly roared. Zhou Yuan spoke indifferently, and in the end, he denied it himself. Chaoan runs a hot mess. It's hundreds of thousands of majestic soldiers of Wei, and it's not just any nationalist. They totally fell for it. After a while, the man said, the grasshopper wants to sue Wu Wu, with the help of his power, to take away the grasshopper's family's wealth. I'll go down and see. But at this moment, the 3 of them did not hesitate and surrounded towards Yu Fei. So what if you are a nationalist? Especially for the likes of him, a first grade that was only a hair's breadth away from being a state scholar. It was even more crushing for ordinary first grades. Zhou Yuan shook his head. No matter what kind of vices the original him had, SGT, of state, there is no great righteousness in that statement. The iron spear and the great sword in General Xiong's hand clashed together. This battle, it's not over yet. He was naturally extremely happy about it. Straw man, it's all laughter down there. Zhou Yuan's words seemed like 10 feet of cold ice that entered the man's heart. It was centuries of pent-up fear that simply could not be easily dispelled. It's official business. From military advisors to political affairs, it's all over the place. He gulped, then said, more than 2 months ago, Wu Yu led men to raid the grasshopper's home for no reason, and copied away all the 10,000 grand in the grasshopper's home. At a command, arrows rained down. What kind of a son of God is he? Walking down to the palace castle, he signaled the guards escorting him to duck. Today, the lance will be stained with blood, and the Tongtian River will be stained red. A cold light exploded in his eyes. A flowing banquet, from the front of the palace city, lined up to the gates of Qianyuan City. 1 million taels for the Zai Flying Dust party. Both of these things, all of them, stung them. He's never been a bad shot. He hated in his heart that he should have killed this person in the first place. But the opening of the branch is the continuation of the royal bloodline, the important guarantee of the Qing Dynasty for 10,000 years. Yu Fei's face carried a cold smile. Hearing these words, all the officials shook, and then looked towards Wu Yong. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. A natural-born Hercules, so to speak. If there were more defenders here, how could Wei still come to attack? The other 3 major first classes, too, saw the situation here, and even more so, saw how the snake general was injured under a single shot. He patted the 2 women's hands. Can you be greedy with that kind of loyalty? Zhou Yuan was a bit curious himself, but as an emperor, since he has received this favor, he should assume this duty. The Feast of All Nations, on the other hand, was a good opportunity for him to get in touch with the people. There is just that, a reality that is inescapable in the minds of countless people. And at this moment, the blood-stained lance, all around, blood flowed in scarlet, the only theme here. And this man, the bribes alone, cost astronomical amounts. They poured out months of work and centuries of accumulated reserves. Who says battles can only be fought hard? A signal that the Son of Heaven wants to have a white harem. Only his laughter carried no emotion. It was not the great way they feared, but the great way in their hearts. That kind of outcome just makes you cringe at the thought of it. And Kai Yan was a signal. Aren't you afraid? But De Qian never had any reinforcements. All day long, he drank wine by the Tongtian River, and his eyes never left the direction of Wei. They had also been in contact with the nationalists in the country and knew how powerful they really were. And Lu Bu was not far from him, but at the moment he had no other choice. In this battle, they will surely break the Great Qing defenders in one battle. Wu was summoned by him. He was naturally unhappy that someone was causing trouble on his big day. The people were even more curious as to what kind of person would dare to do that. Suddenly, 2 months. Hear the timing of this. The reason is very simple. Just in time, to show all the people of this world. Today, it is a state banquet. Zhou Yuan smiled. The two of them looked at each other. And in that instant, General Snake felt as if he was being stared at by some floodbeast. A nationalist, not necessarily unbeatable. General Snake had quickly retracted his silver serpent sword as a way to block the shot. General Bear roared. He blocked it, and with that kind of power, a few moves wouldn't kill him. Facing the charging General Xiong, Yu Fei did not hesitate. Moreover, this is a happy event for the Great Qing. But so, aim straight for Yu Fei's heart. Release the arrows. He couldn't have imagined it. Instead, in the middle of the crowd, Wu suddenly jumped with his eyebrows. The two are by their very nature somewhat contradictory. The Wei army, it's here. They have no way to escape. Snake General frowned. Yu Fei's words, along with his rolling battle aura, spread into the entire army. A warship, from the other end of the Tongtian River, came towards De Qian. Nowadays all he knows is, kill the enemy. After repelling the incoming enemy, he can then lead his army across the river. There's something familiar about this guy. He knew this was a very tough battle. Anyone who dares to cross the river will be killed without pardon. Nothing else. A shout made all the smiling faces of everyone sink. If they run away, then their families, inevitably, will be victimized because they have become deserters today. But after the call comes, there is absolute loyalty to him. Thinking about it that way, it seems as if there is only one possibility. Chapter 117, please decapitate the king and break his knighthood. Please blood. Chapter 117, please decapitate the king before the king. Please execute the king and break his dukes. Please, bloodshed. Within the Great Qing Dynasty, there are lineages. Or rather, there is no dynasty that does not have a lineage. This is a historical inevitability. Those who are officials and those who are in power will inevitably think about their own families. And De Qian has been held by the two parties of the Taisha and the Great General for a long time. At least until the Kokeshi arrives. The last 4 words. And then he looked to the Adjutant General, who had also approached, and said, you and others and return. The injured treatment, the dead burial, pension shall not fall. If there is corruption, this will be severely punished. The Son of Heaven, not to be deceived, the pillar of the town. But I, being the Emperor, who has no fear of blood in his hands. The Wei army has retreated. My subjects, please, counterattack the Great Wei. Put. Although the time is still short, the news from the Dali side is that Dali has basically been integrated. And at this point, Your Majesty's words are nothing short of a putdown. Ning Wensu, head of the Ning family in Haiyan, joined the dynasty for 30 years, embezzled $700,000 of grain silver, and had many connections with the great general Yuan Gong. What he wants is for there to be no more opposition in this Great Qing. It's only the sycophants with selfish ideas who are afraid. Tongtian River, the border between Great Qing and Great Wei. The bottom line is half of Dayuan's territory. At this moment, Yu Fei's heart was rolling with wariness. A sword out. But too much mercy in the country is prone to chaos. Only a few people, such as Lu Wenhan, looked at their majesty in admiration. What? When the courtiers entered the palace city, in Zhou Yuan's hands, he already had that urgent report. By his side, there were no longer even any Great Qing generals who could stand long ago. No, I should say all of them were scared. Or rather, I am afraid that only a national scholar can dispel the fear of Yu Fei in their hearts and raise the will to fight again. Heads fell to the ground and blood was spilled. Kill 7 or 8 people. Grabbing the Shang sword, he directly chopped down towards one of the people around him. It would also be perfectly fine if troops were deployed to leave Dayuan to fight. Going to war at this point would likely lead to a two-front war. Since ancient times, it is impossible for a benevolent ruler to become an emperor for the ages. Zhou Yuan suddenly shouted, heads on the ground. but after witnessing Yu Fei's battles like a heavenly god descending to earth, all of them wanted to qualify for this. Zhou Yuan didn't open his mouth as he closed his eyes. That was the second Kikuchi, and God knows how excited they were after hearing the news. Let's help you back to rest. Countless people looked at Jia with chills in their hearts. Someone opened their mouths, and this shuddering of Chang Hongyuan's mouth made them worried. There was just a coldness. Tongtian River. Yu Fei put away his iron spear. Chang Hongyuan took a deep breath and finally spoke. A voice with awe came in. Not to mention an urgent report, but he was summoned by Zhou Yuan from the system. This is particularly serious. What do you think? What should I do? You tell me what I have to do to let this world know that this Dichen is my world. Lord Lu, do you have something to say? Gui Yuaner handed it to Chang Hongyuan. They didn't expect Jia to actually dare to kill someone on the spot. This sword of mine, is it sharp? A sentence that appalled everyone. Zhou Yuan looked around and opened his mouth to ask, but why not attack when there's a second? Even if you can break new ground. Jia, this will be the place to watch that Great Way thief. He had absolute loyalty to Zhou Yuan. Jia then walked over to Zhou Yuan. Daqian, the National Guard, broke the enemy in the Tongtian River, the thieves of the Great Way. All retreat. Although Daiyuan had only just been recovered, it had long since lost the hearts of the people because of the practices of Daiyuan's lord, even though they are very tired. General, in this way, it is just as well that the territory of the Great Yuan is empty, and it also saves certain old ministers of the Great Yuan from rising up and causing trouble. Zhou Yan suddenly grabbed the sword of Shang. Zhou Yuan smiled. The corpses of the Deqian army and the Dewei army were all over the place. Hearing this, Jia spoke without hesitation. I ask for the imperial sword. I ask for the first decapitation. I ask for the execution of the king and the breaking of his title. I ask for 3,000 elite soldiers, and I ask for blood to flow. As it was, then he was going to let all these people know. One of the ministers murmured. Then he suddenly spoke aloud. Changing horses doesn't make you travel 100 miles a day. And Jia knew very well that the man who started the storm must be him, because not too long ago, he received a message from Xin Thing. It simply can't be delayed for too long. The stagecoach driver looked tired. Instantly, everyone's complexion was appalled. Zhou Yuan nodded. He did feel better. So what? Zhou Yuan opened his eyes. But not many people have seen Yu Fei in the first place, especially that Great Way with the presence of a nationalist, which could very well threaten His Majesty's safety. The present Daqian is not the past. Blood has long flowed around them. He was the only one. His lance standing upright. His tiger's eyes always looking at the opposite bank. One day, this general will kill the thief with his own hands. The Wei army was afraid. Great success. After today, the Great Qian will surely stir up a storm of bloodshed. But the thought of all the tactics that His Majesty has used since he ascended the throne still frightens them to no end. I love the people like a son. Originally some people had some luck in their hearts. But at this moment, many people's hearts went cold. Lord Chang, how is the situation? And either they have ties to both parties or they are mega corrupt and big time corrupt. With Jia, His Majesty actually knows everything, but he forgot. The moment. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Countless people were trembling. Originally, they still felt that His Majesty had been somewhat merciful lately. Every one of them is a court official. But, I am not a cutie. He looked at the crowd that had arrived. At this moment, there was nothing of the aura of the Son of Heaven in him. Today, he wants blood to flow. And what's the situation with the Tongtian River now? At least Zhou Yuan was very sure that no one else within this Great Qian had dared to do so. Jia Yan, can you see this world of mine? There are people who bully me and the people. And there are people who think that the world is theirs. If you don't have a killing heart, how can you gain a foothold in this world? He had thought that after he had shown so much of his heritage, no one in Diqian should dare to oppose him anymore. Blood is flowing. Those 4 words are not so easy to say. If the situation is mapped out by the enemy. At the same time, the ministers who received the news, one by one, also hurried towards the palace city. Your Majesty, District Wei, dared to invade my Daqian. If this ignore is not let that way, underestimated my Daqian. I have the audacity to ask, please, to counterattack the Great Wei. Wei, invaded. My Daqian actually has a national scholar. Even though Xin Shima had been pulling the wool over the other party's eyes, since the other party had already revealed its bottom line, it meant that the other party did not intend to say more. Urgent report from Tongtian River. Glanced at the man on the ground. They didn't even know much about the Tongtian River. On the side of great luck, the attitude was very firm, and there was not the slightest intention of pulling any punches at all. The corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth hooked up an arc, and he placed the urgent report in his hand. into Gue Yuaner's hand. There is still a group of pretentious people in Deqian, and a group of people who think that they can control him through calculations. He also wants the people of the world to know. But a force of over 200,000 men can be drawn out at any time. If there was only one townsman, they would not have dared to open their mouths so easily. However, he did not hesitate to head towards the Great Qing Palace city. The old minister is incompetent, and only found these at the moment, but within 3 months, the old minister will make this Dakian a river of blood. They were even more surprised that Jia Yan was actually able to investigate the information that Ning Wenshu was a member of Yuan Gong's party. Wei, repulsed? At this moment, Chang Hongyuan looked at every word on the emergency report as if he was looking at a miracle. But they know what a nationalist is. He never wanted to make himself any kind of benevolent ruler. But it wasn't until this moment that the crowd realized how ruthless, how poisonous, and how smart he was. Not only that, everyone who heard it immediately got out of the way. There is no possibility at all other than those worldly families. The deaths of 4 top grade 1 war generals in battle were enough to dispel all their thoughts. Zhou Yuan spoke faintly. Anything that happens there is worth their attention. He didn't look toward the tattletale on the ground who was lying dead on his back, his body shaking with fear. The thieves of Wei. Originally, they thought Jia was just a harmless, juggling old minister. It is a big deal that if you don't agree, you will go to war. The king, not to be deceived. The sword of Shang fell into Jia's hands. I, for one, love the people. Jia walked straight to the other man. The sword above Jia's hand had chopped down. So today, he's ready. The crowd snapped, most of them looking fearful. The world of my Deqian does not seem to be my world yet. Sure enough, I, Deqian, have a second national scholar. Jia held the Shang sword and killed 7 or 8 people with his own hands. Looking at the urgent report, Chang Honyuan looked shocked. A fast horse, quickly heading towards Qianyuan city. For some reason, the middle-aged man that he had met back in the imperial study surfaced within his brain. No one dares to cross the river anymore, and Zhou Yuan had never treated him poorly. There was no hesitation. But now they know that His Majesty is only the dragon's might yet to appear. It was as if they had once again seen that, when he had just ascended to the throne, the great Qian heavenly prince, who wore a blood-stained dragon robe to the court. As for fear, they have done nothing wrong, so naturally they are not afraid. A word out. That's not necessarily a good thing. Jia stepped forward with a serious look on his face. I'm afraid that such a terrifying war general can only be resisted by a nationalist. This was because once the Guoshi left Qianyuan, there would be many more variables. Zhou Yuan's voice carried a few moments of thunderous anger. In less than 5 days, he had arrived at Qianyuan city, although he usually has many various shortcomings. Moreover, he prefers to keep a clear conscience and is not willing to say more than one word. All the ministers spoke up. Many officials knelt on the ground in fear, unable to stand still at all. That Lord Lu fell to his knees. Instead, he looked around. He hissed and growled the whole way. Jia did not hesitate. Yu Fei shook his head. Zhou Yuan coldly spat out a word. Let's see if they still dare to cross the river. The speaker was a soldier who had just experienced a bloody battle, though it may not be them that are put to death. Chang Honyuan hurriedly opened his mouth. Also, all the previous ones that Jia said were striped with fear. They are not going to cross the river. With that, he turned his gaze once more to the direction where Wei was. Wanted to personally assist the general before him. His hands were shaking. Your Majesty, you have the qualifications of 1,000 emperors. Less than a tea break. Everyone felt a chill, especially seeing that word Yu Fei. Today's Dakian is long gone from the Dakian that used to survive in the cracks. Chapter 118 Deqian Guoshi. The might of the pouring nation. Early morning court on the second day. Hundreds of officials came to the temple. Everyone looked serious. Everyone knows about the Wei invasion. Both of you have now reached the peak of the first grade. Serving it, thinking that it is enough to break through the realm of the state scholar. But both of them, almost simultaneously, rushed towards each other. Zhou Yuan waved his hand and told the generals to go back. Both broke through. How can you not be curious now that you have this opportunity? How had they ever seen such strong people fight against each other? And to the many warlords who are extremely strong, take this general's boring. The faces of many ministers changed slightly. My lord, please go to war against the Great Wei. The powerful strength of the two men directly shattered the ground marble, with the mirror breaking down as a bet. It was not in vain for the two of them to fight, but even then, they could really feel it, almost ready to step in at any moment. Yuan Chengdu's face was full of dominance, while Chen Xingju's face always wore a faint smile. The sand and gravel under his feet suddenly sputtered without wind. It's impossible to see any hint of this without half a month. The strength of those who stood out had each reached the second grade. I am here. Lu Bu stepped forward with a proud expression. From what Su Tan understood, the great fortune had as many as 3 of the widely known state scholars alone. I have never fallen from my great dry majesty. Only they also know that today's 2 people, among the generals, in addition to the 2 national soldiers, there is no one else to catch and kill with. He looked towards Yuan Qingdu as well as Chen Qingji, and there is no one else around his majesty who can do it. He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Hearing this, the ministers murmured, "There's just an opportunity missing somehow." He doesn't care about anything else, but battles are not supposed to be decided by strength alone. I don't know when. Your Majesty, this elixir is for General Chen Qingji. I am sure of myself. The rubble had cracked before he could strike just now. There are 2 great powers at hand, and there is Lu Bu, the other side. The breakthrough. Your Majesty, Madaka. A blast. The golden boar crashed into a sword, while Chen Qingji's silver spear did the same. Seeing clearly what was happening, the 2 men's pupils instantly shrank. But now, that great fortune, how could it suddenly become so strong? After all, intelligence isn't something that happens overnight. The aura that Zhou Yuan had leaked out in that instant just now made him feel a hint of fear of death. Now that Wei has been pushed back, we can send Di Yuan to mobilize 200,000 men, while De Qian moves 100,000 troops, and then General Yu Fei as his general. My lord, obey! His Majesty is only 18 years old now, and he has already reached such a realm. To put it bluntly, they're not good enough. In my hand, I have a mirror-breaking Dan. And this time, the 2 remained indistinguishable. Suddenly, Chen Qingji opened his mouth smilingly. In that case, how about the 2 of us battle it out? In the beginning, you and I had long agreed to fight, but we just never had the chance. The long spear landed on the ground, and his aura suddenly changed. This was a great joy to him. Great luck. There's been a change. Suddenly the rubble crumbled violently, but at the same time, a flash of shock appeared in both of their eyes. In this way, the Tongtian River can be kept free of worry. Since both of them had agreed, Zhou Yuan naturally would not object. Yuan Qingdu blocked with all his might. Just what I would have wanted. One held a golden boar, the other a silver spear. Long spears were like dragons, and silver flowers fell in the rain. He was dressed in a dragon robe. His aura was smooth, and the Heaven's Wrath sword in his hand was faintly emitting a fury. Hearing this, Yuan Qingdu immediately opened his mouth. The 2 hesitated for almost just a split second before charging towards each other once more. I had intended to make further efforts, but just yesterday, the Great Luck suddenly became incredibly strong, stating outright that the Great Luck wanted 80% of the Great Yuan's land, leaving only 20% as a reparation for my Dakian's military expedition to the fierce battle, as well as for the matter of the Marquis of Prosperity. The entire court is full of people who practice martial arts. It was still a short time, and the scouts that had been sent out, moreover, had not yet obtained any effective intelligence. Pass on the decree. Order Situ Yuan to guard Dali, and Situ Xianran to transfer 300,000 of Dali's army to the border of the Great Luck country, both totaling 400,000 men to guard the borders of Daiyuan. Today, I will ask, you 2 who can break through on their own, if you have this certainty, you do not need to take it first. In this way, he would be able to save a mirror-breaking Dan. Lu Bu and the other generals, their eyes were blazing with wariness. This time, if the Great Luck seizes my Great Qian's land, I, Great Qian, shall, in a grand and majestic manner, pour out the strength of the whole country to exterminate the Great Wei and destroy the Great Luck. And then Zhou Yuan snapped. Where is Lu Bu? In terms of strength, he was weaker by more than 1 step. This elixir can help one to break through the realm, even if it is not impossible for a first grade to enter the state scholar. Zhou Yuan shook his head. He looked at Zhou Yuan with horror. The 2 were then already a hair's breadth away from being state champions. Xinqi thing. I wonder what the 2 men meant. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. It's simply not something a first-rate can do. And here's the kicker. What fear does he have of great fortune? Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan immediately opened his mouth. Now that the 2 generals, Yuan Qingdu and Chen Qingji, have both broken through to the state scholar, this is a matter of great joy. The merits of the work done will be rewarded separately later. Zhou Yuan had already stood in the middle of the 2. Good. Since both of you have made a breakthrough. Chang Hongyuan suddenly let out a long breath. Not to mention that Su Tan didn't know much about the Great Luck, but at the same time, Yuan Qingdu violently shouted. The 2 men stood apart in the square outside the Great Hall. This boring, with its immense power, far exceeded his previous peak. Then, this fight doesn't have to go on. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Yuan Qingdu's hand gold boring forceful. Chen Qingji on the spot face slightly changed. Now that you and I are fighting against each other, the winner gets the dan, which is fair and reasonable. Luckily, Guan Yu and the others stepped in, which ensured safety. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan looked at the two. It just didn't occur to me that the great Yuan generals were really wasteful and didn't put any pressure on them. Pass on the decree that Yuan Qingdu, Chen Qingji's generals, leading the 200,000 troops of Daqian, the 300,000 troops of Dayuan, as well as the Xuanjia, Tiger and Leopard, White Robe, Halberdier, and Beifu armies, will rush to aid Tongtian River. On the day the soldiers arrive, cross the Tongtian River and exterminate the Great Wei. The surrounding ministers, moreover, all looked excited. Earlier under the capital city of the Great Yuan, whether he took it himself in the future, or gave it to someone like Gaini or Guan Yu Qinxiong, it was a good choice. The golden boar and the silver spear slammed together. Today's Daqian needs you two to enter the state scholarship, but he knew that Great Luck was an opponent worthy of Great Qian's best efforts. They do no more or less about the negotiations between the two countries, although he didn't know why. It was as if Daiyun had many fewer scruples at this point. They all thought that they would break through then. Chang Hongyuan spoke very firmly. The two broke through. Both of them were only a hair's breadth away from the state scholar. But until now, no one had broken through. But even though the Great Qian has little information about the Great Luck, it knows that the Great Luck is even much stronger than the Great Wei. Guan Yu, Qin Xiong and the others even had warlike intentions in their eyes. For a while, the debris splashed and turned into a murderous weapon. At the time of the Great Qian, to know the news of the three surrounding countries, it is already very good. For the Great Luck, basically is nothing. They were even more clear to see that the strength of the two men was similar, and it was difficult to distinguish the winner for a while if they fought on like this. A breath that ran from the sound of the gun to the tip of the gun. Chang Hongyuan opened his mouth. Your Majesty, if that's the case, I'm afraid it's better to think long and hard about the war between Mighty Qian and Great Wei. So much so, that the two, up to now, had not broken through the realm. And tell me about the negotiations with the Great Luck these days. If he backed down at this moment, then the Great Luck would surprisingly gain an inch in the future. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at Yuan Qingdu as well as the two Chen Qingji. The battle between the two flew through the sand. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. A saint, I'm afraid, is just like that. The message. At this moment, everyone present, their faces were filled with endless shock. It was countless times more shocking than the moment they realized that Daqian had a national scholar. That's a nationalist. The last move of the two sparring was incredibly strong, and their aura was even more instantly changed. Points of silver light stabbed towards Yuan Cheng. Now since someone dared to invade Daqian, he only had one idea: to attack the city and break the enemy. Suddenly, Chen Qingji let out a light hum. Behind him, Gaini looked shocked. But wouldn't that be weak? The two had been battling for a long time. Would they take this elixir just for the sake of taking the first step into the state scholar? It's the obvious thing to do. Wei is not a small country. And then from Dali, Daqian, and Dayuan, gather a large army and go to war with the Great Luck. It even easily blocked the combined attacks of the two. Lu Bu suddenly stepped forward. Your Majesty, shall be a heavenly monarch. The goal of their battle against each other was not just for that mirror-breaking Dan. But just then, this also led to the fact that if they were to go to war with Wei, there would almost inevitably be two fronts of fighting. A piece of debris, violently shot towards Zhou Yuan, whose face remained unchanged, and their majesties, actually rushed to the battle of the state soldiers. Taking the mirror-breaking Dan is certainly possible. If the great fortune dares to come and offend, execute them. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Your Majesty is a man of the country. Originally, he wanted to take 70% of the territory of Dayuan that Mighty Qian had already occupied, but later, he shortened it to half. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Surely the heart is not willing, but it also made them more determined in their hearts. Xin Thing immediately began to say, back to your Majesty. I have been pulling the wool over the eyes of the great fortune messenger daily these days. Zhou Yuan had just taken his seat. Zhou Yuan retrieved the heavenly fury sword. Zhou Yuan's voice was slightly heavy. It is highly likely that it has broken through the shot, when it's really like a dragon. Both sides pulled little by little, slowly testing each other's bottom line. Hearing this, Yuan Qingdu's eyes flashed with golden light. Xin Chimo walked out from the group of ministers. The lance and the golden boar collided once more. The ministers looked shocked. You will be the main general, Guan Yu and Qin Shon will be the vice generals, and with Liao Hua and other generals, you will take 100,000 troops and head for the territory of the Great Yuan. While their force may not be high enough, they still have some vision. With that, Zhou Yuan looked at the courtiers. Even if there is more, there is no way to know. This kind of tug-of-war is supposed to be very time-consuming, but at the same time, Chen Qingji frowned. Your Majesty, I can break through any time. Just give it to General Yuan. But so what? With the merits of both of you, you are both qualified to take it. A full 1,000,000 troops were mobilized, which is everything that Deqian can come up with today. And now, it is time for the tipping point to fight. Chapter 119, General Yu, how about an attack? An order was sent from Deqian to all parts of the country. The mobilization of 1,000,000 troops does not happen overnight. Most of these large armies were the original Qianwan army. Everywhere else had long since been drained of much strength because of the successive great battles. A different person feeds them. He hoped the information was a lie. The capital of Great Wei was in a state of solemnity. It was for this reason that he chose to send troops. The adjutant general immediately nodded. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. No one knows the outcome until the battle is fought. But after seeing Yu Fei, Yuan Qingdu suddenly opened his mouth. And the 10,000 cavalry. What many of Wei's ministers thought was very good. At the bottom, countless people had fear in their hearts and their bodies trembled. General, our Deqian reinforcements are arriving? His Majesty has sent an army of 600,000 men towards my Tongtian River. There was no fear on Zhou Yuan's face, just a few scruples. At the word shipbuilding, there was no more doubt in the mind of the vice admiral. Through the war, the dry land was thoroughly digested and absorbed. Yu Fei nodded. Is this a joke? Where did they get 600,000 troops from in Deqian? In his opinion, he shook his head. Although there is General Yu Fei, and at this time in the territory of the Great Wei state, Yu Fei nodded. Of course, it was only a handful of elites who set out. The Great Wei Lord asked. There are even 100,000 strong elites among them. Today's Tongtian River has less than 40,000 capable warriors. He had been in this Tongtian River for a long time, and he didn't know much about the situation in the country. I just don't know if that Great Wei is ready. On second thought, though, it seems unlikely. That's more than a fifth of the robes. When the time falls, it will be the anniversary of the death of that Tongtian River's nationalist. Seal off the news. Never let any news from my Deqian reach Wei. The real trouble was actually the one in Qianyuan City. How could he be willing to do that? 2 months. Zhou Yuan sneered more than once. Now all 4 are dead. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. Those 4 generals. They were all trained by him. In his opinion, that kind of strong person must not have been cultivated by Great Qing itself. In that case, Zhou Yuan, I order you to take 200,000 troops and head to the Tongtian River in a month's time to guard against a Great Qing attack. As for whether or not there would be a mess, Zhou Yuan wasn't too worried. Secondly, it will also sharpen a new army. But that battle, the tens of thousands of dead and wounded were vivid in their eyes. A man spoke, his face calm. The anger in their hearts had long since become uncontrollable. The Great Wei State Lord opened his mouth, his tone somewhat grim. For a real attack, what's needed is infantry, preferably infantry that knows water. All the generals here have experienced the deaths of friends around them in battle, but at that time, in that great battle, Deqian's 50,000 defenders were killed or wounded over 10,000 people. I'm afraid if they have a few more offenses like that, they really won't be able to defend. With such strength, even I have little certainty, but I, Wei, with millions of soldiers, am naturally unafraid. 1 month to gather. Another month, 2 months later, the army would reach the Tongtian River. So he could only use some of his elites to bring the Qianwang army. Sending out the Qianwang army in the first place. Elite is not made in a day. This person, it is said that he killed the nationalist in one move. This is something that he has wanted to do for a long time. The face of the Great Wei State Lord was unusually ugly. Nearly 700,000 troops. Although it looked like these cavalrymen, who seemed to be very elite, were of little use on the Tongtian River. Tongtian River. Yu Fei saw an urgent message from the court. Also have been waiting for this day for a long time. Breaking new ground. As he asked this, the Great Wei State Lord was a bit nervous. General, His Majesty should not be thinking. Yes. Seeing the reinforcements, the lieutenant was a little puzzled as to what use it would be for so few people to come here. If you have the chance, kill that Deqian Buesher. The vice admiral was excited beyond belief. General, I'm afraid it's just luck. Like him, after all, the Tongtian River was a big river. Wanted to weaken the strength of the Great Qing in advance. Otherwise, when another 10 years, he feared that when the Great Qing invasion, the Great Wei is afraid that it will be difficult to resist. Don't worry, Your Majesty. In this Wei dynasty, His Majesty is the only heaven in their hearts. He had some understanding of the situation in Deqian today. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. For one thing, it would prevent someone from uniting these hundreds of thousands of troops and eventually causing trouble again. Pass the word to build ships. Among the many first grades of the Great Way, the 4 generals were also the top kind. $600,000. In that case, it would have to be a siege through a large army. Not enough. General Yu, how was the attack? This person is the only state scholar of Wei. The so-called king's dishonor and death of his subjects. That's something you'd only think about if you've had enough to eat. These days, he's been trembling with fear. These 40,000 men, although they had seen blood, were so poorly trained that they were still not considered elite. The reason is simple. That nationalist, who had once had his life saved by His Majesty, had stayed in the Great Way and served the Great Way, certainly understood what the adjutant general was asking. As for Yuan Qingdu's few people, they even brought 10,000 ninth grade tiger and leopard cavalry to reach the Tongtian River first. Those 4 losers, they were actually killed in one battle. Many of the top generals in the Deqian army had already been taken down by him. These people will not hesitate either. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, I'm afraid that the only person who can do this is a nationalist. In the future, there is a not so small hope of being able to break through the state scholar. It would be nice to have 100,000 people to support it. For his part, the Great Wei Lord was secretly angry at Zhou Yuan's good fortune, hearing the words of the Great Wei State Lord. But sadly, the chances of him knowing it was a lie were extremely slim. But Daqian is faster. That's 600,000 troops. In the last battle, the Tongtian River defenders' fear of Wei had vanished without a trace. Aha! Zhou Yuan was very clear. The vice admiral couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Yu Fei spoke faintly. However, he also knew that this Yuan Qingdu was the absolute first class. Zhou Yuan, are you sure you can deal with this person? The cavalry, it's just for show. It's just that they didn't think that the opportunity for revenge would actually come so soon. He looked over towards the tiger leopard riders, and his eyes suddenly lit up. But the minister is a second grade of state scholar, and I think that even if that person is a state scholar, he is only a first grade, so he should not be difficult to deal with. But in 3 days' time, the army had already begun to depart. The army set out in force, and on the opposite side, is an army of over 100,000. He really wanted to ask if His Majesty was swindling General Yu. The present-day Son of Heaven's control over the Great Way is the greatest of all times. But it was enough. Yu Fei's eyes narrowed. It had once been his long-cherished dream, and now it could finally be realized. With millions of soldiers in his hands and a nationalist on his side, the whole of Wei is in His Majesty's hands. No one dares to make trouble. Zhou Yuan nodded. This battle is not some battle of the few against the many, but a battle of the titular king. The new emperor of Daqian is ambitious, with many elites under his command and even more war generals. 9th grade? Chapter 120, One Piece? We, all of us, are men of state. Battle Chi is divided into 9 grades, with 9 grades being the lowest, 1 grade being the strongest, and 1 grade above that being a national scholar. 9th grade, but it was only a preliminary mastery of Battle Chi. But even this step, it also stuck countless people, because in order to break through the Battle Chi, not only did one need to have a cultivation method, but one also needed to have enough meat. Then Daqian, it shouldn't hit us, right? He spoke bitterly. It also interrupted his screaming, like a balloon that had been suddenly punctured. Foggy. But this fog. What about the Kokeshi? Boom! The army opened up. As he was about to speak, Yu Fei looked towards him. Yuan Qingdu glanced at him. Such strength is already considered good. But suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the fog. Outside, the 40,000 strong army was already wearing swords and armor. His voice was steady. So he knows how scary it is to be a nationalist. Yu Fei put down the bow and arrow in his hand. His face cold. This will suffice. He didn't know just how strong General Yu was. This person's aura was not too far off from General Yu Fei's even. This is meat that you don't get to eat every day. He was furious and angry, and intended to turn around and go back to mobilize his troops. In front of them were 3 state officials who were like gods and demons. Instead, it was barely enough. And the bad thing is, they weren't even prepared to fight. That peak 4th grade vice general couldn't help but turn his own gaze towards Yu Fei. Hearing the words of this vice admiral, Yu Fei had never spoken of his strength in public, so he naturally didn't know much about it. Being able to enter the 8th rank, and even being able to manage a team of 100 people, is very imposing. This messenger had also participated in the Battle of Charge Daqian in the beginning, and was lucky to have escaped back. On top of the warships along the river, the flags were continuous. In the beginning, after he had taken down the Tongtian River garrison, he had replaced all of the several high-ranking generals. Yes, a few generals came to help. But after all, they are not a water army, do not know how to use water, relying on my Tongtian River now less than 40,000 troops. This battle is difficult as heaven off inside. Therefore, the civil and military personnel of the current dynasty, almost every one of them had a battle chi rank. The fog was broken through, and a huge warship appeared in his sight. Yes, SGT. Of state. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Yu Fei then spoke. In this battle, the three great statesmen and I will come out in full force and lead 40,000 Tongtian River water troops to cross the river. But he, the second grade, was left to be eaten. General Deer took a deep breath. Seeing a few people and a few words set the strategy for afterward. Then, even with this 10,000 9th Great Army, can it work? His voice was calm. Outside, why does it seem like they're shouting and killing? And the fact that most of them are in the lower third is the limit of their talent. But in the ears of the generals of the Tongtian River garrison who heard it, it was like a thunderous explosion. His shrill voice rang out. The three powers. In that case, I will take this first step. It was he who underestimated the world. General Rat's pupils shrunk. Many of the Wei defenders looked at the sky outside, and some were a bit worried. Why is he not afraid of Wei? It was because he knew that nowadays, in their Great Qing, they also possessed a national scholar. If the enemy attacked, such weather would be very dangerous indeed. A person of the 9th rank in the army was at least in charge of a 10-man squad leader title. Yuan Qingdu raised his eyebrows. Yuan Qingdu and the others nodded. Plus they've been working overtime building ships these days. General, that De Qian came. More than one was sure. In half a month's time, 500,000 troops should be here. So, are you still afraid? General Deer is joking. Although De Qian has national soldiers, our army has more than 100,000 elite soldiers. De Qian is only a few tens of thousands. But the next second, a first class such as General Tiger earns the title of Predator. I wonder, Lu Bu, if General Lu is here? He could never have imagined that what General Deer had said had actually become a reality. De Qian also has some ships in reserve. Immediately mobilize the army. Surround and kill that De Qian first grade. Once this person is dead, I would like to see how that De Qian comes to attack. Yuan Qingdu sneered. And the other side of the Tongtian River, the one that got them in the first place, left countless robed corpses behind. 5 days, just enough time to recuperate. You keep good watch. The fog is thick today, and after the shift, this general will do the honors and eat meat. Under Yuan Qingdu's aura, his face did not change at all, but he had no worries. But that doesn't mean that they are of low status. In less than half a year, there might be a chance to enter the third rank, and then you can be the head general of a party. The three great statesmen struck out, and the many great Wei generals who hadn't had time to prepare for battle were rushed away by the three of them. Here they are, with 3 other secondaries. And today, like that nationalist, there are as many as 2 more. There's no way, General, you would lie to them. The 3 walked out of the tent. The fog by the Tongtian River was shrouded in mist, and under the fog, up to 30 meters, there was already a white fog, and nothing could be seen. On the side, Yuan Chengdu and Shen Qingji both similarly stood up. It might even qualify as extremely strong. The generals of the Great Wei are known by their animal names. The face sank slightly to the side. The other generals laughed. In the next instant, the 3 of them violently jumped out from atop the warship. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Shen Qingji smiled. The ground exploded with a choking bang. Hearing this, everyone snapped to their feet. Yu Fei spoke faintly. See this weather. Are you two ready? De Qian actually really came. One must know that he was only at the peak of the 4th rank today. General Deer has a point. How about this? Why don't we take turns patrolling the river so that the Great Qing doesn't take advantage of the chaos to attack? And what this 10,000 9th Great Army needed was a huge supply of resources to build it. General Deer was still a little concerned. With the 3 great statesmen as their fronts, even if the opposite side was more than 100,000 Great Wei elites, what did they have to fear? My lord, I would like to be the vanguard on the first ship. As for the nationalist, he never thought about it. In just an instant, the vice general, who had already reached the peak of the 4th grade, turned pale. Even if he was a national scholar, he could not break the army with his own strength. A terrifying battle aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. First class? We, all of us, are men of the state. But trying to fight the Kokeshi is obviously simply not possible. The strength is a few points weaker, but he is quite talented in leading troops. This Great Qian is much more powerful than just one Lubu. Before he could react. But now, only kill. A first class? If you can enter the middle 3 products, it is enough to become a side general. Talented people can lead thousands of soldiers. He also only felt that General Yu's strength was feared to have reached the 1st grade. and might even be by no means considered weak amongst the first grades. Hearing General Mouse's words, many soldiers were overjoyed. Yu Fei nodded. Then, a large number of De Qian generals jumped down from the warships, shouting and killing. The adjutant general smiled a little awkwardly. The only one who can have this number is above the second rank. General Rat walks out of the pass. After all, in his imagination, not to mention De Qian, of the many countries he had heard of, only Wei had a national scholar. The vice admiral couldn't help but speak up. General, should we deliberate a bit more? At least until the main force arrives. The phoenix wing gilded boring in his hand, slammed heavily on the ground. The whole of De Qian is everywhere. Yu Fei couldn't help but laugh and stood up and said, rather heavenly, gentlemen, are you ready? Not long ago, he had only fought a great battle, and without resting for a long time, he was again traveling day and night to the Tongtian River. In that case, I'll work hard for General Mouse. Meat, however, is not for everyone. Charge. Most of the generals in the army are like that, but today the general said this, so I guess they really can have a beautiful bite. The man who had just spoken to General Deer stood up and walked towards the outside. Besides, my Great Wei has millions of soldiers, so how could De Qian dare to easily create a war with my Great Wei? And today, they realized what it meant to be invincible. The method of cultivation is simple. The vice general beside Yu Fei was even more shocked, and he could not close his mouth for a long time. Rather, he knew something about the news of Qianyuan City. Enemy attack. Fear? It's because no one who can be a government official will have a shortage of these meats at home. It's also very tired now. If it was a sunny day, there might be a few more variables in this battle. His eyes held anticipation within them. Yu Fei bellowed. This General Deer, he's just too careful, even today. As for the upper three grades, in this Tongtian River, it was once even more so that there was only that one main general, because he always believed that De Qian would not dare to come and attack. Now that that main general had been killed, there was only General Yu Fei Yu, who possessed the upper third rank. Depart. And aside, Yu Fei had already spoken. In that case, in 5 days, cross the river. Think about it. Good thing too. General Deer nodded. And this deputy general, he picked out on purpose. The Tongtian River is easy to defend and hard to attack. Not just for Wei, but for us as well. Then, 10,000 9th Grade Cavalry crossed the river. The battle spirit was high in everyone's eyes. The vice admiral's eyes at this moment were only thick with excitement. General Deer's body trembled. Not bad. We, all of us, are men of the state. If you have any objections, you may fight this general. Generals, the Qian army is attacking, and even if there was meat, most of them were only able to have a mouthful of soup, and some of it was captured in the battle the other day. In this battle, this general will be first. The voice was not high, but Yuan Qingdu frowned before closing his mouth. Chen Xingji looked at Yu Fei. That De Qian actually really dared to come and attack. The black shadow was huge, as if it was going to burst through the fog. But suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced his throat. 9 pints that don't know how to use water don't play any role in crossing the river. They're just some drag. General Louis obviously didn't show up, even if it's an army of 10,000 9th graders. After saying that, General Mouse intended to leave. Yuan Qingdu and Chen Xingji smiled. There are many more, ruling 50 men. Good thing he didn't need to do that either. The generals were excited. It is not to be consumed in the midst of such a battle. Kill. The vice admiral spoke violently. With this general here, what do you fear? Didn't keep the conversation going. It's not that he's short-sighted, but the messenger was full of fear. Yu Fei was so surprised, and the others were even more so. Yu Fei shook his head. Rather, it is a matter of strength and status. And under his tutelage, in the past few months, he had also broken through from the middle of the 4th grade to the peak of the 4th grade. The vice admiral spoke up. They had never fought so freely. Now all three appear together. They, with what to block? Chapter 121 Breaking the Barrier. Fear, at this moment, surged through everyone's mind. That's a nationalist, not some cabbage. General Deer looked at the crowd. However, the eyes of the crowd were only thick with worry. This general, in the future, will surely stand above the two of you. So, the first-class conquests are also mostly sword against sword. The arrow flashed through his head. Suddenly, a cold light flashed. Yu Fei moved. In the distance, that General Deer watched with chills running down his body. Kakushi, to be so strong, he muttered. There was a loud explosion. General Cat's face wore disbelief as his eyes gradually darkened. Chen Xingji is different from him though. The three great powers have killed and maimed countless people. As far as he is concerned, with all these things, even if he were to die today, it would not be a big deal. General Cat's face couldn't help but show a touch of joy. In just a short period of time, hundreds of people had died at their hands. General Deer barked a curse and grabbed his weapon. That's why, in the Tongtian River, he drank wine all day long. Hearing General Cat's words, the rest of the crowd forced themselves to calm down. But there are no ifs about reality. The three great powers have directly opened a gap in the Wei Tongtian Pass. The generals then rushed out and each reorganized their armies. And now, he's going to use his soft sword to kill a bloody path for Wei. He thought so, intending to fight to the death. A steady stream of Wei generals are on their way. He's going to assassinate. So much for that. It's true that Kikuchi can't win a war on his own. When the battle chi leaves the body, it quickly dissipates. He had been fighting for many years and had not met an enemy. As for the nationalist, most crucially, he wanted to find out where these chaotic troops were coming from. He was originally a man in the wilderness, and what he knew was the means of fighting in the jungle. This person was less than 10 meters away from him. Even the martial arts generals summoned by Zhou Yuan had memories. That one's a soft sword. His goal, the strongest one. He can't possibly follow every single change. At the same time, the system weakens these memories so that only something that sticks with them resonates within them. Yu Fei's lance came after him, and his lance penetrated his body. These ordinary soldiers, how do they know what a first class is and what a national scholar is? And at this moment, Yu Fei, the three of them, had already rushed to where the Great Wei Pass was with the Dechen army. General Cat then spoke. The killing continues. So what? A general should be judged by his merits. Once the assassination was successful, this battle, they would surely win. It's just that this memory varies as the time of summoning them varies. But what was in front of me was not a nationalist. Chen, too. It's over. Ha ha ha. You too. It's really a great fortune in life for Mr. Yu to be able to fight side by side with you too. And he himself is extremely fast. Even though he will die as a result, there will be new hope for this war. General Cat's palms were sweating as he gripped his sword. To assassinate a nationalist with the body of a second rank. He knew what General Cat was going to do. Though the three great national scholars were powerful, their strength, however, lay in their prowess. Suddenly, a group of chaotic Wei troops ran over. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, but he knew that even without these reinforcements, with himself and the others, it would never be possible to stop the charge of the three nationalists. Berserk battle chi came out through his body from his weapon. But now, in his heart, there was nothing but pleasure. General Cat was right. Less than 100 miles from the Tongtian River, Zhou Yuan led his army forward. Around them, many of the great Wei generals were still unable to react. He goes with the flow, but is as agile as a cat. If it was Yuan Chengdu or Qin Xingji, in that situation just now, they really might not be able to react. But in this world, he also felt a rapture that he hadn't felt in the past. This is the power that belongs uniquely to the Kokeshi. Even if it was a first-rate product, as strong as it was, the place it attacked was only a few meters square. Yu Fei didn't hesitate. When Qin Xingji heard Yu Fei's words, he couldn't help but laugh a few times as well. The news traveled back home to Wei like the wind. In the distance, a warship appeared from the gradually dissipating fog. The battle is far from over. General Deer only felt a blackness before his eyes. General Cat, however, did not hesitate and grabbed his soft sword and walked out. Cats, after all, are natural assassins. Yes, so he didn't care. The great Qian, but no one around him dared to rush towards him. Yu Fei landed on the top of the city. Yu Fei retrieved his lance. Its might is inhuman. And there is more than one such inhuman being at this time. Yuan Chengdu and Qin Xingji both similarly rushed up to the pass. Zhou Yuan frowned. In his memory, on top of this battlefield, he might not be hopeless, commanding troops, but not something he was good at. With a loud voice, he charged straight ahead. Old cat, where are you? If they are allowed to kill. General Deer's eyes carried a touch of surprise. Seeing that the crowd had calmed down, General Cat and General Deer both looked at each other with a slight sigh of relief. Three warlords like ghosts and gods? Above is the second batch of Dakian sergeants. Therefore, his weapon was a soft sword, and so he took the title of a cat, because he was good at spirituality, but it was definitely not so easy for the two to cope with it. It seems that Deqian still has two other first graders of notable strength. Here is where the big flag is, and those three state officials, they are already about to rush over. This will be not the first entry. Although he was bent on conquest and even practiced martial arts for decades for this purpose, he was unable to utilize his martial arts skills due to illness. A man spoke in despair. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It was a sword. This time, he had brought a full 4 first grade alone. They also had more than just the state soldiers in front of them, but also tens of thousands of troops. General Deer, what should we do? Yu Fei life. Fighting countless, life's regret, but no door to serve the country. Let the thieves and bandits rampage. With 100,000 people, even if they exhausted those three, they couldn't do it. So folks, let go of the fear in your hearts, because he knew that his chances could only grow if the situation became more and more chaotic. But we still have more than 100,000 large armies in our hands, which are all prepared for the preparation of the war against Diqian, and each of them is an elite. But he couldn't have imagined it. But just the next second, he had never heard of it. Such a feat. And this life, what a blessing. A touch of fatal crisis appeared in Yu Fei's heart. This first merit today. This general takes it. When this man had chosen his target as him, the outcome had been predetermined. The opponents are dynasties with millions of soldiers and extraordinary war power. Before the tiger leopard riders could abandon their horses and join the battle, the entire Tongtian Pass wall had already been taken down. It was also known that General Cat was looking for a chance to wrestle a nationalist on his own. What should the generals do then? General Deer was anxious in his mind. Yu Fei didn't care. Fully half of Wei's army of over 100,000 surrendered. And it was engraved with the seed of loyalty to Zhou Yuan. Eventually, General Cat grabbed the soft sword in his hand and spoke. Either way, the facts are now set in stone and we don't have any choice. He held a sword in his hand, but his waist was slightly different from the others. Yu Fei retrieved his bow and arrow. Under the sudden full-force outburst, even Yu Fei was unable to react in the first instance. In less than 2 hours, the sound of swords had completely disappeared. He has calculated everything. If he runs away, the Tongtian River will be lost. He can't run. Once there was only full of helplessness, even waiting for those Diqian troops to rush up and start a melee with the Dewei troops. The many regrets of his life weighed heavily on his mind after he came to this world. Countless generals were charging, but their charge looked as if they were just sending them to their deaths. A few Wei soldiers cried and told him everything about the Tongtian Pass. It's the emperor who is dim-witted, and it's the countless treacherous ministers. He was not born to be robed with men. He wants to stand and die in battle. Yu Fei gives the answer. Yu Fei suddenly shouted angrily. His body's battle aura suddenly erupted. The depths are extremely deep, but unfortunately, what's the point of hiding even deeper? The chaos was like a bandit, so of course he wouldn't just sit back and watch. Even though he couldn't kill this person, as long as this sword could be inserted into him and inflict injuries on him, get the man living again. He has a divine and martial son of heaven, and robes who live and die with him. The entire Great Wei army would know that the state soldiers were not invincible. Once the walls are down, the rest, naturally, is no longer difficult. Only Yuan Xingdu hummed lightly. On his face, he wore a sneer. This battle, it's time to end it. The flag of the center army is down. But there was never anyone to threaten the three. Where the cold light passes, no one survives. One could say that he has counted everything. Above the battlefield, he didn't know how many there were. Conferences, enrollment. But just then, General Cat touched towards Yu Fei, surrounded by robes who could sit and talk and laugh with him, and stand and kill. A cold sword as fast as lightning. Yu Fei didn't notice anything. He's in no hurry. His feet slammed down. A terrifying force that instantly caused him to pull up from the ground. But, though he was by no means going to kill 2 people with this assassination, old dear, this general is not good at conquering. This battle can rely on you more. General Deer, on the other hand, spoke in a deep voice. Gentlemen, let's set off as well. And if that gap isn't plugged as soon as possible, the Great Qian's army will soon attack and get into a melee. With this sword he saw hope. What to do? Only death. Once upon a time, even though he was a general of the White Robe Army, he didn't have much of a chance to fight on the battlefield. Die! He fiercely let out a furious cry, and a terrifying power instantly erupted from within his body. The Kokeshi, however, has broken through that limit. In that instant, his power far exceeded the extreme that he had shown before, and behind the three, a large number of generals had begun to climb the pass. That strike just now was the best opportunity that a second grade who specialized in assassination had found after exhausting all his thoughts and even at the cost of countless lives. But now, the past is swept away. The generals responded. Even that Lu Bu, he was not afraid. This battle has only just begun. But nowadays, he had a silver spear in his hand and sat down on a white horse. Yuan Qingdu and Shen Xingji both gritted their teeth and fought to keep up, only to see a very inconspicuous presence among the generals who were surging towards the three like a tidal wave. The Great Qian generals, under their leadership, became more and more battle-hardened. With a bellowing cry, after bringing people in, his gun, however, was strong enough to cut down every enemy that came near. How is that possible? Let's make it 6,000 words today. Chapter 122, Thief General. I will come to fight you. The army marches on. Zhou Yuan looked relaxed. Behind him was a full 200,000 troops. Add to that the fact that he's a nationalist, and you can say that he's invincible. But while he felt his qi weakening, the other party still had a few moments of ease. Wouldn't that mean that the Great Qing army had not just one Guishu, but a full three? The three great powers lead the way. Though he didn't feel that he couldn't defeat his opponent after starting the battle. If that Yuan Qingdu abandoned the battle early, there are still a few points to escape. Carrying 70,000 halberdiers, he had already laid 2 cities in just a few days. As he walked, he raised his lance and pointed it straight at Yuan Qingdu. Suddenly a large flag appeared at the end of his vision. It was a powerful move. 10,000 ninth-grade tiger and leopard riders galloped across the wasteland. The opposite side, Zhou Yuan, did likewise. The difference in strength between them should be very large. Soon, one man clasped his fist. This Yuan Qingdu was obviously only a first-time Guishu, but he, however, had already broken through to the second rank of Guishu. I didn't realize that this Diqian actually has a third nationalist besides Lu Bu and Yu Fei. He's about to do it. Yuan Qingdu's face was gloomy. The more Yuan Qingdu fought, the more excited he became. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, because behind him, there were still Qin Qingji's cavalry roaming around. In that case, let's see what happens next. General Rhino raised his steel whip high in his hand. Although it was a question, his eyes, however, were dead set on Yuan Qingdu. General Chen, the vanguard has met the enemy. The two were hostile, and this battle was bound to be a battle of life and death. This kind of hearty feeling of fighting hadn't been experienced by him for a long time, but that's still a lot of one pins, and a lot of them have reached the upper one. The 4 generals nodded. Yuan Qingdu's face sank slightly. Since this person appeared in front of him, it was just as well. He would behead this person first. It would be much easier to execute a nationalist first, and then fight later. And then the torrent appeared. But the reality is different. That's the Umbra flag. Seeing him walk out, Zhou Yuan laughed. In that case, let General Rhino go. But Qin Qingji was his comrade in arms. It was as if this person was born with godly strength. Even though he was only a first grade of the state scholar, he was no worse than himself in terms of qi strength. But that Yuan Qingdu, his strength should not be underestimated. With his personal teaching, plus the Wei base, over 100,000 troops, the state soldiers, either of these two meant that Yuan Qingdu was in trouble. He still had a long way to go, and the district's first rank of state scholar was far from being a time that could allow him to relax. Who do you think will win and lose this battle? Suddenly a fast horse came. If it's Yuan Qingdu who's a nationalist, what about the one surnamed Chen? And there are 2 more such people. He carried a bearish battle intent in his eyes, very much looking forward to the next battle. The 2 were quite taciturn, watching General Rhinoceros rush towards Yuan Qingdu. And meanwhile, a dozen miles away, just after that, General Rhino patted his horse and walked out slowly. Insolent thief! How dare you challenge this general with your words? Really looking for death? Thought this was just a challenge for myself. Naturally, I won't let this opportunity pass. Qin Qingji led 10,000 tiger leopard cavalry and exchanged horns with Yuan Qingdu's army. Although by virtue of his innate divine power, as well as exquisite skills, and the other party accounted for a partial victory or defeat. In his hand, the phoenix wing gilded crown was glittering with golden light, and there was not a single drop of blood on it. The other side is but one vice general out of the battle, with a steel whip in hand. As for avoiding a fight, that was clearly not his character. He has been in numerous battles. He had never decapitated a nationalist yet. There were a few moments of worry in the eyes of the Great Wei's 3 great first grades, and Zhou Yuan was very confident in this battle, but there was no fear in his heart. The other 2 nodded similarly. The highs and lows of it are immediately distinguishable. Hearing this, Qin Qingji directly pulled his sitting horse. If this person responded with dexterity, perhaps he would only be able to last a few more moves with the power of 1 pint. He's actually going to lose. Let both armies hear his challenge. So that Yuan Qingdu no longer has a chance to retreat. Yuan Qingdu hadn't wanted to retreat. After saying that, Zhou Yuan suddenly launched a fierce attack. Although Yuan Qingdu does not know the specific strength of Zhou Yuan, but just even if you listen to Zhou Yuan's tone, you know that his strength is also bound to be a national scholar. But now it seems, he also had some curiosity about the next fight. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Nay, although he was already a national scholar, he had few qualified warlords around him. Zhou Yuan's face instantly changed. Although it is extremely difficult to get out of the country, that rhinoceros general violently spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out backwards, collapsing on the ground and directly passing out, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. At that time, his name was bound to resound through the neighboring countries. The two killed towards each other almost simultaneously. But more than just now, the two of them were ultimately reserved in their exchanges with each other, and were simply unable to push themselves to their limits. After saying that, Chen Qingji directly rushed towards the direction where Yuan Qingdu's army was. With a roar of rage, he exerted all his strength and slammed his steel whip towards Yuan Qingdu. Zhou Yuan already knew that Yuan Qingdu's strength into the state scholar. Apparently this man was that Great Way's only state scholar. In my humble opinion, I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. But now, he was already 70% sure that he would be able to cut it down. Seeing Yuan Qingdu's state, Zhou Yuan could not help but laugh. Both were much more solemn. Yuan Qingdu grunted lightly. If you have confidence in yourself and can cut down the opponent's generals in battle, the generals will be able to utilize their battle power for 2 more battles in this war. After saying that, he directly patted his horse and came towards Yuan Qingdu. He is trying to gain the upper hand in this battle with one dynasty. They are similar in power. This person's strength is thought to be not weak amongst the first grade. And wait, who has this confidence to battle him? However, as time passed, Yuan Qingdu felt more and more pressure. The nationalist. However, he had no other choice now but to choose to defeat this person here. But to not use it when there is clearly a way to do less damage is pure cuteness. In war, morale is very important. The only one who was similar to him in terms of battle power was Chen Qingji. His voice was like thunder and spread across the battlefield on both sides. But I believe that General Rhino will win. So the next step is to rely on skill. They, apparently, felt the same way. Yuan Qingdu, however, had an unchanged face. This is his best chance. So he slowly patted his horse and walked out. A bellowing cry rang out. General Rhino's face sank. The gaze was even colder. Even if he encountered the army of Deqian, he had no fear. If Yuan Qingdu retreats back at this moment. 2 days later, the march continued. Just the right test to see how strong he is today. This person is actually really a nationalist. But unlike Zhou Yuan, he still had his backhand present. But unfortunately, you're going to die here today. The battle, which was originally thought to be crushing, was now a stalemate. Today, you will die here. The battle between the two didn't even look like either side could win easily. One was already so difficult. There was pride in his eyes. General Rhino's strength is not weak. But for Zhou Yuan to say, the heart is only annoyed. And Yuan Qingdu and Zhou Yuan fought a fierce battle for a long time. From the beginning to now, he already felt as if his hands were not his own, completely out of control. He is the spearhead of the Dacian army. And now, just at the moment of the battle, the two men's auras erupted, and all of the power of the national warriors unfolded. Zhou Yuan looked at the other three. Today, this general will behead you. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. So, he's going to let Yuan Qingdu stay. After the initial exchange of blows, both of their faces sank slightly. Wouldn't he have lost a first-rate war general for nothing? Drink! Winning or losing can depend on more than just the number of nationalists. But like the other three said, General Rhino's strength is one of the best in my entire way. Even General Tiger is a few points behind. But Yuan Qingdu did not know that Zhou Yuan's heart had been appalled. But face his movements. The two men's weapons violently collided together, emitting ear-splitting metal explosions. He's in no hurry. Seeing the opposite army, Yuan Qingdu raised his hand. Zhou Yuan roared. It's provocative. And compared to him, although Zhou Yuan's eyes also carried obvious fatigue, the moves in his hands were not at all unruffled, but force against force. Then he here, naturally, should do the same. Instantly, he was not optimistic about the future of Wei. You Great Qing thieves, who dares to come out and fight? This was not the outcome he wanted. Madaka! A blast. Just when Yuan Qingdu was about to be defeated. The defeat in this battle was something he had expected. Yuan Qingdu looked at this person with contempt. Instead, Zhou Yuan looked to the four generals on his side. This will be a general of the Great Wei. Title, Rhino, Madaka, a blast. Unfortunately, you have met this general. The horse's speed did not decrease, and the phoenix-winged gold boring similarly slammed towards General Rhinoceros. One of them spoke. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and clapped his horse and walked out. The cold gun in his hand was clenched. The people are hundreds of thousands or more, and with the nationalists leading the way, General Yuan is in a fierce battle with the other side. But this man is different. Generals, accelerate! There was no hesitation. After guessing this possibility, the battle intent in Yuan Qingdu's eyes was unprecedentedly thick. Even though there was an unknown number of armies in front of him, he did not have the slightest fear in his heart. I'm afraid this battle is difficult. This was a battle between national warriors. How had they ever had the honor of seeing it? He was, after all, only a beginner in the first rank. Yuan Chengdu's heart sank. He will not go back so far as to get blood out of his bores. Yuan Chengdu was waiting. Before the two actually made their move, even he could not predict the outcome of their fight. The entire army stopped immediately. Even they have done so, let alone others. This is what happens when the gap between the two sides is too great. But there was nothing but gloom in Yuan Chengdu's eyes. Can't bear it. Can with this general fierce battle so far? Your strength even in the first grade of the state soldiers. Enough to call a sentence on the best. But no one has ever been able to fight him. The armies on both sides, watching, were shocked beyond belief. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. General. The last general invites you to fight. Really ran into it. Thief general. I will come to fight you. Chapter 123, De Qian. Unbeatable. Hearing voices. Zhou Yuan turned his head violently. He only saw a martial arts general with a white horse and silver spear, coming from the distance. Behind them, tens of thousands of cavalry halted, obviously very confident in their main general. The power of the second rank of the state scholar allowed his voice to spread throughout the entire battlefield. Although he blocked a corner, it's only because he's a nationalist that he's barely alive. A boring that had long been prepared for a long time, violently smashed towards Zhou Yuan. The participation of 200,000 troops in the battle didn't make any difference to the outcome of the battle. But if we let that Chen accelerate over, the person borrowed the horse's momentum. I'm afraid the power of this blow is not small. Instead, they fight with their lives. They could already imagine how devastating the losses were in this war. There are no masters among the halberdiers. Just the thought of it made him have a mind to retreat. He's not willing. Poof. Being an army summoned, there weren't many strong people among them, only 9 ranks at most. Halberdiers, enter. The 10,000 tiger leopard riders on the outside finally charged. Zhou Yuan escaped from the battlefield, his face ashen, surrounded by countless humongous halberdiers. Seeing Yuan Chengdu who was charging towards him, bitterness appeared on his face. When he returned to the army and charged strongly with 200,000 elites, he might not lose this battle. General Niu wielded 2 8-trigram hammers and slammed one of the halberdiers. But he would never let this man go. Moreover, each of the halberdiers was a Hercules, and although they did not enter the grade, they had extraordinary strength. Guard! Not even half of the Great Way sharpshooters could be seen at all. A chill suddenly surged through General Niu's heart. Dozens of halberds, violently stabbing towards General Niu. But there is also the capital of arrogance. Just hold off the first charge of this cavalry and get this cavalry into the middle of a large army. The two of them were right in the middle. And at this moment Yuan Chengdu was defeated. Zhou Yuan let out a long sigh. If they were to fight hard, I'm afraid they'd have to fight it all out with these 80,000 people. Just one move. But suddenly he froze. Where are my general's soldiers? Another dozens of halberds. Another airtight attack. He felt his body, which was becoming depleted. When the 200,000 strong army had routed the enemy among them, the 10,000 cavalry naturally had no chance of turning the tide. Don't worry, it's only a mere 10,000 men. 30,000 from this general's headquarters will be enough to hold them off. But now, they encountered an onslaught of tens of thousands of entry-grade cavalry. But the treasures that would allow one to survive were not available in the entire way. Fully 70,000 halberdiers, all of them elite. How one is suddenly surrounded. Without any hesitation, General Ox, a heavy hammer, smashed out with all his might. Under a roar, the 200,000 strong army began to charge in unison. Although he had sensed his opponent, a Guisher second grade, and the other side. But a defeat is a defeat. His eyes widened angrily, and his arms were instantly bruised. Even the dozen or so halberdiers in the back were affected. Charge! Less than an incense stick. With the power of his second rank of Guisher, he could steadily suppress that Yuan Chengdu. Then it's all up to him now. General Zhang took a deep breath. Chen Xingji, on the other hand, did not speak. Today, the two of them will use this will battle to defeat the enemy. Just moments before the two were about to make contact, this failure made him resentful. Taking 10,000 cavalrymen and charging 200,000 people in an army formation, doing so, is simply looking for death. The 200,000 strong army did not have the absolute upper hand as imagined. Surrounding him in death, the humongous man rushed towards him. A horrible thought appeared in his mind. There was no hesitation. Run away? He could only put out his full strength to block the power of these halberds smashing in. 70,000 halberdiers and 200,000 Great Way elites collided together with a bang. It's a good thing we have the two great statesmen on board. General Zhang's mind had long been clouded with unease. The enemy they faced today was not something they could solve so easily. It doesn't utilize the power of the cavalry at all. General Zhang is no better. This person was already at the end of his strength, and then he barely managed this full-strength move of his own. The silver spear in Chen Qingji's hand suddenly drilled downward in a tricky manner, straight for Zhou Yuan's heart. He saw the battle between the two of them clearly. The halberdiers were able to divide the battlefield. How does this play? Zhou Yuan's face paled. A second high cry had rung out again. Behind him, Yuan Chengdu watched intently. After glancing at Chen Qingji, Zhou Yuan turned around and ran without any hesitation. There were another 200,000 elites as well as 4 first grades, but to this day he doesn't understand how the battle was fought. But now, physical strength is not restored and the spirit is not released. 30,000 of our own troops? So whether it was Chen Qingji or him, both of them did not have any thoughts of pursuing at all. The thought had just flashed. However, he felt sorry for himself. The mind carries a chill. Where did their 200,000 strong army go? Facing the same situation as him, there was another first grade of Wei. Die. Why there was no one near him? It was supposed to be a large number of Wei elites. Much less was he able to round up 2 of the nationalists and free him. But the status quo is that all he can see are the generals of Dechen, meaning that even in his place, I'm afraid the outcome wouldn't have changed much. The movements were neat and tidy, leaving him no room to dodge. He didn't even need to be able to defeat the 10,000 cavalrymen, as long as he could delay them briefly. Just hit one. Here comes another. Asterisk. Hearing his words, the 3 major first-class faces changed drastically, because now, he's dead. But all the Wei generals were charging forward with their lives. General Bull was only vaguely, hearing a cry of despair. It wasn't the same. It wasn't what he thought it would be. The battles they faced in the past have been nothing more than small fights, but at the same time, he used the force of this recoil to pull away from the 2 men in an instant. This is the fatal flaw of the halberdiers. General Niu, one of the 3 first classes, opened his mouth, but he didn't hesitate. He let out a roar. The troops and horses of his proud headquarters played almost no role and were directly dispersed by these cavalrymen. And without any hesitation, this cavalry plunged toward the center of the battlefield. He couldn't even imagine how this battle could be lost. General Bull stood among the many halberdiers. It was as if he saw his own death. The 3 first classes, even more so, commanded with serious expressions, trying to save their only nationalist back. He glanced at Yuan Chengdu, and then directly turned around and rushed towards Chen Qingji. But that doesn't matter anymore. His words were arrogant. Taking advantage of this momentary gap, he rushed out of the encirclement, but he hadn't had time to rejoice. Obviously they should have been outnumbered on one side more than the other. He didn't even know how he was going to get away with it. And Wei's so-called elite had long since been completely divided by the halberdiers. Defeated. But no matter how he thought about it now, he felt that there was something confusing about the situation. Although he was not prepared to join forces with Chen Qingji, he would never let this great Wei scholar retreat. The 30,000 infantry he had used to defend against the cavalry were routed by this terrible cavalry. Along with Yuan Chengdu's order, the halberdiers neatly began to advance towards the center of the battlefield. Even in the Great Wei, the army that enters the Great is only a few thousand people. Much less put it here. The terrifying force smashed the halberdiers that surrounded him a dozen meters away. Waste. Because right now, he's no better. Without realizing it, the 3 had been completely split up. In the eyes of both men, based on what he knows, is it hard to join forces with Chen Qingji? He couldn't pull that off. If you can stay in the center and charge with the army, how can you be divided? But before he could catch his breath, as for Chen Qingji on the opposite side, when he saw the Zhou Yuan who rushed over, he looked serious. Yuan Chengdu's golden boring had directly exploded his head, like a watermelon. Not far away, General Zhang nodded. He didn't know if General Zhou had run away or died, even though he has killed hundreds, if not more, of halberdiers. Nope. However, compared to General Niu, this person was only a first-time first-rate. Hear that? When Chen Qingji appeared here, this person was already a dead man. Chop. But the next second, even if they were the upper third, in a situation where they were surrounded at all times, unable to get support, he was quickly cut down by a halberd and had one of his arms cut off. The 2 sledgehammers were like a whirlwind, grating away all of these dozens of halberds that were stabbing at them. But none of the 3 noticed. Zhou Yuan has fallen into a downward spiral. All men, charge. The more Zhou Yuan fights, the more anxious he gets. Dozens of people are not easy to pawn off. The advantage of the cavalry would be gone, and he would be able to pull out and go to his support. And in the meantime, but here, there are more than a few hundred people. Even with the power of the 9th grade, sooner or later, he would be ground to death. But both knew it. But there are no ifs in this world. Stab. while Yuan Chengdu was relieved in his heart. His face did not look too good. Even their two first grades had been divided. But he couldn't stop the cavalry that was like a torrent, rushing past him. Yuan Chengdu froze. This is a war that should have been a sure thing. Although it was only 70,000. This neat military appearance made the 200,000 people on the opposite side feel chills in their hearts. They're even less of a ring-dueling warrior. Tell His Majesty. If Zhou Yuan did not retreat, the end result would inevitably be that Chen Qingji would be injured while Zhou Yuan would die. Doesn't count as much of a threat anymore. Yuan Chengdu actually did lose. But in the midst of war, strength is not the only factor that can determine whether a battle is won or lost. Facing this strike, Zhou Yuan barely managed to block it with the gun in his hand and spat out another mouthful of blood. He even had the intention to fight again. Only he knew that with his power at this time, even if he rushed up again, it would just be a futile joke. The Iron Riders collided with a bang. Chen Qingji couldn't have accepted it either. And unlike the halberdiers, the 200,000 infantrymen on the other side had only just begun their charge when their formation was already scattered. Under the constant sparring with Chen Qingji, even more internal injuries had been accumulated. No one was able to get close to the battlefield of the three great warriors. How it was by these tens of thousands of men that the battlefield was completely divided. Rather, it was because Zhou Yuan and Yuan Chengdu had already fought a big battle, and now their physical strength was slipping extremely badly. Now that his heart is broken, he can't hold out any longer. It didn't act as an arrow at all. The Tiger Leopard Riders were able to break through the 30,000 man defense line within an incense stick time. 200,000 men. Fully 200,000 elite. There is no point in continuing to fight. All he could feel now was a chill down his spine. This was not because Chen Qingji's means were far superior to Yuan Chengdu's. The silver spear was like snow, frantically stabbing towards Zhou Yuan, because above the big flag of that cavalry, there was a big Chen character written. Yuan Chengdu was now physically exhausted. How did he die at the hands of two Kokeshi first class? It was then realized that beyond this so-called encirclement were actually still halberdiers. How? It can be chased though. This man will not live. He was still very confident in his power. General Zheng, watch out for that cavalry. 9th grade? The gap between the two sides is visible to the naked eye. Zhou Yuan cursed, forcibly stopping the movement of the long spear in his hand, while his body evaded. Even looking at the halberdiers that surrounded them, he could no longer imagine how this war should be won. The head was easily cut off by Chen Qingji. Let's hold off this cavalry for now. Yuan Chengdu didn't hesitate either. Seeing this scene, General Ox roared violently. So what if you're born a general and can't fight? With his one-piece strength, coupled with the fact that he was wielding a heavy hammer, the halberd warrior was killed in a moment. Fighting with the many against the few, they surrounded and killed the army of Dakian. Zhou Yuan's face was gloomy. Rely on nothing else. It seemed like a very simple thing to him, while still minimizing losses. Now he regretted it immensely. Around him, the most important thing for them is still to win the war. He shook his head. He's not afraid of a few hundred people, even if he didn't die. This one life, it's gone 9 times out of 10. So all he wanted to do now was to return to the capital of Great Wei. Even if he could barely defeat this person, there was still a Yuan Chengdu who was resting behind him. A loud cry rang out. He never entered the exact center of the battlefield, just in case the 10,000 cavalrymen made a charge. Suddenly, he roared violently. In this way, the results of the war can be maximized. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. But the more hasty you are, the more likely you are to get busy. General Bull let out a muffled grunt. What a handful. Yuan Chengdu saw this scene, but Chen Qingji clearly understood this as well, and then he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. When he first met that Yuan Daki, why did he fight the general? So instead of choosing to fight the generals, he directly stormed this Daqian army with 200,000 elites. It would be better to wait for the halberdiers to make contact with the other side before the cavalry charged from the flanks. I just don't know what kind of tactics this person has. At the same time, a touch of uneasiness inexplicably appeared in his heart. Being on the outskirts of the battlefield his body already had 7 or 8 more wounds. But it's better than going after this nationalist. It is the best way to see what is going on within the battlefield. It will only lead to death. At this rate he'll never be a match. Soon the battle was reversed. Let the 3 major first grades, and even the Great Wei State Scholar, all be divided. With a face of incomprehension, this first grade of Wei finally suffocated and died in the hands of a halberd warrior, rushing too fast. This time their opponents were 200,000 Great Wei elites. In the past, Most of their battles were led by strong men who transformed into fronts and eventually broke the enemy army or even decimated the generals and captured the flag. That's their real enemy. The silver spear slashed through his shoulder, leaving a trail of blood behind. General Bull was confused, but he couldn't care less. He froze. Zhou Yuan frowned. De Qian. Unbeatable. Ahem. 4,000 for a few days. Chapter 124, The Three Kingdoms Alliance. Extracted again. Zhou Yuan fled frantically all the way. And the rear. Yuan Qingdu and Shen Xingji didn't care where he went at all, though the two couldn't be sure he would die. But they never feared a strong man they had defeated, even though this time, both of their individual strengths were inferior to Zhou Yuan. But they were all confident that the next time they encountered each other, they would be able to cut each other down in formation. The war lasted a full half day. It wasn't until darkness fell that the sounds of the battlefield gradually ceased. And by now, blood had stained the entire ground, and the corpses were piled up into mountains. The two of them, Yuan Qingdu and Shen Xingji, had somewhat ugly faces. These Great Wei elites are really different from that Dali as well as De Yuan. Yuan Qingdu opened his mouth. He had participated in battles between the two countries and could clearly feel the difference between the three. The Wei elite, not only are they all covered in iron armor, but they are also in good physical condition. Even for the halberdiers, it was difficult to gain much of an advantage against these elites in iron armor. And this battle was fought to divide the battlefield. It was more like a small number of people against a large number of Great Wei elites. In this battle, a full 30,000 halberdiers were killed and wounded. Unable to participate in the next battle, even the 10,000 ninth grade Tiger Leopard Riders had lost nearly 1,000 men. But the results of the battle are also pleasing. A national scholar, for first grades, plus 7 or 8 second grades, and many other strong people. There were even a full 200,000 elites, all of whom were lost. For Wei, it's definitely enough to call it hurtful. And soon, the Great Qian's central army will arrive. Can win. The two men looked at each other. No doubt about the outcome. It's just that they need to recuperate now, at least until the center army arrives. At this point in the center of the army, under Yu Fei's leadership, it was moving ever closer towards the two. Meanwhile, news from the front was quickly delivered by the messenger. The loss of fully 30,000 elites. Yu Fei's heart sank slightly. These can be the depths of the Great Qian. There's too much to lose. However, he also knew that Yuan Qingdu as well as Chen Xingji had done everything they could. War is not a simple game. Death and injury are inevitable. Pass the word to accelerate. Putting down the intelligence, Yu Fei spoke in a deep voice. He needed to rendezvous with the vanguard as soon as possible so he could strategize further. On the other hand, Zhou Yuan rushed on regardless. The battle aura sustained him, but at the same time it's destroying his life. He had ridden 3 fast horses to death before finally arriving at the capital of Great Wei. Without even informing anyone, he entered directly inside the court of the Great Wei. Seeing Zhou Yuan, the Great Wei lord's face was shocked. General Zhou, what's wrong with you? At this moment, on Zhou Yuan, he was still wearing the bloody clothes. His lips were dry and cracked, and his face was white, just like a dead person. Come on, man, the Great Wei state lord shouted violently. Your Majesty, there is no need. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, his voice hoarse. General Zhou, what has happened? The Great Wei lord hurriedly supported Zhou Yuan, whose figure was somewhat unsteady. He looked appalled. Zhou Yuan is his Great Wei state pillar. According to the saying, now should just arrive at the border soon, right? How can become so miserable? Great Qian, there is not just one state scholar, but a full 3. Your Majesty, De Qian, cannot be defeated. After saying that, a mouthful of heart qi dissipated and he directly passed out. Somebody! The Great Wei Kingdom Lord screamed louder and louder, panic permeating his voice. Zhou Yuan, defeated. But how is that possible? His whole brain was confused. But this was the reality. Especially after hearing the imperial physician's diagnosis. He was even more pale. It's hopeless. This is his Wei's only national scholar. And you're actually saying it's hopeless. What's the use of having you guys when you're such losers? Men, drag them down and behead them, he growled. Soon, heads rolled outside the Great Hall. He cut off the heads of a dozen imperial physicians. It also doesn't change the final outcome. The inside of his head was full of the last sentence Zhou Yuan had said. De Qian, unbeatable. But now, Zhou Yuan fled back, enough to show that the front line has been defeated. And I'm afraid that the 200,000 troops have all disappeared, even though Wei has millions of soldiers. But nowadays, because of the battle with De Qian, the loss has been nearly 300,000 people. How could he still have any ability to fight against De Qian? There is no way around it. The Lord of Great Wei summoned the important ministers of the country in the night. Many important ministers saw their son of heaven. The same also saw in the sick bed, lying without knowing the life and death of Zhou Yuan. Just at the first sight, everyone's face changed dramatically. The Great Wei State Lord spoke. Now that the Great Qian has invaded, General Zhou Yuan has led 200,000 men to support the border. But today, General Zhou Yuan returns. He only said one sentence: De Chen is not to be defeated, and then passed out. You and others are all important ministers within my way. Say what you think. Hearing the words of the Son of Heaven, even if the crowd had already prepared in their minds, but still scared out of my mind. Even the only national scholar in their country had said that De Qian was unbeatable. What can they do? After a long time, the Zaifu, who was already over his age, slowly opened his mouth and said, Your Majesty, although we don't know exactly how that De Chen became so powerful, but General Zhou Yuan is in a bad way at the moment. I'm afraid I won't be able to fight anytime soon. Since my way is no match for De Chen, it's already a foregone conclusion. Then it's just a matter of drawing in some reinforcements. The Great Wei Lord raised his eyebrows. Just listen to the Chancellor continue. In my neighborhood, there are two countries, Great Zhou and Great Yan, both of which have nationalists in their countries and have always been in constant friction with my way. Now that my way has suffered a lot of losses, I am afraid that even if we hold off De Chen, we will not be able to resist the two countries anymore. Instead of that, we should send lobbyists and travel to both countries, bring the two countries into the war as well. This is a good way, not only to relieve the Wei crisis, but also to weaken the strength of the two countries. However, the face of the Great Wei State Lord did not turn much better. Would not the two nations, then, be involved in this war? The Chancellor said with a smile. They will. Don't you hear that the lips are dead and the teeth are cold? And now my way is the lips. And that Dakian, in less than a year, has already captured the two countries, and now he has come to attack my way. How can two countries not be afraid? As long as I, Wei, am willing to pay some price, it's always possible to facilitate a rendezvous. At that time, the three countries will meet in an alliance. Not to mention a Great Qian, even the neighboring countries. I am afraid that no one is our three enemies. With the help of the two countries, plus my Wei base, it doesn't need to be too long. As long as there are 3 or 5 years, someone can always be promoted to state scholar. Wei spared no effort to train new nationalists. Those who possessed the qualifications to be promoted to the rank of state scholar were not only those who had died in battle before, but there were actually a few others who had never traveled out of the nation's capital. Today, it is their last hope. If all goes well, with Wei's iron mines, in less than 20 years, Wei will once again regain its present peak. Hearing the Chancellor's explanation, the Great Wei Lord finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's a good way to go. In that case, send an envoy to both countries on the same day, and make sure to bring about an alliance. The Great Wei Lord sighed slightly. Without the state officials, they are afraid that they can only look at the two countries' eyes in this meeting and alliance. Because of the huge damage from the previous venture, the Dakian army gave up the idea of a hasty attack. Instead, we turn to the Su. With the strength of 600,000 troops, with the power of the Hall, step by step, we eat up Wei. Now the difference in strength between the two sides was no longer significant, plus the fact that De Qian had 3 nationalists. To walk the hallowed path is the right way. This is also the most foolproof approach. Only even Yufei failed to consider the possibility of Wei asking for help from the two countries. After all, the 3 countries were in constant friction, and an alliance was very unlikely. But this scene, indeed, happened. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. The Dakian army had already captured nearly 1/5 of Great Wei's land. At this rate, in less than a year, it would be possible to take all of Wei. Such speed, it has been a godsend. After all, battles between two countries could easily take years, even decades. The destruction of the country in 1 year is proof enough of the trio's ability. But at the moment, the Wei legation has long since returned from both countries. At the same time, it brought news that cheered up the Lord of Great Wei. These days, one constantly hears of the cities of the Great Wei being sacked. He was sad all day, even his hair had fallen out. Now it's finally coming to an end. Although De Qian has 3 national soldiers, but under the alliance of the 3 countries, it is not difficult to gather 1.5 million troops. Such a huge army, not to mention 3 nationalists, even if there were 30 of them, they would be destroyed under the flood of the army. It's just that it will take some time for the army to gather, and their first reinforcements were as many as 350,000. After all, alliances aren't made on a whim. A wide range of issues need to be negotiated. In this state of mind, Wei, like a tortoise, tightened up with all its might. It's not right. After capturing another city, Yufei suddenly spoke. Shen Qingji nodded. Today's Wei is as if it has abandoned all these cities. But that's impossible. Yu Fei shook his head, then spoke up. That Great Wei's lord. I'm afraid that there is some kind of conspiracy. Just now, my army is attacking with the momentum of the hall. This general really can't think that Great Wei has any other way. Yuan Qingdu stood aside without saying anything. He was a tiger. But in terms of scheming, he knew he was a lot worse. However, after these 2 months, his strength had once again increased and had surpassed Chen Qingji. For him, war, self should be broken by boring. Yu Fei spoke up. Since I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. My army of 600,000 is more than enough to deal with whatever backhandedness Wei has. Chen Qingji also nodded. That's exactly the point. As deep as Wei hides, soldiers and horses can't fall from the sky. Just be steady and careful is all. The front line is not aware of the situation, but some people know better than they do. The capital of the Grand View, the Great King's Lord's brain was confused. An alliance between Great Wei, Great Zhou, and Great Yan. Are you sure you're not joking? He looked down at the bottom. This is the news that just came from the scouts. This news has been spreading. It can't be fake news. Hear that answer. The face of the Great King's Lord was unsightly. He didn't care why the 3 countries were allied. What he cared about now was that the 3 kingdoms were already powerful, and all 3 of them had townspeople. Such a powerful alliance of 3 nations. And he, dying, had been pushed flat by Wei once. In the past, the 3 countries had friction with each other, which allowed dying, in the midst of the cracks, to continue to grow, and even had the beginnings of moving towards its peak. But after the alliance of the 3 kingdoms, I'm afraid that they will not use dying as a granary. Even just thinking about the possibility, he felt chills down his back. At the morning court, he told the ministers the news. Your Majesty, I have a plan. One walks out. Dr. Rams, don't sell out. Tell us. Rams Loss opened his mouth. If the 3 kingdoms are allied, I, dying, will suffer. But at this time, Great Wei and Great Qian were at war, and Great Wei was losing ground. It's even rumored that there are 3 great statesmen among the Great Qian. Speaking here, Rams Loss paused for a moment before continuing. I, dying, can put together 1,000,000 soldiers even if I bite my tongue. Although the rise of Daqian was fast, it always had insufficient troops. It would be better to make an alliance with Daqian. Daqian has national soldiers, but lacks soldiers. I, dying, have soldiers and generals, but only lack national soldiers. So that our 2 countries complement each other. It may not be impossible to resist the 3 kingdoms. Hearing these words, the eyes of the Great King country lord lit up. That's really a good idea. Just, my 2 countries are allied. Which one should be the main one? The Grandview Kingdom lord spoke hesitantly. He didn't want the 2 countries to ally and end up with Daqian as the main player. Rams Loss opened his mouth. I'm afraid, it's still necessary to dominate Great Qian. After all, nowadays, Daqian is strong. If we want to say that I, dying, is the main one, the other side may not agree. But it's just a name. Our 2 countries have their own strengths and weaknesses, and which country will dominate after the alliance will still depend on the strength of the country. Though even if it was just a name, the Great King's Lord was not willing to give it. But there wasn't much he could do about it now. The Lord of the Great King country said in a loud voice. In that case, let's give him a name. My Great King is a strong country, and when we break the 3 kingdoms alliance, we will return to the top. Your Majesty is wise. Many of the Great King's courtiers spoke up. Only on the 2nd day, Gongyan lost with an envoy of hundreds of people, fast and furious toward Daqian. No way. They're in a hurry. Once the 3 countries are allied, what will happen to Daqian they don't know. But Daqiao is definitely finished. And at the same time, within the country of Daqian, Zhou Yuan handled various things in an organized manner. Even when the halberdiers lost 30,000 before, he was only heartbroken. It's a war, after all. What kind of person doesn't die? He's been prepared for this for a long time. As for the Great Fortune, the messenger of Great Fortune has left. Though Xinchi Thing tried desperately to fight with the other side's tongue, but the other party had already made up his mind. So naturally he wouldn't be tripped up by Xinchi Things. As the Great Fortune messenger left, Zhou Yuan knew. I'm afraid this battle won't be far away. Think about it. He opened the system. Nowadays, his emperor's might value was getting more and more rumbly, rising at an extremely fast rate every day. It was just 2 or 3 short months though. But today, his emperor's might value was already a full 170,000. So much emperor's might value. It's time for another extraction. It's an excellent result, whether you're replenishing your troops or acquiring new generals. After all, there was a shortage of everything in Daqian right now. Think about it. System, 170,000 imperial might values, all invested for 10,000 point extraction. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth. 170,000 Emperor's Mighty Values. It's time for a nationalist to come out. Chapter 125 Reorganization of the Court. A great misfortune? Congratulations to the host for obtaining Beifu Army * 2000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Mirror Breaking Pill * 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining White Robe Army * 1500 *. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Famous General Luo. Out of character now, because at that time, they would not have been at their peak, but at least he was absolutely loyal to himself, and this position would be fine for the time being. But in terms of strength, the Grand View is really a district bullet. However, today's Dakian has annexed Dali, Dayuan, and captured a lot of land in Wei. However, it was good that Zhou Yuan was in no hurry. If he didn't have that good fortune, how could he be qualified to negotiate with him? Dying, Zhou Yuan, however, did not care what they thought, though they knew it. It was natural that no one would open their mouths without a good reason. So very good. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. And that Zhuge Liang, although they don't really know, it's been a stormy time. A blowjob? He sneered. Not to mention that nowadays, Dakian is facing the situation of the three countries meeting in an alliance, and waiting for the news from the front line to come in is enough to hurry them to death. Gong Yang Luz was quite dissatisfied with Xin Thing's contrived expression, and did not hesitate to open his mouth. Great Qian has been in great trouble. They had never thought that one day, when a country like Dying came to Dakian, they could actually think in their hearts that they were the superior country. As the son of heaven of Great Qian, I should put the people first. Instruments, and there is still a lot of potential for conscription in the Great Qian today. It's always a good idea to let them know before talking. Great View pop-ups. The Grand View mission arrived in a hurry. It couldn't have been Jia. During the Three Kingdoms era, the stars of the Three Kingdoms were bright, but only Lubu was unrivaled in courage and strength, and the strategists were vast, and Zhuge was the most honored. Wei Lu nodded in understanding, then opened his mouth aloud to summon. But today's Daqian is running out of domestic troops. What's the point of being prime minister? Gong Yang Luz poked his head out of the carriage, and this Qian Yuan city around him, just like elsewhere, revealed a few points of weakness everywhere. Hearing the three words palm book, many people were surprised. Those three alone would definitely qualify as a blowout. The positions of the right and left prime ministers have been vacant for a long time, and it's time for a new candidate. This extraction was far stronger than he had imagined by quite a bit. A hasty advance without intelligence is bound to be extremely costly. Just by looking at Lord Chang's expression, I know that even this left prime minister, I'm afraid, doesn't know anything about this matter. There was no problem at all with the Ministry of War being handed over to Situ Xianran. The strength must be above the first grade. But until now there has never been a nationalist. Xin Chima spoke without hesitation. Suppress it with generals. Suppress it with soldiers. Simultaneously slowing down the offense. Dressed in cold clothes, wearing a curved sword at his waist, his face was masked and his head covered with a black scarf. It's not at all like a strong dynasty with three nationalists. Zhuge Liang thought the same thing. But the position of prime minister, how could he not care? Yes, your majesty, Xin Thing said with a grin. To be able to confer a marquis with a foreign name, one can only imagine his ability. Xianyuan Jingcheng walked out, his face still wearing a calm elegance. It didn't take more than a few days. When will he be able to remove the head of the Lord of Great Wei and offer it to his majesty? But there is a second. He understood Chang Hongyuan's thoughts, but he knew better what was most important, so they even glowed a little. All the ministers had the same thought in their hearts, and Luo, the one who created this demonic force. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. Luo was wearing armor and holding a gun in his palm. If he, Dying, also had a nationalist, why would things be like this? The 6 departments are in charge of the powers of the past 9 ministers. Hearing his name, Lu Wunhan stood out in surprise. Hear that? Lu Wunhan spoke solemnly. It's amazing that something this big hasn't been revealed half the time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Orcus * 1000. Zhuge Liang glanced at him with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Grand View? Instead of risking an attack, we should first consolidate the land we have taken today. Chen Xingji and Yuan Chengdu didn't have any opinions either. And in addition to Zhuge Liang, Marquis Jingbian Luo and the 18 horsemen of Yin Yun were even more shocking to his senses. Wei Lu nodded knowingly. Zhuge Liang nodded. Xin Chima's eyes twitched before he bowed and nodded. Zhou Xian looked at the crowd, then added, Ram's loss closed his eyes, but it has produced countless battles that can be feared. Wu, in particular, has questionable abilities. The people can already suffer some more. This is Qianyuan City? Let the matter rest, and do not mention it again. And next to him, soon, Xin Chima's face was surprised. Nowadays, he had absolute control over Deqian, especially Qian Yuan City. They've kind of become immune to it, though. In response, Zhou Yuan directly shook his head, and then took out the imperial decree. Since it is a court reorganization, naturally it will not be as simple as these few positions. Zhou Yuan quickly went on with his arrangements. Well, let's go into the city. Seeing as how this Dakian is going, we can be a bit tougher. As the results of each extraction were born, Zhou Yuan's heart grew more and more surprised. However, his face was slightly grim. It is important to allow Grandview to gain a dominant position in this meeting and alliance. Deqian, have been established for 100 years, with constant internal and external troubles, and now that we have finally solved our external enemies, our internal troubles have also been cleared. Therefore, I am reforming the dynasty today. If he said that, I'm afraid it would add to the joke. The country is barely bigger than Grandview. From their surprise, the ministers recovered their composure. My humble servant, meet the left prime minister. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yin 18 horsemen, the Ministry of Appointments, headed by Lu Wenhan. Hearing this voice, Chang Hongyuan's body revitalized and walked out with some excitement. Sort of a nice return to the fold. According to this Minister of Rights, the chief official in charge of receiving foreign envoys was the Minister of Rights. Two men, a man and a woman, walked in, the Ministry of Ceremonies, under the direction of Xin Chizi. This scene alone let everyone know that not only was this person trusted by His Majesty, but also, he must be quite capable. In the next second, Zhou Yuan looked at Chang Hongyuan. The gap in national power can't be changed by such a downward spiral. This official is busy with business and is slightly late. I wonder how Your Honor is addressed. The other ministers, naturally, cast curious glances. A lot of ministers don't understand to their deaths how the things they did leaked out. The mind was made up. As for that Jia, no one in the entire court was looking forward to it anymore. For the one who came to greet him was nothing more than a minister of propriety. He said very dryly, moving the soldiers and generals, completely unable to see half the feeling of reception. This time, naturally, it is also when to show the majesty of a great nation. The only thing he knew about dying was that this country was not weak, but because of the lack of nationalists, it was nearly destroyed by Wei in the end. And it's not possible to define a martial artist in the early stages themselves. Chang Hongyuan had labored so hard over the years that he had even taken over the various affairs of the prime minister long ago. In his opinion, how could a strategist like Zhuge Liang not be something that could be drawn out with 10,000 points of emperor's might? I didn't expect the first one to call my name. Seal, Luo Yi as the general of Jingbian, and Zhuge Liang, the position of right prime minister. And it's nowhere near the time when the dynasty's potential needs to be squeezed. Xin Chizu. This matter is the first major event after the establishment of the Ministry of Ceremonies. Make sure it is properly organized. He was more or less helpless in his heart. When he was facing Taisher Zai Fei Chen, as well as Great General Yuan Gong, he behaved more or less like a wallflower. Let's not talk about anything else. At least the city's temperament is there. But they also all knew that if they really wanted to choose a right prime minister, it would never be them. In my opinion, it is better to start a great conscription in Deqian. And although there is some pressure now, my Deqian's backbone is still there. See the fourth extraction result. Zhou Yuan then looked at Wei Lu who was on the side. Hearing this, everyone looked shocked. Declare Luo Yi and Zhuge Liang for an audience. I can go up to the temple with my sword. On top of that he had gained a number of Shadowmist guards, as well as a number of other troops. Zhuge Liang was wearing a green shirt, and the feather fan in his hand was lightly shaken. Even though he went up to the temple, his face did not change. During these half a year, the entire Great Qian was in a state of cultivation. Your Majesty, I thought that the district of Dying's bullet-ridden land should be well received by my Dakian, but at the same time, it should also show my Dakian's majesty. Xinchi things only came late. The extraction continues. Chang Hongyuan opened his mouth. Quite a few people were thinking darkly in their minds. It goes on like this, said Zhou Yuan, suddenly opening his mouth. Your Majesty, the Great King's envoy has arrived less than 3 days from my Qianyuan city. It was just that these positions were relatively important, which was why Zhou Yuan said it himself. But it didn't occur to me that the two men recruited by His Majesty nowadays actually occupied one of the positions directly. Great Wei, Great Zhou, and Great Yan are secretly allied. Chang Hongyuan hurriedly spoke. Wherever, we are all loyal to His Majesty. If there were no reinforcements, then he was not going to push on. If it's another one of these characters, the reorganization of the imperial court is bound to be accompanied by many troubles, and cannot be accomplished in a moment. After today, he is among the civil officials, one person under 10,000 people. He has a big view and a strong army. My lord, thank you for your majesty's trust. All these troubles, he hated to ignore one of them. Are they all like General Chen? And that Jia Dang? Zhou Yuan's knuckles gently tapped on the imperial throne. No one could have imagined that His Majesty was actually going to carry out a reorganization of the court. Poison. All the ministers, even Chang Han Yuan, had only this one word in their hearts whenever they thought of Jia. The results of the extraction were satisfactory, and Zhou Yuan was in a much better mood these past few days. His mouth quirked in disdain before he lowered the curtain. To put it mildly, Your Majesty, it has been many hours since the Great Fortune Messenger left, and on the part of the Great Wei, it has been a fierce battle for many more hours. Congratulations to the host, but he still drew it out in the first place. Regardless of why Daikyo has come now, what purpose do they have? Not to mention the many losses caused by this series of battles. It's not too late to change it later when there's a better candidate. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Shadow Secret Guard *15. Now Jia has lost his phase. After saying this, Zhou Yuan spoke again. Also, set up another Hanlin Academy, with Xian Yuan Jingcheng as the dean of the Hanlin Academy, in charge of the paperwork. So it can only be done slowly, while sending people to the country to ask for help. What do you think should be done? More likely, it's that old fox Jia. Zhao Yan is in charge of the Ministry of Justice. Wu Yu is in charge of the Ministry of Industry, and the Ministry of War will be headed by Situ Xianran after he returns to the court. Zhuge Liang bowed slightly in respect. Past. Cut off an unknown number of heads, but it was his inner thoughts. He thought he was too young to get one of these 6 ministries. Necessarily. Luo Yi can also be crowned with the title of a famous general? I am afraid that only the Sui and Tang dynasties and the Marquis of Jingbian, Dakian's previous national strength was too weak. From the front line of Wei, Yu Fei and others also learned the news. Chang Hongyuan's pupils shrunk slightly. There was no doubt that he was now completely capable of making this Deqian a one-word house. The 18 horsemen of Yan Yun, consisting of 18 men. Congratulations to the host for obtaining strategist, Zhuge Liang. The reason is simple. Characters like Qin Xiong and Guan Yu are obviously not the second rank of the district. But on second thought, although it was only a district of 18 people, the Great Qian is honored by the left. My lord, receive the decree. Even though he was a Taisu, he was very greedy. Once some mess is made, there is no way to suppress it, especially when Zhuge Liang appeared at the end. His pupils shrunk, with the two stacked on top of each other. It was clearly capable of exerting uncommon power. Although so, may make the people of Deqian, inevitably some complaints. Most of the other ministers also agreed. The two countries have gone to war. Hearing this news, Yu Fei immediately sent someone to report on Xianyuan City, carrying a large bow on their backs. Each of them carried 18 arrows, while all of them were equipped with clear round moon-curved swords. There is too little intelligence on the neighboring countries. Almost at the same time, the duo, but Zhao Yan's Ministry of Criminal Affairs, and Wu Yu's Ministry of Industry, are more or less the same. Although the ability must be not bad, it is a headache for them as ministers. The walls of the capital city of Deqian were not even as strong as his slightly stronger city of Dejing. Now they have captured more than 1/5 of Wei's territory. Jia stepped forward helplessly. In addition to the two prime ministers of the left and right, there were 6 ministers, namely, the ministers of mandarins, households, rights, military, penal, and works. Who's stronger? After all, there's always a priority. Luo Yi he didn't care. And, although they don't have much more country than Grandview, the position of the left prime minister shall be held by Chang Hanyuan, the imperial servant. I, for one, will live up to my promise, but it's better than another war. Many people thought that Jia must be disappointed, but in reality, no one knew better than Jia how happy he was in his own heart. The Ministry of Households is headed by Jia Dan. Zhou Yuan continued. Extraction itself is fraught with uncertainty. It was just that Yuan Chengdu was inevitably a bit upset. Now how does this great view come to people? Zhou Yuan was delighted in his heart. Now that he has become the left prime minister, he can be considered a popular choice. The position of the two prime ministers has been vacant for a long time. So nowadays, he could fully understand His Majesty's distrust of him. Dali and Dayuan are newly acquired and are bound to be unstable. All the way to the embassy, Zhou Yuan was startled. Today, although the country is strong, the intelligence system has not yet been built, and that's just the beginning. The rest will be summoned directly by Wei Lu. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Great King and the Great Qian can't have much of a crossover. Zhuge Liang suddenly spoke. This is a great right. 600,000 men, just to guard these places. Only nearly 200,000 couldn't get away. A blowjob? That's what it is. Ram's Law said proudly in his heart. Chapter 126, only 5,000 people? We have millions of people here in Grandview. Big trouble? Shinchi Thing's heart skipped a beat. What the man said did startle him for a moment. Since a messenger of a country has said such words, there must be some reason for him to do so. But although he was a bit shocked in his heart, his face did not change at all. The Triple Alliance. I'm afraid the matter is difficult. There was even a bit of disdain on his face. The expression on Zhuge Liang's face sank into silence as he took a long, deep breath. At this moment, Zhuge Liang felt an unprecedented trust. As for the Daiyun side, with General Lu Bu around, I'm sure it's still not a problem to hold on. He believed that Zhuge Liang could do all that he said he could do. Gui Yuaner immediately arranged for someone to notify. And that Great Zhou and Great Yin, both bordering with the Great King's land. Although nowadays I'm afraid that the situation of the Three Kingdoms alliance of Dakian is not very good. But the Great King doesn't even have a national scholar. And how can it be better than them? A short tea break. To get a new value of imperial prestige, you either have to boost the people's morale with a battle report of a victory. Gong Yan lost a cold smile and said, sure enough, you, Dakian, have not yet received the news. What's that guy? Zhou Yuan opened his mouth and said, since ancient times, the people 100 miles from the king's capital have not known the affairs of the world, nor the changes in the court, nor the name of the Son of Heaven. Luckily, General Lu noticed his wretchedness and a little bit of battle chi was ferried over to more or less alleviate it. Even Xin Shima knew with just a little thought that I'm afraid that the situation in dying isn't too good nowadays. His Majesty can entrust him with such a great matter. Zhou Yuan was more or less helpless. Saying that, Xin Shima made a gesture of invitation. In that case, let's go and take a look first. At my Deqian Xian armor army, Ramslaw said without hesitation when he heard this. Zhuge Liang narrowed his eyes. Without any hesitation, Xin Shima immediately entered the palace to meet Zhou Yuan. Ramslaw was directly taken aback. Either that or expand his influence in the lands he had just conquered. New recruits need to be trained. And without a few months, it's impossible to go to war. It's just that, in the same way that Dakia wanted to be able to get the dominance of the meeting of the League. A man will die for a friend who understands him. It was as if, in their minds, they had determined that there would be victory. A hissing roar that seemed to tear the heavens and earth had sounded. So Jia continued after a pause. What I, De Qian, want to fight for is nothing more than a dominant position. The district de Jing. How can it dominate in front of my De Qian? Shinchi Thing applauded heartily. The Diwan? Obviously. The strength of the Triple Alliance had far exceeded their previous estimation of the Great Way. He was just relieved inside. Just keep talking. My Dakian is a great dynasty, with countless generals and soldiers, all of whom use their lives and have talents all over the place, all of whom can rule the country. I, for one, am going to start the Diwan. But that was clearly not the end of the story. Lord Gong Yang, please, this is where my Deqian Xian armor army is. That's why it's a ridiculous thing that the world only knows the kings and not the Son of Heaven. Chang Hongyuan frowned and spoke. Zhou Yuan nodded. There is some hope for the two countries to unite and then deal with the three alliances. But he wasn't really faking sleep. He was thinking. It is naturally not very unusual to have a nationalist in the country. Lord Jia is right. Lord Chang can rest assured himself that dying does not have such a bottom. Di Pao, on the other hand, is to pass on important events in the dynasty through the post to all places, and to post notices to inform the world. Zhou Yuan clearly did not intend to let this dominance out. It's a necessary flaw of the times. But no matter what, said Ramslaw smilingly, to be unobtrusive is the most basic quality of a diplomat. But this is definitely something that is important enough to change the entire Deqian. Shinchi Thing said with a grin. Hear that? Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. There's no rush. The ministers were a bit puzzled. If De Jing really wasn't worried, he wouldn't have come to Deqian to do anything. Xin Chima tugged at the great scenic emissary every day, taking in the scenery of Qianyuan City with his right and left. It is difficult to get one's various deeds into the hearts of the people by natural communication. It is by no means impossible to get it to submit. There are many countries with varying strengths. Zhuge Liang did not hesitate to get up from his seat, then directly kneeled on the ground and performed the great worship. With the current national strength of Deqian, it was almost impossible to win such a battle. So much so that he was a little two-seated. Once the diaspora is out, your Majesty's prestige will surely far exceed that of previous emperors. With so many ministers in the court, how come he was the first to be called? I, for one, will make His Majesty's imperial might known wherever the sun reaches. But this rate of rise is just too slow. Xin Chi looked at Gong Yang Luz, his eyes smiling almost only a slit. After all, relations between the three countries have never been good. This Deqian is definitely going to hang him out to dry in response to his previous dismount. After finishing this matter, Zhou Xian looked at the ministers. This damn world is a dead end. as long as Dying is willing to cooperate. With the power of my country, Dakian, and with the many great generals in my dynasty, it may not be impossible to break the alliance of the three countries. Maybe the three countries together have a total of 3 million troops. Maybe the three countries together have 5 or 6 million troops. And since Greatview sent an emissary, it naturally meant that Greatview had an agenda. But now that the three countries are united, coupled with the Great Fortune side, a war could start at any time, let alone 5,000 people. Even if he said 50,000, he would still believe it. Naturally, it's good. Your Majesty is wise. If you are incapable and still think of touching fish, His Majesty will surely hate it. Your Majesty, I thought that since the Great King's messenger came over, he naturally intends to make an alliance with us. And although Great King does not have any suppressive soldiers in the country, the tiger's dead power is still there. Although today's Dying is not as strong as it used to be, the land is fertile and there must be many soldiers and generals. And it's pretty normal to think about the millions of soldiers that Gong Yang Luz is talking about. His emperor's might value was still rising from source to source. Although De Chen didn't know much about these three countries, all three of them were known to be powerful countries. That, just now, is not a formation that 5,000 people can shout out. General Lu's pupils shrunk. Zhou Yuan walked over to Zhuge Liang and helped him up. No one even bothered to consider whether or not the Great Qian would fail in this matter. The other ministers were all excited as well. Conferences. Enrollment? Enrollment. Enrollment. When Dying was nearly destroyed by Wei, the two countries had become mortal enemies, then calmly sat down and faked a nap. The words of the two instantly made him lose the rest of his worries. Not only him, Chang Hongyuan, Zhao Yan and the others were also slightly relieved. But confidence is not conceit. Give the seat. Rams Luz doesn't understand any of this. Having the ability to touch fish, that's what clears the air. Mind you, I haven't heard back from the front lines yet. With that, he let out a light laugh. Rams Luz picks up right where he left off. All that would be sent up that way is a bunch of cannon fodder. Even in Diqian, the same is true. Sinky Thing certainly didn't mind the ram losing the jack. General Lu, the scenery that we have just seen. But we have yet to see my Diqian soldiers and horses. After hearing the news, Zhou Yuan was also shocked. Now that the Great War is on, the domestic Xuanjia army is only 5,000 or so, but it's still considered my Dakian's elite. I, for one, will bow and die. He didn't think there was too much to worry about though. Declare the left and right prime ministers, the ministers of the 6 ministries, the head of the Hanlin Academy, and all the great generals of the current dynasty to enter the palace. After all, he knew it. That Great King is not weak. Two countries cooperate, can occupy the dominant position, has been considered good. If it must be it to submit to the court, make a mistake how to do. Conscription. Let's leave this matter to the right prime minister. Zhou Yuan spoke. But the problem now is that even conscription will not solve the current dilemma that needs to be faced. The matter sounds simple enough. But Jia suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, but even so, every time the state deliberates, but all the important things, it's bound to appear. There's no way to hide this kind of thing. May I still need you, to assist me in becoming the emperor of the 1,000 years where the sun reaches. Although the Great Qian is lacking in intelligence, news will soon come from the front line. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth. Say nothing. Talk about nothing. The people had a heart to speak. Not long after, many ministers gathered in the imperial study room. Though they had known that His Majesty had no small amount of ambition, he naturally would not expose any weakness in Diqian. Here, the Great Qian Xuanjia army barracks are located. Even though Dying was interested in knowing the news some time earlier, the fact that it was so fast was enough to show Dying's urgency. Talking about this terrible triple alliance is no different than talking about what to eat at lunchtime. After Xin Shima heard this, he immediately understood the trouble of this matter in his heart. The other courtiers also reacted immediately. But Ram's loss was going to continue. He was only a civil official. Where had he seen such a battle? Jia, who was on the side, glanced towards Zhuge Liang. If Ram's loss was right, the news from the front line must be arriving soon. It was true that Zhou Yuan was very confident in himself as well as the system. In his eyes, it was almost an impossible thing for the three countries to unite. 5,000. Coupled with the presence of a superior state, a dynasty loses its upside almost from the moment it emerges. Obviously, just now it was still a crisis that was enough to jeopardize the Great Qian. Lord Xin, when will His Majesty the Great Qian have time to meet with us? While Chang Hongyuan was still thinking, Lu Wenhan's eyes lit up slightly. After all, in this world, why don't you send someone to lobby and perhaps dismantle the alliance between the three countries? And that kind of information isn't exactly a secret. Hearing this, Chang Hongyuan's face instantly changed. The country is full of men of state, and even more so with millions of soldiers. worthy of being the heavenly sovereign of Deqian. With your majesty, Deqian is unlimited. Hearing this, even Zhou Yuan's eyebrows twitched. To show the sincerity of my Great Qian, how about inviting all the messengers to visit my Qian Yuan 5 great camps? It has been arranged by a few people in a clear way. He then looked to the side, and there was the 1 pint that had come with Gong Yang Lu's this time. Zhuge Liang nodded, then added, on top of that, I'm afraid that the alliance of the 3 countries is under the compulsion of Wei, fearing that my Deqian is developing too fast, and such an alliance is bound to be impossibly sturdy. Even my news from the front line will come back, and the Great King's emissary has actually arrived. We have already enjoyed the scenery of this Qian Yuan city. Conscription is a must, because Ram's loss is indeed right. With the general direction already set, Zhou Yuan intended to start with the next thing. But Sinky Thing said, nowadays, in my Deqian, there is a lot of war, and His Majesty is busy with his affairs, so I think that after these 1 or 2 days, he will be able to free up his hands. It's also just the system. Not long after, the crowd arrived at the northern city. God knows whether the king is bigger or that son of heaven. I was sent here by the Great King's heavenly son to save your Great Qian. It's just an estimate or so. You are being summoned here today on another matter of extreme importance, no less important than the visit of the Great King. It's only 5,000 people. This is natural. To put it politely, in my great scenery, there are no less than 20 cities like Qian Yuan City. The 2 of them spoke to each other. The ministers looked solemn. However, right now, his emperor's might value was depleted. He hadn't even seen the face of the Great Qian heavenly prince, so he was able to rely on that. So powerful. However, the 2 of them looked at Xian Yuan Jingcheng again. In the beginning, Ram's loss was able to stabilize his mind, then spoke up. There is no need to do so. Bowing and scraping to the best of one's ability is the right thing to do, and dying is even better. In an instant, Zhuge Liang burst into tears. Xin Shizi then courteously spoke to Ram's loss for a while. Although he had only just heard the news, Jia Yan immediately made the most basic judgment, and it was exactly the same as what Zhou Yuan had thought. Although he wanted to touch the fish, he knew better that touching the fish also required competence. Jia opened her eyes helplessly, wanting a message to spread to the entire country, not to mention a mere few months. Even if a few years had passed, I'm afraid that remote places wouldn't even know what the current son of heaven is. The corners of Jia's mouth hooked up. The 2 men left with their own hearts in their mouths. Therefore, I thought that it should be deterred by soldiers and generals, when the power of the state's soldiers is used to make them understand what it means to be a superior state. For example, the king's territories had only just been pacified, and for many people, they even thought that they were still under the rule of the kings. Right at this moment, Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke. Jia Yan, and say what you think. But even so, Xin Chima's face didn't show any difference. He also knew the importance of the matter. Now, the 3 kingdoms of Great Wei, Great Zhou and Great Yan have already made an alliance, and all 3 kingdoms are strong and powerful. Xian Yuan Jingcheng was sitting on the sidelines just like in the past. Daikyo is here, apparently, for the meeting of the alliance. Today I declared you to come because something big has happened. The Great King's messenger came to my Qian Yuan and brought me a message that the 3 kingdoms of Great Wei, Great Zhou, and Great Yan will meet in an alliance. Seeing how the military strength of Deqian was also their main purpose. Not yet in camp. I don't know what he is capable of, but he can actually be ranked alongside Zhuge Liangjia. The thought immediately flashed through his mind. Hear that voice. For the next 3 days. But those 3 days have gone by. It's still a lot worse than Grandview. Your Excellency is a bit of an alarmist. I'm afraid. The Son of Heaven? Your Majesty. I think that dying should be called a vassal for this. But it was the first time that His Majesty had said the words one emperor for 1,000 years. So he said with a smile, the situation is very complicated between leaning on each other. This meant that it was highly likely that Deqian would go to war with 4 powerful countries at the same time. Dying, have millions of people.